headache splitting. It was as if countless red-hot steel needles were wildly stirring and piercing through Luming's skull. Ah! He suddenly jumped up from the cold, hard bed, gasping for air, sweat covering his forehead, and his heart pounding like a drum. Where is this place? He pressed hard on his throbbing temples, confused and cautiously looking around. Narrow. Cramped. The walls were mottled and peeling, revealing the gray, decayed interior, emitting a cold, musty smell mixed with poverty. A crooked wooden table, a chair on the verge of collapsing, were all that filled the room. The only window was covered with yellowed old newspapers, letting in a faint, dim light. The lab, explosion. I should be dead. As the top biological geneticist, his last memory froze in the blinding white light and the destructive shockwave that swept everything away. At this moment. Boom! A cold, shattered memory flood that did not belong to him rushed into his mind like a burst dam of ice, forcefully merging. Ah! A soul-ripping pain, more intense than physical agony, hit him. Ming groaned, gritting his teeth, his forehead veins bulging, and his nails digging deep into his palm. Seconds, or maybe centuries. The agonizing tide receded like a storm, leaving behind a shock that could overturn his very understanding of the world. He, Ming, had crossed over. He had crossed into a strange world where both technology and the supernatural coexisted. Hovering cars and exotic beasts raced together, towering skyscrapers and ancient palaces stood side by side. But here, the only truth that determined fate was beast mastery. Humans obtained power by making contracts with magical beasts and climbing to the peak. Powerful beast masters could move mountains and fill seas, enjoying supreme honor. While the weak, unable to form contracts with beasts, could only struggle for survival in the mud. The original owner of this body was nothing more than a pitiful worm at the very bottom of the mud. Also named Ming, aged 18. His parents had entered a high-risk secret realm for exploration years ago, and had lost all contact, most likely devoured by beasts. They left behind a crushing debt and a sickly, frail younger sister. Ming's gaze involuntarily fixed on the worn-out calendar on the peeling wall. A date circled in red, like a red-hot branding iron, burned into his retina. Only 30 days left until the most important Beastmaster College entrance examination of the Dragon Nation. The original owner had struggled for years but had failed to even complete the most basic spirit awakening. He was someone who couldn't even touch the threshold of a contract, a pure waste. Failing the exam was almost a certainty. But even more urgent, more hopeless than failing the exam was... Cough, cough, cough. From the next room came a suppressed, heartbreaking cough, as if her internal organs were being coughed out, weak to the point of making one's heart tremble. Fragments of memory surged, and the pale, frail face of a girl clearly emerged, Lu Xiaoyu. His sister, 15 years old, suffering from a rare, malignant genetic disease, cold marrow syndrome. This disease constantly devoured her life force, leaving her in agony as if trapped in an ice cellar. Without the special medicine made from flame heart lotus, she wouldn't survive this winter. And the price of one flame heart lotus was a staggering 1 million gold crystals. 1 million gold crystals. For a family that was penniless and buried in debt. It was an astronomical number. The last ice mountain that crushed all hope. The shadow of his parents' disappearance, the heavy debt of 1 million, his sister's worsening illness, the looming pressure of the college entrance exam, and the original owner's low talent, despair. All the cold memories coiled around Ming's heart like countless venomous snakes with barbed thorns. Tightening their grip, gnawing madly, the suffocating sensation rushed at him like a tidal wave. No. Impossible. A surge of unwillingness and anger exploded from the depths of his soul. Ming let out a low growl, punching fiercely into the cold wall. Bang! The wall didn't budge in the slightest. A sharp, piercing pain shot through his finger, and blood instantly seeped from the broken skin, staining the mottled wall. The physical pain was sharp, but it was nothing compared to the heavy, suffocating despair in his heart. What should he do? What else could he do? 1 month. Only 1 month. He had to make 1 million gold crystals to save his sister's life. And he still had to defy fate in the Beastmaster entrance exam. This was nothing but a mad dream. Golden finger. System. Old man. Whatever. Come out. He screamed wildly in his mind, trying every spell he could think of to activate. System? Are you there? Deep Blue, add some. Predecessor, are you here? Silence. The only response was the merged memories in his mind, and the increasingly heart-wrenching coughs from his sister next door. No system. No old man. No god-defying techniques. His only cheat seemed to be the soul of a transmigrator itself? But what good was that? Could it create 1 million gold crystals? Could it make him a genius beast master right away? Despair, like cold seawater, drowned every inch of his perception. Bro? Are you awake? His sister, Lu Xiaoyu, weakly and concernedly called out from next door, her breath faint. Footsteps approached, and the door was gently pushed open. A frail girl, who seemed like she might shatter at any moment, leaned against the doorframe. Her face was as pale as paper, her lips tinged with a bluish purple, and she was wrapped in an old, ill-fitting cotton jacket full of patches, still shivering slightly from the cold. But even so, in her clear, bright eyes, she still managed to squeeze out a gentle smile and softly comforted him. "Bro, what were you doing just now?" The noise was so loud. "I'm fine. It's just a little scratch in my throat, a few coughs and it'll be fine. Don't worry about me. What happened to your hand?" She immediately noticed his bleeding right hand, and her eyes filled with worry. The more she behaved this way, so understanding and enduring the pain to comfort others, the more Lu Ming's heart felt as though it was being repeatedly cut by countless blunt knives, torn and aching. The deep emotions left behind by the original owner intertwined with his own current despair and helplessness, nearly tearing him apart. He looked at his sister's eyes, which tried to hide the pain but still carried a faint hope, and at this cold, broken, almost empty home. Lu Ming suddenly shut his eyes, his chest heaving violently, taking a harsh breath of the cold, musty air. When he opened his eyes again, all the panic, despair, and unwillingness were forcefully suppressed by an almost crazy obsession and determination. His gaze was sharp like a knife, as though fire was burning deep within. Fear? Useless. Panic? Even more useless. Since he occupied this body and inherited all of this, then he was Lu Ming. Lu Xiaoyu was his sister, whom he must protect with his life. No golden finger? Then he'll fight with his life. He'll bet on it. 1 month? 1,000,000 gold crystals? Beast Master exam? Do it. No matter what, even if he had to risk his life, he would make money. Become a Beast Master. Heal his sister. Stay alive. Xiaoyu, his voice was hoarse from intense emotion, but it carried an unshakable, unquestionable determination. Go lie down and cover yourself with the quilt. I'll go out for a bit to get you some medicine. Lu Xiaoyu's pale face was full of worry. Bro, your hand is bleeding. We don't have any money for medicine. Money? Leave that to me. Lu Ming interrupted her, his tone firm and unrefusable. Listen to me, go back and lie down. He gently persuaded his sister back to her room, carefully tucking the quilt. Then, he turned and walked to the hard wooden bed, crouched down, and carefully reached into the most hidden crevice under the bed. He slowly pulled out an old cloth bag that had turned white from washing. He opened it. Inside were a few crumpled, low-denomination bills and a few worn metal coins. All their possessions. Together, it added up to less than 500 gold crystals. This little money was enough to buy a few days' worth of the worst black bread in this world, barely enough to survive. Or, go to the most chaotic part of the city. The dirtiest underground beast pet market. Betting on that 1 in a million luck, buying the cheapest, almost doomed to be defective pet egg, or a dying, severely injured baby beast. The hope is as faint as a spark in a raging storm. But, this is the only path. It is the only narrow bridge visible in a dead end. Even if it leads to a deeper abyss, one must still walk it. Lu Ming tightly clenched the coins, carrying the hopes and lives of both of them in his palm. The cold edge of the coin pressed against the wound in his palm, bringing sharp pain, but this pain kept him incredibly clear-headed, incredibly determined. He took one last look towards his sister's room, a trace of resolute blood red flashing in his eyes. The beast market. He gritted his teeth, squeezing out a whisper through the gaps of his clenched teeth, every word carrying a bloody weight. Even if it's hell, I'll risk it. This luck, I'm betting on it. Chapter 2, Useless Pet. The beast pet market of Qingshi City was bustling with noise, the air mixed with the stench of beasts, the strange odor of herbs, and the scent of human desires. Lu Ming tightly gripped the few crumpled, sweaty bills in his pocket, like a freshwater fish trying to blend into the sea, struggling through the noisy crowd. His eyes quickly scanned the stalls, but his heart sank with each price tag he saw. Take a look. High-quality young wind wolf, great potential, only 8,000 gold crystals. Lightning minx, super fast, contracted for instant combat, discounted to 5,800. Rare moonlight fox, beauty and strength combined, the perfect lady's choice, 12,000 to take it home. Each shout was like a heavy hammer smashing into Lu Ming's heart. 8,000, 5,000, 10,000, these numbers were like astronomical figures to him. His entire savings couldn't even cover a fraction of the cheapest pet egg. Despair, like cold vines, began to wrap around his heart. At this moment, a sharp voice cracked like a whip in his ear. Oh. Isn't that Lu Ming, the once-in-a-century genius from Xinghui High School? What, came to the beast pet market to broaden your horizons? A few lackeys led by the rich second-generation Zhang Hao surrounded him, deliberately forming a circle to trap Lu Ming in the middle. Zhang Hao held a proud fire-claw weasel on a leash. The beast's fur was shiny, and flames danced in faint orange around its claws. It arrogantly raised its head, giving Lu Ming the same disdainful look as its owner. Zhang Hao scanned Lu Ming from head to toe with exaggerated eyes. His gaze especially lingered on Lu Ming's bloodied right hand and the collar of his shirt, which had turned white from washing, and a malicious smile stretched across his lips. Lu Ming, what happened to your hand? Could it be that you got hurt practicing bare-handed beast fighting? Ha ha ha. Zhang Hao intentionally raised his voice, drawing the attention of many around them. What, with your poor, pitiful look, you want to buy a pet beast? If your sickly sister finds out, she'll probably die from anger, huh? Ha ha ha. The lackeys immediately burst out laughing loudly. Brother Hao is brilliant. A person like him can't even afford a guard dog. I heard his parents died in the secret realm, left with mountains of debt, his sister is about to die from illness, and he still dreams of becoming a beast tamer? Even if the Fireclaw weasel poops, it would be enough for his whole family to eat for a month. Filthy words shot towards Lu Ming like poisonous arrows, dense and relentless. His fists were clenched tightly by his sides, his nails digging deep into the wound on his palm, the sharp pain helping him hold on to his almost breaking sanity. He couldn't make a move, couldn't start trouble. The money in his pocket was his sister's life-saving money, and he couldn't afford to provoke a rich second generation like Zhang Hao. Lu Ming took a deep breath, trying to squeeze through the crowd, and murmured, "Move aside." Move aside? Zhang Hao pushed further, slamming his hand onto Lu Ming's shoulder with enough force to make him stagger. Don't be in such a hurry to leave, Lu the genius. Since you're here, let us brothers help you out. What kind of divine pet do you want to buy? None of your business. Lu Ming's voice was cold as he tried to break free, but Zhang Hao's lackeys immediately surrounded him even tighter. Why is it none of my business? Zhang Hao leaned in, a mocking grin on his face, like a cat catching a mouse. We're classmates, I'm just concerned for you. You look so pathetic. Today, Hao Gu will show some kindness and help you make a decision. He grabbed Lu Ming and forcibly dragged him towards the deepest, most remote, and quietest corner of the market. The stalls there were dilapidated, and the pets in the cages were mostly lethargic, exuding a sense of decay. Zhang Hao walked straight to a stall manned by an old, bearded man who was dozing off. The stall only had a rusty iron cage. Inside was a small, emaciated, sickly dog with sparse fur and several dull, yellowish scales on its back, lying there as if it was barely alive, struggling even to lift its head. Next to it, a wooden sign read, Earthscale Dog, 150 gold crystals. See that? Zhang Hao pointed to the Earthscale dog, his voice full of an irrefutable command. This thing is a perfect match for you. A useless person with a useless pet, a match made in heaven. Today, you're buying it. Lu Ming's pupils suddenly contracted. The Earthscale dog. It was the textbook example of a useless pet recognized by Beastmaster textbooks. Its growth potential was nearly zero, contracting it would be like cutting off his own future. It wasn't just robbery, it was an attempt to completely crush his hopes of becoming a Beastmaster. I don't want it. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and tried to turn and leave. Don't want it? Zhang Hao's expression darkened as he signaled to his lackeys. Two lackeys immediately grabbed Lu Ming's arms tightly. Zhang Hao snatched the pocket Lu Ming was desperately holding onto, pulling out the old, faded cloth bag inside. Take out the money. Zhang Hao shouted. Give it back to me. That's my sister's medicine money. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fury, struggling with all his might, but his weak body was no match for the two lackeys. Zhang Hao roughly opened the cloth bag, spilling the few crumpled bills and coins into his palm, counting them with disdain. Ha, 200 gold crystals? You're really poor. He took out 150 gold crystals, tossing the remaining money in the cloth bag back at Lu Ming like trash. Hao Gu is in a good mood today, so I'll pay for this useless pet for you. Zhang Hao walked up to the old stall owner and tossed the money at him. Old man, this earth dog is bought by Lu the genius. The old man was startled awake, his murky eyes glanced at the money, then at the subdued Lu Ming and the smug Zhang Hao. He immediately understood what was happening and put on a fawning expression, nodding hurriedly, all right, it's sold, it's sold. Zhang Hao took the cage key the old man handed him, opened the cage door, and pulled the half-dead Earthscale dog out like it was garbage, then walked up to Lu Ming. Here, Lu Ming, take your divine pet. Zhang Hao's face twisted into an extreme expression of humiliation as he shoved the Earthscale dog roughly into Lu Ming's arms. The little dog was light as a feather, almost weightless, cold and weak. Listen, Zhang Hao whispered into Lu Ming's ear, his tone venomously malicious. If you don't take this useless thing home and contract it properly today, tomorrow I'll send people to your house. They'll see your sickly sister. I heard that patients with cold marrow disease are most afraid of scares. What do you think? Lu Ming's body stiffened as though drenched in icy water. He stared at Zhang Hao, his eyes burning with a deep, overwhelming hatred and murderous intent, but he couldn't act. His sister, Lu Xiaoyu's pale face flashed before his eyes, and the heart-wrenching sound of her coughing seemed to echo in his ears. He couldn't afford to take any risks. All his struggles and resistance were completely crushed in this moment. For his sister, he had to swallow this bitter fruit and endure this ultimate humiliation. He lowered his head, not allowing Zhang Hao to see the flames in his eyes that seemed ready to burn everything to the ground. With all his might, he squeezed out 3 words from between his teeth: "I'll buy." His voice was hoarse, but carried a chilling coldness that made one's heart race. "Ha ha ha. That's more like it." Zhang Hao laughed proudly, patting Lu Ming's cheek. "A useless person should know their place. From now on, you and this worthless dog will live your miserable life together. Lu Ming, you should just change your name to Mud Scales Ming. Hold on to your useless dog and roll around in the mud together. We're leaving." After saying that, he led his lackeys away, leaving behind a harsh, mocking laugh that echoed in the air. The onlookers around pointed and whispered, some with sympathy, some with disdain, and most with numbness. Lu Ming tightly held the cold, weak, and discarded mud-scaled dog in his arms. His nails dug deeply into his palm from the force, blood oozing out from between his fingers, dripping onto the cold ground. He lowered his head, step by step, like a walking corpse, leaving the market that had stripped him of his dignity. The setting sun stretched his shadow long, casting it on the cold ground, distorted and lonely. The mud-scaled dog in his arms breathed faintly, as if it would stop at any moment. The road ahead was dim, with not a trace of light. This hopeless beginning seemed to have already determined the failure of the end. Chapter 3, A Roar of Despair and a Turnaround? The cold home was even more suffocating than the noisy market. The smell of mold and medicine filled the air, intertwining into a web of despair, thick enough to suffocate anyone. The only warmth seemed to be the occasional weak cough from his younger sister in the inner room, suppressed with great effort, piercing Lu Ming's heart like a needle. Lu Ming placed the mud-scaled dog, which had cost a whole 150 gold crystals, almost 1/10 of this broken family's savings, and was acquired with endless humiliation, heavily on the cold stone floor. The little thing lay there weakly, not even having the strength to whimper. He suddenly crouched down, under the dim moonlight filtering in through the window, like a starving wolf eyeing its prey, staring hard at this so-called hope. The more he looked, the stronger the cold hatred and absurdity from deep within his bones surged. It was small, shriveled, with gray-brown fur like dead grass, rough to the touch. The few so-called scales on its back were dull, like rusted iron, their edges curled as if they would crumble at a touch. Its eyes were hollow, dull, devoid of any spirit, only showing a dead silence, as though it had been abandoned by the entire world and could no longer muster the energy to struggle. Lu Ming let out a low growl from his throat, similar to a wounded beast. He suddenly reached out, not to caress it, but to almost violently squeeze the mud-scaled dog's spine. He felt the sharp bones and lifeless flesh beneath his hand. Cultivation. First stage. He used his pitiful mental energy to sense. The feedback was so weak it almost made him laugh. This was worse than a stray dog on the street. Skill. Bite? He concentrated all his attention, and the answer he received nearly drove him insane. What the hell kind of skill is this? What animal can't bite? He wouldn't give up. Like a madman, he rushed to the bed. He pulled out the old wooden box from the bottom gap, took out the badly worn, bloodline detection stone, left by his parents. He pressed the stone hard against the mud-scaled dog's forehead, as if holding onto the last straw for a drowning person. The stone flickered weakly a few times on the surface, like the heartbeat of a dying patient. Finally, a dim, almost extinguished gray light spot appeared, with 2 blurry ancient characters beside it: ordinary. The lowest rank, ordinary. It was worse than Zhang Hao's Fireclaw Weasel's ordinary peak. Trash among trash. Ha 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 ha. Lu Ming let go of his hand, the detection stone fell to the ground with a muffled sound. He lowered his head, his shoulders began to tremble uncontrollably, and he let out a suppressed, twisted laugh. Hope? This is fucking hope? What was bought with humiliation and nearly all the life savings was a useless thing that wouldn't even take up space as garbage. To use it for the Beastmaster College entrance exam? It probably won't even make it through the door of the exam hall, and will end up being swept into the trash heap as a joke along with it. This is not hope, this is fate spitting a thick, contemptuous spit right in his face. It is Zhang Hao, that bastard, once again ruthlessly trampling on his dignity. Brother? The door to the inner room was gently pushed open a crack, and Lu Xiaoyu, holding onto the doorframe, peeked out with a pale face that was almost transparent. She saw the poor little dog on the ground, and more importantly, the twisted expression on her brother's face, mixed with despair, anger, and nearly brokenness. The girl's heart tightened suddenly. She forced out a smile that was harder to make than crying, her voice soft as if afraid to shatter something. Brother, you brought it back? It looks so small, we can raise it together. She carefully walked forward, crouched down, and reached out her bony fingers, nearly only skin and bone. With extreme gentleness, she touched the dry fur on the little landscale dog's back. The little thing seemed to tremble slightly, but it was still lifeless. It's okay, brother, Lu Xiaoyu lifted her head, her clear eyes struggling to show a light of trust. You're so amazing, you can definitely do it. I will get better soon and help take care of it. I will eat less in the future and save money to buy food for it. A sudden chill swept over her. Her words stopped abruptly, unable to control her arms, and her small body shook violently. Her face turned even paler, and her lips turned a horrific shade of purple. These understanding, mature words were like a red-hot branding iron, fiercely burning into Lu Ming's heart. They instantly woke him from his twisted hatred, replaced by a deeper, heavier, and more powerless pain. He jerked his head away, his chest constricted, unable to look at his sister's pure yet burdened eyes anymore. He was afraid he would lose control and completely break down in front of her. He shoved the Landscale dog roughly into a basket lined with torn cotton, then, like avoiding something, rushed to the crooked wooden table. On the table was a small ledger with the original owner's records, and the numbers on it felt like death warrants. He grabbed the stubby pencil, his fingers trembling violently from the extreme pressure, nearly snapping the pencil in half. Little Rain needs another dose of warm blood powder, 50 golden crystals. He muttered softly, each word laced with blood. Rye bread, 10 days, 30 golden crystals. Rent, 2 months overdue, tomorrow. The interest owed to Boss Wang has rolled over again. Each line of numbers became cold ropes, tightening around his neck, choking him with suffocation. Money. 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 There were only a few golden crystals left in his pockets. He could barely afford his sister's next dose of medicine to suppress her pain. The Flame Heart Lotus worth millions of golden crystals? That was a fucking myth. Despair, like endless dark tides, completely submerged him. His identity as a time traveler? Useless. Knowledge as a doctor of biological genetics? In this Beastmaster world, it was a joke. In the dead of night, the cold moonlight, like frost, covered the yard. Lu Ming sat alone on the cold stone steps, like a soulless statue. The Landscale dog curled up by his feet, its breath weak, almost invisible. An overwhelming sense of powerlessness and self-doubt, like millions of venomous bugs, gnawed at his reason and will. Give up, just give up. The devil-like whisper echoed in his mind. With this start, what's the point of struggling? Parents dead, sister terminally ill, drowning in debt, talent useless, pet beast garbage. Ah, perfect. Effort? What to use to try? Why try? Maybe the death would set everyone free, it would be better for everyone. Those dark, negative thoughts. Like rotting poison bubbles in a swamp, constantly surging, exploding, releasing deadly poison gas. It tempts him to sink, tempts him to walk toward what seems like an easy end. His gaze slowly dims, like a candle in the wind, about to be completely consumed by darkness. At the moment when his consciousness is about to sink into the eternal ice abyss. His eyes, uncontrollably, fixed intensely on the small window in the inner room, covered with old newspapers. Behind the window is his only attachment in this cold world. It is his sister, who is suffering from a terminal illness but still tries to smile at him. It is the sensible, heartbreaking Lu Xiaoyu. She is still waiting for him. She believes in him. She needs him. No. A scream, as if from the deepest part of his soul, mixed with endless pain, unwillingness, and a crazy obsession, suddenly erupted from Lu Ming's throat. He jumped up like a mad trapped beast from the stone steps, his eye sockets instantly tearing open in bright red. He raised his hand, using all his strength, filled with the utmost self-hate for his moment of cowardice, and slapped himself hard. Smack! The crisp sound exploded in the dead silence of the night like thunder. Half of his cheek immediately turned red and swollen, the fiery pain like a pot of boiling oil, waking up his consciousness about to sink. Lu Ming! You're a damn useless piece of trash. Bastard! He howled toward the cold night sky, his spit flying with blood streaks. How can you think of giving up? Xiaoyu is still inside. She's still waiting for you to save her. You must find a way. There must be a way. Even if there is no road, use your teeth to gnaw, use your hands to dig, and dig a way out. Despair and a twisted, intense desire to survive. Like two destructive, earth-shattering torrents, they violently collided and strangled in his mind, in the depths of his soul. It almost tore apart his reason, his soul, about to explode. He painfully clutched his head, which seemed about to explode, his nails deeply digging into his scalp, blood oozing out. A suppressed, beast-like whimper and roar came from his throat, as if a dying animal. His entire body curled up under the cold moonlight, shaking violently, on the brink of total madness. At the moment when the string of reason was about to snap, and his soul seemed to be torn apart by his extreme emotions. Buzz! His mind suddenly shook. Like the birth of the universe, an invisible thunderous roar exploded deep in his consciousness. All the pain, struggle, despair, screams, and crazy obsession, at that moment, strangely, absolutely froze. Time, space, thoughts, emotions, everything was paused. Then, a lively, yet somewhat teasing and lazily inexplicable girl's voice. As if crossing endless time and space, it suddenly and clearly echoed in his mind. Ding! Detecting the host's strong and twisted survival instinct combined with a rotten soul, emotional threshold met, fulfilling the system's ultimate invincible supercool overlord clause binding condition. Loading. Chapter 4, The Roar of the Poor Man. Buzz. The vibration did not come from the outside, but directly exploded from deep within his soul. Like the first thunderclap that split the heavens, it forcefully pulled him back from the edge of collapse. Lu Ming's action of holding his head and howling froze instantly. All the painful whimpering and mad struggling were suddenly choked off by an invisible hand, halting abruptly. His consciousness was forcibly pulled away from the cold and desperate reality. It was cast into a brilliant space, made of endless data and starlight. Where is this? Lu Ming looked around in confusion, shocked by this unimaginable scene. In the center of this illusionary space, a blurry, pure light and shadow formed a girl's ghostly figure rapidly. She appeared to be 14 or 15 years old, wearing a strange skirt he had never seen before, with swaying twin ponytails. Her facial features were so exquisite that they exceeded the limits of mortal imagination. The whole body exuded a lively yet mocking aura. However, the first thing she said was like a bucket of ice water mixed with sharp thorns. It smashed the faint hope that Lu Ming had just felt from the sudden change. Wow, the light and shadow girl. Lu Ming's mind automatically brought up her name Little Chi, exaggeratedly covered her little mouth with her hand. Her big eyes scanned Lu Ming up and down, the disgust almost turning into something tangible. This is the host that the system carefully selected, randomly bound? A poor home, a sick little sister, and a talent so terrible it could shake the world. Starting with a street dog, TSK, still a complete failure, a textbook-level disaster movie scene. This system really has terrible luck, binding with you. This repair difficulty is like the luxurious VIP package of the 18 levels of hell. Lu Ming's thoughts almost came to a halt, a mix of humiliation, anger, and absurdity surged to his head. What kind of desperate struggle had he just gone through? He almost ended it all. Now this absurd thing pops up to mock him? You mother. Lu Ming's eyes turned red instantly, not from being moved, but from anger. He roared at the girl. What the hell are you? Where were you when I almost died? Now you show up to talk nonsense? Get lost. Oh my, not so calm. Little Chi put her hands on her hips, perfectly expressing the words asking for a beating. But well, since you're bound, I guess you got lucky. This system is called the God-level Beast Master System. The best in the universe, specialized in curing all disobedience and weaklings. A series of complex messages forcefully flowed into Lu Ming's mind, without giving him a chance to refuse. Core Function 1, True Sight, Beginner, see through all information, weaknesses, treasures, hidden evolution paths. Little Chi interjected, anyone you glare at will get pregnant, oh no, anyone you glare at will know your secrets. Core Function 2, Task System, release tasks, guide strengthening, and offer generous rewards. Core Function 3, Points Mall, exchange for treasures from all realms, but you need points. Points? Do tasks, absorb energy. Poor host, ready to work yourself to death? Core Function 4, Cultivation Assistance, superpowered cultivation to prevent the dumb bird from falling to its death. The flood of information rushed past, and Lu Ming was overwhelmed by this sudden, unimaginable huge opportunity, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it might explode. A god-level system. See through everything. Exchange across realms. This isn't just a golden finger. The huge surprise drowned his previous anger and doubts like a tsunami. Hope. Real hope. Ha ha ha. Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh out loud in his consciousness space. He laughed so hard that tears almost came out, and all his previous madness and despair turned into extreme joy. System. You finally came. I knew it. Heaven will not abandon me, Lu Ming. But the next second, a stronger thought shot up like a venomous snake. But why the hell didn't you come sooner? Do you know I almost died just now? I almost gave up everything. Do you know how much humiliation I suffered? If you had come a little earlier, I wouldn't have had to suffer Zhang Hao's nonsense. I wouldn't have had to buy that. His words suddenly stopped, and he abruptly remembered the scrap at his feet. Why are you still standing there? You fool of a host. Little Chi stomped her foot in displeasure. Try your newbie benefits. Use True Sight on that almost dying street dog at your feet. Let me see what kind of earth-shattering treasure you picked up. Lu Ming suddenly snapped back to his senses, suppressing the resentment towards the system for being late and his current excitement. He focused his mind, concentrating his eyes, and looked at the nearly dead street dog on the ground. Buzz. Name, street-scaled dog. The bloodline was silent, the innate deficiencies, the life force slipping away. Weaknesses, abdomen, nose, fear of cold, fear of strong light. Evaluation, a common bottom-tier creature, compatibility negligible, recommended to be discarded to avoid wasting rations. The information in front of him made his heart sink to the depths, and the evaluation was even more venomous. But at the very bottom of the information bar, a tiny line of text that shimmered with scorching golden light, like an explosion in the universe, slammed into his vision. Hidden information: Supreme Evolution Path. Hidden Evolution Path: Earthscale Dog, Common, Hell 3-headed Dog, Mid-tier, Subsequent Unlocked, Ultimate Form, World-destroying Ancestor Dragon, Super God Tier. Hiss. Lu Ming's breath instantly stopped. His pupils shrank to the size of needle tips. His brain went blank. Hell 3-headed Dog? Mid-tier? World-destroying Ancestor Dragon? Super God Tier? These myth-like words, carrying the power to destroy stars, shattered his barren understanding to pieces. The Earth Dog he had seen as a mark of shame, despised by everyone. There was actually a Supreme Evolution Path inside it leading straight to the Super God Tier? This wasn't a wasted pet at all. This was clearly an untapped world-destroying deity. A tsunami of ecstasy surged through him like a river breaking its dam, drowning him instantly. It shook his very soul. He wanted to roar, to shout, to crush all the suppression completely. Hope. Real hope, the kind that could overturn everything. Ding. Just at that moment, the cold system prompt sounded. Triggering initial guidance task, the beginning of the Demon Dragon. Task requirements: within 24 hours, collect the materials required for the first evolution of Hell 3-headed Dog, low-quality Fire Crystal Core X1, Shadowgrass X1. Host's blood is ready. Task rewards: Beginner Gift Pack X1, System Points 100. Failure penalty: host's appearance permanently reduced by 50%, including facial disfigurement, skin pitting, receding hairline, etc., and attached doom aura, weak, for 24 hours. Shao-Chi read the penalty content in a sweet, honey-like voice, slowly, with a hint of sarcasm, yet also a tone that couldn't be refuted. The ecstasy on Lu Ming's face instantly froze. Appearance reduced by 50%? Doom aura? Could this system punishment be any more malicious? But the next second, a colder, more piercing reality stabbed into his heart like an ice pick. Low-quality Fire Crystal Core, about 100 gold crystals. Shadowgrass, about 50 gold crystals. Total, 150 gold crystals. And Lu Ming instinctively reached into his pocket, which was cleaner than his face. For this useless pet, he had emptied everything. The few remaining gold crystals were his sister Lu Xiaoya's life-saving money, the last hope to buy warm blood powder. It absolutely couldn't be touched. After the overwhelming surprise came an even deeper abyss of embarrassment and despair. He opened his mouth, his throat dry as if rubbed by sandpaper. He barely squeezed out a mournful wail from the depths of his soul, shouting at the light shadow girl in his mind. Shao-Chi. I don't have any money left. Not a single penny. Where do you want me to steal from? Where do you want me to rob? Chapter 5, The First Signs of Control. In his mind, Shao-Chi lazily snapped her fingers, her tone filled with a hint of mockery, yet also an undeniable guiding force. Alright, useless host, stop just fooling around and crying poor. The golden finger is given, but the path still has to be walked by yourself. Now, get yourself together for this system. Try to calm down and feel the location of your dantian. Yes, it's just below your navel, the spot you feel when you hold in urine. Concentrate all your energy, imagine there's a warm energy being ignited there. Lu Ming took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anxiety about the 150 gold crystals and his lingering resentment toward the system's lateness, following the instructions and doing as told. He closed his eyes, gathered all his focus, and sank into that area said to contain the source of power, his dantian. At first, there was a haze and coldness, just like his current situation. But just when he was about to give up. Buzz. A faint, but incredibly real, warm flow emerged, like magma deep beneath the earth finally finding a crack. It quietly surged out from the deepest part of his dantian. This warm flow was as fine as a thread. But it was filled with a vibrant vitality, slowly beginning to flow through his limbs and bones along some mysterious, indescribable path. Is this the feeling of power? Lu Ming's heart shook violently. Where the warm current passed, the exhaustion of the past days and the coldness of his soul seemed to dissipate slightly. His five senses became extraordinarily sharp at this moment. He could clearly catch the faint but steady breathing of his sister, Lu Xiaoyu, inside the room, and he could distinguish the faint smell of mildew and medicine in the air. He could even vaguely sense the faint heartbeat of the soil-scale dog at his feet. This is control over power. The source of the beast master's strength. The foundation for contracting, commanding, and strengthening pet beasts. Ding. Host has successfully guided the power, profession certification updated, apprentice beastmaster, lower tier. Total power, 5/5, slight as dust, urgently needs improvement, The system's notification sound was cold and precise, like a splash of cold water, reminding him of the insignificance of this power. But Lu Ming couldn't care about that. He eagerly tried to use this newly awakened, weak power. Through the fragile soul link he had just established, he cautiously injected this power into the soil-scaled dog at his feet. Woo! The soil-scaled dog, once lifeless and seemingly on the verge of death, suddenly trembled violently. In its dull, lifeless eyes, there actually flickered a faint, almost unnoticeable glimmer. It struggled, lifting its once drooping head with great difficulty, letting out a weak but real whimper. Even the few rusty scales on its back seemed to have been infused with some vitality, faintly glowing with a deep, earthy yellow light. Effective! Truly effective. However, this uplifting sight lasted no more than 4 seconds. Lu Ming felt a slight dizziness in his mind, as the 5 points of power were quickly consumed, like the ebbing of a tide. The faint light in the soil-scaled dog's eyes quickly extinguished, and its head once again drooped powerless. It returned to its half-dead, lifeless state, even appearing weaker than before. Tisk, Shaoqi's sharp tongue sounded timely, 5 points of power, duration 3.7 seconds, host, your endurance, really opens my eyes. Remember, power is the lifeline of a beastmaster. Once it's completely exhausted, at best you'll feel dizzy and vulnerable to being slaughtered, at worst you'll fall unconscious and become fish meat on the chopping block. With your small body, if you don't practice to the extreme, don't even think about raising a world-destroying ancestral dragon, you can't even afford a watchdog. Lu Ming gasped, suppressing the weakness in his body, but his heart was boiling. Although brief, although weak, this was indeed real, extraordinary power. The first step in changing his destiny. This made him feel an unprecedented desire for the 150 gold crystal materials. At this moment, a larger, more systematic flow of information poured into his mind about the strict power system of this world. Loading knowledge of cultivation and equipment system. Beastmaster Realm, 1 to 14 levels, Apprentice, Junior, Intermediate, all the way to the legendary Genesis level. Each level is divided into lower, middle, upper, and peak stages. Progress is difficult, requiring both the individual and pet beast to grow together. Pet Beast Realm, 1 to 14 levels, levels 1 to 9 are common, level 10 is the Lord, level 11 is the King, level 14 is Genesis, with each breakthrough as difficult as reaching the sky. Pet Beast Bloodline, 1 to 12 grades, from the lowest common grade, to middle, upper, all the way to super divine grade. The Bloodline grade directly determines the potential ceiling, with high-grade bloodlines having a crushing advantage over low-grade ones. Equipment System, 1 to 12 levels, from common artifacts to spirit artifacts, treasure artifacts, all the way to sacred artifacts with the power of laws. Top-tier equipment carries skills or huge bonuses, worth a fortune. This strict level system unfolded like a grand and cruel painting before Lu Ming's eyes. At this moment, he was merely the smallest, most insignificant dot at the very edge of this painting. And his soil-scaled dog, however, possessed a hidden path that led directly to the center of the painting, even surpassing it. Hope and reality once again formed a sharp contrast. The cost of the 150 gold crystals for the material fee was like a cold, icy chasm, standing between him and this grand painting. With the system, but the first step is still stuck on money. A wave of helplessness mixed with a thought of maybe just forget it swept over him again. But when his gaze swept over his sister's tightly shut door, hearing the sound of her shivering uncontrollably from the cold inside, and seeing the dirt-scaled dog at his feet, bearing the only hope but unable to even stand steady. No! I must get the money. Right now. Immediately. Lu Ming's eyes instantly turned sharp like a knife, all hesitation and weakness completely severed. He clenched his fist tightly, his nails deeply embedded into his palm, the pain snapping him into full alertness. But what about the method? The current way was too slow. The crooked paths were out of the question. In his frustration, he dashed out of the house like a cornered beast. He ran aimlessly through the streets of Qingshi City at night, as if trying to exhaust his body to drive away the anxiety in his heart. Unknowingly, the surrounding scenery shifted. The cold night wind was replaced by a warm, fragrant breeze, and the dim streetlights were covered by dazzling neon lights. The sound of silk and bamboo instruments, women's delicate laughter, and men's boisterous voices intertwined into a dizzying melody. He looked up and was shocked to realize that he had run all the way to Qingshi City's famous den of indulgence, the 100 Flowers Tower. With its carved beams and painted rafters, brightly lit, women in revealing clothes and seductive postures smiling invitingly, trying to draw in customers. White skin and graceful curves were outlined in the soft glow of the lights, creating a heart-pounding scene. Lu Ming had never seen anything like this before. His face instantly turned red, his heart pounded like a drum, and his feet felt like they were nailed to the ground, unable to move forward or backward. Wow! Wow, wow, wow! Little Chi's voice in his head was excited, shouting wildly. A large-scale immersive entertainment venue from another world? Host. Opportunity has arrived. Go in quickly. You might trigger the hidden missions deep into the tiger's den and expose the dark secrets. Rich rewards, a chance to get rich. This system is giving you mental support. I. Lu Ming's head was spinning from Little Chi's encouragement, his cheeks burning. At this moment, a woman in a scarlet dress, with a hot body, noticed his pure and awkward look and found it amusing. She smiled and twisted her slender waist as she approached, extending her jade hand coated with rouge, speaking in a soft, seductive voice. This little brother looks so unfamiliar, it's so cold standing out here. Come in and have a warm drink, let us sisters keep you company. The fragrance in her words shot through his spine like electricity, and Lu Ming froze, like a startled rabbit, jumping back suddenly, flailing his hands in confusion. No. It's fine. Thank you. I went to the wrong place. Before he could finish, he had turned and fled at full speed, sprinting away like he was running a 100-meter dash, with the sound of teasing laughter from the women behind him. He kept running until he reached a quiet street, leaning against a cold wall, panting heavily, his heartbeat slowly calming down. Lu Ming. Get a grip. He cursed himself quietly. Your sister is still suffering, evolution is urgent, and you almost got distracted. The right path is slow, the wrong path is dangerous, so there's only one choice. He clenched his fist, his gaze once again becoming firm and resolute. He looked in the direction of a certain part of the city and then turned back, looking deeply at the faintly lit window. Wang Tao, Li Hu. He whispered the names of two people in the original memory that might help, even though hope was slim. And everything in the house that can be sold. Chapter 6, The Price of Materials. The cold reality hit Lu Ming's head, which had just been stirred by the system, like the unmelting ice of the northern lands, mixed with a biting wind. Ding! Little Chi's lively voice, tinged with a bit of mischievous amusement, rang out just at the right moment, like a devil's whisper. Based on the latest market data obtained from this system's connection to the world's information database, the cost of the materials needed for the host's evolution is as follows. Inferior Fire Crystal Core, market price about 100 gold crystals. Shadow Grass, market price about 50 gold crystals. Total, 150 gold crystals. This number, like a rusty, dull knife, repeatedly sliced at Lu Ming's heart. 150 gold crystals. For the original owner, who just recently quibbled over a few copper coins. This was undoubtedly the last straw that broke the camel's back. Even for Lu Ming, who now had the system. This was a gap that seemed impossible to cross, the first, and the most steep cliff on the road to hope. However, Xiao Qi's thoughtful service was far from over. Oh, by the way, host, her voice was filled with a gloating tone, and fingers made of light and shadow danced in the air. She pulled out a virtual list that made Lu Ming's scalp tingle, to give you a clear understanding of the future. Here is a preview of the insignificant materials required for the next evolution of the Cerberus, please take a look. High-quality dragon blood crystal, market price starts at 100,000 gold crystals, no market supply. Yumming soul stone, market price? Gold crystals, extremely rare, often traded by barter. Void crystal, market price host, you'd better not know yet, or your mind might collapse. There was a long list of materials that, just by hearing their names, made one's head spin. Each one's estimated price was enough to make the current Lu Ming despair 10,000 times. From common dirt dog to a god-level world-ending demon dragon, this road was not just about defying fate. This was a divine staircase paved with mountains of gold and silver, and countless rare treasures. Every step meant an unimaginable resource investment. Another pressure, like a lurking venomous snake, constantly gnawed at his nerves. From the inner room came the faint sound of Lu Xiaoyu trying to suppress but still unable to control her chattering teeth from the cold. Her next dose of warm sungrass to temporarily suppress the pain of cold bone syndrome would need dozens of gold crystals. The pressure of survival and future investment, like two heavy mountains, pressed together, squeezing his narrow space for survival. Host, stop zoning out, Xiao Qi, never one to miss a good show, said with glee. Time waits for no one. Think about the punishment for failure. Your appearance will permanently decrease by 50%. System enforces it, guaranteeing you'll become unrecognizable, even your sister won't know you. By then, even if you're rich and your sister is cured, you'll have become a hideous monster, TSK. That scene is too beautiful, maybe even the girls from the 100 Flowers building will run away when they see you. Shut up. Lu Ming growled, his facial muscles twitching. Xiao Qi's description was vivid, and a chill ran down his spine, straight to the top of his head. The price of failure, he absolutely could not bear. The immense pressure surged like a tide, almost drowning him. A deep-rooted despair and helplessness from the original owner of this body, embedded in his bones. Like black vines, it crazily wrapped around his heart, wanting to drag him into the abyss of collapse. He could almost hear the buzzing sound of the rational threads about to snap. At this critical moment, a cold, completely different thought, like lightning splitting through the darkness, suddenly erupted from the depths of his soul. Wait, why am I panicking? Lu Ming suddenly froze. This sudden calm, even carrying a sense of superiority, surprised him. This was not the emotion of the original owner, an 18-year-old boy. This was mine. Lu Ming's. Belonging to the Lu Ming who, in the laboratory, could stay absolutely rational in the face of complex data and emergencies. I am Lu Ming. From another world, Lu Ming. I am not this pitiful worm who can only passively endure fate. A powerful confidence, like a rock, instantly stabilized his mind, which was on the verge of collapsing. The people of this world are used to relying on the established beast controlling system and resources, but I am different. His brain began to operate at an unprecedented speed. I have a knowledge system they do not possess. There is scientific research methodology, and a way of thinking that looks for breakthrough points in adversity. Is 150 gold crystals a lot? Yes, for me now, it's an astronomical number. But what if we break it down? A low-quality fire element crystal nucleus, essentially, it's the energy condensation of low-level fire-type creatures. Shadowgrass, it's a plant with a specific elemental affinity. These materials have fixed acquisition channels and prices in this world, but is there no unconventional, cheaper way to obtain them? The true side eye, it can see through the essence. People in this world use it to identify pets and materials, but can I use it to pick up a bargain? Or discover some value that common sense has overlooked? And this body, an apprentice beast master, level 5 in spiritual power. Weak, but it's a starting point. How can I make the most of these 5 points of spiritual power? How can I train and improve it? Isn't this also an experiment that can be optimized? The most important thing is, Lu Ming's eyes became sharp like a surgical knife. Time. I still have over 23 hours. It's far from the point of hopelessness. Panic and despair are the least efficient emotions, they only waste time. At this moment, the soul of the traveler truly began to merge with this world. And it showed its unique advantage, thinking unconstrained by fixed frameworks, and a powerful analytical and action-oriented ability based on scientific rationality. The huge pressure did not crush Lu Ming, but instead, it was like a heavy hammer, it forged the resilience and wisdom of his modern elite soul. Panic and despair were forcefully suppressed deep inside, and a strong, action-oriented drive, based on calm analysis, started to activate like a precision instrument. There was no time for lamenting, no time for complaints. He must act immediately. With his brain, not just emotions. His gaze became sharp like an eagle's, quickly scanning the cold, dilapidated, bare house. His eyes were like the most critical investor, evaluating everything in sight that could possibly have value. The crooked-legged wooden table? The material is ordinary, no added value. The rickety chair? Same. The hard, matted cotton blanket on the bed? Low practical value. In the end, his gaze locked onto the old wooden box in the corner, covered in dust. It was a relic left by his parents. He quickly walked over and opened the box. Inside were a few old clothes, a yellowed old book, and something carefully wrapped in soft cloth, a dull metal badge engraved with a blurry torn sun pattern, and an ordinary silver hairpin left by his mother. When his fingers touched the cold badge and the beast taming notes his father had annotated, a thought flashed through his mind. These items, aside from their sentimental and slight material value, do they contain informational value? Can the true side eye read out some forgotten, possibly useful clues from them? At the same time, he thought, selling them is the last resort, the most direct way to get startup funds. But before that, I must plan every step. First, try the easiest and lowest cost option, ask Wang Tao or Li Hu to lend money, or see if there are quick jobs to earn small amounts of gold crystals. At the same time, activate the true side eye, like a scanner, to filter out any hidden opportunities along the way. Poor. Still thoroughly poor. Every item tells the story of this family's hardship. Lu Ming took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling from the intense mental activity. He carefully held the badge, the hairpin, and the notebook in his hand, and then glanced at the boots still in decent condition on his feet. Sacrifice is necessary, but it must be a wise sacrifice. He calmly told himself, using these temporarily useless resources to exchange for the most crucial first bucket of gold, this is an investment, not waste. Then, from the inner room, came Lu Xiaoyu's suppressed painful gasp. Lu Ming suddenly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his eyes were filled with the calm and determination of a deep abyss. The panic had been dispelled, replaced by a clear plan and the courage to fight to the death. He slowly put the badge, hairpin, and notebook into his pocket, then picked up his pair of leather boots. His voice was dry and hoarse, yet it carried an unquestionable decision, a decision made after rational thought, which echoed in the cold air. This is the only way for now. Chapter 7, Brotherly Love in the Snow. Carrying a few old, meager belongings he had found at home and the remaining few dozen gold crystals, Lu Ming took a deep breath of the piercing, bone-chilling air. It was as if he was trying to shove the humiliation, anxiety, and heavy pressure churning in his chest deep down into the bottom of his heart. Time, at this moment, felt like the finest sand in an hourglass, each passing second striking his tense nerves. Without a moment's hesitation, his mind quickly locked onto the two clearest figures in the original owner's memory. The two most likely to lend a helping hand, Wang Tao, Li Hao. They were the true comrades who had rolled in the mud together, shared the last piece of black bread together. He immediately began running toward the dusty public training ground on the outskirts of the city, the cold wind whipping past his ears, but it couldn't blow away the urgency in his heart. Before he even got close, the unique noise of the training ground hit him, the roars of the beasts. The dull sounds of energy collisions, the shouts of boys filled with exhaustion and unwillingness intertwined, forming a true picture of apprentices at the bottom struggling to survive. From a distance, Lu Ming spotted the two familiar figures. In the most remote corner of the field, they were performing monotonous but essential repetitive training with their companions. Wang Tao, his body as solid as a newly adult stone rhinoceros, his skin darkened and shiny from long exposure to the sun, was drenched in sweat, shouting hoarsely as he directed his rock-armored bear. The bear, almost 1.5 meters tall, covered in gray-brown rock armor, shook the thick wooden stakes violently with each heavy impact. The dust that flew up stained Wang Tao's faded training clothes. A common-grade pet, second-level cultivation, decent defense, but clumsy attacks and poor speed. On the other side, Li Hao appeared slender and agile, his wind-patterned leopard darting back and forth across the field. Its sharp claws slicing through the specially made leather targets with a rapid and sharp sound. Li Hao's gaze was focused, his forehead glistening with fine beads of sweat. A peak common-grade pet, second-level cultivation, speed was his advantage, but his strength and defense were his weaknesses. Seeing his two brothers, who were still struggling with scarce resources, still giving their all for that faint hope of a future, Lu Ming couldn't help but compare it to the list of evolution materials worth 150 gold crystals in his hand, and the dying Earthscale dog still lying in the basket. Lu Ming's heart felt like it was being squeezed tightly by an invisible hand, and his nose uncontrollably tingled with a sourness. They were struggling just as hard, but they were still trying to climb higher. But now was not the time for sorrow. Lu Ming shook his head forcefully, suppressing the emotions that were bubbling up, and walked over quickly. Wang Tao. Li Hao. Hearing the shout, the two stopped their movements simultaneously, turning around in confusion. When they saw that it was Lu Ming, and that his face was pale, his eyes filled with a burning urgency they had never seen before, they both froze. Lu Ming? Wang Tao grunted in a rough voice, but then swallowed his words. He scratched his head, clearly remembering the awkward situation where Lu Ming had yet to contract a pet beast, not wanting to accidentally touch on his brother's pain. But Li Hao, being more perceptive, put away his leather target and noticed Lu Ming's right hand, simply bandaged yet still seeping with blood. His brows furrowed slightly. Lu Ming, what happened to you? What's going on? Lu Ming didn't have time for small talk, he took a deep breath. Directly diving into the core, the voice, due to extreme thirst and intense emotion, was hoarse. Brothers, I've run into big trouble, huge trouble. I urgently need some money to save my life, very, very urgent. His gaze was burning as he looked at the two. How much can you spare right now? Count it as a loan from me, I will definitely pay you back as soon as possible, even if I have to sell everything. He didn't say whose life he needed to save, nor did he mention Zhang Hao's humiliation and the outrageous bill. But the desperation and anxiety that nearly spilled from his eyes spoke volumes. Wang Tao and Li Hao exchanged glances, with no hesitation, not even a second of thought. Wait! Wang Tao shouted, like a cannonball, rushing to the side and grabbing that old coat, older than he was. With clumsy hands, he rummaged through all the pockets, finally pulling out a worn-out money pouch that had been sewn and washed many times. He didn't bother looking and dumped all the coins into his rough palm with a clatter. Most were worn copper coins and silver dollars, with only a pitiful few gold crystals. He counted carefully, even holding up a few worn silver coins to inspect their quality, before shoving all the coins, including those small worn copper coins, directly into Lu Ming's hands. Here. This is all I have, 35 gold crystals, and a few small bits. Take it for now. Wang Tao's voice remained loud, but it carried an undeniable determination as he patted his chest. Damn it, is that Zhang Hao's brat causing you trouble again? Don't worry, once I level up, I'll help you beat him up. Li Hao acted just as quickly. He took out a more shriveled but well-preserved money pouch from his inner pocket. The coins inside were fewer, but every single one shone brightly. He counted carefully, even weighing 2 coins that seemed to be of slightly lower purity separately. Then he unhesitatingly shoved all the gold crystals and the approximated equivalent in silver coins to Lu Ming, calmly saying, I have 28 gold crystals here. Lu Ming, don't be anxious, take your time. What's going on? Is Xiaoyu's illness getting worse again? The two of them combined ended up presenting nearly 63 gold crystals. For families like theirs, this was definitely their last resort savings. It could have taken years of saving, meant for potions for their pets or life-saving money for college exam fees. Wang Tao even slapped Lu Ming's shoulder hard, causing him to wince, but his heart felt warm. Is this enough? If not, just let me know. I'll go back home tonight and talk to my old man. I know where he hides his secret stash. I'll take a beating if needed, but I can still squeeze out 10 more gold crystals for you. Li Hao also nodded with emphasis, his gaze clear and resolute. Lu Ming, don't be polite with us. The college exam is important, but Xiao Yu's life is more important. We are brothers, we share the burden together. Use this money first, and if it's not enough, we'll find another way. There was not a trace of doubt, not a bit of hesitation or quarreling, only complete trust and unconditional support. This friendship, which suddenly ignited like a bonfire in the icy cold, was warm and intense enough to almost melt Lu Ming entirely. He held the heavy sum of money in his hands, still warm from the brothers, mixed with many loose coins. His throat felt blocked like it was stuffed with a burning stone, and his eyes grew warm, resonating fiercely with the emotions left behind in his own gratitude. He opened his mouth, wanting to say some words of thanks, but found every word at that moment was weak and powerless. He also understood what this money meant to Wang Tao and Li Hao. It could very well be their food expenses for the next few months, or even the key resource for their pets to advance before the college exam. Looking at Lu Ming's reddened eyes and rolling Adam's apple, unable to speak, Wang Tao deliberately straightened his face and lightly punched his chest. Hey, don't be all sappy. Are we still brothers or not? If you say thank you again, I'm going to get mad. He paused, grinning to reveal a mouthful of white teeth and made a poor joke. But when you make it big in the future and sign a contract with a divine pet, don't forget to invite us to Bai Wawu, to the tavern next door for a good drink. I heard their wheat beer is pretty good. Li Hao was also amused, shaking his head helplessly. Don't listen to this guy babbling nonsense. Lu Ming, remember, between brothers, we don't say these things. Go get things done, don't delay. Lu Ming looked at Wang Tao's pretended fierceness, which couldn't hide his concern, and Li Hao's gentle yet firm smile. He tried to pull out a smile, even if it looked worse than crying. He nodded heavily and firmly, deeply embedding all his gratitude, promises, and this weighty brotherhood in his heart. He clenched the money tightly in his palm, the sharp edges dug into the wounds of his hand, but the pain made him incredibly awake and determined. Brothers. I, Lu Ming, will remember this bond. 1,000 words finally turned into this hoarse yet serious sentence. He didn't say thank you, because those 2 words felt too light. Compared to Zhang Hao and his gang, who bullied others for fun, Wang Tao and Li Hao's willingness to help, even at the cost of going home to trick their dad, was a true friendship. It made Lu Ming deeply realize the harshness of the world and the preciousness of true feelings. With a determination to grow stronger, like black iron thrown into the furnace, he became harder and hotter in the flames of brotherhood. He wanted to grow stronger, not just for himself and his sister, but to one day have the ability to protect this precious friendship and repay the kindness offered in the midst of hardship today. Clutching the 63 golden crystals gathered by his friends. Along with his own, a warm current surged in Lu Ming's heart, but this warmth was quickly covered by the cold reality. There was still a long way to go to reach the goal of 150 golden crystals. The light of hope seemed so close, yet separated by an unavoidable barrier called poverty. He took a deep breath and looked over the bustling training ground, gazing far at the home that appeared even more rundown and cold in the sunset. Inside, there was almost nothing, but it was also the last place he could extract value from. His gaze became complex yet resolute. He whispered to himself, as if making a declaration of no return to the home that bore countless bitter memories and held his last hope. The rest can only rely on you. Chapter 8, The Choice of Sacrificing Flesh to Heal Wounds. With 65 golden crystals gathered by his brothers, Lu Ming's steps were heavier than when he left home. As he pushed open the door, his sister Lu Xiaoyu's suppressed cough pierced his heart like a needle. Brother? Are you back? Her weak but concerned voice came from inside. Yes, it's me. Lu Ming responded, trying to keep his voice steady. He stood in the center of the room, his gaze sweeping over this empty home. Hope was so close yet still separated by a cold barrier of money. The warmth of brotherhood filled his heart, but it couldn't plug the remaining hole. He had to make a choice. He first approached the small room where his parents used to live, dust dancing in the light streaming in. He opened the old wardrobe door, and a folded fur coat came into view. It was the coat his father wore during winter adventures, the leather faded and worn. Lu Ming's hand brushed over the rough surface. Beneath the cold touch, it seemed he could still feel a trace of warmth that had long dissipated. Brother, what are you looking for? His sister's voice came again from the room, filled with some confusion. Lu Ming paused, his heart felt as if it was being squeezed tight. He took a deep breath. It's nothing, little fish. I'm just looking for some old books and notes left by Dad to see if they can help with the college entrance exam. He lied. His voice was steady, but cold sweat trickled from his palms. Oh brother, you are really hard-working. Lu Xiaoyu's voice carried trust and a bit of pride. Don't tire yourself out too much. This unwavering trust made Lu Ming's throat feel blocked. He replied with an and quickly folded his coat. Then, he squatted down and dragged out a heavy wooden box from under the bed. The rusted lock broke when he pulled it hard. Inside the box were fragments of his parents' belongings. A few old books with cracked leather covers, his father's annotated basic beast taming manual, and his mother's common monster guide with specimens stuck inside. His fingertips brushed over the pages, trembling slightly. These books carried a lower-class beast tamer's entire hope for the future. He carefully set them aside. Then, his gaze was attracted by a small cloth bag in the corner. Untying the knot, inside was a simple silver hairpin with a cloud pattern on the top. Due to long-term handling, the surface was very smooth, even revealing some dark underlayers in places. This was one of the few ornaments his mother had before her passing. Ming held it tightly in his palm. The cold metal seemed to still carry a trace of distant warmth. A wave of great reluctance and sorrow surged up, making his eyes instantly red. Cough cough, cough. Suddenly, a violent coughing fit erupted from Lu Xiaoyu's room, more painful than any before, as if she were trying to cough up her internal organs. The sound was like the sharpest whip, shattering all of Ming's reluctance and hesitation. His expression suddenly turned fierce and determined. He gently closed his sister's room door, ensuring he wouldn't disturb her or touch the little items she cherished. He quickly yet gently packed the coat, old books, and silver hairpin, finally picking up the old radioalchemical device from the corner. Each item he picked up felt like he was personally carving a piece of flesh from himself. "Brother, what's that noise outside? Are you going out?" Lu Xiaoyu seemed to have heard the movement and asked weakly. Ming's actions froze again. He gritted his teeth, suppressing the lump in his throat, trying hard to make his voice sound normal. I'm going out to show these old things to Wang Tao and the others, maybe their beasts can use them." He told another lie, a heavy and helpless lie. There was a moment of silence before he heard the girl's obedient response. "Okay brother, come back early and be careful on the road." Her words became the last straw that broke Ming's emotional dam. He bit his lip tightly to keep from letting his sobs escape. He stuffed all the items into the largest old cloth bag. That worn-out bag instantly became heavy, carrying the last warmth and memories of this home. At the door, he paused briefly, turned slowly, and took one last deep look at this narrow, cold room filled with all their family memories. His father seemed to have sat on that chair sharpening a hunting knife, and his mother seemed to have stood at the stove smiling gently. But now, he had to personally send some of these memories to the pawn shop. The intense bitterness and guilt almost drowned him. He closed his eyes and whispered hoarsely in a voice only he could hear. "I'm sorry, Dad, Mom, but I have to do this." When he reopened his eyes, all feelings of weakness were completely sealed away. His gaze was left with only cold determination and unyielding resolve. He resolutely turned around and pushed open the creaking wooden door. Stepping into the dim light, he walked firmly toward the most chaotic part of the market. Zhouji Pawn Shop. The sign of Zhouji Pawn Shop was crooked, and a stale odor wafted from inside. Ming, carrying the heavy cloth bag, took a deep breath and pushed open the creaking wooden door. The shop was dim, cluttered with piles of junk. Behind the counter, the skinny shopkeeper, Mr. Zhou, was slowly polishing a brass teapot, barely lifting his eyelids at Ming's arrival. Ming placed his cloth bag on the greasy counter. "What do you want to pawn?" Mr. Zhou asked with a dry voice, his small eyes scanning Ming's shabby clothing. Ming remained silent, carefully taking out items one by one and arranging them neatly. Mr. Zhou's bony fingers first picked up a book titled Basic Beast Taming Techniques, flipping through it casually and sneering. Outdated stuff, too rough to wipe your behind." 5 gold crystals. "Boss, this book contains my father's detailed cultivation notes." Ming tried to explain. "Notes?" Mr. Zhou interrupted, sneering, "Waste notes are still waste." 5 gold crystals. He then stroked the collar of a coat. "The leather is stiff and smells moldy." 10 gold crystals. "This leather is very thick, it's just a bit old." 10 gold crystals. "Take it or leave it." Then he weighed a silver hairpin. "The silver is impure, and the craftsmanship is crude." 8 gold crystals. "This is my mother's keepsake." "Keepsake? Dead people's stuff is garbage." 8 gold crystals. Finally, he tapped on a radio, old antique, falling apart. 2 gold crystals, as scrap metal. "It still works." 2 gold crystals. Mr. Zhou slammed the table. "Package it all together for 25 gold crystals. If you don't want it, get lost." Ming's heart tightened, blood rushing to his head. These prices were an insult. He forced down his anger. "Mr. Zhou, you can't." "Can't what?" Mr. Zhou leaned in suddenly, his small eyes staring him down. "Kid, face reality. These things of yours are trash. It's out of kindness that I, Zhou, am giving you 25 gold crystals. If you kneel and knock your head, maybe I'll toss in an extra copper horn?" "Ha ha ha." From the shadows, a clerk's snicker echoed. Ming's fists were tightly clenched, his nails digging into his skin. The sound of his sister coughing, the system's countdown rang in his mind. The desire to survive finally overwhelmed everything. He nearly bit through his teeth and rasped, "I'll take it." Mr. Joe swiftly counted out 25 dull gold crystals, pushing them in front of Lu Ming as if they were charity. "Take it. Keep the receipt, it won't be valid after it expires." Lu Ming trembled as he swept all the gold crystals into his palm, their coldness burned like fire on his soul. He took the pawn ticket and stuffed it into his pocket, picking up the empty cloth bag and turning to leave. The laughter and whispers behind him pricked at his dignity like poison needles. Walking out of the pawn shop, the evening light felt cold. Holding a total of 90 gold crystals, he was still 60 short of his goal. The immense loss and humiliation dragged his steps down. However, fate always strikes harder when one is at their lowest. "Yo! Isn't this our genius, Lu?" Zhang Hao's sharp voice rang out ahead. Lu Ming looked up, seeing Zhang Hao and his lackeys turning the corner as if waiting for him. Zhang Hao's gaze fell on Lu Ming's figure freshly out of the pawn shop and that empty cloth bag. His face instantly broke into an exaggerated, smug grin. He pointed at Lu Ming, raising his voice to echo through the street. "Ha ha 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 ha. Look! Lu Ming! You actually came out from this broken pawn shop? What? Too poor to keep even your parents' broken keepsakes? Just to buy food for your dying worthless dog?" He slapped his thigh, laughing until he was bent over. His lackeys erupted in harsh cackles. "Brother, how is brilliant! Saw right through it. So filial. Parents are dead yet you have to pawn their keepsakes to feed a street dog. A loser who can't even afford to keep a dog." Zhang Hao stepped closer, leaned in near Lu Ming, and whispered maliciously. "How does it feel to pawn your parents' belongings? If I were your parents, I'd rise from the grave just to die of anger all over again." Ha ha ha. Every word felt like a red-hot dagger, stabbing into Lu Ming's heart and swirling it up. Endless fury shattered his reason, a violent intent surged in his eyes. His fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles cracked, with wounds on his palms reopening, blood seeping out. He nearly lunged to tear that smirking face apart. But the pale face of his sister, along with the terrifying punishment from the system, locked his impulse like a cold chain. If he acted now, it would only lead to more brutal humiliation. All the rage and murderous intent were forcibly pushed back down inside him. Settled, compressed, turning into a dead, cold silence. Suddenly, Zhang Hao's face twisted in rage as he shouted at his lackeys, "Hold down this trash. It seems last time's lesson wasn't enough." Two lackeys rushed over, grabbing Lu Ming's arms tightly. Lu Ming struggled desperately, but his frail body was no match for them. Zhang Hao stepped forward and kicked Lu Ming hard in the stomach. Ugh! Lu Ming bent over in pain, his stomach churning violently. "Trash! Dare to stare at me?" Zhang Hao grabbed his hair, forcing him to look up, then slapped him hard across the face. Smack! It was a crisp, loud sound, and Lu Ming's cheek instantly swelled red. "Is selling your parents' belongings so glorious? I'll help you make a name for yourself." Zhang Hao snatched the empty cloth bag and shook out its contents, a tattered copy of Basic Beast Mastery, onto the ground. Then he brutally stomped on it, especially the book, its cover soiled and ruined under his shoe. "Look! This is the heirloom of the great genius Lu. A pile of trash." Zhang Hao shouted to any possible onlookers around. The lackeys laughed madly, holding Lu Ming's arms so he couldn't move, forcing him to watch as his parents' last hopes were trampled. "Let go of me!" Lu Ming roared, his eyes wide with rage. "Let go of you?" Zhang Hao sneered, suddenly using all his strength to slam Lu Ming harshly to the ground. Lu Ming's head hit the cold ground, causing a wave of dizziness. Zhang Hao stepped forward, putting his foot on Lu Ming's chest, preventing him from getting up. Then, he leaned down and said in the most insulting tone. "Trash, you only deserve to lie on the ground. Just like that mud of yours." In Lu Ming's nearly insane gaze, Zhang Hao actually lifted his foot, slowly and deliberately, stepping on Lu Ming's face. The dust and dirt from the sole pressed tightly against his skin. "So, how does it feel to be stepped on? Is it more worthless than your parents' belongings?" Ha ha ha. Zhang Hao ground his foot down forcefully. Endless humiliation. Towering rage. Destructive killing intent. In that moment, it completely drowned Lu Ming. His body trembled violently from the extreme anger, his vision tinged with blood red. He wished he could shatter Zhang Hao into 1,000 pieces right then. But in the midst of this ultimate humiliation, a strange chill, like an absolute zero cold wave, suddenly erupted from the depths of his soul, instantly freezing all his boiling emotions. He stopped struggling, even halting his tremors. Through the gap in Zhang Hao's shoe sole, his pair of pitch-black eyes lifted up, fixedly staring at Zhang Hao's twisted face, filled with triumph. In those eyes, there was no anger, no pain, no humiliation left. Only a pure, nearly inhuman, spine-chilling coldness and madness remained. A madness that ignored all rules, ethics, existing only for destruction. Deep within those eyes, it seemed a dark flame was silently burning, wanting to drag everything in sight, along with the entire world, into an eternal abyss. Zhang Hao was inexplicably chilled by that gaze, a hint of fear creeping into his heart, causing him to unconsciously ease the pressure of his foot. He forced himself to appear calm, spitting on the ground. "Pa! Trash is just trash. What use is a fierce gaze? Let's go." He pulled back his foot, leading his lackeys away, leaving behind piercing laughter. Lu Ming slowly got up from the ground, his face marked by clear shoe prints and stains. He silently picked up, one by one, the trampled and soiled belongings from the ground. He carefully brushed off the dust, repackaging them, his movements slow and focused, as if performing some kind of ritual. There was no expression on his face, but those eyes still held that chilling madness and coldness. He did not look toward the direction Zhang Hao had left, but simply held the cloth bag tight, stepping away with determination. He returned to his cold, dilapidated home and shut the door. He leaned against the door, sliding down to the ground. He took out all his gold crystals and counted them. 90 pieces. 60 more to go. He lifted his head, his gaze passing through the window. The dark outline of the mountains stretches beyond the city and ominous forest. His eyes were sharp like a blade, his voice deep and hoarse, carrying a madness of no return. There's only one last place left. The ominous forest. Chapter 10. Last words before departure. The determination was etched into his soul like a brand, but the ties of reality must be arranged properly. Lu Ming walked next door, took a deep breath, and knocked on the old but tidy wooden door. The door was opened by Aunt Lin, a kind-looking woman whose face bore the marks of a hard life. Seeing Lu Ming, a flicker of worry crossed her eyes. "Xiao Ming, it's so late, why do you look so pale? Come in, is it about Xiao Yu's illness?" Lu Ming shook his head, interrupting her concern, his tone heavy yet earnest. "Aunt Lin, I'm fine. But I have an urgent matter, I must go out immediately and I won't be back until tomorrow at the earliest." He paused, his voice lowering with an unmistakable anxiety. "Xiao Yu is home alone, and I can't be at ease. She's weak and has a bad cough, could I trouble you to look after her for one night? I will pay you." As he spoke, he took out the precious 90 gold crystals from his pocket. His fingers trembled slightly as he counted out 10 and handed them over. These 10 gold crystals were not only a payment for the care but also covered the basic food and medicine for his sister for the next couple of days. Aunt Lin did not take the money immediately, but frowned tightly, grabbing Lu Ming's arm and lowering her voice, serious. "Child, tell me the truth. Where are you going at this hour? Has someone come to collect a debt from you again? Is it that Zhang Hao's gang causing you trouble again? You must not do anything stupid. If there's a problem, we can talk to the neighbors, or go to the city guard." "No, Aunt Lin, please don't think that way." Lu Ming felt warmth in his heart but could not explain the truth about the system and evolution materials, so he could only half-truthfully explain. "No one is collecting debts. I found out there's a temporary job to gather herbs outside the city, and the pay is good, but I have to leave tonight. Xiao Yu's medicine cannot be interrupted, I want to take a chance." "Gather herbs? Leaving at night?" Aunt Lin's brows furrowed tighter. "It's dangerous outside the city at night. There are wolves in the woods, and other unclean things. What job requires going out at night? Child, you must not be fooled." Just then, a weak yet anxious voice came from inside. "Go? Is it you outside?" "Aunt Lin, what's wrong with my brother?" followed by a series of suppressed coughs. Lu Ming's heart tightened sharply. Aunt Lin sighed and replied toward the inner room. "Xiao Yu is fine, your brother is just here to speak with me." Then she turned to Lu Ming, her eyes filled with disapproval and worry. Lu Ming seized the opportunity to shove the 10 gold crystals into Aunt Lin's hand, his tone pleading and unyielding. "Aunt Lin, I beg you. Just for one night. I promise to hurry back before dawn. Xiao Yu. I'm leaving her in your care." Seeing the almost desperate determination on Lu Ming's pale face, and hearing Xiao Yu's increasingly anxious cough from inside, Aunt Lin finally sighed deeply. She weighed the gold crystals in her hand, then reluctantly shoved 5 back into Lu Ming's palm, her tone filled with pain and helplessness. "You don't need this much. Child, sigh, this world. I know it's hard for you, but keep this money close. You must take care of yourself. Come back safely. I will take good care of Xiao Yu, you can rest assured." "Thank you, Aunt Lin." Lu Ming nodded heavily, deeply remembering this kindness in his time of need. He raised his voice toward the inner room, trying to sound lighthearted. "Xiao Yu, Gu is going out to take care of something, I'll be back tomorrow. Be sure to listen to Aunt Lin." "Gu. Where are you going?" Xiao Yu's voice carried clear panic and coughing. "Don't go to dangerous places." I'm fine, really. Cough, cough, cough. The girl's voice, strained against her pain, sounded even more sorrowful. Like a needle, it pierced into Lu Ming's heart. He hardened his heart, did not respond, and once again solemnly thanked Aunt Lin. Then he turned and left quickly, fearing that if he stayed even a second longer, his resolve would waver. Back in his cold and dilapidated home, Lu Ming began to make the final preparations. He changed into the sturdiest coarse cloth pants and shirt, filled his water bottle, brought bandages, hemp rope, and tightly secured his father's short-handled hunting knife, which had a dull blade, behind his waist. Finally, he wrapped the remaining 85 gold crystals in oil paper and stuffed them into his inner pocket. After doing all this, his gaze fell on the still lifeless Groundscale dog. He walked over and carefully picked it up. "Let's go," he whispered to it, also to himself, his eyes sharp like a knife about to be drawn. "Our path must be fought for with our lives." In his mind, Shaoqi's characteristic sharp tongue rang out at just the right moment. "Oh, the useless host is finally about to embark on a death-seeking journey? Let this system play a refreshing song for your entertainment. Friendly reminder, level 1 beast bouncing rabbit, cute but kicks really hard. The task failure ugly monster gift package is ready. Isn't it super motivating?" Lu Ming filtered out the noise, only extracting key information: target, dark forest, dangerous, life on the line. Holding the Groundscale dog, he took a final deep look at his sister's tightly closed door and resolutely stepped out of the house. Outside Qingshi City, in the eastern direction. The closer he got to the entrance of the dark forest secret realm, the air became increasingly cold and quiet, filled with a faint sense of danger. In the distance, a huge gray vortex of slowly rotating light appeared. That was the entrance to the secret realm. At the entrance stood the city guards, and the soldier captain scanned Lu Ming's shabby clothing and the limp Groundscale dog, handling it formally. To enter the dark forest, you need to pay 10 gold crystals for a one-day pass. Life and death are your own responsibility. 10 gold crystals. Lu Ming's heart ached for a moment. This was almost the cost of his sister's medicine for 2 or 3 days. But there was no hesitation on his face. He skillfully counted out 10 gold crystals and handed them over. The soldier captain looked at him in surprise and handed over a rough metal token. "Take it. It's best to come out before sunset." Lu Ming tightly gripped the pass, taking one last glance at the blurry outline of Qingshi City, where all his worries and burdens lay. In the next moment, he suddenly turned around, holding the faint hope in his arms, and took a step into that gray vortex of light. After a strong sense of dizziness, the feeling of solid ground returned. The scene before him changed dramatically. Towering ancient trees blocked out the sky, the light was dim, the air damp and cold, filled with the smell of humus and an ominous sense of danger. From afar came the heart-racing sounds of beast roars and insect chirps. Lu Ming's heart raced, he instinctively held tighter to the slightly trembling Groundscale dog. The real test had begun. Chapter 11, Not Acting Human. The dizziness from the spatial transition had just faded. A strong, strange odor mixed with decaying leaves, wet mud, moss, and unknown plant secretions shot straight to Lu Ming's head, nearly making him vomit up last night's meal. Damn! This smell is even stronger than Zhang Hao's mouth. He pinched his nose and commented in a muffled voice. The world before him was utterly unfamiliar. Towering ancient trees blocked out the sun, the light was dim, and the air was cold. In the distance, the sounds of heart-stopping beast roars and insect chirps echoed. Hiss! This place doesn't even need decorations for a horror film. Lu Ming shrank his neck and instinctively held the still half-dead Groundscale dog closer. "Dog, I'm counting on you. If there's danger later, you hold your ground, I'll retreat first." Groundscale dog. Ding. Shaoqi's voice resonated with exaggerated electronic sound effects. "Welcome to the Novice Slaughterhouse VIP experience area. This system kindly reminds you, your current cowardly performance has successfully attracted the ridicule of low-level beasts within a 10-mile radius." "Shut up. I'm being strategically cautious." Lu Ming retorted, straights up his neck while crouching, his eyes scanning around like searchlights. 10 meters ahead, those few mushrooms glowing blue, looking like cheap LED lights, do you see them? Little Chi began her shopping guide service. Scientific name, glowing mushroom, common quality, inferior, market price, about $1 silver. Does the host want to start the secret realm garbage-picking career? This system can provide a begging exclusive BGM accompaniment. $1 silver? Who do you think you're insulting? Lu Ming made a face of disgust. "I would rather starve to death than pick this kind of stuff." "Wait." His eyes suddenly lit up. "This thing can glow at night. Using it as a nightlight would save on electricity, wouldn't it? Hee, being thrifty like me, I'm taking it." Saying this, he ran over happily and carefully picked the few glowing mushrooms. He proudly waved them in front of little Chi. "See? This is called resource recycling, a little environmental hero. Little Chi, host, your integrity is glowing blue like that mushroom." Lu Ming ignored her, focusing on activating true sight, and his vision became much clearer. Let me see what other treasures are around. Oh my! He suddenly pointed at a pitch-black flower with white bone-like patterns on the ground and shouted, "This flower looks so non-mainstream, at first glance, it's not a proper flower. That is, rotten bone flower, common quality, inferior, poisonous." Little Chi coldly introduced. "Poison?" Lu Ming stroked his chin, revealing a lewd smile. "Good stuff. Next time Zhang Hao dares to mess with me, I'll secretly add something to his lunch." He. Little Chi, host, your thought process is very dangerous. This system suggests you be straightforward and use a brick for efficiency. What do you know? This is called wisdom. Lu Ming bickered with the system while continuing to explore. He tried to inject a small amount of his meager energy into the soil-scaled dog, and the little fellow perked up a bit. "Dog, give me your best. If we make it big in the future, I'll find you a little female dog." Lu Ming painted a big picture for the soil-scaled dog. The soil-scaled dog weakly let out a soft woof, unsure if it was agreement or protest. "Warning. The ground to the left ahead is a swamp trap. The host will be performing a mud swimming costume show if you take another step." Little Chi suddenly gave a warning. Lu Ming slammed to a stop, almost falling over. "Damn it. Why didn't you say so earlier? If you want to switch hosts, just say it." He cursed while stepping aside, patting his chest. "Luckily, I am agile, graceful as a jade tree. 3 meters to the upper right, that lump of moss colored like a parrot's but is a first-tier superior monster, beast-catching flower. Run!" Little Chi warned again. Lu Ming looked up and was so scared he nearly lost his mind, scrambling back. "Oh my! Plants can also ambush? Is there any law here?" As he barely dodged, the moss opened its slimy mouth and sprayed out paralyzing spores. "I'm scared to death." Lu Ming leaned against a big tree, panting heavily. "This damn place is full of traps. It's more brain-racking than dealing with that gang of Zhang Hao." After several close calls, Lu Ming was no longer that afraid, his innermost rebellious spirit emerging. "Damn it, anyway, it's all like this. If I die, I'll die facing the sky. Little Chi, navigate for me. Where is the shadow grass?" Ding! Detected a shadow energy response in the rock area ahead, matching the characteristics of shadow grass. Little Chi's voice was filled with excitement. Simultaneously detecting low-level life fluctuations, likely shadow mouse or burrowing viper. But host, your first show is coming. Will you become a piece of dung or a legend right here? Do you need this system to reserve stretcher service for you? Here it comes. It's finally here. Lu Ming not only wasn't scared but instead excitedly rubbed his hands, his eyes shining with mischief. "No matter if it's a mouse or a snake, let's see how I handle it. Dog, get ready. It's time for a feast. I hope that thing can eat." He crouched down, stealthily creeping towards the rocky area, humming a little tune off-key. "I smile proudly, and smile again." Chapter 12, The Trace of Shadow Grass. Lu Ming crawled on the ground like a big bug, his nose almost buried in the humus layer. Phew! The smell is worse than Zhang Hao's socks after not washing for 3 days. Moving forward while using tree roots and ferns as cover, I slithered in the direction pointed out by Shao Qi. Ahead appeared a pile of chaotic stones, huge rocks stacked like toys dropped by a giant. Moss covered the ground, damp and dark, the light dim like it was evening. Wow, this place doesn't even need lighting for a horror movie, it comes with its own underworld filter. Lu Ming shrank his neck, feeling a chill at the back of his head. "This is it," Shao Qi's voice sounded. "The energy source is behind that biggest stone, the couching cow stone, in a crevice. Be careful, in these hidden corners, besides grass, there might also be surprise packages." "Surprise? I think it's a scare." Lu Ming mumbled, holding his breath. Suddenly, he felt the soil-scaly dog in his arms move. The dog that had been droopy surprisingly lifted its head, a hint of alertness in its blank eyes, its little nose twitching. It emitted a low woof sound in its throat, its small head stubbornly leaning toward the dark crevice under the couching cowstone. "Oh? Dog, did you get smart? Found a treasure?" Lu Ming laughed. "All right. Find something good, I'll get you an extra chicken leg when we go back. Forget it, a meat bun will do, chicken legs are too expensive." He immediately followed the direction pointed by the dog, widening his eyes, fully activating true sight to scan deep into the crack. In the dim view, the outlines of the rocks gradually became clearer. At the deepest point of the crevice, pressed against the damp rock wall, a very unremarkable little grass was growing there. 3 leaves, dark black with purple, fine dark patterns slowly flowing along the edges, as if devouring the light. "Found it!" Shao Qi's voice carried a hint of excitement. At the bottom right of the deepest crevice, that clover with its own invisibility effect. Shadow grass, a top-grade common item. Quality is good. Market price is 50 gold crystals. Host, you struck it lucky. 50 gold crystals? Lu Ming's eyes instantly turned into gold coin shapes, drool almost dripping out. I struck it lucky. My sister's medicine money is secured. Dog, you've made a huge contribution. Meat buns for days. A huge joy flooded over him like a tide, all the previous tension and fear thrown into the back of his mind. He was so excited that he almost jumped on the spot. Without thinking, he reached out to grab the stone crevice, eager to pull that golden grass into his hand. But just at that moment when his mind was completely drawn by the shadow grass, his body leaning forward, and his guard at its loosest. Hiss! A light but scalp-numbing rubbing sound suddenly came from the darkest shadow atop the couching cowstone. That sound was cold and sticky, full of malice. Lu Ming's body hair stood on end instantly. An extreme sense of danger pierced into his mind like an ice needle. He didn't even have time to look up to see what it was, he just felt a darkness above his head, and a foul-smelling wind rushed down. A slender green shadow shot out from the darkness like a bullet, straight aiming for his face. It was a ferocious triangular snake head, the size of a baby's fist, green scales, chilling vertical pupils, and its open mouth revealed glistening poisonous fangs. Warning! High-risk biological response. Shao Qi's scream almost broke through his eardrums. True sight automatically displayed. Name, Venomous Vine Snake. Level, Upper Level First Tier. Bloodline, Peak of Common Type. Skill, Poison Spray, Mid-Range, Neurotoxin, Pain and Numbness Package, Death Strangle, Muscle Choking. Status, Hunting, Extremely Dangerous. Weakness, Thin Skin at 7 inches, Afraid of Fire and Strong Light. Evaluation, the number 6 in the Dark Forest, highly poisonous, fast, a nemesis for apprentice Beast Tamers, recommended to run away. Damn. Upper Level First Tier. Peak of Common Type. It even uses poison. Playing bondage? Lu Ming's mind was frantically displaying, is this the kind of monster that should be in a beginner's village? Game designer, come out and I guarantee I won't kill you. A cold fear instantly extinguished his joy, his mind completely crashed. Survival instinct kicked in, making his body move by itself. He let out a weird cry, suddenly leaning back hard, trying to dodge the deadly lunge, while emitting a distorted howl. Dog! Quickly dodge! This long worm doesn't know how to fight fair and sneak attacked. He completely forgot that the mud-scaled dog in his arms was weak, and at the life and death moment, this shout was purely a reflex. The green shadow of death was getting closer and closer in his wildly dilating pupils, the cold snake kiss was almost touching the tip of his nose. Chapter 13, Blood Battle. The first strike of the poisonous vine snake was narrowly avoided by Lu Ming with a clumsy iron plank bridge move, the snake's head brushed past his nose with a bloody wind. Damn! Almost ruined my looks. Does this long worm know to hit the body and not the face? Lu Ming shouted, rolling and crawling to put some distance between them. After missing its first strike, the snake twisted its body against the rocks in a strange maneuver. Like a compressed spring regaining energy, its vertical pupils locked onto Lu Ming, and the second strike came in an instant, aimed straight for his exposed throat. Faster speed, more tricky angle. Coming again? Is it never-ending? Lu Ming felt a tingling on his scalp. At this life-threatening moment. Woo woo. An unusually firm low growl rang out with a tremor. It was the mud-scaled dog Guzi. This little guy actually broke free from Lu Ming's loosened arms. With its limbs hitting the ground, it pushed off with its back legs, transformed into a determined gray-brown shadow, and pounced towards the green snake shadow from the side. It opened its mouth, and thin earth-type energy instinctively gathered skill, bite. Guzi. Good job. Bite it in the 7 inches. Yes. Right there. I'll give you chicken legs for dinner. Lu Ming shouted excitedly. Puff. Guzi's baby teeth accurately bit into the middle section of the snake's body. However, the gap in strength was enormous. The defensive scales of the peak mortal grade snake were astonishing, this bite only left a few white marks, not even a scale fell off. Hiss. The poisonous vine snake, in pain and rage, violently swung its body. Woo. Guzi let out a miserable cry, thrown away, crashing heavily against a tree root, blood and foam spilling from its mouth as it struggled to get up. Guzi. Lu Ming's eyes nearly burst with rage, damn it. You dared to hit my dog. I'll fight you to the end. But before he could finish his words, the snake's attack followed swiftly. The snake's tail lashed at him like a steel whip, and at the same time, the snake's mouth opened. With a hiss, a stream of mildly green, smelly venom shot out like a water arrow, aimed straight at Lu Ming's face. Damn. It even has ranged attacks? That's cheating. Lu Ming's soul almost left his body, his survival instincts exploded. He rolled to the side and back, narrowly avoiding the venom. The venom splattered on the ground with a sizzle sound, rising in green smoke. But he could no longer completely dodge that snake-tail strike. Bang! The edge of the snake tail struck his left arm hard. Ugh! A sharp pain surged through him. Ming felt like his arm was about to break, gritting his teeth in agony. Ouch! It hurts like hell. This long worm has some serious strength. The intense pain stimulated him. His gaze swept across the ground. He suddenly grabbed the short-handled hunting knife left by his father, which had a dull edge but was still sharp. The cold touch of the knife handle made him come to his senses. This thing is trustworthy. Tree branches are weak. The weak energy in his dantian was pushed to the limit, crazily flowing into his tightly held right hand on the knife handle. A weak but genuine feeling of power surged up his arm. Now's the time. Chop it in the 7 inches. Stupid host, a little more to the left. Yes. Right at that slightly lighter scale. Hurry. Give it some acupuncture. Little Chi shouted in his mind, its tone excited like watching an action blockbuster. Got it. Watch the knife. Ming's eyes turned red, enduring the pain in his left arm, roaring with all his strength. He fiercely swung the infused hunting knife towards the back of the snake's neck, aiming for the critical 7 inches. The knife blade sliced through the air, emitting a faint shriek. Pooch! A muffled sound of the blade entering flesh, accompanied by the poisonous vine snake's painful, sharp hiss. Although this chop was slightly off due to tension and didn't hit the deadliest point, the blade infused with energy still broke through the scales. It left a shallow but bleeding wound. Emerald green blood oozed out. Ha ha! It's bleeding! Awesome! Ming felt a surge of excitement. Take that! Taste my power! The poisonous snake, in pain, was completely drawn to this human who could actually hurt it. The battle reached a boiling point. Ming didn't understand the knife technique at all, relying solely on a fierce determination and a will to survive, wildly swinging the hunting knife. At times, he blocked the sweeping snake tail, sparks flying. At other times, he seized the opportunity to chop and stab the snake's body, shouting non-stop. I chop. I stab. I swipe. Take this move, random hacking knife technique. Sweat poured down like rain, mixed with the blood from his arm wounds. The dog also struggled to get up, realizing its attacking power was insufficient, and changed tactics. It ran around the poisonous snake, barking wildly, making all sorts of feints, desperately trying to attract attention. Woof woof! Ugly monster! Come chase me! Ha ha ha! Its small body narrowly dodged sweep after sweep, though in a sorry state, it remained tough. This man and dog, their cooperation was completely uncoordinated, full of flaws, with danger at every turn. Ming's clothes were torn, adding several bloodstains. The dog was filthy, its bloodstains more obvious. But in this life and death struggle, they unexpectedly formed a kind of understanding forged in blood and fire. Move right 3 steps. Yes. It's going to raise its head to spray poison. Chop its jaw. Yes. Just like that. Beautiful. Little Chi acted like the most passionate commentator. Dog. Bark twice on the left. Yes. Draw its attention. Good opportunity. Go, host. With Little Chi's roaring encouragement and the dog's reckless entanglement despite injuries, the poisonous snake's rhythm began to falter. It never expected that these two weaklings would be so troublesome, especially the knife in that human's hand, which really hurt when it struck. The cruelty in its vertical pupils gradually replaced by irritation. Finally, during one attempt to wrap around, Ming forced it back with a knife. After being struck hard on the head by the back of the knife, the poisonous vine snake let out a sharp hiss filled with unwillingness. Suddenly, it shrank back, its emerald body quickly retreating into the rock crevice, disappearing from sight. The crisis was over. Ha, ha! Ming weakly relaxed his grip, the hunting knife clattering to the ground. He collapsed, leaning against the rock, his chest rising and falling violently, gasping for breath. My goodness! I'm exhausted. This is way more thrilling than fighting with Zhang Hao and those bastards. Woo woo! The dog limped over to his side, dirty all over, its body trembling slightly, blood at the corner of its mouth, yet it extended its tongue to gently lick his injured hand. In those eyes, once blank, there was now a sense of dependence and closeness. Seeing the dog's helpless but caring look, feeling the warmth on the back of his hand. Recalling the thrilling and desperate fight just now. Ming's emotions surged within him. Fear, reluctance, and terror all mixed together, but even more was a peculiar, fiery feeling surging. That was a strong bond and sense of achievement forged through fighting alongside a partner, facing life and death together. He was no longer a poor wretch who could only passively endure humiliation. He wielded his own knife, covered in wounds, but he survived. He survived together with the dog. He trembled as he reached out, gently stroking the dog's head. His voice hoarse but carrying a warmth he had never felt before. Good job. Dog. Tonight, we'll feast on meat buns. Chapter 14, Gathering and Harvesting. sitting slumped on the ground, leaning against the cold, damp rock. Lu Ming gasped violently for quite a while, barely suppressing his heart that seemed ready to leap out of his chest and the sense of weakness in his limbs and bones. The spot on his left arm where the snake's tail had swept brought waves of piercing pain. It was swollen and bruised, and every slight movement made him grit his teeth. But he didn't dare to linger too long. In this secret realm, the smell of blood and the sounds of battle could attract even more terrifying beings at any moment. Struggling to stand up, he first ripped off a relatively clean piece of cloth from his clothing. He hurriedly wrapped up the constantly bleeding wound on his arm and the bruised area, temporarily stopping the blood. Then he immediately turned his gaze to the narrow crack beneath the ox-backing rock, the one that nearly cost him his life. The shadow grass was still there. He gritted his teeth against the pain and cautiously approached. With every step, he scanned the surrounding shadows with vigilance, fearing that the poisonous snake would come back or that some other monster would be drawn here. Arriving at the crack, he held his breath and took out a palm-sized item he had prepared in advance from his small bag. The small jade shovel, sharp-edged from the grinding, was one of the humble tools left by the original owner's father. It was specially used to collect herbs that were sensitive to metal energy. He leaned down, activating that eye of true sight to its utmost limit, carefully examining the three-leafed grass hidden in the shadows. After confirming there were no hidden dangers around, he cautiously inserted the jade shovel into the crevice little by little. His movements were gentle and focused, as if he were sculpting a peerless treasure. The jade shovel avoided the fragile roots and sank deep into the wet mud below, then his wrist moved slowly and steadily to pry it. He dared not let his guard down for a moment, fearing he might damage the grass leaves or the dim patterns of energy flow, causing its value to plummet. The entire process lasted nearly 15 minutes, and when the last tiny root was completely extracted from the rock crevice, Lu Ming's forehead was already covered with beads of cold sweat, from both the pain and the heightened tension of his spirit. He quickly took out a rough material. A small jade box engraved with simple preservation runes on the inside. This was something he bought at the grocery store with his last few silver coins, specifically for storing low-tier energy materials. He gently placed the intact shadow grass, with even its roots softly glowing, into the box and clicked the lid shut with a snap. The simple runes on the lid flashed slightly, completely isolating the internal energy from the outside world. At this moment, he tightly gripped the jade box, feeling its coldness in his palm. Sensing the weak yet real shadow energy fluctuation emitted by the small grass inside, Lu Ming's tightly wound heartstrings finally relaxed a little. With his back against the rock, he slowly slid down to sit on the ground, taking a long, deep breath to release a mouthful of turbid air. The emotions swirling in his chest were indescribably complex. Fear, exhaustion, and the sharp pain in his arm were still vivid. But more than that was a strong feeling of relief, having survived a disaster, and the immense sense of achievement in successfully achieving his goal, despite being in a sorry state, in a perilous secret realm. He looked down at the soil-scaled dog lying at his feet, still panting, covered in dirt and grass scraps, with bloodstains fresh at the corners of its mouth. The little fellow seemed exhausted as well, but its bright eyes were gazing at him, and its tail swung weakly for a moment. A warm current of gratitude surged in Lu Ming's heart. He reached out, enduring the pain in his left arm, and gently stroked the dog's rough head and back, checking its condition. Fortunately, besides some abrasions and excessive exhaustion, it seemed there were no injuries to its bones. "Well done, dog." His voice was hoarse but filled with sincerity. He took out a water bottle from his bag, carefully pouring some clear water into his palm, feeding it to the dog's mouth, and breaking off a small piece of tough jerky for it. The dog immediately stretched out its tongue to lick the clear water, then eagerly nibbled on the jerky, clearly in need of nourishment. "Ding!" Little Chee's voice chimed in at the right moment, still in that same tone. But upon closer listening, it seemed to lack some pure mockery and contained a hint of subtle approval. Combat Review, Host Lu Ming, battling a first-tier superior venomous vine snake. Performance Evaluation, D+, barely passing. Tactical Choices, F, utterly chaotic, entirely instinctive. Skill Usage, F, rough energy infusion, severe wastage. Battlefield Response, D, reaction was okay, dodging timely. Pet Synchronization, C, the soil-scaled dog's loyalty and protector instincts exceeded expectations, bonus points. Comprehensive Review, an ugly, embarrassing, inefficient victory, with no aesthetic value whatsoever. However, considering the host's first actual combat experience, the opponent being above his level, and the fact that he achieved the strategic goal, surviving and successfully guarding the collection point, it is determined as a miserable victory. Lu Ming. Though the evaluation was still sharp-tongued, the words miserable victory and achieving the strategic goal made the corners of his mouth involuntarily curl into a slight arc. In light of the host completing the Shadow Grass collection and successfully surviving the first secret realm battle, the reward system points, 100 points. Please continue to work hard and keep living in this aesthetically unpleasing way. 100 points. Lu Ming's heart stirred, and his thoughts instinctively sank into his mind. Sure enough, an extremely simple list, seemingly made of light screens, appeared before him, point small. The items on the list were not many, but enough to dazzle him and make his breath quicken. Item, Basic Energy Recovery Potion, small dose. Effect, slowly restores a small amount of energy. Price, 80 points. Item, Dog Food Flavor Enhancer, barbecue flavor. Effect, improves pet food palatability, slight happiness boost. Price, 20 points. Item, Low-level skill book, Claw Strike, fragment. Effect, pet learns basic claw strike technique. Price, 500 points. Item, thank you for your patronage. Effect, none. Price, 10 points. Item. A feast for the eyes, yet so far out of reach. 100 points, barely enough to buy the most basic recovery potion, or 5 flavor enhancers for dog food, or perhaps to draw thank you for your patronage 10 times. The cruelty of reality appeared once more, but this did not dampen Lu Ming's enthusiasm. Instead, it made him see the possible future more clearly. Points can be exchanged for real things. This means that as long as he keeps completing tasks and earning points, he can indirectly gain resources and become stronger faster. The joy of success and the new hope brought by points washed away the physical pain and the deep-rooted fear in his bones like warm spring water. He lowered his head to look at the jade box carefully holding the shadow grass. Then he glanced at the earthy-scaled dog beside him, desperately chewing on the jerky, and unprecedented confidence quietly blossomed within him. He no longer saw this dark forest as a pure land of despair and death. It was fraught with danger, but also filled with opportunities and resources. As long as he had Shao-Chi's precise guidance, as long as he himself was cautious enough and willing to fight hard, as long as he and his dog could fight side by side, they might really be able to survive here and find a path to hope. After resting for a moment and feeling his strength recover slightly, along with a negligible point of energy returned, Lu Ming struggled to stand up. He tucked the jade box safely away again, putting the water bottle and remaining jerky away. His gaze burned as he turned toward the even darker and more unknown areas deeper in the forest, where the beast roar seemed even graver and more dangerous. He took a deep breath of the cold, primal air, silently saying in his heart. Shao-Chi, next target, low-quality fire element crystal core. Show us the way. Chapter 15, Clue of the Abandoned Crystal Core. The brief rest did not fully dispel the fatigue in his body and the severe pain in his arms. But the successful acquisition of the shadow grass and the entry of system points injected a strong booster into Lu Ming. He dared not stay too long, confirming that the dog's condition had improved slightly. He immediately turned his attention to the next, more crucial target, a low-quality fire element crystal core. Shao-Chi, fire element crystal core, where should we look? He urgently asked in his heart. Compared to the relatively fixed plant material like shadowgrass, acquiring a crystal core was obviously much more difficult. Either hunt a fire element magical beast, or rely on luck to find veins or relics. TSK, I knew you would ask. Shao-Chi's voice carried a hint of impatient anticipation. Let this system search. Based on the faint energy flow and historical map data comparisons scanned by this system. Got it. A very vague, flickering light red arrow appeared in front of Lu Ming's line of sight, pointing deep into the eastern forest. About 2 kilometers east, there is an abandoned fire crystal mine. Shao-Chi explained, that is a small, low-level fire crystal or vein mined by Qing Stone City decades ago. Once emptied long ago, it is now just a useless pit. However, in such places, you can occasionally find some almost drained or of extremely poor quality scraps and fragments that were overlooked in the pile of waste rock or slag from back then. Although it is of little use, it should barely meet the standard of low-quality fire-type crystal core for you. Go gamble a bit, it is more realistic than hunting fire-type magical beasts. An abandoned mine pit? Picking up garbage? Lu Ming's mouth twitched slightly but soon accepted reality. With his current strength, actively hunting even the lowest-level fire-type magical beasts would be no different from sending himself to death. Picking up trash may sound humiliating, but it is the most practical choice. All right. Let's go there. He did not hesitate at all, picked up the dog that was in slightly better condition, found the direction, and cautiously moved towards the east pointed out by Shao-Chi. The path to the mine pit was not easy. The dangers of the dark forest lurked everywhere and would not lessen just because your goal was humble. Not far along, a hurried rustling sound came from the bushes beside him. Suddenly, 3 or 4 rabbit-like creatures, comparable in size to house dogs, with unusually robust hind legs and covered in gray coarse fur, known as bouncy rabbits, jumped out. They seemed startled, their eyes red, and with a forceful push from their powerful hind legs, they charged towards Lu Ming like cannonballs. Watch out! Bouncy rabbit swarm. Though timid, they can pack a punch when startled. Shao-Chi immediately warned. Dog! Lu Ming called out quietly, instinctively putting the dog down as he swiftly ducked behind a big tree. Woof! Though the Earthscale dog was still small, after the earlier confrontation with the poison vine snake, it seemed to have gained a bit of confidence. It lowered its body and issued a threatening bark at the charging rabbit swarm. Although the sound was not loud enough, it successfully attracted the attention of two of the rabbits. Those two rabbits abruptly changed direction and fiercely kicked their robust hind legs towards the dog. The dog jumped back agilely, narrowly avoiding their charge. The rabbit's legs kicked at empty air, striking the ground where the dog had just stood, creating a loud bang, sending mud and rotten leaves flying, showcasing its power. Seizing the opportunity, Ming dashed out from behind the tree, picked up a thick branch. Without infusing it with spiritual power, of which he had little left, he swung it hard at the other two charging rabbits purely with brute strength. Smack! Smack! The branch hit the rabbits, sending them rolling away with painful cries. The rabbit swarm was startled by this and immediately panicked. No longer entangled, they screamed and scattered, quickly disappearing into the dense forest. Ming and the dog stood back to back, breathing slightly heavier. Though uninjured, this brief encounter reminded him once again of the dangers here. Not long after continuing forward, they encountered a larger group of sharp-toothed rats among a pile of scattered stones, the size of cats, with sharp incisors gleaming coldly. These creatures were more aggressive, squeaking and attacking from all directions, attempting to bite at their ankles. This time, the battle became more difficult. Ming swung the branch left and right to block while constantly moving his feet to avoid being surrounded. The dog displayed remarkable agility, continuously pouncing and biting. While it could not inflict lethal damage on the sharp-toothed rats, it effectively disrupted their attack pattern. Left side. 3 o'clock. Yes. Smash it hard. Dog. Right side. Bark. Scare them off. With Xiaoqi's precise prompts and the combined efforts of one person and one dog, they fought while retreating, ultimately managing to disperse the troublesome sharp-toothed rats. Ming's pant legs were torn with several holes, and his calves bore a few cuts. The dog was also panting heavily, with several bite marks on its body. Frequent skirmishes and the tense rush made Ming's already thin spiritual power deplete rapidly. He had to stop several times, leaning against a big tree to catch his breath. He felt his spiritual power inside slowly and laboriously recovering, like a dried-up creek. The recovery speed is so slow that it feels hopeless. He deeply understands why the rank of Beast Masters is so important. Without enough beast power, not only is it difficult to command pet beasts in battle, but even self-defense becomes a problem. The desire to become stronger has never been this intense. He stumbled along, avoiding several obvious danger zones. Finally, the scene before him opened up, yet presented another kind of desolation and ruin. They arrived at the destination mentioned by Xiaoqi. It was a huge pit, as if a giant had scooped out a chunk of earth with a spoon. The pit walls were steep, exposing dark red layers of rock and soil, along with mottled marks left by mining. At the edge of the pit, piles of discarded ore, slag, and countless pieces of garbage left from who knows how many years ago were piled high. This formed a massive garbage dump that emitted a strange smell. The air was thick with strong sulfur smells, the scent of rusted metal, and the disgusting stench of decaying and fermenting organic matter, mingling together to make one feel nauseous. Some extremely tenacious and oddly shaped pollution-resistant plants and fungi. They sparsely grew in the crevices of slag and discarded rubbish, adding a touch of eerie vitality to this lifeless land. This was once a land of hope, now reduced to a pile of debris abandoned after being drained of value. Ming endured the discomfort in his nose and throat, furrowing his brows, and began the most difficult task, searching. He bent over, almost crawling on that huge garbage dump. Using a stick in his hand, he constantly pushed aside the surface slag and rubble, carefully searching for anything that might contain a weak fire energy. The dog followed closely beside him, sniffing vigorously, seemingly trying to help, but often choked on various strange smells, sneezing repeatedly. The third item on the left, the dark red one, has a slight reactionum, too weak, almost negligible, it's just waste. Under that pile of black slag in front to the right, dig down a bit, yes, keep digging, oh, it's a rusty iron pick head, what a letdown. Watch your step. That puddle of green water is corrosive. Xiaoqi's scans and reminders kept ringing in his mind, like the most precise detector. But each reminder mostly brought disappointment. Hope is like a candle flame in the wind, lit again and again, only to be extinguished mercilessly. Time passed little by little, the setting sun began to slant westward, dyeing the pit a tragic orange red. Ming's physical strength was greatly exhausted, the wounds on his arms ached again, sweat soaked his back, mixing with dust, becoming sticky and unbearable. Despair washed over him like a cold tide, beginning to spread again. Could it be that it really cannot be found? Is he really going to fail like this? The punishment for failure, the medicine for his sister. Just as he was about to give up, preparing to drag his exhausted body to the more dangerous edge of the core pit for luck. Wait. Xiaoqi's voice suddenly rose, filled with a rare urgency. Stop. Host. Look at your feet. Yes, right next to your current right foot. That half-buried, gray, unremarkable stone in the black soil and slag. Yes. That's it. Ming's heart raced suddenly. He immediately squatted down, carefully clearing the dirt and debris around that stone with his hands. It was a stone the size of an egg, with a rough surface, dull color, even covered in stains, and looked no different from the countless waste stones around it. Scanning confirmed. Xiao Qi's voice was filled with certainty. Inside it, there is an extremely weak, but indeed existing fire energy reaction. The energy strength is pitifully low, instability is high, and impurities are extremely abundant. But, it fits the definition of low-quality fire core. It's it. Chapter 16, The Treasure in the Garbage Heap. His heart felt as if it were tightly gripped by an invisible hand, then suddenly released. It throbbed violently. Ming could almost hear the roaring sound of blood flowing in his eardrums. He stared intently at the stone half buried in the dark dirt and mining waste, pointed out by little Qi. It was too unremarkable. About the size of a fist, it appeared a dull gray-brown all over, with a surface that was rough and unpleasant. Covered in thick sludge and unknown filth, it was no different from the thousands of discarded or fragments surrounding it. It even looked dirtier and less worthy of a second glance. But little Qi's hint was never wrong. Without hesitation, Ming threw away the branch in his hand. He didn't care about the nauseating filth and the potential dangers. He directly knelt down, stretched out his hands, and dug his fingers deep into the cold, sticky dirt and hard mining waste. He struggled to dig, his nails quickly peeling back, embedded in the dirt, causing waves of sharp pain. But he didn't care, all his attention was focused on the stone that was gradually revealing itself. Dirt, gravel, and even some rotting unknown organic matter were scraped aside. He finally held the heavy, cold stone entirely in his hands. It felt icy and rough, besides its weight, he could sense no energy fluctuations. This is it. Don't hesitate. Find a tougher stone and smash it. Strike hard. Little Qi's voice was laced with an undeniable urgency, as if fearing this faint energy response might vanish at any moment. Ming looked around, his gaze locking onto a nearby sharp-edged piece of dark ore, seemingly broken during excavation. He took a deep breath, raised the waste stone high, and with all his strength, he smashed it down onto the hard stone. Bang! A dull thud echoed, and debris flew everywhere. The stone in his hand cracked open a gap but did not completely shatter. Do it again. Ming gritted his teeth, raised it again, and smashed it down fiercely. Bang! The crack widened, and some internal crystal structures were faintly visible. The third strike. He summoned all the strength he could muster, even igniting the intense pain in his left arm's injury, and slammed down hard. Crack! This time, the stone finally shattered into several pieces. In the center of the fractures, a faint, barely detectable dull light flickered momentarily. Ming's heart jumped, he couldn't wait to clear the fragments, his gaze fixed on the center of the largest shard. There, quietly embedded, was a crystal only the size of a fingernail, irregular in shape, presenting a cloudy, translucent appearance. Its luster was extremely dim, like poor quality glass that had collected dust for years, and the surface even bore fine cracks. Upon careful feeling, he could only detect a trace of faint warmth, barely there and ready to extinguish, hardly matching its fire classification. The information from True I instantly fed back. Name, Inferior Fire System Crystal Core. Grade, Low-grade Common, Defective. Attribute, Fire, Extremely Weak. Status, Energy nearly depleted, Structure unstable, High impurity content. Evaluation, Residue from the energy core of a low-tier fire-type magical beast or fire crystal vein, severely depleted over time. It could only be used for the lowest tier of alchemical catalysis or certain special and very low expectation evolution paths, of little value. Little value? Low-grade common defective? These words, at this moment, seemed to Ming like the most beautiful poem in the world. This is it. This is what he had risked his life and dug through garbage to find. I succeeded. I really succeeded, he murmured, his voice trembling with excitement. He cautiously scraped at the cracked ore with his nails, trying to extract the tiny crystal core intact. His movements were gentle, as if handling a rare treasure, fearing that even a slight excess of force would cause this fragile crystal core to shatter completely. Finally, that murky, barely warm low-quality crystal core fell completely into his palm. He didn't even dare to grip it tightly and hurriedly took out another prepared rough wooden box. The jade box was to be saved for the shadow grass, gently placing it inside. The moment the box lid closed, Ming felt as if all his strength had been drained away, collapsing onto the cold, filthy slide-covered ground. He tightly clutched the lightweight wooden box, but his arms trembled violently from extreme excitement and exhaustion. 2 materials. Shadow grass. Low-quality fire crystal core. Gathered. Finally gathered. The materials needed for revolution, the hope for his sister's survival, the first step to change destiny. All the heavy, almost crushing hopes were now concentrated in the 2 small containers held tightly in his hands. Ecstasy erupted in his chest like a volcano, but what followed was an indescribable flood of mixed emotions, filled with immense bitterness. For these two things, he had endured Zhanghao's humiliation, emptied his best friend's savings, and sold his parents' belongings. In this perilous, foul-smelling dump, he rummaged through it all like a wild dog with his bare hands. Fighting for his life against venomous snakes, chased by rat hairs, the pain in his arms, the fatigue in his body, the torment of his spirit. Everything was for this insignificant trash that might be worthless in the eyes of true powerhouses. Sadness, grievance, relief, fear, and the massive sense of achievement from finally grasping a glimmer of hope after struggling, all these emotions intertwined. They surged in his nose and eyes, making his throat choke up and his vision blur. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully finding a treasure in the garbage. Beginning of the Demon Dragon task material collection complete. Xiaoqi's voice timely rang out, attempting to break the heavy atmosphere with her usual style. You have taken another small step away from the tragic fate of becoming an ugly monster. Worth celebrating. Although, host, you currently look, TSK, covered in mud, reeking all over, you resemble a dumpster diver more than a dumpster diver. Don't say you know this system when you go out, how embarrassing. Still the same sharp-tongued sarcasm, but Lu Ming could hear a hint of relief? Even a bit of faint recognition? He grinned, wanting to laugh, but felt his lips were incredibly stiff. In the end, he only forcefully wiped his face, pushing down those complex emotions that were about to spill over. This is not the time for sentimentality. He must leave immediately. Materials gathered, his heart raced. He longed to fly back home instantly, to complete the evolution and let his sister see hope. He quickly concealed the 2 boxes close to him, checked the dog's condition, and fed it the last bit of clean water. Then he stood up, oriented himself, and set off with the dog. Moving quickly along the relatively safe path he remembered, he headed toward the mine entrance. His steps were slightly unsteady from fatigue, but his direction was exceptionally firm. However, just as they left the large, foul-smelling slag dump and re-entered the relatively clean edge of the forest. Warning! Warning! Xiaoqi's voice suddenly turned sharp and urgent, like the most piercing alarm exploding in his mind. High-intensity life energy detected. Fast approaching. Direction straight ahead. Extremely fast. Energy level assessment far surpassing all previous encounters. Dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Hide. Right now. Immediately. The panic and urgency in that voice were something Lu Ming had never felt from Xiaoqi before. Lu Ming's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of the most dangerous needle tip. His entire blood felt as if frozen in an instant. Without even thinking, he relied almost entirely on the instincts honed from his previous encounters with the venomous vine snake. With a sudden, awkward leap, he crashed into a dense thicket of thorny brambles while holding the dog tightly. He didn't even care about the sharp thorns tearing at his skin. Almost at the same moment he disappeared into the bushes. A piercing, high-pitched bird cry echoed. A sound that could shatter gold, sharp and soaring to the extreme. Like an invisible shockwave, it suddenly pressed down from above. Every leaf in the forest trembled violently. A massive, ferocious, and scorching terrifying pressure descended like a mountain. Chapter 17, Danger on the Way Back. Xiaoqi's alarm, sharp and changing pitch, was like an ice pick. It instantly pierced through the warmth and hope that had just risen in Lu Ming from gathering materials. He didn't even have time to think about what the so-called high-intensity life response was. His body instinctively made the most direct reaction. Hide! He hoarsely shouted, nearly rolling and crawling, using all his strength. He suddenly lunged into a dense thicket of sharp, hard thorns. He didn't even care that he was still holding the dog, protecting the little guy tightly against his chest. He slammed his back against the thorny bushes, forcing them aside. Puff! The sharp thorns easily tore through his thin clothes, sinking deep into his flesh, bringing a wave of intense stinging pain. But he didn't care at all at that moment. He gritted his teeth tightly, curled up in the deepest part of the bushes, holding his breath, his heart racing as if it would burst, not daring to make a sound. Almost at the same moment he disappeared into the bushes. Booming! A heavy, brutal sound of footsteps, like a rolling war drum, suddenly exploded from deep within the forest. Accompanied by the harsh sound of low shrubs and small branches being forcibly broken and torn apart. In the next second, a massive, violent shadow appeared. Like an out-of-control war machine, it forcefully broke through the barrier of trees ahead and stomped fiercely where Lu Ming had just stood. The ground seemed to tremble. Lu Ming looked through the thorns, terrified at the scene outside. It was a terrifying wild boar as big as a calf. Its body was covered in thick, hard, black bristles, coated in resin and mud. Its head was huge and fierce, with small eyes flashing with pure, bloodthirsty malice. What was most frightening were its 2 tusks, curved like scimitars. The giant tusks glinted with a cold light, nearly as long as an adult's arm. Its thick hooves stirred the ground, leaving deep gouges. Steam billowed from its nostrils as it huffed and puffed heavily. A strong, earthy, wild smell instantly filled the air. Name, Tusk's Wild Boar. Level, Low Grade Tier 2. Bloodline, Peak of Ordinary. Skills, Brutal Charge, Short Distance Explosive Charge, very powerful, with slight dizziness effect. Tusk Strike, using sharp tusks for deadly piercing and lifting attacks. Status, Hungry, Irritable, in hunting mode. Weaknesses, Eyes, relatively soft abdomen, not very agile turns. Evaluation, one of the top predators in the dark forest's outskirts, thick-skinned and tough, with terrifying power, capable of overwhelming low-level beast tamers and their pets. Danger rating, extremely dangerous. Immediate retreat recommended. Now. Run. Host. Run. Now. Immediately. Don't look back, just run. Xiaoqi's voice was sharper and more urgent than ever, almost screaming. This thing is not something you can handle right now. One hit and you'll be flattened. Hurry. He didn't need Xiaoqi to remind him. The terrifying pressure and smell of blood coming at him, almost solid. Already, Lu Ming's entire body had nearly frozen in blood. Second rank low grade. Common item peak. This was definitely the strongest being he had ever encountered in the secret realm. He could even clearly see that the tusked wild boar lowered its fierce head. It sniffed hard at the place where he had just stayed, and those small eyes filled with brutality suddenly lifted, locking onto the bushes where Lu Ming was hiding. Discovered. Dog. Run. Lu Ming's soul nearly escaped. He could no longer care about hiding, letting out a scream twisted by extreme fear. He sprang up from the thorns, not caring about the blood marks all over his body. He turned and sprinted back the way he came, bursting forth with the fastest speed of his life, fleeing for his life. Humph. The tusked wild boar emitted a low growl filled with excitement and cruelty, its four sturdy hooves slammed down on the ground. The ground let out a muffled thud, and its massive body exploded forth with a terrifying speed that completely contradicted its size. Like a heavy tank starting at full speed, rumbling as it crushed the ground, it wildly chased after Lu Ming. Run. Escape with all your might. Lu Ming's mind was blank, leaving only the most primal instinct to survive. He poured every bit of his meager force into his legs without reservation, striving to squeeze out every ounce of potential. The sound of wind whistled past his ears, and his heart pounded crazily in his chest, nearly bursting through his throat. Yet, the speed of the second-rank beast far exceeded his imagination. The rumbling footsteps and the explosive sound of trees snapping. Like a death bell, they tightly followed behind him, rapidly closing in at a visible speed. A pungent stench, thick enough to make him gag, was already spewing against the back of his neck. Turn left. Avoid that fir tree. Little Chi's scream was like the most precise navigation. Without thinking, Lu Ming abruptly dodged sideways, narrowly slipping behind a huge fir tree that required two people to hug. Almost at the very moment he ducked. Boom! A deafening roar erupted. The whole giant fir tree shook violently, and wood chips flew everywhere. The wild boar's terrifying tusks dug too deep, visible to the bone grooves into the hard trunk like a hot knife through butter. Lu Ming could even feel the shockwave from the impact pushing hard against his back. Terrified, he didn't dare to look back, rolling and scrambling forward with the momentum. There's a huge rock ahead. Jump over it. Hurry. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and jumped up, barely clearing a half-person high rock. The wild boar behind him didn't dodge at all, crashing directly into it. Bang! The boulder was cracked open, and rubble scattered everywhere. So strong. So terrifying. Each dodge drained all of his mind and strength. His force was rapidly consumed, his legs felt as heavy as lead, and his lungs burned with pain, as if they would explode any second. Woof! Woof woof! The mud-scaled dog had its tail tightly tucked between its hind legs. Its fur standing on end, yet it unleashed surprising potential, fiercely keeping pace beside Lu Ming. There was even one time when it saw the wild boar nearly catch up and suddenly stopped. Turning around, it barked fearfully yet bravely at the enormous creature, trying to attract its attention. Idiot! Run! Don't stop! Lu Ming caught a glimpse, terrified to his core, shouting hoarsely. He could absolutely not watch Dog sacrifice itself for him. Dog stopped, whimpering and desperately trying to keep up again. The shadow of death clung to them like the coldest winding sheet. With every approaching hoofbeat, it felt as if death itself swung down a scythe. His strength swiftly drained, and his speed inevitably slowed. And just then. Ugh! Lu Ming's right foot suddenly tripped on a protruding piece of ground. On the extremely hidden twisted tree roots. The body instantly lost balance. A huge force violently yanked him forward. It's over. This thought flashed through his mind like lightning. He uncontrollably lunged forward, about to crash heavily onto the ground. Once he fell, the speed would suddenly drop, even requiring just a moment of stagnation. The frenzied killing machine behind him would instantly crush him. The strong, bloody, and foul hot breath had already surged to the back of his head. The painful sound of the fangs piercing the air seemed to have touched his skin. Death had never been so close. Chapter 18, Dangerous Situations. The stench of death was already spewing on his neck, and the sharp, piercing howl of fangs breaking the air was almost about to rupture his eardrum. Lu Ming's brain went completely blank under extreme fear, but his body instinctively burst forth its last bit of potential. He did not try to steady himself, but instead used the momentum from his forward lunge. With all his strength, like a dying fish, he suddenly rolled to the side front in a very awkward manner. Boom! Just as his body barely rolled away from the original spot, a terrifying black shadow, carrying destructive power, crashed by him like an uncontrolled landslide. The thick, pillar-like fangs even scraped off a corner of his back clothing. The icy touch of death made his hair stand on end. The massive body of the fanged wild boar slammed into a hardwood tree that required two people to hug. Crack! The painful sound of a huge fracture exploded. That great tree, which had grown for countless years, was brutally broken in half by this violent impact. The upper half of the tree crown let out a mournful groan, crashing down with a bang, branches and wood chips flying everywhere, dust clouding the air. Lu Ming fell heavily into a shallow pit raised by the tree roots, dizzy and seeing stars. He didn't even have time to feel the pain. The desire to survive drove him to crawl out with all fours. Like a frightened lizard, he frantically climbed out of the pit, running forward without looking back. His back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. Just then, he had truly brushed shoulders with death. However, the terror of the Tier 2 magical beast was far beyond his imagination. One failed rush did not cause the fanged wild boar to slow down at all. It shook its scraggy massive head and emitted an even angrier ha-ha sound. Its blood-red small eyes quickly locked onto Lu Ming's staggering escape. With four hooves digging the ground, dust rose again. The second charge of death was upon him in an instant. Lu Ming's stamina had long been depleted, and his energy was almost exhausted. His speed obviously slowed down. Hearing the urgent thundering footsteps rapidly approaching from behind like a death warrant, a wave of desperate chill swept over his entire body. It's over. Can't dodge it. At this critical moment. Woof! Woof woof woof! A desperate bark, even with a hint of sorrow, suddenly exploded from under Lu Ming's feet. It was the Earthscale Dogsy. It suddenly stopped following Lu Ming's escape, resolutely turning around. Its small body trembled violently from extreme fear, its tail tightly tucked between its hind legs. But it faced the fanged wild boar that charged like a prehistoric beast. It let out the loudest, bravest, and most futile challenge bark of its life. It even charged a few steps forward, taking a pouncing stance. It wanted to use its insignificant body to buy a glimmer of hope for its master. Dogsy! No! Lu Ming's eyes widened in rage. He roared desperately, wanting to stop it, but there was no time. The fanged wild boar's attention was indeed completely drawn to the sudden provocation of this tiny creature. Its simple mind couldn't comprehend this death-wish behavior. But the furious anger at being offended by an ant instantly overshadowed its pursuit of the primary target. Humph! It let out an angered roar, suddenly changing its charge direction. Its fierce head lowered, sharp fangs glinted dangerously, aiming directly at the unaware little creature. It wanted to crush this annoying bug into meat paste first. Whoosh! The terrifying fangs, with a wicked wind, swept past the dog's body, deeply plunging into the ground, carving out a deep trench. The dog emitted a terrified whimper but, using its small size and survival instinct, suddenly darted behind a nearby large tree. Boom! The wild boar's fangs crashed heavily into the trunk, splinters flying everywhere. The dog rolled and scrambled out from the other side, barking desperately to draw the wild boar's attention. The enraged boar violently crashed through the bushes and small trees in its way. It relentlessly chased the little gray-brown spot that continued to dash fearfully between the trees. Every thrust and collision of the fangs was filled with peril. The dog used its small size for agility and the cover of trees. Time and time again, it brushed past death, but anyone could see it wouldn't last long. Taking the chance, Lu Ming scrambled to the side, using hands and feet to climb up an ancient tree so thick that the wild boar couldn't easily break it. He lay on a thick branch, watching the heart-stopping scene below. The massive, furious wild boar was destroying everything in its path as if demolishing toys. It madly chased after the small, trembling figure that was still howling defiantly, willing to die to save him. Every near escape the dog made, every gust of wind caused by the fangs knocking it down, felt like a sharp knife stabbing deep into Lu Ming's heart. His eyes instantly reddened, teeth biting down hard on his lip, and he didn't even notice the taste of blood. A wave of immense sorrow and rage threatened to overwhelm his reason. He wished he could jump down immediately and fight that beast. But the remaining rationality held him back tightly. Jumping down would mean certain death, and it was meaningless. He had to stay calm. He had to think of a way. Calm down. Calm down. Lu Ming. Calm down. Think of a way. There must be a way. He frantically hit his forehead, digging his nails deep into his scalp, trying to drive away the panic with pain, forcing himself to think rapidly. His gaze scanned like the most frantic scanner, desperately searching the chaotic battlefield below and the surrounding environment. Big trees, bushes, rocks, vines, anything that could be used. Little Chi. Little Chi. Hurry. Scan the surroundings. Is there anything that can be used? Tell me quickly. He shouted in his mind, a hoarse and nearly broken cry directed at the system spirit. Scanning. Analyzing the environment. Host, hold on. Little Chi's voice lost its previous teasing tone, becoming extremely fast and focused. Upper right direction. About 15 meters. That largest ancient fir tree, below the huge horizontal branch. Yes. Right there. There is a huge, gray-brown stinging bee nest attached to the trunk. A superior quality bee swarm, very large in number, highly venomous, with a strong territorial instinct. A huge bee nest? Lu Ming's gaze locked onto it instantly. The nest looked like a massive gray tumor full of irregular holes. Tightly attached below the thick branch, its size was nearly comparable to a bucket. He could vaguely see some bees the size of fingernails, with black and yellow stripes, crawling in and out of the nest entrance. But host. Disturbing them is extremely dangerous. Stinging bees are violent. Once enraged, they will not stop until they are dead. Their stingers can cause great pain to that wild boar, but you will definitely not escape. What do you want to do? This is too crazy. Little Chi's voice was filled with doubt and warning. But Lu Ming's eyes were fixed on the nest, then looked down at the wild boar that was still madly chasing the dog. An extremely adventurous, almost suicidal crazy thought suddenly formed in his mind, filled with despair and anger. I can't care about that anymore. Chapter 19, Outsmarting Strong Enemies. Buzz. Shao Qi's warning echoed in his mind. The words extremely dangerous, like a death sentence, burned into Lu Ming's heart like a branding iron. But his gaze was firmly locked on the breathtaking scene below. The ferocious wild boar charged violently again. The dog jumped aside with all its might, barely avoiding the attack. The boar crashed into the giant iron fir tree behind it, which required several people to hug, creating a dull roar that shook down countless leaves. And the dog landed awkwardly, rolling near the roots of that giant tree. Struggling to get up, its movements were clearly a beat too slow, exhausted. And that giant tree beneath its lateral branches hung that huge, gray-brown, spiky toxic bee nest that looked like a death egg. An opportunity. Perhaps the only opportunity. A thought so crazy it was like lightning split through Lu Ming's mind, filled with fear and despair. Bet. He must take a gamble. For the dog, and for himself. Shao Qi. Tell me the most vulnerable connection point of the nest. Lu Ming's voice was hoarse and distorted from extreme tension, almost squeezed out from the bottom of his throat. Host, you're crazy. The connection between the bottom of the nest and the trunk. There are 3 main secretion bonding points, the weakest is on the right. But? No buts anymore. A glimmer of near-mad determination flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He suddenly broke off a relatively straight and hard dead branch from the branch he was hiding on, about the length of half an arm, and gripped it in his hand. Below, the wild boar seemed even angrier due to repeated failed attacks. It swung its massive head, spitting foul saliva in all directions, its strong hooves digging fiercely into the ground. Its blood-red eyes locked back onto the dog, leaning against the tree roots, temporarily unable to move quickly, letting out a growl in preparation for the next charge. Now is the time. Lu Ming took a deep breath, forcing his trembling arms, filled with fear, to stabilize. He leaned his upper body out from the branch, his gaze fixated like a hawk on the slightly lighter area on the right bottom of the nest. Hit it! He let out a silent shout in his heart. Using all his strength, he hurled the dead branch with all his might. The branch arced through the air, but due to tension and the trembling of his arm. Thud! It hit the trunk on the left side of the nest, bouncing off weakly, not even scraping off a piece of bark. Damn it! Lu Ming's eyes turned bloodshot from anxiety. The wild boar had already sprung into action again. Its enormous body shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, carrying a terrifying momentum that crushed everything. Charging towards the nearly immobile dog by the tree roots. The glinting tusks were already locked onto the target. There was no time left. Lu Ming gritted his teeth, a final madness flashing in his eyes. He almost squeezed out the last bit of weak energy left in his dantian, forcing it into his right arm. A weak airflow surrounded the dead branch, bringing a momentary sense of power. He broke off another piece of dead branch, not even looking, relying on a kind of desperate intuition, and threw it with all his strength again. This time, the dead branch infused with his last energy flew faster and was more direct. Like a poisonous snake, it precisely shot toward the most vulnerable connection point at the right bottom of the nest. Puff. A very faint, almost drowned out by the boar's charge, crisp sound. It hit. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The huge, gray-brown nest shook violently. The area at the bottom, where it was hit, that layer formed of beeswax and secretion burst apart instantly, crumbling. The next moment, under the ruthless pull of gravity, the entire massive beehive broke free from its branch support, beginning to tilt and slide downward. Boom! The beehive crashed heavily onto a lower branch, part of its structure instantly shattering. Then, losing none of its momentum, it continued to fall, ultimately smashing onto the ground covered with fallen leaves, producing a muffled sound and completely breaking apart. The world fell silent for a very brief moment. And then, buzz. A terrifying buzzing sound, indescribable in words, filled with extreme anger, seemingly emerging from the depths of hell. It suddenly erupted from the shattered beehive, like countless broken spinning wheels operating at their limits. In the next second, countless black and yellow, thumb-sized wasps, with compound eyes flashing with furious red light, surged out of the broken nest like a volcanic eruption. They vibrated their wings, the sounds merging into a symphony of death that made one's scalp tingle and soul shiver. Their anger needed an outlet. And below, the tusked wild boar, which had made a huge noise and was charging while roaring, was undoubtedly the greatest suspect. The swarm of wasps instantly gathered into a terrifying, moving black storm in the air. With a suffocating intent to kill, they swept down towards the tusked wild boar like a tidal wave. Hoo-ah! The tusked wild boar, charging with all its might, had no time to react to what was happening, and was instantly engulfed by the terrifying swarm. Countless venomous stings struck its relatively vulnerable eyes, nostrils, ears, and skin not covered by its bristles like a violent rain. Thick fur lost most of its defensive function before the frenzied swarm. Excruciating pain, unimaginable agony enveloped the wild boar's entire body in an instant. It let out a haunting, distorted wail, filled with utmost pain and terror. Its charging stance instantly collapsed, it stood on its hind legs crazily, desperately shaking its huge head. Attempting to shake off the swarm's attack, its stout hooves stomped wildly on the ground, breaking nearby bushes. But everything was in vain. The frenzied attacks of the wasps would not rest until they were dead. More venomous stings pierced its body, toxins began to take effect, and the intense pain and numbness caused it to completely lose its ferocity. It could no longer care about any prey, leaving only the primal fear of pain and death. It let out a series of desperate howls, suddenly changing direction, like a headless fly. It fled frantically into the depths of the forest in a pitiful state. Its massive body crashed through every obstacle in its way, leaving destruction behind. And that terrifying black cloud of wasps still clung tightly to it, relentlessly pursuing, the buzzing sound of death gradually fading away. Under the tree, an eerie silence fell instantly. Only the wreckage of broken trees, and the chaos of fallen leaves, and the faint smell of blood and a strange, sweet odor of bee venom lingering in the air testified to what had just happened. Ming felt completely drained, his back pressed tightly against the tree trunk. Gasping for breath, his cold sweat had soaked him through, and his arms and legs trembled uncontrollably. That brief moment of struggle had exhausted all his energy and last strength. He didn't dare to delay, scrambling down the tree with his hands and feet, he staggered towards that giant tree. The ground-walking Dogsy was slumped next to the tree roots, its small body shaking from excessive fright and exhaustion. Its body had a few obvious abrasions and bruises, but fortunately, it had not been affected by the swarm and had not been directly hit by the wild boar. Seeing Ming run over, it struggled to raise its head, weakly uttering a woo-woo sound, with its tail barely wagging. Ming's heart tightened. His eyes instantly reddened. He carefully picked up the dog, checking its injuries, and only after confirming they were all external wounds did he let out a long sigh of relief. A feeling of immense gratitude and fear flooded his heart like a tide, making him almost unsteady on his feet. He gently stroked the dog's rough head, his voice hoarse and choked. "It's okay, dog, it's okay, we survived." The dog stuck out its tongue and licked his backhand, which was covered in cold sweat and dirt. After a brief moment of warmth, a strong sense of crisis struck again. No one knew if the swarm would return, or if the earlier noise would attract other, even more terrifying things. They had to leave immediately. Ming dared not linger for a moment, holding the dog tightly in his arms, enduring the pain and weakness throughout his body. He checked the direction and took a step forward with his still slightly weak legs. Heading toward the exit of the secret realm, he stumbled and fled as quickly as possible from this area that almost became their grave. His steps were unsteady, his back a mess, yet it carried a resilience and determination that felt like crawling out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Chapter 20, Returning with Abundance. When that familiar gray light barrier at the entrance, rippling like water, finally appeared in his line of sight, Ming nearly cried. On the way back, he had almost pushed the true sight and his remaining perception to the limit. Like a startled bird, any rustle or movement could make his heart stop. He moved slowly with the dog, making it painfully slow, until he saw that light barrier, and the figures in standard leather armor in front of it. The slightly impatient expressions of the city guards. The overwhelming sense of death that almost crushed him, coming from the depths of the dark forest, slowly receded like a tide. He held the dog and stumbled toward the entrance checkpoint. With trembling hands, he handed over the temporary pass that had become warm and worn at the edges. A soldier took the token, glancing casually at the dim runes and its validity. Then he looked Luming up and down. His clothes were ragged, covered in mud and blood, and there were several scratches on his face from thorns. The dirt-scaled dog in his arms looked even more dejected, filthy, and like it had just escaped from a disaster site. A hint of barely perceptible disdain and understanding flashed in the soldier's eyes. He had seen too many poor apprentices struggling out from the depths of the secret realm, and living to return was already luck enough. Go on, go on. The soldier waved his hand impatiently, as if swatting away a fly. Luming had no reaction, silently retracting the token, taking a deep breath, and stepping into the glimmering entrance light barrier. A slight dizziness and sense of spatial transition hit him again. But this time, when his feet landed back on solid, flat ground, and when he saw the towering primordial forest blocking the sun. The thick and indiscernible smell of decaying leaves and danger was instantly replaced by a familiar air, which carried a hint of dust and smoke. An indescribable, near-rebirth feeling of immense relief suddenly washed over his entire body. In the evening, the sunset's afterglow shone like warm golden sand. It fell on the wide dirt road outside the stone city, and also on his cold, exhausted body. It dispelled the deep-seated chill and dampness. In the distance, the outline of the not very tall but solid and thick city wall of Stone City stood out clearly under the setting sun, even appearing somewhat familiar. He had survived. He truly had survived. Luming stood there, staring blankly for several seconds. Then, as if he had relearned to breathe, he suddenly took several deep breaths of this air that was not particularly fresh but represented safety and civilization. The fear and oppression that had been tightly wound up in his chest finally began to gradually ease. A wave of emptiness brought an overwhelming sense of weakness. He hugged his dog and stepped onto the dirt road back to Qingshi City. His steps felt unsteady due to exhaustion, each footfall raising tiny dust clouds. Occasionally, beast-laden carts creaked past, with the drivers casting curious or indifferent glances. There were also groups of Beast Tamers apprentices returning home, chatting about their harvests or complaining about bad luck. Their beloved beasts trotted alongside them, appearing much more spirited. These ordinary sights seemed so treasured in Luming's eyes at that moment. In his mind, scenes from the secret realm replayed uncontrollably. The life-and-death struggle with the poisonous vine snake, that cold snake kiss, and deadly venom. In the stench-filled, perilous slag heap, the arduous and humiliating search for hope with bare hands. Finally, the despair brought by that nightmarish tusked wild boar. And the terrifying buzz of a swarm of bees as they surged upward, crazily pursuing him. Each time, he walked along the edge of death. Any slight misfortune, any mistake in judgment, and he wouldn't be here now, basking in the sunset. Regret coiled around his heart like a cold snake, leaving his hands and feet icy. But then, a hotter and more surging emotion forcefully overwhelmed all his fear. Excitement. Uncontrollable excitement. An immense joy. He succeeded. He did it. He brought hope back from that land of death. He couldn't help but reach out again, carefully and gently touching the two boxes he kept close to his chest. One was cool like jade, quietly holding the shadow grass, swirling with dark patterns. The other was rough wood, containing a murky, dull-fire crystal core that held a faint spark. He gave almost everything for these two items, going through life and death. Their market value might be low, perhaps adding up to less than 50 gold crystals. But at this moment in Luming's heart, their worth was immeasurable. They carried the hope for him and his sister, Lu Xiaoyu, a bright and splendid path toward infinite possibilities. Ding! Just then, that familiar and reassuring, albeit sharp-tongued, voice rang in his mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the beginning of the Demon Dragon task, successfully gathering all materials required for the Hellhound's first evolution within the time limit. Task completion location, edge of the dark forest, garbage pile and danger zone. Task completion evaluation, C grade, process was extremely chaotic, efficiency was quite low. Tactical use was crude, luck was unnecessarily high, but the final result was achieved, and the pet's loyalty performance was outstanding, awarded for consideration. Task rewards, newbie gift pack *1, system points 100, already distributed to the system space, please check it yourself. Special reminder, evolution materials are complete, please find an absolutely safe and undisturbed hidden location for the first evolution operation as soon as possible. The evolution process is irreversible, and may include unknown energy impacts and disturbances, please be sure to be cautious. Absolutely. Xiao Qi's voice still carried her unique tone. Especially the C-grade evaluation and the note about high luck component, still a bit harsh. But the last part about evolution preparation. Rarely, there was no hint of jest, the tone was serious and solemn, even carrying a hint of concern. This concern sent a shiver down Lu Ming's spine, instantly suppressing the slight pride that had just arisen. Yes, he had gone through great hardships to find the materials. The real challenge, evolution, was just beginning. The system's grave warning was not mere alarmism. The fatigue in his body crashed over him like a tide. His power was almost drained. His spirit was sapped from prolonged tension, and his temples throbbed. However, all this exhaustion and discomfort could not cover the burning light of hope and expectation in his eyes. The first step to changing his fate was right before him. The legendary path leading to the Hellhound and the world-ending dragon was about to open in his hands. Excitement, tension, anticipation, a mix of emotions intertwined, making his heartbeat quicken once more. The familiar, slightly worn gate of Qingshi City was now just within reach. The beast-proof lantern at the gate was beginning to emit a faint light, and the familiar buzz and life of the city rushed towards him. Lu Ming took a deep breath, suppressing all his emotions, and quickened his pace. He only wished to hurry back to that home, though run down, that could offer him a touch of safety. He paid no attention to the several seemingly idle figures standing or squatting in the shadows near the gate. From the moment he appeared from the secret realm, their gazes fell upon him. It felt as if they intentionally or unintentionally focused on this young boy returning alone, looking disheveled, holding a dirty soil-scaled dog. Chapter 21, Preparation for Evolution. He pushed open the creaking, worn wooden door that seemed it would fall apart at any moment. A familiar smell mixed with a hint of mildew and medicine, the scent of home, rushed towards him. This scent was cold and poor, but at this moment, it gave Lu Ming a sense of safety that almost brought him to tears. He finally came back to life. "Brother? Is it you?" A weak yet joyful voice of Lu Xiaoyu came from inside, followed closely by a suppressed cough. "It's me, Xiaoyu, I'm back." Lu Ming pressed down the tumultuous emotions, trying to make his voice sound steady. He quickly walked into the inner room and saw his sister struggling to sit up from the bed. Her little face was still pale enough to break one's heart, but her eyes brightened a bit at his return. Aunt Lin was sitting on a small stool by the bed, mending something. Upon seeing Lu Ming's dirty, tattered clothes, even with bloodstains and abrasions, she was shocked, her needle and thread falling from her hands. "Oh my gosh! Xiao Ming, what happened to you? How did you end up like this? You're not hurt, right?" Aunt Lin quickly stood up, walking over with a worried expression. "I'm fine, Aunt Lin, just tripped and scraped a little skin." Lu Ming forced a smile, explaining vaguely, as he carefully placed the equally dirty soil-scaled dog on the ground. "Thank you for taking care of Xiaoyu, I'm back, no need to trouble you anymore." He discreetly slipped the 5 gold crystals he had promised beforehand into Aunt Lin's hand. Aunt Lin held the gold crystals, looking at Lu Ming's obviously unwilling expression of exhaustion. She glanced at his injuries, sighed, and did not ask more, only advising. "Alas, you two siblings, fine, as long as you're okay. Hurry and wash up, I have the medicine for Xiaoyu warming on the stove, remember to make her drink it. If you need anything, just call me." After sending Aunt Lin away, Lu Ming quickly and firmly locked the door. Even feeling uneasy, he struggled to move the rickety wooden table in the room to brace against the door. After doing all this, he finally leaned against the cold door, taking a long, deep breath, then slowly exhaling. The pounding of his heart echoed clearly in the silent room. The pain in his arm and the soreness throughout his body surged back to his awareness, but he couldn't focus on those now. Excitement, anxiety, anticipation, and a hint of fear of the unknown. A mix of emotions boiled like magma inside his chest, making his fingers tremble slightly as he poured water for his sister. "Brother, what happened to you? Your hands." Lu Xiaoyu leaned back against the bed. Holding the bowl of water, her clear big eyes were filled with worry and confusion. Though she was weak, she could sense that her brother was very different today, not only in distress but also, with an extremely suppressed excitement. "It's okay, little fish, really, it's okay." Lu Ming walked to the bedside, gently stroked his sister's hair, his voice unusually soft. "Brother went out today, and found a possible remedy that may help your illness, we need to prepare quietly. You obediently take your medicine, then sleep well. No matter what sounds you hear, don't come out, okay?" His tone carried an undeniable firmness and a glow that Lu Xiaoyu had never seen before, as if something was burning inside. Lu Xiaoyu was taken aback, although she was full of doubts, her absolute trust in her brother made her obediently nod. I'll listen to my brother." After feeding his sister the medicine, he watched her lie back down, her breathing gradually became steady and deep. It seemed that once she fell asleep, Lu Ming carefully exited the inner room and gently closed the door. Now, finally, no one would disturb him. His gaze intensely swept over the narrow, dilapidated, empty space outside. Here would be the first stage for him to rewrite his destiny. "Stop dazing off, useless host. Hurry up and prepare." Little Seven's voice timely rang out, dispelling his momentary distraction. "First, clear a sufficiently large space in the center of the room, ensuring there are no clutter interfering with the energy flow." Lu Ming immediately sprang into action, quickly moving the old bottles and firewood from the corner. He carefully swept the floor, even smoothing out the uneven dirt ground with his hands. He cleared a circular area with a diameter of about 1.5 meters. Very good. Next, take out the remnants of the shadow grass powder that spilled during collection. According to the energy node diagram I projected on your retina, outline the basic energy guiding matrix on the ground. The lines don't have to be perfect, but the node positions must be accurate. A deviation of more than a centimeter will greatly reduce the effect or even lead to failure. Little Seven's voice became extremely serious, and at the same time, a complex and mysterious geometric pattern composed of faint blue light dots appeared in Lu Ming's vision. Countless tiny data streams annotated angles, distances, and energy flow illustrations beside it. Lu Ming held his breath, his gaze intensely focused. He cautiously picked up the few remaining remnants of the shadow grass powder that flickered with a faint ghostly light, holding his breath in concentration. Following the diagram in his mind, he carefully outlined and dotted on the ground, little by little. His movements were slow and careful, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead from the intense concentration. This was undoubtedly a great challenge for a young man who had never been in contact with knowledge of formations. It took almost half an hour. Finally, a simple formation made of dark powder, with slightly crooked lines but precisely accurate key nodes, took shape on the ground. The moment the last stroke was completed, Lu Ming vaguely sensed that the surrounding air seemed to pause slightly, and the dust within the formation began to move without wind. Barely passing. Little Seven snorted. Next step, handle the main material. Take out the complete shadow grass with the jade pestle, the one your father left, grind it into powder in the jade box, as finely as possible to ensure the energy is evenly released. Lu Ming complied, opening the cool, special jade box and taking out the hard-earned 3-leaf small grass. It felt icy to the touch, and the dark patterns on its surface seemed to flow slowly under the dim oil lamplight. He picked up the smooth old jade pestle and began to carefully and uniformly grind it. Soon, a more intense, ethereal aura of shadow energy spread out, and a layer of deep purple-black powder covered the bottom of the jade box. Now, sprinkle the powder evenly across the 7 main energy nodes of the matrix. Hurry! Lu Ming flicked his fingers, precisely spreading the precious powder over the marked positions. The moment the powder fell, the entire simple matrix seemed to be infused with life. The dark lines suddenly brightened, and an invisible force field began to form faintly. Finally, the core. Take out the inferior fire element crystal core and place it at the energy focal point in the center of the matrix. Lu Ming took a deep breath, and with trembling fingers, he took out the murky, dull, unremarkable inferior fire element crystal core from the small wooden box. It felt only slightly warm to the touch. He carefully, like placing a fragile bird's egg, gently set it in the specially reserved empty spot at the center of the matrix. The moment the crystal core touched the ground, buzz. A very faint, yet clearly audible buzzing noise suddenly erupted. All the lines of the matrix burst forth with intense dark light. The shadow grass powder placed at the 7 nodes seemed to ignite, rising like a faint, black flame-like phantom. And the originally dull crystal core at the center of the matrix. The weak fire element energy within seemed to be instantly activated and amplified, shining through its murky shell. It emitted an unstable, flickering crimson glow. A strange and restless wave of energy. Centering on the matrix, it suddenly spread out, causing the oil lamp's flame to wildly sway, and shadows on the wall danced crazily. The temperature in the room seemed to change, one side cold and dark, the other side restless and warm. Lu Ming was startled by this sudden change and took half a step back, his heart racing. Last step. Bloodline connection. Shao Qi's voice suddenly rose, carrying an undeniable solemnity. Bite your fingertip and let a drop of blood, containing the essence of your life and soul mark, fall at the center of that crystal core. Hurry! Lu Ming's eyes sharpened, and without a moment's hesitation, he placed his right index finger in his mouth and bit down hard. A sharp pain shot through, and the metallic taste spread in his mouth. He squeezed out a full, bright red droplet of blood from his fingertip, accurately dropping it down with Shao Qi's guidance and his vague understanding of the energy flow. Drip! The blood droplet landed precisely at the rough, uneven surface center of the inferior fire element crystal core. An astonishing scene occurred. The drop of blood did not slide off, instead, as if it had a life of its own, it was instantaneously absorbed by the crystal core. It spread quickly along the fine internal cracks and energy pathways. Buzz. The buzzing sound from the matrix suddenly intensified several times. As if countless tiny bees were flapping their wings. The central crystal core erupted with unprecedented crimson light. Though still not strong, it was filled with a primal, violent aura. The murkiness on the surface seemed to be partially purified by the blood, faintly revealing the struggling spark of fire within wanting to grow. The shadow energy at the 7 nodes seemed summoned, transforming into 7 slender streams of dark light, entwining around the glowing crystal core, trying to merge with it. The void and cold of shadows, the restlessness and warmth of flames. Two entirely different energies began to undergo some mysterious and intense reaction, spurred by Lu Ming's blood as a catalyst. The entire simple matrix shone brightly, alternating between light and dark, energy surging. It produced an increasingly louder buzz, causing even the tiny dust particles on the ground to start jumping and spinning. An indescribable, weak aura, as if coming from ancient times, began to spread out from the matrix. Woo woo. The Earthscale Dogsy, which had been quietly lying in the corner, suddenly stood up. Its coarse fur bristled slightly. A thin body trembled uncontrollably. Those originally dull and lifeless eyes were now fixed intently on the center of the shining matrix, reflecting a swirl of red and dark light. A low, yearning whimper filled with instinctual fear emitted from its throat, anxiously pacing back and forth at the edge of the matrix. As if some dormant bloodline within was being crazily attracted and awakened by the power at the center of the matrix. Lu Ming was shaken to the core by this unimaginable scene, his heart nearly leaping out of his chest. He looked at the increasingly bright and energetically fluctuating matrix, then at the anxious and eager dog, feeling dry-mouthed and tense. He swallowed and, his voice dry and hoarse from extreme tension and anticipation, asked the system spirit in his mind. Little Chi, what should we do next? Should we just let the dog stand inside? Chapter 22, The Light of Evolution. Yes. Now is the time. Let it enter the core of the formation, stand on the crystal nucleus. Hurry. The moment is fleeting. Little Chi's voice erupted in his mind, no longer the usual sarcastic tone. Instead, it carried an unprecedented seriousness and a hint of undisguised anticipation. Lu Ming's heart jolted, and without any hesitation, he immediately directed the restless Earthscale dog, his voice trembling slightly from intense nervousness. Dog! Go in! Stand on that glowing thing! He didn't know if the dog understood this complex command fully. But he could pass on all his thoughts and determination through their soul link, trust me. Step in! The Earthscale dog's body paused sharply, and it raised its head. Those eyes reflecting the red and black light looked at Lu Ming, filled with instinctual fear. But deeper within was an unwavering resolve, a strong desire and absolute trust overpowering the fear. It let out a low, determined whine, no longer hesitating, its limbs slightly crouching, then suddenly leaping forward. Its movement was cautious yet carried a tragic determination. It precisely avoided the flickering energy lines on the ground, its small body lightly landing in the core area of the formation. Then, under Lu Ming's breathless and focused gaze, it lifted its right front paw, steadily and accurately, stepping on the crystal nucleus that was flashing intensely with red and black light. Claw down, nucleus touched. Time seemed to freeze utterly at this moment under an invisible force. The next instant. Boom! An indescribable torrent of energy, terrifying beyond measure, erupted like a long-slumbering volcano. What was once a slightly glowing and somewhat restless simple formation, in that instant, exploded into dazzling red and black light pillars bright enough to burn retinas. This light beam was not a gentle flow of energy, but a terrifying force filled with violent, primal destruction and rebirth. The beam shot up into the sky without any hindrance, instantly breaking through the already shabby wooden roof of Lu Ming's home. Crack, boom. The rafters snapped. Tiles shattered. Wood chips and dust exploded in a scattered frenzy. A massive hole appeared in the roof, and the cold night wind and brilliant starlight rushed in. Yet, they could do nothing to dilute the overwhelming energy unleashed by that light beam that sent shivers down one's soul. Red and black light wildly intertwined, spun, collided, emitting a deafening roar that seemed to hail from the primordial age. This light was so intense that it instantly engulfed the small figure of the Earthscale dog. Submerged, it even illuminated the entire dilapidated little house as if it were broad daylight. The light surged through the window and the broken hole. In the night sky of the slums of Stone City, a brief yet striking column of strange light formed. The world's energy within hundreds of meters was completely stirred, becoming wildly chaotic and turbulent. The ordinary beast pets kept by nearby residents let out terrified screams and commotion. Some perceptive low-level beast masters were even awakened from their dreams, looking uncertainly toward the direction of the light, unsure of what was happening. And at the very core of the energy explosion, Lu Ming was the first to bear the brunt. At the moment the light column exploded, he felt an irresistible colossal wave, mixed with heat and cold, crashing violently onto his body and spirit. He let out a muffled groan, his whole person was fiercely thrown away, crashing heavy against the wall behind him, causing dust to fall in a shower. He tightly shut his eyes, the light was too intense even with his eyes closed, he could feel a crazy flickering of crimson and pitch black, stabbing at his nerves. The fierce wind, carrying hot and cold breaths, made it almost impossible for him to breathe, his hair and tattered clothes danced wildly backward. He could not use his eyes to see, he could only desperately maintain the fragile soul contract connected to the puppy, channeling all his effort to sense the situation at the center of the light column. What came through the contract was an overwhelming, tsunami-like, searing pain that seemed ready to tear his soul apart. And beneath that extreme pain, there was a terrifying sense of metamorphosis as some essence of life was being forcibly broken, reshaped, and sublimated. He could vaguely see the puppy's small body being crazily pulled, twisted, and expanded within the light column. Bones emitted a teeth-crunching crack sound, as if being crushed and reassembled inch by inch. Fur was burning, then reborn under the dark light. Flesh was tearing, yet forcibly filled by stronger energy. This was an evolution reminiscent of near torture. It was the cruelest baptism that all mortals must undergo to reach the extraordinary. At the same time, as the master, as the leader and guide of the evolution ceremony, Ming was horrified to discover. His already thin and pitiful beast master energy in his dantian was being frantically drawn out by an irresistible, terrifying suction. Like floodwaters pouring out when a dam breaks, it surged into that beam of light, to support and guide the rampaging energy of evolution. The little bit of energy he had just restored was instantly exhausted. Immediately afterward came a strong sense of weakness, dizziness, and a stinging pain, as if his soul were being emptied. His face turned as pale as paper in an instant, and his body uncontrollably slipped along the wall to the ground. He could only grit his teeth tightly, relying on his resilient will to maintain that fragile contract connection, keeping a glimmer of consciousness. He absolutely could not faint. Once he lost consciousness, the evolution would lose its guidance, the energy would go out of control, and the puppy would surely be torn into pieces by this terrible surge of energy, leaving no remains. "Hold on, puppy, hold on, I will, hold on." He curled up in the corner. His nails dug deeply into the ground, and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. In a voice only he could hear, hoarse and whispering, he anguishedly murmured with his partner suffering in the light column. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. The light column lasted a full 10 minutes, and not only did it not weaken, but the energy collisions within became even more intense. The light became ever more brilliant, the colors grew deeper. Red like lava, black like an abyss. Through the blinding light, one could occasionally see the distorted, expanding silhouette within the light column growing larger, more ferocious. Vaguely, a thicker, dark-scaled shadow of limbs flashed by, and sharper, glimmering claws emerged. A low, painful roar, yet filled with increasingly powerful strength, echoed. Replaced the initial faint whimper. From the center of that light column, waves of energy surged out, shaking the entire small house slightly. Ming's heart rose to his throat, weakness and expectation intertwined, almost tearing him apart. Finally, when the energy and brightness of that red-black light column gathered to a critical point, it felt as if a miniature sun was about to explode in this tiny space, releasing energy that could destroy everything. Suddenly, a change occurred. All light, all rumbling, all the raging waves of energy. At the moment it peaked, it abruptly, as if time flowed backward, crazily collapsed and shrank toward the very core. As if an invisible black hole appeared at the center of the light column, instantly swallowing all light and heat, all energy. In just one breath, that astonishing light column, which illuminated half the night sky and shocked hundreds of meters around, disappeared without a trace. It was as if everything just now was merely an illusion. The small house instantaneously fell into extreme darkness and silence. Only the dim starlight filtering through the hole in the roof, and the strong, nauseating smell of burnt matter filled the air. The scent of sulfur and a certain indescribable, seemingly ferocious aura from the depths of the abyss. Ming's vision temporarily lost its function, everything before him was pitch black, and a buzzing filled his ears. But the power that had been drained from him stopped flowing away, at the other end of the soul contract. The heart-wrenching pain vanished, replaced by a heavy, oppressive, cold feeling, yet infused with explosive power. Like the awakening of a primal beast. An unsettling, terrifying aura. This aura spread like tangible waves, instantly enveloping the whole room, and even extending beyond the small courtyard. Ming struggled, using the last bit of strength. He opened his eyes, stung by the bright light and blurred by tears, with immense fear and infinite expectation, he gazed towards the original center of the array. Chapter 23, Observation and Doubt. That sudden rending of the night sky, the red and black intertwined, wildly unmatched energy light column. And the following frightening, tangible pressure that spread out. Over the quiet slum area of Qingshi City, it was like thunder on a clear day. The first to be disturbed were the neighbors. Bang! Creak! Each wooden window that couldn't close properly was abruptly pushed open, one by one, sleepy or suspicious heads poked out. God! What is that light? Energy fluctuations. Such strong energy fluctuations. It's coming from that broken house of the Liu family. This commotion, this pressure, could it be a pet's evolution? But this energy level is too frightening. Absolutely not like what an ordinary evolution should have. Ming? Isn't he so poor he can't afford to eat, with a pet that's just a dying mutt? How could he make such a big noise? Could it be he stumbled upon a huge stroke of luck and found a treasure pet egg in some garbage dump? Whispers of uncertainty rapidly spread among the simple houses. Soon, several bold residents simply put on their clothes and slipped on their shoes, rushing out of their homes. They gathered in twos and threes on the narrow, filthy street, pointing at the direction of Lu Ming's dilapidated courtyard, whispering to each other, their faces filled with disbelief and intense curiosity. Though the soaring light column had vanished, the residual energy waves in the air were still clear and discernible, with a contradictory feeling of heat and cold intertwining, stimulating everyone's nerves. What was even more unsettling was the ferocious aura that wafted from that small courtyard. Not only did it not weaken, but it seemed to be growing more tangible. The crowd began to unconsciously gather towards the entrance of Lu Ming's small courtyard, growing larger, and soon surrounded it with a dark mass. They stretched their necks, trying to see through the low, shaky fence wall and understand what was happening inside. But the small yard was shrouded in a lingering energy smoke and the dust kicked up by the collapsed roof. In the hazy mist, they could vaguely see a terrifying large hole in the roof of the main house, and inside, it seemed there was a faint glow flickering, but it was not clear. "Is this a success or a failure?" someone muttered softly, in a tone of both anticipation and fear. "It's hard to say, this energy aura is too strange, both strong and sinister." An older man with some knowledge stroked his beard, his brows tightly knitted. Just then, a loud, arrogant voice came from the outskirts of the crowd. "Clear the way. What are you all crowding around for? You're blocking my path." Leading a group of rich, young kids, Zhang Hao pushed through the crowd swaggeringly. They must have just come out of a nearby night market tavern, still smelling of alcohol. Zhang Hao recognized this was Lu Ming's family at a glance, combining the earlier strange phenomenon and the surrounding discussions. His face immediately showed an exaggerated expression of extreme disdain and contempt. With a sneer, he raised his voice high, fearing that others couldn't hear. "Oh. I thought it was some important person's treasured beast evolving, making such a big noise? After all this, turns out it's just our famous genius Lu Ming from Xinghue High School." The followers beside him immediately understood and burst into laughter, mocking to the fullest. Brother Hao was right. With their poor appearance, their roof collapse isn't surprising, let alone beast evolution? It's laughable. Isn't that kid just daydreaming, trying to use his mud for some sinister ritual and ending up making a mess? Ha ha ha. I bet he blew up the medicine jar for his sickly sister. Now that would be lively. These malicious words rang out without any restraint, causing some nearby residents to secretly frown and show displeasure. But intimidated by Zhang Hao's family background and the usual arrogance of these young rascals, most dared to feel angry but didn't speak up, just quietly distancing themselves. Seeing no one countering him, Zhang Hao became more pleased, crossed his arms, and pointed with his chin at the smoky small yard, loudly concluding. "I say, you bunch of bumpkins, you've never seen the world. This little stir scared you? Let me tell you, I've seen real beast evolution many times. Each time, it was pure energy, brilliant light. Look again at the aura in this broken yard, chaotic, mixed, and carrying a hint of poor, miserable energy. It's clearly the remnants of a failed explosion. Who knows, inside might only be a pile of minced meat in that blasted, dirt-faced waste." Ha 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 ha. His laughter was sharp and piercing, sounding particularly unpleasant in the quiet night. More and more people gathered, discussions, speculations, and the mocking voices of Zhang Hao and his group mixed together, making the area around the small yard extremely noisy. Everyone's eyes were fixed tightly on the yard, where the smoke was gradually settling, trying to see what on earth had happened inside. That lingering fierce aura made everyone feel an inexplicable heart palpitation and oppression, both fearful and unable to resist that strong curiosity. Just as Zhang Hao was boasting the loudest, with drool flying everywhere. In the small yard, the thick smoke suddenly contracted inward, as if sucked in by some huge force. Then, a large, robust, muscular figure. In the gradually fading dust, it slowly stood up, bringing a suffocating sense of pressure. Its size far surpassed that of an ordinary Earthscale dog, even bigger than many adult battle pets known for their size. Its entire body was covered in dark scales like the night, but faintly shimmering with a metallic sheen. Between the gaps of the scales, dark red lava patterns seemed to be flowing slightly. And the most terrifying thing was, in the places where the hideous head should have had eyes, and slightly back on both sides of the neck. A total of 6 points of ghostly blue, cold flames with no warmth, suddenly brightened like stares from the depths of hell. 6 gazes, like solid ice spikes, instantly pierced through the thin dust. They locked onto the crowd outside the courtyard with deadly precision, especially that Zhang Hao who was shouting the loudest. A terrifying, palpable aura of malevolence surged forward like a tsunami. In an instant, all the noisy discussions, vicious taunts, and curious speculations all came to an abrupt stop. The entire scene fell into a dead silence. Chapter 24, The Hellish Three-Headed Dog Appears. Inside and outside the small courtyard, it was dead silent. Everyone's eyes were like being tightly bound by invisible chains, focusing in terror on the center of the courtyard where the dust slowly settled. As the dust cleared, the scene revealed. The simple formation where the original Earthscale dog Guzzi had stood had long since vanished. Along with that shoddy fire-type crystal core and shadow herb powder, it turned into some blackened, unrecognizable remnants on the ground. And on top of that remnant, stood a terrifying figure that made one's soul shudder. It was enormous beyond imagination. Shoulder height nearly at the waist, the body robust like an adult bull, with bulging muscular lines. Filled with explosive strength, making the originally spacious small courtyard feel incredibly confined. Its entire body was covered in a dark, thick fur that seemed forged from an endless abyss, beneath the fur. Deeper scales, as if polished from obsidian, could be vaguely seen, reflecting a chilling glow under the dim starlight. However, the most hair-raising, blood-freezing part was its head. On that thick neck, covered in bony armor, there was not one, but three hideous, terrifying dog heads with sharp fangs. The three heads were arranged in a fan shape, slightly lowered, showing the perfect posture for vigilance and attack. Each head was as large as a large hat, with high cheekbones, long snouts, and densely packed sharp teeth twisting like polished daggers, gleaming with a chilling pale radiance. A ragged crimson tongue flicked between the teeth, its drool not ordinary saliva, but a viscous liquid with scorching heat and a pungent sulfur smell. When it dripped onto the stone slab ground, it immediately emitted a hissing corrosive sound, giving off wisps of green smoke, leaving scorched pits behind. The most daunting sight was those 6 eyes. On either side of the 2 heads, there was a pair each, while above the center head, there was an extra pair of vertical pupils. A total of 6 eyes. They were not flesh and blood eyes, but 6 blazing, cold yet seemingly capable of burning everything to ashes, ghostly blue hellfire. The flames silently flickered and burned within their eye sockets, giving off no heat. Instead, it made everyone who locked eyes with them feel an icy coldness and despair that penetrated to the bone. The gaze contained the purest ferocity, brutality, and a desire for destruction. As if a stare from the very depths of hell that could freeze a soul and burn away life. It merely stood there quietly, its 3 heads slightly moving, the 6 ghostly blue gazes sweeping over every onlooker outside the courtyard like searchlights. A feeling that was hard to describe, mixing the sinister aura of the abyss, hellish flames, and the pressure of a top predator, surged like a tangible tsunami, roaring throughout the entire area. The intensity of this aura had shockingly reached a frightening lower 3rd tier. Moreover, its quality far surpassed that of ordinary 3rd tier beasts. It was a kind of oppression that came from the deepest bloodline, at a higher level. As if a monstrous beast from the mythological era had suddenly descended here. Woo-a-oh. 3 massive mouths slightly opened and closed together, letting out a deep and penetrating resonant roar, as if it came from different abysses. The sound was not loud, yet it shook people's hearts, causing their pulses to race and blood to surge. In the face of this terrifying pressure and horrifying form, the crowd outside the courtyard turned pale instantly, their legs turned to jelly, many people involuntarily stepped back again and again. Some even fell to the ground, their teeth uncontrollably chattering, unable to make a sound of surprise. And at the forefront was Zhang Hao, who had just been the loudest. The ordinary pinnacle beast he had been proudly holding, the fire claw mongoose. In the moment the hellish 3-headed dog appeared, it felt as if it had been struck hard by an invisible giant mountain. The animal's most instinctive fear instantly shattered all its will. Eek eek. The fire claw mongoose let out a piercing cry filled with extreme fear, its voice breaking. Its limbs stiffened suddenly, and then yellow urine and foul feces uncontrollably sprayed out, splashing Zhang Hao's pants. Its entire body collapsed like a pile of mud, pressing itself tightly against the ground, burying its head deep into the earth. It trembled violently, letting out desperate whimpers, wishing to dig a hole and hide inside, completely losing all courage to resist or flee. Zhang Hao himself felt as if struck by lightning. The arrogance, disdain, and mockery on his face froze instantly. Then, like cheap paint, it peeled layer by layer, leaving only the rawest horror and fear that could not be masked. His pupils dilated to the extreme, reflecting those 3 fierce dog heads in 6 points of eerie blue flames, his mouth opened mindlessly, yet no sound came out. He felt his blood seem to freeze instantly, his heart gripped tightly by a cold giant hand. The terrifying pressure weighed down on his soul like a mountain, nearly suffocating him. His proud family status, wealth, and even his pinnacle ordinary beast. In front of this beast that seemed to have crawled out of hell, they looked so ridiculous, so small, so fragile. A slap in the face. This was a naked, merciless slap that crushed all his pride to dust. No, impossible, this cannot be. He mumbled in a daze, his body uncontrollably trembling, stepping back involuntarily, nearly falling. At the same time, Ming, weakly leaning against the wall, had the information from the Eye of Truth refreshing madly in his mind like a waterfall, finally settling on. Name, Hellhound, juvenile stage. Level, low tier 3. Bloodline, medium grade, original potential limit was from ordinary to king grade. Due to the host's special bloodline and this system's ultimate invincible supercool overlord term's intervention, the potential has broken through to medium grade, possessing weak divine factors, with a possibility of evolving to a higher level. Skills. Hellfire Breath, beginner. The 3 heads can spit out eerie blue flames that contain abyssal breaths, burning body and soul, with weak corrosion and freezing effects. Intimidating Roar issues a roar from hell, causing a strong impact on mind and soul, greatly likely making low-tier enemies fall into fear, paralysis, or even unconsciousness. Triple Bite, 3 heads attack in coordination, with an extremely terrifying range and power, possessing armor-piercing and bleeding effects. Status: excited, loyal, absolutely loyal to the host. The contract link is extremely stable due to shared life and death experiences and evolution. Evaluation: Guardian from the Gate of Abyssal Legends, juvenile. Possessing supreme potential and terrifying combat power, its very existence is a miracle. Host: please be sure to cultivate cautiously, avoid its power from going out of control, while be prepared for all kinds of forces to set their sights on you. Epic level. Tier 3 low quality. Hellfire. Dread Roar. Triple Bite. Every word struck Lu Ming's heart like a heavy hammer, not bringing pain, but unparalleled ecstasy and shock. He succeeded. He truly succeeded. The worthless, discarded Mudscale dog leaped to become an epic-level potential Hell 3-headed dog. This enormous, earth-shaking, almost miraculous transformation happened right before his eyes, crafted by his own hands. A massive sense of achievement and indescribable joy surged through his mind like a volcanic eruption. It made him almost forget his body's weakness, forget the onlookers around him, forget everything. In his eyes, there remained only the magnificent, menacing, yet soul-connecting Supreme Beast. His partner. His hope. His first step in changing fate. However, just as Lu Ming was immersed in great joy, almost forgetting everything outside him, that Hell 3-headed dog just completed its evolution, brimming with ferocity. The 6 ghostly blue flame eyes suddenly locked onto Zhang Hao outside the courtyard, who had just insulted its master and was now terrified. The largest head in the middle let out a deep, thundering roar from its throat, containing undisguised killing intent. Its massive, mountain-like body slightly lowered, covered with dark scales and terrifying claws, lunged forward with a sudden step. Boom! The ground trembled slightly. What is it going to do? Chapter 25. Everyone shocked. Time seemed to freeze completely under those 6 ghostly blue flames. Inside and outside the small courtyard, there was a strange, suffocating silence. Every onlooker's expression froze on their faces, pupils dilated to the extreme, reflecting the terrifying beast that seemed to have crawled out of the deepest nightmare. Their breaths halted, blood seemed to forget how to flow. Their minds were blank, struck by this scene that exceeded all limits of understanding, losing all capacity for thought. After a few seconds of absolute silence. Boom! The huge uproar erupted like a volcano that had been built to its peak. It was like an invisible tsunami, instantly sweeping over the entire crowd. What is that? 3 heads? My god! What kind of monster is this? I've never seen such a form in the Beast Pet Guide. A middle-aged man's voice was hoarse, pointing at the beast in the courtyard, his hand shaking like a leaf in the wind. The aura. Such a terrifying aura. This pressure absolutely reaches Tier 3. No. It's even more terrifying than ordinary Tier 3 low-quality beasts. My legs are weak. A slightly experienced low-tier beast master turned pale, desperately grabbing his companion's arm to barely stand. Medium grade. This is definitely the pressure and form only possible with a medium-grade bloodline. Oh my god. Medium grade. There are very few in the entire Qingstone city. That really evolved from Lu Ming's dying mutt? How is this possible? Am I dreaming? Someone pinch me. Someone spoke incoherently, their voice twisted in pitch due to extreme shock. The roof. Look at the roof. It has been blown apart by the energy of the evolution. That beam of light just now, my goodness, it was real. He really made a mutt evolve. Evolved into this. Some looked at the gaping hole and the wreckage everywhere. Finally connecting the previous anomaly with the reality before their eyes, stunned beyond measure. Various gasps, doubts, and incredulous screams mixed together, forming a huge wave of sound, nearly overturning the night sky of this poor district. Everyone's face was filled with horror, confusion, and a strong impact of witnessing a miracle, or perhaps a magical event. And at the center of this uproar, Zhang Hao's expression was the most splendid. The scornful smile filled with contempt and schadenfreude that had once hung on his face. Like a cheap plaster mask, thoroughly frozen and shattered. What replaced it was an extreme, indescribable disbelief and a deep-rooted horror. His mouth unconsciously gaped wide, the curve exaggerated enough to fit a goose egg. Yet no sound came out, only a wheezing gasp from his throat like a broken bellows. Ha, ha. His eyes bulged out, staring fixedly at the hellish 3-headed dog, blood vessels bursting as if they were about to burst from his eyeballs in the next second. His face turned pale as paper in an instant, devoid of any color, while his body trembled uncontrollably. First, it was a slight shiver, then becoming more intense, even his teeth began to clatter. All the previous arrogance, all the superiority, all the malicious speculation. In this moment were ruthlessly crushed to dust by reality, transforming into the most profound sense of fear and absurdity. He couldn't comprehend. He simply couldn't comprehend. A poor kid he could easily bully, with a humble background, whose initial pet was considered a waste, how could he possess a beast that could crush all his understanding of pets with just its presence and appearance, a mid-tier giant beast? This overwhelming reality was more devastating than the terror posed by the beast itself. In stark contrast was the once proud Fireclaw Weasel at his feet. At this moment, this peak ordinary grade, second-tier pet had completely crumbled under the unconscious, absolute pressure emanating from the hellish three-headed dog. It didn't even have the courage to lift its head, its whole body pressed flat to the ground like a pile of mud. Its limbs trembled violently, yellow urine and foul-smelling feces uncontrollably spilling out, soaking the ground and splashing onto Zhang Hao's pant leg. It emitted a weak, desperate, squeaky sound like a whimpering pup, burying its head deep between its paws. Wishing it could just disappear, its awkward state contrasting massively with the imposing, fierce hellish three-headed dog. The neighbors around were slowly returning from extreme shock, their gazes still filled with complex and unspeakable emotions. They looked at the torn roof and the messy yard of Lu Ming's house, then at the towering hellish three-headed dog, giving off a terrifying aura, and finally their eyes fell on the boy standing in front of the giant beast. Though disheveled, with torn clothes, and a pale face, he was oddly calm, even standing straighter than ever before. In their eyes, there was disbelief and shock, unmasked envy, and even jealousy. There was awe and fear of the unknown power, and a subtle feeling of nostalgia seeing the poor kid they knew suddenly soar to great heights. Low, suppressed murmurs began to spread through the crowd again. But this time, there were no more derision and disdain as before. What replaced them were all kinds of speculation, astonishment, and a faint, barely noticeable hint of trying to ingratiate and caution. The Lu family kid, he's about to turn things around. This pet, it's too frightening, we won't dare to gossip about his family anymore. Is there hope for his sister's illness? However, no one noticed that amidst this chaotic uproar and shock. At the edge of the crowd, several previously shadowy figures quietly took out some simple communication or recording alchemical devices. Quickly documenting the situation in the yard, eyes flickering uncertainly. This earth-shattering scene happening in the slums of Qingstone City at midnight was spreading to the whole city at an astonishing speed through the whispers of the onlookers and various secret channels. The name Lu Ming, and his land dog that had achieved a stunning evolution. For the first time, in such an absolutely shocking way, he burst into the vision of certain forces that would have never paid attention to a lowly apprentice like him. A storm, it seemed, was quietly brewing. Chapter 26, Shao Qi's congratulatory message. All the blood in Lu Ming was surging and roaring, every cell celebrating this unprecedented victory of evolution. He suppressed a howl that nearly broke free from his throat, his nails digging deep into his palm, using that slight pain to maintain the almost collapsing calm on the surface. On the ruins, the energy around him, not yet fully settled, flickered like breath, casting strange, flowing shadows on the ground. As his heart stirred and he struggled to keep still, that familiar voice, with a hint of playful sarcasm, echoed perfectly in the depths of his mind. Ding! The sound effect dragged on for a long time, like some mischievous award ceremony prelude. Congratulations to the host for the Loser's Counterattack script, Chapter 1 An Evolution Shocking the World, for its great success. Applause encouraged. Clap clap clap. Shao Qi added a sparse applause sound effect, making Lu Ming's mouth twitch slightly. Now announcing detailed achievements, her tone was rising and falling, like a program host. Gained a staggering dumbfounded shock value of 258 points on sight. From the distant onlookers, unclear yet awesome shock value of 73 points. Special harvest, a jealousy, hatred, and confusion complex mixed negative emotion value from enemy Zhang Hao. A whopping 100 points. High quality, deeply resentful, it can be called a full feast of negative emotions. Lu Ming could even imagine Zhang Hao's twisted face, distorted from extreme reluctance, which made him feel inexplicably delighted. Additional gain, onlookers' inner complaints energy collection plus 100. This system gifts a virtual holographic immersive fireworks festival, a small token of congratulations. Please pay attention to check, no need to thank. Along with her playful closing tone, Lu Ming's sea of consciousness was suddenly illuminated. It was not an illusion, but a type of experience that transcended the senses. Brilliant beams of light shot up to the sky, exploding in his mental world. Golden shards and sparkling stars interwove, creating a magnificent scene of a giant dragon soaring and magical flames rising. In the end, all the radiance gathered into four majestic characters that spanned the expanse of consciousness. Congratulations on the counterattack. There was even an accompanying grand background sound effect, with epic music filling the air as fireworks exploded. It shook his head, the tension and fear thoroughly washed away by this outrageous celebration, leaving only a bemused expression. Making such a big fuss, the system seemed to be the first to start the party. Initial task: the beginning of the Demon Dragon, completion 100%. Evaluation: perfect. Rewards are being calculated. Shao Qi's voice finally subdued a bit of playfulness, becoming more formal. Reward, Beginner's Gift Pack *1, System Points 100, has been credited to your system space, please check, and remember to give a good review after confirming, dear. Lu Ming felt a stir in his heart, as if a small space for sensing had appeared in his consciousness. 2 halos were quietly suspended within it. In addition, Xiaoqi elongated her voice, keeping the suspense. Due to the host's excellent performance in the first evolution, strong will, and fortunately not being sucked into a dried corpse during the energy storm, this is mainly attributed to the system's wise guidance and the host's incredible luck. This system generously grants an additional hidden benefit, a slight increase in bloodline potential. Lu Ming's spirit surged, holding his breath and focusing. The Hellhound bloodline potential you just fused. From extremely unstable upper-tier potential fluctuations, solidly improved to middle-tier level, stable with potential for upper-tier to emperor-tier growth. How about that? Are you moved to tears? No need to thank me too much, after all, I am your considerate, lovely, and all-powerful Xiaoqi. Royal potential. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and his breath grew heavy. This was no slight improvement, it was a qualitative leap. The Hellhound was an ancient bloodline filled with both potential and risk. It was already a blessing to stabilize at the lower rank fusion, the mid-rank was a distant dream. And the royal rank, that meant a ticket to the legendary realm. This gift was heavier than imagined. Joy surged like a tidal wave, almost drowning him. Oh, by the way, Xiaoqi suddenly switched her tone. It became slightly more serious, friendly reminder, host, evolution is complete, the effects are cool, the scene is grand, but... She paused deliberately. Look at this scene, it's like being struck by a meteor. And check the ceiling, the freshly made starry roof, with excellent ventilation. Lastly, please listen closely, the heartbreaking suppressed sobs and panicked movements from the next room. Like being doused with a bucket of ice water, Lu Ming's boiling blood instantly chilled. Xiaoqi's final words pulled him sharply back to reality. She suggested the host immediately, right now, urgently handle the disaster scene and comfort that overly frightened little one. And seriously think about how to respond to all the inquiries that would come after the news spread. Good luck to you, system announcement complete, I'm slipping away. The system's voice cut off abruptly, as if it had never been there. Lu Ming jolted back, completely pulling away from the immense joy of successful evolution and the system's jest. His vision cleared, and his senses refocused on reality. What met his eyes was the tragic scene of the training room in ruins. Shattered furniture and broken wall materials scattered all over the floor, with the ground covered in spiderweb-like cracks. The most shocking sight was above him, the roof, mostly blown away by the violent energy. At this moment, the moonlight mixed with dust fell softly, illuminating the haze in the air that had not completely settled. The night breeze poured in unobstructed, causing his clothes to flap wildly and chilling his heart. What tightened his heart even more was the faint sound of suppressed sobs and hurried footsteps from the next room. It was Lu Xiaoyu. At the last moment of evolution, that uncontrollable dragon roar and demonic flame, as well as the immense noise of the roof being ripped away, must have terrified her. Lu Ming's expression changed, all the joy about rewards, potential, and shock value was instantly thrown out the window. He only had one thought now. To rush to his sister's side immediately. He stepped forward suddenly, but a crisp cracking sound came from beneath his feet. Looking down, it was a piece of wall plaster shattered by the energy. He glanced around, the entire training room was in ruins, with no intact spot left, and the door had long disappeared, the doorframe twisted and deformed. With no time to look more closely, he moved, almost stumbling through the rubble, rushing to the next room. Xiaoyu. Even before arriving, his voice had already reached her, laced with urgent worry and guilt. The door to the next room was slightly ajar, and he pushed it open with force. There, he saw Lu Xiaoyu's petite figure curled up in the farthest corner from the door. Her hands were pressed tightly against her ears, her little face pale without a hint of color, tears rolling down like loose beads, soaking her clothing. Her thin body trembled uncontrollably, her eyes filled with fear and confusion. Hearing the noise of the door being broken, she jumped in fright, like a startled fawn, and looked up suddenly. When she recognized it was Lu Ming, the fear in her eyes faded slightly, replaced by immense concern and fear. Brother. She cried, her voice trembling violently. Are you okay? Just now that sound the roof I was so scared I thought you. She babbled incoherently, breaking down into tears. Lu Ming's heart felt like it was being tightly squeezed by an invisible hand, aching painfully. He quickly stepped forward. Carefully avoiding the clutter on the ground, he squatted down and softened his voice as much as possible. Little fish, don't be afraid, brother is fine, see, brother is all good. He spread his arms wide, showing himself to be unharmed, and even because of a successful evolution, his breath was stronger and more robust than ever before. Lu Xiaoyu gazed at him with tear-filled eyes, carefully checking that he was really uninjured, and then she cried out loud, wow. She lunged into his arms, gripping his clothes tightly as if he would vanish the moment she let go. I'm so scared, really scared to death, boo. Lu Ming gently patted her back, feeling the trembling of his little sister in his arms, his heart filled with regret and self-blame. He had been so focused on evolving that he completely neglected the noise it would create, and he hadn't made any precautions in advance, allowing little fish to endure such a massive scare. He softly comforted her, repeatedly saying, "It's okay, brother is here." Finally, Lu Xiaoyu's emotions began to settle down, her cries gradually ceased, leaving only occasional sniffling, but she still held onto the hem of his shirt tightly. However, even though he had calmed his sister, Lu Ming's heart felt no relief. He raised his head, his gaze penetrating the missing roof, looking into the deep night sky. The night in the small town should have been peaceful, but it was now disrupted by distant sounds of chaotic voices and barking dogs. Many neighbors' lights started to turn on, clearly awakened by the loud noise and strange disturbances just moments ago. To make matters worse, his keen hearing caught some hurried footsteps approaching his home. Among them, there seemed to be the distinct, slightly heavy sound of patrol members' boots. Lu Ming's heart sank suddenly. Trouble. An even greater trouble was indeed approaching rapidly, just as the system had warned. The joy of a successful evolution had already vanished. He looked at his sister, still terrified in his arms, then at the messy, disaster-like state of the house, and finally at the increasingly close torchlights and noisy voices outside the window. How to explain this? How to deal with the aftermath? A series of cold reality issues surged over him like icy tides, crashing against his heart that had just experienced ecstasy. The first chapter of the journey of reversal had just ended splendidly, but the first test that followed was already looming ahead. Chapter 27: The Taste of Strength. On the ruins, the smoke and dust had not settled. Lu Ming stood in the huge shadow cast by the Cerberus. He could clearly feel the gazes around him, suspicion, fear, inquiry, as well as the almost fiery jealous glare from Zhang Hao. These gazes were like physical entities, stabbing at him. In the past, being stared at like this would inevitably make him feel embarrassed and uneasy. But at this moment, an unprecedented confidence surged up from beneath his feet. Following the contract tightly connected to that giant beast, it continuously flowed into his limbs and bones. He took a deep breath, the air mixed with the taste of dust and a faint burnt energy scent. And, from the giant beast beside him, a kind of sulfur and flame intertwined, heart-pounding primal aura came. This aura was now of the same source as him. He tried, for the first time, to actively and clearly reach out to touch that newly formed bond in his mind. It turned out to be more resilient than he imagined, like a forged dark iron chain. One end was tied to the core of his soul, and the other end plunged into the ferocious yet loyal consciousness of that three-headed beast. It was not a chaotic place but filled with intense emotions. Absolute attachment to the master, instinctive vigilance against potential threats around, and a newly born but overwhelmingly powerful desire for destruction. Lu Ming steadied his mind and transmitted the first true command through this bond. No words, just a flow of thought mixed with reassurance, closeness, and clear demand: "Come over, lower your head." The moment the command was issued, the huge body of the Hellhound paused imperceptibly. In the center, the most majestic head, with sharp bone spikes on its brow, showed in its menacing crimson eyes. The surging rage and ferocity receded like a tide, quickly replaced by an almost gentle glow. It emitted an extremely low, almost whimpering sound from its throat. Like the purr of a giant feline when satisfied, this sound contained enough power to shatter gold and stone. Then, under the incredulous gaze of everyone around, that mountain-like head slowly lowered, actively and cautiously bringing its massive forehead close to Lu Ming's raised palm. At the moment of contact, Lu Ming felt a hard yet warm sensation in his palm. Its fur was not soft, but more like some kind of dense and warm metallic scales, beneath which lay solid muscles harboring explosive power. This giant beast moved with an unbelievable gentleness, rubbing its huge head against his palm, filled with complete dependence and affection. The scene was full of strange contrast, a thin youth standing in the ruins. The fierce dog looming like a small mountain, its ferocity not yet dissipated, yet acting like a tame house dog beneath his hand. The other two heads did not participate in this warm interaction. The head on the left still bared its pale, sharp teeth, its cold gaze swirling like a circling vulture. It was locked firmly onto Zhang Hao's ashen face, a threatening low growl resonating from deep in its throat, as if it would attack without hesitation at the slightest movement from him. The head on the right was even more vigilant, slightly raised, constantly surveying the crowd outside the yard. Every slight movement of the people, whether it was taking a step back or swallowing in fear, could not escape its eyes, burning with hellfire. It became the most loyal guard, in a silent and terrifying stance, isolating all possible disturbances and threats. At that moment, an unprecedented experience swept over Lu Ming. Through the solid bond of the contract, a pure, scorching force, as if coming from the Earth's core, surged into his body like a bursting flood. This power merged with his nearly exhausted spiritual energy in an instant, indistinguishable from one another. The recent evolution had almost drained him of everything, his meridians dried up, and energy sea empty. But at this instant, the influx of energy was like a timely rain after a long drought. It was not just a simple replenishment. His meridians vibrated under the wash of this energy, visibly widening, strengthening, becoming tougher at an incredible rate. His nearly depleted spiritual energy crazily surged and filled up with an unprecedented speed, restoring to its peak in the blink of an eye, and the momentum did not stop, continuing to swell upwards. Within his energy sea, the once blurry boundary barriers emitted a faint yet clear cracking sound under the impact of this power. Obstacles disappeared. Surging spiritual energy flowed like a torrent, a quantitative change triggering a qualitative one, naturally breaking open a brand new threshold. Intermediate Beast Tamer apprentice. It came naturally, without obstruction. He could even clearly look within and see that the total amount and purity of his spiritual energy had grown by more than 30% compared to moments before. Moreover, this power was of the same origin and symbiotic with the contract beast's power, carrying a hint of the Hellhound's unique ferocity and scorching attributes. Power. A tangible feeling of power filled every corner of his body. Luming's hand still stroked the Hellhound's hard, warm fur. His fingertips could even feel the weak pulse of blood surging beneath its skin, along with the hidden, terrifying power capable of tearing everything apart. And this power now obeyed his will completely through the contract. As if he could command it like an arm or finger, with a heart-to-heart connection. An indescribable sense of stability and control. Finally, it heavily landed in reality. No longer an illusory system prompt, no longer the fireworks celebration in his mind. Instead, it was a real, powerful force that he truly controlled, belonging to him. The humility, humiliation, and despair he endured in the past few months, even years. In this moment, they were completely washed away and crushed by this overwhelming sense of power. The difficulty of taking each step after his father went missing, the despair of raising an astronomical medical fee for his sister. The bleakness of being deemed hopeless before the college entrance exam, all of it had once felt like heavy shackles, nearly breaking him. But now, he possessed the first and sharpest weapon to tear apart this predicament. The future still looked tough, but the path was already different. He saw the light, and he had the strength and resources to walk towards that light. His spine involuntarily straightened deep within his eyes. The past gloom was swept away, replaced by a confidence as sharp as a knife and a soaring fighting spirit. He took a deep breath again. This time, his chest was filled with the pleasure and certainty that came from strength. His gaze swept across the crowd of onlookers outside the yard. Those familiar neighbors wore expressions full of shock and curiosity. Finally, his eyes landed on Zhang Hao, that once spoiled rich kid who had brought him countless humiliations. At this moment, Zhang Hao's face was ashen, his eyes interwoven with jealousy, disbelief, and a hint of unhidden fear. In Luming's heart, there was no joy of revenge, only a calm like that of overlooking the world. He spoke loudly, his voice resonating with a subtle energy that spread clearly throughout the venue. Dear neighbors, sorry to disturb your rest. A small accident during my training has ended, everyone can go home now. His tone was calm but carried an undeniable sense of power. And beside him, the Hellhound with 3 heads, still vigilant, patrolling the surroundings. His words were the strongest and most convincing proof of this. Chapter 28, Zhang Hao's Humiliation. Luming's voice spread clearly, carrying a force of undeniable tranquility. However, these words fell into Zhang Hao's ears, sharper than the most cutting mockery. A small accident during training? Zhang Hao's cheek muscles twitched violently, color instantly draining from his face, only to surge back with a tide of angry humiliation. Finally, it settled into an ugly mix of pale and green, as if someone swung their arm in a circle. Left and right, he received dozens of loud slaps. The fiery pain spread from his cheek to his ears, nearly burning through his sanity. What made him feel even more uncomfortable was the 3 heads of the terrifying beast. Especially the left head, which continued to stare at him, showing no sign of easing despite Luming's words. Those 6 eyes burning with hellfire, like 6 spotlights from the abyss, locked him firmly in their beam. That gaze was cold and fierce, with a barefaced scrutiny and an unabashed threat. As if silently declaring, if you dare to linger for another moment, if you dare to show even a hint of hostility, those sharp teeth will immediately tear your throat apart. This feeling of being completely locked in, being treated as prey, sent chills of fear up his spine. Around him, the neighbors' gasps of awe and whispers not only did not die down, but became even more fervent due to Luming's casual remark of small accident. Every odd glance directed at the Hellhound, every suppressed cry of oh my god. What kind of monster is this? All felt like poisonous steel needles, piercing painfully into his inflated pride, crushing it to pieces. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. He roared wildly in his heart, his eyes bloodshot from extreme jealousy and confusion. A lowly, useless, and ridiculed local scale dog. A poor guy who even pinches pennies when buying the most basic nutrition paste for his pet. How could it be possible? How could he deserve such a powerful, terrifying, epic pet beast he had never even heard of? This must be some vile illusion. Or maybe Luming stumbled upon some kind of evil forbidden spell, creating a false appearance out of thin air. Yes. It must be that way. He tried to console his crumbling heart with the most vicious guesses, but reality coldly and cruelly shattered his self-deception. Beneath his feet was his once proud and valuable Fireclaw weasel. At this moment, it lay on the ground like a puddle of mud, with yellow filth spreading from beneath it. The smell was nauseating. It didn't even dare to look up at the three-headed Hellhound. It could only let out a faint, dying-like whimper, its body drenched in cold sweat and urine, trembling like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind. And that omnipresent, heavy pressure, like a solid quagmire, wrapped around him. Every breath became difficult, and his heart felt gripped by an invisible giant hand. Cold sweat had already soaked through his luxurious clothes. All of this was screaming a reality he could not accept. But had to face Lu Ming. This waste he had never regarded, really pulled off an astonishing turnaround. Shame. An unprecedented humiliation. He suddenly raised his head, and his snake-like gaze fiercely pierced through the ruins at Lu Ming and the terrifying demon dog by his side. That gaze was extremely complicated, swirling with immense jealousy, burning anger, corrosive resentment, and a hint of deep-seated fear that he could not erase no matter how hard he tried. These extreme emotions twisted and clashed on his face, making his expression extraordinarily hideous. From between his teeth, he nearly crushed his molars, and spat out two chilling words. "We leave." His voice was hoarse, stripped of all previous arrogance, leaving only a weak and desperate tone. He even ignored his usual affection and slight disdain for the Fireclaw weasel, brutally kicking it to try to make it stand up. The Fireclaw weasel whined in pain, struggling to rise, but its limbs weakened by fear. It failed to succeed after several attempts. Useless piece of garbage. Zhang Hao cursed under his breath, his face growing even uglier, completely losing patience. He didn't look at the embarrassing Fireclaw weasel any longer, and turned to his equally stunned lackeys, shouting, "What are you waiting for? Help it up, let's go." He pushed aside the crowd in front of him with hands and feet. Only then did the two lackeys awaken from their stupor, hurriedly lifting the still limp Fireclaw weasel. With heads lowered, they wished they could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Following Zhang Hao, they squeezed through the crowd and ran away in panic. Their retreating figures were staggered and chaotic, a stark contrast to their previous arrogant and dismissive demeanor, looking particularly ridiculous and pathetic. Zhang Hao and his group could be described as fleeing in disgrace. Like the final, undeniable evidence, it thoroughly confirmed the reality of Lu Ming's astonishing evolution, sending the atmosphere at the scene to another climax. The suppressed discussions suddenly became bold. But ha ha ha, look at how that brat Zhang Hao is running away. Didn't he just act all tough wanting to see Lu Ming make a fool of himself? TSK, he has really lost all face. Wasn't his Fireclaw weasel fierce usually? How did it get so scared it wet itself? Truly all show, no substance. Deserved. Relying on his family's money, he walks around with a worthless weasel, bullying others all day long. Bullying boys and dominating girls, I've long disliked him. Who would have thought he'd end up like this today? It's truly poetic justice. Let's see if he dares to be so arrogant after this. Speaking of which, this kid Lu Ming, he really is hiding his abilities. This pet beast, my goodness, the pressure is so intense, my legs feel weak just looking at it. I really misjudged him before. I used to think he's Sai, who'd have thought he's a true dragon in hiding, silent until now, but now he shocks everyone. The gossip had completely changed direction. Before, there was sympathy, pity, and even a hint of barely perceptible disdain for Lu Ming, but now all of that had vanished. When all eyes focused on him again, only thick curiosity, incredible shock, and a natural respect and re-evaluation of the strong remained. Lu Ming's image in their hearts. Instantly transformed from a poor boy with a fallen family, a useless pet beast, and a dim future, into something mysterious, powerful, and unfathomable. Listening to the unabashed gossip and the faint mockery of Zhang Hao in the crowd, Lu Ming remained calm, not stirred by it. Having dealt with Zhang Hao, his biggest trouble, he let out a slight sigh of relief, but his gaze swept over the circle of people surrounding the yard. There was no sign of them dispersing. Instead, they were gathering more and more, with neighbors pointing and whispering, which caused him to furrow his brows slightly. Being surrounded and put on display like this was ultimately not a good thing. Moreover, the broken roof, his frightened sister, and this chaotic scene all needed attention. He had to think of a way to disperse these people. What should he say? Chapter 29, Old Joe's Shock. The murmurs of the crowd rose and fell like a tide, surrounding Lu Ming's little yard to the point of bursting. Just as Lu Ming was frowning, pondering how to send these curious neighbors away, suddenly, an agitation came from the outskirts of the crowd. A worried voice filled with urgency approached, pushing through the people. Make way. Please make way. Lu Ming. Lu Ming, are you in there? Are you okay? The voice was familiar, carrying the unique tone of a teacher, but it sounded somewhat off due to urgency. Old Joe, the homeroom teacher, squeezed his way in, out of breath. He clearly had run all the way here, beads of sweat covering his forehead. His usually neat hair was a bit disheveled. You could even see he had rushed directly from home or school, with a button on his jacket fastened incorrectly. He was pushing through while calling Lu Ming's name anxiously, his face etched with worry. As the homeroom teacher, he might have sensed the unusually fierce energy fluctuations in this area through some sort of teacher privileges. Or perhaps he received a notification from a kind-hearted neighbor, fearing that this already struggling student of his might encounter more trouble. However, when he finally broke through the last barrier and his sight landed unobstructed in the small yard, all his actions, all his sounds, even the anxious look on his face, froze in that instant. It was as if someone pressed the pause button. Old Joe stood there stiffly, maintaining a comical posture of pushing forward, his mouth slightly agape as if a chicken egg could fit inside. His gaze first wandered in confusion over the shocking big hole in the yard, and the lingering waves of sulfurous smell and violent energy still hanging in the air. Then, his eyes instinctively focused on the most striking presence. The giant dog, lying among the ruins, covered in dark red scales, with 3 terrifying heads, exuding a suffocating, terrifying pressure. Finally, his gaze moved with difficulty, resting on Lu Ming, standing confidently in front of the giant dog, appearing exceptionally slender yet remarkably calm in comparison. At that moment, Old Joe's brain felt as if it had been struck by a violent lightning bolt. He fell into a complete shutdown state. He blinked hard, as if doubting his own hallucination. He even instinctively raised his hand, rubbing his eyes vigorously, and pushed his glasses back up to the bridge of his nose, as if this would help him see the truth. His vision remained clear. That giant dog was real. That pressure was real. That ruined scene was real. The calm figure of Lu Ming was also real. This scene, completely against common sense and subverting cognition, crashed into the solid knowledge and education he had built over decades about beast taming, like a tsunami. Soil-scaled dog? Evolved? What has it evolved into? This form, this might, this aura that made one tremble just by sensing it from afar. This does not belong to any known evolutionary path in his understanding. He opened his mouth, his throat producing several meaningless sounds, but he couldn't even spit out a complete syllable. Thousands of words, countless questions and shocks, all stuck in his throat, rendering him momentarily speechless. After a full 10 seconds, Old Joe's nearly stagnant thoughts finally began to operate again, and the shock slowly faded. In its place was a more surging emotion, an incredible comfort, joy, and a complex heartbeat at witnessing a miracle happening before his eyes. He took a deep breath, overwhelmed with excitement, his chest rose and fell violently. He rushed a few steps to Lu Ming, and in his haste, nearly tripped over the gravel underfoot. He slapped Lu Ming's shoulder heavily, his palm trembling slightly from emotion. His voice was completely different now, no longer the steady seriousness of the classroom, but filled with uncontainable excitement and hoarseness. Good kid. This is really. He seemed to try to find some words to describe it, but found every word felt inadequate at that moment. In the end, he could only forcefully pat Lu Ming's shoulder 2 more times. His gaze was extremely complex, filled with shock, joy, inquiry, but more was an immense comfort and pride. You've hidden it well. What is this? My goodness, this pressure, this form, could it be an epic bloodline? The last few words he spoke were almost in a tone of reverence. He carefully asked. Seeing Lu Ming did not deny it, the light in Old Joe's eyes instantly burst bright, his lips trembling with excitement. Good. That's great, he repeated the word good 3 times, each one stronger than the last. We must cultivate it well. Absolutely need to cultivate it well. This is simply unprecedented for our school, the college entrance examination. Yes. The college entrance examination. Old Joe suddenly grabbed Lu Ming's other arm, his gaze burning with intensity. Lu Ming. With it, the college entrance exam, our class, our school, there is hope. Real hope. He seemed to have already seen the not-so-distant future. He saw the astonishing scene during the college entrance exam and saw the honor roll of the school about to gain a prominent entry. After all, being an experienced teacher, after a brief loss of composure and joy, Old Joe quickly forced himself to calm down. He noticed the crowd gathering around and Lu Ming's slightly furrowed brows, immediately realizing the trouble at hand. He turned around, his face returning to the authority of a homeroom teacher, though his voice still carried a trace of excitement, his tone had become undeniable. All right. Everyone stop crowding here. What does this look like? Classmate Lu Ming has just completed his evolution and needs to rest, his new pet also requires a quiet environment to adapt and stabilize. Everyone disperse. Quickly go home. He waved his arms, like shooing away chickens and ducks, and began to actively guide the crowd away. Tonight's events must not be spread recklessly. Do you hear? This is a school order. He emphasized, his tone commanding. Trying to exert final control, even though he knew better than anyone. Such earth-shattering news could never be concealed, it had likely flown across half the town like it had sprouted wings. Under old Joe's half-persuading, half-ushering efforts, the crowd still curious couldn't help but feel itchy with anticipation. But in the end, they dared not disobey the teacher, starting to slowly disperse, glancing back 3 times as they went. Everyone, as they left, couldn't help but take one last look at the boy in the yard and that intimidating giant dog. Their eyes were filled with lingering shock, endless curiosity, and a hint of quietly growing, instinctive awe for the strong. The small courtyard finally gradually returned to tranquility. Only a mess left on the ground and faint ripples of energy in the air narrated everything that had just happened. Chapter 30: A New Beginning. The noise finally washed away like a tide. Old Joe reminded several times, "Rest well, stabilize your realm, come to my office tomorrow for a detailed talk." With a face still full of lingering shock and excitement, he left, glancing back 3 times. Outside the courtyard door, the last few curious heads also shrank back. The night wind swept through, leaving only a mess and silence. Ming stood alone amidst the ruins, taking a deep breath of the cool air. That air no longer mixed with the whispers and doubtful glances of the crowd. Only the burnt smell after the energy rampaged, the taste of dust, and a faint, almost imperceptible, sulfur scent belonging to the hellish 3-headed dog remained. He moved his thoughts slightly, trying to convey the intention of returning through that incredibly solid contract bond. Almost the moment the command was sent, the giant beast lying beside him reacted. The mane head affectionately rubbed against Ming's palm. Then, its massive body began to emit a dark red glow, like the last brilliance of cooling lava. In the next moment, the entire beast transformed into a condensed dark red stream of light, swiftly entering Ming's brow. Successfully returning to his recently expanded contract space due to the realm breakthrough. As the beast vanished, the suffocating pressure dissipated as well. The home suddenly felt unusually spacious, even a bit too quiet. Only the huge hole in the ceiling and the clear light of the moon silently falling down indicated that everything that just happened was not a dream. Ming didn't have time to understand the newly powerful presence in the contract space. He immediately turned and quickly walked toward his sister's room next door. Pushing open the ajar door, he saw Lu Xiaoyu still curled up in the corner of the bed. Wrapped tightly in her blanket, only her pale little face and a pair of frightened, deer-like wet eyes were visible. Hearing the door open, she trembled violently. Only when she saw it was Ming did the fear in her eyes gradually fade. "Brother! Is it over outside?" Her voice trembled slightly, clearly frightened by the previous loud noises and chaos. "It's over, Xiaoyu, it's fine, it's all over." Ming sat at the bedside, his voice extremely gentle, carrying a soothing power. "It's brother's pet beast, it evolved successfully. It was a bit noisy just now, scared you, it's brother's fault." He chose a vague explanation that was enough to comfort her. About the system, about the true bloodline of the hellish 3-headed dog, about the risks involved, this was not the time for detailed explanations. Lu Xiaoyu's eyes widened, her small face filled with surprise. "Evolved? Brother's Earthscale dog, evolved?" She found it hard to imagine that the always lazy, seemingly ordinary little dog could make such a tremendous noise just now. "Yes, it evolved." Ming nodded affirmatively, reaching out to gently ruffle her hair. "It became very powerful. In the future, brother can protect you better, the medical expenses will surely be taken care of." Although he did not understand exactly what had happened, the unprecedented confidence and bright light in his brother's eyes, along with the words "I can protect you better," made Lu Xiaoyu's heart completely settle down. The pale face gradually regained some color, and she nodded vigorously, revealing a sincere and dependent smile. Brother is the best." After calming his sister down, watching her finally relax and sleep soundly, Ming softly exited the room and returned to his messy training room. He closed the door, despite the huge hole in the roof. The night breeze and the high-hanging moon directly became the ceiling decoration, but this small space now gave him an unprecedented sense of security and anticipation. He couldn't wait to focus his mind, sensing the system space in his brain. The newbie gift package was quietly hovering there, emitting a soft and alluring glow. "Open!" he silently chanted in his heart. The glow responded, bursting forth like a blooming lotus, revealing the gifts within. Beginner Beast Master Cultivation Method Revised, System Optimized Version, *1. No longer just a basic method from the continent, but a version deeply optimized by the system, improving efficiency by 30%. It is an exclusive method with strong compatibility, directly leading to higher realms. The light mass contained profound streams of information, waiting to be absorbed. Skill Comprehension Stone, Random Low-Level Skill, *1. A grayish stone imbued with spiritual light, which, when used, allows a contracted beast to randomly comprehend a low-level skill suitable for its bloodline. For the recently evolved 3-headed Hellhound, which might lack skills, this was undoubtedly a timely assistance. Beast Energy Cube, applicable below epic level, *3. 3 distinctly edged dark cubes emanating pure energy. They can efficiently replenish the exhausted energy of pets and slightly increase their energy limits, serving as precious resources for daily training and battle recovery. Points +100. Plus the 200 points obtained from completing the Dragon of Magic task, his total system points had now reached 300. This was undoubtedly a huge starting fund, enough to exchange for many good things in the system mall. Despite being in a ruined place, with the sky full of stars visible when he looked up, Lu Ming's mood was brighter and more expansive than ever. The crumbling walls could not hide the light in his eyes. He knew that from this night, at this moment, everything would be different. The enormous mountain looming in front of him, his sister's skyrocketing medical expenses, the imminent life-changing college entrance examination, the countless thorns on the road to becoming a strong person. They still existed, still full of challenges. But the difference was that at this moment, he already held the first axe to break the mountain and the first knife to cut through the thorns. This system, this evolved three-headed Hellhound, these 300 points and precious resources, were his most solid first cornerstone, giving him the true leverage to change his fate. After the intense excitement, an overwhelming fatigue washed over him like a tide. The high mental tension, the physical burden from evolution, and the huge emotional fluctuations had almost drained his last bit of energy. He did not immediately study the optimized cultivation method, nor did he rush to use the skill comprehension stone. He knew that the most important thing now was to rest. Repairing the damaged roof, responding to the inquiries and investigations that would surely swarm in tomorrow, planning the future training path, all of this would be brand new challenges. But he was unafraid. Lying on the bed, the bedboard beneath him seemed slightly skewed due to the previous vibrations. Through the thin wall, he could hear his sister's steady breathing. Outside the window, he could faintly hear the distant neighbors discussing tonight's phenomenon, the voices floating like they were from another world. He closed his eyes, his consciousness lightly brushing past the contract space. There, the newborn three-headed Hellhound was quietly sleeping, its three heads nestled together. The dark red light flowing all around flickered like breathing. Each flash radiated a soothing power. It required time to fully stabilize and adapt to this all-new, powerful form. Lu Ming's mouth unconsciously lifted into a calm and determined smile. He held his sister's cool little hand, feeling the powerful partner sleeping in the contract space. With a heart both eager and calm for tomorrow, he sank into deep sleep. Above the shattered roof, the starry river sparkled and flowed silently. A brand new world, a magnificent canvas, slowly unfolded before him. Chapter 31, Initial Exploration of the Black Market. The uproar caused by the evolution of the Hellhound gradually calmed down in Qingstone City after a few days of chaos and turned into a topic of awe during people's tea breaks. But for Lu Ming, the heavy reality still pressed down on his shoulders, the flame-heart lotus that his sister Lu Xiaoyu needed, a sky-high price of 1 million gold crystals. Like a sword suspended above him, it constantly reminded him to never let his guard down. The powerful strength brought by evolution was the cornerstone for the future, but it was not wealth that could be instantly exchanged. He dared not delay, using every free moment after class, combining his own situation with the unique advantage of the true vision, to formulate a detailed and risky money-making plan. And the first stop of this plan was the chaotic, dirty yet opportunistic black market of Qingstone City. There, the rules were vague, a grey paradise for selling stolen goods and striking gold, as well as the best testing ground for vision and luck. For him, who possessed the ability to identify through the system, it was undoubtedly the best hunting ground to seize his first pot of gold. As night fell, Lu Ming changed into an inconspicuous old grey outfit. He slightly covered his face with a hood and followed the vague hints he had gathered from certain channels to arrive at a deserted neighborhood in the west of the city. The air was thick with the mixed stench of rotting garbage and rust. He wove through the intricate, sewage-filled alleys for a long while. Finally, in an unremarkable corner piled high with discarded metal, he found a narrow entrance that required him to turn sideways to enter. A burly man with a scarred face stood like an iron tower beside the rusty iron gate. His murky gaze examined every person attempting to enter. Entry fee, 10 silver coins. His voice was hoarse, like sandpaper rubbing. Lu Ming silently took out the coins he had prepared and handed them over. The man weighed them and waved his hand. The heavy iron door let out a creaking sound, opening a small gap. A more complex and intense strange smell instantly rushed out, an aged moldy smell, a pungent chemical odor. A faint smell of blood, along with the mixed scents of various indescribable herbs and bizarre biological tissues, nearly made him nauseous. Lu Ming held his breath and squeezed himself inside. The world inside the door was completely different from what he had imagined. This was not an open market but a massive network formed by abandoned sewer mainlines and some excavated dark alleys. Above him was a low, dripping concrete arched ceiling, with explosion-proof lights emitting dim yellow light hanging far apart. The light barely dispelled a small patch of darkness, while more areas sank into unsettling shadows. The air was damp and murky, he could feel the stickiness with every breath he took. Stalls were haphazardly distributed on either side of the passage, even directly laid out on the damp ground. Most sellers hid their faces with hoods, masks, or filthy scarves, silently guarding their goods. Those things were varied. Strange roots caked with dirt, or shimmering with ominous glimmers, and biological organs hissing, trapped in makeshift cages. Rusty weapon parts and more strange items with no clear use. Buyers are mostly hasty, their eyes flickering over the stalls, rarely making eye contact. Transactions are often completed with low whispers and brief exchanges of glances, the atmosphere stifling like the dead silence before a storm, filled with tension and distrust. Lu Ming's heart involuntarily raced, a slight sweat forming in his palms. He forced himself to calm down, mimicking the nonchalant attitude of the old-timers, casually scanning the stalls, while urgently calling out in his mind. Little Chi! Here, here! Woof! Finally arrived at such a fun place. The voice of the system sprite Little Chi immediately chimed in, without a hint of nervousness, rather excited as if entering an amusement park. Host, host. Front left, yes, the stall with a person squatting on the ground, covered with a ragged cloth. Do you see that black, muddy iron lump casually tossed in the corner? Lu Ming's gaze followed, seeing that the stall owner was a person wrapped in a dirty cloak, their face unclear. The stall was piled high with all sorts of oddly shaped stones and metal scraps. What Little Chi pointed to was a fist-sized piece, rough on the surface, without shine, looking like a metal chunk picked from some junkyard. Scan completed. Item, black iron ore, surface disguise, . Internally embedded, refined silver, purity about 15%, containing multiple impurities, mainly iron sulfide compounds and trace shadow dust. Estimated weight, 3.7 standard pounds. Value assessment, based on the current black market recovery price, excluding impurity refining costs, net profit is about 5 gold crystals and 20 silver coins. Host, hurry. Use the money from buying black iron to purchase this treasure. Don't just stand there, the guy next to you with the bird beak mask seems to be eyeing it too. Little Chi spoke quickly, urging as if discovering treasure. 5 gold crystals. Lu Ming's heart squeezed sharply. This was almost equivalent to all the savings he had painstakingly accumulated over the past few years. And the cost was just a few silver coins? The shock from the huge profit instantly diluted the initial tension of stepping into this place. He took a deep breath of the murky, foul-smelling air, trying to make his expression appear natural and even a bit casual. He didn't approach the target stall directly, instead leisurely looking at a few nearby stalls. He asked for the price of several common herbs, appearing like a novice seeing the world. After lingering for a moment, he finally seemed to casually slip to the stall covered with rags, squatting down, and casually rummaging through the stones and metal scraps. Boss, how much for this red iron ore? He asked, pointing at a piece of red stone. A dull voice came from under the cloak, 1 gold crystal for 2 pieces. Lu Ming smacked his lips and put it down, too expensive. He then picked up another green rusted copper piece. What about this? 80 silver coins. He shook his head, seeming a bit dissatisfied, his fingers continuing to poke through the pile of odds and ends, finally, as if noticing that black iron lump. He casually poked it with his fingertip. What about this scrap iron? It looks pretty heavy, would be good to use for pressing pickled vegetables. The stall owner seemed to glance at him, perhaps thinking this young man didn't look like someone wealthy and didn't want to waste words, simply replied, 30 silver coins, take it or leave it. Lu Ming was ecstatic inside, the price was even lower than Little Chi's estimate. But he put on a look of disdain and hesitation on his face, muttering, 30 silver? For this junk iron? 20 silver is about right. The stall owner seemed impatient, waving his hand, 25, lowest price, if not, don't block my way. Fine, fine, that's suitable for pressing vegetables. Lu Ming pretended to look as if he suffered a slight loss, slowly pulling out 25 silver coins and handing them over. The transaction was completed quickly, the stall owner took the money without even looking at him again. When the heavy, cold, rough metal truly fell into his hand, Lu Ming felt as if his heart was about to jump out of his chest. He held back the impulse to carefully examine it immediately. He casually stuffed it into the old bag he carried, stood up, and moved away from the stall as steadily as possible. Only after walking a dozen meters, turning a corner, and distancing himself from the stall did he feel a layer of fine cold sweat on his back. The palm gripping the bag was even more damp and slippery. What was inside was not scrap iron but the first cornerstone to reverse his fate, a hope of 5 gold crystals. He dared not delay, following the route constantly suggested by Little Chi in his mind. He walked briskly toward a recycling shop deep in the black market, with 3 iron gates and a strange lizard sign. Could this first bucket of gold be successfully obtained? Would the shop owner recognize the silver? Would he lower the price or even harbor ill intentions? A new tension replaced the excitement of scoring a bargain, tightening his heart and mind. He quickened his pace, blending into the flowing shadows of the dim black market. Chapter 32, The First Bucket of Gold. The passages of the black market were like a maze, with humid air wrapped around countless hidden transactions and desires. Lu Ming suppressed the turmoil in his heart, quickly weaving between the dim light and shadows, following the constantly refreshing arrows directed by Little Chi in his mind. His target was a narrow-faced shop with a crooked sign reading Miscellaneous Metal Recycling. In front of the shop were piles of discarded metal parts, and a clanging sound came from inside. An old man, wearing a greasy leather apron, bald, with sharp eyes, was idly polishing a piece of metal while holding a pipe in his mouth. Lu Ming took a deep breath, walked in, placed the old bag on the counter, and pushed forward the heavy black iron lump. "Boss, take a look at this, will you buy it?" He tried to keep his voice calm. The boss lazily glanced over, poked the metal piece with his greasy fingers, and snorted. "Where did you pick up this junk? Black iron or too many impurities to scare you, it's a waste of fuel to melt it. 10 silver coins as scrap metal." Lu Ming's heart hit his throat, but he remembered Little Chi's advice. He did not argue but extended his finger, seemingly casually rubbing a muddy corner of the metal piece. It revealed a small portion underneath that had a completely different texture, showing a dark matte finish. "Oh? Is that so?" Lu Ming's tone was calm, but looking at this corner, it doesn't seem like black iron, does it? It looks a bit like silver? Though it has a bit too many impurities. The boss suddenly paused his metal polishing. He removed the pipe from his mouth, and sharp light suddenly shot from his murky eyes. He grabbed the scrap metal with one hand. He pulled out a scaled magnifying glass and a probe that flickered with a soft light from under the counter, carefully examining the spot pointed out by Lu Ming. Inside the shop, only the faint sizzle of the probe touching the metal and the boss's increasingly heavy breaths remained. Moments later, he set down the tools, and the careless expression on his face completely disappeared, replaced by a shrewd scrutiny. He examined Lu Ming from head to toe, seemingly reassessing this seemingly young hooded customer. Not bad eyesight, kid," he grunted, his tone unreadable. "It is indeed silver, but unfortunately, the purity is too low, and there are too many impurities. It's very troublesome to refine, and the loss is great. At most, 4 gold crystals and 80 silver coins." Lu Ming was overjoyed, the price was even a bit higher than Little Chi's estimate. But he furrowed his brows and shook his head. "Boss, you're pressing the price too hard. Even if the purity isn't high, this weight is worth 5 gold crystals. Otherwise, should I take it to Old Lizard and ask?" He revealed the nickname of another competing store provided by Shao-Chi. This was a black market skill he had just learned, never showed too much eagerness, and implied that he had other options. The boss squinted his eyes, seemingly weighing his options. In the end, he waved his hand impatiently. All right, seeing you are not easy, 5 metal crystals it is. Cash, no credit." The deal was struck. When the 5 heavy, glimmering gold crystals truly fell into Lu Ming's hands, he felt his fingertips tremble slightly. After deducting the cost of 25 silver coins, he netted 4 gold crystals and 75 silver coins. This was a huge sum he had struggled to save over the past few years. The great success of the first battle, like the strongest liquor, instantly intoxicated his mind, but also gave him unparalleled confidence. With Shao-Chi as his incredible helper, this black market was simply his ATM. The next target. Turn right at the second alley entrance, that old lady's herbal stall. That 3-leaf gray-veined grass crushed beneath the basket, notice the nearly invisible silver line along its central vein. That is the moonlight grass. Common but of high quality. Although it has lost some spiritual energy due to poor storage, it is still worth 8 gold crystals. She thinks it's just ordinary gray-veined grass, and will only ask for 50 silver coins. Shao-Chi's voice was like the most precise navigation system, continuing to guide the way. Lu Ming suppressed his excitement and once again blended into the crowd. He found the stall and mimicked others, first asking about several common herbs. Finally, he accidentally discovered the damaged gray-veined grass. He grudgingly bought it for the high price of 40 silver coins. The old lady originally planned to sell it for 20 silver coins. Immediately after, he also found a damaged copy of the Basic Mental Power Meditation Method Volume 2 in a pile of discarded books and parchment, paying 10 silver coins for it. Though incomplete, this kind of foundational meditation method is rarely circulated in the market. Even just the second volume is worth over 10 gold crystals to some struggling apprentices seeking a way in as beast masters. He didn't choose to practice it himself. Instead, he turned around and sold it to a young beastmaster apprentice lingering nearby, who had a desperate and troubled look, ultimately selling it for 12 gold crystals. Buying low and selling high, moving in and out quickly. The shriveled pouch of coins he carried with him was visibly becoming fuller and bulging up. Gold and silver coins collided, producing a delightful and intoxicating sound. However, the dangers of the black market gradually emerged. Shao-Chi's true sight was not all-powerful, it could only provide the most basic information and value judgments. Once, he had his eye on a piece of ore identified by Shao-Chi as containing a trace of star gold inside. The vendor was a chubby man with a smile, who opened with a price of 5 gold crystals. Lu Ming tried to negotiate, but the vendor sighed and lamented the difficulty of obtaining this ore. He even spun a tale of adventure, and ultimately Lu Ming bought it for 4 gold crystals and 80 silver coins. When he got it evaluated at the recycling shop, the content of star gold inside was minimal. It was nearly negligible, he could only sell it back for 3 gold crystals, taking a loss. Another time, he frequently bought a few small leaks in an area. Although he was careful each time, he still caught the attention of a stall owner, whose eyes flickered, signaling to someone nearby when he left. If Lu Ming had not been alert, immediately changing his route and blending into the crowd to leave quickly, trouble would have surely come knocking. These experiences woke him up like cold water. Shao-Chi was a powerful aid, but the real bargaining, risk avoidance, reading the atmosphere, and choosing the moment and target to act, all required his own judgment. There were no rules here, only greed and traps. After a busy half-day, feeling that staying any longer might draw unnecessary attention, Lu Ming decisively chose to leave. Back on the ground, breathing the fresh night air, he still felt a sense of unreality. He found a secluded corner and carefully counted his gains. After subtracting all the principal and the losses from that failed attempt, he netted a total of 23 gold crystals and 50 silver dollars. His capital had almost doubled. Although this number was still an astronomical figure far from the million gold crystals of the Flame Heart Lotus. But this remarkably smooth start, this tangible first bucket of gold in his hand, was like a shot of adrenaline, greatly boosting his morale. This path is feasible. But after the joy, Lu Ming looked at the scattered coins in his hand, coming from different shops, and frowned slightly. Always selling in such scattered ways is too inefficient. Moreover, each time he had to face different buyers, needing to test the waters, haggle, and bear risks, making him inevitably exposed to those with ill intent. He needed a stable, reliable channel that could continuously buy the goods he picked up on a long-term basis. Where could he find such a channel? He tightened his grip on the heavy money bag. His gaze shifted to the deeper, more complex shadows of the black market, lost in thought. A new challenge lay before him. Chapter 33, Boss Lu's Channel. The air in the black market was still murky and oppressive, but Lu Ming's steps were much steadier than when he first entered. The heavy gold crystals in his money bag gave him confidence, while the near losses he experienced sharpened his vigilance. The inefficiency of scattered sales and the potential risks became increasingly apparent. He understood that if he wanted to continuously and relatively safely turn the value found by the eye of true vision into profit, he must find a stable drain. Through seemingly casual conversations during a few transactions, as well as Shao-Chi's strong information filtering and integration ability. Analyzing past transaction voice fragments, energy wave residue, and personnel flow patterns. Target locked, intermediary number mole, real name unknown, known as Boss Lu. Activity area, the third cave compartment behind the old tavern in C7 zone. Credibility rating, good in the gray area, greedy but follows black market rules, with no record of black eating black. Lu Ming focused on a somewhat famous intermediary. The C7 zone was more chaotic than the outskirts, with the air thick with the pungent scent of inferior alcohol, tobacco, and some chemical reagents. The sign of the old tavern was askew, and rough shouts of dice games echoed from inside. Lu Ming circled around to the back, and in a maze-like area made of shabby wooden planks and tarps, he found the third cave compartment. At the entrance hung a string of dried, unknown creature eyeballs, swaying slightly in the chill wind. The door curtain was half open, revealing a dim oil lamp inside. A thin middle-aged man in a silk vest, out of place with his surroundings, was carefully polishing an old pocket watch under the flickering light. He squinted, and a hint of a smile always seemed to linger at the corner of his mouth, but when he occasionally raised his eyes, his gaze was sharp enough to peel the skin off others. This was Boss Lu. Lu Ming did not hesitate and lifted the door curtain to step inside. Boss Lu did not look up, still focused on polishing his pocket watch, speaking in a flat tone, "Feel free to look, prices are marked, no bargaining." There weren't many items on his stall, but they all seemed to have some age or unclear origins, ranging from rusty daggers to strange sculptures. Lu Ming did not look at those things but directly spoke. His voice was intentionally lowered a few notches. "Boss Lu? I've heard you take in all kinds of goods." Boss Lu's polishing action paused slightly as he finally lifted his eyelids, carefully scrutinizing Lu Ming for a moment. From his unremarkable old clothes to the slightly youthful lower half of his face, the hood covered the upper half. "That depends on what you have, and whether the origin is clean." He emphasized the word clean with a hint unique to the black market. Lu Ming didn't waste words and directly pulled out a few items from his cloth bag that piece of were containing barely any stardust gold, which had caused him a loss. Two not-so-great moonlight grasses and two small materials that Shao-Chi had appraised as low in value, he was too lazy to sell them off individually. They weren't treasures, but they were certainly not trash, just right for testing the waters. Boss Lu put down his pocket watch, extended his thin yet long-fingered hand, and picked up each item one by one, checking with practiced movements. He scrutinized them closely, sometimes looking at them under the light, sometimes gently scratching the surface with his fingernail, even picking up the moonlight grass to sniff it at his nose. Stardust gold or, pitifully low in content, the refining cost wouldn't even be recovered. Moonlight grass, harvested roughly, poorly stored, and seriously losing spiritual energy. He commented item by item, his tone flat, yet hitting the nail on the head. The items, well, not bad, can be worth a few coins. But... He shifted his gaze to Lu Ming, squinting his eyes. "The origin doesn't seem so right, does it? This young brother looks unfamiliar." Lu Ming felt a slight tension inside, but remained calm on the surface. Boss Lu is in business, not checking identities, right? The value of the goods is clear. As for the origin, how many things in the black market can be shown in the open? You take, I give, cash for goods, isn't that enough? Hearing this, Boss Lu chuckled softly a couple of times, his voice like that of a night owl. Interesting. Alright, I understand the rules. He rubbed his fingers together. These things, packaged, are worth about 15 gold crystals in the market. But since their origin is unclear, I have to take the risk, so the price is 60%. 9 gold crystals, cash. If you're willing, keep it, if not, please leave. 60%. This price cut was downright ruthless. Lu Ming already knew the market from Shaoqi, that brokers typically took a cut of 30 to 50%. Boss Lu started at 60%, clearly wanting to take advantage of his youth and cut him deeply. Lu Ming remained silent for a moment, feigning deep thought, as if engaged in a fierce inner struggle. A few seconds later, he sighed as if letting go of something precious. 60%. Boss Lu, this cut is too harsh. Fine, let's consider this a friendship-building exercise. But I hope, if there's cooperation next time, the price can be more fair. He didn't argue fiercely but instead showed a bit of naivety while attempting to establish a long-term relationship. A trace of subtle light flickered in Boss Lu's small eyes. He seemed to see that this young man was not an ordinary fool, perhaps truly had some insider knowledge. He laughed heartily and pulled out a small money bag from under the counter, counting out 9 gold crystals and pushing them in front of Lu Ming. Deal. Little brother is straightforward. In the future, if you have good goods, feel free to bring them, and the price will certainly be negotiable. The transaction was complete. Lu Ming accepted the gold crystals, didn't linger, nodded, and turned to leave. Though he lost a large portion of profit, Lu Ming felt a little more at ease inside. With Boss Lu as a relatively stable channel, the scattered leaks he found later could be sold in bulk. He wouldn't have to face different buyers time and again, repeatedly bearing the risk of being targeted. The time saved and reduced exposure risks were far more important than the little profit taken away. The speed of capital accumulation might be slower, but it would surely be more stable and sustainable. Having resolved the issue of sales channels, Lu Ming felt a slight easing of the pressure on his shoulders. But he hadn't forgotten that all of this was based on his own strength. The evolved Hellhound had immense potential, but if he couldn't turn it into real combat power, everything would be a castle in the air. It was time to refocus on the training of himself and his partners. That volume of basic spiritual meditation method and the system-awarded knowledge stones should come into play now. How to let the Hellhound quickly master new powers and adapt to battle will be the most important issue to tackle next. He touched the existence in the contract space, which was sleeping yet emanating immense power, and his gaze became firm and sharp. Chapter 34, The Dog's New Skill. The wealth brought by gold mining in the black market did not daze Lu Ming. He knew better than anyone that the target of 1 million gold crystals was like a mirage, seemingly within reach but actually shallow in foundation. Everything was built on having the strength to control this wealth. And the core of strength was the increasingly powerful partner in the contract space, a Hellhound. Using part of the gold crystals exchanged from Boss Lu, Lu Ming unhesitatingly invested in the training of his dog. He bought a large amount of ordinary beast meat and even gritted his teeth to get several costly pieces of low-tier fire attribute monster jerky. These energy-rich foods were the most basic guarantee for the Hellhound to stabilize its realm and enhance its power. System-optimized skill training guide, Hellfire Breath, adapted to the Hellhound's bloodline, has been loaded. Recommended training location, low energy interference, with fire-resistant target areas. Little Chi provided a detailed plan. On the outskirts of the city, an already abandoned, crumbling training ground became the best secret base. It was rarely visited by people, with only the sound of the wind howling through the broken wall holes. Lu Ming immersed his mind in the contract space and summoned his partner. The dark red light flashed, and the massive body of the Hellhound materialized above the ruins. The three heads lifted simultaneously, letting out a deep, excited roar. The sulfur smell and heat surrounding it made the air slightly distort. After several days of energy replenishment and adaptation, its form became more solid, the scales gleaming with a metallic hardness, and the flame burning in its eyes grew much fiercer. Today, we are going to learn something new. Lu Ming stroked the jaw of the central main head, conveying a clear idea through the contract. The training began. According to Little Chi's plan, Lu Ming first guided the Hellhound to sense and mobilize that burning core energy inside. At first, it was not smooth, the energy surged violently within, yet was difficult to precisely guide to the throat. Sometimes, the energy would gather too much but could not be sprayed out, making the giant dog emit uncomfortable whines. Other times, the energy leaked out, but it was just random sparks, lacking any power. Lu Ming was extremely patient, calming and adjusting through the contract time after time, and constantly feeding small pieces of fire attribute jerky as rewards for correct guidance. Gradually, the central main head seemed to grasp the trick. It suddenly threw its head back, a chilling blue light glowing deep in its throat, and the temperature around it surged. Now! Spit it out! Lu Ming focused all his energy and gave the command. Roar! A roar suppressed with violent power echoed. A blue fire line as thick as an arm, yet incredibly condensed, shot out from its wide-open mouth like a death ray. The fire line was silent, yet it contained extreme high temperature, instantly crossing several meters to precisely hit an abandoned training stone tablet as tall as a person. There was no intense explosion, only a painful sizzle sound. The spot where the hard stone tablet was hit by the fire line turned red, softened, then melted, vaporized at a visible speed. In just 2 or 3 seconds of burning, a fist-sized hole was melted in the center of the tablet. The edges showed a glazed melting state, surrounded by spiderweb-like charred cracks. Hellfire, initial glimpse power far surpasses, bite, with continuous burning and energy corrosion effects. It succeeded. A great sense of achievement surged in Lu Ming's heart. And the Hellhound seemed excited about this newly mastered power. The other 2 heads also leaned over, curiously sniffing the burning air and the melted stone tablet. Don't rush, you have tasks too, Lu Ming directed his attention to the other 2 heads. The training of the intimidation skill was conducted simultaneously. This was different from the physical attack of breathing fire, it focused more on the mental and aura aspects. Lu Ming had Shaoqi simulate the mental waves and aura characteristics of various low-tier ferocious beasts, such as windwolves and iron-toothed wild boars, as imagined enemies. Under his instructions, the 2 heads needed to channel the fierce and brutal aura originating from their hellish bloodline, mixing it with mental pressure. Like invisible waves crashing toward the imagined enemy. At first, the aura was chaotic and lacked focus. But through repeated failures and adjustments, the 2 heads gradually found their feeling. When they raised their heads simultaneously, their crimson eyes locked onto a point in the void, emitting a deep, thunderous sound from their throats. At the moment of the roar that struck deep into the soul, a terrifying pressure, invisible to the naked eye yet truly existent, suddenly spread. Even Lu Ming, who was not far away, felt his heart tighten, as if an invisible, cold hand had grasped his heart. The small insects rustling among the ruins fell silent instantly, and a few daring crows in the distance screeched in panic and flew away. Intimidation, mastery, the effect is significant, effectively intimidating weak-willed low-tier creatures and weakening their fighting spirit. While training the beast, Lu Ming himself did not slack off at all. He operated the optimized version of the beginner beast master cultivation method. His beast mastery surged through the widened and reinforced meridians. At the same time, he worked hard to improve his control precision, attempting to create more complex tactical cooperation with the Hellhound. Left head, intimidate. Main head, hellfire, prepare. Right head, focus on flank interference. His commands transitioned from initial awkwardness and delays to becoming smooth and timely. The 3 heads of the Hellhound began to show initial cooperative abilities. Although it was far from being like an extension of his own limbs. Sometimes they even collided due to conflicting instructions, creating a funny moment, but the trajectory of progress was clearly visible. The intensive training combined with sufficient nutrition had a significant effect. The Hellhound's power level was thoroughly stabilized at the lower level of Tier 3 and was solidly advancing toward the middle level of Tier 3. The energy fluctuations around its body became more refined, its scales harder, and the expressions in the 3 heads' eyes showed more cunning and ferocity belonging to battle. As a result, Lu Ming's beast mastery level also surged. He finally broke through that thin barrier, reaching the peak of apprentice beastmaster mid-level. He was just 1 step away from the upper level. He could command more beast mastery, and the bond with the contracted beast became even tighter and clearer. Feeling the surging power within him and the significant growth of his contracted partner, a solid confidence blossomed in Lu Ming's heart. He looked at the Hellhound practicing tirelessly under the sunset, controlling the fire breath. A long-lost, genuine smile of ease appeared on his face. It was time to relax a little, reward the hard-working partner, and thank those who had never given up on him. He thought of a certain guy who was always lively, well-informed, and genuinely worried about him. Perhaps it was time to look for the plump Wang Tao and, by the way, inquire about the more detailed information on the Flame Heart Lotus. Chapter 35, Dining Out and Bragging. The fatigue from training and the tension from sneaking around the black market clung to Lu Ming like a thorn for days. Despite steadily increasing in strength, his mental state remained tightly strung. Looking at the heavy, hard-earned golden crystals in his pouch, a thought suddenly popped up: it was time to relax a bit. Even if it's just for a moment. The first people he thought of were Wang Tao and Li Hao. These 2 had never distanced themselves from him, even when he was at his lowest. They would even dig out a few silver coins from their already tight living expenses, forcibly dragging him to drink a bowl of the cheapest meat soup. True friends indeed. Old Zhang's meat soup shop still sat in that inconspicuous corner of the street behind the academy, with a greasy sign and simple tables and chairs. The air was always filled with a rich, thick aroma, a unique scent from boiling a large amount of animal bones for a long time. This place had been their sacred ground for indulging during tough days. A bowl of soup and a flatbread could bring half a day of satisfaction. When Lu Ming found them and said, "Let's go, it's on me" at old Zhang's, Wang Tao and Li Hao were both stunned for a moment. Wang Tao exaggeratedly reached out to check Lu Ming's forehead. "Minggu, are you burning up? Struck it rich? Or did something shock you?" Lu Ming laughed as he swatted his chubby hand away. "Less chatter, are you coming or not? If not, I'll find someone else." "Of course we're going." The two immediately lit up, linking their arms around Lu Ming's shoulders as if afraid he would change his mind, hustling him toward the meat soup shop. They returned to their familiar spot. This time, Lu Ming was extra generous, shouting to the owner, old Zhang. "Uncle Zhang, 3 big bowls with extra. Make sure there's plenty of meat. And 3 freshly baked flatbreads, make them crispy." "All right." Old Zhang, tied in a greasy apron, replied loudly, and soon 3 large bowls steaming hot, with milky white soup and piled high with thick chunks of meat, were served. Next to them were 3 large golden, crispy flatbreads, emitting a fragrant wheat aroma. The rich scent rushed over, nearly making one's eyes water. "Wow! Minggu, did you really strike it rich?" Wang Tao stared at the mountains of meat, his eyes wide. Li Hao also swallowed, a little incredulous. "Eat up." Lu Ming laughed, picking up a flatbread and tearing it to dip in the soup. "Recently lucky, my pet made some progress, took on a few small tasks, earned some pocket money." He didn't go into detail, and the two tacitly didn't ask further. They already knew from the whispers in the academy that Lu Ming's pet seemed to have evolved, causing quite a stir. But they cared more about Lu Ming as a person, rather than what exactly he had acquired. Seeing that he didn't want to elaborate, they happily buried their heads in their food. The steaming meat soup mixed with the aroma of the flatbread filled their stomachs, a warm flow instantly dispelling the fatigue in their bodies and the chill in their hearts. The atmosphere quickly became lively. A few sips of hot soup warmed their bodies, and the conversation opened up. Lu Ming watched his two friends gobble down their food. Their faces full of content, as if the pressure and tension of many days had found an outlet. In a joyful mood, that long-lost youthful spirit unconsciously bubbled up. He tapped the edge of the bowl with a spoon, cleared his throat, and struck a posture of looking down on the world, starting his signature bragging. "Brothers, put your hearts at ease. This little scene here is nothing. When I really make it big, I'll contract a few divine beasts, ride on the colorful clouds, and take you guys to Byway Building to enjoy life every day." He waved his arm, as if already seeing that glorious future. By then, what Lord-level monsters tenderloin, storm giant eagle's wings, deep-sea dragon cod's eyeballs? We'll choose only the most expensive. Eat one plate, pour out another. We must eat until we puke, lean on the wall going in, lean on the wall coming out. Otherwise, you're looking down on me, Lu Ming. Wang Tao and Li Hao were amused by his grand claims, nearly spitting their soup out their noses. Wang Tao slapped the table, echoing, "All right, Minggu. I'll remember those words. Don't blame us if we eat you bankrupt." Li Hao also laughed and shook his head. "If that day ever comes, Minggu, I'll be your bodyguard every day, you just focus on taking us to eat around the world." They all knew Lu Ming was bragging. A cup of tea from Bai Wei Lu could keep them drinking meat broth for a month, and the Lord-level monster feast was something legendary. But they laughed happily, and their agreement was genuine. This was a silent understanding and support among friends, a gentle tease and protection of each other's dreams during tough times. However, there would always be discordant voices that would rise at the most opportune moments. Ding! Detected that the host is planning excessive spending beyond current financial means. Xiao Qi's emotionless electronic voice poured into Lu Ming's mind like ice water. Based on real-time monitoring, the host's current total assets are 132 gold crystals, 7 silver coins, and 55 copper coins. According to Bai Wei Lu's latest menu estimate, the average cost per person for the Lord-level monster package, minimum configuration, is about 1,000 gold crystals. To achieve the goal of taking friends out to eat until they vomit, the preliminary estimated daily consumption is about 5 to 7 packages, meaning a daily expense of 500 to 700 gold crystals. Conclusion: the host currently has a funding gap of approximately 999,868 gold crystals, rounded, but system warm reminder. It is recommended that the host prioritize achieving financial freedom this week at Old Zhang's Meat Broth Restaurant, where you can freely choose extra meat or extra bread, even double meat pies. Do you need this system to calculate the estimated period, return on investment, and risk control plan to achieve Bai Wei Lu freedom? Lu Ming's bravado instantly froze, nearly heard inside from Xiao Qi's series of cold, precise data. He coughed violently, almost choking on a mouthful of broth. Minggu? What's wrong? Eat slowly. Wang Tao hurriedly patted his back. Nothing, it's too hot, I choked. Lu Ming waved his hand, a strange expression twisting his face. Ultimately transforming into a helpless eye roll, he grumbled inwardly, "Shut up. Go count your own money." Can't I just have a little dream? Based on the host's dream, the system is recalculating calculation completed. Based on the host's current earning efficiency and black market risk fluctuation model. Without considering inflation or by Waylu price increases, it is estimated that it will take about 274 years to achieve. Ming decided to completely ignore this spoilsport. He shook his head, tossing Xiaoqi's sharp remarks aside, rejoining his friends' laughter and joy. The warmth of the broth steamed against their faces, rough jokes and carefree laughter filled this tiny corner. This long-lost, unburdened ease and the genuine friendship among friends was like the best healing elixir. Nourishing his heart, which had become somewhat dry from long-term stress, allowing his tense nerves a rare relief. At the checkout, Ming hurriedly slid 5 shiny silver coins onto the greasy table before Wang Tao and Li Hao. "Boss, the bill." "No need for change." His voice carried a rare touch of generosity. Old Zhang smiled as he accepted the money. "Xiao Ming is so generous today." Wang Tao and Li Hao felt a bit embarrassed. "Minggu, this we agreed to split the bill." "Cut it out, if I say I'll treat, then I'll treat." Ming slung an arm around both of their shoulders and they walked out of the meat broth restaurant together. The cool light breeze brushed against their faces, yet it felt warm. Watching his two friends satisfied by a simple yet hearty meat broth. Shoulder to shoulder, joking and laughing, Ming felt that these 5 silver coins were worth every bit. But at the same time, a stronger desire took root in his heart. He wanted to earn money faster and more. Not just for that unreachable million goal, but to ensure that those who cared for him could live without having to worry about a bowl of broth with extra meat. The brief moment of relaxation ended, yet the road ahead still stretched long. All the fatigue and tension brought by all this, when Ming pushed open the door to his home. Seeing his sister Lu Xiaoyu's eyes instantly light up, it was like the morning fog dispersed by the sun, disappearing without a trace. The heavy purse in his hand, the gold crystals exchanged through countless risks and calculations, finally had the most genuine meaning at this moment. The million goals were still far from reach, like a cold moon hanging high in the sky. But he finally had the ability to gather a small spark of warmth from the world for the person he treasured the most beside him. He didn't rush to those rumored magical items that could bring the dead back to life, those would only highlight his helplessness and despair. Instead, he turned and walked into a well-reputed, brightly lit apothecary in the city. "Hello, what do you need?" the staff in a clean white coat asked gently. Ming's gaze swept over those astonishingly priced high-level potions. Finally, it rested on a relatively simple counter. "Please give me 3 doses of the warm sungrass potion, the best quality." Warm sungrass is not a miracle drug, it can't cure any disease. But it has an extremely mild medicinal property, containing a trace of faint pure yang energy, able to slowly seep in like the warm winter sun. It slightly dispels the chill deep in the marrow and momentarily alleviates the bone-biting pain during a cold marrow attack. For Lu Xiaoyu, this was already a comfort she dared not hope for in everyday life. Then, he walked into a clothing store. He chose not a flashy style, his fingers brushed over rows of fabric, finally stopping at a lake blue cotton long dress. The fabric was soft like freshly born clouds, warm to the touch, with dense stitches, and the neckline and cuffs embroidered with barely noticeable tiny flowers. He remembered that Xiaoyu once gazed longingly at a dress of a similar color in a street-side window. Bringing the carefully selected gifts home, he pushed open the creaky wooden door. Lu Xiaoyu was curled up on the old sofa, laboriously mending something by the last light from the window. Hearing the noise, she raised her head, her pale little face looked especially fragile in the dusk. "Brother, you're back," her voice carried the usual weakness. But when her gaze landed on the obvious newly purchased items in Ming's hand, her words paused. Ming walked over and gently placed the potion and new clothes beside her. "Xiaoyu, look at what brother brought you." Lu Xiaoyu's gaze first fell in confusion on the paper bag printed with the apothecary's logo. She recognized that symbol. That was a place she only dared to dream about. She carefully took out a tube of potion. The clear glass tube held a pale golden liquid flowing with a warm glow in the sunset's afterglow. "This is the warm sungrass potion?" Her voice trembled with disbelief. She had only received a small cup from a kind old doctor long ago, back when her illness wasn't so severe. That brief feeling of warm comfort stayed in her memory until now. Then, her gaze was attracted by that soft lake blue. She put down the potion and almost reverently picked up the new dress. Her fingertips felt the unprecedented softness, and her eyes instantly turned red. "Brother, this must be very expensive, right? Where did you get the money?" She was not an unknowing child, she understood her brother's hardships very well. "Don't worry, brother recently took on a well-paying long-term task. The pet beast is also progressing and will get better and better." Ming crouched down to meet her gaze, his tone relaxed and certain. "Try it on and see if it fits. If you don't like it, we can exchange it." Lu Xiaoyu could no longer hold back, large tears rolled down her face, but what blossomed on her face was an incredibly bright and heartfelt smile. That smile was like sunshine breaking through the clouds, instantly lighting up her pale little face. "I love it. I love it so much." Brother is the best. Thank you, brother. She nodded vigorously, her voice filled with a crying tone, yet full of pure joy. She tightly embraced the new clothes in her arms, as if holding the world's most precious treasure, her eyes sparkling, filled with starlight. For her, this wasn't just medicine and new clothes, it was her brother's heavy love and protection, a real light shining into her dark life. Under Lu Ming's urging, she drank a tube of warm sunshine herbal medicine. A gentle warm current slowly flowed into her stomach, then gradually spread to her limbs and bones. That cold, piercing pain, which shadowed her like a ghost, seemed to retreat slightly against this warmth. Her slightly furrowed brows unconsciously relaxed, letting out a satisfied, kitten-like sigh. Then, she changed into her new dress. The size was perfect, the soft fabric clinging to her frail body. That clear blue color gave her pale skin a hint of vitality. She shyly twirled in front of her brother, the skirt rippling gently, her eyes sparkling with an unprecedented shine. Watching his sister carefully smooth the hem of her dress, unable to hide her happiness. Seeing her cheeks slightly flushed with comfort from her body. Lu Ming felt a bittersweet sensation in his nose, his chest filled with a fiery emotion. In the tension of the black market and heartless scheming against people. In the exhaustion of repeatedly depleting his energy in the training ground. All the hard work and risks he took, in that moment, became trivial and priceless. His sister's smile and health were his source of strength to cross through all darkness, his only reason to clench his fists against every difficulty. That warm smile strengthened his resolve more powerfully than any system notification sound. He needed to go faster. Earn more money. Gather 1,000,000 gold crystals, find the flame heart lotus, and completely cure his sister's cold marrow syndrome. No obstacles could make him stop his steps. At night, Lu Ming stopped thinking about money-making plans and didn't train. He rarely relaxed, chatting with his sister for a long time. He told her funny stories from school, skillfully omitting all the unpleasantness and conflicts. He painted the exciting distant world seen in books for her, huge flying beast pets, and magnificent deep-sea wonders. In the old, rundown little house, the dim light was filled with long-lost warmth and laughter. Temporarily dispelling the heavy gloom that had shrouded this home for a long time. Until Lu Xiaoyu's eyelids began to fight, and she fell into a deep sleep with a satisfied smile, still clutching a corner of that new dress. Lu Ming carefully tucked her in, his fingertips brushing over her finely relaxed brows. He walked to the window, gazing at the cold moonlight outside. The clear light fell on his gradually maturing, angular face. He slowly clenched his fist, his knuckles turning slightly white from the pressure. The brief warm daily life ended. Next step, how to make money faster. Although Boss Lu's channel was stable, the profits were divided too much. Picking up scraps in the black market was inefficient and the risks were increasing. His gaze became sharp and deep, rapidly calculating various possibilities in his mind. Perhaps, he should take a bigger risk to reach those higher value but more dangerous leaks. Chapter 37, The System's Daily Complaints. For Lu Ming, life after gaining the system, instead of being a path of reverse takeover with cheats. It was more like a never-ending, comprehensive, three-dimensional surround sound spiritual baptism, commonly known as a tragic daily life being mercilessly criticized 24 hours a day by a chattering, sharp-tongued AI. The presence of the system sprite, Little Chi, was so strong it almost twisted reality. She seemed to have set host behavior observation and real-time commentary as the highest priority core program and upgraded her sharp tongue skill to max level. Host, please pay attention to your walking posture. In the early morning, Lu Ming just woke up and groggily walked toward the water basin to wash up. Xiao Qi's cold voice pierced his mind like an ice pick. The swing amplitude of your left arm exceeds the standard value by 17%. The center of gravity of your right leg upon landing deviates by 23%. Overall coordination score, -5. Your current walking posture perfectly replicates that of a monkey that has just learned to walk upright and is attempting to imitate humans but has failed. It is suggested that you return to the drawing board, or crawling on all fours may better suit your current biomechanics. Lu Ming stumbled, almost falling headfirst into the water basin. He bit down on his toothbrush and roared in his mind with a mouth full of foam, "Shut up! I just woke up. And what did the monkey ever do to you?" Detected significant emotional fluctuations in the host, suspected tendencies for violence. System warm reminder, maintaining a calm mindset helps delay cognitive decline. During lunch, Lu Ming finished his training, hunger pangs roaring, and buried his head in a big bowl of food, eating heartily. Warning! Warning! Extremely uncivilized eating noise pollution detected. Xiao Qi's voice suddenly shot up, sharp as if it had been violated. Host! You are smacking your lips. The frequency is as high as 120 times per minute. Sound intensity exceeds 70 decibels. This system's advanced auditory sensors are facing unprecedented contamination and torment. This is serious mental abuse. This system formally protests and demands compensation for emotional distress, initially assessed at 10 points per instance. Lu Ming choked, rolling his eyes, and pounded his chest hard to swallow the food before replying with irritation, "Eat your data stream. You don't even have a taste sensor. Let alone a digestive system data lifeform. What do you know about the rhythm of chewing and the primal happiness food brings? This is the highest praise I can give to old Zhang's cooking." Rebuttal invalid. According to Article 381, Clause 4 of the Basic Behavioral Etiquette Convention for Intelligent Life, Interstellar Edition. Smacking lips constitutes first-level noise pollution at the same harm level as nails on a chalkboard or foam friction. The host's behavior has constituted an infringement on all auditory-sensitive lifeforms under potential environments. Point deduction procedure initiated. You dare. Lu Ming nearly threw his bowl. "If you deduct points, I'll go on a hunger strike. Let me starve to death. Let's see where you find a host." System weighing options. In light of the host's effective threat, this warning will be archived, and no penalties will be applied for now. But please be aware, if your lip-smacking volume exceeds 75 decibels next time, the system will automatically trigger a silencing barrier, only for the host's oral region. Lu Ming, he resentfully shoveled a big mouthful of rice, deliberately chewing it noisily. Similar back and forths permeated every corner of his daily life. During training, host, the intimidating stare of the left head of the Hellhound is at least 300% more fierce than the look you just tried to scare the wild dog on the roadside with. You should learn expression management from your pet. During bargaining, stop. Host, retract your fangs. Don't look too ferocious. You don't seem to be shopping, you look like you're robbing and considering eliminating witnesses. Smile. Be casual. Yes, that kind of "I don't really want it, I'm just doing this for your sake" annoying vibe. Perfect. Even when daydreaming, host, your pupils have been dilated for over 5 seconds, and your brainwave activity frequency has dropped to the sleep threshold. Are you practicing a new form of open-eye sleep meditation, or are you simply wasting precious life? Does this system need to play a song nervous to wake you up? From initially being furious and red-faced trying to argue, to later becoming numb, and now. Lu Ming discovered to his sorrow that he was gradually adapting, even occasionally able to anticipate Shao Qi's teasing points and launch precise counterattacks. Host, your choice of beast jerky is like a blind groundhog picking diamonds. Shut up, buying the cheapest is my survival wisdom. What do you, a system that knows nothing about the hardships of life, understand about cost performance? Host's agility in dodging the patrol just now has increased by 0.5%, which is commendable, although the posture still resembles a cat with its tail stepped on. Thank you for the compliment, next time I'll strive to be as graceful as a startled ballet rabbit. A person and a system, in this endless cycle of mutual harm, formed a strange and twisted understanding and companionship. Life was chaotic and mentally exhausting, but strangely, Lu Ming rarely felt that deep loneliness again. Of course, Shao Qi's sarcasm was not entirely useless. Her toxic tongue often wrapped cold reminders and practical help. Just when Lu Ming felt a little carried away after a successful bargain, unconsciously revealing a pleased expression at the stall, Shao Qi's warning immediately rang out. Host, rein in your expression management. Your mouth is almost grinning to your ears. Are you afraid others don't know you made a big score? 3 o'clock direction, that guy wearing a crow feather hood has been staring at you for a long time. Energy fluctuations show a slight rise in greedy emotions. It is suggested to complete the transaction immediately and leave naturally, taking the detour through Passage B. Lu Ming's heart tightened, and he immediately suppressed his joy. Feigning indifference, he completed the transaction and followed Shao Qi's planned route. Quickly blending into the crowd, turning and twisting, he indeed shook off that faint gaze. His feelings for Shao Qi thus became extremely complicated. Was it love? This annoying system always challenged his blood pressure. Was it hate? Yet the help she provided was solid and irreplaceable. Without her true sight and navigation, he would struggle in the black market. Without her training plan, the growth of the Hellhound would not have been so rapid. Both loving and hating, both relying and going crazy. Shao Qi was like an incredibly sharp double-edged sword. It could kill enemies but could also wound oneself, especially that battered self-esteem. There is no doubt that this toxic-tongued, troublesome system spirit, who occasionally issued bizarre tasks, such as once asking him to count the cracks in the tiles of the Academy Square, had become an indispensable and inseparable part of his life. Occasionally, during the rare moments when Shao Qi kept silent, Lu Ming would fall into contemplation. What exactly is this system? What is its technological level that surpasses understanding, or should we say magic? What purpose does it choose for itself? Is it really just for amusement or to collect some shock value or sarcastic energy? He had tried to inquire indirectly. Shao Qi's responses were either insufficient authority, unable to access the core database, or even more infuriatingly, according to the host's IQ level and current psychological endurance, knowing the truth too early may lead to brain overload, mental breakdown, or irreversible cognitive disorders. Out of humanitarian concern, the system suggests that the host focus on achieving the small goal of keeping the sound of chewing food below 60 decibels. Lu Ming could only reluctantly back down. In short, under Shaoqi's constant and omnipresent companionship, Lu Ming's life became extremely lively and fulfilling. Mental torture was a daily occurrence, but the path forward was being gradually widened in this chaotic back and forth. At least, he rarely felt lonely anymore, mainly because he was too angry to feel lonely. Chapter 38, Zhang Hao's Gloom. The atmosphere at Qingstone Academy quietly underwent a change that was not easily noticeable but truly existed. In the past, the loudest and most conspicuous presence in the academy was undoubtedly the rich second-generation Zhang Hao. He was always surrounded by a group of sycophants, boasting loudly, laughter echoing, as if the academy were his backyard. Every corner was filled with the presence he deliberately flaunted. Wherever he went, either it was flattering compliance or fearful avoidance. But now, that annoying clamor has disappeared. Zhang Hao has become exceptionally silent. He no longer parades around in groups, more often, he is alone. Curled up in the corner of the training ground, the last row of the classroom, or in the shadowy corners of the library where no one cares. He is like a statue frozen in time, surrounded by a layer of visible low pressure. His gaze is gloomy enough to drip with water, as if he is a severely injured beast, licking its wounds but becoming more dangerous. And his cold eyes, probably 80% of the time, are locked onto one person, Lu Ming. That gaze is as complicated as a pool of venomous liquid boiling in a swamp, with the purest jealousy settling inside. Unresolvable resentment, unbelievable humiliation, and a trace of fear from the very essence of life that he himself is reluctant to admit. Every time he sees Lu Ming calmly walk into the training ground, sees that hellish three-headed dog, as imagined by others, even when contained in a contract space, it seems to have an invisible pressure spreading out. Sees the gradually changing looks from the surrounding classmates directed at Lu Ming. With curiosity, exploration, and even a hint of awe, Zhang Hao feels like there is a dull knife repeatedly scraping against his heart. Especially unbearable for him is his own fire-clawed weasel. That time outside Lu Ming's home, was struck head-on by the hellish three-headed dog's intimidation skill. This pet he spent a lot of money training, which was usually fierce, now seems to have left a severe psychological shadow. It has become listless, its fur lost its luster, and during training, it shrinks back, occasionally even during fire skill practice. It suddenly loses control without any warning, screaming in terror at the empty space and wildly spitting flames, causing chaos all around. Useless. Worthless thing. During one training session, the fire-clawed weasel lost control again, almost burning the corner of Zhang Hao's clothes. He could no longer hold back, kicking the fire-clawed weasel hard in the belly, sending it rolling away with a whimper. His veins bulged at his temples, his face turned iron blue, and his chest heaved violently, drawing many surprised and subtly mocking gazes from those around. That gaze stung him even more. He felt as if everyone was silently mocking him, mocking his pet, mocking the sight of him fleeing in embarrassment that day. And the source of this humiliation pointed entirely to Lu Ming. The pressure from his family also arrived as expected. His father, a businessman who always valued results and family reputation. At a family gathering, in front of several uncles, he coldly remarked, "I've heard the hottest topic in the academy recently is a kid named Lu Ming? Coming from a family as poor as a church mouse, with a pet that used to be just a local lizard dog? Howard, have you been too quiet lately? Our Zhang family's reputation cannot be maintained through silence." The words were not heavy, but they struck Zhang Hao's heart like a whip. He understood his father's implied meaning. You can't even suppress a poor kid like that, while he is stepping on your face to rise up, making our family a laughingstock is truly pathetic. Shame and pressure were like two mountains, pressing down so hard that he could barely breathe. He tried to fight back, tried to regain support and isolate Lu Ming like before. In front of a few sycophants who usually flattered him. He mockingly ridiculed Lu Ming as just having lucky chances, new money, who knows where that spooky pet came from. However, the effect was minimal. The fearsome presence of the hellish three-headed dog that day had already made a deep impression. And Lu Ming's calmness and vaguely visible potential have caused some originally neutral classmates to begin reconsidering. Although on the surface, no one dared to easily offend Zhang Hao. But that silent estrangement and watching attitude, Zhang Hao felt it clearly. He even discovered that a few guys who usually obeyed him had secretly sought Lu Ming's advice on pet beast training knowledge. This feeling of being invisibly isolated was even more painful than open confrontation. He felt like a clown, with all his anger and hostility hitting empty air, making Lu Ming seem even more transcendent. Thus, the full chest of resentment and anger had nowhere to vent, only burning inward, scorching him to be even gloomier and more silent. He no longer openly provoked or tried to attack with words. But his gaze towards Lu Ming grew colder and heavier, like the tongue of a venomous snake, silently licking, waiting for the opportunity to deliver a lethal strike. That was a kind of dormant, suppressed madness to the extreme. He would never let it go easily. The shame of failure, the irritation of pet beasts going out of control, the pressure from family, the resentment of being isolated. All these emotions fermented and deteriorated in his heart, brewing into some dark and dangerous plan. He needed a complete, crushing victory to wash away all of this. He would pay any price. Lu Ming clearly felt the continuous cold hostility coming from Zhang Hao's direction. That gaze was like a maggot in his bones, filled with undisguised malice. But he did not pay much attention. Having experienced the struggles of evolution on the edge of life and death, having seen the treacherous hearts of the black market, bearing the pressure of 1,000,000 gold crystals, Zhang Hao's jealousy and resentment as a spoiled rich kid seemed childish and laughable in his eyes. As long as the other party did not actively pounce to bite him, he was too lazy to waste any energy on such people. At this stage, improving his own strength and desperately earning money to treat his sister was the only two focuses in his life. A gloomy venomous snake coiled in the shadows, flicking its tongue. Yet its target had long since turned its gaze to the broader sky. Chapter 39: Continuous Accumulation. The days seemed to have been wound up, falling into a rhythm of high tension yet regular operation. Lu Ming's life was clearly divided into three parts. Like precisely meshed gears, pushing him towards that unattainable yet necessary goal, inch by inch in difficult progress. Daytime belonged to the academy. He appeared on time for every cultural class and beast mastering theory class, focused and detailed in his notes. Those theories once deemed useless and dull now held different meanings in his eyes. Every derivation of energy formulas, every analysis of magical beast habits, even the material combinations in pharmacology, could become crucial chips at some life and death moment or trade instant in the future. He was like a dry sponge, greedily absorbing all knowledge that could possibly transform into power. In the limited practical classes, he no longer hid his strengths. The Hellhound occasionally showcased control and skill far beyond his peers. It always drew waves of suppressed gasps and complex looks from the instructors. As soon as the school bell rang, he transformed into a different person, quickly suppressing all emotions, lowering his hood, merging into the crowd, with a clear destination, the black market in the west of the city. There was his hunting ground, and also his arena. The dimly lit, polluted air passage became the territory he had to patrol every day. His gaze seemed to casually sweep over each stall, but in his mind, Xiaoqi's relentless scanning and prompts echoed. Left side, 7th stall, that blood pattern mushroom, its color is too bright, the gills have subtle signs of artificial painting, the energy fluctuations are false, a typical fake potion crafted to cheat beginners. That sturdy man in front on the right, crying out that his grandfather is seriously ill and selling heirloom armor, the story is touching, but unfortunately, the armor's energy response is poorly aged in technique, and the internal structure is sparse, breaking with a poke. Suggest the host to stay away, compassion here is the most expensive luxury. Pay attention to the corner at 3 o'clock. That spot with that ash stone core has a faint crystallization reaction. Though it's not a rare item, the profit margin is enough to cover your sister's gentle medicine for 3 days. He walked through a maze woven with lies and traps, relying on Xiaoqi, this irreplaceable light, to cautiously select his prey. The deal with Boss Lu had become a routine, and the lean man's gaze toward him grew increasingly probing. He pressed for a lower price but remained fierce, yet the goods Lu Ming brought were of stable quality and mysterious origin. The two parties reached a balance in a subtle relationship of mutual distrust yet shared needs. The weekend was a time of blood, sweat, and wilderness. He was no longer satisfied with the abandoned training grounds on the outskirts of the city. Instead, he ventured deep into the relatively safe yet still dangerous edge of the secret realm around Qingshi City with the Hellhound. This was the real proving ground. The grotesque deadwood, jagged boulders, lurking poisonous insects, and occasional low-tier beasts creeping out from deeper areas were all their adversaries. Left flank, intimidation. Lock onto that Shadowclaw cat. Main head, Hellfire, block its escape route. Right flank, watch the movement in the bushes. Lu Ming's commands echoed through the desolate woods. The three heads of the Hellhound worked together, their ghostly blue flames accurately burning the vicious beast trying to pounce. The terrifying intimidation made the weak monsters cower in fear before the battle even started, whimpering as they fled. Battles were not always smooth, sometimes they encountered tricky packs of savage beasts. Or they underestimated the power of their opponents, inevitably coming away with injuries, but each real battle greatly enhanced the cooperation between man and dog, making their skills more refined. The temperature of the Hellfire was higher, the jets more concentrated. The range of intimidation was wider and more targeted. The Hellhound's cultivation steadily progressed toward mid-tier level 3, its aura growing increasingly heavy with malice. Feedback returned to Lu Ming himself, his control force cycling through exhaustion and recovery. Finally, it came to fruition, breaking through the last barrier, and he steadily stepped into the realm of apprentice beast master upper stage. His mental strength also increased consequently, perception sharpened, and control over his contracted beast became even more detailed and intricate. Meanwhile, he did not overlook the value of the wilderness itself. With Xiaoqi's scanning, some low-tier materials hidden in rock crevices and under dead trees, overlooked or unknown by adventurers, became his extra gains. A plant not aged enough but still usable, dew grass, a few pieces of stardust or containing faint elemental energy. These might not sell for a fortune, but every little bit added up, becoming income. Funds rolled in like a slowly but steadily rolling snowball, day by day, through this monotonous and somewhat mechanical routine. 50 gold crystals, 100 gold crystals, 500 gold crystals. He avoided several carefully designed traps. Almost convincingly fake herbal medicines, lucrative tasks marked in obviously dangerous areas. Even fake desperate beast masters disguising themselves to unearth treasures. Xiaoqi's warnings and his own caution kept bringing him back from the edge of greed. As the weight of his money pouch gradually grew heavy, when he counted and found he had saved nearly 2,000 gold crystals, even he felt a bit dazed. This was almost the income of an ordinary family for several years or even a decade. However, this sense of achievement was soon washed away by the cold water of reality, leaving not a trace behind. Nearly 2,000 gold crystals sounded like a lot, but when faced with the bottomless black hole of the flame heart lotus, not even a decent echo could be heard. The million goals still seemed distant, like flowers in a mirror or the moon in water. Picking up bargains in the black market, the returns began to visibly touch the ceiling. Valuable leaks were becoming fewer, and wary vendors were increasing. Boss Lu's price cuts became increasingly ruthless. Every time he entered the black market, the risks kept rising, and he felt like he was walking on a tightrope. One misstep could lead to utter ruin. Boredom, fatigue, pressure, and a slow, endless feeling were almost driving him insane. But he held on. Every time he wanted to relax, the brief relaxation of his sister Lu Xiaoyu's brows after taking her gentle medicine. And the always dependent and joyful eyes that greeted him when he returned were his best tonic. This process wasn't without its benefits. Through the bizarre sights of the black market and the life and death battles at the edges of secret realms, his horizons were greatly expanded. He came to know hundreds of materials and magical beasts he had only seen in books, and learned more about the rules and traps of the gray areas. He gained a far deeper and more realistic understanding of the vast and cruel world of beast masters than his peers. However, in front of the target of 1,000,000, all this accumulation seemed too slow. Too slow. Ming stood at the edge of the secret realm, staring at the dark jungle in the distance that swallowed everything. Unable to help but let out a low roar, his fist smashed hard against the nearby trunk. Nearly 2,000 golden crystals felt like a mockery of his efforts. At this pace, how many years would it take him to gather that huge amount of money? He needed more efficient and profitable ways to make money. Even if it meant taking on greater risks. His gaze turned to the rumored areas deeper in the black market, or toward the more dangerous zones of the secret realms. His eyes sparkled with the light of a desperate gamble. Perhaps the stable accumulation period should come to an end. Chapter 40, Ambition. The night was deep, and in the dilapidated cabin, the only light came from the flickering oil lamp on the table. Ming poured the golden crystals from the money pouch onto the rough wooden table. 1, 2, he obsessively counted them again and again. 1,987 golden crystals. They shimmered enticingly under the dim light, stacked together, making a heavy, reassuring clinking sound. This was once his dreamed wealth, the result of countless days spent in the black market with anxiety and sweating at the training ground. However, at this moment, these golden crystals lost their original luster in his eyes. They lay quietly piled there, like a small grave, burying all of his efforts from the past period. But they coldly reminded him of a cruel fact: there was still a hopeless chasm of 980,013 golden crystals between him and the flame heart lotus that could save his sister's life. A drop in the bucket. This phrase had never been so specific and cruel in front of him. Too slow. Ming's fingers unconsciously brushed across the cold metal surface. His voice was hoarse, tinged with an undeniable restlessness and fatigue. At this rate, it's simply not enough. Picking up scraps in the black market was like panning for gold in a trash heap. The returns were unstable, the ceiling was visible, but the risks kept rising. Every time he played mind games with Boss Lu. Every time he remained vigilant against potential stalking in dark alleys consumed a lot of his energy. This petty back and forth couldn't support his ambitions. He needed change. He needed a more direct, more violent, and more rewarding way to make money. Little 7, he urgently called in his mind, scan all possible ways to quickly acquire a large amount of golden crystals. No matter if they are righteous or evil. In his anxiety, he even considered taking a risk. Command received. Scanning for high-yield activities in Qingshi City and surrounding areas. Filtering conditions, golden crystal return rate greater than 1,000% per month. Scanning. After a moment, Little 7's voice rang out, yet with a rare seriousness. Scan complete. High-yield plan list as follows. Plan A, engage in the smuggling of secret silver from the Black Skeleton mine outside the city, estimated monthly profits of 300 to 500 golden crystals. Risk, the chance of being killed by the city lord's patrol is 87.3%, the chance of being double-crossed is 71.5%. Plan B, accept the dark web bounty, assassinate the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce, reward 8,000 gold crystals. Risk, assessment of target's guard strength survival rate for the host is less than 5%. Plan C, venture deep into the dark swamp to poach the protected rare beast illusion jellyfish, estimated profit of 2,000 gold crystals per unit. Risk, violate the Beastmaster's charter, once caught will face life imprisonment, and there are unknown high-level magical beasts in the swamp, death rate unknown. One by one, the plans were like daggers dipped in poison, incredibly profitable, yet all pointed to a shortcut to hell. Lu Ming's breath hitched slightly, cold sweat instantly soaked his back. The huge temptation and deadly danger intertwined, almost causing him to lose his mind. But he quickly calmed down, slowly shaking his head. No, this won't work. He couldn't fall, his sister was still waiting for him. The next day, he once again found Boss Lu. After completing a transaction, he casually inquired. Boss Lu, you are well informed. Do you know of any faster ways to make money? The legitimate way is too difficult. Boss Lu's shrewd eyes rolled around Lu Ming, grinning, he lowered his voice. Little brother, I see your recent dealings are quite lively. Are you looking to play big? He leaned in closer, his greasy vest almost brushing against Lu Ming, and there were indeed a few back doors. Making money quickly like a gust of wind, just that the wind is a bit too strong, easy to pull a muscle. For example, the northern route, there are some special medicinal herbs and minerals. As long as you have the courage to smuggle into the city or some rare items in the southern forest, someone big is fond of that. Boss Lu's words were full of implications, pointing towards smuggling and poaching. Lu Ming's heart sank, these were exactly the same as the list Xiaoqi had provided. He quietly stepped back half a step, shook his head. Thanks, Boss Lu, I'll think about other ways. Boss Lu seemed to have anticipated this, shrugged, said no more, but his eyes held more meaning. It seemed that even conventional gray areas lacked safe and profitable shortcuts. Just as Lu Ming's mood grew heavier, Xiaoqi's voice rang out again, this time with a guiding calmness. Host, based on your risk avoidance requirements and long-term development needs, the system recommends the optimal solution: register as a certified beastmaster with an official or large mercenary guild, and earn rewards by accepting guild tasks. Guild task system analysis. Xiaoqi's data stream unfolded clearly in Lu Ming's mind. A wide variety of tasks, from collecting specified medicinal materials and minerals, to escorting merchant troops and important people, to exterminating specific magical beast groups that harm villages, and exploring unknown areas. Rewards are generally far higher than sporadic trades in the black market, and are guaranteed by the guild, making settlements secure. Additional value, Xiaoqi emphasized. Completing guild tasks not only earns gold crystal rewards but usually also rewards guild points. Points are hard currency within the guild, which can be exchanged in the guild warehouse for rare or even banned materials, high-quality equipment, and custom services. Even opportunities to learn high-level skills and privileges to enter special training areas. At the same time, increasing guild prestige can unlock higher-level task permissions, accessing more core resource circles. Guild tasks. Points exchange. Prestige permissions. Xiaoqi's words struck like lightning, clearing the fog before Lu Ming. That's right. How did he not think of this earlier? Mercenary Guild. This is the legitimate, mainstream platform in the Beastmaster world that best combines making money and enhancing strength. It's not like the black market, which hides filth and danger, nor is it like the shady paths Boss Lu suggested, teetering on the edge of the law. It is open and aboveboard, with a complete system, risks proportional to rewards, and more importantly, it offers not just gold crystals, but also points, prestige, and permissions, these intangible riches that cannot be measured in money. This is truly the springboard he needs at this stage. A broad road that can directly transform his strength into wealth and future capital. Lu Ming's eyes instantly lit up, fatigue and anxiety swept away in an instant, replaced by an unprecedented clear goal and vigorous fighting spirit. He quickly put away the gold crystals on the table and secured them carefully. Then he stood up, tidied up his old but clean clothes, took a deep breath, and cast a determined gaze out the window. At the end of his sight, the center area of Greenstone City. That towering giant building, like a mountain, even from afar, can feel its heaviness and noise, the Mercenary Guild building of Greenstone City. Chapter 41 Mercenary Guild. Standing in front of the heavy metallic door of the Greenstone City Mercenary Guild, which was wide enough for a giant to pass through. With scars and stains all over, Lu Ming took a deep breath. He seemed to smell the mingled scents of sweat, leather, the scent of magical beasts and a faint hint of bloodiness, a rough breath unique to adventurers. He pushed the door open hard, and the noisy sound surged towards him like a physical wave, instantly engulfing him. The hall of the guild was vast beyond imagination, with a soaring dome constructed of thick logs and steel supports, several large chandeliers fueled by some kind of magical beast grease cast bright yet flickering light. The air was warm and murky, filled with bustling voices as various beast tamers in strange outfits moved back and forth, accompanied by diverse and differently sized pet beasts. There were huge wolves with sleek fur and bared fangs. There were birds circling in the air with sharp eyes. There were heavy-shelled beetles, like moving fortresses. And even a floating water elemental creature exuding chill, growls, hisses, and the sound of flapping wings. The rough laughter, anger, and complaints of their owners intertwined, forming a chaotic yet vibrant picture. The walls on both sides were lined with huge beast heads, faded banners, and heavily worn weapons, silently narrating past adventures and glory. The most eye-catching were the several huge magical task boards in the center of the hall, powered by some glowing crystals. Words and images rolled densely on them, with tasks continuously being accepted or updated, stirring waves of commotion and discussion among the crowd. Recruiting 2 bronze or above shield bearers. Black Wind Canyon clearing task, reward negotiable, must withstand 3 strikes from a 4th-tier earth-splitting bear. High price offered for 10 moonlight moss. Must be gathered from deep within Shadow Forest, fake goods stay away. Are there any brothers with healing-type pet beasts? The team is short a healer, split 70 to 30, contact fast. Damn. I lost everything this time. What kind of rubbish information did that informant give? The swamp poison crocodile never left its lair. Various shouts, complaints, and bargaining sounds were endless. There was neither the politeness of the academy nor the sinister secrecy of the black market here. Everything here was naked and fervent, filled with the scent of power, money, risk, and opportunity. Ming steadied himself, suppressing the slight nervousness and sense of not fitting in as he entered this environment for the first time, and scanned the area, quickly finding the sign marked Newcomer Reception. A line of people stood in front of the window, neither long nor short, the majority of them wore expressions of expectation or anxiety, like him, all newcomers. When it was Ming's turn, sitting behind the window was a young lady in a standard guild vest, her hair neatly tied up. She had no expression on her face, her eyes were hollow as if she could see through all the joys and sorrows of the novices in the world, handling the business at great speed. Name, age, residence, main contracted beast type, and approximate tier. Her voice was steady like reading a funeral speech, handing over a rough form and a pen running low on ink. Ming took it and filled it out quickly. When he wrote down the contracted beast, he hesitated for a moment. In his mind, Shaoqi reminded him in time, host, the Hellhound form is too shocking and likely to attract unnecessary attention and potential trouble. It is recommended to temporarily simulate the 2-headed Hellhound form. This form, though rare, is not undocumented, falls within an acceptable range, and can still retain most of its intimidation. Ming understood and filled in the form with mutated 2-headed hound, low-grade 3rd rank. Show it. The staff member did not even raise her head. With a thought, a dark red light flashed beside him, and the Hellhound manifested. Of course, it was a modified version. The smaller head on the right and some overly fierce bone spikes were cleverly concealed by a layer of weak energy shadow. It looked more like a giant dog with an exceptionally massive body, bulging muscles, 2 vicious heads, and dark red flames burning in its eyes. Though still eye-catching, it at least would not immediately make people think of the legendary Hell bloodline. Even so, that nearly tangible ferocious aura and steady 3rd-rank pressure still made the air around them freeze. Nearby, several newcomers in line instinctively took a few steps back, their faces showing astonishment. The indifferent young lady behind the window finally lifted her eyelids and carefully observed the Hellhound, then glanced at Ming, her eyes flashing with a hint of barely noticeable surprise but soon returning to a calm stillness. Registration fee is 10 gold crystals. She held out her hand, speaking in a businesslike manner. Ming felt a pang in his heart as he counted out 10 shiny gold coins and handed them over. This was nearly equivalent to his living expenses for the past few months. The young lady swiftly took the money and retrieved a rough, slightly sharp-edged black iron badge from under the counter. It was simply engraved with a crossed battle axe and staff symbol of the guild, and a unique number. Also handed over was a thick, well-worn mercenary task manual, bluestone volume, thick enough to knock a goblin unconscious. The badge binds to your blood, and it costs 50 gold crystals to replace if lost. Look through the manual yourself, all the rules are inside, and the consequences of violations are yours to bear. Next. Her speaking speed was as fast as if she were chasing after a rebirth, immediately turning to the next person as if Ming and his 2-headed giant dog had never existed. Holding the badge and manual, Ming quietly stepped aside. He bit his fingertip, letting a drop of fresh blood fall onto the badge, which began to warm slightly. A faint light flickered on its surface before returning to its original state, and he felt a weak connection. Then, he opened the hefty mercenary task manual. Just by reading a few pages, he felt dizzy, the amount of information terrifyingly huge. The manual not only detailed how to take, submit, and abandon tasks, but also how to form teams and distribute spoils. It explained how to file grievances in arbitration, listing a total of 8 major ranks from the lowest, Black Iron, to the legendary, King. Each major rank had subdivisions of star levels. To promote levels, one needed to accumulate task completion and evaluation. The task rewards were drastically different, impacting his understanding. Black Iron level task, clear out the giant rats breeding excessively in the southern city sewer. Reward, 30 gold crystals. Black iron level task, escort the merchant Oldly to the neighboring town, safe route. Reward, 50 gold crystals. Bronze level task, collect 10 shadow mushrooms from the entrance of Black Wind Gorge. Reward, 200 gold crystals. Warning, may encounter a group of second-rank windwolves. Silver level task, eliminate the Rock Helmet Wild Boar group disturbing the Rubble Hills, estimated quantity 30+, leader is low-grade 3rd rank. Reward, 800 gold crystals, plus 50 guild points. Gold level task, explore the newly emerged ancient ruins on the outskirts of the Dark Swamp, map it out, and bring back at least 3 valuable artifacts. Reward, 5,000 gold crystals, 300 points. Warning, complex environment, with unknown toxins and possible high-rank magical beasts. Platinum level task, hunt the 5th rank Lord level magical beast Shadow Leopard deep within the Shadow Forest. Return with its fangs and heart. Reward, 20,000 gold crystals, 1,500 points, additional friendship with the Gale mercenary corps and a custom weapon. There were even higher paying rewards, amounting to hundreds of thousands of gold crystals, or even paid in higher tier currencies like Spirit Essence for diamond and master level tasks. The descriptions were strange and bizarre, involving secret realm competitions, ancient treasures, and even suppressing space rifts. Reading it made Lu Ming's heart race, his mouth dry and parched. He deeply felt his own insignificance. The slight pride from earning nearly 2,000 gold crystals in the black market was shattered before this manual. But at the same time, a stronger sense of desire and excitement began to burn within him. Here was the true stage and opportunity he needed. He solemnly pinned the rough black iron badge to the left side of his chest. The cold touch was felt, yet it made his heart burn. This lowest level badge was a starting point, a symbol. It marked the official farewell to his solitary and small-scale black market career. He was stepping onto a path that was more regulated, more thrilling, one that balanced both risk and opportunity, but also promised faster accumulation of wealth and power, the path of a mercenary. He took another deep breath, suppressing the swirling emotions in his chest, his gaze sharpening and focusing as he strode toward the task announcement board that was roaring with noise. Countless glowing words and information streams were rolling and flashing. His eyes quickly filtered through, searching for those labeled as Black Iron level beginner tasks that suited his current strength. What would his first goal be? A dull gathering task, or a dangerous elimination? A lonely solo mission, or one that required trust and teamwork? The choice was right in front of him. Adventure, officially beginning. Chapter 42, First Task, Eradicate the Rat Infestation. Standing in front of the crowded task announcement board, Lu Ming's eyes quickly scanned through the constantly rolling glowing words. Escort, gather, exterminate, explore, the various tasks were dazzling. Shao-Chi, filter the black iron low-level tasks, prioritize recommending the ones with the lowest risk, shortest time, and without the need for complex teams. Lu Ming silently murmured in his heart. As a first-time task taker, he decided to play it safe. Received. Filtering. Analyzing task description, reward rationality, and potential risks. Shao-Chi was extremely efficient. Recommended task, eradicate the rat infestation. Location, 3rd Granary, West City. Objective, eliminate the rampant first-tier low-level magical beasts, fang-toothed rats, and ensure they do not appear in large numbers again within a week. Reward, 50 gold crystals. Risk rating, extremely low. Notes, this task is monotonous with average rewards, often seen as a chicken rib by rookie mercenaries, but it is very suitable for the host to practice and quickly verify the guild task process. Fang-toothed rats first-tier low-level, Lu Ming murmured. These magical beasts, apart from having sharp teeth and a fast breeding rate, they were almost useless, extremely timid, and had no resistance when facing tier suppression. For the Hellhound, they were truly a crushing level existence. This is it. Lu Ming made up his mind. What he needed was to quickly and safely complete the first task, establish an initial guild record, and build confidence. He walked to the task handover counter and showed his black iron badge. Take, eradicate the rat infestation, number Ding Chi RC. The staff behind the counter skillfully registered and handed him a task voucher and a simple map of the granary. The task time limit is 3 days. After completion, the granary administrator will sign to confirm, and you can bring the voucher to settle the reward. Following the map, Lu Ming quickly arrived at the 3rd granary on the western edge of the city. It was an area enclosed by tall walls, inside which were several huge granaries with arched roofs. The air smelled of grain and old dust. He found the administrator's office, where a middle-aged man wearing greasy overalls and sparse hair was napping with his feet up. Hearing the noise, he lazily opened his eyes, seeing Lu Ming and his Hellhound disguised as a 2-headed dog behind him. From the mercenary guild? The administrator yawned, looking up and down at Lu Ming. So young? Kid, that dog looks fierce, but there are plenty of mice inside, and they're quite slippery. Don't get bitten by a mouse later. His tone was filled with obvious doubt and disdain, clearly not taking Lu Ming seriously. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense and directly showed the task certificate. "Take me to the warehouse with the worst mouse infestation." The administrator grimaced, muttering, "Another one here to make easy money," but still picked up a set of keys, leading Lu Ming to the largest storage room. As he opened the heavy warehouse door, a stronger musty smell and a certain foul odor hit him hard. The interior of the warehouse was vast, with mountain-like stacks of grain bags forming a complex terrain. The light was dim, and he could only see countless small black shadows quickly darting through the gaps between the bags with a soft rustling sound. They emitted a teeth-gritting squeak. Scattered on the ground were chewed-up bags and spilled grains. "Here it is. You can handle it yourself, come find me when you're done." The administrator clearly didn't want to stay long and covered his nose as he retreated. Inside the warehouse, feeling the presence of a living person, the sharp-toothed rats seemed to become even more active, with a few getting a bit bolder. They poked their heads out from the shadows, staring at Lu Ming with their crimson little eyes, baring their sharp front teeth and letting out threatening screams. Target confirmed, sharp-toothed rat. Rank, low level, first tier. Estimated quantity, 57 to 63. Threat level, almost 0. Recommendation, use area deterrence to disperse, pinpoint elimination of stubborn individuals. Little 7 quickly provided a scanning report. Lu Ming nodded and gave a command to the Hellhound beside him, release deterrence, control the intensity, mainly targeting the rats. The central head of the Hellhound slightly lifted, letting out a deep hum that seemed to strike right at the soul. An invisible but overwhelming aura of ferocity spread out from it like a boulder thrown into a calm lake. This wasn't a killing intent aimed at humans, but a genetic pressure from a higher-level predator against lower life forms. In an instant, the entire warehouse seemed to be pressed on mute. All the rustling and squeaking sounds suddenly stopped. Those sharp-toothed rats that had just been boldly poking their heads out and baring their teeth. They froze as if arrested by an unseen frost, their bodies stiff, their crimson little eyes filled with extreme fear and daze. The next second, the instinct to survive broke through the fear, and the entire rat swarm let out unprecedented terrified screams, exploding into chaos. They completely lost any thought of resistance or curiosity, leaving only their most primal instinct to flee. Like bursting fireworks, countless shadows frantically rushed towards the nearest gaps, holes, and under the bags. Rolling and crawling, they wished their parents had given them 2 more legs. The entire warehouse seemed to be instantly emptied. Deal with those that didn't manage to escape, Lu Ming added. The Hellhound didn't even bother using hellfire, it merely strolled around like a king surveying its territory. Its speed was astonishing, and each swipe of its claws could accurately smash 1 or 2 shocked or slow rats into pulp. The mane head occasionally bent down, taking them in one bite, as if enjoying a delightful snack. Fight? No, this couldn't even be called a fight, it was a one-sided, efficiency-shocking cleanup. In just a few minutes, not a single sharp-toothed rat dared to move about the warehouse anymore. Only a few scattered, blurry chunks of flesh and the faint smell of blood in the air proved that something had just happened. Lu Ming leisurely checked a few common hiding holes and gaps of the rat swarm, while the Hellhound only let out a low growl into them. Inside came the stench of fear and the desperate squeaks of despair. It is foreseeable that, at least for a week, these terrified guys would absolutely not dare to show their heads on a large scale again. He walked out of the warehouse and found the dozing administrator. It's resolved, go check it out. What? So fast? The administrator woke up suddenly, with a face saying, "Are you kidding me?" He suspiciously followed Lu Ming back to the warehouse. When he saw the corpses of the vicious teeth mice on the ground and the horrific aura lingering in the air, his eyes instantly widened. He incredulously checked around, even moving a few burlap sacks, and indeed found no trace of the mice, only some excrement scared out. This. The administrator stammered, looking at Lu Ming and the quiet, yet imposing 2-headed giant dog. The doubt and disdain on his face had already vanished, replaced by shock and a hint of reverence. "Brother, no, mercenary lord. Your pet beast is too powerful. Impressive. Truly impressive." His attitude made a complete 180-degree turn, nodding and bowing. He enthusiastically signed the task voucher and even gifted a small bag of fine flour as a thank you. Holding the signed voucher and that unexpected flour, along with the first task reward of 50 shiny gold crystals, Lu Ming walked out of the granary. The sunlight shone on him, warm and pleasant. Feeling the weight of the money pouch, Lu Ming's heart burned with excitement. From taking the task to completing the settlement, it took less than an hour. Pure profit of 50 gold crystals. This efficiency far exceeded his previous experiences in the black market, where he had to scheme and struggle for half a day or even a day to earn a little income. Moreover, the process was easy, safe, and legitimate. The path of guild tasks was indeed the right one. Host's first task completion evaluation, efficient, perfect. Earned guild points +1. Shao Qi's prompt sounded at the right time. Although it was only 1 point, it was a good start. Lu Ming clenched his fist, without a moment's pause, turned, and marched back toward the bustling mercenary guild. Successfully completing the first task boosted his confidence immensely. He couldn't wait to take the second and third tasks. He wanted to accumulate funds faster and level up his mercenary rank more quickly. Chapter 43, Rich Rewards and Training. The mercenary guild's door had almost become the place Lu Ming frequented most in recent days. The excitement of the initial victory and the real gold crystal earnings acted like the strongest fuel, driving him to become a tireless task machine. That rough black iron badge on his chest flickered at an amazing frequency between the task exchange counter and various task locations. Shao-Chi, filter the next one. Requirements: close distance, short time, reward no less than 50 gold crystals. Just finished settling the payment for the previous escort herb gatherer's task. Lu Ming didn't even leave the counter and issued the order in his mind. Task: clear toxic stinger beehive, accepted. Location: Old Bob's Orchard in the southern city. Objective: eliminate the level 1 medium bee swarm threatening the fruit farmer. Reward: 80 gold crystals. Estimated time: less than 1 hour. Navigation has been activated. Shao-Chi's efficiency was shocking. Lu Ming turned around and left, moving with great haste. The hell three-headed dog followed behind him with steady and powerful strides, creating a path through the crowd. The fierce image of this mutated two-headed dog and its owner's efficient task completion style had already begun to spread among the lower-tier mercenaries. In the orchard, old Bob was frowning as he looked at the fruits on the trees, ruined by the toxic stingers. When Lu Ming arrived, he didn't exchange pleasantries, directly pointing at a large nest on the treetop, where yellow and black bees were constantly entering and exiting. Dog, the left head, small area hellfire, aim carefully, don't burn the fruit trees. The left head of the hell three-headed dog slightly lifted, a ghostly blue light flashing in its throat. A thin strand of fire accurately shot out, instantly pierced through the core of the beehive. The high temperature instantly vaporized the queen bee and larvae in the core area, while the worker bees on the outside didn't even understand what had happened. They felt the collapse of the core they relied on for survival, and instantly fell into chaos, quickly scattering in fear from the faint intimidation released by the Hellhound. From arriving at the orchard to receiving the mission certificate signed with gratitude by old Bob, it took a total of 28 minutes. Mission: collect thorny grass, has been accepted. Location: West City Mountainside. Reward: 60 gold crystals. Little Sevens seamlessly connected. By the mountainside, Lu Ming didn't need to bend over or carefully distinguish and dig like other mercenaries who accepted collection tasks. The middle head of the Hellhound slightly twitched its nose, accurately locking onto the thorny grass emitting faint golden energy fluctuations. With a gentle scrape of its right claw, it lifted the grass by its roots, harming not the root system at all. In 10 minutes, the 20 required thorny grasses were neatly packed in the backpack. Mission: short-term caravan escort, has been accepted. Route: Qingstone City to Haishi Town. Reward: 100 gold crystals. The manager of the small caravan looked at the young Lu Ming and his only third-tier low-level, shown to the outside, pet beast, hesitating a bit. But when the Hellhound casually smashed a boulder that tried to provoke it on the side of the road with a paw, and scared away 2 long-tailed second-tier windwolves with just a glance, everyone in the caravan became incredibly reassured and respectful. The journey was safe and smoothly arrived. Efficiency. Absolutely efficiency. In front of the overwhelming power of the Hellhound against low-tier tasks, everything became simple and crude. Lu Ming didn't need complex tactics, often it was just one command. A precise skill release from the Hellhound or a physical intimidation would accomplish the mission goal. The staff behind the guild counter went from initially expressionless to speeding up their processing as soon as Lu Ming walked over. They even occasionally cast a surprised glance. The frequency at which this young man accepted and completed tasks was uncommonly high. Gold crystals flowed like a rushing stream, steadily and quickly pouring into his purse. His personal funds soared at an unprecedented speed, easily breaking through the 3,000 gold crystal mark. This was almost equivalent to the total income he had earned in the black market over half a month of hard struggles. At night, in the shabby little room, on the table were several bags of bulging money, the golden glow almost overflowing. Lu Xiaoyu had already fallen asleep, holding the warm water bag his brother had just bought, a look of peace on her face. But Lu Ming had no intention of sleeping at all, nor was he immersed in the joy of sudden wealth. He sat cross-legged on the bed, with a tattered copy of Basic Mental Power Meditation Method, Volume 2 he had salvaged from the black market garbage pile spread open before him. Trying to run the technique was extremely obscure and difficult. The incomplete technique caused multiple breaks and blurriness in the energy operation route, making the power flow through these areas feel like sinking into a swamp, hard to advance even an inch, and even carrying the risk of turmoil. After several attempts, not only did his mental power grow insignificantly, but it also made his head swell and his temples throb. Damn it, this is even harder than fighting a third-tier monster, Lu Ming rubbed his forehead, cursing softly. Detection shows the host is practicing the incomplete technique basic mental power meditation method, volume 2, estimated completion 37%. Energy operation efficiency, 11.4%. Risk, energy accumulation rate 15%, which may cause mild mental pain. Suggestion, please stop immediately, or pay 50 points for system minimum optimization. Little Seven's cold voice rang out, carrying its usual critique. 50 points? Why don't you go steal it? Ming replied irritably, but after hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, Optimize. Hurry up. Just completed the daily task released by the system, he just happened to have 30 points added. After barely gathering enough from previous small earnings to make the payment. Points minus 50. Optimization starts. Completing 13 missing operation nodes based on the system database, correcting 7 energy circuit deviations. Optimization complete. New skill operation efficiency improved to 28.5%. Risk reduced to 3%. Please try again, host. Although the efficiency was still pitifully low, the sense of blockage indeed diminished a lot during the second attempt. The flow of power resembled a thin stream, starting to struggle along the patched path created by Little Chi. The process remained slow and painful, like trying to draw water from a dried riverbed. But gradually, Ming entered a state of forgetting both himself and the world. He could clearly see his mental strength in the sea of consciousness, condensed significantly compared to others at the same level due to long-term practice of the optimized beast mastery skill. It was growing at an imperceptible speed, extremely slowly. Although the growth was so minimal it could be ignored, the perception and control of power seemed to become subtly more exquisite. This was a change in quality, not a mere accumulation of quantity. Uncertain how long it had been, he awoke from deep meditation and let out a long breath of stale air. Though mentally fatigued from practicing the incomplete skill, his gaze became clearer. Better than nothing. He murmured, feeling the faint yet real progress. At that moment, Little Chi's voice rang out again, this time carrying a formal sense of mission release. Ding! Detecting that the host's recent task completion rate and efficiency meet the standards, triggering a long-term cyclical task, mercenary new star. Task requirements, complete at least 3 black iron level or above guild tasks independently each day. Task rewards, 30 points for completing tasks each day. Additional reward, successfully complete 7 consecutive days for an extra, beginner power potion, *1, system optimized version, effects enhanced by 20%, but failure penalty, none. However, the consecutive completion count will reset. Ming's eyes brightened suddenly. 30 points every day. And an extra potion reward for 7 consecutive days. This was like a timely help. He already knew from the manual how crucial points were, for they could be exchanged for many good things that couldn't be bought with gold crystals. And the power potion was an invaluable resource that could directly accelerate training. Except, he said without hesitation, this system task undoubtedly provided the most direct motivation and extra rewards for his crazy task grinding behavior. However, as his funds broke through 4,000, the black iron badge subtly emitted a hint of bronze luster due to the frequent task completions, promotion in sight, and Ming's mindset quietly began to change. Working alone, clearing rat infestations, expelling vile beasts, gathering herbs. These tasks were safe, stable, and quick money, but they seemed a bit lacking. His gaze began to move past those lonely, simple tasks on the task board that paid a few hundred gold crystals, and towards the lower region. There hung some tasks that required teamwork, even ones that needed a small mercenary group to take on, team tasks. Team task, recommended 3 to 5 people exterminate the copper armored scorpion swarm in the abandoned mine, average class 2 high, leader class 3 low, but estimated reward, 800 gold crystals plus 100 points. Team task, recommended 5 or more people explore the edge of the Whispering Forest, find the missing geological survey team, and eliminate threats along the way, possible presence of class 3 medium herding monsters, but estimated reward, 1,500 gold crystals plus 200 points. Risk, medium high. Higher rewards. Higher points. And possible extra gains beyond the task descriptions. Ming's heart raced slightly. The efficiency of working alone seemed to have hit a certain ceiling. It was time to look towards a broader world. Perhaps he should consider finding a temporary team? Chapter 4014 Task Initial Experience. At the Mercenary Guild's task board, words flowed and shimmered. Ming's gaze crossed those familiar solo tasks and landed in the lower area. There, the task descriptions were longer. Team task, black iron level collect moonlight mushrooms. Location, outer edge of the dark forest, marked safe area. Requirement, at least 3 people cooperate, need to deal with possible harassment from small magical beasts. Reward, 200 gold crystals, distributed by contribution. Note, moonlight mushrooms can only be collected at night, need to bring your own lighting and containers. Moonlight mushrooms, a premium common item, are used as materials for mid-tier calming potions and some moonlight attribute beast food. Collecting at night increases environmental risks, but rewards are also higher. Xiaoqi quickly analyzed, task evaluation, risks manageable, rewards meet team task standards, suitable for the host's initial experience in team cooperation mode. That's it. Lu Ming accepted the task and immediately walked to a resting area in the guild hall specifically set up for mercenaries looking for a team. The atmosphere here was more relaxed than over at the task board. Groups of mercenaries sat or stood around, some whispering, while others quietly observed passing potential teammates. Lu Ming's appearance quickly attracted some attention. Mainly because of the ferociously impressive two-headed giant dog behind him, even though it was now subdued in form. But when he revealed the shiny new black iron badge, a few initially interested gazes quickly turned away. Black iron level, too new. In team tasks, newcomers often imply uncertainty and the risk of being a burden. After a moment, finally, a young man and woman came over. The man was stocky, wearing half-body leather armor, and beside him was a thick-shelled, slightly slow-moving rock shell turtle, aura at tier 2 low level. The woman was agile, carrying a short bow, and a sleek, sharp-eyed winged pattern leopard crouched quietly at her feet, aura at tier 2 middle level. They both looked at Lu Ming, then at the Hellhound behind him, exchanging glances. Black iron level? Accepting a team task, the stocky young man asked first. His tone carried a hint of scrutiny. Buddy, your pet, it looks impressive, but what level is it? Don't tell me it's just for show. He clearly doubted Lu Ming's qualifications. The quick-witted girl didn't speak, but the caution in her eyes and a hint of barely detectable disdain were also evident. Her winged pattern leopard even bared its teeth slightly in the direction of the Hellhound, seemingly trying to test it. The right head of the Hellhound lazily glanced at the winged pattern leopard, a deep, nearly silent growl rumbling from its throat. The winged pattern leopard immediately recoiled as if pricked by an invisible needle, suddenly retreating behind the girl, its fur bristling, giving a low whine of unease. The girl's expression changed slightly, her gaze toward the Hellhound filled with more suspicion. Lu Ming didn't care to explain, directly saying, Tier 3 low level, is that sufficient? I've taken the task of collecting moonlight mushrooms, I need 2 more people. Tier 3, the stocky young man exclaimed, carefully sensing the deliberately restrained yet still deep aura of the Hellhound. His doubts lessened somewhat, but he still muttered, alright, let's hope it's not just for show. I'm sure Lei, this is my partner Rock Mountain. He patted the shell of the rock shell turtle. Lin Wei, this is Chasing Wind, the agile girl also briefly introduced. At the same time, she comfortingly patted the head of the wind pattern leopard, but her eyes occasionally darted towards the unusually quiet two-headed dog. The temporary team was thus formed, the atmosphere not particularly friendly, maintaining obvious distance and testing each other. As night fell, the 3 reached the outer region of the dark forest. The moonlight was fragmented by the dense treetops, the air filled with the damp scent of decaying leaves and the coldness unique to night. Unfamiliar insect cries and distant beast howls filled the surroundings, suddenly making the atmosphere tense. Following the guidance of the task map, they quickly found a hollow growing a special kind of moss. Scattered, softly glowing moonlight mushrooms dotted the area like stars. This is it. Quickly gather them. Rock Mountain, stay alert. Stoneley lowered his voice, commanding the rock-armored tortoise to shield the side of the team. Lin Wei also signaled Chasing Wind to patrol the other side, while she took out a special jade box and a medicinal spade, preparing to act. Lu Ming had the Hellhound stay by his side and didn't rush forward. His task was mainly to deal with potential threats. However, just as Lin Wei picked the first moonlight mushroom, Chasing Wind suddenly let out a sharp warning growl. A whoa! Almost at the same time, the bushes on the left shook violently, and 5 gray figures sprung out like arrows. They were 5 scruffy, fierce-eyed wind wolves, at a low rank of about 2nd tier. Not good. It's a pack of wind wolves. Prepare for battle. Stoneley's face changed, shouting loudly. The rock-armored tortoise instantly withdrew its limbs and head into its shell, its surface glowing with a yellow light, ready to withstand the impact. Lin Wei quickly put away the jade box, drew her short bow, and knocked an arrow, while Chasing Wind crouched low, emitting a threatening growl, as if facing a formidable enemy. Although it was just a small wolf pack, wind wolves were known for their speed and teamwork, 5 of them attacking together. This was enough to throw their temporary team into chaos, potentially leading to injuries. Both of their hearts raced in their throats. At this tense moment, Dog! Lu Ming's voice was calm, even somewhat out of place. He didn't even give any battle orders. The Hellhound, which had been quietly squatting, raised its 3 heads slightly at the same moment. 6 eyes burning with dark flames simultaneously locked onto the 5 wind wolves that were about to pounce. There were no ear-splitting roars, only a deep, suppressed growl as if it came from the bottom of an abyss. Mixed with an invisible yet overwhelming terror, it surged forth like a tsunami. Intimidation, full force activated. The 5 wind wolves, which a second ago had bared their teeth and showed their ferocity, were struck hard by an invisible hammer. The one at the front went limp, collapsing to the ground with a thud, losing control of its bowels. The others instantly froze, their fierce eyes replaced by utter terror. Their tails were tightly tucked between their legs, emitting desperate, intermittent whimpers from their throats, as if all the strength to escape had been drained away. The absolute suppression from the depths of their life level and bloodline left them with not a single thought of resistance. Stoneley and Lin Wei both froze, holding their shields and bows, momentarily unsure of how to react. Then, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. The main head of the Hellhound casually opened its mouth, and an incredibly condensed, destructive blue fireline hellfire shot out. But it was not aimed at the wolf pack, it precisely struck the ground less than a meter in front of the wolves. Boom! A muffled sound erupted, dirt and broken grass flew. A basin-sized, bottomless black pit appeared on the ground. The edges of the pit were scorched and crystallized by high temperature, making a sizzling sound, as the acrid smell of sulfur and burnt matter spread, and the temperature in the air soared. That blast of hellfire seemed to shatter the last mental defense of the wind wolves. Awah! The 5 wind wolves let out a shrill, distorted scream, the instinct to survive finally overwhelming the paralysis brought by fear. They didn't even dare to look at the terrifying 2-headed giant dog again, turning tail and fleeing in a panic, rolling and tumbling, escaping faster than they had come. In the blink of an eye, they vanished into the dark depths of the forest, leaving behind a mess and a foul stench. From the moment the wind wolves appeared to their hasty escape, the whole process lasted less than 15 seconds. The scene fell into a dead silence. Shirley still held his shield up, and Lin Wei's bowstring was still half drawn, their expressions frozen on their faces, filled with disbelief. The fierce battle they had anticipated, possibly with injuries and chaos, just ended like this? Simply because the opponent's pet let out a roar, then spat out fire? What was that fire? What level of intimidation was that? To frighten the ferocious wind wolves into losing control and collapsing? The two struggled to turn their heads to look at Lu Ming, who had remained calm all along, as if he had merely done a trivial thing. Then they glanced at the gigantic 2-headed dog beside him that had returned to silence, as if nothing had happened just moments ago. The previous disdain, doubt, and even that little thought of wanting this newbie to suffer a bit, at this moment had completely vanished, replaced by a profound shock and indescribable awe. This was not some newbie blacksmith here to mooch off the task, this was clearly a deity wrapped in black iron skin. Alu, Brother Lu. Shirley's voice was a bit dry, unconsciously using a respectful title, your pet too awesome. Lin Wei quickly put away her short bow, forcing out a somewhat stiff but well-meaning smile on her face. Yes, thank you, Brother Lu, for your help. Just now she wanted to apologize for her previous disdain but didn't know how to start. Lu Ming waved his hand, interrupting her words, his tone still playing, it's okay, let's collect quickly. Hey. Sure. You rest. We'll handle the heavy work. Shirley immediately nodded and bowed, his attitude was so enthusiastic it bordered on flattery. Calling Lin Wei to quickly dive into the collection work, even taking the most plump and shiny moonlight mushrooms and placing them in Lu Ming's container first. The collection process that followed went smoothly beyond imagination. The two almost took on all the work, and their efficiency was extremely high. And from time to time they would carefully sneak an odd glance at the quiet Lu Ming and his pet guarding by his side. The task was successfully completed. When they returned to the guild to settle up, Shirley and Lin Wei eagerly insisted on giving the bulk of the reward to Lu Ming, and in the end, Lu Ming received 100 gold crystals, far exceeding the average share. The two had no objections whatsoever, instead, they seemed to be basking in glory, repeatedly expressing that they must follow Brother Lu again if they get the chance. Holding the heavy 100 gold crystals, Lu Ming stood in the bustling hall of the guild, feeling little emotion within. This first experience of a team task made him truly feel two things. First, under the mode of team collaboration, task efficiency and safety could indeed improve. Second, in this world, strength is the hardest currency to earn respect and a voice. He looked down at the black iron badge on his chest, its edge. It seemed that due to the evaluation of this task, the gloss had quietly deepened a bit. Chapter 45, The Fame of Hellbrother. The mercenary guild in Qingshi City, this always bustling giant stone hall. Like a miniature world with its own unique ecology and rules. Here, information and gold coins, sweat and blood, are the fastest circulating hard currencies. It was unknown from when, a somewhat peculiar title began to quietly circulate among the low-level mercenaries, task publishers, and even some well-informed tavern regulars in a small range. Did you hear? Recently there's a super fierce newbie. Newbie? Which newbie can make you, an old hand, say fierce? It's that one. I think it doesn't have a code name, but its pet is super scary. A big black dog with 2 heads. Its eyes look like they want to eat people. Oh. You mean Hellbrother. Hellbrother. This title was simple and crude, even carrying a hint of childishness and mockery. But it exceptionally captures its core feature, that head can spit out a hellish blue fire. The ferocious, unlike anything made by the mundane world, two-headed giant dog, and that always silent, yet devastatingly powerful young beast master. At first, this was just some mercenary who witnessed Lu Ming easily paralyze a pack of windwolves during a team mission, exaggerating the tale while drunk. Wow! You wouldn't believe it. That brother just stood there, no nonsense. His hellish two-headed dog, with just one roar. A whole pack of windwolves got so scared they wet themselves. Then, it breathed fire onto the ground, good heavens. The stones melted. Those wolves ran faster than rabbits. What do you mean black iron level? This is clearly a big brother from hell. Thus, the nickname Hell Brother began to spread with this embellished legendary story, flying around with the beer foam and saliva. At first, most people took it as a joke. Who doesn't boast in the mercenary circle? However, as more and more people witnessed it with their own eyes, or heard similar stories from different channels, the name gradually became real. Some swore they saw Hellbrother take on the task of cleaning out a mutated crocodile in the sewer, while others needed to form teams and fight for half the day. He went down alone with his dog and came back dragging a crocodile's tail in less than half an hour, not even a speck of mud on him. Others claimed, during some dangerous task of gathering moonlight moss. While others had to carefully avoid swarming poisonous moths guarding the area. Hellbrother simply let the two-headed dog set them on fire. Burned down the entire moth nest, completing the task in a way that was astoundingly efficient. Even the well-informed receptionists behind the guild counter, who had long cultivated a heart of stone, began to look at that young black iron mercenary, who frequently turned in tasks and had a striking beast, with new eyes. Whenever he approached the counter, their processing speed would unconsciously quicken, and their tone would carry a barely noticeable politeness. Hello, Mr. Lu Ming, here is your reward for this task, please take it. A young female receptionist almost slipped up, her cheeks flushed, hurriedly pushing a bag of gold crystals over. Lu Ming took the money bag with an expressionless face, yet his heart was filled with speechlessness. He had, of course, heard those whispers and the increasingly loud nickname. Ding! Congratulations, host Hellbrother, your reputation in the low-level mercenary circle in Qingstone City has reached 17.5%. Achievement unlocked. Somewhat famous, black iron level. Effect: when accepting certain low-level tasks, success rate increases by plus 3%, and intimidation when negotiating with low-level NPCs increases by plus 5%. Shao Qi's voice timely rang out, carrying a hint of playful mockery. What a mess! Lu Ming rolled his eyes inwardly. He had no interest in this empty reputation, even felt a bit ashamed. But soon, he began to experience the actual benefits brought by fame. Some task issuers, eager to solve their troubles and pursuing efficiency, started to hope, through the guild's channels, for that young mercenary with the powerful two-headed dog to take their tasks by name. Although the rewards wouldn't increase, it often meant the tasks were simpler and more direct, reducing competition and hassle with other mercenaries. Some mercenaries who had been struggling for a long time at the black iron level, unable to promote, began to intentionally or unintentionally approach him. In the guild hall, there would often be strangers taking the initiative to chat, offering low-quality wheat beer, trying to get close. Hey! Hell brother! I've heard so much about you. If there's a team task and you need someone, consider me, okay? I'm really good at defense. Big brother. Your pet beast is so cool. How did you train it? Can you teach me? I'll buy you a drink. Brother Lu Ming, I'm from the Black Rat Mercenary team, our captain really appreciates you, are you interested in joining us for a while? For these temptations and seductions, Lu Ming maintained a polite and distant attitude. He knew very well that these flattery and enthusiasm were based on strength. Once he lost his value, they would vanish like smoke. He preferred to go solo or, like last time, to find some teammates who wouldn't interfere. But he didn't reject this kind of reputation. In this world where the weaker meet and the strong eat, having a fierce enough name that can reduce unnecessary trouble and provocation is not a bad thing. At least now, few dared to easily trouble him because of his youth or because he wore the black iron badge. Once, two mercenaries wanting to join his team immediately backed away upon hearing someone quietly remind, "That's Hellbrother. Oh my great and noble Hellbrother host." Shao Qi seemed particularly fond of teasing him with this nickname recently. Which territory do you plan to inspect in Hell today? Are you going to clock in at the Oil Pot Mirror stage or go to the Knife Mountain Fire Sea for grassroots visits? Do you need this system to plan your suppression, cancel, visitation route in advance? When your kingly aura leaks out, please let me know so this system can turn off the sensors in advance to avoid being dazzled by your majesty. Lu Ming's mouth twitched, he was already too lazy to refute. Shut up, calculate today's earnings. TSK, Hellbrother's authority is so great, Shao Qi replied sarcastically but still quickly reported. Today completed 3 black iron level tasks, earned 270 golden crystals, and gained 3 guild points. Current total funds, 5,120 gold crystals and 7 silver coins. Completed the mercenary new star task for the 4th day in a row. Over 5,000 golden crystals? Looking at the unprecedented huge number in his personal little safe, Lu Ming let out a long sigh of relief. The exhaustion brought by the high-intensity task pace seemed to be greatly alleviated by this heavy harvest. This money was still far from his million goal, but it was already a fortune he could never imagine in the past. Enough for his sister to use better gentle potions for a while. Enough to replace the creaky, drafty, leaky wooden door at home, and even enough for the two siblings to indulge just a little bit once in a while. An uncontrollable thought popped up. He remembered Wang Tao and Li Hao, those two guys, the last time at old Zhang's soup restaurant. He recalled the gleam in their eyes when they looked at that bowl of extra meat soup and how they joked, tugging at his shoulder, "When Ming strikes it rich, we must go to the 100 Flavors restaurant." He also thought of his sister, Lu Xiaoyu, every time she drank the warm sun herb potion. That brief yet real look of comfort on her face and how she carefully hugged that lake blue dress, unable to hide her joy. The tightly strung string might be able to relax just a little bit. Not to squander, but to reward himself for always moving forward and for those who have always been by his side. "Xiaoqi," he suddenly spoke in his heart, his tone carrying a hint of determined ease. "Help me find out which restaurant in the city is famous for honey-roasted ribs and creamy mushroom soup. It should taste good, and the price be moderate." He paused and added, "Also, see if there are new desserts or small jewelry that girls would like. They don't have to be expensive, just good-looking." Command received. Searching for Qingstone City food rankings, best value dessert shops, affordable jewelry stores. Xiao Qi's voice seemed to carry a touch of human-like cheer. Search complete. Based on the host's current financial situation, poor but slightly improved, and needs, keeping face while suffering through consumption. The best plan has been generated. You need to pay 5 points to get the detailed list in navigation service, oh my dear hellbrother. Just deduct it. Lu Ming chuckled helplessly. This time, he didn't refute that nickname. Perhaps, being called Hellbrother once in a while didn't feel so bad. A touch of luxury. 5,000 gold crystals. This number weighed heavily in Lu Ming's pocket and also on his heart. It was still far from the million target, a distance that felt despairingly unachievable, yet it was the first solid stone he had painstakingly laid after endless effort, day and night. Intense missions, scheming in the black market, sweat on the training ground. All this accumulated pressure and exhaustion. As he reached the small milestone, he finally found a hint of release. He needed to relax, even if it was just for one brief night. More than that, he needed to share this hard-earned extravagance with those who truly cared about him. So, instead of heading towards that familiar little alley, he turned his steps. He stepped into a brightly lit 3-story restaurant called Bai Wei Zhai, right next to the main road of the city. Though it was not the pinnacle of luxury, it was certainly a far cry from the old Zhang soup shop. The carved doors and windows, the polished wooden floor, the mixed aromas of delicious food, fine liquor, and a faint smell of incense in the air. Along with the well-dressed diners bustling about, all showcased a kind of respectability and abundance. When Wang Tao and Li Hao arrived with Lu Ming and stood before the brightly polished brass doorknob of Bai Wei Zhai, their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost. "Ming. Brother Ming? Are you sure it's here?" Wang Tao rubbed his eyes vigorously. His chubby face was written with disbelief. Us three eating here would be enough to drink meat soup at Lao Zhang's for a month. Li Hao nervously tugged at the hem of his faded clothes and whispered, "Brother Ming, how about we just let's talk, I'm happy today." Lu Ming interrupted them, wearing a long-lost, genuinely relaxed smile, and pushed the door open without further ado. Warm light and bustling voices mixed with the enticing scent of food rushed towards them. The trained waiter greeted them enthusiastically and led them to a cozy table by the window. They took the menu made of thick animal skin. As they looked at the dishes that made their fingers tingle just from the names and the prices listed, Wang Tao and Li Hao's hands trembled slightly. But Lu Ming appeared quite calm, mainly because Xiao Qi was scanning and calculating the cost-performance ratio in his mind. Recommended dish, braised boar shank, using a first-tier magical beast's boar shank, slow-cooked for 3 hours, the meat tender and rich in energy, offering great value. Dish to avoid, stir-fried crystal cabbage, a nice-sounding name, just ordinary cabbage, priced 5 times the market price, purely a scam for big spenders. Secret roasted blue-scaled fish is good, a first-tier water-type magical beast, the fish meat is tender, slightly nourishing for mental strength. In the end, Lu Ming waved his hand. He ordered the braised boar shank, secret roasted blue-scaled fish, a plate of shrimp and scrambled eggs made from low-tier magical beast eggs, plus a pot of the signature fruit brew. This meal cost nearly 10 gold crystals, enough to make his past self feel the pain for half a year. But as the steaming, colorful dishes were served on the table, the rich aroma of meat and energy filled the air, all worries were thrown away. Wow! This is too fragrant. Wang Tao's eyes widened, and he almost drooled. This fish, the scales are really like jade. Li Hao marveled. Lu Ming laughed as he poured clear fruit wine for the two. "Stop staring, pick up your chopsticks. It's all on me today. Long live Brother Ming." The three no longer stood on ceremony, chopsticks flying, feasting joyfully. The unique chewy texture of the magical beast meat and the slight energy it contained made each bite filled with happiness. The rich fruit wine slid down their throats, bringing a warm, tipsy feeling. After a few cups, the atmosphere became thoroughly lively. The pressures and barriers of recent days seemed to melt away completely with this feast of good food and drink. Lu Ming's tipsiness also surged a bit, watching his two best buddies devouring their meals with blissful faces. That familiar urge to celebrate wildly came bubbling back up. He suddenly slapped the table, the force controlled well, not attracting others' attention, and waved his hand with great swagger. See that? Brothers! This is just the beginning. Follow Brother Ming, don't say this Bai restaurant, even the best Bai building in Qingshi City, that will be our canteen. Wait until we get even more powerful, let's smash into the Imperial City. Have you heard of the best Xiongyu Pavilion in the Imperial City? The Lord-level Beast's Paw Soup? That thing is just an appetizer. By then, we'll go every day, and when the shopkeeper sees us, he'll be so scared he won't be able to stand. Wang Tao stuffed his mouth full of wild boar meat, nodded frantically and mumbled in agreement. Brother Ming is mighty. Absolutely. From now on, I'll follow Brother Ming. Every day to eat delicious food. Li Hao's face turned slightly red, also smiling as he raised his cup. Brother Ming will take us to soar. We will rely on you in the future. They all knew Lu Ming was bragging. The Imperial City's Xiongyu Pavilion? Lord-level Beast's Paw? That was like something from a mythical legend to them. But this did not stop them from enjoying the carefree jokes and support among friends at this moment. This sincere friendship is more comforting than any fine wine and delicacies. However, there was always a voice skilled at pouring cold water at the most exciting moments. Ding dong! Detected excessive alcohol intake, starting to trigger bragging without draft and selective amnesia complex symptoms. Xiaoqi's cold and annoying voice rang out like a siren in Lu Ming's mind. Would you like this system to review historical records to help you recognize reality? In the next second, a virtual light screen seemed to appear before Lu Ming, which only he could see. The screen began to replay a precious video in a loop. It was at old Zhang's soup house, where he shouted with spittle flying, "I'll take you to bodybuilding for lord-level beast feasts every day." Following that was a succession of numbers reflecting a hopeless funding gap listed by Xiaoqi. And her emotionless commentary reporting expected to take 274 years. The footage was paired with extremely tragic background music, looping, high definition, equivalent to public execution. Based on the latest price data and Xiongyu Pavilion per capita consumption level, taken from 3 years ago of some fallen Viscount's consumption list, excluding inflation factors. Recalculating the required funds for the host's daily eating Xiongyu Pavilion Lord-level Beast Paw's great goal, about 9,998,500 gold crystals. Note, this calculation does not take into account that Lord-level Beast Paws are scarce and typically need to be settled with spiritual marrow and the risks of potential shopkeeper penalties. Xiaoqi continued to deliver cruel blows. Host, your current account balance, 5,120 gold crystals and 7 silver coins. You are still short of the target about a medium-sized gold mine. Do you need me to plan a mining route for you? Lu Ming. The pride on his face instantly froze, almost choking on a sip of wine. This broken system really knows how to hit on the wrong topic. He forcefully pressed the close button in his mind, thinking fiercely, shut up. Enjoy the moment, do you understand? If you nag again, I won't give you a single point next time. TSK, the embarrassed host is really unlovable. Xiaoqi snorted, finally quieting down for the time being. Lu Ming shook his head, casting those disappointing numbers behind him, and rejoined his friends' laughter and noise. Alcohol, food, friendship, this simple and pure joy, he hadn't experienced it for too long. Looking at Wang Tao and Li Hao's heartfelt smiles, he felt that spending nearly 50 gold crystals was worth it. So worth it. After feasting, all three wore satisfied rosy complexions. They linked arms, walking slightly unsteady out of Bai restaurant. The cool night breeze brushed against their faces, particularly refreshing. Brother Ming, next time if we make money, we have to come again. Wang Tao hiccuped, a happy glow radiating from his plump face. Yes. Brother Ming, in the future we'll follow you. Li Hao also nodded vigorously, his eyes shining bright. No problem. It's all on me. Lu Ming waved his hand, a surge of heroism rising in his chest. Although he knew the road ahead was difficult, at this moment, he was willing to believe that the future was bright. They supported each other, chatting about irrelevant dreams and jokes, slowly walking down the path back to the academy dormitory. The streetlights stretched their shadows long, and laughter echoed far down the quiet street. Lu Ming was completely immersed in this rare relaxation and warmth, completely unaware. Not far away, at a dark alley entrance, several pairs of malicious eyes, like lurking poisonous snakes, coldly watched their embrace. In particular, they were fixated on him. The crisis quietly closed in like a nightfall. Chapter 47, Zhang Hao's Trick. In Qingshi City, deep within the Zhang family's villa. In a luxurious yet gloomy study, Zhang Hao suddenly smashed the crystal wine glass in his hand to the ground. The expensive wine and shards splattered, startling the still somewhat listless Fireclaw weasel at his feet. Useless. All useless. His chest heaved violently, his face twisted in extreme anger and jealousy, becoming terrifyingly grotesque. The family's spies embedded in the mercenary guild in the streets had just delivered news. Every word was like a poisoned needle, piercing deeply into his self-esteem. That lowly commoner. That useless waste who got lucky. How dare he? Zhang Hao's low growl squeezed out between his teeth, filled with unwillingness and resentment. Hell brother? Bah! A black iron trash, unworthy of such a title? He even dares to waste money at the Byway restaurant? The dirty money he earned should have been mine. Mine. Before his eyes, Lu Ming's calm yet detestable face resurfaced. The horrifying pressure of that two-headed dog flashed back. His own Fireclaw weasel's disgraceful panic, and the sneering and pitying gazes from those around him, replayed in his mind. Every time he heard news about Lu Ming, it felt like being slapped in the face repeatedly. The more glorious the other became, the more it highlighted his own incompetence. This humiliation from the contrast was nearly driving him insane. The cousins, who already looked down on him, now gazed at him with unabashed ridicule. Though his father no longer openly scolded him, the increasingly cold gaze and reduced resources hurt him more than any rebuke. He had to do something. He must make that damned Lu Ming pay the price. He must reclaim the dignity and status belonging to him. But his remaining reason told him, it couldn't be done openly. The Mercenary Guild provides a certain level of protection for registered mercenaries, especially newcomers like Lu Ming who show potential. If he openly suppressed using the family power, once recorded by the guild, it would not only tarnish the family name but also invite unnecessary investigations. The consequences were too heavy for him to bear. He needed a more insidious and subtle means. If open methods won't work, then let's go for the secretive. A vicious glint flashed in Zhang Hao's eyes as he walked to the desk and pulled open a hidden drawer. He took out a strangely shaped, completely black metal token. The token was engraved with a skull wrapped in chains, a sign of an underground gang in the city that specialized in dirty work. Through certain shady channels of the family, he contacted the leader of this gang, a man nicknamed Viper, known for his ruthless nature and leaving no traces in his dealings, a third-tier beast master. In a smoky, foul-smelling underground chamber, Zhang Hao met Viper. He was a tall, skinny man with a fierce gaze, accompanied by a third-tier low-level poisonous pattern python, whose scales shimmered ominously. Young Master Zhang, why have you come to seek us brothers? The voice of the poison snake was hoarse like sandpaper rubbing, laced with a hint of mockery. He clearly knew about Zhang Hao's recent plight. Zhang Hao held back his disgust for the surroundings and the disrespectful tone of the other, pushing a heavy bag of golden crystals forward, containing 500 coins. Help me teach someone a lesson. Greenstone Mercenary Guild, Black Iron level, named Lu Ming, with a mutated two-headed dog. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth as he spoke. I don't want his life, at least not right now. I want you to give him trouble continuously while he is on a mission. Harass him, disrupt him, make him fail his mission and pay penalties. It would be best if he gets hurt a bit, takes some hits, and lets his pet suffer as well. I want his reputation to be ruined, so he can no longer be arrogant. The poison snake picked up the money bag and waited, a cold smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Is that all you want? Simple. Where is the information? Zhang Hao handed over a note detailing the types of tasks Lu Ming frequently accepted, mostly escort, collection, and extermination of low-level monsters. It included the rough activity area and even information on his two-headed dog, which showed suspected strength of low-level third tier and could spit out a strange flame. TSK, still a bit of a prickly newcomer. A third-tier pet, needs more money. The poison snake narrowed his eyes. Zhang Hao pushed over 200 golden crystals with pain. This is a deposit. After the job is done, there will be another 300. But it must be done cleanly, absolutely cannot involve me. Rest assured, we from the Poison Fong gang handle things efficiently. The poison snake pocketed the golden crystals, revealing a chilling smile. I guarantee your little rival will have a hard time. The next day, the thugs from the Poison Fong gang took action. They sent two clever but ordinary-looking lackeys. All day lounging in a corner of the Mercenary Guild Hall, pretending to rest, but actually with their ears perked and eyes wide, closely watching the mission board and the handover counter. Their target was clear, the young mercenary wearing a black iron badge and accompanied by a conspicuous two-headed dog. These thugs were not particularly powerful themselves, and their pets were mostly low-tier 1 or 2 level creatures skilled in tracking, spying, or causing chaos. Like the keen-nosed barking dog, the shadow-dwelling shadow cat, or the stinky gas-releasing skunk beast. But they were experienced in such underhanded activities, like a maggot clinging to a bone, nearly impossible to shake off. Boss, the target has accepted a mission. Black Iron escort mission, escorting a small herbal goods caravan to Falling Leaf Town, expected to depart from the West Gate in an hour. One lackey reported in a low voice through a makeshift communicator. Received. Proceed as planned. Mad Dog, you take your pups to the Black Wind Ditch and set up some surprises on that route. Bamboo Pole, isn't your snake starved after just shedding? Find it a little appetizer. The poison snake's cold voice came through the communicator's other end. Black Wind Ditch was a treacherous area on the way from Greenstone City to Falling Leaf Town, with steep earth slopes and dense forests on both sides, very suitable for ambushes and creating chaos. A sinister and malicious harassment ambush targeting Ming had quietly spread its net. At this moment, Ming was completely unaware. He had just completed the handover at the guild and received the escort caravan's mission certificate along with a simple map. The caravan consisted of 5 horse-drawn carts and about 7 or 8 helpers. They were transporting some ordinary herbs and leather goods, overseen by a sharp-eyed, cautious middle-aged man. Ming mercenary? Just you alone? The overseer hesitated a bit seeing how young Ming was, even though the two-headed dog looked quite remarkable. Usually, this type of escort mission is taken by at least 2 or 3 people. That's enough. Ming replied succinctly, checking the status of the hell 3-headed dog. After a night of rest and energy replenishment. It was full of spirit, with 3 heads that had sharp and powerful eyes. Task analysis, routine route, low threat level. Common risks, possible encounters with small groups of wandering beasts or low-level bandits. With the strength of the Hellhound, it is enough to handle them. Little 7 provided an assessment. Ming nodded, not too worried. He had taken on this kind of task several times, mostly without incident. The merchant convoy slowly departed from the West Gate, driving onto the dirt road leading to Fallen Leaf Town. Riding a rented pack horse, Ming leisurely followed behind the convoy. The Hellhound walked steadily beside them, its sharp gaze scanning the forest along the road. The sunlight was just right, the breeze gentle, everything seemed calm and normal. However, neither Ming nor the others in the convoy noticed that far behind the convoy, a shadow cat, almost blending with the dust, was quietly lurking. Its eyes flashed with a cold light, transmitting every movement of the convoy back to its distant master in real time. The crisis was approaching silently, like the miasma silently spreading through the forest. Chapter 48, Encounter with Disturbance. The morning mist had yet to fully dissipate, and the dirt road outside the west gate of Chingstone City was already bustling. Ming was leading a rented pack horse, the black iron badge on his chest glimmering faintly in the morning light, quietly following behind a small merchant convoy. This convoy was not large, with 3 carts pulled by strong pack horses. The carts were tightly covered with tarpaulin, faintly emitting a mix of medicinal herbs and tan leather scents. Besides a few drivers, there were only 4 nervous guards holding crude swords and knives. Their task was to safely transport this batch of ordinary goods to the nearby Fallen Leaf Town. The reward was 120 gold crystals, the distance was not far, and they expected to return before evening. For Ming, this was just a routine black iron level escort mission, plain, safe, with decent pay. He even had the leisure to admire the autumn-colored trees along the road. Route scan, no abnormal energy fluctuations. The weather is clear, visibility is good. Estimated arrival time, around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Little 7's routine report also carried a hint of ease. The caravan moved steadily for more than an hour. Gradually, they entered an area where the dirt slopes rose on both sides and the trees became denser, known locally as Black Wind Hollow. The roads here were slightly narrow, and the light was somewhat dim, obscured by the crisscrossing branches and leaves. At that moment. Hey! This road is mine, and this tree is mine. If you want to pass, leave money for the road. A deliberately elongated voice, with a hint of a comical tone, suddenly erupted from the bushes on the right. Immediately, 5 figures with their faces half covered in dirty cloths, holding rusty swords and wooden sticks jumped out, blocking the road. Behind them, a few malnourished-looking growling demonic dogs and a venomous python crawling on the ground, flicking its tongue, also revealed themselves. The standard opening line of a bandit, the typical chaotic crowd appearance. The merchant convoy instantly went into a commotion. There are robbers. The drivers turned pale with fear, desperately holding onto the reins. Although the 4 guards were sweating nervously, they still steeled themselves to pull out their weapons. Stuttering, they shouted, "You, who are you? How dare you rob in broad daylight? Less nonsense. Hand over everything valuable. Otherwise, my knife does not recognize people." The leading masked man waved his saber, his voice loud, but his gaze seemed somewhat distracted, as if not focused on the goods. Ming frowned, holding onto the pack horse. The Hellhound stepped forward, its 3 heads lowered, giving a warning low growl, its dark red eyes coldly locking onto the suddenly appearing bandits. The battle seemed ready to erupt. However, the developments that followed appeared somewhat strange. Those robbers shouted fiercely, but their footsteps were slowly moving. Seemingly surrounding the merchant convoy, they intentionally or unintentionally slanted towards Lu Ming and the three-headed Hellhound. Their desire to attack did not seem strong, swords and knives swung fiercely, yet they always stayed a safe distance away from the merchant cars and guards. Even stranger were their beast companions. Those barking dogs howled loudly, saliva flying everywhere, yet they remained in place, too scared to truly charge. The poisonous patterned python was even more casual, merely raising its head symbolically, flicking its tongue, too lazy to even spray a drop of venom. Their goal did not seem to be the merchant convoy's pitiful supplies at all. One robber pretended to be unsteady on his feet. Oops, he stumbled toward Lu Ming, and his stick accidentally slipped from his hand, landing by the Hellhound's feet. Another commanded his barking dog to pretend it was out of control, charging wildly towards Lu Ming, trying to create confusion and dust. Warning, abnormal behavior pattern detected. Shao Qi's voice instantly became serious. Scanning robber energy fluctuations. Fluctuations are scattered, heart rates are elevated but show no murderous intent or adrenaline surge features. Target behavior analysis, 79% probability of feigned attack, real intention to harass, create chaos, and test the waters. Target focus is highly concentrated on the host and contract beast. Attack trajectory prediction, avoid vital points, primarily using collisions, pollution, and fright. Conclusion, highly suspected to be commanded by someone, a despicable harassment aimed at the host with the purpose of sabotaging the mission and damaging his reputation. Suggestion, stay alert, there's no need to retaliate with lethal intent. Lu Ming's gaze instantly turned cold, as if coated in a layer of ice. So that's it. It wasn't a robbery, but aimed directly at him. A few possible figures flashed through his mind, finally settling on Zhang Hao's face twisted with jealousy. Only he would use such underhanded, disgusting tricks that dare not truly inflict fatal harm. Want to make him fail his mission? Have him pay breach of contract? Get injured or stained? Damage his reputation? How childish and ridiculous. Watching the robber pretend to stumble towards him, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes, and another attempting to create chaos with barking dogs. Lu Ming felt a surge of annoyance and disdain. He had neither the time nor the interest to play along with these clowns. Dog, his voice was calm, but carried a hint of undeniable coldness. Show them some color. Make a bigger noise, but don't kill them, or it'll dirty our hands, and we'll have to pay the guild's fine. The Hellhound, long unable to contain itself, suddenly raised its three heads, and the dark flames burning in its six eyes flared up immensely. Dealing with such small fries didn't even require using hellfire. The central main head opened its massive mouth, letting out a sound that wasn't full power, yet still roared like a muffled thunder, filled with immense spiritual pressure. Intimidation, directed explosion. Roar. The invisible shockwave struck like a heavy hammer, precisely hitting the hearts and minds of the five robbers and their few useless beast companions. My head. Oh my. The five robbers simultaneously screamed, feeling like an invisible giant hammer smashed harshly onto their heads. Instantly dizzy, ears ringing, limbs softening, they couldn't even steady their weapons, which fell to the ground with a clatter. The barking dogs were even worse, scared to the point of shattering, letting out heart-wrenching wails, wetting themselves, collapsing to the ground trembling. The poisonous patterned python didn't fare any better, curling up tightly, burying its head deep into its body, playing dead and not moving. And that's not all. The right head of the Hellhound suddenly took a deep breath, its chest ballooning, then aimed towards the empty space in front of the robbers. It sprayed out a stream that wasn't fire, but highly concentrated. The pitch-black thick smoke mixed with the stench of sulfur and scorching dust. Stinking breath, optimized low-power hellfire-derived application by Little Chi. The thick smoke instantly enveloped that area, the smell sharp and foul, comparable to the rotting eggs mixed with 10-year-old skunk glands. The few robbers, just recovering from their shock, began to cry and cough violently, tears and snot streaming down their faces. They rolled and crawled, desperate to escape this toxic gas zone, but dizzy and weak, they fell to the ground in a heap, looking utterly pathetic. The entire robbery process lasted less than a minute from start to finish. The bodyguards and drivers of the caravan stared in disbelief. They had been tense to the breaking point, even ready to fight to the death, but this? That young mercenary hadn't even dismounted from his mount. His pet had just let out a roar and breathed out black smoke. The battle was over? They watched as those once arrogant robbers now rolled on the ground, coughing. Crying out for their parents, engulfed in stench, the bodyguard's tension gradually gave way to shock and absurdity. Lu Ming slowly rode up a few steps, looking down at the group of disgraceful figures on the ground, his voice icy. Go back and tell the one who sent you. If you want to play dirty, I'll play along. But next time, it's better to send some decent people. This kind of trash isn't even fit to get stuck between my dog's teeth. After he finished speaking, he no longer looked at those who were coughing their lungs out, turning instead to the stunned caravan manager. The problem is solved, let's continue on the road. Chapter 49, Counterattack and Blackmail. The three-headed Hellhound's roar was not full strength, but it contained epic bloodline pressure. Like thunder on a clear day, it shattered all the false noise in an instant. The terrifying pressure, like a tsunami made of substance, struck precisely at the nerves of the 5 thugs and their weak pet beasts. Oh whoa! The few barking dogs, who had just been howling a second before, suddenly had their throats squeezed by an invisible giant hand, their cries cut short. The fierce light in their eyes was instantly replaced by extreme fear, their limbs went soft, and they collapsed to the ground with thuds. Yellow, stinking liquid uncontrollably spread out from beneath them, mixed with the foul odor of excrement. Their bodies trembled violently, unable even to whimper, completely losing all combat ability. The pretentious venomous python was even worse. It directly stiffened into a stick, dropping to the ground with a thud, rolling onto its back, foaming at the mouth as if it had been scared to death. And their masters, those 5 masked thugs, felt it even more profoundly. They felt as if an invisible mountain had crashed down. Their chests felt tight, unable to breathe, their hearts pounding madly but unable to pump out enough blood. Their minds went blank, leaving only the primal fear of facing a natural enemy. Their legs were like overcooked noodles, unable to support their bodies at all. Thud. 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 With several muffled thumps, the 5 thugs fell like chopped wood. They collapsed directly to the ground, their broken copper and iron clattering everywhere. Beneath the mask, their faces were as pale as paper, their pupils dilated in fear, cold sweat instantly soaking their backs. Crush. A total, complete, and unquestionable crush. Just a roar. Not even a substantive attack. The caravan's bodyguards and drivers all gaped, their eyes nearly popping out. The knife lights and sword shadows they had imagined, the fierce battles, not even a shadow of it was present. The battle, if it could even be called that, started and ended too quickly, like an absurd farce. Ming dismounted expressionlessly from his mount and walked over to the leading muscular thug lying on the ground. The thug was sprawled on the ground, trying to struggle back, his eyes filled with horror. Ming bent down and reached out, effortlessly tearing away the filthy cloth covering his face, revealing a twisted and flabby visage contorted by fear. Who sent you here? Ming's voice was not loud, but cold as an icicle in the dead of winter, piercing to the heart. I ask only once. If you don't speak, or lie. Before he finished, the central head of the hellish 3-headed dog lowered itself obediently. The giant maw, filled with savage bones and fangs, brought itself almost to the thug's face. The scorching breath, laced with the stench of sulfur, sprayed on his face, and in the dark eyes burned an unabashed ferocity and hunger. The thug was terrified to the core, a large wet spot forming in his pants, the stench spreading. He felt his heart was about to leap out of his throat. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. It's Zhang Hao. It's young Master Zhang from the Zhang family. He nearly screamed the words out, his voice cracking from sheer terror. He gave us 500 gold crystals. Told us to harass you. To make you fail your mission. Hopefully, you'll get hurt and humiliated. It's not our business. We're just doing our job. A good man, spare us. Spare us. The other thugs also cried out in a rush, fearing that if they hesitated, the terrifying giant dog might swallow them whole. Yes. It's Zhang Hao. He gave us a deposit. The money is with us. We were wrong. We won't dare again. Please, let us off the hook. It was indeed him. A cold light flashed in Ming's eyes, and the last trace of pity he had for Zhang Hao completely vanished. He straightened up, looking at the several trembling fools on the ground, suddenly revealing a smile that seemed warm, yet sent chills down the thugs' spines. I see. Young Master Zhang is really so thoughtful. He said slowly, however, you've disturbed my mission time. You frightened my employer and startled my pet. This mental anguish, this wasted time, this fright fee. Don't you think you should show something? The thugs froze, then quickly realized he was about to extort them back. But who dared to say a word against it? The death god before them, along with his hellish dog, was 1,000 times scarier than Zhang Hao. It's only right. It's only right. The lead thug felt as if he had received a great reprieve, hastily rummaging through his pockets. He pulled out every copper coin, silver coin, and even a few crumpled gold crystals, trembling hands presenting them to Ming. The other thugs hurriedly followed suit, wanting to turn out their underwear pockets too. Soon, a small pile of scattered coins, worth about a few dozen gold crystals, gathered at Ming's feet. And this. One thug remembered something, hastily pulling out a heavier money bag from his bosom. This is the deposit from Zhang Hao. 100 gold crystals. All for you. A tribute for you. Ming glanced at it, signaling the hellish 3-headed dog to paw it over. He weighed the money bag, feeling its significant weight. Not bad. He put away his smile, his tone turning cold again. Get lost. Go back and tell Zhang Hao, if he wants to play, come openly. If you send scum like you to pull this kind of trick next time, He paused, the three heads of the hellish dog simultaneously emitting a deep, threatening growl. I won't mind helping him clean up the trash. Understand? Understood. Understood. Thank you, good man. Thank you, sir. We will definitely pass the message. The thugs bowed repeatedly, scrambling to get up, forgetting about the pets lying on the ground in a mess of filth. Supporting each other, they clumsily fled towards the nearby woods, as if true evil spirits were pursuing them from behind. The paralyzed venomous python and a few barking dogs, seeing their master run away, finally regained a bit of strength. Letting out a mournful wail, they rolled and crawled, pissing and pooping, following closely behind. The speed was even faster than their owners by a few moments. In the blink of an eye, the once magnificent robbers had vanished without a trace. Only a few puddles of unknown liquid and a pungent foul smell were left behind, proof that they had ever been there. Ming bent down, expressionless, picking up the coins and the bag of deposit one by one, tucking them into his bosom. A rough calculation showed that the extra income exceeded 150 gold crystals. His feelings were somewhat complicated. On one hand, he felt genuine disgust and anger towards Zhang Hao, who lingered and used despicable means. On the other hand, an indescribable sense of exhilaration surged within him. This was the confidence and control that came from strength. No need to endure humiliation, no need to compromise, all the petty scoundrels could be crushed. He turned around and looked at the caravan behind him. All the guards and drivers, including the steward, stood frozen as if under a spell. They were rooted to the spot, gazing at him with a mix of extreme awe, gratitude, and a hint of fear. Especially the now silent Hellhound, its three heads scanning over, sending waves of weakness through these ordinary people's legs. Lord Ming. The steward's voice trembled, using a respectful tone. Thank you for coming to our rescue. Those damn robbers. They are not robbers, just some little troubles that came after me. I have caused you trouble. Ming waved his hand, his tone returning to calm. Clean up and let's continue our journey. I will make up for the lost time. I wouldn't dare. You are too courteous. The steward hastily waved his hands, his attitude nearly humble in respect. The team set out again, but the atmosphere was completely different from before. The guards no longer dared to joke around, and the drivers handled the carriages with even greater caution. Everyone involuntarily kept a respectful distance from Ming and his pet beast. Ming rode on the burdened horse, looking calmly at the road ahead, but his mind was racing with calculations. Zhang Hao had taken a hit this time, and with his vengeful nature, he would never let it go lightly. Next time, it was likely not to be such small fry. It seemed that the days of steady earning might be coming to a temporary end. He had to quickly increase his strength to deal with the potential, more direct conflicts that could come. Chapter 50, Sister's Illness. The afterglow of the sunset dyed the eaves of Qingstone City a warm golden hue, yet it could not dispel the increasingly piercing chill of late autumn evenings. Ming led his burdened horse, stepping on the familiar, uneven stone-paved alley, heading home. The black iron badge on his chest was speckled with some dust, while his money bag was heavy with the rewards he had earned today, the 120 gold crystals for the escort mission. And the more than 150 gold crystals in emotional compensation earned from the group of fools sent by Zhang Hao. In one day, nearly 300 gold crystals came in. The efficiency made even him feel slightly dizzy. The Hellhound walked quietly beside him, its three heads vigilantly scanning the surroundings. After real combat and sufficient energy replenishment, its aura grew ever more condensed and fierce, its scales shimmering with a dull sheen in the sunset. Today's total income, 273 gold crystals, 4 silver coins. Current total funds, 5,393 gold crystals, 1 silver coin. Mercenary Rising Star task continuity days +1. Shao Qi's routine settlement voice carried a hint of calm business formality. Over 5,400 gold crystals. Ming silently calculated in his heart, at this speed, perhaps he could really see hope. He even began to ponder whether he should find a safer, warmer place to live and buy some thicker winter clothes for Xiaoyu. A rare, slight longing for the future quietly diluted the tension of recent days. However, this faint warmth shattered completely and froze the moment he pushed open the creaking door of his home. Inside, it was unusually quiet. There was no cheerful call of "brother is back" from his sister, Lu Xiaoyu. There was no sound of her jogging over to take his coat. Instead, the air was filled with a suffocating, heart-tightening silence. And a faint, suppressed yet still unmistakably painful gasp for breath. Ming's heart sank suddenly. "Xiaoyu," he called out, his voice unintentionally tinged with urgency. There was no response. Only a sound coming from the inner bedroom. A series of extremely suffocating, almost as if muffled by a blanket yet still uncontrollable, soul-wrenching coughs. The coughing was violent and short, as if it wanted to cough out all her insides, mixed with painful gasps that made one's scalp tingle. Ming's face changed dramatically, he threw down the reins and almost burst through the room's door. In the dim light, he saw Lu Xiaoyu curled up on a thin bed. She was covered with an old, faded quilt, yet her entire body trembled uncontrollably. Her small face was as pale as a sheet, her lips even showing an ominous light blue color. Her forehead was covered in fine beads of cold sweat, with several damp strands of black hair clinging to her cheek. She pressed her hand tightly against her mouth, trying to stop the terrifying coughs, but the violent spasms left her utterly out of control. With each cough, her frail body arched in agony, as if it would fall apart at any moment. "Xiao Yu!" Lu Ming rushed to the bedside, his fingers touching her forehead, finding it icy and clammy, the temperature chillingly low, far from a normal body temperature. Cold marrow disease. It had relapsed. And was fiercer than ever before. The sudden drop in temperature in late autumn, the damp chill in the room that could not be dispelled, had become the fuse for the cold poison in her body. Brother, Lu Xiaoyu heard his voice, struggling to open her eyes, her gaze vacant and in pain. She wanted to force out a reassuring smile, but was interrupted by an even more violent cough, tears uncontrollably spilling out, cold so cold. Lu Ming's heart felt as if gripped by a cold giant hand, almost suffocating with pain. He turned sharply, rummaging through everything to find the usual backup sunshine herbal medicine. Found it. But there was only an empty bottle left. Warning, detecting critical decline in target's life signs, core temperature below safe threshold, cold poison deeply eroding. Ordinary sunshine herbal medicine can no longer effectively suppress it. A stronger source of warmth medicine is urgently needed for intervention. Xiao Qi's voice was unprecedentedly urgent and serious. Recommended emergency plan, use sunshine essence medicine, predicted to quickly stabilize the condition, suppress this round of cold poison outbreak. But must be done quickly. Sunshine essence. Lu Ming immediately remembered that light golden color. It was an expensive medicine exuding rich warmth, the upgraded version of sunshine herbal medicine, with effects many times stronger, but the price was also extraordinarily high. He grabbed the bag of all his savings on the table, not even pausing to count, and yelled at the Hellhound, "Stay with her." Then he dashed out the door like a maniac, heading towards the city's biggest, 24-hour legitimate apothecary. The cold night wind cut into his face like a knife, but it was nothing compared to the ice and anxiety in his heart. "Hurry! Hurry! Hurry!" he screamed frantically in his heart, pouring his power into his legs, pushing his speed to the limit, leaving a blurred shadow on the street. Bursting into the brightly lit apothecary, he nearly threw himself at the counter, hoarsely shouting, "Sunshine essence! Quickly! One sunshine essence medicine!" The white-coated shopkeeper was startled by him. But upon seeing his urgent expression and the heavy, bulging bag of money thrown on the counter, they immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. Not daring to delay, they quickly retrieved a slender crystal bottle from the temperature-controlled safe at the back. Inside the bottle flowed a dazzling light golden medicine that shimmered like liquid sunshine. Just by looking, one could feel a gentle energy flowing. "Chenghui, 800 gold crystals," the shop assistant said quickly. 800 gold crystals. Lu Ming's heart suddenly twitched. This was almost 1/5 of his life savings, earned through hard work and frugality. But he had no hesitation. Not even a moment to feel sorry. He grabbed the potion and pushed the whole coin pouch forward, no change needed. Quickly. He turned around and rushed back home at the fastest speed, the whole process swift like a whirlwind. Back in the bedroom, he carefully propped up his weak sister, who was almost in a semi-faint state. He gently fed the potion worth 800 gold crystals, which was like a ray of hopeful sunlight, into her mouth little by little. As the potion entered her, it felt as if sunshine was flowing into her body. Lu Xiaoyu's violently trembling body gradually calmed down, and that terrifying, heart-wrenching coughing gradually ceased. A hint of extremely faint color slowly returned to her pale-as-paper face, her tightly knit brows slightly relaxed, and her breathing became a bit steadier and longer, eventually falling into a deep sleep. But even in her dreams, her brow still slightly furrowed, and her small hands unconsciously clenched the blanket, as if still resisting the pervasive coldness and pain. Her body temperature remained low, far from returning to normal. The crisis was temporarily resolved. But the cost was enormous. Lu Ming slumped to the floor beside the bed, leaning against the cold wall, gasping heavily, his clothes soaked in sweat. He looked at his sister's pale little face, still marked by pain in her sleep, and glanced at the almost entirely deflated pouch on the table, which now contained only a few silver coins. 8,000. No, a whole 800 gold crystals. Just like that, gone. What he got in return was only a potion that could temporarily suppress, but not cure. The little ease and satisfaction that had just grown from his improved strength and smooth money-making were now ruthlessly crushed by reality. Like a fragile joke. The exorbitant medical fees of 1,000,000 gold crystals loomed like an insurmountable iceberg before him, radiating a chilling despair. His sister's suffering face was a nightmare and motivation he could never escape from. And in the shadows, there was Zhang Hao, a relentless enemy that could leap out at any moment to bite. Pressure. An unprecedented, immense pressure, like a cold tide, once again completely submerged him, almost suffocating him. He slowly clenched his fists, the nails digging deeply into his palms, sending sharp pain coursing through him, yet it was nothing compared to the pain within his heart. He could not be satisfied with the status quo any longer. He could not go step by step anymore. Black iron level tasks? A few hundred gold crystals a day? Too slow. Too slow. He needed to be faster. Stronger. He needed more gold crystals. He needed the power to utterly cure the cold marrow syndrome. His eyes, under extreme pain and pressure, became as sharp and cold as the fangs of a hellhound, filled with unwavering determination and an almost mad resolve. Become stronger. Make money. At all costs. Chapter 51, Relentless Ghosts. In the depths of the Zhang family's villa, the luxurious study was now in shambles, like it had been swept by a small storm. The precious rosewood desk was overturned on the ground, with exquisite porcelain and jade ornaments turned into a floor of fragments. Famous calligraphy and paintings hanging on the walls were torn down, crumpled into balls and discarded in the corner. The air was thick with the rich smell of alcohol, expensive incense fragments, and a violent, almost tangible anger. Zhang Hao stood in the ruins, his chest heaving violently, his eyes red, gasping for breath. His originally handsome face was twisted into a hideous mask of pure fury. In his hand, he was tightly holding a half-broken jade paperweight. The knuckles turned white from excessive force. Waste. A bunch of waste. Garbage. Things worse than dog poop. He slammed the paperweight against the wall, producing another heart-stopping sound of shattering. Just a moment ago, his informant on the street had reported to him, trembling, the miserable state of the venomous Fang gang. Not only did they fail the mission, but they were also scared out of their wits by Lu Ming, and ended up losing over 100 gold crystals. What he couldn't bear even more was that this group of fools had actually given away his name. Although it only circulated in the lowest level of gangsters, it wouldn't be long before this became a laughingstock for some people at their meals. He, Zhang Hao, the young master of the Zhang family, spent money hiring people to pick a fight, but instead of disciplining them, he was extorted in return, and his subordinates were so scared they lost control. A deep humiliation. An unprecedented deep humiliation. Lu Ming. You damn bastard. Lowly mud leg. Zhang Hao paced around the room like a cornered beast, a low, hate-filled roar escaping his throat. What right do you have? What right do you have to step on me time and time again? What right do you have to own that kind of pet? What right do you have to thrive? You're damned. You're damned. He refused to reflect on that he was the one who stirred up the trouble, only feeling that everything was Lu Ming's fault. Lu Ming's very existence was the greatest insult and provocation to him. Every time he heard news about Lu Ming, it felt like slapping his face repeatedly. The Fireclaw Weasel sensed its master's violent emotions, curling up uneasily in the corner. Letting out a soft whimper, which only made Zhang Hao more annoyed, he kicked out, "Useless thing. Get lost." He must take revenge. He must make Lu Ming pay a painful price. The venomous Fang gang he hired last time was too useless, simply a group of third-rate trash. He needed someone more professional, more ruthless, someone who could really get the job done. A crazy and sinister light flashed in Zhang Hao's eyes. He walked to a concealed dark compartment in the study, inputting a code, and pulled out a strangely shaped black communicator with no markings. This was a communication tool the family used for some shady channels. He took a deep breath, striving to calm the furious emotions, and dialed a number that had been encrypted and transferred multiple times. The communicator rang for a long time before it was answered, and a hoarse, deep voice came through, like a snake crawling over sandpaper, with a hint of impatience. "Who?" "It's me, Zhang Hao." Zhang Hao lowered his voice, his tone carrying an undeniable commanding tone. "I have a business deal, need to contact Venom. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, as if confirming something, then the voice took on a formulaic coldness. "Venom's price is not low." "Target?" "A brat from the Qingstone City Mercenary Guild, a black iron-level punk, named Lu Ming." Zhang Hao gritted his teeth. He has a mutated double dog or a mutated three-headed dog, quite bizarre, probably has a low third-tier strength. "The last person I hired failed." "Low third-tier? Black iron level?" Ha! The voice on the other end carried a barely noticeable contempt, but quickly concealed it. "Information." Zhang Hao quickly recounted Lu Ming's public information, mainly the guild registration and rumors from the outside. "Requirements." The voice on the other end was succinct. "I don't want his life, at least not now." Zhang Hao's voice turned vicious and cold. "I want you to create an accident during his next mission. The target is that damned pet of his. I want it severely injured. Preferably crippled. Totally ruined. I want to make that kid lose his greatest support, turning him into a toothless wild dog. Let's see how he can be arrogant in the future." He paused and added, "That creature is a bit odd, it can spew a very powerful flame, its intimidation is strong, so be careful, don't flip the boat in the gutter. What I want is foolproof. Once again, there was silence on the other end, as if assessing the risks and the price. After a moment, a hoarse voice emerged. The target's pet is suspected of special mutation and possesses unconventional attack methods. Risk rating raised. Deposit 500 gold crystals. After success, the remaining payment is 1,000 gold crystals. Money before goods, the old rule. 1,500 gold crystals. This price could leave many ordinary families ruined. But Zhang Hao didn't even blink, the fire of revenge had burned away his reason. Alright. But I want it fast. I want it ruthless. Address. The other party gave an unremarkable grocery store address deep in a chaotic block. The deposit must be delivered within an hour. Once the money is received, Venom Fong will begin work. Just wait for the unexpected news. The communication abruptly cut off. Zhang Hao set down the communicator, a twisted and delighted smile spreading across his face, as if he could already see Lu Ming's despair and pain after losing his pet. He quickly prepared 500 gold crystals and summoned a completely trusted servant, whispering a few commands. 1 hour later, in the west area of Qingxi City, behind an old, musty grocery store smelling of mold and cheap tobacco, a man dressed plainly, with his face hidden in the shadow of a hood, placed a heavy bag of gold crystals on a greasy wooden table. Behind the table, a man with a gruesome scar running from his forehead to his chin slowly raised his head. His eyes were cold, devoid of any emotion, as he glanced over the bag of money, like examining goods. Next to him lay a completely black leopard, with only its forepaws white, lazily licking its claws. Its amber eyes, however, sparkled with a bloodthirsty gleam. He was the captain of the Venom Fong team, codenamed Scarface. Behind Scarface stood or sat 3 to 4 other figures, all exuding a strong aura. Their pets also looked like tough characters. A queen ant with a shell shimmering in metallic luster, constantly opening and closing its massive pincers. A low-tier, third-rank purple shadow viper coiled in the shadows, exhaling purple mist. And a tall, thin man with a red-eyed, disheveled feathered mournful crow perched on his shoulder. Scarface picked up the money bag, weighing it, and tossed it to a nearby team member responsible for accounting. Target information. His voice was hoarse, like the grinding of sandpaper. A team member responsible for intelligence immediately handed over a piece of paper. Lu Ming, trainee beast master upper segment, estimated, registered as black iron level in the guild. Pet, mutated two-headed dog, provisional name, exhibiting battle power of about low-tier third rank, mastering a high-power flame-breathing skill and a powerful deterrent skill. Task preferences, single low-level escort, gathering, extermination. Active area, low-level task points around Qingxi City. No fixed team at this time. Note, the target has recently completed tasks very efficiently, suspected of having some precise information source or special tracking ability, requiring extra caution. Scarface carefully examined the information, especially the description of the Hellhound, a hint of seriousness flashing in his cold eyes. Mutated species special flames quite interesting. He licked his dry lips, revealing a cruel smile. Not an ordinary black iron rookie. No wonder those trash from Venom Fong failed. Boss, what do you say? Just a low-tier third rank, we can easily handle it with a couple of us. The team member with the queen ant said carelessly. Fool. Scarface coldly glanced at him. The employer specifically warned that the target's pet is peculiar. And to be able to make a name for themselves at black iron level, someone like Zhang Hao would spend big money to waste their pet, must not be as simple as the information suggests. Underestimating the enemy is one of the quickest ways to die. He stood up, stretched his neck, making cracking sounds. Notify everyone, all personnel mobilize. Crow, keep your eyes on the guild and those task points that kid frequents. Poison Woman, your snake excels at stealth and lethal strikes, you are responsible for the main assault. Iron Jaw, your ants will create chaos and block the escape route. Snowclaw, you and I will hold the front lines. Scarface quickly issued orders, showing seasoned experience. Treat this operation as a hunt for a silver-level target. I want an infallible accident. One strike, then retreat immediately, leaving no traces. Understood? Understood, a few team members responded in unison, their eyes gleaming with a bloody excitement. For them, this was just a lucrative job. The venomous Fong team, a more professional, more vicious, and stronger underground snake, had silently raised its head, locking onto its prey. The cold tongue stealthily reached out toward Lu Ming, who was oblivious to the impending crisis. At this moment, Lu Ming had just used expensive medicine to temporarily stabilize his sister's condition. He was sitting by the bed, holding his sister's cold little hand, eyes filled with a more desperate longing for money and a stronger obsession with power. Chapter 52, Professional Traps. The efficiency of the venomous Fong team was far beyond the street thugs Zhang Hao had hired before. They did not rush to act but were like the most seasoned hunters. First, they spent a whole day installing secret eyes within the mercenary guild, silently gathering Lu Ming's activity patterns and task preferences. The target prefers solo missions, especially good at night gathering, escort, and low-intensity clearing. The speed of task completion is exceptionally high. He likely possesses some strong tracking or precise locating abilities. Recent active areas: Moonlight Canyon in the north, West Wind Path, outskirts of the Black Forest. The lanky team member codenamed Crow, with bloodshot eyes of a morning crow, reported the organized intelligence in a low voice. Captain Scarface tapped his rough finger on the wooden table, his gaze fixed on the area of Moonlight Canyon on the map. Moonlight Canyon, night gathering. The Moonlight Moss task just refreshed tonight. The reward is good. He is likely to take it. Scarface analyzed in a hoarse voice. The canyon's terrain is complex, vision is limited at night, and echo effects are significant. It is a great place to create an accident. He immediately made a decision. Target locked, Moonlight Canyon. Action time: after the target completes the gathering and is on the way back. Action code: Nightbat Shock. The team swiftly and silently began to move. They chose not to act when Lu Ming entered the canyon. At that time, he would be most alert, and the task would not be completed. If they attacked, he might directly abandon the task and retreat. What they wanted was to deliver a fatal strike when he had just completed his task, feeling somewhat relaxed and returning with full hands. Moonlight Canyon, named for the special minerals on the steep rock walls on both sides that refract a mesmerizing halo under the moonlight. The canyon had many paths branching out, but there was only one main road leading to Chingstone City, which had to pass through a narrow section called Echo Pass. Scarface personally led a team to scout Echo Pass. Here, the rock walls on both sides are steep, the narrowest part allows only 2 carriages to pass side by side, and the ground is uneven, and due to the special rock structure, any sound at all would be amplified and refracted, creating disturbing echoes, easily causing chaos. Perfect. Scarface's cold lips curved into a slight arc. They did not choose clumsy brute force ambush but carefully set up a seemingly natural death trap. Poison Woman, the gloomy female team member controlling the third-class low-grade purple Shadow Viper. She took out some dark purple powder that emitted a strange fishy sweet scent from her carrying pouch. Strong Beast Attractant Powder, Nightbat Special. This was a contraband item from the underground black market. It could simulate the favorite prey scent and mating pheromones of the Nightbat. They had a deadly attraction. She carefully applied the powder to several key rock crevices and protrusions at the pass, ensuring the smell could spread with the wind but would not be easily detected. The Iron Jaw, that burly male team member, commanded his Iron Jaw Queen. The grotesque queen ant's abdomen squirmed, quickly laying dozens of eggs. As soon as these eggs touched the air, they rapidly hatched into fist-sized, shark-jawed worker ants. These temporary worker ants frantically chewed through the long-neglected wooden support piles of the path under his direction. They also dug several pits covered with weeds and some visual blind spots. At the same time, nearly transparent, high-strength spider silk traps were cleverly set at knee height, perfectly blending into the environment. The crow set up a small infrasound generator hidden behind a huge rock with an excellent view, tuned to a specific low frequency. This sound wave is almost imperceptible to humans, but it could make the Nightbats extremely anxious and aggressive. Their beast, the scarred snow leopard. The poisonous woman's purple Shadow Viper, Ironjaw's Iron Jaw Queen, the body, and another team member's Tier 3 inferior Shadow Leopard. Each lay in ambush in the shadows of the rocks above the pass. As still as stone statues, they held their breath, only their eyes glimmering with cold patience, waiting to hunt. All arrangements were quietly completed under the cover of night, leaving no obvious traces of human presence. The entire trap fully utilized the environment, the habits of magical beasts, and psychological blind spots, malicious and professional. Remember, the scarred face reminded again, his voice as low as a whisper, our target is that dog first. Poisonous woman, let your snake find a chance to bite it hard. Everyone else create chaos, keep that kid occupied. Once the infrasound is triggered, the night bat swarm will be our best cover. Act quickly and ruthlessly. After succeeding, retreat along the designated route and clean up any traces. The team members silently nodded, their gazes sharp. Now, they just needed to wait. Wait for that young mercenary, with a 2-headed dog, carrying the moonlight moss he had painstakingly gathered. Full of joy from his harvest, he stepped into this carefully prepared echo graveyard. Meanwhile, Lu Ming was deep in the moonlight gorge. The visibility in the canyon at night was low, but for him, with the Hellhound, this was not a problem. The 3 heads of the Hellhound gave it nearly all-around vision and super strong low-light vision. Those small poisonous insects lurking in the shadows and lower-level night beasts trying to ambush. Often, before they could get close, they were discovered by its keen senses, with a low growl or a glance sending them fleeing in panic. Moonlight moss usually grows at the bottom of shady, damp rock walls, emitting a soft glow, making it easy to find. With Shao Qi's precise scanning and the Hellhound's protection, the gathering process was exceptionally smooth. 37 degrees southeast, 15 meters away, deep in the rock crevice, 3 patches of high-quality moonlight moss. In the right lowland, hidden under moss, 5 pieces are concealed, energy response good. In less than an hour, Lu Ming's specialized gathering bag was already full of the required materials. And all of them were of fairly good quality, with soft fluorescence seeping through the fabric bag. Mission objective achieved. Moonlight moss gathered, quality assessment, excellent. Expected to exchange for an additional 10% reward. Shao Qi reported. Lu Ming sighed in relief, patting the central head of the Hellhound. Well done, pup. Let's go back, turn in the task early, and we might still catch another one in the second half of the night. He felt quite good. This mission was smooth, plus the excellent quality bonus, he could pocket more than 200 gold crystals. Although he was still far from his sister's sky-high medical expenses, little by little, it would add up. Hope always accumulates little by little. He put away the collection bag and turned to ride on the waiting pack horse, with the Hellhound guarding by his side, returning along the path he had come, heading towards the exit of the canyon. As night deepened, the wind in the canyon seemed colder, blowing through the cracks in the rock walls with a howling sound. The towering rock walls on both sides loomed in the darkness like silent giants, casting large, unsettling shadows. Lu Ming remained vigilant, but the smooth journey had subconsciously lowered his estimation of danger. His thoughts were drifting towards the next task and how to make money faster. The sound of the pack horse's hooves and the steady pawing of the Hellhound softly echoed in the silent canyon. They were getting closer to that narrow echoing passage. Behind the high rocks, the scarred face slowly raised a hand. All the Venom team members' eyes instantly sharpened, like fierce beasts about to pounce. The crow's finger lightly pressed the trigger of the sound wave generator. The poison woman's purple shadow viper silently slithered out from her sleeve. Merging into the darkness of the rock, only a cold purple glow flickered in her pupils. The trap had already opened its silent, giant mouth. Lu Ming remained unaware of the impending danger, which was 10 times more perilous than last time. He simply felt, instinctively, that the passage ahead seemed darker than before and quieter. Chapter 53, The Baptism of Hellfire. The echoing passage, like the narrow throat of a giant beast, appeared particularly profound in the night. The towering rock walls on both sides seemed ready to squeeze together. They completely blocked out the moonlight, with only a few faint starlit rays barely outlining the jagged rocks. Lu Ming urged his horse into the passage. A wave of air, colder and damper than outside, hit him, carrying a strong earthy smell and an indescribably chilling silence. It was too quiet. Even the usual buzzing of insects and the sound of the wind from the canyon's edge had vanished entirely. Only the restless snorts of the pack horse and the clop-clop sound of hooves on gravel broke the silence. In the confining space, these sounds were magnified, creating a disquieting echo, as if countless eyes were peering from the darkness, waiting. The 3 heads of the Hellhound slightly lifted at the same time. 6 eerie blue eyes scanned the steep rock walls and the profound darkness ahead with vigilance. A low, nearly silent warning growl rumbled from their throats. Its sharp senses had detected some hidden, unnatural malice. Lu Ming's heart quickened, instinctively tightening his grip on the reins, his power flowing quietly within him. He had experienced the danger of the black market and the baptism of battle, no longer the rookie he once was. This abnormal silence often meant. In the instant his thoughts flashed by. Buzz. An extremely sharp, ear-piercing high-frequency sound suddenly exploded from above. The sound did not travel through the air but directly acted upon the mental plane, leaving Lu Ming feeling dizzy and nauseous in an instant. Almost simultaneously. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Chirp, chirp. Countless sharper, crazed, savage shrieks erupted from the densely packed caves and cracks in the rock walls. Like opening a terrifying Pandora's box. The next moment, countless shadows poured down like a black flood, as if breaking a dam. They were hundreds of night stalkers. Their eyes were blood red, fangs bared, wings flapping wildly, producing a hair-raising noise. Like vengeful spirits stirred into fury, they charged towards the only living thing in the passage, Lu Ming and his Hellhound. The black tide instantly swallowed all sight. The stench rushed to the face. Not good. Lu Ming's heart suddenly shrank, every hair on his body stood on end. This was certainly not a natural beast attack. This scale, this level of madness, was clearly provoked and directed by some means. Dog. Defensive stance. Clear the area. In the moment of crisis, Lu Ming showed no panic at all, giving clear and decisive orders through the contract. At the same time, the force within him surged, ready for any sudden situations. Roar. The hellish 3-headed dog erupted with an earth-shattering roar. The roar contained not fear, but an overwhelming rage ignited by provocation. The 3 grotesque heads suddenly lifted, the dark red scales on their necks standing tall. The eerie blue flames in their 6 eyes ignited in an instant, like 6 lights from the abyss of hell. Facing the surging swarm of bats, it did not retreat a single step, but instead took a deep breath, its massive chest swelling like a bellows. The thin scent of sulfur in the air suddenly became strong and pungent. In the next moment, boom! The three massive mouths opened wide in furious unison. Not one, but three vividly condensed, emitting auras of destruction and death, eerie blue fire pillars surged out in a massive fan shape. The flames were not ordinary fire, they displayed a profound, thick, eerie color, as if countless sapphires and obsidian had melted. The edges sparkled with a ghostly white arc of light, and wherever it passed, even the light was devoured and distorted. Hellfire! Three heads breathed together. The flames instantly intertwined, forming a devastating eerie blue storm covering nearly 10 meters ahead. The temperature soared to a terrifying degree, the moisture in the air instantly evaporating, even the surface of the rocks emitted a painful crackle as they cracked. The absolute restraint in attributes was vividly displayed at this moment. These night bats lived year-round in cold dark caves, fearing light and fire deeply. Let alone this hellish bloodline flame, with extreme heat and dark corrosive dual properties? The frontmost swarm of night bats didn't even have time to scream. The moment they touched the eerie blue flames, it was as if snowflakes were thrown into a steel furnace, vanishing instantly. Those slightly behind were instantly ignited, turning into shrieking eerie blue fireballs, flailing madly before turning to charred ash, scattering down. The ones further back were shocked by the terrifying high temperature and shockwave, breaking bones and collapsing like dumplings falling. The eerie blue firestorm raged for just 2 or 3 seconds. However, in these brief 2 or 3 seconds, it seemed as if the gates of hell had opened here. The sharp howls of the swarm of bats were replaced by even more desperate and sorrowful wails. The foul smell of burning flesh and the acrid scent of protein filled the air, almost suffocating. Countless burning, charred bat corpses fell like heavy rain to the ground, piling up thickly in front of Ming and the hellish three-headed dog. The originally surging black tide was forcefully burned through, evaporated, and shattered by this absolute power. The eerie blue flames illuminated the entire echo pass like a ghostly illusion, shadows dancing madly on the rock walls. It outlined the three-headed dog's ghoulish figure like an apocalyptic demon and Ming's emotionless profile as he sat on his horse. The scene fell into a deathly silence, only the leftover crackling of flames and the sporadic dying twitches of the remaining bats remained. The remaining, lucky bats at the edge of the flames. They had long been terrified by this world-destroying horror, their instincts overpowering their furious rage. Emitting panic-stricken, pitch-altered chattering, desperately flapping their wings, scattering like headless flies, no longer daring to look back even once. Crisis seems to have lifted? Ming slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, the tight nerves slightly relaxing. The three-headed hellhound also withdrew its flames, the three heads slightly panting, exhaling hot white mist, the flames in their eerie blue eyes calming a little, but vigilance remained. However, just at this moment of relaxation. Warning! Warning! Shao Qi's urgent and sharp alarm sounded like an ice pick, stabbing fiercely into Ming's mind. High-energy reaction. Multiple hidden energy sources. Left upper rock wall bulging. Right lower shrubs shadow. 3 o'clock direction ground pit. Energy fluctuation entirely different from night bats. There exists strong malice and intent to attack. Analysis conclusion: this is not an accident. It is a carefully planned ambush. Using the beast tie to create a chaotic illusion, the real killing move is behind. Ming's pupils suddenly contracted. His heart almost stopped beating. Chapter 54, Turning the Tables. Shao Qi's alarm, like cold water dumped over his head, instantly awoke Ming from the momentary complacency of victory. Not an accident. It's an ambush. Left upper. Right lower. 3 o'clock direction. Several hidden energy sources, carrying cold malice and poised to attack. Like venomous snakes lurking in the shadows of the recently calmed bat carcasses. A wave of cold fury surged up from the depths of his heart, instantly burning throughout his body. It's him. Zhang Hao. Who else could be so calculative, time and again using such despicable means? Moreover, this time the tactic is far more professional and ruthless than before when hiring thugs. Using the environment, stirring the beast tide to create chaos. The real killing blow is hidden in the dark, waiting for the right moment to strike. This is to completely cripple him. It might even cost him his life. Ming's fists instantly clenched, his nails digging deeply into his palms. But he forcibly suppressed the impulse to explode and grab those minions. Anger solves nothing, instead, it would fall into the enemy's trap. The opponent hid very well, their aura concealed in an extremely professional manner. If it weren't for Shao Qi's incredible scanning, he wouldn't have noticed at all. A rash attack would only alarm the snake in the grass, and he might even be bitten back. In the blink of an eye, a thought flashed through his mind. Don't you want to create an accident? Don't you want to hide in the dark and shoot cold arrows? All right. I'll play along. Let's see who can't hold their nerves first. He instantly switched to a look of being alert and slightly flustered. He deliberately raised his voice, carrying a hint of urgency and tension, loudly ordering the Hellhound as if truly believing there were hidden magical beasts. "Dog! Be careful! There are magical beasts ambushing. Not just one wave. Breathe fire to test that protruding rock area to the left front. Hurry! Keep an eye on the surroundings." This performance was strikingly realistic. The uncertainty in his tone, the clear directives, exactly one of the ambush points Shao-Chi suggested. And the intense feeling of nervousness as if scared by the beast tide, perfectly misled the enemy hiding in the dark. The Hellhound and Lu Ming understood each other's intentions instantly. The main head suddenly turned toward the huge, shadow-covered rock protrusion to the left front, a flash of eerie blue light shimmering in its throat. Boom! A stream of hellfire, more condensed and focused than before, shot forth. Like a precise flame spear, it instantaneously tore through the darkness, striking fiercely at that rock protrusion. The intense heat quickly burned the rock surface red and cracked. The hidden persons never expected the attack to come so suddenly and so precisely. Damn! A suppressed exclamation of shock came from behind the rocks. Two figures stumbled out from the edge of the fiery area, narrowly escaping the fate of being engulfed by flames. One of them moved slightly slower, and the eerie blue flames licked at his clothing hem. The specially treated nightgear instantly turned black, curling and smoking, staring him into a cold sweat with frantic slaps and hits. Under the moonlight, these two wore matching dark outfits, faces covered by masks, revealing only a pair of eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. Their figures were strong, movement swift, far beyond those previous thugs. One of the ambush points was exposed. Lu Ming's cold gaze was like a tangible blade, instantly locking onto the two embarrassed figures, a hint of unabashed mockery and chill curling at the corner of his mouth. "You hiding rat! Is this all you can do? How many gold crystals did that useless young Master Zhang Hao spend to get you cowardly things to come to your doom?" His voice was not loud but clearly pierced through the echo of the canyon, carrying a high and mighty contempt and ruthless revelation. The members of the Poison Fong team were shocked. How did he know? He even accurately pointed out the name of their employer? However, what terrified them even more was yet to come. The other two heads of the Hellhound seemed to possess independent sight and thought. Almost at the same moment Lu Ming's words fell. They abruptly turned toward the shadow in the right lower bush and the pit in the ground at 3 o'clock. 6 burning azure flames of eyes, like 6 searchlights from hell, locked onto those two still concealed ambush points. An overwhelming, ferocious force, carrying a pure will of destruction, was like an invisible giant mountain, accurately and heavily pressing down toward those two directions. Ah! In the bushes, a cry of a pet choked by extreme fear sounded like a tragic wail. In the shadow of the pit, there was also an uncontrollable crunch sound from fierce shell rubbing. The remaining Poison Fong members felt as if they were forcibly pried out of their hiding spots by an invisible giant hand. Exposed under the cold gaze and terrifying pressure, their blood felt like it was about to freeze. The plan was completely exposed. The target not only saw through the ambush but accurately found their location, even revealing their employer. Moreover, that strange two-headed dog's deterrence far exceeded the third-tier low-level data. It was almost touching the terrifying pressure at the mid-tier threshold. What the hell is this monster? What kind of damned task information is this? Scarface, hiding behind the highest rock, looked extremely ugly, with veins bulging on the back of his weapon-holding hand. The kill trap he carefully set up, which he thought was foolproof, was actually torn to shreds in the first confrontation in such an almost humiliating manner. Caught in a dilemma. Continue to attack? The target's alertness was at its peak, and that strange dog-like beast's combat power far exceeded the estimate. Engaging head-on would be uncertain in outcome. Even if they managed to win, it would definitely be a Pyrrhic victory, and would surely cause a huge commotion, contradicting the principle of accident. Immediately retreat? Not only would they fail their mission, but they'd also have to return the deposit, ruining the reputation of Poison Fong. More importantly, how to explain it to that vengeful young master of the Zhang family? In the canyon, the atmosphere instantly turned extremely strange and oppressive. On one side was a young mercenary, riding on horseback, with a frosty face, sharp eyes like knives, with 3-headed hellhounds crouching beside him. On the other side were scattered professional killers, exposed or not fully visible, trapped in a dilemma, their faces marked with suspicion and the fear of being caught between a rock and a hard place. The embers of the azure flames flickered in the air, illuminating faces filled with either anger, shock, or fear. The roles of hunter and prey had undergone a revolutionary reversal in an instant. Chapter 55, Reverse Hunting. Lu Ming's cold words and the Hellhound's unabashed terrifying pressure were like an invisible noose, completely shattering the Poison Fall team's last glimmer of hope. With an extremely unpleasant gesture from the captain, Scarface, the last two hidden teammates, with grim faces and unwilling hearts, slowly emerged from the shadows. The 4-member team was finally completely exposed under the moonlight and the dim glow of the blue flames. They stood in a loose half-circle, trying to support one another. But heavy seriousness and disbelief marked each face. Their pets also appeared, surrounding their masters, however. The scarred faces, Tier 3 low snow leopard, crouched low, for slightly bristling. Amber eyes sparkled with vigilance and a hint of barely noticeable fear, emitting a low, anxious growl from its throat. The poisonous woman's, Tier 3 low purple shadow viper, coiled before her, flickering its purple tongue. Its snake eyes were icy but dared not launch an attack easily, its body slightly retracting, showing a defensive stance. The other teammates, Tier 3 low shadow leopard, was in a somewhat better state. But it was also intimidated by the Hellhound's fierce presence, trembling as it anxiously clawed at the ground. Meanwhile, the last teammate's, Tier 2 high poison arrow frog, was in a pitiful condition. Its bloated body quivered incessantly, the poison glands on its skin uncontrollably secreting slime, almost collapsing to the ground, devoid of any courage to make a noise. The epic bloodline's absolute suppression over ordinary beings was vividly displayed at this moment. The Hellhound didn't even need to attack actively, just by unleashing the pressure from deep within its soul, it was enough to make these seemingly equal pets, whose lives were worlds apart, yield before battle, with a performance limit of 7 to 8% being the utmost. Ming's gaze was like a cold probe, scanning over these 4 professional killers, finally locking onto the scarred face, who was clearly the leader. He spoke again, his voice steady but carrying an undeniable tone of judgment. "Answer me. Is it Zhang Hao?" The scarred face was so dark it could drip water, his teeth clenched tight, remaining silent. He quickly assessed the situation. There was only 1 person and 1 dog on the opponent's side, while his team had 4 people and 4 pets, giving them a numerical advantage, but that 2-headed dog was too bizarre. This pressure was certainly beyond Tier 3 low. The intelligence was seriously flawed. If they acted. Just as he weighed the pros and cons, hesitating in decision. A cold glint flashed in Ming's eyes. He had no intention of giving them time to think of a counterattack. Stubborn and unyielding. Dog, give them a lesson. Don't kill them, leave them breath to ask questions. With the order given, the Hellhound moved. Its action was beyond imagination. Like a dark red lightning that tore through the night, its massive body displayed a terrifying explosive power completely disproportionate to its size. It even left a faint afterimage in place. Its target was clear, charging straight for the seemingly most threatening, Tier 3 low ironback monkey, in the enemy formation. The ironback monkey let out a furious roar, crossing its arms to block, a yellowish light swirling around its body, trying to withstand. It was extremely confident in its defensive capabilities. Boom! A heavy sound that made hearts shudder. The Hellhound didn't even use any skills, it merely swiped down with its right paw, covered in dark red scales, carrying immense power, as if it were swatting a fly. The confident ironback monkey's expression instantly transformed from fierce to terror. It felt as if it had been struck head-on by a rapidly moving small mountain. The crossed arms blocking the attack emitted a painful crack sound, agonizing pain coursing through. Its massive body couldn't remain steady at all. Like a kite with a broken string, it was directly smashed away, crashing heavily into a distant rock wall with a loud bang, with splintering stones flying everywhere, struggling a few times, but unable to rise. 1 strike. Rendered a pet beast renowned for Tier 3 defense incapacitated. Almost simultaneously with swatting away the ironback monkey, the middle head of the Hellhound suddenly flung forward, a condensed misty blue flame, hellfire, shooting out. Not aiming at the lurking shadow leopard, but precisely striking the ground in front of it. Boom! The ground exploded into a charred pit, the scorching airwave and splattered lava fragments forced the shadow leopard to emit a fearful hiss, retreating in panic and not daring to advance. At the same time, the left head of the Hellhound suddenly opened wide. Releasing a short but piercing roar, the effect of fear and directional impact struck like an invisible hammer against the already trembling poison arrow frog. Rib bit. The poison arrow frog let out a shrill and distorted scream, its eyes rolled back, foaming at the mouth, and it fell into a convulsion, fainting away. The right head casually swung, its tail, like a steel whip, tore through the air with a whistling sound, accurately striking the abdomen of the snow leopard that attempted a sneak attack from the side. "Awah!" The snow leopard cried out in a painful wail, flung away by a tremendous force, crashing into a patch of bushes and losing its combat ability in no time. In a flash. 1 glance. The Hellhound, in a nearly mocking manner, crushed all of the enemy's pets effortlessly. Precise, efficient, overwhelming. Absolute violent aesthetics. The 4 members of the Poison Fong team stared in shock, their faces white as paper, their hands trembling as they gripped their weapons. Their proud strength and coordination felt as fragile as paper when faced with such a vast power gap. This was not a battle. This was a one-sided massacre. Scarface's last shred of hope shattered completely, turning into boundless fear. He suddenly turned to flee. But Ming was faster. He had already shared the Hellhound's vision and perception through their contract, predicting Scarface's movements. He moved swiftly, channeling his power into his legs, his speed increased dramatically, instantly catching up to the fleeing Scarface, delivering a precise side kick that struck his back. Poof! Scarface felt a massive force surge through him, darkness enveloping his eyes, his throat flooding with sweetness. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his body uncontrollably tumbling forward, crashing heavily to the ground. He wanted to struggle to get up, but a foot had already cruelly stepped on his back, the immense pressure nearly breaking his spine. The fierce mane head of the Hellhound lowered, its pupil burning with a cold, blue flame, staring at him. Its mouth, lined with sharp teeth, open wide, hot and foul breath sprayed against his nape, the sharp fangs almost grazing his skin. The shadow of death, like cold tides, quickly enveloped him completely. Lu Ming's cold voice came from above, devoid of any emotion yet more terrifying than any threat.
Last question. Is it Zhang Hao?
He slightly increased the weight of his foot. If you don't speak, you'll never speak again. Scarface trembled violently, all his toughness, all his professionalism, evaporating in this moment of facing death. He could clearly feel the terrifying power contained in the foot on his back and sensed the destructive energy emanating from the giant dog's mouth above him, enough to turn him into ash in an instant. It's Zhang Hao, the young master of the Zhang family. He hired us. He could no longer care about any rules or consequences, his voice shrill and breaking with extreme fear, he cried out in desperation. He gave a 500 deposit. 1,000 after it's done. He wanted us to ruin your pets. Create an accident. It's not our fault. We're just doing our job. Please. Spare us. Please spare us. The pleas for mercy echoed painfully and humbly in the silent canyon. The last shred of doubt in Lu Ming's eyes disappeared, replaced by cold understanding and overwhelming murderous intent.
Zhang Hao, it's really you.
This time, I will never let you go easily.
Chapter 56, Generous Compensation.
The air in the canyon seemed to solidify. Only the heavy and fearful breaths of the poison fall team of 4 remained, along with the low, rumbling growl of the Hellhound.
Lu Ming slightly loosened his foot on Scarface but did not move it away.
His cold gaze swept over the 4 people on the ground, limp as mud, and their pets, which either fainted, whimpered, or shrunk back in fear. It was indeed him.
Zhang Hao.
This persistent wastrel, not satisfied with one attempt. He actually escalated, hiring even more professional killers, with increasingly cruel methods, aimed directly at his greatest support, the Hellhound. Anger boiled in Lu Ming's chest, but he forcefully suppressed it.
Kill these people? Besides venting his rage and attracting even greater trouble, there was no benefit.
The guild and city guards would not stand idly by for private fights between mercenaries, especially when the other side had some standing as professionals. But he could not let them go easily. Lu Ming had long ceased to be that poor kid who could be manipulated and swallow his anger. Humph! Lu Ming let out a cold snort, a sound so small that it made the 4 on the ground shiver in unison. He did not say another word. He directly began his skilled post-battle cleanup. This process he had already grasped after counter-killing that group of thugs in the black market. First, he rudely ripped off all the bulging money bags from Scarface and the other 3, weighing them casually. Listening to the crisp sound of gold crystals clinking inside, a cold smile curved at his lips.
A rough estimate revealed over 300 gold crystals.
Then, his gaze, like the most precise scanner, landed on their equipment and packages. This looks good. He picked up a leather pouch from the waist of Poison Woman. It contained several bottles of strange-colored poison and a few herbs exuding a chilling aura, quite valuable.
And this?
He rummaged through another squad member's backpack and pulled out a few pieces that shimmered with a metallic luster. The energy fluctuations clearly indicated these were scraps from third-tier beast materials, worth at least 500 gold crystals. He didn't even spare the specialized tools they used to complete their mission, like the steel grappling hooks and the special medicine shovel, though they weren't worth much. A mosquito's leg is still meat. Finally, his gaze fell on a collection bag cast aside, containing the moonlight moss, the goal of his mission.
My loot.
He naturally picked it up and hung it at his waist. Scarface and the others watched helplessly as their hard-earned possessions and mission tools were robbed clean. Their hearts bled, yet they didn't dare to utter a word, casting pleading glances elsewhere. However, Lu Ming's raiding didn't stop. His gaze finally fixed on the right hand of Scarface. There, a simple, unremarkable ring of iron gray was worn on his finger.
A storage ring? Lu Ming raised an eyebrow.
Scarface's face instantly turned pale, instinctively trying to retract his hand, but Lu Ming grabbed his wrist with such force that it almost crushed his bones.
No, don't! Scarface struggled in terror.
Lu Ming completely ignored him and roughly yanked the ring off. With a flick of his fingertip, he expelled the weak spiritual imprint on it forcefully. Scarface let out a muffled groan, his face growing whiter. The backlash from forcibly erasing the imprint gave him a splitting headache. Lu Ming plunged his mind into the ring's interior. The space was small, about 1 cubic meter, and it was filled with various items. Several changes of clothes, some food and water, a few tattered mercenary manuals and a familiar, heavy money bag. He took out the money bag, opened it, and revealed 500 shining gold crystals inside.
It was exactly the deposit Zhang Hao had paid. In addition, a few higher quality monster crystal cores lay scattered in the corner. A small sealed box of seemingly expensive healing potions, and even a damaged. A scroll that seems to record some kind of secret technique. Altogether, its value might be close to 1,000 gold crystals. I've struck it rich. A true surprise. Ming was overjoyed in his heart, but still maintained a cold expression on his face. He collected all the spoils, including that storage ring. Without hesitation, he stored everything into his system space. Outwardly, it appeared as if he stuffed it into a larger bag. At this moment, the 4 Venom Fong team members on the ground were almost stripped down to their underwear, their faces pale as ash, their eyes filled with despair, like quails ravaged by a storm. Ming slowly took a step back, looking down at them from above, his voice cold as Siberian ice. Pass this message back to Zhang Hao, word for word. He paused, each word striking the hearts of the 4 like ice picks. Next time you want to send me money, do it directly, on your knees. No need to go through the trouble of finding you pathetic wastes to act out this lousy play. If there's a next time. His gaze suddenly turned sharp like a knife, sweeping over the 4. I won't mind personally visiting the Zhang family to pay a visit. Understand? Why yes, we understand. The 4 nodded hurriedly, their voices trembling with a sobbing tone. They had no doubt that this seemingly young menace could truly do as he said. A visit to the Zhang family? Just thinking about that scene sent chills down their spines. Get lost. Upon hearing these 2 words, the 4 practically stumbled and crawled to get up, not bothering with the pet still moaning in pain. Supporting each other, they clumsily and desperately fled towards the other end of the canyon, wishing their parents had given them 2 more legs. Watching their figures disappear into the darkness, Ming let out a long sigh of relief. After the tension came the overwhelming joy from the huge gains. He quickly tallied up this time's spoils. About 800 gold crystals in cash, including deposits, and various materials and tools worth over 1,200 gold crystals, not to mention the storage ring itself valued at 200 to 300 gold crystals. Adding the task reward of 200 gold crystals and the moonlight moss. This reverse ambush netted him nearly 2,500 gold crystals. His previous personal funds were 5,393 gold crystals, with the more than 150 earned from the black market ambush and the task rewards, it should have been around 5,700, and now. Personal total funds updated, 8,243 gold crystals and 7 silver coins. The prompt from Shao Qi sounded at the right moment, as if carrying a hint of joyful excitement. Congratulations, host. Your fund reserve has officially surpassed 8,000. Just a step away from the small goal of 10,000 gold crystals. Reverse revenue efficiency evaluation, S grade. Over 8,000 gold crystals. Ming felt his heart racing. This was so much faster than struggling for gold in the black market or working hard on guild tasks. Although the risks were high, the returns were astonishing. Ding! Shao Qi's voice rang out again, successfully defeated the malicious ambush, upheld the host's dignity, and shattered the enemy's conspiracy. Reward points, 200. Ding! Achieved hidden achievement reverse revenue, single reverse kill of hostile forces netting over 2,000 gold crystals. Extra reward, random equipment enhancement coupon, common, *1. Issued to system space. Points and enhancement coupons. Adding to the joy. Ming took a deep breath, trying hard to calm his excitement. He tied up the Moonlight Moss collection bag and mounted the waiting pack horse beside him. The 3-headed Hellhound trotted along beside him. Its 3 heads vigilantly surveyed the surroundings, as if the crushing battle just now was merely a warm-up exercise. With mixed feelings, he left the canyon that brought him enormous windfall. There was the exhilarating thrill of a successful counterattack, along with the lingering shadow of Zhang Hao. Extreme disgust and wariness toward increasingly vile means. But more than that, there was joy at this unexpected fortune and an unspeakable confidence. Over 8,000 gold crystals. His sister's gentle potions for several months were now guaranteed. Perhaps it could even slightly improve the family conditions? However, he knew well that this kind of windfall is rare and comes with great risks. The true foundation still requires steady efforts to improve strength and complete guild tasks. Nevertheless, no matter what, the sudden relief from financial pressure allowed his tense nerves to relax just a little. He patted the bulging pouch at his waist, listening to the pleasant sound of gold coins clinking inside, and couldn't help but smile slightly. Zhang Hao, oh Zhang Hao, you truly are my money-giving boy. This great gift, I will remember it. Chapter 57, Sister's Cough. The night was deep, and the noise of Qingstone City gradually quieted down. Ming walked with a slightly light step down the final stretch of alley leading home. In his arms, that freshly acquired storage ring was heavy, containing nearly 8,000 gold crystals of spoils. Along with that incomplete breath-concealing scroll and several high-quality beast crystals. The Hellhound quietly followed at his side, its 3 heads held slightly high. It seemed to also feel a bit unsatisfied from the crushing victory and rich rewards just obtained. Occasionally, it would snort with a sulphurous scent, its eerie blue eyes scanning the darkness, a mix of alertness and slight relaxation. Total funds, 8,243 gold crystals, 7 silver coins.
Shao Qi's voice carried a hint of simulated joy. Host, according to the current spending level, you have successfully achieved eating meat soup with double meat pies without blinking, the level of initial financial freedom.
Would you like to initiate the extravagant spending simulation plan?
This system can provide you with 108 spending options, from buying new doors to customizing golden dog bowls. Lu Ming couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile, instinctively touching that cool ring.
Over 8,000 gold crystals, this was a number he never dared to imagine before.
Perhaps, tomorrow he could really buy that plush cloak for Xiaoyu that she had looked at several times but hadn't dared to mention, and change to a sturdy, wing-proof new door. The glimmer of hope seemed to shine brighter than ever before. However, this faint warmth and ease suddenly froze and shattered as he pushed open the creaking, still drafty old wooden door. Inside, there was no warm light and gentle greeting from his sister waiting as expected. Instead, a wave of suppressed, rapid, and painful coughing came from the inner bedroom, intermittent and distressing.
Cough. Cough 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 ha.
That sound tore through the night silence and instantly shattered all the joy that had just risen in Lu Ming's heart. His heart suddenly shrank, as if gripped tightly by a cold, giant hand.
Xiaoyu. Lu Ming's complexion changed drastically, and all the ease vanished in an instant.
He pushed the door open forcefully and almost rushed in. Under the dim oil lamp, he saw Lu Xiaoyu curled up in the thin blanket on the bed. Her small body shook continuously from the violent coughing. Her little face was red from coughing, even showing a hint of abnormal flush. Breathing was rapid and labored, and the strands of hair on her forehead were drenched in cold sweat, sticking to her skin. Hearing her brother's voice, she struggled to lift her eyelids, her gaze a bit dazed, clearly filled with pain and weakness.
Brother cough cough, you're back.
She tried to force a smile, but was interrupted by another round of more intense coughing, her frail shoulders shaking violently, causing heartache. Lu Ming dashed to the bedside, reaching out to feel her forehead hot to the touch.
Though it wasn't as cold as last time when the cold poison erupted completely.
But this unusual fever and severe coughing were also clear signs of the chilled marrow disease being triggered, signaling a disruption in her body's functions.
In late autumn, the weather changed abruptly, hot during the day and chilly at night.
This dilapidated little house could hardly fend off the cold air at night. His sister's body was truly too fragile, like a string stretched to its limit. Every slight movement in the outside world could trigger the damned cold poison within her, causing painful relapses.
How could this happen?
Lu Ming's voice trembled slightly, his heart felt as if it was being pricked by needles. He hurriedly propped up his sister, letting her lean against him, gently patting her back, while frantically pouring warm water, carefully feeding it to her. After a few sips of warm water, Lu Xiaoyu's cough eased a little, but her breathing remained rapid, her small face resting against her brother, her voice as thin as a whisper.
I'm sorry. Brother. I worried you again. I just felt a bit stuffy this afternoon, so I opened the window, cough cough.
Lu Ming held his sister tightly, feeling the unusual heat and slight tremors coming from her. The lightness and ease he felt from the huge income just moments ago were instantly shattered by reality, vanishing without a trace.
8,000 gold crystals? Is that a lot?
Yes, it is. Enough for an ordinary family to live comfortably for a few years. But in the face of his sister's damned cold marrow disease, these 8,000 gold crystals felt like trying to extinguish an erupting volcano with a cup of warm water.
A drop in the bucket.
The last severe outbreak had cost him 800 gold crystals for a single, warm sun essence potion.
And that was just for control, not a cure. For repetitions like today, he wouldn't even need such an expensive potion.
But a normal, warm sun herbal potion still costs dozens of gold crystals per dose.
And nobody knows when the next severe outbreak will suddenly arrive.
1,000,000 gold crystals for the Yuflame Heart Lotus still hung like a star in the sky, far out of reach.
The enormous sense of urgency and heavy pressure surged like icy waves, completely drowning him.
The slight sense of security brought by the 8,000 gold crystals suddenly seemed so ridiculous and insignificant. The three-headed Hellhound lay quietly at the door, all three heads drooping low, its eerie blue eyes gazing at the suffering little master on the bed. It emitted an extremely low, almost mournful growl from its throat.
It could sense its master's surging anxiety and heartache.
Detecting target life signs: body temperature 38.7 degrees Celsius, heart rate rapid, breathing quick, accompanied by intermittent severe cough. Preliminary judgment: mild relapse of cold marrow disease, causing respiratory infection and low fever. Recommendation: take warm sun herbal potion immediately to stabilize the cold poison, accompanied by a regular, clear lung powder to relieve coughing. Estimated cost: 835 gold crystals.
Little Chi's voice regained absolute calmness and precision, quickly providing medical advice.
Lu Ming took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turbulent emotions within him, and gently placed his sister back on the bed, tucking her in carefully. His gaze turned sharp and determined again, all distractions swept away, leaving only a clear, singular goal: make money. Buy medicine. Cure his sister. He leaned down, using the back of his hand to gently wipe away the fine cold sweat from his sister's forehead, speaking as softly and steadily as possible. Xiaoyu, don't be afraid, it's alright, you just caught a little chill. Brother will go buy medicine for you right now. After taking the medicine, you won't cough for long. Lu Xiaoyu weakly nodded, trying her best to put on a reassuring expression for her brother. Thank you, brother. I'll wait for you. Lu Ming stood up, glancing one last time at his sister's pale and dependent face, then resolutely turned away. He grabbed the money pouch on the table that had just made him so happy. But at this moment, it felt like a light and weightless burden as he pushed the door open, merging once more with the cold night. In the room behind him, only the muffled sound of his sister's cough and the Hellhound's silent, massive figure guarding the bed remained. Get stronger. Make money. This path has no end, and there cannot be any slackening. Chapter 58, Expensive Potions. The night was thick as ink, and the cold wind swept through the empty streets, stirring a few dried leaves, making a rustling sound. Lu Ming almost ran towards the center of Qingshi City, desperate and frantic. There is an all-night pharmacy, the largest of its kind, named Hui Chun Tang. The lantern hanging above the shop's entrance emits a dim yet warm light, like the only beacon of hope in this silent night. Bang! Lu Ming pushed open the heavy wooden door, creating a flurry of urgent wind chimes. Inside, an old pharmacist with white hair and a pair of crystal monocles was flipping through a thick pharmacopoeia by the oil lamp. He was startled by the sudden noise and looked up. Seeing Lu Ming, breathless and full of anxiety, a flicker of understanding appeared in his murky eyes. Pharmacist! Save me! Lu Ming rushed to the counter. His voice was a bit hoarse due to urgency and worry. My sister has a relapse of cold marrow syndrome. She's coughing badly and burning with fever. The old pharmacist put down the pharmacopoeia, and his expression grew serious. Cold marrow syndrome? This is a troublesome illness. Carefully tell me, what are the symptoms? When did it start? Lu Ming suppressed his anxiety and described as thoroughly as he could the frequency of Lu Xiaoyu's cough, her temperature, complexion, and breathing state. The old pharmacist listened carefully, unconsciously twisting his beard with his fingers, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, From what you said, it is not a complete explosion of cold poison, but rather external evil triggering internal cold, causing imbalance between yin and yang, leading to excessive heat and severe coughing. Ordinary warm sun herbal decoction is sufficient to support her, but its effectiveness in reducing fever and coughing is lacking. It might not work quickly, and prolonging could lead to complications. He turned and reached deep into the treasure cabinet that emanated a rich medicinal fragrance. He pulled out 2 small and exquisite jade bottles and a medicine powder wrapped in oil paper. This is Warm Yang Protect Heart Powder, a top-quality common product. He pointed to the medicine powder. It uses 300-year-old Qi Yang ginseng powder as the main ingredient, complemented with Protect Heart Orchid and Warm Vessel Herb. It can gently dispel internal cold, strengthen the foundation, and soothe the heart meridian invaded by cold poison, minimizing the impact on the body. Its medicinal properties are the safest. He then picked up the 2 jade bottles, which were cool to the touch, and inside each, a pill the size of a lung and rolled gently, one pure white as snow, and the other bright red like fire. These 2 are the paired ice marrow heat relief pills, also a top-quality common product. Take the white pill first. It contains the essence of ice soul flower from the polar regions, which can swiftly suppress high fever and protect the lungs from burning. After half an hour, take the red pill, which is catalyzed by earthfire lotus seed to dissolve the ice cold and reactivate the potency of warm yang powder, gently adjusting the body. The 2 complement each other, making it the best combination for acute conditions like this. The old pharmacist's voice was steady and professional, but when Lu Ming heard 300-year Qi Yang ginseng, ice soul flower, earthfire lotus seed, those words, his heart sank. These are not ordinary items. Sure enough, the old pharmacist reported a number that made his eyes twitch hard. Warm Yang Protect Heart Powder 1 portion, Ice Marrow Heat Relief Pills 1 set, total, 1,200 golden crystals. 1,200 golden crystals. Lu Ming felt as if his heart had been struck hard. This was almost equivalent to the total reward he would earn for completing 6 Black Iron escort missions with his life at stake. It was nearly half of what he made from killing the Venom Tooth Squad. He could even clearly hear the whimpering of the golden crystals in his money pouch, and in his storage ring, as if they were on the brink of death. Financial warning: a one-time expenditure of 1,200 golden crystals will result in total assets dropping to 7,043 golden crystals and 7 silver coins. Financial health rating will drop from good to caution. The cold data reminder timely echoed in his mind, like salt being poured on his bleeding heart. But in an instant, Lu Ming's mind flashed with the image of his sister's flushed little face, her painful eyes, and her burning forehead. Compared to his sister's suffering, any amount of golden crystals felt insignificant. He did not hesitate for a moment, nor did he attempt to bargain. He knew that such urgent, high-grade medicine had almost no room for negotiation. He directly took out the whole pouch of money he had seized from Scarface. From that storage ring, he counted out the corresponding golden crystals, pushing the hefty amount forward.
Bought it.
His voice was crisp and decisive, carrying a slight tremor that was hard to detect, yet there was no hesitation at all. The old pharmacist seemed a bit surprised as he looked at him. He seemed not to expect that this ordinary-looking young man could so readily take out such a large sum of money, and for his sister. He silently accepted the golden crystals, carefully packaged the potion, and when he handed it back to Lu Ming, he unusually said one more thing.
The dosage and usage are noted. Your sister is lucky to have such a brother.
Lu Ming took the invaluable potion, feeling its heaviness in his hands, as if he were holding his sister's life. He quietly murmured a thanks, turned, and rushed back into the cold night, trying his best to get home quickly. He carefully propped up his weak sister, following the instructions. First, he fed her the icy ice marrow fever-releasing pill, then dissolved the warm yang heart-protecting powder in warm water, gently feeding her bit by bit. He also prepared warm water, wetting a soft cloth, gently placing it on his sister's burning forehead, changing it repeatedly. He sat by the bedside, staring fixedly at his sister's face, feeling the change in her breathing. The effects of the medicine gradually began to show. Lu Xiaoyu's dangerously high fever slowly faded, her rapid breathing became steady and prolonged, and her fierce cough gradually calmed down, finally turning into soft snores. Her tightly furrowed brow relaxed, and her face regained a hint of healthy rosy color, as she sank into a deep sleep. Until the sky brightened with a fish belly white, and the faint morning light streamed through the old window into the room. Confirming that his sister's body temperature had returned to normal and her breathing was stable, Lu Ming let out a long, tired sigh of relief. He gently held his sister's still somewhat cold hand, looking at her peaceful side profile as she slept, yet inside, he felt no ease. A sleepless night had left him both mentally and physically exhausted. 1,200 golden crystals, just like that, gone. When earning them, it was a life-and-death struggle filled with dangers. But when spending them, they went away like flowing water, and he could hardly see any substantial progress, merely pushing her condition back to where it started.
This constant depletion felt like an endless pit, gnawing away at his efforts and hopes. The little illusion of safety brought by 8,000 gold crystals was harshly shattered by reality. The speed of earning money seemed forever unable to catch up with the potential risks of his sister's illness and the astronomically high final treatment costs. Passively waiting for tasks, passively fighting back to earn money too slow. Too unstable. He could not continue like this. He must take the initiative. He must find a route with a higher return and quicker money. Even if it meant bearing unprecedented risks. His gaze suddenly turned sharp like an eagle, fatigue replaced by a determined resolution to fight back. His eyes scanned the low cabinet by the bedside, landing on the thick, slightly curl-edged mercenary task manual. He reached out, picked up the manual, and directly flipped to the last few pages where it recorded not the black iron or bronze level small troubles, but marked with high risk, high returns, recommended for team exploration's secret realm quests and rare material collection tasks. Explore the depths of the dark marsh and locate the trace of the weeping ghost vine, confirming its growth area. Reward, 5,000 golden crystals plus 300 guild points. Risk, extremely high. Note, confirmation of third-tier superior group monsters, complex environment, and poisonous miasma. Collect a wind pattern eagle egg from the Black Wind Gorge Eagle's nest. Reward, 8,000 golden crystals. Risk, extremely high. Note, must face at least 3 intermediate gale eagles in their group. Eliminate the mutated spider swarm on layer 2 of the abandoned mine and obtain the spider mother crystal core. Reward, 6,000 golden crystals plus 150 points. Risk, high. Note, the swarm is massive, with the spider mother suspected to be of third-tier superior, and the environment is confined. Each reward figure quickened his heartbeat, directly corresponding to the enormous risks that sent chills down his spine merely by reading the description. Lu Ming's gaze swept back and forth over these tasks, his fingers unconsciously tightening. To take the risk? He glanced at his sister, sleeping soundly on the bed, and his eyes became incredibly resolute. For her, it's worth it. Chapter 59, Zhang Hao's Fear. Deep inside the Zhang family's villa, that room, just recently redecorated. Yet it still lingered with a hint of vague restlessness. In the study, Zhang Hao was pacing anxiously. He was waiting for news from the Poison Tooth team, in his heart both hoping to hear the damned two-headed dog belonging to Lu Ming had been taken down, and crying in despair at the good news. But there was also an uneasy feeling, those people charged so high, they better not mess it up like the last group of thugs. At that moment, there was a knock on the study door. His loyal butler entered with a strange expression, whispering, "Young master, the Poison Tooth members have returned. They're outside wanting to see you." Zhang Hao's eyes brightened, he turned sharply. "Let them in." How did the mission go? He seemed to picture Lu Ming kneeling and begging for mercy. However, when the study door opened again,
seeing the members of the Poison Tooth team walk in, Zhang Hao's expectations instantly froze, turning into shock and disbelief. Only 3 people came in, and they were all in rags. Their bodies were covered in dust and dried blood, their faces written with terror and utter disarray. The leader, Scarface, looked as pale as a sheet, walking with a limp. One hand unnaturally clutching his chest, as if he would cough up blood at any moment. The other 2 were even more evasive, not even daring to lift their heads. Their once fierce beasts. At this moment, even more miserable, the snow leopard lay listlessly outside the door, a clear bruise on its waist. The purple shadow viper curled up in the poisonous woman's sleeve, not daring to show its head. The iron-backed monkey was completely missing, clearly injured badly. You guys? Zhang Hao opened his mouth, an ominous premonition instantly seized his heart. What happened? Where's the mission? Where's that brat? Scarface struggled to lift his head, the gruesome scar on his face seemed to lose all color at that moment. His throat rolled, his voice hoarse and dry, revealing unmistakable terror. Zhang Young Master, the mission failed. What? Zhang Hao screamed sharply, like a cat stepped on its tail. Failed? Aren't you Poison Tooth supposed to be flawless? 4 people. 3 third-stage beasts. They couldn't handle a poor kid of black iron rank and his broken dog? That was no ordinary dog. One nearby team member couldn't help but speak with a trembling voice, almost crying. It can spit out a blue ghost fire. The temperature is terrifying. It sprayed a wide area. The bat swarm vanished in an instant. And its pressure is too terrifying. My poison arrow fraud passed out from fright. Scarface took a deep breath, seemingly trying to steady his emotions, but the memories kept his voice trembling. Young Master Zhang, the intel was wrong, seriously wrong. The target's beast is far from the 3rd-stage low-level mutated 2-headed dog written in the data. Its flame power is at least 3rd-stage upper level, and may have even touched the threshold of 4th stage. The pressure was terrifying, our beasts couldn't showcase even half their strength. In just only one face-off, we collapsed completely. He exaggerated how hellfire burned the bat swarm. How one strike sent the iron-backed monkey flying, forcing them into utter disgrace, his tone filled with lingering terror. And it seems he knew it was us long ago, another team member added, eyes wide with fear. He directly called out your name. Zhang Hao's face instantly changed from ashen to pale, his fingers unconsciously tightening around his sleeve. Scarface looked at Zhang Hao's drastically changing expression, bracing himself. He relayed Lu Ming's last words verbatim, even exaggerating them more, especially the phrase. He also said. Scarface's voice was lowered to an extreme. As if afraid of being overheard. Next time, if you want to give him money, just kneel and deliver it directly. There's no need to find us useless actors to put on a show, and you still say that if there's a next time. He wouldn't mind coming to the Zhang family himself, to visit you. The word visit was pronounced heavily by the scarred face, carrying a cold, blatant threat. He dares? Zhang Hao slammed the table, shouting fiercely, but his voice couldn't help but tremble. He could almost imagine Lu Ming's cold gaze and absolute confidence when he said those words. A chilling sensation, like a venomous snake, instantly shot up his spine, freezing the blood in his veins. Defeat, another disastrous defeat. And it was a complete annihilation. Not only was the opponent far stronger than expected, but their methods were ruthless, and they actually dared to threaten him so openly. To threaten an attack on the Zhang family? Cold sweat instantly streamed down Zhang Hao's back, soaking through his luxurious silk shirt. For the first time, he clearly realized that Lu Ming was no longer the poor kid he could manipulate and ridicule at will. That was an enemy with terrifying power, decisive actions, and filled with hostility towards him. If that guy really came knocking on his door, even if the family guards could stop him, where would he put his face? What would his father think of him? How would those in the family, who had always looked down on him, mock him? He couldn't bear to imagine how embarrassing and terrifying that scene would be. Fear, like a cold tide, instantly drowned out the anger and jealousy. His previous confidence, when relying on the family's power to do whatever he wanted, seemed so ridiculous and fragile in front of the absolute strength and unscrupulous threats from Lu Ming. Get out, get out. All of you get out. Zhang Hao abruptly pointed towards the door, his voice twisting sharply with fear and shame. A bunch of useless trash. Can't even handle this small matter. How dare you come to see me? Get out. He tried to use his rage to mask the panic inside, but his slightly trembling fingers and pale face betrayed him. The scarred face and his companions felt as if a great mercy had been bestowed upon them, crawling out of the study in a fluster, fearing that this unpredictable young master might take his anger out on them. The study door was closed, isolating him from the outside world. Zhang Hao slumped helplessly in the expensive fur chair, panting heavily, beads of cold sweat covering his forehead. He stared blankly at the ceiling, his mind echoing with the terrifying scenes described by the scarred face and Luming's cold threats. After a long while, he slowly clenched his fist, nails digging deep into his palm, bringing a slight sting that helped him calm down a bit. The thought of revenge was temporarily suppressed. At least, before finding a way to absolutely suppress that monstrous dog and ensure a foolproof plan, he didn't dare to act rashly again. However, that deep hatred and humiliation did not disappear. Instead, it surged like a repressed volcano, boiling fiercely under the icy layer of fear, growing more twisted and malicious. "Luming, just wait for me." He squeezed out a barely audible growl through gritted teeth, his eyes gleaming with resentment. One day I will trample you underfoot. Make you kneel and beg me." Yet, these fierce words seemed particularly pale and powerless in the emptiness and silence of the study at that moment. On his side, fear had temporarily caused him to retreat, shrinking back into the family's protective shell. Meanwhile, Lu Ming had completely cast aside this trivial trouble. He turned his gaze towards a more distant, dangerous, yet filled with greater opportunity and wealth unknown place. At this moment, their roads seemed to momentarily diverge. But the entanglement of fate was far from over. The poison deep in Zhang Hao's heart. One day, it will surely erupt again. Chapter 60, A New Goal. In the old, shabby hut, the light from the oil lamp elongated Lu Ming's shadow. It danced slightly on the mottled wall. A faint medicinal fragrance filled the air. That was the scent left by expensive medicine from last night, mixed with the cool morning air, creating a heavy and awakening atmosphere. His sister, Lu Xiaoyu, finally fell into a deep sleep after taking the medicine, her breathing steady. Her face regained some color, but there was still a trace of weak fatigue in her brows. Her little hand was still a bit cold, tightly held in Lu Ming's palm. Lu Ming had not slept all night, but his eyes were exceptionally clear, showing no signs of drowsiness, just a kind of collected, icy sharpness. Everything that happened last night felt like a cold tide, washing over his nerves again and again. Zhang Hao's haunting presence and increasingly despicable attacks. His sister's suddenly recurring illness, fragile as a candle in the wind. And that staggering medical cost of 1,200 gold crystals, gone in an instant. All of it felt like a heavy iron hammer. It ruthlessly shattered the slight sense of elation and luck he had from gaining power and making some easy money earlier. 8,000 gold crystals? Is that a lot? In the face of real risks and illnesses, it's weak and easily crushed. The guild's routine black iron and bronze level missions pay dozens or hundreds of gold crystals, stable but too slow. Like ants moving their home, when would he ever save up enough for that unattainable million goal? Counter-kill for profit? Rare and risky, one mistake could lead to total destruction. It definitely cannot be a stable income source. Passive waiting, going step by step, no. Absolutely not. His sister's body couldn't afford to wait. The next serious outbreak could be tomorrow. He must have solid capital to respond to any sudden situation. His gaze slowly fell on the tattered mercenary mission handbook on the bedside. But this time, he did not look at the safe, familiar low-level task list in the front. Instead, he directly flipped to the last few pages of the handbook. The paper seemed rougher. The words recorded there carried a heavy weight that made the heart race. Explore the deep dark marsh and confirm the growth area of Ghost Cry Vine. Reward, 5,000 gold crystals plus 300 points. Risk, extremely high. Note, environment highly toxic, confirmed presence of Tier 3 elite group monsters Corruption Crocodile Pack, which once wiped out an entire bronze mercenary team. Collect an eagle egg from the wind pattern eagle nest at the peak of Black Wind Gorge. Reward, 8,000 gold crystals. Risk, extremely high. Note, must face off against the Tier 3 middle-level Lord Raging Wind Eagle and its pack in aerial combat, extremely dangerous. Clear out the mutated spider group and abandon Mine Layer 2, and obtain the Spider Mother Core. Reward, 6,000 gold crystals plus 150 points. Risk, high. Note, the spider group is numerous, the Spider Mother is suspected to be Tier 3 elite, and the environment is extremely complex and narrow, easy to be surrounded. Each task's reward was high enough to make his heart race, easily covering his sister's several emergency medicine costs with extra left to spare. But corresponding to that was the enormous risk that seemed to smell of blood just from reading the descriptions. Tier 3 elite, group, lord level, toxic environment, complete annihilation. These words were like poisoned daggers, emitting a cold, chilling light. These tasks often hung in the air for a long time, going unnoticed. Or were cautiously planned by some powerful mercenary groups as ultimate goals, absolutely not something an ordinary person would dare to touch. Lu Ming's breath quickened slightly, but his eyes grew brighter. A shiver of mixed fear and excitement climbed up his spine. High risk, high reward. This was what he needed. The only way to quickly accumulate vast wealth. He cast his gaze towards the crude map of the surrounding area of Bluestone City on the wall. It was marked approximately by the guild with several bright red skull icons in question mark areas not fully explored.
Known high risk, entrance to the secret realm.
These places are the names of death, yet they are also treasure lands rumored to harbor rare materials, precious veins, and even ancient relics.
Shao Qi.
He silently called out in his heart. Retrieve all known, unexplored, or high-risk areas around Changshu City with beast levels not exceeding the 4th stage lord. Filtering criteria, possible existence of high-value resources worth over 5,000 gold crystals, and with my current strength. Apprentice Beast Master, Hell 3-headed dog, 3rd stage low quality, full combat strength estimated at 3rd stage middle quality. With at least a 30% survival rate and a 10% success rate in resource acquisition. List the options with a brief risk analysis and resource value assessment.
Command received.
Connecting to the guild database and this system's environment simulation library, cross-analysis in progress. Shao Qi's voice immediately became extremely professional and efficient. Warning, the danger level of these areas far exceeds any experience previously faced by the host. Survival and success rate estimates are based on theoretical data and host's trump cards, hellfire, deter, calculations, actual conditions may be lower.
Please be extremely cautious, host. Moments later, a flood of information rushed into Lu Ming's mind, like unfolding a beautiful yet cruel painting full of danger and opportunity. Recommended location 1, depths of the dark forest, poison marsh. Suspected resource, poison dragon grass, spirit grade low.
Value assessment, the market acquisition price for a complete poison dragon grass is about 12000 gold crystals, rare and hard to find. Risk, year-round permeating corrosive poison mist, requires high-level antidote and protection.
Confirmed presence of the 3rd stage upper quality lord level beast swamp poison python and a large number of 2nd stage poisonous insects. Estimated survival rate, 35%. Estimated success rate, 12%. Recommended location 2, bottom of the abandoned mine, molten mine area. Suspected resource, molten crystal core, common excellent.
Value assessment, standard unit, size of a fist, is about 8,000 gold crystals.
Risk, high temperature environment, risk of collapse, may contain the 3rd stage upper quality pack beast lava pangolin. Estimated survival rate, 40%. Estimated success rate, 15%. Recommended location 3, Black Wind Canyon Eagle Nest Cliff.
Suspected resource, wind pattern eagle egg, common excellent. Value assessment, a single intact eagle egg is about 10,000 gold crystals. Risk, requires climbing steep cliffs, facing the 3rd stage medium quality lord level gale eagle and its group attacks. Estimated survival rate, 30%. Estimated success rate, 8%.
Recommended location 4.
A series of bizarre place names and heart-pounding prices flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Each one accompanied by shocking risk warnings. The highest survival rate does not exceed 40%, and the success rate is pitifully low.
This is like dancing on the edge of a knife, fighting death for money.
Lu Ming's palms slightly perspired, but the light in his eyes became more determined, even carrying a hint of mad resolution. For his younger sister, even a 30% survival rate, or even 10%, he was willing to take the risk.
His gaze finally locked onto the first option. Depths of the dark forest, poison marsh. Target, poison dragon grass.
Value, over 12,000 gold crystals.
Poison dragon grass. A low-grade spirit material. Its value far exceeds any common materials he has encountered before. Just one could pay for his sister's emergency medicine costs dozens of times. If he could successfully find one. This is it.
Lu Ming took a deep breath and made his decision. The risks were indeed enormous, but the poisonous environment might limit other competitors to some extent, and Hellfire's high temperature might have surprising effects on the poisonous insects.
Target confirmed, poison marsh, poison dragon grass. Planning the optimal route, estimated time, one-way 6 hours. Generating checklist.
In the next moment, a long procurement list marked with prices and priorities appeared in his mind. Required, high-level composite antidote, anti-poison mist, 3, estimated 120 gold crystals/unit. Fully sealed lightweight protective suit 1 set, estimated 200 gold crystals. Precise compass and swamp terrain map, estimated 50 gold crystals. High-strength traction rope and climbing tools, estimated 80 gold crystals, long-lasting insect repellent powder, strong, * 2 bags. Estimated 60 gold crystals. Suggestion, one-time strong light signal flares 2, estimated 40 gold crystals, underwater breathing potion, short duration, 1, estimated 150 gold crystals, for dealing with swamp traps. Pet assistance, customized anti-poison muzzle for pets, estimated 100 gold crystals, high-efficiency energy supplement jerky * 10 packs, estimated 50 gold crystals. Altogether, it's another nearly 1,000 gold crystal huge expense.
This doesn't even count the potential battle consumables needed. Lu Ming looked at the shocking total estimated amount at the end of the list, his lips twitching violently. This is simply burning money. Before even setting off, he has to throw in a large sum first. But he showed no hesitation. To do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. In such a place, any little lack of preparation could cost a life. It seems this more than 8,000 gold crystals won't last long. He murmured softly, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness, yet filled with a determined resolve of sinking the boat. He gently let go of his sister's hand, tucked in the blanket for her, and stood up. His gaze swept over that list again and the swamp map in his mind, filled with deadly poisonous mists. Chapter 61 The Temptation of Dangerous Grounds. Inside the shabby little house, the air seemed to freeze. Only the faint crackling sound of the oil lamp wick occasionally popping was left. And from the inner bedroom, the barely audible cough of his sister, Lu Xiaoyu, still tinged with a hint of pain in her sleep. That sound was soft, yet like a cold needle, repeatedly stabbing at Lu Ming's nerves. He sat at the table, the thick mercenary task manual spread out before him. But his gaze did not concentrate on those dense characters. His fingertips unconsciously tapped the table, producing a dull thud sound, revealing his internal anxiety and struggle. More than 8,000 gold crystals as huge funds. After purchasing the emergency medication worth 1,200 gold crystals for his sister, it had shrunk to just over 7,000. This amount seemed considerable, but thinking of his sister's body, fragile like glass. Imagining the next sudden, possibly more dangerous recurrence of her illness, this little money appeared so pale and powerless, like a castle on the beach, likely to collapse with a single wave. Although Zhang Hao's threat had temporarily retreated due to fear. That poisonous snake would not be willing to let go, he must be nursing his wounds in the dark. Waiting for the next more vicious counterattack. Passive defense is always the dumbest choice. And that mountain of 1 million gold crystals weighing down on him still stood tall, unreachable. Routine guild tasks? Black iron level, bronze level busy running around for a whole day. Earnings of a few hundred gold crystals, a drop in the bucket. Plus, he had to guard against all kinds of open and hidden dangers. Counterattack to generate income? Rarely encountered, and each time was like dancing on the tip of a knife. It was completely unreliable to place one's safety in the foolishness and luck of enemies. He needed a real windfall. A sum big enough to allow him breathing space, able to calmly deal with any situation that might arise for his sister in the future. Even allowing him to move faster towards the million goal with immense funds. Risk. Must take risks. His gaze sharpened, and he once again sent a command to Shao Qi, this time with a clearer target and more demanding requirements. Shao Qi, scan all known secret realms and dangerous sites around Qingshi City. Screening condition, highest threat level should not exceed the 4th rank lord level, low, but it must have extremely high value, single harvest estimated no less than 15,000 gold crystals, and I must have a certain probability, greater than 5%, of successfully obtaining rare resource points. List out a detailed inventory, along with resource value, guardian threat level and characteristics, environmental risks, historical survival rates, and estimated success rates. Command received. Database deep scanning environmental simulation deducing matching calculation of compatibility. Shao Qi's voice became extremely serious, even carrying a hint of unprecedented gravity. Warning, host, the area you currently request has completely exceeded the beginner adaptation zone, entering the senior mercenary fallen zone. Any choice will accompany extremely high, uncontrollable fatal risks. Please confirm the instructions again. Confirm. Lu Ming's voice showed no signs of wavering. Generating list. Filtering complete. Qualifying areas, 3. The light curtain unfolded in Lu Ming's mind, and 3 landmarks flashing dangerous red light appeared. His gaze swiftly skimmed over the first 2, Magma Heart Fragment Mine Guardian, 4th rank low-level Lava Giant Lizard, Storm Eagle Nest Guardian, 4th rank low-level Gale Eagle King, finally fixating on the 3rd option. Soul Ghost Canyon. Information about it surged in like a cold tide. Core resource, Soul Flower, Spirit quality low-level. Grows at the intersection of extremine veins, absorbing moonlight and residual soul power. Petals are translucent gray-black, patterns resembling wailing human faces, and are one of the core main materials for making Soul Strengthening Potion, Shadow Stealth Potion, and Undead Revival Mixture, high level. Market value, depending on the year and quality, a complete soul flower is usually valued between 20,000 to 50,000 gold crystals, and with price but no market, black market auction prices may be higher. 20,000 to 50,000 gold crystals. It could even be higher. Lu Ming's breath caught sharply. His heart started to beat uncontrollably fast. Just one. He only needed to successfully collect one. It would be enough to pay for his sister's stable medications for a long time. It could even allow him to purchase better cultivation resources and quickly improve his own strength. This was real money that could change the situation. However, the follow-up risk description hit him like a bucket of ice water,
mixed with sharp ice shards, fiercely poured over his heart. Known greatest threat, Shadow Leopard. Level, 4th rank peak, low-level lord. Bloodline speculation, suspected to contain thin general quality Shadow Leopard bloodline, not fully awakened. Characteristics, extreme speed, inherent shadow stealth, mastering various shadow attack skills, such as Shadow Blade, Soul Howl. Note, this beast views the area where the soul flower grows deep in the canyon as an absolute forbidden zone, highly aggressive, and will mercilessly kill intruders. Since records began, more than 17 bronze-level mercenaries and 3 silver-level mercenaries have confirmed to fall into this beast's mouth. Most recent record, an elite squad of 5 silver mid-level beast masters attempted a frontal assault, resulting in 1 death and 3 severe injuries retreating. Environmental risks, the canyon is shrouded in thinning fog year-round, with low visibility, slightly interfering with sight and mental perception. Nighttime increases in energy, significantly enhancing Shadow Leopard activity and perception. The terrain is complex, with many cliffs and underground caverns. Historical survival rate, only entering core area 31%. Estimated success rate for obtaining, host's current state 6.8%. 4th rank peak. Lord level. Suspected general quality bloodline. 17 bronze, 3 silver fallen. Silver elite squad suffered 1 death and 3 injuries. Survival rate of 31%. Success rate of 6.8%. Each data point felt like a heavy hammer, smashing down on Lu Ming's reason, leaving his scalp numb and his limbs cold. The Hellhound, while strong, possessing an epic bloodline, was still only low-level 3rd rank. The level gap was a whole rank and more. Could a mid-quality bloodline bridge this enormous gap? He did not know. Shao Qi's estimated success rate was a pitiful 6.8%. This was almost equivalent to seeking death. Go, or not go? Reason screamed madly, telling him this was suicide, urging him to immediately give up on this crazy thought and continue doing those safe tasks, slowly accumulating. But... cough, cough, cough. In the inner room, his sister's faint, suppressed coughing came again, like an invisible hand, tightening around his heart. Slow? How long could his sister's body wait? The next outbreak. What if it was worse than this time and needed more expensive medicine? How many times could 7,000 gold crystals last? Would Zhang Hao come again and directly use more terrifying power? He seemed to see his sister's pale little face, tormented by pain, filled with despair as her money bag quickly shrank. He saw Zhang Hao's cold, smug smile. He could not be slow. He could not wait any longer. Fear still lingered, but the desire for huge funds, the worry for his sister's future, and the unwillingness to be ordinary deep inside him. The fierce determination to reverse fate finally surged like boiling lava, breaking through the dam of reason. High risk, high reward. Take a chance. Lu Ming suddenly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, all hesitation and fear were forcefully suppressed, replaced by a near-crazy resolve and icy sharpness. Shao Qi. His voice was hoarse but carried undeniable firmness. Plan the safest route to the Ghost Valley's in soul flower growing area, with the lowest chance of encountering shadow leopards. Mark all possible safe hiding spots, secondary resource points, and emergency escape routes. Request received. Terrain data importing Shadow Leopard activity model established probability calculating. Shao Qi was silent for a moment, seemingly conducting extremely complex calculations. Route planning completed. Optimal path, enter from the one-line sky crack on the east side of the canyon, flow upstream along soul-sinking stream, which can somewhat mask the scent. Bypass Black Wind Cave, one of the known Shadow Leopard main nests, and finally reach the edge of the core growth area Moon Shadow Pool. Estimated probability of encountering shadow leopards on this path, 37%. Warning, this probability is a static ideal value. Once you begin collecting in soul flowers, or stay more than a quarter of an hour, the probability of encounter will rise exponentially, reaching up to over 89%. A 37% chance. Still frighteningly high. But there was no trace of retreat in Lu Ming's eyes. Required supplies list generated, please procure as soon as possible. Final reminder, host, you are about to step into a real death zone. Good luck, of course, if you unfortunately fail. This system will try to record your process of being turned into meat pie or being made into leopard poop, for a remembrance? Shao Qi's voice ended with a touch of extremely annoying, thrill-seeking excitement. Lu Ming twitched the corner of his mouth, too lazy to care about the system's sharp tongue. He stood up, took one last look in the direction of his sister's room, his gaze gentle yet incredibly firm. Then he picked up the long procurement list marked with astronomical figures from the table. He pushed open the front door and strode towards the street, which was gradually becoming noisy with the morning. His back was resolute and determined. Ghost Valley, I am coming. In Soul Flower, I will get you. Chapter 62, Canyon Exploration. The moment Lu Ming stepped into Ghost Valley, he felt as if he had crossed an invisible boundary.
He took a step from the world of the living into the edge of the dead. The outside light was completely blocked out. The light inside the canyon was extremely dim, presenting a bizarre, grayish hue that seemed like dusk was about to fade. The air was filled with a thick, almost unbreakable damp mist. It carried a sharp smell of humus and a kind of indescribable. As if countless dead leaves had been slowly decaying underground for thousands of years, a chilling atmosphere. The surroundings were terrifyingly silent, the usual sounds of insects and birds in the woods were completely absent. Only the occasional sound of wind, seemingly sighing from who knows where. As it flowed through jagged rocks and twisted dead trees, it produced a chilling, wailing sound. The only light source came from the sporadic luminescent moss and some umbrella-shaped strange fungi on the rock walls, emitting ghostly blue or sickly green glows. These cold lights not only failed to bring any warmth but instead illuminated the surroundings more eerily and strangely, casting countless twisted, dancing shadows, as if countless indescribable beings were writhing in the darkness. An invisible, heavy sense of oppression, so intense that it was hard to breathe. Spreading from all directions, like cold seawater, slowly drowning the whole body, trying to erode a person's will and courage. Hiss. Ming couldn't help but take a cool breath, the cold air piercing his lungs to the point of pain. He instinctively clenched his fists, and the energy in his body began to circulate rapidly, barely dispelling the bone-deep chill. Environmental monitoring: the concentration of ghost energy particles is excessive, light refraction is abnormal, and there is a weak mental interference field. It is recommended that the host maintain a protective energy shield and stabilize the mind. Xiaoqi's voice also became particularly serious, lacking the usual teasing tone. The Hellhound's reaction was more direct. Its three heads lowered simultaneously, emitting an extremely low, almost soundless threatening growl. The brightness of its 6 eyes, burning with ghostly blue flames, intensified. Like 6 powerful searchlights, they vigilantly scanned every inch of shadow ahead, to the sides, and even behind. A formless deterrent force field, originating from its mid-level bloodline, slowly expanded around it. As if a giant rock had been thrown into a calm lake, breaking the balance of silence in this place. In an instant, a faint, panicked rustling sound came from the surrounding shadows. Several first-tier shadow mice, lurking in the cracks of rocks and with greedy red lights flickering in their eyes, screeched and fled in a panic. A second-tier superior ghostly vine, which was about to drop down from the rocky crevice above, suddenly shrank back as if electrocuted. Even from a distance, there were dissatisfied yet fearful low roars. It seemed that some more powerful beings were startled by this sudden pressure but chose to retreat temporarily. This weak yet effective clear-out made Ming's tense nerves relax slightly. But he did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Xiaoqi, holographic navigation, maximum precision. He silently recited in his heart. Navigation has been activated. The optimal path is being displayed. Please avoid the red highlighted areas. In the next moment, a semi-transparent three-dimensional path map formed of countless tiny light points seemingly appeared before Ming. It clearly marked the direction of advancement and prominently highlighted several areas along the way that emitted dangerous red light. He took a deep breath and began to strictly follow the navigation guidance. Each step was taken with extreme caution, landing silently, with his mental perception heightened to the limit, carefully sensing the faintest changes in the surrounding energy. The choice of this route was exceptionally brilliant. It cleverly avoided several areas known as ghost walls, where energy fields were extremely chaotic and could easily cause hallucinations and loss of direction. It also kept a safe distance from the lair of several third-tier lower bone-eroding jackals that were infamous in the canyon. Even so, the journey was still fraught with unknown dangers. While crossing what seemed like a dried-up creek bed, just as Ming's left foot was about to land, Xiaoqi's alarm and the middle head of the Hellhound suddenly yanked at his clothing at the same time. Warning! Ground energy void ahead. Suspected soul-devouring mire. Ming abruptly halted his steps, breaking out in a cold sweat. He looked closely and found that the color of the ground was slightly different from the surroundings, presenting an ominous oily black. It faintly emitted an extremely weak suction, as if it could swallow light and sound. Once trapped, the consequences would be unimaginable. On another occasion, he accidentally startled a patch of seemingly ordinary gray moss on the rock wall. That moss suddenly exploded, revealing hundreds of fist-sized, ghost-faced patterned second-tier superior ghost spiders. They emitted a spine-chilling hissing sound, spewing sticky spider silk, rushing in like a tidal wave. The right head of the Hellhound reacted quickly, opening its mouth to unleash a condensed yet narrowly controlled ghostly blue flame line. Precise scanning over the front edge of the spider swarm. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sharp smell of burnt flesh instantly spread out, and the dozens of ghost-faced spiders at the forefront turned to charcoal in an instant, while the remaining ones issued terrified shrieks, retreating like a tide into the rock crevices, not daring to show themselves again. Ming's heart raced like a drum, secretly grateful that the high temperature and intimidation of hellfire had a strong restraint on this type of shadow attribute creature. Otherwise, once entangled, drawing more significant noise, the consequences would be unimaginable.
As they continued to delve deeper, the strange, faint fragrance in the air gradually became clearer and more intense. The aroma was hard to describe, carrying a hint of coolness and a hint of sweetness, invigorating one's spirit when inhaled, as if thoughts had become much clearer. But at the same time, it also brought a subtle sense of unease, as if it were tempting living beings to walk towards some unknown abyss.
The concentration of Soul flower fragrance has risen to 17.8%.
The expected straight-line distance to the core growth area Moonshadow Pool has shortened to 800 meters. Warning, at the same time, residual Shadow Leopard fragrance concentration is rising simultaneously. Encounter risk probability has increased to 41%.
The cold and precise alert from Shao-Chi echoed.
Hope and goal were right in front, but lethal danger shadowed closely. Lu Ming's heart rose to his throat, moving even more cautiously, almost inching his way forward.
The Hell three-headed dog also fully entered a combat-ready state, with muscles taut in its 3 heads, the blue flames in its ghostly eyes burning to the extreme.
According to the navigation display, after avoiding a massive black rock pillar that stretched like a ghostly claw towards the sky, they would reach the area known as the Moonshadow Pool where the Soul flowers grew. Victory was in sight. However, just when he was focused, about to take the last few steps, his vision could vaguely pierce through the thin gray mist to see the pool ahead glowing with an eerie light. A sudden change occurred. The shadow ahead, most concentrated and seemingly able to swallow light, suddenly twisted violently, as if distorted by waves, without any warning. In the next second, a cold, sticky, terrifying killing intent, as if capable of freezing souls, rushed out like a tangible black tide from that distorted shadow.
It precisely engulfed Lu Ming and the Hell three-headed dog completely.
The intensity of that killing intent far surpassed any enemy encountered before. It was filled with brutality, greed, and a kind of cold indifference, as if looking down upon ants. Roar! The 3 heads of the Hell dog erupted simultaneously with an unprecedented roar mixed with anger. The dark red scales on its body instantly stood up, and the blue flames soared uncontrollably to half a meter high. Lu Ming felt as if all his blood had frozen in an instant. His heart seemed to be gripped tightly by a cold giant hand, almost stopping its beat.
Warning! Warning!
Detected super high intensity energy response and killing intent lock-on.
Source, shadow directly ahead. Level assessment, 4th stage peak. Matching target, Shadow Leopard. Encounter probability 100%. Repeat, encounter probability 100%. Shao-Chi's alarm was sharp enough to pierce through eardrums. It's over. They were discovered. Moreover, it was a direct encounter. Chapter 63 Beast Guardian appears. The shadow ahead seemed to have a life of its own, no longer a silent background. Instead, it writhed, condensed, and took shape violently like thick ink. A bone-chilling, soul-freezing terrifying pressure swept over like a tsunami. It completely submerged Lu Ming and the Hell three-headed dog. The air instantly became stagnant and heavy, every breath seemed to drain all the energy from their bodies. What they inhaled was no longer air, but the cold despair. In that most concentrated darkness, an elegant yet deadly silhouette slowly emerged. It was a giant beast nearly twice the size of an ordinary leopard. Its body had extremely smooth lines, every muscle seemed to contain explosive power, yet carried a mysterious and light shadow-like quality. The fur was pitch black, like the deepest night sky. It seemed capable of swallowing all light, with only the sharp tips of its 4 claws and the end of its long tail visible. Adorned with a few ghostly blue patterns that flowed like ethereal flames, it emitted an ominous glow in the darkness. What was most heart-pounding was its eyes. A pair of huge, elongated green pupils, like 2 cat's eye gemstones set against the darkness, burning with cold flames. In those eyes, there was no frenzy, no chaos, only a nearly indifferent, cruel gaze that looked down upon its prey with absolute coldness. It quietly watched the intruders, as if appraising 2 pitiful creatures trapped in a snare. Alarm! Alarm! Detecting extremely high-intensity life and energy response. Target locked.
Shao-Chi's voice was sharp and urgent, marked by unprecedented seriousness.
True vision, activate.
Lu Ming roared in his heart, forcefully suppressing the instinctual fear that almost made him turn to flee, and exerted all his strength to activate his identification ability. An invisible wave swept over the shadow leopard, and a chilling stream of data instantly fed back into Lu Ming's mind, each word piercing his nerves like icicles.
Name, Shadow Leopard. Level, Peak of Tier 4.
Bloodline quality, upper tier, suspected to contain thin ancient shadow leopard bloodline, not fully awakened.
Skills, Shadow Stealth, Mastery, Shadow Strike, Mastery, Soul Rend Claws, Lord Skill, Shadow Clone, Beginner, Soul Whale.
Status, Disturbed, Territorial Awareness extremely intense, Murderous intent boiling.
Extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Threat assessment, level overpowering. Bloodline suppression, relative to the host. Suggest to immediately abandon the mission and initiate the highest priority escape protocol. Peak of Tier 4. Upper Tier Bloodline.
A series of suffocating data struck Lu Ming, making his head spin and his heart nearly leap out of his chest. The gap was too big. So big that it was despairing. The Hellhound's medium-grade bloodline had limitless potential, but at this moment, it was only a low-grade Tier 3. And the opponent was solidly standing at the peak of Tier 4, the unquestioned king of this valley. Though its bloodline quality was slightly higher than medium-grade, upper tier was enough to crush the vast majority of magical beasts in the world. The dual advantages of level and bloodline brought an almost suffocating absolute sense of oppression. Lu Ming felt his ability to control the power flowing within him became obscure and difficult. It was as if he was bound by invisible shackles, and cold sweat instantly drenched his palms. This was the first time he stood before such a horrifying enemy, one far beyond his own level. The Shadow Leopard did not immediately launch an attack. It seemed intrigued by the Hellhound's strange three-headed form and the aura it emitted. A subtle pressure, the weak radiation of medium-grade bloodline, that instinctively made it feel a little uncomfortable caused curiosity to arise. It moved with silent steps, gliding over the shadows, pacing with grace and danger. Its cold green pupils scrutinized the intruder before it, seemingly assessing the level of threat and the tastiness of the opponent. But more than that, there was a rage from repeated invasions of its territory and treasures being coveted. Growling, it emitted a low, rumbling growl from deep within its throat, like distant thunder rolling. The sound was not loud, yet it felt as if it could directly shake the soul, filled with an undeniable warning and the threat of death. It issued a final ultimatum: get out. Or die. Lu Ming's face turned pale, but his gaze was exceptionally firm. He took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing his fear, and commanded the Hellhound through the contract, as if rallying himself. Dog. Steady. Don't be intimidated by its aura. No matter how strong it is, it's just one. We have 3 heads. We can exhaust it to death. Get ready, listen to my commands. The Hellhound's 3 heads simultaneously lowered, its neck covered in dark red scales creaking tightly, the fearsome fangs fully bared, glinting with cold light. 6 eyes burning with eerie blue flames locked tightly onto the Shadow Leopard, the flames dancing wildly. It showed that it was also under immense pressure, yet there was not a trace of fear, only a raging war intent and ferocity ignited by provocation. Roar. A whoa. Hiss. The 3 heads erupted simultaneously in vastly different yet equally intimidating roars. The middle head's voice was deep and resonant, the left head's was sharp and piercing, while the right head emitted a soul-piercing shriek. The triple roars overlapped, mixed with an epic bloodline's full power, intimidation, field. It forcibly opened a small space belonging to them amidst the terrifying pressure of the Shadow Leopard. Beneath the dark red fur, the fine scale patterns glimmered slightly, radiating a scorching aura that clashed with the surrounding cold environment. Its limbs slightly bent, muscles tensed, it had already entered the peak state of battle preparation. It must be lightning fast. Lu Ming quickly said to the Hellhound, his eyes fixed on every subtle movement of the Shadow Leopard. Left head, right head, maintain cross-vigilance, cover the blind spots. Main head, prepare Hellfire interception, don't spray blindly, follow my orders. Its claws might carry soul attacks, we absolutely cannot take them head-on. The Shadow Leopard seemed utterly enraged by the Hellhound's fearless, even confrontational attitude. In its green pupils, the last trace of investigation vanished, replaced by pure, cruel murderous intent. These despicable thieves. Not only had they invaded its sacred ground and coveted its treasures, but they also dared to bare their teeth at it? Patience was exhausted. In the next moment, the Shadow Leopard moved. Its speed exceeded the limits of visual capture. It left behind only a faint, dissipating black afterimage in the spot. Its true body had transformed into a ground-hugging shadow of death, silent and eerie, yet bursting with a terrifying momentum that could tear everything apart, charging forward. Its target was the neck of the main head of the Hellhound in the center. The speed was despairing. Even the air carried a faint, sharp whistle, as if fabric were being torn apart. Left head. Intimidation impact. Distract it. Lu Ming's pupils constricted as he instinctively shouted. The left head of the Hellhound abruptly lifted. It emitted an extremely sharp and concentrated mental roar, intimidation, directed impact, like an invisible hammer striking fiercely against the oncoming shadow. The Shadow Leopard's rushing figure seemed to pause slightly. A trace of barely noticeable agitation flashed in its green pupils, yet its speed hardly decreased. The impact on the soul level had minimal effect on it. Hellfire. Fan-shaped coverage straight ahead. Block the path. Lu Ming's heart raced as he shouted again. The middle head had long been charging, and upon hearing this, it opened its massive mouth without hesitation. Boom! A dazzlingly hot, destructive blue firewall instantly spewed forth, fanning out violently to cover a large area ahead. The terrifying high temperature distorted the air, instantly charring the cold moss on the ground. However, just before the Shadow Leopard collided with the firewall, Like a ghost, it twisted sideways without warning, changing direction at a right angle, defying the laws of physics, effortlessly evading the flame's direct hit. That graceful and precise movement was full of confidence in its absolute control over its own power. It bypassed the firewall, raising its sharp claws, the tips gleaming with a chilling dark light, carrying a sense of tearing through flesh and soul, closing in once more. Right head. Bite interception. Main head turn left, continue spraying fire pressure. Left head prepare for secondary intimidation. Luming's temples bulged with veins, his mind intensely focused, issuing commands like a sudden storm. The right head of the Hellhound let out a ferocious roar. It suddenly lunged forward, its massive mouth filled with fangs biting down towards the Shadow Leopard's extended forelimb. The main head of the Hellhound forcefully twisted its direction, chasing the Shadow Leopard's eerie moving track. Continuously spewing hellfire, trying to limit its space for movement. In the Shadow Leopard's emerald eyes flashed a hint of disdain, its outstretched claws unchanged in trajectory. It only slightly adjusted its angle, its speed reaching its peak. It precisely avoided the biting of the right side of the head, its claw tips carrying a cold breath of death, continuing to slash at the Hellhound's main head's neck. In the blink of an eye. Chirp. A sound that made one's teeth ache rang out. The Shadow Leopard's claws ultimately failed to fully hit the vital spot but grazed the side of the Hellhound's main head's neck, leaving behind 3 deep wounds that showed bone, glowing with dark energy. Dark red blood instantly gushed forth, bringing not only excruciating pain but also a chilling energy trying to bore into the body, eroding the soul. Roar. The Hellhound's main head released a roar of pain and fury. Just one clash, and the absolute gap in level and speed was evident. The battle instantly entered the most intense phase. Chapter 64, A Desperate Fight Beyond Levels. The Shadow Leopard's first pounce was as fast as a black lightning that tore through the night. The Hellhound's reaction was already at its peak, the moment Ming roared out. Its massive body suddenly leaped to the right with full force, dark red scales slicing through the dim light. But it was still too slow. The absolute speed difference brought by level showed vividly at this moment. Rip. A sound that made one's teeth ache rang out. The Shadow Leopard's claws, entwined with dark energy, nearly grazed the Hellhound's waist. The hard scales were marked with 3 clear shallow scratches, and dark red blood instantly seeped out. Even more terrifying, a bone-chilling, soul-freezing shadow energy madly drilled in through the wound, bringing waves of tearing pain and cold numbness. Roar. The Hellhound howled in pain, its 3 heads twisting in agony and rage. Left side. Suppress with fire. Right side. Block its retreat. Don't let it create distance. Ming's pupils constricted, his heart nearly jumping to his throat. Madly issuing commands through the contract, his voice hoarse from urgency, its speed is too fast, we can't let it speed up freely. The Hellhound's left and right heads instantly flared up in anger. 2 condensed azure fire columns, like angry dragons, spat out in a cross pattern, instantly sealing a large area that the Shadow Leopard could chase or dodge. The high temperature distorted the air violently, and the ground rocks crackled as they burned. However, the Shadow Leopard's reaction was unbelievably fast. Facing the surging hellfire, its graceful body twisted sharply in mid-air with an inexplicable flexibility. The flowing dark energy on its surface seemed to come alive, forming a brief protective layer that twisted the light, allowing it to slip through the narrow gap between the 2 fire columns like a slippery loach. Landing soundlessly, without the slightest pause, it pushed off forcefully with its hind legs, swiftly becoming a shadow of death, its claws aiming directly at the Hellhound's relatively softer abdominal area. The attacks were relentless, fierce to the extreme. Middle head. Bear it. Use the thickest part of the scales. Left and right heads. Bite it. Ming's eyes nearly burst, he knew complete evasion was impossible, so he could only choose to trade injury for injury. The Hellhound's central main head let out a furious roar. It truly did not dodge, twisting sharply to ram its shoulder, covered in the thickest scales, straight into the Shadow Leopard's claws. At the same time, the left and right heads struck like venomous snakes from their dens. With a ferocity that could tear everything apart, one to the left and one to the right, they fiercely bit toward the Shadow Leopard's neck and abdomen. Clang. Whoosh. The piercing sound of friction and the dull thud of flesh hitting flesh rang out simultaneously. The Shadow Leopard's soul-rending claws tore into the hard scales, sparking bright flashes and releasing a swirl of dark energy. Leaving a few deeper wounds, the soul-piercing pain made the middle head of the Hellhound let out a painful grunt. But the Hellhound's frenzied bite seemed to be sinking into an elusive shadow. The flowing dark energy on the Shadow Leopard's surface significantly weakened the physical tearing force. Though the fangs barely broke through the defenses, causing some injuries, it was far from a critical blow. Instead, the Shadow Leopard used the momentum of the impact to leap back lightly, creating more distance, a hint of mockery and cruelty flashing in its emerald eyes. It was like the most seasoned assassin, constantly using its speed advantage to harass and slice, depleting the prey's strength and spirit. Damn!
Its shadow energy has too high resistance to physical attacks. Lu Ming gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, his mental strength consuming at an unprecedented rate. Fully perceiving and analyzing the battle situation, dog. Keep the hellfire going. Cover the area. Force it to take it head-on. Its fire resistance isn't that high. The battle immediately entered a brutal, intense stalemate phase. The blue hellfire violently erupted from time to time. It illuminated the canyon like a ghostly vision, the scalding waves clashing fiercely with the surrounding cold environment, making a hissing sound. The shadowy figure of the leopard flickered like a specter, weaving in and out of the flames. Each charge was swift as lightning, its claws always leaving new wounds on the Hellhound. Meanwhile, the Hellhound relied on its three heads for an all-around view and cooperative ability. And Lu Ming, through their bond, conducted near-predictive precise commands, struggling to respond. Left head feign an attack to draw its attention. Right head anticipate its landing and spray fire to seal its escape. Middle head lower down. Dodge the claw strike. Yes. Now, raise up and spray its face. Watch the shadows. It might attack from the shadows. Keep the intimidation field up. Lu Ming's commands were like a storm, with the Hellhound executing them without hesitation. The three heads seemed to possess independent wills yet coordinated perfectly. At times breathing fire to suppress, at times biting to intercept, and at times unleashing intimidation, pushing their strengths to the limit. The speed and strange movements of the shadow leopard still held the advantage. But under the Hellhound's flawless defense and ferocious counterattacks, it could no longer strike as easily as at first. Its beautiful black fur had been singed by hellfire several times. Some unsightly charred patches appeared, and its movement showed a slight delay due to the continuous burning damage. Clearly, this third-tier strange two-headed dog was far more troublesome than it had imagined. In the canyon, the sounds of roaring, howling, claws tearing through scales, and the explosive sounds of burning flames filled the air constantly. Dark red blood and the occasional splatter of dark energy scattered everywhere, the battle had escalated to an intense level. Both sides began to suffer injuries, with wounds continuously accumulating. After a long struggle without a breakthrough, the shadow leopard seemed thoroughly enraged as it took some minor injuries. It suddenly leaped back a great distance, a flicker of extreme rage and cruelty flashing in its emerald eyes. It raised its head and let out a sharp, piercing shriek that seemed to tear through the very soul. In the next moment, the dense dark energy around it surged like boiling water. Under the vigilant gaze of Lu Ming and the Hellhound, the shadow leopard's figure suddenly trembled, becoming somewhat blurred. Then, a heart-stopping scene unfolded. From its sides, the boiling shadows unexpectedly peeled away as if they were living. Quickly condense in shape. In the blink of an eye, three almost identical shadow leopards appeared in the arena. The same pitch-black fur, the same eerie blue claw marks, the same burning and cruel green eyes. The three shadow leopards fanned out, their cold gazes locking onto the hellish three-headed dog and Lu Ming, emitting synchronized low growls from their throats. Warning! High concentration of shadow energy detected. Target has activated skill, Shadow Clone, Basic. The clone possesses 30% to 40% of the main body's attack power and doubles the damage taken. But the main body cannot be distinguished. Shao Qi's alarm blared sharply. Lu Ming's face instantly turned extremely ugly. 3 heads? How am I supposed to fight this? There was no time to think, the 3 shadow leopards in front and on both sides moved at the same time. Transforming into 3 shadows of death, they launched a deadly assault from 3 completely different directions with despairing speed. The killing intent was chilling. There was no way to dodge. Chapter 65, Tragic Victory. The 3 identical shadow leopards, carrying the same cold killing intent, pounced fiercely from 3 completely different directions. Their speed was unparalleled, dragging 3 heart-pounding shadows of death under the dim light. Breath, form, even the cruelty in those green eyes, were almost completely identical. The terrifying pressure bore down like 3 giant mountains. Roar! The 3 heads of the hellish 3-headed dog immediately fell into instinctive chaos. The left head roared and spewed hellfire, trying to block the attack from the left. The right head suddenly lunged to bite the right shadow. The middle head remained serious, aimed straight ahead, gathering power. But in that moment of division and hesitation, a disastrous outcome arose. As the shadow leopard in front was about to collide with the hellfire, its figure flickered like a ghost. It narrowly brushed past the edge of the fire pillar, its sharp claws cutting through the air with a shriek. It fiercely clawed at the front limb of the middle head, which had hurriedly raised itself. Scales shattered, blood sprayed. The left shadow leopard completely ignored the flames being spat out, its figure traversing as if it were an illusion, passing through the fire pillar. Its claw left 3 deep wounds down to the bone on the hellish 3-headed dog's side before dissipating. The shadow energy crazily corroded. The bite from the right head fell short, seeming to grasp only a solid mass of shadow. The huge inertia caused the right head to stagger.
In just one exchange, the indistinguishable assault cost the hellish three-headed dog a heavy price. The three heads roared in pain and rage, the injuries worsening, their formation in chaos. Shao Qi. Hurry. Analyze their energy cores. Find the flaw. Which one is real? Lu Ming's eyes were about to split, his heart nearly stopping, his mental energy being consumed at an unprecedented speed as he hoarsely yelled through the contract. He felt his temples pounding, as if they would explode. Overload scanning initiated. Energy flow comparison analysis filtering interference locking on core fluctuations. Shao Qi's voice was tinged with an urgent electrical static, clearly under immense pressure. The energy structure of the left front clone is unstable, fluctuating vaguely, determined to be false. The right clone's energy strength is only 35% of the main body, judged to be false. Straight ahead. The target in front has condensed energy, the core fluctuation matches the previous record at 99.7%. It is the real body. The information like lightning surged into Lu Ming's mind. The left side is fake. The right side is also fake. The one in the middle is real. Lu Ming almost screamed with all his strength, his voice cracking from extreme tension. Middle head. Right head. Don't mind the illusions on the sides. Maximum power. Hellfire. Cover straight ahead. Burn it to death for me. At the moment of life and death, trust and tacit understanding reached their peak. The middle and right heads of the hellish three-headed dog didn't hesitate at all, even ignoring the illusions on both sides as they launched their attack once more. A seemingly deadly strike. They suddenly inhaled deeply, their chests swelling visibly with speed, and the ghostly blue flame patterns on their necks instantly brightened to a blinding brilliance. Boom! Two pillars of ghostly blue fire, thicker and more condensed than ever before, radiating a destructive aura. Like two roaring fire dragons, they burst forth from two gaping blood-red mouths. They did not scatter, but instead intertwined flawlessly, forming an almost tangible, deathly purgatory that covered every angle ahead. The intense heat instantly vaporized the air, creating a terrifying roar. The ground melted, rocks splattering into bright red magma. The shadow leopard charging from the front clearly did not expect the opponent to see through its clone and unleash such a violent counterattack in such a short time. A hint of shock and disbelief flashed in its emerald green eyes for the first time. It wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. Ow! A shrill and distorted wail instantly echoed through the valley. It was hit squarely by the merged super hellfire pillar. The ghostly blue flames instantly enveloped its entire body like a curse. The false illusion wailed and twisted into nothingness the moment the flames touched it, while the true body thrashed wildly in the sea of fire. Its beautiful, light-absorbing black fur instantly charred, curled, and fell off under the horrific heat. The skin and flesh crackled as they burned, releasing a pungent smell of charred meat. The intense pain made it let out an unprecedented howl. Now! Dog! Charge in! Don't give it a chance to breathe. Lu Ming's eyes were bloodshot, eager to press the advantage. However, the desperate counterattack of a peak-level Tier 4 Lord Beast far exceeded expectations. Roar! The shadow leopard, charred and its flesh torn, suddenly broke free from the flame's relentless burn. With a crazy determination to perish together, it turned into a bolt of black lightning, recklessly lunging at the Hellhound. Its claws were like the sharpest hooks, digging deep into the already scarred scapula of the Hellhound, down to the bone. The immense impact knocked the Hellhound back, staggering. At the same time, it opened its massive mouth, revealing fangs that shimmered with a dark glow. With its last strength and ultimate hatred, it viciously bit at the neck of the Hellhound's middle head, the weakest point. Watch out! Lu Ming's heart stopped. A life and death moment. The middle head of the Hellhound unleashed its final ferocity, abruptly tilting its head, and slammed its hardest skull against the biting fangs. Crack! The sickening sound of bones fracturing rang out. Whether it was the leopard's fangs breaking or the dog's bones cracking was unknown. The violent collision caused both sides to emit painful groans. But in that momentary time gained, the other two heads of the Hellhound reacted. Fueled by endless rage and madness, one to the left and one to the right, they bit down tightly on the shadow leopard's relatively weaker waist and back legs. Their fangs sank deep, tearing ruthlessly. The sounds of muscle fibers and bones shattering were spine-chilling. Put! The shadow leopard spewed out a mouthful of blood mixed with chunks of its own entrails, its gaze quickly dimming. However, the Hellhound's attack had not yet stopped. With the middle head enduring the intense pain, it suddenly opened its massive jaws, no longer spewing, but directly fired a small, highly compressed, ultra-hot ghostly blue fireball. At zero distance, it forcefully shoved it into the gaping wound on the shadow leopard's torn waist. Internal explosion. Ah whoa! The shadow leopard let out its last earth-shattering cry. Filled with extreme pain and unwillingness, its massive body thrashed violently, the last glimmer in its eyes completely extinguished. Using the last of its strength, it forcefully broke free from the biting, but it no longer attacked. Instead, it dragged its body, nearly severed in two by the flames, away. The broken body, charred and filled with internal wounds, turned into a staggering shadow dripping with black blood. In a state of utter disarray, it silently slipped into the deepest shadows of the canyon, completely disappearing. It escaped. At the terrible cost of nearly dying, it escaped. The battle abruptly ceased. Silence instantly engulfed this chaotic battlefield. The air was thick with a nauseating smell of blood, charred flesh, and a strange scent of burning energy. The huge body of the Hellhound swayed slightly and finally couldn't hold on any longer. With a loud thud, it half knelt on the ground, gasping heavily, each breath filled with painful frothy blood. Its whole body was drenched in blood, its dark red scales shattered, revealing terrifying wounds deep enough to see the bones. Especially at the shoulder and neck where the flesh was almost torn apart, the shadow energy was still hissing at the wounds, hindering healing. All three heads drooped low, tongues hanging out, dripping a mix of saliva and blood. The eerie blue eyes had dimmed to the extreme, their energy fluctuations weak like a candle flickering in the wind. Ming also thudded to the ground, his face pale as paper, gasping for air, cold sweat already soaking his clothes. The excessive consumption of spiritual power and control had made his head throb intensely, his vision darkening, his body feeling drained. He fought against dizziness and nausea, scrambling to the side of the Hellhound. "Dog! Dog! Are you okay?" His voice trembled uncontrollably. He fumbled frantically from his storage ring, pulling out all the healing powders and ointments he had. Ignoring everything, he poured them onto the horrific wounds, his fingers trembling slightly with fear. Seeing the terrible scars on his partner, feeling its faint breath, Ming's heart ached as if it might seize up. This was the most brutal, most dangerous battle he had experienced since contracting the Hellhound. It was also the one with the highest cost. Hold on, we won, we will soon get the soul flower." While frantically treating the wounds, he babbled comforting words to the Hellhound, as if comforting himself. Warning, the contracted beast's life signs have dropped to a dangerous threshold, energy is nearly exhausted. Multiple wounds are accompanied by shadow erosion and soul-tearing effects. Immediate deep treatment and energy replenishment are required, or there are risks of permanent damage and falling in rank. Shao Qi's warning was cold and urgent, like a knife stabbing into Ming's heart. I know. Ming shouted with red eyes. Chapter 66, The Harvest of the Soul Flower. The silence in the depths of the canyon was more suffocating than the previous chaos. The Hellhound half knelt on the ground, its three heads weakly drooping, each heavy gasp accompanied by blood froth and a painful tremor. Dark red blood gushed from the intersecting wounds on its body, pooling into a shocking dark red puddle on the blackened ground. Especially the deep, visible to the bone-tearing wounds on its shoulder and neck. The edges were surrounded by threads of dark energy, preventing healing and slowly eroding further. Its energy fluctuations were weak to the extreme, and even the strong recovery ability brought by its mid-grade bloodline seemed to be of little help in such severe injuries. Those eyes, once burning with fierce blue flames, now dimmed like a flickering candle in the wind, filled with exhaustion and pain. Ming scrambled to its side, his hands shaking violently from fear and urgency. He frantically dug into his storage ring, pulling out all the spare healing powders, hemostatic powder, flesh repair ointment, and a few expensive bottles of energy-neutralizing pure essence potions. "Hold on. Dog. Hold on." His voice was hoarse. Almost crying, he scattered the medicine powder on those terrifying wounds as if it cost nothing. "Especially on those areas most severely eroded by shadow energy. I know it hurts, bear with it, we'll leave this hellish place soon." The medicine powder touched the wounds, making a sizzling sound, bringing a wave of intense pain. The massive body of the Hellhound suddenly convulsed, letting out a suppressed, painful whine. I'm so sorry." Ming felt indescribable heartache, yet dared not pause for a moment. He took out several pieces of concentrated high-energy beast jerky, trying to stuff them into the Hellhound's mouth. "Hurry, eat something to regain energy." The middle head of the Hellhound struggled to move, barely managing to swallow the jerky, but the other two heads lacked even the strength to lift up. Warning, the life signs of the contracted beast are continuously declining, shadow erosion worsening, energy core nearing depletion. Conventional medication is limited in effect, deep purification and energy infusion must be conducted promptly, or there is a risk of permanent foundational damage, even a drop in rank. Shao Qi's voice was cold and urgent, every word striking Ming's heart like a hammer. The words drop in rank made Ming's heart clench violently. He knew what that meant, it was an almost irreversible injury. It won't happen. Absolutely not. He suddenly raised his head, his crimson eyes fixed intently on the direction emitting a strange fragrance, Moonshadow Pool. Soul Flower. That was the hope they had fought for with their lives and was now the only life-saving straw. Shao Qi. Scan for the best collection path. Avoid all potential risks. Hurry. He almost shouted it out. Path planning completed. I had 73 meters, rock wall crack, energy response highly concentrated, confirming target, Soulflower X3.
Environmental risk, low, Guardian Beast has retreated.
Suggestion, use cold jade tools, preserve roots, and some original realm cold jade soil to maximize medicinal effect. Lu Ming took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing all his panic and heartache, his gaze sharpening back to a razor's edge. He gently patted the one head of the Hellhound that could still move slightly. Wait for me here, don't fall asleep.
I'll be back soon.
After saying that, he suddenly turned and increased his speed to the limit, charging toward the direction Xiaoqi indicated like a cheetah. The closer he got to the moon shadow pool, the thicker that strange fragrance became. Inhaling it into his lungs made him feel energized, even his overexerted mental strength seemed to recover a bit. But it also brought a coldness, as if it could freeze the soul. The area by the pool was a mess, traces of battle everywhere, charred land, deep claw marks, splattered solidified lava and undried dark bloodstains. Lu Ming's gaze instantly locked onto an inconspicuous, backlit rock wall crack by the pool. There, 3 strange flowers were quietly blooming. Their petals were semi-transparent. They seemed to be crafted from the purest dark crystal, resembling 3 clusters of quietly swaying, cold ghostly fire. The petals were naturally engraved with extremely complex and mysterious gray patterns, like wailing human faces, subtly flowing.
The flower stamen emitted a faint silver-blue glow like star fragments, beautiful yet eerie.
The rich, strange fragrance and that bone-chilling cold air were radiating from them. Low-grade spirit item in soul flower. And looking at their quality and energy fluctuations, they were definitely top-grade goods with abundant years. Just getting close, Lu Ming felt as if his soul was about to be sucked in, yet he was terrifyingly clear-headed.
I hit the jackpot this time, I really hit the jackpot, Lu Ming muttered, his heart racing.
His breathing became rapid. The value of these 3 flowers far exceeded his previous estimates. But he didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. The more precious it was, the more careful he had to be with the collection. Otherwise, the medicinal effect will be lost, and its value will greatly decrease. He quickly took out the prepared medicine shovel and jade knife made from 100-year-old cold jade from the ring. And 3 specially made jade boxes, filled with internal warming and preserving runes. He held his breath, moving gently as if touching a baby's skin, carefully inserting the jade knife into the cold jade soil at the root of the soulflower. The roots must be complete. The cold jade soil can preserve its vitality to the greatest extent. The petals must not touch any living warmth. He operated while whispering, as if reminding himself or speaking to the flower, sweating nervously on his forehead. With his utmost care, 3 soul flowers were perfectly harvested. Together with the crystalline soil that enveloped the roots and emitted a cold aura, they were quickly placed into the jade boxes. Snap! The 3 box lids closed tightly, and the internal runes were instantly activated. They emitted a soft glow, completely locking in the enticing fragrance and piercing coldness. Only at this moment did Lu Ming let out a long, deep sigh of relief, as if unloading a 1,000-pound burden. He carefully tucked away the 3 icy, bone-chilling yet heavy jade boxes against himself. Feeling the cold that seemed ready to freeze his blood seeping through his clothes and the overwhelming energy contained within, a surge of indescribable joy and excitement instantly overwhelmed all fatigue and fear. 300,000? No. Looking at the quality, perhaps even higher. My sister can be saved. The dog's injuries also have hope. He suppressed the urge to howl to the sky and rushed back to the Hellhound side as fast as he could. I got it. Dog. We got it. His voice trembled with excitement as he pressed his hand against its comparatively intact neck skin, as if wanting to share this joy in this way. The Hellhound struggled to lift its eyelids, looking at its master. Then glanced at the chest he was carefully protecting, a flicker of weak yet genuine relief flashed in its eyes. A few almost inaudible rumbling sounds escaped its throat, expressing its happiness. Let's go. We must leave here immediately. After the euphoric moment, a deeper vigilance arose. The strong smell of blood and the loud commotion from the earlier battle made it impossible to know what kind of ghostly creature might be attracted. The shadow leopard had escaped heavily injured, but no one could guarantee it wouldn't come back for revenge. He propped up the nearly unsteady Hellhound. He placed its front limbs on his shoulder, gritting his teeth, bearing the incredible weight, moving step by step towards the mouth of the canyon. Each step was extraordinarily heavy, and the Hellhound's wounds bled again from the movement, dripping on the ground, leaving intermittent trails of blood. Lu Ming's spirit was at its peak, sensing everything, alert to any rustle. At the 11 o'clock direction, energy fluctuations are abnormal, suspected to be a swarm of decomposing corpse beetles attracted by the smell of blood, recommend turning right to detour. A small area of energy turbulence detected ahead, possibly the residual effect of the shadow leopard's tearing skill, proceed with caution. Little Seven's navigation and warnings were unprecedentedly accurate and timely, guiding them to avoid one potential danger after another. This retreat felt 100 times longer than coming in.
Every second felt like dancing on the edge of a knife, nerves stretched to the breaking point.
Finally, as the dim unoppressive canyon scenery was gradually replaced by a normal, although already dusk, warm and bright sky. When the nauseating odors of decay and blood in his nose were replaced by the fresh scent of grass and trees, Ming knew they had made it out. Plop! He could no longer hold on, collapsing hard with the Hellhound onto the soft grass outside the canyon, lying back and staring at the sky. Breathing deeply the freedom of the air without the threat of death, his chest heaving violently, his whole body felt as if it had fallen apart. The warm glow of the setting sun fell on him, driving away the chill and fear that came from the canyon. The immense relief of surviving a disaster, mixed with the joy of acquiring priceless treasures. And the pain of seeing his companion's terrible wounds, various extreme emotions intertwined. They crashed into his nerves, leaving him at a loss for whether to cry or to laugh. He turned his head, looking at the Hellhound beside him, equally collapsed on the ground and covered in wounds. Yet it still made an effort to lean towards him, extending its hand to gently stroke its relatively intact fur. "We survived," his voice was hoarse, filled with endless fatigue, yet it carried a hint of indelible pride, "and we won." The Hellhound gently nudged his palm with its nose, letting out a faint but firm whimper. After resting for a moment, not daring to linger too long, Ming forced himself to stand up again. "Let's go, pup, hold on a little longer, we're going home." He cast his gaze towards the direction of Qingstone City, his eyes filled with unyielding determination and warmth. "With these, everything will be all right." He helped his giant companion up, one man and one dog, dragging their battered bodies, bathing in the sunset, walking step by step, determinedly towards home. Their shadows were stretched long, marked with suffering and exhaustion, yet filled with unprecedented hope. Chapter 67, The Exhausted Return. The glow of the setting sun stretched the shadows of one man and one dog long, casting them on the somewhat desolate road outside Qingstone City. Ming carried a good portion of the Hellhound's weight on his shoulder, each step taken with great difficulty. The three heads of the Hellhound drooped weakly. Each breath came with painful tremors, accompanied by bloody foam, its massive body swaying, nearly crushing Ming entirely. "Hold on, pup, we're almost there." Ming's voice was hoarse, sweat mixed with blood and dirt slid down from his forehead. He gritted his teeth, desperately squeezing the last bit of energy from within, supporting both his and his partner's weight. From the edge of the Ghost Canyon to the city's outskirts, this journey had taken them several times longer than usual. As the sky darkened, Ming's anxiety grew like wildfire. The Hellhound's injuries were too severe, the erosion of shadow energy still persisted. It needed proper treatment quickly, or the consequences would be unimaginable. If he relied on himself to help it back, they might not reach home even by dawn. His gaze swept across the distant, faintly visible crossroads leading to a few other secret realms. There would usually be some Beast Tamers caravans there, specializing in transportation business. "Damn it. Guess I have to spend money," Ming gritted his teeth and struggled, moving towards that direction with the Hellhound. Sure enough, at the intersection, several large carts pulled by sturdy thick-skinned yaks with fences were parked there. A few Beast Tamers were chatting together. Seeing Ming and the battered, horrifying giant dog beside him, they were startled and stood up alertly. "Bosses," Ming gasped for breath, trying to keep his tone calm. "I need to hire a cart, get into the city, and I need the fastest and most stable one. The price is negotiable." A middle-aged Beast Tamer, who looked like the leader, stepped forward. He carefully examined the Hellhound's injuries, then looked at Ming's disheveled yet undeniably commanding appearance, furrowing his brow. "Little brother, your pet is badly hurt, the blood is going to dirty my cart and is hard to clean, and with this weight, it's going to cost more. 500 gold crystals." Ming directly quoted a number that made the other's eyelids twitch. "I want to hire the cart. It must have the best shock absorption. There absolutely cannot be any major bumps on the way. After reaching the place, I'll add another 100 as cleaning fees." This price was several times higher than the market price. The Beastmaster leader and his companions nearby all gasped in surprise, their troubled expressions instantly transforming into enthusiasm. "No problem. Absolutely no problem." The leader patted his chest. "Ahoo! A bow. Hurry. Bring out the vehicle at the very back, the one with the soft cushions. Be careful. Help this young man help this dog, be careful lifting it up. Move gently. Don't touch the wound." With a generous reward, brave men were sure to appear. A few Beastmaster assistants moved cautiously, almost holding their breath. Together, they carefully lifted the heavy Hellhound onto the cart, which was layered with thick hay and old blankets. Ming watched closely, fearing they would be clumsy. After paying a 500 deposit, the caravan set off towards Qingstone City at the steadiest speed possible. Ming sat at the cart's front, right next to the Hellhound. One hand gently rested on its relatively intact back, feeling its weak yet tenacious breath of life. The other hand pressed tightly against his clothing. Hidden there were 3 cold, chilling jade boxes. Funds, 500 gold crystals.
Current total funds, 6,543 gold crystals and 7 silver coins.
Little Cheese reporting sounded particularly jarring at this moment.
The process of entering the city went smoothly, although the city guards glanced a little longer at the tragic-looking giant dog on the cart.
But once Lu Ming showed his mercenary badge and slipped a few silver coins, they let them pass without further ado. By the time they returned to that familiar old alley, the sky had completely darkened. Lu Ming declined the Beast Master's offer to help carry it to the door. He didn't want more people to know his exact address. He paid another 100 gold crystals, then grit his teeth and nearly dragged the Hellhound half-pulling, half-carrying into the house. With a bang, he slammed the creaky wooden door shut and braced it tightly with a thick wooden stick. Only then did Lu Ming let out a deep breath, collapsing along the door panel, gasping heavily for air. The house remained quiet. From within came the steady breathing of his sister, Lu Xiaoyu. Clearly, the medicine was still working, and she hadn't been awakened by the noise outside. After resting for a moment, Lu Ming struggled to get up. He didn't check on his sister first but rushed to a very concealed corner of the wall in the house.
He pried open a few loose bricks, revealing a small, embedded secret compartment.
He had specially prepared this to store valuables. Carefully, he placed the 3 cold, chilling jade boxes that concerned the future into the deepest part of the compartment. He neatly replaced the bricks, restoring the original state, even sprinkling a little dust for disguise. Once he finished all this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wealth should not be exposed, especially such a massive fortune. If it leaked, it would definitely bring disaster. Next, the most crucial task, treatment. He lit the oil lamp, and in the dim light, the injuries of the Hellhound looked even more shocking. Wounds deep enough to see bone, flesh rolling back, and the lingering dark energy emitting a chilling aura. Lu Ming's heart tightened painfully. He immediately left again, heading straight for the largest pharmacy in the city, Huichun Hall, disregarding any need for low profile. The best skin regrowth ointment. It must be able to neutralize shadow energy erosion. And the fastest energy restoration pill. The one with the strongest energy replenishing effect. He rushed to the counter, speaking hurriedly to the pharmacist on duty. The old pharmacist, seeing his disheveled and anxious appearance, didn't ask any more questions and quickly took out a few jade bottles. Jade Marrow Skin Regrowth Ointment, a superb item, works wonders on energy wounds, 500 gold crystals per box. Baichao Energy Restoration Pill, a premium ordinary item, quickly replenishes energy, 800 gold crystals per bottle. Clear Heart Shadow Dispelling Powder, specifically dissolves low-tier shadow energy erosion, 700 gold crystals per portion. Another 2,000 gold crystals. Lu Ming's eyelid twitched violently, but without any hesitation, he immediately paid. Funds, 2,000 gold crystals. Current total funds, 4,543 gold crystals and 7 silver coins. Holding the expensive potion, Lu Ming carefully returned home to treat the Hellhound's wounds. He gently washed the wounds with clean, warm water, as if wiping a treasure, removing blood and debris.
Hang in there, pup, it might hurt a bit.
While cleaning, he softly comforted, sprinkling the powder from the Clear Heart Transformation Powder carefully on the wounds corroded by shadow energy. The powder made a sizzling noise upon contact with the shadow energy, releasing a faint black smoke. The Hellhound's body trembled slightly from the pain but did not struggle. Then, he dug out the Jade Essence Skin Regeneration Ointment, smooth as jade, and carefully applied it to each wound, especially the deepest tears.
The ointment emitted a cool fragrance, as if a faint vitality was flowing.
Finally, he pried open the Hellhound's mouth and fed it the Herbal Vitality Pill, worth 800 gold crystals. After doing all this, he was almost exhausted. Watching the Hellhound's breathing grow steady and long under the potion's effect, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. The shadow energy at the wounds visibly receded, and new flesh seemed to grow slowly. Finally, as it fell into a deep sleep, Lu Ming's tightly strung nerves finally relaxed. He slumped onto the ground, leaning against the Hellhound's still warm body. Feeling its steady breathing and heartbeat, an indescribable sense of peace and weariness flooded his heart. He also took a few ordinary potions to recover his strength and spirit. Sitting cross-legged, he began to operate the fragmented meditation technique, guiding the potion's power to nourish his nearly dried-up consciousness sea and meridians. That night passed quietly amidst the heavy breathing and slow recovery of man and dog. Chapter 68 Auction House. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the broken window into the room. Lu Ming slowly opened his eyes. Although still tired, he felt much better mentally. He immediately checked on the Hellhound's condition. The wounds were stable, not worsening, and even showing signs of improvement, which eased his worried heart significantly. His sister, Lu Xiaoyu, also woke up, looking much better than yesterday. But when she saw her brother's new scars and the Hellhound's fierce appearance, her small face turned pale with fright. "Brother! What happened to you? And this dog?" Lu Xiaoyu's voice quivered with tears as she grabbed Lu Ming's arm to examine him closely. "What did you do? Did you go do something dangerous again?" Lu Ming forced a smile and casually said, "I ran into a little trouble while on a mission, but it's all good now." He pulled out some candied fruit to cheer up his sister. Lu Xiaoyu pushed away the candied fruit with tears in her eyes. You always say that. Last time when you broke your ribs, you also said little trouble. Last time when you were poisoned and unconscious, you said it's fine. If you keep saying this, I'll be angry. I'm really angry. She pounded on Lu Ming's chest, carefully avoiding his wounds. Lu Ming's heart warmed, and he gently hugged his sister. Alright, I promise this is the last time. Look, didn't I come back safely? We even made a lot of money, our lives will get better. After calming his sister, Lu Ming's gaze unintentionally fell on the hidden corner of the wall. 3 jade boxes lay quietly there, emanating an intangible, chilling allure and temptation. The Yin Soul Flower is finally in hand. But how to safely and maximally convert them into solid gold crystals became a new problem in front of him. Take them directly to the guild for transaction? Too conspicuous, easy to draw suspicion, and the guild's commission is not low. Find Boss Lu? That guy is too shrewd, ruthless in bargaining, and might not even have the ability to take on such high-level goods. He could even be Blackheart. Black market? Too risky, news could leak easily, he couldn't afford any turmoil now. Little Chi, Lu Ming silently asked in his heart, analyze the current best way to cash in on the Yin Soul Flower? Requirements, safety first, reasonable price, and minimize attention as much as possible. Generating plan. Based on the current World's Qingshi City Merchant Guild distribution, credibility rating, liquidity, historical transaction records, and potential buyer demand information, optimal path calculation is underway. Moments later, a flood of information surged into Lu Ming's mind. Plan A, Black Market Channel. Estimated purchase price, 80,000 to 120,000 gold crystals per plant. Risk, extremely high. Seller's credibility is questionable, there is a risk of black eating black and information leakage. The other party may not have enough liquidity to purchase 3 plants at once. Comprehensive evaluation, not recommended. Plan B, official delivery via mercenary guild. Estimated purchase price, 100,000 gold crystals per plant, guild takes a 20% cut. Risk, medium to low. The process is formal, but transaction records are public, visible to high-ranking authorities, which may draw unnecessary attention and investigation. Comprehensive evaluation, fair. Plan C, large merchant guild auction house, recommended, Baibao Pavilion. Estimated auction price, 120,000 to 180,000 gold crystals per plant, depending on bidding intensity, minus 10% commission. Risk, low. The process is professional, and confidentiality is strong, offers anonymous services, with a high-end clientele and guaranteed payment ability. Comprehensive evaluation, optimal. Baibao Pavilion, auction. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This choice undoubtedly met his needs the best. Safe, high price, and it could hide the seller's information to the greatest extent. That's it. Baibao Pavilion. Lu Ming made up his mind. Little Chi, retrieve the recent auction information from Baibao Pavilion, filter the most suitable session, and simulate the best strategy for action. Received. Baibao Pavilion will hold a rare item exchange meeting in 3 days, mainly targeting prominent families, high-ranking beast masters, and well-known alchemy shops in the city. Anonymous consignment is now open. Suggestion, take action in batches, initially only consign 1 plant to test the market reaction, avoiding price fluctuations caused by one-time investment. Little Chi gave professional advice. Taking action in batches makes sense. Lu Ming nodded, revealing too much wealth at once would be too alarming. He took a deep breath and carefully pulled out a jade box from the hidden compartment, wrapping it in thick cloth and placing it into an inconspicuous backpack. Then, he changed into slightly oversized old clothes, lowered the brim of his hat, trying to make himself look less noticeable. Dog, watch the house well, protect little fish. He patted the slightly injured right head of the Hellhound and whispered a warning. The Hellhound let out a low sound, its eyes flashing with a hint of worry, but it still nodded in agreement. Brother, you must be careful. Lu Xiaoyu tugged at Lu Ming's clothes, her eyes filled with concern. Lu Ming ruffled his sister's hair, gave her a reassuring smile, and then turned to merge into the morning mist. Baibao Pavilion is located in the most prosperous central area of Qingshi City, a grand 5-story building with flying eaves and bustling doors. Those coming and going are either rich or noble, often accompanied by extraordinary beasts. Lu Ming took a deep breath, suppressing the slight tension in his heart, and stepped inside. Unlike the noise outside, the interior was unusually quiet, with a faint aroma of sandalwood and medicinal herbs in the air. A well-dressed attendant with a professional smile approached. Hello, esteemed guest, how may I assist you? I have an item that I would like your esteemed appraisers to evaluate its price, considering consigning it. Lu Ming lowered his voice, trying to make his tone sound calm. The attendant assessed him for a moment. Despite Lu Ming's ordinary clothing, the subtle aura that hinted at life and death experiences could not be underestimated. He respectfully gestured, please follow me to the VIP appraisal room.
Passing through several quiet corridors, Lu Ming was led into an elegant and private room. An elderly man with white hair, wearing crystal monocles, was sitting behind a large table covered with soft plush. Calm demeanor. Please have a seat, guest. I am Su, one of the chief appraisers of the Baibouj. The old man slightly nodded, his gaze tranquil. Lu Ming said nothing, merely placed his backpack on the table, then carefully unwrapped the thick cloth layer by layer, revealing a jade box radiating a cold chill. The moment the box lid was gently lifted just a crack, a strange aura, a unique blend of cold and fragrance, instantly filled the room. The initially calm expression of Master Su suddenly changed. He straightened up, almost snatching the jade box from Lu Ming's hands, but his movements were exceptionally gentle. He carefully opened the lid fully, and when the flower, with its petal resembling dark crystal, its core sparkling with starlight, and emitting a rich cold aura, revealed itself fully before him, his breath became heavy in an instant. This is his voice trembled with disbelief, his hands even shaking slightly. He quickly retrieved various exquisite appraisal tools from beneath the table: magnifying glass, energy sensing crystal, special tweezers, his movements quick yet steady. His gaze was focused as if the entire world contained only this flower. He observed the petal's veins carefully, sensing the energy fluctuations, even gently touching the cold jade soil at the root with the tweezers. This entire process lasted a full quarter of an hour, the room so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Finally, Master Su slowly placed down the tools, took several deep breaths, and managed to calm his excited heart. But the shock in his eyes was still hard to hide. He lifted his head, his gaze blazing as he looked at Lu Ming, his tone filled with wonder. Spirit grade lower class. Een soul flower. Moreover, the quality is perfect. The energy is abundant, extraordinarily well preserved. The soul trace on the petals is clear and profound, at least 300 years of maturity. It can be called a top-notch item. He stared intently at Lu Ming, as if trying to read something from this young yet overly calm face. Young man, no, this guest, pardon my boldness, where did you acquire this spirit herb? This. Lu Ming was already prepared, his face unwavering, his voice flat as he interrupted him. Master Su, the rule of Baibouj is not to ask about origins, only to appraise authenticity, isn't it? Master Su choked a bit, then quickly realized his mistake, hurriedly smiled in apology. Yes, I was rude, please forgive my folly, guest. It's just that it has been many years since I've seen a Een soul flower in such perfect condition. This item is so rare, it is worthy to be one of the grand auction items in this rare treasure exchange. He pondered for a moment, then stated his terms. As per the rules, our pavilion charges a 10% commission on the final sale price. We can offer you absolutely anonymous consignment services, this is the contract for you to review. The starting price, I suggest setting it at 80,000 gold crystals, what do you think? Lu Ming quickly calculated in his mind, with a starting price of 80,000, even if it only sold at the base price, after deducting the commission, he would still have 72,000, far exceeding the guild's purchase price. If the bidding is intense. Agreed. He nodded, decisively pressing his handprint on the contract. Good. Master Su exclaimed with delight, carefully resealing the jade box and applying a seal. Rest assured, guest, we will immediately notify several of the most capable buyers about this item in secret. Please look forward to good news in 3 days. Leaving Baibouj, Lu Ming's heart still raced rapidly. The first step of the plan was smoothly taken. In the next 3 days, Lu Ming attentively cared for the Hellhound and his younger sister, while closely monitoring the news outside. Sure enough, whispers about Baibouj auctioning a top-quality Een soul flower began to circulate quietly within the upper circles of Qingshi City, creating quite a stir. Although Lu Xiaoyu no longer questioned him, she always watched her brother with worried eyes. She silently prepared meals for him. Wiping the armor, at night, she would secretly come to her brother's room, confirming that he was safe before returning to sleep. 3 days later, in the evening, the lights began to glow. On the 3rd floor of the Baibao Pavilion, the auction hall was brightly lit, yet not noisy. There were not many guests present, only 20 or 30 people. But each one had an extraordinary demeanor, dressed in magnificent clothing, with guards or cherished beasts by their sides, all possessing at least a level 3 aura. The air was filled with a subtle yet luxurious atmosphere. Lu Ming was wearing an unremarkable gray cloak. With a mask covering half of his face, he sat in an inconspicuous corner of the hall, trying to minimize his presence. His gaze swept across the familiar and unfamiliar faces in the front row. Several heads of prominent families or their representatives, the most renowned pharmacists in the city, and even a couple of high-level Beast Tamers with unfathomable auras. His heart couldn't help but race. This scene was even more upscale than he had imagined. The auction was proceeding smoothly. One precious material after another, pills, and even rare young beasts were sold, with prices easily reaching tens of thousands of gold crystals, causing Lu Ming to gasp silently. Finally, when the auctioneer excitedly introduced the last item up for bid, the atmosphere in the hall instantly changed. Next, we have one of the highlights of this auction, an extraordinary treasure from a mysterious place. The auctioneer's voice had a stirring quality. Certified by our chief appraiser, Elder Sue, as a perfect quality item aged over 300 years, the low-grading Hunflower. The exquisite jade box was solemnly placed on the pedestal, and as the lid opened, the unique fragrant aura and chill spread out once again, causing a few of the bigwigs in the front row to lean forward involuntarily, their eyes shining with fervor. Hunflower. It really is the Hunflower. Such a perfect specimen, rare. The family head, master, urgently needs this to refine a barrier-breaking pill. This must be obtained. A suppressed gasp and whispers rose from the audience below. The low-grading Hunflower starts at 80,000 gold crystals. Each increment must be no less than 5,000. The bidding starts now. The auctioneer banged the gavel. 85,000. As soon as he finished speaking, a chubby representative from a merchant association immediately raised his card. 90,000. An elder from a family quickly followed suit. 100,000. The white-haired grand pharmacist from the Huichun Hall calmly stated, directly raising it by 10,000. 110,000. 120,000. 130,000. The price soared like a wild horse, pushed by a few determined buyers, racing upward. Bidding voices rose and fell, with hardly any pauses, the atmosphere instantly reaching a boiling point. 150,000. A dark voice came from a private box. I will claim this Hunflower. Who dares to snatch it from me? The entire room fell silent for a moment but was quickly broken by another voice. Humph, the leader of the Black Snake Gang has quite a lot of nerve. 160,000. I want to see how you stop me. An elder in fine robes sneered. 170,000. The grand pharmacist from Huichun Hall expressed without a change in countenance, this item is crucial to my Huichun Hall. I hope everyone will show some respect. Show respect? In an auction, it's about financial strength, not respect. 180,000. The mysterious figure in a conical hat rasped. Luming sat in the corner, his palms under the mask already soaked with sweat, his heart pounding wildly, nearly bursting from his chest. Each time a new bid was announced, it made his blood race faster. When the price broke 170,000, the bidding speed finally slowed down. The chubby merchant representative wiped his sweat, helplessly shook his head, and withdrew from the competition. Another elder from a great family hesitated for a moment, sighed, and placed down his bidding card. Only the grand pharmacist from Huichun Hall and another mysterious figure wearing a conical hat, identity unknown, were left competing. 175,000. The mysterious voice was hoarse and deep. 180,000. The grand pharmacist from Huichun Hall maintained a blank expression, again directly increasing the bid by 5,000. Show the determination that must be achieved. The entire venue fell silent in an instant. All eyes were focused on the mysterious person. The mysterious person paused for a moment, their hat swaying slightly, as if weighing their options. Finally, they slowly shook their head, giving up. 1,800,000 crystal coins. First time. 1,800,000 crystal coins. Second time. 1,800,000 crystal coins. Third time. The auctioneer's wooden hammer came down heavily. Sold. Congratulations to Master Lin of Huichuntang for winning this spiritual in-soul flower. Boom. A wave of suppressed awe and discussion erupted in the hall. 1,800,000 crystal coins. This price even exceeded the initial estimate of Baibao Pavilion. Ming felt like his breath was about to stop, his mind blank, only that astronomical number echoing crazily. 1,800,000. One flower sold for 1,800,000. After deducting the commission, he netted 1,600,200 crystal coins. Funds plus 162,000 crystal coins. Current total funds, 167,543 crystal coins and 7 silver coins. Xiao Qi's accounting voice rang out at the right moment, calm and unruffled, yet seemingly carrying the effect of thunder. Ming forcibly suppressed the urge to cheer and tremble that almost burst out. He tightened his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, using the pain to stay calm. He kept his head down, trying not to draw any attention, and quietly got up to slip out of the hall before the auction was completely over. Until he walked out of Baibao Pavilion, blending into the bustling crowd outside, the cool night air blew against his face, and he slowly exhaled a long breath he had been holding for a long time. Looking up at the night sky, the stars twinkled. Overnight riches. This feeling was so unreal yet so intoxicating. Chapter 70, Soaring Funds. The night in Qingshi City was like a giant velvet cloth soaked in ink, slowly covering the clamor and dust of the day. Between the streets, lights gradually lit up, outlining the contours of human existence. Ming walked alone through a quiet alley on his way home.
His steps seemed steady, yet every step felt as if he was treading on clouds, carrying a strong sense of unreality. The cold night breeze brushed against his face but could not diminish the almost surging hot flow within him. In his hand, he tightly gripped a card he had just retrieved from Baibao Pavilion's secret vault, icy to the touch yet seemingly weighty as 1,000 pounds. The card was made entirely of some unknown transparent crystal, its edges inlaid with intricate silver patterns, and in the center of the card, a line of numbers made of pure elemental light was clearly visible, radiating a soft yet heart-pounding glow. 162,000.00 G. 1,600,200 crystal coins. This number seemed to possess magic, fiercely capturing his gaze. Every time he glanced over it, his heart would uncontrollably convulse fiercely, his breath quickening. 1,600,200. After deducting Baibao Pavilion's 10% commission, he netted 1,600,200. And this was just from one Een Soul flower. In his hidden compartment, 2 more equally cold jade boxes lay quietly. Inside were 2 other fortunes so enormous they would drive the top forces of Qingshi City crazy. Plus the few thousand crystal coins he had painstakingly saved up. Personal total funds updated, 167,543 crystal coins and 7 silver coins. Xiao Qi's calm voice sounded in Lu Ming's ears at this moment. Yet it was as sweet as heavenly music, each syllable striking the most excited chords of his soul. 16,753 crystal coins and 7 silver coins. Gulp. Lu Ming instinctively swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his throat dry and painful. The million gold that once hung like a distant mountain in the sky, almost suffocating him with its weight. Even carrying a hint of despair in just one short night, he had wrested back more than 1/6 of it with his life. An indescribable, immense joy, almost bursting his soul apart. Like a volcano's molten lava that had been building for 10,000 years, it suddenly broke through all barriers and engulfed him in an instant. He succeeded. He really succeeded. The life and death struggles in the gorge, the horrifying pressure brought by the shadow leopard. The hellish 3-headed dog's brutal injuries, everything he had given up until this moment had returned to him far beyond his imagination. The immense economic pressure, which was like a stubborn parasite clinging to him, causing him to dare not relax for a moment, had suddenly loosened by more than half at this moment. He abruptly stopped, leaning against the cold wall of the alley. He tilted his head back, taking deep breaths of the cold air, trying to calm his nearly exploding chest. The face beneath the mask was flushed with extreme excitement, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl upwards, eventually transforming into a voiceless yet exhilarating laughter. It was worth it. Everything was worth it. Just as he was swept away by the waves of emotion, a unique voice, with a hint of mockery and congratulations from Little Qi, echoed in his mind once again. Like throwing more fire into a boiling pot of oil. Ding! Congratulations to my dear, lucky host who has stumbled upon good fortune. Successfully completed the hidden achievement first bucket of gold, single profit exceeding 100,000 gold crystals. Million journey main task current progress, 17.2%. Congratulations, it's worth singing and crying. Achievement rewards are being issued. Reward points, plus 5,000 points. Considering the host has been poor for too long, this system generously rounded it up. Reward item, random pet skill comprehension stone, low-grade spirit item, *1. Ding ding ding, your new skill gift package has arrived. Whether it's good or bad, it all depends on your luck. Friendly reminder, points can be used to exchange for rare items in the system mall, cultivation optimization services, and this system's supreme VIP mocking and blocking service, limited trial version. 5,000 points. Low-grade spirit skill comprehension stone. Lu Ming's eyes instantly widened, his breath caught once again. This system, this time it was so generous that he doubted whether he was under some illusion. 5,000 points. How many daily tasks would he have to complete to save that up? And that low-grade spirit skill stone. This is a treasure that can directly help pets comprehend powerful spirit skills. Its value cannot be measured by ordinary gold crystals. Put it outside, it would surely be a sought-after item with a price but no market. The happiness came so suddenly and so fiercely, it was like a series of heavy hammers, making his head spin and his spirit soar. I have become rich, I really have become rich, he murmured to himself, his voice laced with excited tremors. Little Qi. Hurry. Pinch me. Tell me this isn't a dream. Command received. Starting host pain perception simulator voltage adjusting 321 ZZZ. Ow. A weak yet clear electric sensation instantly surged through Lu Ming's arm, causing him to shudder suddenly. Host's nerve endings detected severe contraction, pain feedback confirmed. Report to host, you are not dreaming, you truly became rich overnight, saying goodbye to the days of eating the north wind. Do you need this system to play back your balance repeatedly? Or shall I customize a song, congratulations on becoming rich, as background music for you? Little Qi's voice brimmed with mischievous teasing. Get lost. Lu Ming laughed and cursed, rubbing his numb arm, his mood soaring to the highest point.
After immense joy and excitement came an unprecedented wave of relaxation and strong confidence in the future. This path leading to mysterious and dangerous places, fighting powerful monsters. Walking on the edge of life and death, although it is full of thorns and dangers, is truly the heavenly road that can make him rise rapidly and accumulate great fame and fortune. High risk, high reward. The ancients did not deceive me. With this considerable startup capital, many things he once dared not even imagine. Suddenly, everything became clear and possible. Younger sister Lu Xiaoyu, for a long time to come. Even for 1 or 2 years, the expensive gentle medicine needed to stabilize the condition would no longer be a heavy burden. He could even luxuriously seek better alternatives with fewer side effects. The injured Hellhound could receive the best treatment and care. Those precious beast food and elixirs that could accelerate the beast's recovery, enhance its physique, and even purify its bloodline, which he had only envied before, could now be arranged. And that spiritual skill stone, once the dog comprehended a new powerful skill, its combat power would surely reach a new level. As for himself, Lu Ming's gaze became fiery. That incomplete basic spiritual power meditation method Volume 2, perhaps it could be replaced? In the system mall, there must be better cultivation methods to redeem. An equipment, a decent armor, a sharp weapon, some practical adventure tools, these could greatly improve his survival ability and exploration efficiency. Money. With money, there are infinite possibilities. He seemed to see a wide road covered with gold crystals and opportunities slowly unfolding beneath his feet. The long-suppressed gloom in his heart was swept away, replaced by immense ambition and unprecedented fighting spirit. He quickened his pace, almost impatient to return to that shabby but warm cottage. To share this tremendous good news with his sister, whom, of course, he needed to find a way that she could accept. He also wanted to treat the biggest contributor well, the injured Hellhound who was now guarding their home. The future's picture had already unfolded before him, shining with golden light and stirring his emotions. However, beneath this immense joy and relief, a string deep in Lu Ming's heart, honed through countless trials, had not fully relaxed. He knew clearly that this 173,650 gold crystals was just a beginning. The flame heart lotus needed to cure his sister's cold marrow disease was still a distant million price unreachable. The world's law of respecting the strong had never changed. Without sufficient strength, even more wealth was just a target in others' eyes. Zhang Hao's threat had not been eliminated, it might even become more dangerous due to his so-called mysterious gain this time. Chapter 71, The Taste of Wealth. The heavy golden enamel door of the treasure pavilion slowly closed behind him, isolating the noise and scorching gazes from the auction hall. Lu Ming stood on the bustling street, the bright afternoon sun shining on him, yet he felt a dizzying sense of unreality. The identity crystal card tightly gripped in his palm felt as hot as a branding iron. He instinctively sent a weak thread of spiritual power into it once again. Qingshi City Joint Bank Identity Crystal Card. Holder, Lu Ming. Permission level, black iron, can be upgraded. Balance, 173,650 gold crystals, 7 silver coins. 17,365 gold crystals and 7 silver coins. This staggering and breathtaking number slammed against his understanding like a raging beast again and again. Each confirmation made his heart twitch painfully, a mix of extreme joy, great exhaustion, and an indescribable panic. He succeeded, really succeeded. A shadeflower had fetched such a shocking high price. This was almost dozens of times the wealth he had painstakingly accumulated over the years, eating sparingly. That pressure, like a huge frozen stone, that had weighed on his heart. The suffocating feeling and sense of humility brought by his sister's astronomical medical expenses. Under the impact of this sudden flood of wealth, finally cracked open a fine gap, letting in a glimpse of scorching light called hope. The sun has never been so bright, and the air has never been so fresh. Even the noisy shouts of street vendors and the cries of pet beasts sounded like wonderful melodies at this moment. For the first time, he truly felt that he seemed to really have a little bit of power to pry open the heavy fate. Hey, he couldn't help but let out a low laugh, the corners of his mouth rising uncontrollably. But soon, that smile quickly faded, turning into a deep vigilance. Wealth is honey, but also poison, wings, but also shackles. Especially in a place like Qingshi City, where power is respected and laws are not absolute. 17,000 gold crystals are enough to make many pretending strong ones tear off their disguises and become the greediest hungry wolves. He could almost feel that countless vague gazes were lurking in the shadows. They swept in from all directions, trying to penetrate his inconspicuous coarse-cloth outfit and spy on the astonishing secret. Little Chi, he silently whispered in his mind, his voice frighteningly calm, scan the surrounding energy fluctuations, mark all malicious gazes, and plan the safest route to the United Bank. Command received. Scanning environment. Detected 17 energy fluctuation sources. Among them, 3 carry weak malice, suspected to covet the auction proceeds. Optimal path planned, recommended to turn right into the densely populated area and use the swift wind steps to quickly navigate. Little Chi's response was rapid and precise.
Lu Ming did not hesitate at all, slightly turning his body, slipping into the bustling crowd like a swimming fish, his steps seemingly casual. But it matched a certain mysterious rhythm, and his speed suddenly increased, disappearing around the street corner in a few flashes, easily shaking off those malicious glances. The United Bank's headquarters in Qingshi City was grand and imposing, built from huge green sandstone. Two lifelike stone sculptures of 4th-grade lower-rank golden-eye fiend beast stood at the entrance. It is said that their true forms sleep underground in the bank, intimidating all petty thieves. Upon stepping inside, a cool breeze hit him, carrying a uniquely cold yet reliable scent of money. Wealthy customers and well-trained, expressionless attendants moved about, everything in perfect order. Lu Ming walked directly to the VIP counter, presenting his crystal card and the exchange voucher from the Baobao Pavilion. "Hello, distinguished guest." The manager behind the counter saw the long string of numbers on the crystal card, his pupils unconsciously contracting. His attitude instantly became more respectful. "How may I assist you?" "Exchange 150,000 gold crystals for an anonymous spirit essence card." Lu Ming's voice was steady, deliberately lowering his tone. Spirit essence is a higher-tier energy currency than gold crystals, with one spirit essence usually able to be exchanged for 100 gold crystals. But it is often valuable yet hard to find, mainly used for transactions between high-ranking beast masters and major powers. Its pure energy content is also very valuable. 150,000 spirit essence card. The manager took a deep breath and confirmed his permissions and vouchers. He swiftly retrieved a special, cool-to-the-touch card from the multiple encryption formations behind him. On the surface of the card was a faintly flowing dark purple light, adorned with a complex rune surrounding the number 1500. "Please help me distribute the remaining gold crystals into these 3 spare crystal cards." Lu Ming handed over 3 pre-prepared blank crystal cards. Wealth should not be openly displayed, and one should never put all eggs in one basket. This is the iron rule he learned from struggling for survival since childhood. Funds minus 150,000 gold crystals. Obtained exchange, anonymous spirit essence card, 1500 spirit essence, dot. Funds minus 23,650 gold crystals, 7 silver coins. Divided and stored into spare card A, 8,000 gold crystals. B, 8,000 gold crystals. C, 7,650 gold crystals, 7 silver coins. Main crystal card balance, 0. Little Chi updated the data synchronously. Feeling the light yet heavy spirit essence card in his arms. And a few spare crystal cards, Lu Ming's tightly strung nerves finally relaxed a bit. Safety measures, preliminarily completed. At this moment, the familiar voice in his mind rang again, carrying a hint of as if the system had just caught its breath-teasing tone. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the hidden achievement, the first bucket of gold, wealth version. Judgment, acquired wealth in a single instance exceeded 150,000 gold crystals, greatly increasing financial freedom. Reward settlement in progress. Reward obtained, points plus 10,000. Basic breath concealment technique, skill jade slip x1. Small space ring, 1 cubic meter, x1. Friendly reminder, dear host, wealth is an excellent catalyst for power, capable of leveraging countless resources. But it may also ignite the fuse of greed and disaster. Please use it cautiously, strive to live on. I'm watching you. 10,000 points. Breath concealment technique. Space ring. Lu Ming was overjoyed in his heart. It was like being given a pillow when wanting to sleep. The breath concealment technique can better hide one's presence, and the space ring can perfectly solve the problem of carrying spiritual cards and precious items. This reward from Shao Qi was simply considerate to the extreme. He barely suppressed the urge to study the rewards immediately. Maintaining a blank expression, he slightly nodded to the steward and quickly turned to leave the bank. On the way back, feeling the cool and solid touch of the spiritual card in his arms, Lu Ming's thoughts bubbled like molten lava, surging violently. How should this large sum of money be used? First and foremost, his sister, Xiaoyu. Previously, he could only barely maintain her condition with the Warm Sun herbal potion, and occasionally biting the bullet to buy Warm Sun essence when her condition relapsed. Now, he could finally buy the best, Warm Essence pill, for his sister without hesitation for daily nurturing. He could even inquire about the exact news of the legendary Flame Heart Lotus. The goal of 1 million gold crystals was no longer unreachable, he had truly seen the light of realization. Next, it was the enhancement of his own and the Hellhound's strength. The dog was severely injured in the Ghost Valley and needed the best healing medicines and tonics. Its medium-quality, bloodline potential was far from being tapped, corresponding resources were needed for accumulation. And his own cultivation as an intermediate beast tamer should also speed up. Better meditation methods, body-refining potions, and even considering looking for a second powerful pet? There were too many places that needed money, equipment, intelligence, housing. 17,000 seemed like a lot, but upon careful planning, it appeared still needed to count every bit. Lu Ming suddenly laughed self-deprecatingly, yet his eyes grew sharper and clearer. Once, dozens of gold crystals could make him ruminate. Now holding a vast fortune, he began calculating how to maximize the value of every copper coin.
Is it the confidence and vision that wealth brings?
He felt his mindset undergoing subtle and profound changes. In the past, pedestrians on the street were mostly a blurry background. Now, as his gaze swept across, he could vaguely see invisible threads woven by interests, power, and desires interconnecting everyone.
Each person entangled and connected, forming a vast and complex social network. And he seemed to finally transform from the bait struggling to survive in the net into a preliminary player with the qualification to control the game?
Although he was still small, at least he had the capital to make a move. All beings as chess pieces, he murmured softly, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold arc. Then let's see how far I, a newly minted player, can go in this grand game.
The immense joy and excitement gradually settled, transforming into deeper, more terrifying motivation and ambition.
He took a deep breath, suppressing the turbulent feelings. His gaze turned to the largest, most lavishly decorated potion shop at the end of the street, rumored to have shares from the Lord's residence, Spirit Drug Pavilion. The first step begins with improving his sister's life. He adjusted his robe, though still ordinary. But with a straightened spine and those deep, confident eyes, he seemed to be completely renewed, stepping toward that dazzling palace. This time, he was no longer the boy who could only linger at the door, calculating his meager budget. The golden plaque of Pharmaceutical Pavilion glimmered under the sunlight, the heavy rosewood door ajar. It emanated a refreshing and rich fragrance mixed with countless rare medicinal herbs. 2 guards stood at the entrance, their presence calm and their eyes shining with brilliance. Their pets, 2 sleek, sharp-eyed Tier 3 lower-level, wind-chasing mastiffs lay quietly on either side, silently declaring the threshold of this place. Most of the passers-by only cast a respectful glance before hurriedly leaving. Those who could step in calmly were either rich or noble.
Ming paused slightly at the entrance, took a deep breath, and adjusted his somewhat dusty and untidy robe.
His gaze, however, had already become calm and determined. He stepped forward, ignoring the scrutinizing eyes of the 2 guards, and walked straight in. Unlike the outside noise, the inside of the pavilion was exceptionally quiet, with soft lighting and a comfortable temperature.
Rows of counters made of warm jade and glazed tiles were arranged in an orderly manner.
Various colorful pills and herbs were displayed inside, and the concentration of spiritual energy in the air far exceeded that outside. A few customers were quietly conversing with an apprentice dressed in a simple, elegant robe. Their clothing was understated yet made of high-quality materials, and the subtle energy fluctuations around them indicated extraordinary strength.
A handsome apprentice approached.
Wearing a professional smile, yet there was a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. Esteemed guest, how may I assist you? Ming's gaze passed directly over him, landing on the inner side of the hall. An old man with white hair, sitting behind a rosewood table, was quietly resting. The old man wore a long robe embroidered with a silver thread depiction of a medicinal cauldron. His aura was profound. He was undoubtedly a pinnacle intermediate Beast Tamer, one of the master pharmacists at the Pharmaceutical Pavilion.
I am looking for that old gentleman.
Ming spoke steadily, pointing at the old man. The apprentice was momentarily taken aback, as if wanting to say something, but Ming walked straight over. The old man slowly opened his eyes, his gaze was calm yet deep, as if he could see into one's heart. He did not show any contempt due to Ming's youth or attire, only spoke softly, young friend, what brings you here? Ming wasted no words. He directly took out a spare crystal card, with 8,000 gold crystals of storage, from his pocket and gently placed it on the table, stating straightforwardly. Old sir, I need the best nurturing potion for my sister. She suffers from cold marrow disease, her constitution is weak, and she needs long-term care. The side effects must be minimal, and the effectiveness must be the best.
Money is not a problem.
The old man's gaze lingered on the crystal card for a moment, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He carefully examined Ming and said slowly. Cold marrow disease, this ailment is persistent and difficult to treat. Ordinary nurturing potions have limited effectiveness and are prone to resistance. Our pavilion does have a special remedy, but the price is rather expensive. Please tell me.
Ming's tone showed no fluctuations.
Gypsum Essence Nourishment Liquid, a lower-grade spiritual item. The old man's voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable authority. It requires the essence of 5-stage jade stone, supplemented with 36 types of warming spiritual herbs, and refined with earth fire and gentle flame over 99 days. The potion's properties are gentle and rich, able to penetrate the marrow, dispel cold toxins, and strengthen the body. It has remarkable effects on cold marrow disease.
Each portion costs 8,000 gold crystals, enough for a month's use. 9 turn-return pills, also a lower-grade spiritual item.
The old man continued, this pill emphasizes solid end return, significantly enhancing the organ functions, sealing the vital energy, resisting cold toxin invasion, and even slightly improving the foundation.
The effects last for 3 months. Each pill costs 10,000 gold crystals. Each portion 6,000. Each pill 12,000.
10 portions of gypsum liquid is 60,000, 10 pills is 100,000. Adding up to a total of 160,000 gold crystals. The apprentice beside him was already stunned, his breathing quickening.
This young man, has he gone crazy? What kind of family does he come from?
Lu Ming's heart also suddenly sank. Even with mental preparation, this price was staggering. He still felt shocked. But there was no expression on his face. He pondered for a moment and decisively spoke up. 15 portions of the Jade Essence Nurturing Liquid.
5 pieces of 9 turns rejuvenation pill.
The old man, whose face was as calm as a still pond, finally showed a hint of genuine surprise. He looked at Lu Ming deeply and said, "Young friend, are you sure?
This is no child's play."
"Sure." Lu Ming pushed the crystal card forward, swiped the card. The old man said no more and indicated for his apprentice to fetch the medicine. Soon, several exquisitely carved jade bottles and boxes, sealed very tightly, were carefully brought out and placed on the table, exuding a bright treasure glow and fragrant medicinal aroma.
Funds 8,000 gold crystals *15 is equal to 120,000 gold crystals.
Funds 12,000 gold crystals *5 is equal to 60,000 gold crystals. Balance of backup crystal card A0. Xiaoqi's accounting voice was cold and clear. Spending a total of 1,800,000 gold crystals in one go. Lu Ming felt a chill at his fingertips, but his eyes shone even brighter. For his sister, it's worth it. By the way, Lu Ming tucked away the medicine, as if he had just remembered something, and added, "My pet was injured during the mission and needs the best healing medicine and supplements. The best for dealing with shadow energy erosion and bone injuries." The old man's eyes widened further in surprise, but he still professionally recommended. The Jade Essence Bone Growth Ointment, an excellent ordinary product, has remarkable effects on external injuries and bone healing, and can neutralize most residual foreign energy, 800 gold crystals per box. The Beast Vitality Replenishing Pill, a high-quality ordinary product, quickly replenishes pet's vitality and nourishes its bloodline, 500 gold crystals each.
How many do you need?
3 boxes of Bone Growth Ointment, 5 pieces of Vitality Replenishing Pill.
Lu Ming didn't even blink.
The Hellhound was his foundation, he could not leave any hidden dangers. Funds 800 gold crystals *3 is equal to 2,400 gold crystals. Funds 500 gold crystals *5 is equal to 1,200 gold crystals. Balance of backup crystal card B0, again, nearly 20,000 gold crystals spent. The old man personally packed the medication, his attitude now even more serious than before. To spend 160,000 gold crystals on medicines without blinking was certainly not something an ordinary person could do. He even generously gifted a small bottle of calming powder. "Young friend, your generosity is notable. This is my small token of appreciation. It can help calm the mind and is slightly beneficial for cultivation."
"Thank you."
Lu Ming took the package, nodded slightly, turned, and left, his step steady without a trace of reluctance or hesitation.
Until his back disappeared at the doorway, that apprentice couldn't help but whisper, "Master, where did he get so much money? The healing medicines for pets sound like they were injured by very strong shadow-type energy."
The old man stroked his long beard, gazing deeply at the doorway, slowly saying,
"Do not ask, do not guess.
The water in Qingstone City runs deep, and there are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers.
This boy is exceptional.
Pass the word down, from now on treat this person with the courtesy of a VIP."
"Yes."
Lu Ming carried the heavy package worth 200,000 gold crystals but did not go straight home. He turned into several top silk shops and pastry shops, almost sweeping them clean. He bought several sets of new clothes made from second-order ice silkworm silk and first-order warm sun velvet, light, warm, and comfortable. And a pile of pastries and snacks so exquisitely crafted they looked like artworks, which he had only ever seen from outside the window before. When he finally pushed open the creaky wooden door of his home, he was already full of boxes and bags in his arms.
"Brother? You're back."
Inside, his sister Lu Xiaoyu's voice was slightly weak yet filled with joy. She was sitting by the bed, her little face still a bit pale, but much better than before. When she saw her brother placing those beautifully packaged, visibly valuable items on the table one by one, her small mouth slowly formed an O shape, and her big, clear eyes were filled with shock and confusion. "Brother, what are these?" She looked at the jade bottles filled with alluring fragrance and spiritual light. Touching the soft, smooth new clothes that felt warm to the touch, as well as the beautiful pastries she had only seen in dreams, her voice stammered. Lu Ming looked at his sister's adorable, disbelieving expression. The softest part of his heart was deeply touched. All the calculations and caution turned into pure warmth at this moment. He tried to make his tone sound relaxed. "This is for you, little fish. From now on, we don't need to save. This is the best nourishing medicine, Jade Essence Cultivating Liquid, and 9 turns Returning Dan. It's good for your body. These new clothes are warm and comfortable.
These snacks, eat as much as you want, and if you finish, I will buy more."
Lu Xiaoyu picked up a jade bottle containing jade essence cultivating liquid and looked at the price tag underneath. Lu Ming forgot to tear it off. When she saw the number 6,000 gold crystals, her small hand shook violently, almost dropping the bottle, and her face instantly turned pale. 6,000 gold crystals? Her voice was tinged with a sob, and her eyes instantly turned red. Brother! Where did you get so much money? This is too expensive. It's too wasteful. I can just use ordinary warming herbs, please return it. Is that okay? She was so anxious that she was almost in tears, as if her brother had done something terribly wrong. Seeing his sister's anxious and distressed look, Lu Ming's heart felt both sour and soft. He stepped forward and gently embraced his sister's frail, slightly cold body in his arms, softly comforting her. Silly girl, don't say such foolish things. Brother earns money to treat your illness and let you live a good life. In the past, I was incapable and made you suffer. Now that I can earn money, I will earn even more in the future. Your illness will definitely get better, and I will take you to taste all the delicious foods in the world and see all the beautiful sights. He gently patted his sister's back, his tone firm and full of strength. This medicine must be used. The clothes must be worn. The snacks must be eaten. No more talk of waste, do you hear? As long as you are healthy, I am willing to spend any amount of money. Lu Xiaoyu leaned against her brother's warm embrace. Listening to her brother's determined words and feeling that unconditional love and care, tears finally fell, drop by drop. But this time, it was no longer sadness and anxiety, but filled with happiness and touch. She nodded vigorously, her small hand tightly grasping her brother's clothing. I will listen to my brother, thank you, brother. Good. Lu Ming smiled, picked up a piece of cake shaped like a little rabbit, exuding a milky and honey fragrance, and offered it to his sister's mouth. Here, try it and see if you like it. Lu Xiaoyu cautiously took a small bite, and the sweet taste melted in her mouth. A happy smile finally bloomed on her pale little face, like the warmest sunshine in winter. In the following days, Lu Xiaoyu began to take the jade essence cultivating liquid, on time. The effect was immediate, her pale cheeks began to show a healthy blush at a visible speed. Her long cold limbs started to warm up, and her coughing and wheezing became less frequent. She also felt much more energized, even able to get out of bed and slowly walk around the room for a while. Her eyes were once again filled with brightness and hope. On the other side, Lu Ming also began to use a large amount of jade essence bone cream and Beast essence great nourishing pill on the Hellhound. The expensive medicinal effect was extremely significant, the terrible wounds on its body healed rapidly, and the places eroded by shadow energy returned to normal, with its bones healing even more robustly. Not only that, but with a large pile of resources, its aura not only fully recovered. It even became more condensed and powerful, faintly showing signs of breaking through to medium level 3. The potential of the medium-grade bloodline was being awakened little by little. As night fell, Lu Ming watched his sister take the medicine and fall into a deep sleep with a sweet smile, her breathing steady and strong. He looked again at the Hellhound lying on the carpet by the bed, its injuries significantly healed, and the three heads slightly swaying in sleep, its breath steady. The slight pain in his heart from the enormous expenses had long since vanished without a trace, replaced by an unprecedented sense of fulfillment, peace, and powerful motivation. Family safe, partners strong. This is the very meaning of all his efforts, struggles, and battles. The oil lamp on the table swayed gently, casting his shadow on the wall. It stretched long. Chapter 73, The Rivalry of Best Friends. Days quietly passed by in peace and fulfillment. His sister, Lu Xiaoyu, grew rosier each day after taking the jade essence nourishing liquid. The coldness in her body was effectively suppressed, she could even occasionally bask in the sun in the yard, bringing many long-lost smiles to her face. The Hellhound's injuries were also mostly healed under the powerful effects of the Jade Essence Bone Growth Ointment and the Beast Element Ultimate Nourishing Pill. Its breathing was even more robust than before the injury, faintly touching the threshold of third-level intermediate. Lu Ming himself did not slack off, besides taking care of his sister and pet. He diligently practiced the incomplete basic spiritual meditation method and the optimized energy operation route from Shaoqi. He worked hard to digest the insights gained from this adventure, steadily advancing towards the junior Beast Tamer upper segment. However, the peace was quickly shattered. That afternoon, just after Lu Ming fed his sister her medicine, two extremely familiar, yet sneaky and stifled excitable shouts came from outside the yard. Ming Gu! Ming Gu! Are you home? Lu Ming! Open the door quickly! Something good is happening. It was Wang Tao and Li Hao. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows in surprise. These two guys usually wouldn't come at this time. He had just opened the door when two heads rushed in eagerly. Wang Tao was still chubby, his face adorned with a flattering and excited grin. Li Hao appeared to be a bit leaner, his eyes flashing with curiosity and excitement. He, Ming Gu. Wang Tao rubbed his hands. His small eyes darted around Lu Ming in the yard, lowering his voice, asking mysteriously.
I heard that you've recently come into a windfall?
Li Hao leaned in closer and whispered. Everyone outside is saying that at the recent buy badge auction, a sky-high price spirit medicine was bought by a mysterious young man.
Taozi insists it must be related to you.
Lu Ming felt a sudden jolt in his heart.
The news from buy badge leaked? Or are these two just lucky guesses?
His face remained calm as he scolded with a smile.
Get lost. What windfall? Who have you been listening to?
I'm still buried in debt.
Stop pretending. Keep on pretending.
Wang Tao wore a look of I see through everything. Chuckling, he said, Minggu, you're really not being kind.
We grew up wearing the same pants. If you struck it rich, you can't forget your brothers.
Li Hao chimed in with a smile.
Exactly. Minggu, look at you, your complexion is different now, glowing red. Xiaoyu seems much more energetic. There must be good news. You have to treat us.
Lu Ming looked at his two pals who were exchanging smirks, a we've got you expression on their faces, and he felt his vigilance dissipate. It seemed they had only heard a rumor and were guessing without real knowledge. This kind of brotherly banter had been acted out many times when he was poor, though back then, the extortion was usually just a few bowls of soup. Thinking about how he was indeed better off now and remembering that although these two guys came from ordinary families and had average talent, they had never distanced themselves from him because of his poverty, but often helped him, Lu Ming could not help but feel a surge of warmth and a desire to share. He deliberately put on a serious face and pondered for a moment before reluctantly saying,
all right, you got me.
Recently, I did take on a pretty good task and earn some hard-earned money.
Wow. Really? Wang Tao and Li Hao's eyes brightened instantly.
You have to treat us.
Definitely have to treat us.
Right. Taking money from the rich and distributing to the poor.
It's only right. Byway building. We must go to Byway building.
I heard their braised boar king trotters is exceptional. The two immediately began shouting excitedly.
Lu Ming shook his head.
Byway building was the most prestigious restaurant in Qingstone City, going there was too ostentatious.
It easily attracts attention. He thought for a moment and said, 100 Flavor House is too ordinary.
I'll take you to a more interesting place, Byway Xian. I heard their signature dishes are made with authentic low-level monster meat, which is actually good for cultivation.
Byway Xian?
Wang Tao and Li Hao gasped together. That place is just below 100 Flavor House in terms of high-end status. A meal there costs at least dozens, even hundreds of gold crystals. It's somewhere they wouldn't even dare to dream of.
Minggu, are you serious? Wang Tao stammered, feeling a bit shy instead. Isn't this a bit too extravagant?
Li Hao swallowed hard.
Lu Ming looked at their shocked and excited, yet somewhat timid expressions, and couldn't help but laugh heartily, patting their shoulders.
Less talk. I'm happy today. I'll take you guys out to enjoy some real food.
Let's go. Minggu is mighty. Minggu is awesome.
The two immediately cheered, crowding around Lu Ming as they walked out. Byway Xian is located in the more bustling area of the western district of Qingshi City. Its facade is not as grand and flashy as 100 Flavor House, but it has its own ancient charm.
With flying eaves and upturned corners, carved beams and painted rafters, two attendants in green long shirts stood at the entrance.
They were well-mannered, with gentle smiles, but their eyes carried a hint of shrewdness from having seen countless people. As they stepped inside, a warm feeling of mixed faint sandalwood, food aroma, and a hint of wine fragrance greeted them. The interior decoration was elegant, mainly featuring dark wooden structures, with screens separating relatively private spaces. On the walls hung ink-wash paintings with profound meanings, and in the corners were small artificial hills with flowing water, producing soothing sounds. There were not many customers, but it was clear that most were well-dressed and composed, obviously either rich or noble.
As Wang Tao and Li Hao entered, they instantly felt a bit flustered.
Looking around, instinctively walking lightly as if afraid to step on the shiny stone floor beneath them. Their two pet beasts, both of the first-order top-quality level, Wang Tao's iron-toothed dog and Li Hao's swift shadow cat,
cowered at their owner's feet, appearing somewhat timid, intimidated by the faint atmosphere of higher-level monster ingredients in the air.
It was also Lu Ming's first time in such a place, and his heart was similarly pounding. But he forced himself to stay calm, trying to recall the demeanor of those big shots he had seen in the Mercenary Guild and the Treasure Pavilion. He tried his best to make his steps appear relaxed, with an indifferent gaze. A server smiled and approached, scanning the three's slightly ordinary attire. However, there was no sign of disdain. He politely asked, "Gentlemen, do you have a reservation?"
"No.
Please find us a quiet spot." Lu Ming tried to keep his voice calm.
"All right, please follow me." The server led them to a windowside elegant seating area. After sitting down, the server presented 3 smooth jade slips. "Gentlemen, this is the menu of our establishment, please take a look."
Wang Tao and Li Hao curiously took the jade slips and infused a slight amount of their spiritual power into them. Immediately, vivid images of dishes that seemed to emit a fragrant aroma, along with detailed descriptions, flooded their minds. At the same time, the astonishing prices also came into view. Cold dish, braised first-order low-quality wind rabbit ears, 10 gold crystals. Soup, stewed medium-quality grass mushroom with pigeon, 25 gold crystals. Signature, red braised second-order low-quality fire rhino tendon, contains weak fire energy, 80 gold crystals. Steamed second-order medium-quality blue water python segment, nourishes chi and blood, 120 gold crystals. Wok-fried second-order top-quality wind wolf heart, slightly increases agility, 150 gold crystals. Beverages, 10-year fruits brew, slightly increases spiritual power, 50 gold crystals per pot. I can't believe this. Wang Tao's hand trembled as he nearly dropped the jade slip on the table, his face turning pale, and in a low voice said to Lu Ming. Minggu, this is too expensive. How about we change places? A bowl of red braised meat is only 1 silver coin. Li Hao also swallowed hard, his eyes filled with the suggestion of, should we back out? Lu Ming's heart also hurt a little, but his face remained calm and indifferent. He didn't even look at the prices carefully, directly speaking to the waiter. 1 serving of the signature, braised fiery rhino tendon, steamed green water python segments, and stir-fried wind wolf heart. 1 bowl of bailing mushroom stewed pigeon. And bring us a pot of 10-year fruit wine. Any special dim sum, bring 2 servings as well. He ordered almost all heavy dishes, and the total price had already exceeded 400 gold crystals. The waiter's smile became even more sincere, replying respectfully, all right, please wait a moment, the dishes will be served soon. He then bowed and left. Wang Tao and Li Hao were completely dumbfounded, mouths agape, staring at Lu Ming as if they were meeting him for the first time. Ming. Brother Ming, you ordered so much, how much is this going to cost? Wang Tao's voice was trembling. Lu Ming, you're really rich now, huh? Li Hao also looked incredulous. Lu Ming picked up the freshly served tea and took a small sip, trying to imitate a certain demeanor, he said calmly. I said I would take you guys to eat something good, how could I deceive you? Don't worry, eat up, I've been, pretty lucky recently. The wait for the dishes wasn't long, but Wang Tao and Li Hao were restless, both excited and anxious, constantly looking around. Looking at the elegant guests around them, who spoke with poise, they felt completely out of place. Soon, the dishes were brought one by one. In exquisite porcelain dishes, the food was colorful, aromatic, flavorful, and full of spirit. The braised rhino tendon was a bright red, soft yet chewy, and emitted faint fire-like energy waves. The steamed python segments had snow-white delicate meat, and the soup was clear and fresh. The stir-fried wolf heart was sliced extremely thin, crunchy and tender, with a fragrance wafting into the air. Even the stewed soup was clear and bottomless, with a rich and fragrant aroma. The pot of fruit wine was especially aromatic and smooth, the first sip was soft, and after swallowing, a gentle warmth spread, nourishing the inner strength. Gulp! Wang Tao and Li Hao swallowed in unison, their eyes widened. What are you still waiting for? Start eating. Lu Ming smiled, picked up his chopsticks, and took the first piece of rhino tendon into his mouth. Instantly, a rich, fresh, and slightly pure energy burst in his mouth, the taste was indescribably wonderful. This money was well spent. Wang Tao and Li Hao could no longer hold back, they cheered loudly and immediately grabbed their chopsticks, lunging at the dishes they had been drooling over. Wow! So delicious! This is insanely good. This meat, it melts in your mouth. There's even a warm current. Brother Ming. I salute you. You're amazing. This is worth it for life. Really worth it. The two of them ate with their mouths full, praising endlessly, their faces flushed with excitement. They even carefully took out their cheap communicators, taking countless pictures of the delicious dishes and the pot of fruit wine. They mumbled, a keepsake, and I'll send it to my parents to see. Lu Ming watched his two good friends devour the food without any image or restraint, their excitement obvious. The slight pain in his heart was already replaced by an indescribable sense of satisfaction and happiness. Is this the joy of sharing? Is this the taste of having the ability to make the people around you happy? Indeed, it's more pleasant than possessing wealth alone. He also let go of his worries, temporarily abandoning all calculations and caution. He clinked glasses with the two, laughing loudly, reminiscing about past embarrassing moments, and fantasizing, and boasting, about the great ambitions for the future. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 courses of food, the atmosphere grew more and more lively, the earlier restraint completely forgotten. Wang Tao, his face flushed with drink, put his arm around Lu Ming's shoulder and slurred. Brother Ming. From now on I'll follow you. If you tell me to go east, I won't go west. If you tell me to catch a dog, I won't chase a chicken. Li Hao also nodded vigorously, his eyes shining. Yes.
Brother Ming, take us to fly. In the future, the three of us brothers, united, will definitely make a name for ourselves in this Qingshi city. Lu Ming had drunk quite a bit, the aftereffect of the fruit wine was strong, and he felt warm all over. In high spirits. Laughing and patting the backs of the two friends. Good. Well said. We brothers are united, our strength can cut through metal. In the future, if I have a bite to eat, you will never go hungry. When I make it big, I'll take you guys out every day for delicious food and drink. We'll go to the 100 Flavors Pavilion every day. Alright. Cheers. 3 cups filled with amber-colored liquid clinked heavily together. The splashed liquid was like their youth and friendship, soaring freely at this moment. At this moment, there was no calculation, no danger, no pressure of life, only good food, good wine, and the purest brotherhood. However, in an inconspicuous corner on the second floor of the 100 Flavors Pavilion, a gaze hidden behind a screen quietly fell on this boisterous table of young men downstairs. Especially on Lu Ming's seemingly ordinary yet remarkably extravagant figure, pausing for a moment. A hint of subtle scrutiny flashed in the eyes. Chapter 74, Drunken Boastfulness. Inside the elegant seating of the 100 Flavors Pavilion, the atmosphere was so lively it seemed about to lift the roof off. The pot of 10-year fruit brew, worth 50 gold crystals, had already run dry. The spirit was fragrant and mellow, smooth on the palate, but the aftertaste was far more enduring and overpowering than ordinary strong liquor. The slight spiritual energy contained in the liquor could further heighten emotions and amplify feelings. Wang Tao and Li Hao were already flushed and dizzy, their eyes blurry, their speech slurred, yet they excitedly danced around Lu Ming, barking praises with passion. Ming Gu. Burp. I, Wang Tao, admire you most in this life. The chubby guy pounded his round chest, making the bowls and plates on the table clatter. From now on, you are my true brother. You point east, I absolutely won't go west. Whoever you want me to hit, I'll let my iron tooth bite him. His first-class excellent iron-toothed dog seemed to sense its master's boldness. It also let out 2 woofs, but, having eaten too much, it burped loudly, causing Li Hao to burst into laughter. Li Hao hugged Lu Ming's shoulder, eyes shining with drunken light, shouting. That's right. Ming Gu. The 3 of us brothers will make a mark in this Qingstone city no. We will make a name for ourselves in the entire region. Let those grandkids who look down on us see that even commoners can rise to prominence. Alcohol, the thrill of wealth suddenly released after long-term repression. The brothers' unreserved trust and flattery surged like a tidal wave, constantly battering against Lu Ming's rational dam. As he listened to his brothers, images uncontrollably flashed in his mind. The helplessness and fear when he first arrived, the humiliation of fighting for a few silver coins at the mercenary guild for the lowest-level tasks. The suffocating grievance when being bullied recklessly by Zhang Hao and having to endure it. His heart wrenched and powerless while watching his sister suffer from illness late at night. The terrifying fear of death faced with the shadow leopard in the ghostly canyon. And the immense joy after a successful counterkill, the shocking impact of holding a large sum of money, the unparalleled fulfillment when his sister's condition improved. All kinds of emotions, sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy, churned and surged like lava in his chest. Finally transforming into an unprecedented, almost bursting ambition and passion. He had a system. He had the limitless potential of the Hellhound as his partner. He also had a sum of start-up capital. Why should he live at the bottom forever? Why should he endure humiliation? Why could he not have a better future? The alcohol amplified all this, making the sharpness and ambition he usually kept hidden explode like a drawn sword, suddenly emitting a startling brilliance. Well said. Lu Ming suddenly slapped the table, shaking the cups and plates. He stood up abruptly, the alcohol made his body sway slightly, but his gaze was frighteningly bright. He grabbed the last cup of fruit brew on the table, which still had about half left. His eyes swept over his 2 stunned buddies, as if he had pierced through the walls of the tavern, looking toward an even distant place. A broader world. Driven by alcohol and emotion. He did something he would definitely regret later. He thumped 1 foot down on the precious mahogany stool beneath him. His body leaned forward, like a general about to lead his army into battle. He raised his glass, his voice trembling slightly from excitement. Yet it was exceptionally loud, even drowning out the originally soft whispers in the tavern, clearly spreading throughout the entire hall. Brothers. That was well said. That's right. Follow me, Lu Ming. His arm waved as if to slice through the sky. What greenstone city? What top score in college entrance exams? It's all bullshit. The vision is too small. Wang Tao and Li Hao gaped, their chopsticks dropping on the table, oblivious. Several tables of guests around were attracted by this sudden noise, turning to look. When they saw an ordinary-looking young man standing on a stool, flushing red and making grand statements, their expressions instantly became colorful.
A middle-aged man who seemed to be in charge of a business club frowned and whispered to his companion with a sneer.
Where did this little brat come from? Has he had a few drinks and forgotten his last name? Still dreaming of the dragon's capital's hidden dragon mansion?
Another table with several young beast masters in lavish attire showed blatant disdain and mockery, whispering to each other and pointing, as if watching a comedy show.
In a corner, an old man who was drinking alone and seemed a bit deep in thought narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze lingering on Lu Ming for a moment, flashing a trace of subtle curiosity. Yet Lu Ming remained oblivious, or rather, at this moment, he simply didn't care. He was completely immersed in the grand blueprint woven by alcohol and ambition. I will take you all to conquer the dragon's capital. Charge into the hidden dragon mansion. That is where true dragons should be. His voice grew louder. Us three brothers will surely be famous throughout the entire dragon country in the future. Let those who once looked down on us. What bullshit aristocratic children. What so-called geniuses. Kneel on the ground and look up to us. He suddenly downed the drink in his cup and slammed the glass heavily on the table, making a dull thud sound, roaring with bravado. By then, we'll eat whatever lord-level magical beast's heart we want. Want to drink from whatever 1,000-year-old spiritual spring's tea, we'll drink from that spring. A word spoken, 10,000 beasts bow. A command given, the clouds of the four directions shift. That is called life. Silence. The entire second floor of the 100-taste pavilion fell momentarily silent. Everyone was stunned by this earth-shattering drunken declaration. Wang Tao and Li Hao were completely petrified, their eyes wide like copper bells, their brains blank from the overwhelming planning. Ding dong! Ding dong! Ding dong!
In Lu Ming's mind, Xiaoqi's prompt sounded crazily like a frying pan, nearly breaking the sound barrier.
Host is amazing. Detected super high energy plot fluctuation.
Ultimate social death on O, the birth of a world-shaking king's declaration scene.
All-around multi-angle high-definition video collection completed.
Host standing on the stool looking to the future series classic meme has been generated and automatically archived.
Environmental soundtrack recorded in sync. Automatically matched with the BGM, the God of Gamblers entrance theme high-energy remix. The atmosphere is full.
Data analysis, a total of 23 people on site, among them disdain accounts for 65.2%, ridicule accounts for 21.7%, curiosity accounts for 8.7%, and the unknown accounts for 4.3%. The host successfully attracted 100% of the audience's attention. This iconic scene has been permanently encrypted and archived in the host's precious Black History folder, VIP Supreme Collector's Edition. Supports 360-degree holographic review, slow-motion playback, and emotional index analysis. Welcome the host to relive the peak moment at any time on O, social death. Xiaoqi's voice was filled with joyous anticipation, enjoying the show without any concern.
After a brief silence. Ha ha ha. Wang Tao was the first to crack, slapping the table and bursting into earth-shattering laughter.
Tears were streaming from my laughter.
Ming Gu. Ha ha ha. Awesome. So awesome. I will follow you. From now on, you are the lord of the Qianlong mansion. I will be your vanguard general. Ha ha ha. Li Hao was also laughing uncontrollably, holding his stomach. Yes. Mansion lord. Ha ha, let's go take over the kitchen of the city lord's mansion first. I heard their roasted spiritual sheep is absolutely amazing. Ha ha ha. The two completely thought of this as drunken nonsense and jokes, laughing without any dignity. The disdainful and mocking gazes around became even more obvious, and someone even whispered, crazy. In the midst of their wild laughter, the air pushed up by alcohol and emotion slowly leaked out for Lu Ming. He shook his slightly dizzy head, looking at his drunken sidekicks who were laughing so hard they were swaying. Although he vaguely felt that something was off, alcohol dulled most of his thinking ability. He just felt incredibly happy, full of bold ambition, as if what they had just said was truly within reach. He also started laughing foolishly, sitting back down on his chair, and patted both of their shoulders hard. Exactly. Let's do it. Come on. Let's eat more. The Python piece isn't finished yet, don't waste it. Chapter 75, The Birth of a Dark History. Clang. Lu Ming stepped on an expensive rosewood stool, his body swaying slightly from the effect of the alcohol. But his eyes shone brightly like burning stars, his arms swung wildly as if to embrace the entire Qingshi city. Brothers. The pattern. We must open it. His voice was loud, with the hoarseness of post-drinking and a kind of almost mad excitement. What top scholar of Qingshi city? That's just the starting point. A tiny little starting point. Wang Tao and Li Hao were already laughing so hard they were swaying, holding their stomachs, tears streaming down their faces, completely taking this as the best comedy of the year. The expressions of the diners around were even more entertaining.
The middle-aged man, looking like he was in charge of a business meeting, was already too lazy to hide it, directly scoffing and whispering to his companion.
Did you see that?
A typical poor man gone mad with newfound wealth.
Qianlong Mansion? Does he even know which way the door of Qianlong Mansion opens? He probably doesn't even have the qualification to sign up.
A few elegantly dressed young Beast Tamers laughed without restraint. They laughed while secretly recording with their communication devices, clearly planning to use this as a joke to share later.
Record it, record it. This guy is too funny. Tomorrow, posted on the Academy forum, definitely a headline. In the corner, an old man drinking alone slightly frowned, seemingly feeling it was a bit noisy.
But after his gaze lingered for a moment on Lu Ming's exceptionally bright yet drunken eyes, there was a flicker of elusive contemplation. Lu Ming was oblivious to all this. The alcohol and inflated ambition had completely ignited his brain, and he began to sketch an even more specific and grand blueprint.
When we reach the imperial capital. He slammed his hand on the table, causing the dishes to clatter. The first thing we'll do. We will take over the task board of the Beast Tamer Association headquarters. Exclusively accept S-level tasks. Hunting Lord-level monsters, exploring ancient ruins, all a piece of cake. He counted on his fingers, saliva flying. Then, we will contract the strongest pets.
Like the sky-shattering tiger, with a Tier 5 Lord bloodline. And the deep-sea giant octopus, with Tier 6 monarch potential.
We'll catch them all. Let's have them as mounts for the brothers. When we go out, we must be flashy. Our presence must overwhelm everyone.
Wang Tao was already laughing helplessly in his chair, pounding his chest.
Oh no, I can't take it anymore, Ming, the sky-shattering tiger, haha, leave me one, I want the golden one.
Li Hao was also laughing so hard he was gasping for air.
Deep-sea giant octopus, Mingo, the thing seems to live at the bottom of the ocean, right? How will you catch it? By getting it drunk with alcohol? Ha ha ha.
The more Lu Ming spoke, the more excited he became, as if he could already see that brilliant future.
Next,
we will establish the strongest mercenary group in Longwa.
I've already thought of the name. It will be called Hell's Roar. The mercenary group badge will use 3 dog heads. Dominant.
Wherever he goes, thousands of beasts bow down, and nations come to pay tribute.
Commission? We only accept spirit essence. Gold crystals are just pocket money. Finally.
He suddenly puffs out his chest, a lewd yet heroic smile spreads across his face as if to say, you know what I mean.
When we achieve great success and become wealthy beyond imagination.
I heard there are several royal princesses waiting to be married, each one more beautiful than a flower, with extraordinary talents, just wait.
Big brother will come up with a plan, who knows, he, let's get our brothers a royal son-in-law.
Let you all see what true noble lineage looks like.
Put.
Wang Tao spat out the tea he had just drunk, coughing explosively. Li Hao fell directly onto the table, his shoulders shaking wildly with laughter. Nearby tables of guests had twisted expressions, wanting to laugh but finding it too rude, struggling painfully. Those young beast tamers were already laughing uncontrollably, banging the table and rolling around.
Royal son-in-law. Ha ha ha. Mingo, are you trying to make me inherit your iron-toothed dog by making me laugh to death? Princess. Mingo, which one do you fancy? Do you want me to help you propose first? How about we use this plate of rhinoceros tendons as a bride price? Ha ha ha. The entire second floor of Baiwei Xian was filled with a joyful atmosphere and an awkward vibe.
At this moment, in Lu Ming's mind, it was already another grand event.
Shao Qi was completely having a blast.
It felt like it had won the awards for Best Director and Best Editing of the year. In Lu Ming's consciousness space, countless virtual screens had been created, recording this historic moment from multiple angles, in all dimensions, with close-ups in slow motion.
Main camera locks on host's face. Close-up on expression. Look at that disdainful glare.
That confident curve of the lips.
Perfect. Side camera captures the detail of stepping on the stool. Note the strength of the ankle and the grain of the mahogany. Showcasing kingly power. Wide-angle shot. Sweeping across all the audience.
Capturing those ordinary people's shocked, envious, and jealous ugly faces.
Shao Qi automatically beautifies the host, uglifies the audience. Not only that, Shao Qi started crazy post-processing. It real-time edited Lu Ming into the scene wearing a shining, fluttering king's cloak, and on his head was a crooked yet sparkling gem crown.
The background music changed from the God of Gamblers entrance theme to a more majestic, teenage, remix of the Soviet march, grand and imposing. The virtual barrage flooded across the screen like a torrential rain. The backbone of the Dragon Kingdom. The pride of Qingshi City.
Wow. Who is this guy? How much did he drink? Please don't say anything more.
My toes are already digging out a 3-bedroom apartment. patience with advanced social awkwardness have perished.
Boss of Baiwei Xian, has this table's bill been paid? Surely they won't try to skip out on it, right? Worried.jpg.
Prophet, this kid will definitely not be a mere fish in a pond in the future.
If he doesn't get beaten to death first. Real-time social death index, 99.9%.
Off the charts.
Generating meme, Lu Ming stepping on stool looking into the future.jpg, caption, my goal is the stars and the sea. Lu Ming lewd smile.jpg, caption, princess, how about it?
Shao Qi was having a blast, even simulating the sound of popcorn, as if watching an epic blockbuster. This farce only barely came to an end when the three nearly drank themselves under the table. Lu Ming hazily waved to call the waiter. Without even looking at the number on the bill, totaling 988 gold crystals, he directly swiped his backup crystal card. The action is dashing, yet staggering, as it could be.
Funds minus 988 gold crystals.
Backup crystal card see balance, 6,662 gold crystals and 7 silver coins. The accounting voice carried a hint of helplessness. The three, arms around each other, swayed out of Baiwei Xian like three drunken crabs walking sideways in the night market of Qingshi City.
Imperial capital. Let's charge. Potential dragon mansion. I'm coming. Princess. Hee hee, my princess.
They sang hoarsely, shouting the out-of-tune battle songs, attracting countless astonished, disdainful, and dumbfounded stares from passers-by along the way, becoming the most eye-catching moving scenery in Qingshi City that night. The Hellhound, still injured, left at home to guard, would have laughed out loud if it knew its master was displaying such towering passion outside.
I wonder what they will think. After much difficulty, I finally returned to my old, shabby alley.
Lu Ming almost instinctively crawled into his home, not even taking off his shoes, and directly fell onto his hard wooden bed. His clothes were still stained with grease and the smell of alcohol, and his mouth was unconscious, mumbling broken dreams.
Dog, grow bigger, crush them.
Qianlong Mansion, registration fee, seems very expensive, princess, betrothal gifts, how much spiritual marrow? His voice grew softer, eventually turning into heavy snoring. A silly smile of satisfaction lingered on his face, as if he had truly conquered the world and won the beautiful maiden. At the moment he fell into deep sleep, the little key in his mind started the final wrap-up work.
Host's Black History: The Ambition of Baiwei Xian Ultimate Edited Version has been completed.
Content includes high-definition original footage, multiple angle shots, special effects version, crazy remix version, meme collection, barrage highlights, environmental sound analysis report, emotional fluctuation chart of bystanders. Automatically encrypted and archived in the system core storage area, security level, top secret, accessible only to the host and this system.
Special setting: the daily morning greeting function has been updated.
Tomorrow at 6:30 a.m., a wonderful segment will be randomly drawn from this Black History archive, including BGM and special effects. It will be projected as a hologram, serving as a wake-up service, helping the host greet a new day with full enthusiasm and memories of social death.
Kind reminder, host, wishing you a good dream. See you tomorrow.
Asterisk. The voice of Little Key was filled with the pleasure of a successful prank, quietly fading away. In the deep of night, the moonlight poured gently through the window, softly bathing Lu Ming's sleeping face. He was sleeping soundly, a satisfied smile on his lips. Unaware of the morning of social death that was just hours away, which would make him wish he could crawl into the earth. And this precious black history that would accompany him for many long years, completely oblivious. The wheels of fate always turn, quietly locking in a bewildering link at the moments when people are most defenseless. Chapter 76, Hangover and Teasing. The sunlight pierced through the shabby window like countless burning steel needles, sharply stabbing into Lu Ming's eyelids. He let out a painful groan, struggling to open his sore, swollen eyes. The next second, a severe, intense pain exploded in his head, as if a blacksmith were crazily hammering inside. His throat felt as dry as if it had been sandpapered, and each swallow brought a burning sting. He clutched his head, curled up on the hard bed, feeling like a salted fish left on the shore to bake in the sun for 3 days. Last night's memories came rushing in like agitated wasps, buzzing painfully in his throbbing brain. The elegant decor of Baiwei Xian, the tempting aroma of dishes, the rich fruit brew. Wang Tao and Li Hao's twisted smiling faces, himself stepping on the stool, and those. Boom! An indescribable feeling of extreme embarrassment and shame rose like a mix of icy water and lava, instantly drowning him.
The Imperial Capital. Qianlong Mansion. Contracted Divine Beast. The strongest mercenary group. Marrying a princess? My god. What did I even say?
Lu Ming's face instantly turned bright red, wishing he could immediately find a crack in the ground to hide in or simply reverse time. Going back to last night, sewing his mouth shut before saying the first word. It's fake, it must be a dream, yes, definitely a nightmare caused by drinking too much. He clung to the last shred of luck, trying to self-deceive, burying his head deep into the pillow that smelled of alcohol and rot, like an ostrich avoiding reality. However, just as he was desperately trying to hypnotize himself. Ding dong. Dear host. Good morning. A new day has begun. Your loyal system, Little Key, has carefully prepared today's wake-up service to help you greet a new journey with full enthusiasm. Please enjoy. An extremely cheerful voice, filled with a tone of schadenfreude. Like a magical sound echoing, it suddenly rang deep in his mind. The next second. Swish. A translucent, yet incredibly clear, even with surround sound, virtual light screen suddenly unfolded in front of his eyes. It didn't give him a chance to refuse. On the light screen, last night's spectacle began to play. High definition. No censorship. Multiple angles close up. In the picture, he was stepping on a redwood stool, his body swaying slightly from alcohol, his face flushed, yet his eyes were extraordinarily arrogant, waving his arms, spitting everywhere. What top scholar of Chingstone City? Nonsense. I want to take you all to the Imperial capital. Charge into the hidden dragon mansion. The strongest contract beast. The cracking sky-flying tiger. The deep-sea giant octopus. I'll catch them all as mounts. Establish the strongest mercenary group. Hell's Roar. The badge will use the 3 heads of a dog. So domineering. Rich enough to rival nations. Marry a princess. Show my brothers. He. Every single boast was paired with incredibly embarrassing flashy artistic text effects, rolling continuously at the bottom like a barrage. In the background, an exciting yet extremely childish remix of the Soviet march played loudly. The volume was turned up high, making his already painful head buzz. And it wasn't over yet. Xiao Qi even thoughtfully added a picture-in-picture in the corner of the screen, real-time showing the surrounding diner's expressive close-ups. Contempt, mockery, laughter as if looking at a fool, and the act of young beast masters secretly recording at the table full coverage, no blind spots, a public execution. Dear, are you awake? Future pillar of the dragon country? Candidate for the hidden dragon mansion prince? Leader of the Hell's Roar mercenary group? Xiao Qi's voice was full of mockery, imitating a certain customer service tone. Do you need our system to slow-motion replay your ascension on O? Is it the most wonderful segment of your entrepreneurial declaration, stepping on the stool to vision the future? Or should we focus on the princess selection plan? Our system supports a 360-degree holographic immersive experience, dear. Lu Ming. He felt his cheeks were hot enough to fry an egg, and his toes were no longer scratching the bedboard. Instead, they were madly digging, trying to directly excavate an underground shelter with 3 rooms and 1 hall. Turn it off quickly. He screamed in his heart, filled with shame and anger. Oh dear, host, don't be shy, such a precious black history. Oh no, I mean, the record of the king's birth must be well treasured and reviewed often, so you won't forget your original intention and can forge ahead. Xiao Qi giggled and not only didn't turn it off, but switched the screen to another mode. On the light screen appeared the annoying big faces of Wang Tao and Li Hao. Clearly, they had sent a message via communicator that Xiao Qi directly intercepted and broadcasted. Ming Gu. Are you awake? Ha ha ha. Last night was awesome. The Dragon Kingdom relies on you. This was Wang Tao's voice message. In the background, his laughter couldn't be contained. Next was a short video. The screen shook, clearly a covert shot. The camera showed Lu Ming holding a wineglass. With an expression of "I'm the best in the world," shouting, the mercenary group badge will use the 3 heads of a dog. The Hellhound at home seemed to sense something, and its 3 heads sneezed simultaneously. Then came a series of embarrassing drunken photos of Lu Ming sent by Li Hao. Sleeping in all directions, drooling, holding the stool like shouting for the princess, and even one taken at an unknown time. He tried to feed Wang Tao's iron-toothed dog snake meat with chopsticks but was scorned in the snapshot. With accompanying text, Ming Gu is majestic. Shall we go to Baiwei Xian again next time? Remember to bring the bride price list. Ha ha ha. A public execution. This was an outright public execution. Lu Ming turned red, trembling all over, wishing he could immediately travel back in time. To strangle the boastful self from last night and also take care of those 2 gloating friends. Xiao Qi. You dare intercept my private communication? Lu Ming was both shocked and angry. The host is wrong. This system is bound to the host's soul. Your communication is naturally under the protection of this system. This is to timely convey the heartfelt expectations and warm congratulations from your brothers. Xiao Qi's voice was innocent yet annoying. Host, do you need this system to help you edit last night's heroic posture into a highlight version and anonymously upload it to the local forum Beast Masters in Chingstone City? I already thought of the title, shocking. A young man from the slums stirs up the 100 Flavors Pavilion with drunken bravado, declaring to punch the capital and kick the hidden dragon mansion, potentially changing the structure of the dragon country. I guarantee it will instantly explode in popularity, with views surpassing 10,000, letting you experience the feeling of being a celebrity in advance. How dare you? Ming nearly jumped out of bed, his scalp tingling. If you dare to spread it. I will. I will just give up from now on. I'll lie flat every day. I won't do any tasks. I won't improve any strength. Let's see how you earn points. He made the ultimate threat, lying flat. TSK, the host, angry from embarrassment, is really not cute. Xiaoqi seemed to be choked by this threat but quickly regained cheerfulness. Alright. In light of the host's pleading, this system will show great mercy. For now, I'll keep this precious little secret for you. However, as a confidentiality fee, the daily morning greetings exciting review section will remain. Ming. He felt that one day he would be either angered to death or embarrassed to death by this broken system. He struggled to get up from the bed, his steps unsteady, his head pounding, and after chugging a few large cups of cold water, he barely suppressed the burning in his throat and the shame and anger within. Xiaoqi's screen finally disappeared, but that devilish BGM and the embarrassing images seemed to still play on loop in front of his eyes. He walked to the yard and splashed cold water on his face, trying to wake himself up. The icy water stimulated his skin, slightly dispelling some of the discomfort of the hangover and that suffocating embarrassment. After calming down, he had to admit that although Xiaoqi was extremely terrible, the waking service that made him socially die was also like a bucket of ice water. It fiercely extinguished the slight impatience and high spirit that had arisen from becoming suddenly wealthy overnight, which even he had not realized. Wealth came too quickly and fiercely, easily causing people to lose their way. Last night's drunken bravado was indeed a kind of emotional release of his inflated heart. But reality is cruel. He was still just a junior beast master, and the three-headed Hellhound was just level 3, inferior, although close to average. This level of strength might barely be seen in Qing Stone City, but looking at the capital, the hidden dragon mansion, he probably wouldn't even touch the threshold for registration. As for contracted lord-level pets, establishing a mercenary group, or even marrying a princess? That was even more a fantasy, just a source of laughter. Without strength, no matter how much wealth, it is just an illusion, like flowers in the mirror, moon in the water, and it may even invite deadly troubles. Ha! He let out a long breath, his gaze gradually regaining clarity and calmness. Embarrassment is embarrassment, shame is shame, but the road still needs to be walked. He glanced at the room, and his sister Lu Xiaoyu was still sleeping soundly, breathing steadily, her complexion rosy. The three-headed Hellhound lay by her bedside, its three heads alertly raised. Upon seeing him come out, six eyes looked over at once, and a soft rumbling sound came from their throats, as if asking what happened last night. Family is well, partners are loyal. This is the fundamental and meaningful reason for his struggle. Teasing is teasing, dark history is dark history, but he had to gather his mood, there were more important things to do. Strength is fundamental, the fulcrum to leverage all ambitions, and the only guarantee to protect all this from being lost again. He clenched his fists, feeling the slight growth of his beast mastery due to the residual effects of the fruit brew in his body, and turned his gaze to the distance. A new day, in the awkwardness of social death and the clarity of awareness, had officially begun. Chapter 77, Consolidation of Strength. The morning sunlight dispelled the hangover headache and the embarrassment of social death. Ming's eyes regained clarity, even sharper than before. The brief dizziness brought by wealth had already faded, replaced by a deeper, more urgent desire, turning this windfall into tangible, powerful strength that could be held in his hands. Little Chi, he stood in the courtyard, feeling the energy flowing within him and the steady breath of the three-headed Hellhound not far away. In a deep voice, he ordered, pull up the current financial details, list out the best plans for strength enhancement. Prioritize solidifying the dog's realm, healing any hidden injuries, and improving my own cultivation. Goal, solidify the dog's completely steady low-tier peak of 3rd rank, and move toward mid-tier of 3rd rank. As for me, push for upper segment of beginner Beast Tamer. Command received. Total funds, 167,543 gold crystals and 7 silver coins, including 1,500 spirit essence cards. Generating optimal plan based on host and contract beast current status. Plan generated. Core suggestions, prioritize purchasing high-energy compatible beast food, efficient healing and foundational recovery pills, and auxiliary cultivation potions. After calculation, to achieve the basic solidification goal, the expected minimum expenditure, 15,000 to 20,000 gold crystals. 15 to 20,000 gold crystals. Ming took a deep breath. This was almost several times his entire fortune before, but now, there was not a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Go. He no longer went to the overly high-end places like Spirit Medicine Pavilion. Instead, based on Little Cheese database, he chose another larger, well-stocked, and relatively reasonably priced beast resource dedicated shop in Chingstone City, Beast Garden. Stepping into Beast Garden, a complex smell of various beast food, herbs, leather, and faint energy fluctuations rushed over him. The store was far noisier than the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, customers bustling about, mostly low to mid-level beast tamers. Carrying all kinds of pets, they picked and bargained in front of the dazzling shelves. Ming had a clear goal and went straight to the beast food area and the pill section. His gaze swept over the ordinary goods labeled first-rank Swift Mouse Food and second-rank Thick-Skinned Yak Enhancement Feed. Without stopping at all, he headed straight for the area with the strongest energy fluctuations. "Boss, give me 50 of each molten core and shadow fragment." Ming pointed to a row of items stored in temperature-controlled jade boxes. The dark red crystal blocks radiating a fiery breath and a row of black fragments placed in a shadow array, constantly absorbing the surrounding light, he said to the store clerk. Both of these were high-energy beast food specifically for fire-type and dark-type pets, and they were expensive. The clerk's eyes brightened, and their attitude immediately became enthusiastic. "Good eye, customer. Molten core is collected from the deep volcanic veins at 3rd rank, containing pure fire energy. Shadow fragment is made from shadow or collected from 3rd-rank shadow bat nests, rich in shadow energy. Both are in high demand. Each portion costs 100 gold crystals, for 50 portions, a total of 10,000 gold crystals." Ming didn't even frown, directly handing over a backup crystal card, with 8,000 gold crystals stored. "Charge 8,000, and for the remaining 2,000, deduct with equivalent Dragon Blood Treasure Pill. The Dragon Blood Treasure Pill does not genuinely use dragon blood, but is refined with a certain type of 4th-rank magical beast's blood that contains thin dragon lineage as the main ingredient. It has miraculous effects for healing and strengthening the body, but is also quite expensive." The clerk quickly counted the goods and calculated the price. Funds minus 8,000 gold crystals, backup crystal card A balance, 0, obtained, molten core x50, shadow fragment x50, dragon blood treasure pill x20, deducted 2,000 gold crystals. Carrying the heavy, valuable beast food and pills worth 10,000 gold back home, Ming immediately began to feed. The 3-headed Hellhound's 3 heads perked up at the rich energy scent, immediately becoming excited, its 6 eyes sparkling with desire. "Eat, dog, this is what you deserve." Ming poured the molten core and shadow fragment into a specially made feeding bowl. The 3-headed Hellhound growled, eagerly swallowing the food in big bites. The dark red crystal blocks and black fragments made a crunchy sound in its mouth. Pure fire and shadow energy flowed into its body like a stream. Then, Ming fed it 20 dragon ice-sized dragon blood pills, which exuded a faint blood aura and strange fragrance. As the pills entered its stomach, they transformed into a gentle yet tremendous medicinal power, swiftly spreading throughout its body. Nourishing the subtle injuries and energy erosion marks left from its brutal battle with the shadow leopard, while reinforcing its bones, muscles, and scales. Under Shaoqi's microscopic monitoring, it could be clearly seen. The energy within the Hellhound, which had previously felt slightly hollow due to rapid growth and tear-jumping battles, was rapidly condensing and settling down. Those subtle injuries were swiftly healed by the medicinal power. Its muscle fibers became tougher, bone density increased, and the dark scales under its fur shimmered with a deeper luster, significantly enhancing its defense. Its aura thickened and solidified at a visible speed, firmly stabilizing what previously felt unsteady as it just stepped into the low tier of the 3rd rank. Rapidly solidifying, it took a solid step towards the peak of the low tier of the 3rd rank. It seemed that only one step remained to reach the threshold of the mid-tier of the 3rd rank. Contract Beast Status Update, Hellhound. Level, peak of the low tier of the 3rd rank, stable. Injuries, shadow erosion cleared 97.3%, bone injuries healed 99.1%. Overall physique rating increased by 15.7%. Estimated probability of natural advancement to mid-tier of the 3rd rank after fully digesting current resources, 32%. Shaoqi provided an accurate report. Very good. Ming nodded in satisfaction. This spending was worth it. Next, it was his turn. He visited the apothecary again, buying the auxiliary items for training as an apprentice beast master, namely the concentration incense and meridian expansion pills. The concentration incense calms the mind and enhances the efficiency of mental power concentration. The meridian expansion pills gently expand the meridians, increasing the speed and capacity of beast control. He bought 10 of each, spending 3,000 gold crystals. Funds minus 3,000 gold crystals. At night, Ming lit the concentration incense, and the faint sandalwood fragrance mingled with strange medicinal power filled the humble room, quickly calming his mind. He consumed a meridian expansion pill, sat cross-legged, and began to operate the basic mental power meditation method he received from the black market, optimized by Shaoqi. Under the dual assistance of the pills and incense, he felt his mental power growing and condensing at an unprecedented speed like a nourished seedling. The flow of his beast control power also became more smooth and vigorous, repeatedly impacting the barriers of the meridians, bringing a slight pain, but also widening the channels and accumulating strength.
Host's cultivation efficiency increased by 217%. Mental power strength plus 0.8 units/hour.
Total beast control power plus 1.5 units/hour.
Current stage, Apprentice Beast Master mid-tier, 98.7%, about to break through to upper tier.
Xiaoqi was monitoring the progress in real time. At this rate, in just 2 or 3 days, he would smoothly break through to the upper tier of the Apprentice Beast Master. During the cultivation interval, Lu Ming took out the randomly awarded Beast Skill Comprehension Stone, low-grade spiritual. This was a gray stone the size of a dove's egg, covered with natural runes, cool to the touch.
Dog, come here. Lu Ming called the Hellhound.
The Hellhound walked over with steady steps, its 3 heads curiously looking at the stone in his hand. Following Xiaoqi's instructions, Lu Ming placed the comprehension stone on the forehead of the central head of the Hellhound, simultaneously channeling his beast control power into it.
Buzz! The comprehension stone instantly glowed with a gray light, its surface runes flowing as if alive, turning into streams of information pouring into the Hellhound's mind. The Hellhound's body trembled slightly, and the understanding light flashed in its 6 eyes simultaneously. It bowed down, and the shadow energy around it began to uncontrollably gather and surge. After a moment, it suddenly raised its head, the central head opened, but instead of spewing fire, it let out a low, hoarse roar. In an instant, centered around it, the shadow within 10 meters seemed to come alive, twisting and boiling violently, transforming into an invisible force field that radiated cold, imprisoning power. The light within the force field dimmed slightly, and the air became thick and heavy, as if trapped in a quagmire. Skill comprehension successful. The Hellhound has comprehended a low-level control skill, Shadow Cage. Shadow Cage creates a shadow force field that briefly binds multiple enemies within range and slightly weakens their energy intensity. Range and duration increase with skill proficiency and the contract beast's shadow attribute strength. A range control skill. Lu Ming was overjoyed. This was exactly what they lacked at the moment. It was extremely useful for both group battles and restricting a powerful single target. The joy from the improvement in strength was immense, but Lu Ming did not let it cloud his mind. He knew this progress was still far from enough. He asked Xiaoqi to pull up the price list for Beast Master equipment and pet gear. Just one glance made him gasp in shock. The cheapest ring, which provided a weak enhancement to a Beast Master's power, was priced at 8,000 gold crystals. The claw covers that added a weak armor-piercing effect to a pet's claws were priced at 12,000 gold crystals. The amulet that slightly increased a pet's elemental resistance was priced at 25,000 gold crystals. As for the spirit tool level, even the lowest level inferior spirit tool was never priced below 500,000 gold crystals. Moreover, it was available but hard to find. These 100,000 gold crystals seemed to be a huge sum, but in the face of real cultivation resources, especially when it came to equipment that could directly translate to combat power, it seemed like a drop in the bucket. Perhaps it was only enough to equip the Hellhound with the most ordinary inferior equipment. Or buy himself the most basic storage ring. The inferior storage ring is about 10 cubic decimeters and costs 150,000 gold crystals. Poor, still too poor. Lu Ming sighed bitterly, completely dispelling the thought of immediately changing equipment. This stroke of luck must be used wisely, prioritizing the improvement of his own and his pet's basic strength was the way to go. In just a few days, nearly 20,000 gold crystals flowed out like water. But the results were significant. The Hellhound's injuries were fully healed, its realm stabilized, its aura robust, its scales shiny, its combat power superior to before, and it had mastered a powerful new skill. Lu Ming himself felt his mental power becoming more refined, his cultivation surging, just a step away from breaking through. Standing in the yard, feeling the solid strength gained by himself and his partner, Lu Ming's heart was filled with a sense of security. Wealth is just a tool, strength is fundamental. This windfall, earned at the cost of life, mostly became the cornerstone for his and the Hellhound's cultivation. It laid a stronger foundation for them to face the potentially more severe challenges that might come in the future. Chapter 78 Potential Threats. In Qingstone City, deep within the Zhang family's mansion. In a brightly lit study, the scent of sandalwood lingered. Unlike Zhang Hao's room filled with violence and extravagance, this room was furnished in a simple and heavy style. The rosewood bookshelves were lined with genuine ancient books and scrolls, and the air was thick with a sense of quiet and meticulous calculation. Zhang Mingyuan, the third steward of the Zhang family responsible for intelligence and special affairs, and also Zhang Hao's uncle, was seated behind a large desk. His face was thin, his eyes sharp like an eagle, and his fingertips lightly tapped on a thin document spread out on the table. On the cover of the document, 2 words were written, Lu Ming. Parents went missing in the outer dark forest at an early age, suspected to have encountered high-level magical beasts. File level, see lower. His sister, Lu Xiaoyu, suffers from a rare cold marrow disease, long-term illness, and huge medical expenses. Economic source. Mainly relying on Lu Ming to take on low-level tasks from the mercenary guild, income is meager, and long-term below the poverty line.
Zhang Mingyuan's voice was steady and calm as he read out these basic pieces of information, as if stating a trivial matter unrelated to oneself. Recent abnormalities, starting to frequently accept and efficiently complete guild tasks, income has significantly increased. About 10 days ago, encountered the Poison Tooth Squad ambush in the Moonlight Canyon in the northern part of the city, suspected to be instigated by young Master Hao, successfully retaliated, and all members of the Poison Tooth Squad were heavily injured and fled in defeat. According to the description of their captain Scarface, the target's pet beast's combat power far exceeds expectations, possibly reaching the threshold of Tier 3 Intermediate, and the target acts ruthlessly and decisively.
Yesterday, at the 100 Flavors Pavilion,
Lu Ming, along with Wang Tao and Li Hao, spent nearly 1,000 gold crystals. After getting drunk, he made numerous, boastful claims, declaring his intention to infiltrate the imperial capital's hidden dragon mansion and establish the strongest mercenary group. His two companions have also recorded evidence. As he read to this point, a barely noticeable arc of a smile appeared on Zhang Mingyuan's lips. That arc held no mockery, but rather a curious examination like seeing an interesting chess piece.
Interesting.
He murmured softly, his fingertips lightly tracing over the lines. Suspected mutated two-headed dog, retaliate against the Poison Tooth Squad, anonymous auction of ghost flower, drunken boasts. In the shadowy corner of the study, a figure merged with the wall spoke in a dry voice, "Steward, this child has suddenly become high profile.
Could it be because of a fortuitous encounter, causing an inflated mindset, which is not to be worried about? Should the subordinate not to be worried?"
Zhang Mingyuan lightly interrupted, lifting his eyelids, his gaze sharp. "You are looking at things too superficially." He stood up, walked to the window, gazing at the meticulously trimmed bonsai in the courtyard outside, and slowly said,
"A family in dire poverty, parents missing, younger sister seriously ill."
In such a desperate situation, not only did he not sink but instead struggled to survive, proving his resilience.
Acquiring beasts in the black market is luck.
But to grow a mutated dog beast to the point of successfully retaliating against the Poison Tooth Squad in such a short time.
What is needed is not just luck. There must be resources or cultivation methods we do not know about. The ghost flower, that place in the Phantom Canyon, cannot be survived on mere luck.
His eyes became deep. Auctioned for a huge sum, the first thing he does is buy top-notch potions for his sister, rather than squander it, showing emotional depth. He has a weakness, but he also takes responsibility.
Drunken boasts seem ridiculous, but if you savor it.
Infiltrating the imperial capital, hidden dragon mansion, strongest mercenary group.
Is this something an ordinary, just recently impoverished apprentice beast master would dare to dream, let alone say?
Behind it is an ambition suddenly released after being suppressed for so long.
An ambition like wildfire.
Zhang Mingyuan turned around, his eyes burning with intensity.
This child has luck, resilience, ruthlessness, and also, unmistakable ambition and potential.
He may be weak now, but like a spring compressed to its limit, once given the opportunity, the speed and height of his rebound will surpass everyone's expectations. The shadowy figure in the corner fell silent for a moment, seemingly digesting this analysis. The steward means. Hauer's grudge against him seems like a small matter, but if this child is allowed to grow. A cold light flashed in Zhang Mingyuan's eyes. He may very well become Hauer's staunch rival in the future.
Even, it could affect Hauer's resources at Qingstone Academy and even the family's future layout among the younger generation.
A seemingly insignificant small stone can sometimes jolt a speeding cart. He walked back to the desk, his finger pointing at the document. Investigate.
Investigate thoroughly. Use the dark bees, but be absolutely careful. This child's counter-reconnaissance awareness is not weak.
First, clarify his sources of income. Where did the ghost flower come from?
Did he gather it himself? Or is there another channel? Are there any forces or ruins behind it that we don't know about? Second, clarify his social relationships. Besides those two useless ones, Wang Tao and Li Hao, are there any hidden contacts? Did his parents leave anything behind when they went missing? Remember, just observe and record. Absolutely do not disturb the grass and startle the snake.
I want to know everything about him, as clear as knowing the lines in my palm.
Yes.
A figure in the shadows quietly accepted the command and disappeared. Zhang Mingyuan sat back down, picked up a wolf hairbrush, and slowly wrote the character Lu on a piece of white paper, then drew a small circle around it. He gazed at this character as if it were a newly placed, delicately positioned piece on a chessboard.
Serendipity, mutated pets, rare materials, ruthless decisiveness, hidden ambitions.
He mumbled to himself, Lu Ming, are you truly a lucky one who stumbled upon the treasures of your predecessors, or do you have some remarkable background?
Or perhaps, are you just a pawn set up by some big shot?
He gently tapped the table, a playful smile once again appearing at the corner of his mouth.
Interesting.
Among the younger generation from Qingshi City, besides that girl from the Lin family and that kid from the Lord's residence, there's finally another factor that stirs some curiosity. He wasn't in a hurry to suppress or recruit. For an excellent chess player, the emergence of a new piece. The first thing to do is observe, assess its value, judge its trajectory, and consider whether it can be of use to oneself. Or will it become someone else's pawn, ultimately making the decision whether to bring it under his wing, or gently wipe it away before it gathers momentum. As for Hauer, he pondered and pressed a communication button. Moments later, the study door swung open, and Zhang Hao entered reluctantly, his face still showing some bruises and anger. "Third uncle, you were looking for me? Did you find out about that Lu Ming guy's background?" "Damn it, I must." "Shut up." Zhang Mingyuan coldly interrupted him, his sharp gaze silencing Zhang Hao instantly, causing him to instinctively shrink his neck. "From today on, without my permission, you are not allowed to trouble Lu Ming in any way. Do you understand?" Zhang Mingyuan's voice was emotionless. "Why?" Zhang Hao protested unwillingly, "That guy made me lose so much face. I also lost." "Lost?" Zhang Mingyuan snorted coldly. "Your little loss is nothing compared to the potential risks our family might face, you fool. Did you think that just going after the Venom Fong team last time would be foolproof? What happened? You got counterattacked and almost dragged the family into it. Don't you understand the principle of striking the snake but not killing it? You harm yourself in the process." Zhang Hao's face turned green and white from the scolding, but he didn't dare to retort. "Put away your ridiculous desire for revenge for now." Zhang Mingyuan's tone softened slightly but remained cold. "This person, the family, has other considerations. Until you have the absolute strength to crush him, or until I give you a clear command. Stay away from him. Train hard. Stop thinking about those petty schemes. If you dare act on your own and ruin the family's affairs again, A cold snort made Zhang Hao tremble all over, and he quickly lowered his head. Yes, third uncle, I understand. Get out." Zhang Mingyuan waved his hand as if shooing away a fly. Zhang Hao left in a huff, and after closing the door, he dared to reveal his resentment and unwillingness on his face. But he did not dare to defy the orders of his third uncle, who held immense power and oversaw the dark side strength within the family. In the study, Zhang Mingyuan shifted his gaze back to that file, lightly tapping his finger on the name Lu Ming. Variables always make people feel both disgusted and hopeful. He chuckled softly, his eyes deep. "Let me see how big of a splash this little stone can make in this pool." The invisible net had already begun to quietly spread. At this moment, Lu Ming was completely unaware of this. He had just finished a night of cultivation, feeling a few more points of energy growing within him, and happily opened his door to breathe in the fresh morning air. The sunlight poured in, and the three heads of the Cerberus in the yard all raised simultaneously, their 6 eyes sparkling with brilliance, their aura steady and powerful. Everything seemed calm and full of hope. But he did not know, he had already stepped away from the street fights among the young boys. Stepping into the deeper, more dangerous edge of the family power struggle chessboard. The game has quietly begun. Chapter 79, Improvement of Life. In Qingshi City, in the West District, deep within an inconspicuous alley. Unlike usual, today this alley is particularly lively. Several beast-drawn carts marked with the craft workshop emblem are parked at the alley entrance, as a group of craftsmen in uniform, with steady breaths, are directing robust heavyweight, first-grade superior mountain-moving ape, and nimble, second-grade inferior woodworking squirrel, to carry various brand-new building materials and furniture into the originally dilapidated small yard. Neighbors peek out, curiously looking and whispering to each other. Has the old Lu family become prosperous? They can actually afford the craft workshop people? TSK, look at that wood, it must be fine ironwood, right? And those window frames, they seem polished from flowing cloud crystal? I heard that Xiao Ming's kid struck it rich not long ago. Ah, that kid Xiaoyu is lucky, he finally doesn't have to suffer anymore. Inside the small yard, Lu Ming stands with hands clasped behind his back, watching the craftsman busy, his gaze calm yet revealing a hint of unnoticed satisfaction. The Hellhound lies quietly at his feet, its 3 heads vigilant, scanning the incoming and outgoing people and beasts, ensuring no suspicious characters approach. The concealed aura emanating from it, a third-grade inferior peak, instinctively makes the working craftsmen and their beasts maintain respect and distance. Master Wang, Lu Ming speaks to the leading craftsman. Rebuild the yard walls with reinforced green bluestone, double the thickness, and embed a layer of thin iron plate. Replace all the old roof tiles with heat-insulating fire tiles. The floor will be paved with moisture-proof bluestone slabs, smoothed out. Understood, Mr. Lu. Master Wang replies respectfully, although the young man before him dresses simply. But his steady demeanor and the remarkable beast beside him show he is no ordinary person. Moreover, the craft workshop accepts jobs without questioning the client's background, only recognizing money. Most importantly is my sister's room. Lu Ming walks to the inner door, his tone serious. The walls need an extra layer of insulation with warm jade powder coating, and the floor should be laid with warm stone. Replace the windows with double-layered crystal glass. The ceiling needs to be good.
Got it, Mr. Lu, don't worry.
We'll ensure it's warm in winter and cool in summer, airtight.
Master Wang nods repeatedly.
Lu Ming ponders for a moment and adds, additionally, please leave 8 hollows the size of bowls at the 4 corners of the yard wall and the center of the roof. Master Wang looks puzzled but still agrees. Once the basic renovation is complete, Lu Ming takes out 8 jade plates engraved with intricate patterns from his pocket. These are simple array bases he ordered from a weapon refining shop for 3,000 gold crystals. He carefully embeds the jade plates into the reserved hollows. When the last array base is positioned, he forms a hand seal, injecting a stream of spiritual power into the main array base. Buzz. A faint buzzing sound as the 8 jade plates light up with soft white light simultaneously. Invisible energy lines connect and outline in the void, forming a simple array that envelopes the entire small yard.
Common Grade Superior Simple Spirit Gathering Array, activated.
The concentration of spiritual energy in the yard rises at a visible speed, in Shao Qi's view, slowly.
Though far inferior to those great sex cultivation treasures, it's a world apart from before. Long-term cultivation here can improve efficiency by about 20%.
Simultaneously, the walls and floor of the sisters' room emit a faint glow as the constant temperature array activates, maintaining the room's temperature in the most comfortable range for humans, effectively resisting the invasion of external cold. Funds, 9,500 gold crystals. Remarks, reinforcement and renovation of house structure, 4,000 gold crystals, special building materials and sisters' room transformation, 2,500 gold crystals, custom array base and installation, 3,000 gold crystals.
Shao Qi meticulously reports the accounts.
In the following days, new furniture will be delivered successively. The old creaky wooden bed was replaced with a sturdy and comfortable ironwood bed, topped with soft new bedding.
The shaking table and the drafty wardrobe were all eliminated.
The room for the younger sister was decorated with great care. A chaise lounge covered with a thick layer of first-order gentle sheep, beast skin. A wardrobe filled with brand new dresses, made of comfortable cotton and linen with a touch of first-order ice silkworm.
And a custom-made small medicine cabinet, storing her daily potions, jade agate cultivation liquid, and other supplements in an organized manner. Lu Ming's own room was much simpler, just a bed, a new desk, and a meditation cushion.
Most of the expenses were spent on his sister and the overall improvement of their living environment. The biggest change was at the dining table. In the past, the main food on the table was mostly coarse rye bread and bland vegetable soup, with meat being a luxury that rarely appeared for months. Now, the aroma of cooking low-level beast meat almost floated out from the kitchen every day. First-order low-class long-haired pig, ribs stewed to tenderness, with rich broth. Second-order low-class blue-scaled fish, steamed to perfection, with tender fish meat and a hint of spiritual energy. The rice was replaced with silver thread spirit rice, which contained a faint energy. Even the cooking oil was changed to herb seed oil, which had gentle nourishing effects. Lu Ming also hired a neat and efficient Aunt Zhang for 500 gold crystals a month. She came to the house every morning to prepare a sumptuous lunch, clean, and do the laundry, letting Lu Xiaoyu completely free from tedious household chores.
Brother, this is too extravagant. Lu Xiaoyu sat on the brand new chaise lounge, wrapped in a soft blanket,
looking at the delicious food on the table and Aunt Zhang bustling nearby. Her little face was full of joy, but also with a hint of unease and heartache. She was used to frugality, and it was hard for her to adjust to this luxurious life all of a sudden.
Extravagant? What are you talking about?
Lu Ming picked up a large piece of tender stewed pork rib and put it in his sister's bowl. His tone was firm. Your most important task now is to take good care of your health.
Eating well, sleeping well, and being in a good mood is more important than anything else.
You don't have to worry about money, I have my ways. He looked at his sister's cheeks, which were much rosier than before, and her eyes that had regained their sparkle, filled with an indescribable sense of achievement. The satisfaction of creating a better life for family with his own hands was far deeper and more enduring than the thrill of earning huge amounts of gold crystals.
Lu Xiaoyu nodded obediently, taking small bites of the delicious food.
Feeling the warmth in her stomach and the growing vitality in her body from the continuous medication, her eyes crescented into a smile. Brother, today's fish is so delicious.
Aunt Shang's cooking is really great. If you like it, eat more.
Lu Ming smiled and began to eat heartily himself. The three-headed Hellhound lay nearby, its dedicated food bowl piled high with melted fire core and shadow fragments crunching noisily. After the meal, when the sun was just right, Lu Xiaoyu could even walk slowly in the newly repaired courtyard with Lu Ming's support. She basked in the sun, admiring the newly planted pots of vibrant green, concentration grass, in the corners.
Although the time couldn't be long, for her, it was an unimaginable luxury before.
In the courtyard, the spirit gathering array gathered thin threads of earthly spirit energy, and the constant temperature array isolated the outside chill and heat. Inside the house, the sister rested peacefully, and the pet's strength was increasing. At the dining table, it was no longer just clear soup and weak flavors, but meals filled with energy. All of this formed a warm, peaceful, and hope-filled picture. Ming sat on the stone bench in the courtyard, watching his sister squinting her eyes slightly in the sunlight, feeling the growing strength within him, and the steady breathing of his companions beside him, his heart filled with tranquility. This was the most peaceful and comfortable time he had spent since crossing over.
It seemed as if the outside world's disputes, potential threats, and future challenges were temporarily blocked outside this small courtyard wall.
He knew this peace was temporary and that there might still be eyes secretly watching. Zhang Hao's family was certainly not harmless. The news of him auctioning the soul flower and his power increase could not be completely hidden from those with intention. But at this moment, he was willing to immerse himself in this hard-won warmth.
Power.
Wealth. Isn't it all just to protect everything in front of me, he silently thought, his gaze becoming even more resolute. Outside the small courtyard, the city's noise continued. The rumors in the streets persisted, about that suddenly successful poor boy and his peculiar beast. The dark bees sent by Zhang Mingyuan were like invisible shadows, still silently gathering information, trying to complete the puzzle. The game was quietly being set up, and a storm was brewing in the dark. But for Ming in the small courtyard, at this moment, he just wanted to enjoy this precious temporary peace earned through effort and adventure. At night, he lay on the sturdy new bed, covered with a soft new quilt, listening to the steady breathing of his sister next door, slowly drifting into dreamland.
Chapter 80, New Goals.
The morning sunlight poured through the brand-new double-layer crystal window, softly cascading into the room with the warm stone floor, making it feel cozy and comfortable. The air was filled with a richer aura of the heavens and earth, gathered from the spirit-gathering array, compared to the outside. And the aroma of breakfast wafting from the kitchen, where Aunt Zhang was preparing, the smell of meat porridge made with silver silk spirit rice and minced meat from first-stage long-haired pig.
Ming slowly opened his eyes from meditation, feeling his energy smoothly circulating and his spirit rejuvenated.
He walked to the window and looked at the newly renovated small courtyard, where a few pots of focus grass were stretching their green leaves in the morning light. The sound of his sister Lu Xiaoyu's steady breathing came from the next room, showing she was still fast asleep. All of this was peaceful, beautiful, and full of hope. It was the brief warmth he had earned with his life and immense wealth.
However, his gaze showed no signs of indulgence or relaxation. Instead, it appeared more awake and sharp under the morning light. Enjoyment was fleeting. Reality was still cold and urgent.
Xiaoqi, pull up the current financial details, he silently commanded in his heart.
Financial details as follows.
Spirit Essence cards, 1500 Spirit Essence, equivalent to 150,000 gold crystals, and used. Spare Crystal Card C, balance 6662 gold crystals and 7 silver coins. Recent expenditure summary, house renovation and formation layout, minus 9,500 gold crystals, daily expenses and labor costs, approximate minus 1,500 gold crystals, pet resources and self-cultivation resources, approximate minus 18,000 gold crystals. Total available liquid funds, converted to gold crystals approximate 156,662 gold crystals and 7 silver coins. More than 170,000 gold crystals had quickly melted away like ice and snow under the sun in just over 10 days, shrinking down to less than 160,000.
And this was under the condition that he exercised extreme restraint and didn't buy any expensive equipment.
His sister Lu Xiaoyu's cold essence syndrome hung like a sharp sword over his head, and that million gold crystals flame heart lotus still remained an unreachable goal. The days for the college entrance examination were drawing near, the first important checkpoint that determined the fate of countless beast masters and the best opportunity for the poor to leap into success.
Money is still not enough.
Moreover, consuming it without any income is definitely not a long-term solution, Ming whispered to himself, his gaze falling on the notice from Qingshi Academy that had just been released. Notice on the annual simulation test in preparation for the college entrance examination for the whole senior year. His fingers gently tapped on the words simulation test. Xiaoqi, retrieve the detailed rules, assessment items, historical ranking data, and corresponding rewards for the simulation tests from Qingshi Academy over the past 5 years. Focus on analyzing the types, levels, skill combinations, and common tactics of the pets of the top 20 ranked students. At the same time, connect to the Academy's internal network, low permission, to gather information on potential dark horse students who might appear in this test. The latest strength assessment of Zhang Hao and his core party members.
Command received.
Database search in progress. Accessing the open information database of Qingshi Academy low-level student forum information being fetched. Data cross-analysis in progress.
Analysis report generation in progress? Moments later, a massive flow of information surged into Ming's mind. The simulated test is not just a simple final exam.
It is the most important rehearsal and resource battle before the college entrance examination.
The test results directly relate to the allocation of resources in the final stage of the academy.
Those who rank among the top not only receive enormous gold crystal rewards, rare potions, but may even obtain the Academy's prized mundane equipment as a reward. More importantly, excellent simulated test results will hold great weight in the comprehensive evaluation score for the college entrance examination. Furthermore, there may be observers from prestigious colleges in the imperial capital and provincial capitals secretly paying attention. Those who perform exceptionally well may qualify for early special recruitment. This is a shortcut to success. It is also the key battle for countless poor students to change their fate. Conversely, those with mediocre results not only lose resource support but will also fall behind at the starting line of the college entrance examination. Resources evaluation scores special recruitment qualifications. Lu Ming's eyes brightened, and his breathing quickened slightly. This simulated test is the key to breaking through in his next step. He must make a stunning impression in the test and strive for the best ranking. To secure the Academy's resource tilt, laying the most solid foundation for the college entrance examination, and also raise more medical funds for his sister. But at the same time, he could be almost certain that the Zhang Hao family would not let this opportunity slip. That deep-minded steward Zhang is probably waiting to further assess his strength and potential during the test. Zhang Hao himself may even try by any means possible to create trouble during the test, and even secretly trip him up to try to push him down. This is a step forward in both open and secret games. Lu Ming walked into the courtyard, and the Hellhound sensed his presence, its 3 heads lifted simultaneously, 6 eerie blue eyes looking at him with inquisitive intent. Dog, Lu Ming crouched down, stroking the hard and warm scales of its middle head, his gaze sharp. The good days are temporarily over. New challenges are coming. This time, we may have to face those so-called geniuses in front of everyone. Perhaps we may also have to deal with some underhanded tricks. The Hellhound let out a low growl, a spark of battle intent and vigilance igniting in its 3 pairs of eyes. It nuzzled Lu Ming's palm with its side head, signifying understanding. Little Qi, how long until the simulated test? There are 21 days, 8 hours, and 35 minutes until the Qingshi Academy Senior Simulated Test. 21 days. Lu Ming stood up, taking a deep breath, the last trace of ease completely dissipated, replaced by a decisive determination and burning ambition. That's enough. He no longer hesitated and immediately made a decision. From today on, pause all mercenary tasks. Enter a closed-door preparation mode. He first looked at the Hellhound. Dog, your task is to fully master the new skill, Shadow Cage. Not only to release it but also to control the range, strength, and duration. We need to turn it into a trump card, not an unreliable big move. At the same time, continue to digest, magma core, and ethereal shard, solidify his realm, and strive to touch the threshold of intermediate tier 3 before the test. The Hellhound nodded its 3 heads repeatedly, a deep and determined growl rumbling in its throat. Then, he ordered himself. My task is to break through to upper intermediate Beastmaster. In these 21 days, use up all concentration incense and channeling pills. Daily meditation practice must not be less than 8 hours. Little Qi, the optimized meditation method will run at full power. I need to completely break through before the test. Understood. Training plan has been optimized. Auxiliary medicine usage plan has been generated. In the end, he looked at the light curtain in his mind. Little Qi, your task is intelligence analysis. I want to know all the detailed information about potential opponents. Especially Zhang Hao. Has his level 3 lower class iron armored rhinoceros gained any new skills recently? What about his group of lackeys, Wang Xiong's level 2 upper class claw monkey, and Li Wei's level 2 peak wind fox? Has their strength changed? And those monsters that have always ranked in the top 5 in the class, that girl from the Lin family, Lin Wei, what is her level 3 intermediate water spirit demon good at? The little son of the city lord's mansion, Zhao Feng, how fast is his level 3 lower class lightning hawk? Where might their weaknesses be? I want all the information. Intelligence analysis task accepted. Continuously monitoring the Academy forum, public battle records, and low-access information flow. Creating opponent database. Simulating battle data generation. Weakness deduction algorithm activated. Little Qi's work efficiency instantly reached its peak. The atmosphere in the entire courtyard immediately changed from the previous warmth and tranquility to a tense and efficient battle preparation state. There was a burning fire in Lu Ming's eyes. His goal has never been just to pass the test or achieve a good ranking. His goal is first place. He wants to crush all opponents with an absolute strong stance and seize the top spot in the simulation test. He wants to make everyone who has ever underestimated or laughed at him completely astonished. He wants the Academy's higher-ups to have no choice but to allocate resources to him. He wants those observers from big cities to notice him. He wants Zhang Hao and his so-called family behind him to know that he, Lu Ming, is not a soft persimmon they can squash at will. He wants to take this opportunity to tell everyone, the once poor boy has returned. And he is back with the power to shake the situation. Zhang Hao.
Zhang family steward, weren't you observing me? Weren't you plotting against me?
Lu Ming's mouth curved into a cold arc, then just watch closely.
See how this piece you see me as jumps off the board, and in turn, defeats your entire side.
In the training room, Lu Ming sat cross-legged, lit concentration incense, took meridian opening pill, and quickly entered a deep meditation state, his energy surging and flowing within, launching an assault on that layer of barrier. In the courtyard, the three-headed Hellhound's heads were lowered, its dark shadow and flame energy swirling interchangeably, the glow of the shadow prison skill expanding and contracting under its control as it performed high-intensity precision practice. Little Key's data flow was running invisibly at high speed, analyzing, deducing, simulating.
An invisible battle intent gathered in this small courtyard, ready to explode.
The simulation test in 21 days would no longer be just a simple academic assessment, but a crucial battle for Lu Ming to shine, announce his return, and charge towards the future. The chessboard has been set, the pieces have begun to move. This time, he not only wants to be a piece but also strives to become the chess player.
Chapter 81, The Beginning of the Chess Game.
In the center of Qingshi City, deep within the Zhang family's mansion. In a conference room named Quiet Reflection Hall, the atmosphere was so tense it felt like it could drip with water. The four walls of the hall were made of soundproof dark wood, intricately engraved with complex formation patterns, ensuring that not a single sound escaped. Forever-lasting lamps quietly burned in the corners, emitting a cool glow that illuminated the faces of several elders sitting upright in mahogany armchairs. They were the true power core of the Zhang family, the members of the Elder Council. Each of them exuded a deep aura, with the lowest being mid-level Beast Tamer peak, and even two of them had already stepped into the threshold of high-level Beast Tamers. Though their beasts were not released, the invisible pressure they emanated made the black-clad servants standing in the hall dare not breathe. Presiding over this meeting was the third steward, Zhang Mingyuan. He wore a calm expression, but deep in his eyes lay a barely perceptible sharpness. A cold-looking steward dressed in black stood in the hall, holding a document, reciting it in a tone devoid of any emotional fluctuations.
Target, Lu Ming. Age, 17.
Identity, senior student at Qingshi No. 3 High School, apprentice beast master, suspected to have recently broken through to the middle stage.
Family background, parents went missing 5 years ago while exploring the Black Forest, declared dead.
He has a younger sister, Lu Xiaoyu, who suffers from a rare cold marrow disease, bedridden for a long time, with enormous medical expenses, which is the main source of financial pressure. About 2 months ago, he purchased a three-headed puppy beast with unknown mutations at an extremely low price from the oddities store in the black market of the West District, which is suspected to contain thin ancient bloodlines, with astonishing potential. After multiple observations and risk assessments by Dark Bees, the current power of this beast, peak low-tier 3rd stage, approaching the middle-tier threshold.
Attributes, fire and dark dual systems.
Confirmed skills, high-intensity ranged flame breathing, temporarily named Hellfire, mental intimidation, and a newly mastered area control skill Shadow Cage, low-grade spiritual item. Behavior analysis, personality is patient, decisive and ruthless, strong sense of revenge, has principles, values family ties. Executed a counter-kill on the Venom Fong squad in the Ghost Canyon, methods were swift and efficient. After auctioning the Soul Flower for a huge profit, his spending is rational, prioritizing improving the lives of family and enhancing his and his beast's strength, showing no sign of extravagance. Related information, the City Lord's office has recently suddenly strengthened the frequency of routine inspections on the West District Marketplace and some industries of our Zhang family. The timing overlaps with the target's counterkill of the Venom Fong and the auction of the Soul Flower. Although there is no direct evidence tying him to these events, we must remain vigilant about whether there are unknown forces behind him or if he has drawn the attention of certain powers. This report is far more detailed and objective than the one Zhang Mingyuan had previously read alone, even containing some unsettling speculations. After the report was concluded, the black-clad steward bowed and retreated into the shadows. The conference hall fell into a brief silence. Humph. A cold snort broke the silence. An old man, plump and dressed in a luxurious robe, sitting in the lower right corner of Zhang Mingyuan, was the first to speak.
He was Elder Zhang Mingfu, responsible for family commerce, with a clear look of disdain on his face.
I thought it was some remarkable figure worthy of disturbing the Elder Council? It turns out to be just a lucky poor kid. Orphaned, with a sickly sister dragging him down, and he picked up a mutated vicious dog from God knows where, thinking he could turn his fortunes? Let's just crush him. Could our Grand Zhang family fear a rootless floater like him turning things around? Why bother making such a fuss? Elder Mingfu, you are mistaken. Opposite him, a tall, thin old man in plain green robes immediately countered. He was Elder Zhang Mingyuan, in charge of training and educating the younger generation of the family, with a serious tone. This boy's resilience far exceeds his peers. In a desperate situation, he can endure, and once he gains an advantage, he remains humble and rational, with targeted spending. All funds spent on strengthening himself and improving the lives of his core family members, such resolve is not something an ordinary lucky kid can possess. His beast's evolution path is unheard of, and its combat power far exceeds the same rank. There must be a master mentoring him or some unknown secret heritage. If we act rashly to suppress him, and he truly has a background, we might draw trouble upon ourselves.
In my opinion, we should recruit him instead.
Recruit?
Elder 7, you may be overestimating him.
Zhang Mingfu scoffed, a young boy with a bit of luck and cruelty.
What background could he possibly have? If he really had a background, wouldn't his sister be dying of illness without anyone caring?
I see this as a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Let's suppress him now, and save ourselves the headache of him being a stumbling block for Howard in the future.
Elder 5. The family's development cannot solely rely on suppressing dissent.
Remember, the sea accepts countless rivers, only with tolerance can there be greatness.
If this boy is truly as the report states,
it is like a hidden dragon in the depths. If I can bring this potential into my Zhang family and nurture it carefully, it could one day become a sharp blade for us.
Far better than having one more enemy.
Elder 7 argued logically.
A hidden dragon? Ha! I see a loach. Even if it is really a dragon, if it's not from my Zhang family, it must stay coiled.
You are short-sighted.
You are pedantic.
The two elders clashed fiercely, and the atmosphere suddenly became intense. The other elders observed silently, some in reflection, some in quietness, and did not immediately express their positions. Zhang Mingyuan, sitting at the main position, the third steward, remained calm while listening to the debate, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the smooth tabletop.
He could see much further than most people present.
Lu Ming's rise had slightly shaken the established order among the younger generation in Qingstone City. Zhang Hao, as the direct representative of the Zhang family in this generation, originally had obvious advantages in the academy, with resources, favored beasts, and connections far beyond his peers. But now, suddenly a Lu Ming has appeared, possessing a possibly mid-tier potential mutated beast. His combat power is formidable, his character outstanding, and he seems to have mastered some kind of rapid advancement channel, the source of the Yin Soulflower. If he continues to develop, in the forthcoming Academy Simulation Exam, the Provincial College Entrance Examination, and even the National Beast Master Competition, it is highly likely to encroach upon the resource share and prestige that originally belonged to the Zhang family children.
This directly relates to the family's prosperity and decline in the next decade. But on the other hand, as Elder 7 said, does this child really have secrets behind him? Are the recent unusual movements of the city lord's mansion related to him? If handled improperly, if they suppress forcibly, what if they kick a hard board? Its backlash could seriously affect the family's image and interests in the eyes of the city lord's mansion and even higher powers.
This is no longer just a simple rivalry among juniors, but has risen to a strategic issue involving the layout of family future interests and risk control.
It must be treated with caution. Zhang Mingyuan's tapping stopped.
He slowly spoke, his voice steady but carrying an undeniable weight, instantly silencing all discussions. Elders, I have given this matter deep thought.
All eyes fell on him. This child Lu Ming will be tentatively designated as the family's B-level observation target.
Zhang Mingyuan announced, the strategy is as follows. 1. Immediately, all direct conflicts and underhanded means against this child are to be paused. I will personally warn Howard, strictly forbidding him from provoking any further, to avoid giving others an opportunity and startling the snake. 2. Send capable personnel from the Foreign Affairs Hall to attempt friendly contact with this child. We can offer substantial benefits such as promising to have the family intervene to hire renowned doctors, even utilizing family treasury resources to completely resolve the medical issues of his sister Lu Xiaoyu.
This is to probe his intentions and observe his reactions, making sure to uncover his background and true attitude. Remember, the attitude must be sincere, the conditions generous, but the measure must be grasped well, showing our Zhang family's demeanor while not letting him feel that we are easy to bully. 3. If recruitment fails.
Zhang Mingyuan's eyes flashed with an almost imperceptible cold light. Then we must take advantage of the situation. Focus on his performance in the Academy Simulation Exam and subsequent college entrance examinations. If his performance is mediocre, indistinguishable from the crowd, there is no cause for concern, and the previous investments can be regarded as sunk costs, requiring no further attention. He paused, his voice slightly lowered yet even clearer. If he truly soars high, demonstrating potential far exceeding his peers, even enough to attract attention from the Imperial Capital or even Hidden Dragon Mansion. The discussion hall fell silent, a needle drop could be heard. All the elders held their breath. Then my Zhang family must timely adjust its strategy. Zhang Mingyuan slowly said, we may need to change our attitude, befriend him, even give up some interests to build a good relationship. After all, a future powerhouse is worth the investment. Or. His tone suddenly turned, adding a touch of cold determination. If it is determined that he cannot be utilized by me. The threat was too great. Before it truly becomes a dragon, it is necessary to use reasonable competitive rules to allow it to unexpectedly lose its wings. Simulated tests, college entrance exams, even outdoor practice opportunities are always there. To achieve perfection, no one can point fingers. The resolution was made. After weighing the pros and cons, the elders finally accepted this plan. Although Zhang Mingfu was still somewhat reluctant, he no longer objected. The seventh elder nodded slightly, seeming to agree with this relatively cautious and flexible strategy.
If that's the case, we shall execute this plan.
Zhang Mingyuan made the final decision. 2 lines of action proceeded in parallel. The Dark Bees continued to observe, while the Foreign Affairs Hall immediately took action. The internal relationships of the academy also needed to move. I wanted to know his every move during the simulated tests at the first moment.
Yes.
The butler in the shadows bowed and accepted the order before quietly withdrawing. Once the resolution was made, it was like placing a significant piece on a complex chessboard. The large and precise family machinery of the Zhang family began to quietly operate according to new orders.
A butler known for his eloquence and insight was secretly summoned by the Foreign Affairs Hall and received the task.
Several teachers and staff members placed in Qing Stone No. 3 by the family received subtle instructions. They were to pay more attention to the daily performance and training progress of a student named Lu Ming in Senior Class 7. Even a few mentors and examiners closely related to the Zhang family received some seemingly casual but deeply significant reminders during casual conversations.
Chapter 82, Pressure from the School.
At Qing Stone No. 3, in the vice principal's office.
The afternoon sun shone through the large glass window, spilling warmth on the polished mahogany floor.
The room was elegantly furnished, with several antique artifacts displayed on the shelves and a faint scent of sandalwood in the air. Vice Principal Li Yong, a somewhat plump, fair-skinned middle-aged man dressed in a well-fitted silk long gown, currently showed no sign of his usual composure. He slightly bent his body, wearing an appropriately respectful smile, personally pouring a cup of steaming cloud mist spirit tea for the guest sitting in the master chair. Seated there was an old man wearing a deep blue satin robe, with a thin face and restrained eyes. He was the head housekeeper of the Zhang family, a confidant of Zhang Yuanshan, known as Fu Bo.
Though he held no official position, he represented the Zhang family's face in Qingstone City, carrying much more weight than Vice Principal Li Yong.
Fu Bo did not immediately touch the fragrant spirit tea but used his seemingly murky yet sharp eyes.
He slowly surveyed the office's arrangement, finally letting his gaze fall on Li Yong's slightly tense face. Principal Li, this tea, is this year's new picked West Mountain Cloud Mist tea?
It smells refreshing.
Fu Bo began slowly, his voice calm, yet carrying an air of someone accustomed to being in power. Indeed. You have sharp eyes, Fu Bo. Li Yong quickly responded, his smile broadening, this little thing being able to enter your mouth is its fortune.
Fu Bo nodded slightly, then picked up the teacup, gently blew on it, sipped a small mouthful, and savored it for a moment before putting it down.
The tea is good tea, he lightly commented, but the topic shifted smoothly.
Principal Li has been at No. 3 for many years, working diligently, nurturing many talents for our Qingstone City.
The family head often mentions you and highly praises you.
Li Yong's heart tightened, knowing the main topic was coming, but his smile remained even humbler. You flatter me, Fu Bo, it is merely my duty, which cannot be achieved without the strong support of the Lord's mansion and the families, especially the Zhang family's assistance, which I always remember. Fu Bo seemed quite satisfied with his attitude. His fingers unconsciously rubbed along the smooth edge of the teacup, stating seemingly casually,
I've recently heard that your school's senior year has a good seedling? Called Lu Ming, right? Li Yong's heart jumped violently.
The smile on his face remained unchanged. There is indeed such a student, from an ordinary family, but recently, it seems he has had some fortuitous encounters, training diligently and making considerable progress.
He spoke cautiously, not daring to say more. Young man, having drive is a good thing.
Uncle Fu's tone was still calm, but his gaze deepened slightly. However, with the college entrance examination approaching, stability outweighs everything.
Being too conspicuous may not necessarily bring good fortune.
The principle that a tree standing out in the forest will be brought down by the wind is something Principal Li should understand better than I.
He lifted his eyelids, letting his seemingly casual gaze fall on Li Yong's face.
Sometimes, knowing how to conceal one's talents and graduating steadily, finding a good place to be, may perhaps be the best choice for oneself and for one's family. My Zhang family has always cherished talent, and we do not hesitate to support young people who understand when to advance and when to retreat.
I've heard he has a younger sister, whose health seems to be quite poor. If needed, the Zhang family does have some better medical resource channels, and even some financial support could also be considered.
The word stopped here, with no clear threat and no direct promise.
But the implication within was like a cold needle, accurately piercing into Li Yong's heart.
Letting Lu Ming go easy in the upcoming mock exams and even in the college entrance examination, especially not allowing him to overshadow young Master Zhang Hao. If he complies, his sister might receive better treatment, which in reality means delivering leverage to the Zhang family. If he does not comply, it would mean offending the Zhang family, and he would bear the consequences.
Li Yang's back instantly broke out in a layer of fine cold sweat. He kept his smile unchanged, now even more enthusiastic. What you say is true, Uncle Fu. Young people indeed need to temper their character, and cannot merely seek to win. I understand your meaning. Please rest assured, you and the head of the Zhang family, that here at the school, we will definitely do a good job in guiding the students' thinking, leading them to meet the college entrance examination with a steady mindset, ensuring stability in the overall situation. Principal Li is an understanding person. A faint smile appeared on Uncle Fu's face, and he finally drank the tea in his cup, standing up. The tea is good, I have other matters to attend to, so I won't bother you more. Uncle Fu, please take care. I will see you off. Li Yang hurriedly bowed to send him off, all the way until the deep blue figure was out of the office building. Watching the Zhang family's low-profile yet luxurious carriage disappear, he straightened up, let out a long sigh, wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, but his gaze became complex. Returning to the office, he pondered for a moment and pressed the communicator. Have Teacher Zhou, the homeroom teacher of Class 3-7, come to my office. Before long, the homeroom teacher, old Zhou, hurried over. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a washed-out old teacher's robe. His face showed signs of wear and tear, but his eyes were bright, revealing a tenacity of a scholar. Vice Principal, you called for me? Old Zhou asked respectfully. Li Yang had already resumed his usual dignified and solemn demeanor. He gestured for old Zhou to sit down and first inquired about the class's recent review situation and preparations for the mock exams. Then, he shifted the conversation, casually mentioning Lu Ming. Teacher Zhou, that Lu Ming from your class has been quite prominent lately. I heard his pet has advanced? Is he also hosting guests at Bai Wei Xian? Li Yang's tone was calm, giving no indication of his feelings. Old Zhou's heart sank a little, he cautiously replied. That is indeed the case. The child comes from a difficult background, but he may have had some good luck recently, completing a few well-paying tasks. Young people, when they have a bit of money, it is normal to celebrate with friends. He has indeed been more diligent in his training than before. Diligence is a good thing. Li Yang tapped his fingers on the desk, speaking slowly. However, Teacher Zhou, as a homeroom teacher, you must not only care about students' studies but also about their thoughts and growth. The college entrance examination is a major event in life, concerning their future, and also concerning safety. Sometimes, being too much of a standout may not be a good thing. You must understand the importance of timing and the principle that a tree standing out in the forest will be brought down by the wind. You should give him more advice. He paused, lowering his voice. Especially, he has a sick sister at home who needs care, so he requires stability. Graduating smoothly, finding a solid job, and taking good care of family is better than anything else. Some fame is better left unfollowed. Don't you think? Old Zhou listened to these words and looked at the vice principal's meaningful gaze, his heart slowly sinking. How could he not hear the hidden meaning? They wanted Lu Ming to take it easy on the exam and to surrender voluntarily. A surge of anger instantly rose in old Zhou's heart. He had taught Lu Ming for 3 years and knew how hard this kid had worked and how tough his family situation was. Now, after finally seeing a glimmer of hope, it was going to be crushed by these so-called powerful families using such despicable means? But he did not dare to show it and could only lower his head, obediently replying, yes, the vice principal is right. I will guide him well. Go ahead. Remember, stability outweighs everything. Li Yang waved his hand, signaling him to leave. Old Zhou bowed as he exited the vice principal's office, but the moment he closed the door, his face instantly turned ashen, fists tightly clenched, nails almost digging into his palms. He quickly walked back to his small research room, shut the door, his chest heaving violently, eyes filled with anger and disdain. Shameless. Bullying others with power. He muttered under his breath, his voice full of helplessness. He sat in his chair, silent for a long time. One side was the school's powerful vice principal, backed by the massive Zhang family, which he couldn't afford to offend. On the other side was his student he had watched grow, full of talent, character, and perseverance, who was about to leap to success with his own efforts. A teacher's conscience and care for his student ultimately overcame the fear of power. He took a deep breath, as if making a firm decision. When school was over, he used the excuse of checking the classrooms and seemingly accidentally walked over to Lu Ming, who was in an empty classroom practicing a practical simulation. Lu Ming, old Zhou whispered, quickly scanning the surroundings to ensure no one was watching. After training, come to my research room. I have some review materials for you. Lu Ming was a bit confused but nodded in agreement. A moment later, inside the research room, old Zhou closed the windows tightly and even quietly activated a simple soundproofing formation, which he had bought frugally, then turned around, looking serious at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, Vice Principal Li just looked for me. He did not hold anything back and recounted the arrival of Mr. Fu. Li Yang's hint, along with the Zhang family's threat and their seemingly tempting but actually treacherous condition, was conveyed exactly, word for word to Lu Ming.
Lu Ming listened quietly, his expression shifting from confusion to coldness, finally turning into a deep chill. His hands, hanging by his side, unconsciously clenched tighter, knuckles slightly turning white. That's how it is. After old Zhou finished speaking, he sighed deeply, his eyes filled with worry and helplessness. The Zhang family is powerful and deeply rooted in Qingshi City, their methods are often not righteous. The teacher has little power and cannot help you too much, but can only remind you. Be careful. For the mock exam and the college entrance exam, act according to your ability, but don't let yourself suffer too much. If really impossible, temporarily endure is also a strategy. He looked at Lu Ming, earnestly, living and protecting your family is more important than anything. Lu Ming raised his head, looking at the homeroom teacher's worried yet slightly guilty eyes, and the coldness in his heart melted slightly. He took a deep breath, then respected old Zhou with a bow. Teacher Zhou, thank you. His voice was calm but carried an undeniable firmness. Thank you for telling me this. I, Lu Ming, will remember this kindness. He straightened up, his gaze sharp as a knife, as if he could see through the walls to the deep mansion at the city center. Rest assured, I know what to do. A cold and sharp curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. You want me to bow my head? Do you want me to break my own wings? Dream on. Lu Ming, you. Old Zhou looked at him, seeing the unhidden sharpness and fighting spirit in his eyes, feeling both relieved and more worried in his heart. Teacher, I know my limits. Lu Ming interrupted him, his tone steady. I won't act recklessly. But some things are a bottom line, they cannot be crossed. Once crossed, the backbone will break, and I will never stand straight again in this life. He again slightly bowed to old Zhou. Teacher, today's words, from your mouth to my ears, will never implicate you. You must, also be careful. After saying this, he said no more, turned around, pushed open the door of the research room, and strode out. The setting sun cast his shadow long, projecting it onto the empty corridor, appearing particularly upright, even carrying a hint of resolute pride. Old Zhou stood at the door, watching the boy's distant figure, opening his mouth but ultimately only letting out a long sigh. The young eagle spreads its wings, must eventually weather the storms. I hope you can fly through it. He murmured to himself, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Returning to his newly renovated home, the coldness on Lu Ming's face softened slightly, but the sharpness in his gaze remained undiminished. The three-headed hellhound keenly sensed its master's unease, growling softly, nudging his arm with its middle head. Lu Ming petted its hard scales, feeling that robust strength and loyalty, replacing the coldness in his heart with an even stronger fighting spirit. Zhang family. Zhang Hao. He murmured to himself, his voice sharp. Do you think you can easily manipulate others' fates just because you have power? You think you can make geniuses bow down, let efforts go to waste? Then come on. Mock exams, college entrance exams. I'm waiting. I will use absolute strength to show you how ridiculous your threats are. How fragile your schemes are. You want me to break my wings? I want to see in the end, who will be the one to fall. In the training room, the lights turned on, the young man's figure submerged once more into frenzied cultivation, but this time, that figure carried a resolve that was like burning bridges and advancing boldly. Chapter 83, Poisoned Bait. In Qingstone City, deep within the Zhang family's mansion, the meeting hall named Quiet Contemplation Hall had an atmosphere heavier than usual. Zhang Mingyuan sat calmly in the main seat, silently listening to the report from a black-clad steward below. The steward's voice was low and clear, discussing the feedback after Vice Principal Li Yong contacted Lu Ming through class teacher old Zhou. Vice Principal Li has, as instructed, persuaded the target through the Zhou class teacher. But according to Dark the observation, after leaving the Vice Principal's office, the Zhou class teacher appeared furious, then privately contacted Lu Ming. The content of their conversation could not be known due to the soundproof array, but from Lu Ming's performance afterward, it seems the expected effect was not achieved, and may have even raised the target's alertness. Zhang Mingyuan's fingers lightly tapped on the rosewood armrest, creating a soft sound that echoed clearly in the silent hall. His face showed no indication of anger or joy, but his eyes were a few degrees colder than usual. Oh. It seems, this teacher Zhou has quite a bit of spirit. He spoke lightly, his tone hard to tell if it was praise or ridicule. What about Li Yong? Vice Principal Li is normal, showing no signs of abnormality. He seems to believe the task has been completed. The black-clad steward respectfully replied. Useless. Zhang Mingyuan lightly uttered two words, uncertain if he was criticizing Li Yong, the disobedient class teacher, or both. He picked up the spiritual tea beside him, took a delicate sip, his movement elegant yet carrying an undeniable majesty. The other elders in the hall either closed their eyes to rest, or focused inward, not interjecting. Fifth elder Zhang Mingfu twisted the corner of his mouth, appearing as if he wanted to say something, but upon seeing Zhang Mingyuan's calm and unwavering gaze, he swallowed his words. Since gentle persuasion is ineffective. Zhang Mingyuan set down his teacup. His gaze swept across the crowd present, ultimately landing on the black-clad steward.
Then let's change the approach. He must understand that in this blue stone city, some rules cannot be broken with a bit of luck and ferocity. His tone was calm, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. I remember, there's still a bit of bone-eroding orchid powder in the storeroom, right? At this remark, the eyelids of several elders in the hall twitched slightly. Bone-eroding orchid was not a poison of great toxicity, in fact, it was harmless to ordinary people. But for pet beasts, especially those with strong bones and active energy cores, it was an extremely insidious chronic poison. Colorless and tasteless, it was hard to detect when mixed into high-grade pet food. The initial symptoms were similar to acclimatization issues or cultivation disturbances, nearly causing the pet beasts to feel lethargic and grow slowly. But the toxin would quietly accumulate, slowly eroding the bones and energy cores of the pet beasts. By the time it was discovered, often the foundation would be destroyed, and recovery would be impossible. It was a malicious means specifically used to cripple promising pet beasts. Returning to the master, there is a little stock left from last year when dealing with that disobedient mining earth dragon, the black-clad steward replied with his head down. Zhang Mingyuan slightly nodded. Go fetch it, mix it into the best dragon blood rice, and be careful with the quantity. It needs to be effective, but he shouldn't notice it immediately. Find someone unfamiliar, with clean hands, to deliver it in the name of repaying kindness. The details, you should know how to handle. Understood. The black-clad steward grasped the hint, bowed, and quietly melted into the shadows. Zhang Mingyuan watched the direction in which the steward disappeared, his gaze deep. He did not expect the small trick to completely cripple that mutated three-headed hound. After all, it was a pet beast suspected of having a mid-grade bloodline, with considerable resistance. But this was a stance, a warning, and also a test. He wanted to see how that kid named Lu Ming would respond to such a sinister scheme. Was he really fearless and bold, or could he only swallow his anger? This would help him better judge the other party's background and character. Third brother, isn't this a bit too hasty? Elder Zhang Tianming couldn't help but speak, frowning slightly. This child has a fiery temperament, and if he detects it, it could backfire and create a deadly enemy. Seventh brother, you are too kind. Before Zhang Mingyuan could speak, fifth elder Zhang Mingfu sneered. What does it matter if a rootless little brat creates a deadly enemy? Is our Zhang family afraid of his revenge? It's to let him know the consequences of disobedience. Break his claws and see if he can still be arrogant. Zhang Mingyuan, the third steward, waved his hand, stopping the argument between the two. His tone remained calm. In extraordinary times, we must take extraordinary actions. With the college entrance exam approaching, time is not waiting for anyone. If he can't stand this little storm, then he isn't worth my Zhang family's effort. But if he really has the ability to withstand it, then that would be interesting. A glint of scheming shone in his eyes. Moreover, this is also to give Howard an explanation. We can't let him feel that the family can't handle even this small matter. With the decision made, no one dared to refute. The Zhang family's machinery quietly started to operate again. 2 days later, in the afternoon, the sun shone brightly. Lu Ming had just finished a round of hard training and was practicing combat coordination with the hellish three-headed hound in the newly repaired courtyard. After this period of resource accumulation and hard training, the presence of the hellish three-headed hound became increasingly robust and refined, and its control over the shadow prison also became more precise. The three heads worked together seamlessly, integrating offense and defense. Lu Ming himself also felt his power surging, just a step away from breaking through to Intermediate Beast Master Level 1. At that moment, a soft knock sounded from outside the courtyard door. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow, signaling the hellish three-headed hound to stay alert as he walked over to open the door. Standing outside was a middle-aged man dressed in plain gray mercenary clothing, with a simple and honest face. The man had dark skin, calloused hands, and a slightly awkward yet grateful smile, looking like a simple, honest person who lived off the land for years. Excuse me. Are you little brother Lu Ming? The man asked, rubbing his hands nervously. I am. Who are you? Lu Ming replied, his gaze scanning the man with a calm tone. Oh. I finally found you. The man's face immediately showed a look of relief and joy. He hurriedly took out a beautifully wrapped wooden gift box from behind him. Little brother, you might not remember me. I am from the Black Wind mercenary team. Half a month ago. On the outskirts of the dark forest in the north of the city, our team was attacked by a pack of second-tier elite, corrupted wolves, and we almost wiped out. It was you and your mighty beast who passed by, scared off the wolves, and saved our entire team. The man spoke sincerely, even with a hint of red in his eyes. At the time, you left in a hurry, and we didn't get a chance to thank you properly. Later, we finally managed to find out where you live. This little gift is something our whole team pooled money for, just a token of our gratitude. Please make sure to accept it. As he spoke, he offered the heavy gift box with both hands. The lid was made of transparent crystal material.
Inside, one could clearly see full, golden grains of rice, faintly emitting a rich vitality energy and tempting aroma.
It was the expensive premium beast food, dragon's blood rice.
This box was worth at least 1,000 or even several thousand crystals. Lu Ming's gaze shifted slightly as he looked at the box of dragon's blood rice.
Dark forest? Corrupted wolves?
He had indeed been to the north of the city for a mission recently, but he didn't recall encountering any mercenary team attacked by wolves. Just as a tinge of doubt arose in his heart and he was about to reach for the gift box. Woof! The three-headed hellhound at his feet suddenly let out a deep, threatening growl. It was not the excitement of facing prey, but a low growl filled with extreme disgust, alertness, and unease. The three heads lowered simultaneously, six eyes burning with ghostly blue flames fixed fiercely on the gift box, their pupils contracting, and the dark red scales behind their necks prickled slightly. Its massive body slightly recoiled, adopting a defensive stance, as if the box contained something incredibly terrifying.
Lu Ming's heart sank suddenly.
He had great trust in the hellhound's instincts.
This reaction was not one that should be seen when facing food.
Almost simultaneously, he heard Little Seven's voice in his mind. The voice was no longer filled with the usual lightheartedness or teasing, but carried an unprecedented seriousness and urgency, even with a hint of barely noticeable anger.
Lu Ming! Don't touch that box! Lu Ming's outstretched hand froze in midair.
Little Seven's voice was fast and urgent, firing off like a barrage in his mind.
That dragon's blood rice has a problem.
It's mixed with something.
It's a very insidious chronic poison called bone-eroding ghost orchid.
It specifically targets the bones and energy core of beasts. It's colorless and tasteless, incredibly hard to detect. Initial symptoms are like ordinary indigestion or discomfort while cultivating, but it will slowly erode the foundation, and by the time you notice, it will be too late.
This is not a token of gratitude, this is to cripple your dog. And the person giving the gift. He is lying.
The whole story about the Black Wind mercenary team and being saved in the dark forest is all fabricated. His heart rate, energy fluctuations, even micro-expressions, are all exposed under my monitoring.
This guy is a trained assassin. He is acting. A trap.
This was a carefully laid, incredibly malicious trap. Lu Ming's blood seemed to freeze instantly, a cold rage surged up from his heart, shooting straight to the top of his head.
The Zhang family. Indeed, it was the Zhang family. They were so impatient.
Using such despicable and vicious means. They wanted to fundamentally destroy his companions and ruin his future.
What a cruel heart. What a sinister scheme.
However, the furious emotion lasted only a moment before he forcibly suppressed it. On his face, not only was there no sign of anything unusual, but a hint of just the right amount of surprise and embarrassment quickly appeared.
Oh.
So it's the brothers from the Black Wind mercenary group.
Look at my memory.
Lu Ming slapped his forehead, showing a hearty, slightly shy smile of a youth, and smoothly took the heavy gift box, feeling its coldness in his hands.
That day was just a small matter. I didn't expect you brothers to remember it so much. How can this be? This dragon blood rice is too precious.
He acted just like an ordinary young man, a little overwhelmed by receiving a heavy gift for unexpected help, his performance natural and seamless, without any flaws. The simple man saw this, and a trace of barely noticeable triumph flashed in his eyes, but his face wore an even more grateful smile.
It's nothing. It's nothing.
The debt of life, this little token of appreciation is nothing.
Little brother, please don't decline.
If you need any help in Qingshi City in the future, just come find us at Old Soldier Tavern in the west of the city.
We won't disturb you any longer.
Big brother, take care.
Thank you to all the brothers for me.
Lu Ming waved goodbye warmly, and until the man's figure disappeared at the alley's mouth, his smile instantly vanished, turning into a cold chill. He closed the yard gate, leaning against the cold door, looking down at the beautifully packaged yet poison-laden gift box in his hands, his knuckles slightly turning white from exertion. The three-headed hellhound came closer, sniffing the box with distaste, emitting a low, warning whine.
Shao Qi's voice also carried a chill. What to do? Keeping this thing is a disaster. Lu Ming was silent for a moment, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. Dispose of it? Why get rid of it?
The corner of his mouth curled into a cold, cruel arc.
Keep it. This is the generous gift from the Zhang family.
The generous gift sent from the Zhang family mansion coiled around Lu Ming's heart like a cold venomous snake.
He neither destroyed it in anger nor impulsively sought out the Zhang family to confront them.
After the initial cold fury, a deeper, calmer calculation crystallized in his eyes.
Shao Qi, he returned to the room, tightly closing the door. Silently asking in his heart, what exactly is the bone-eroding orchid? How toxic is it? What is the period of onset?
Does it have any characteristics? Shao Qi's voice immediately responded, the bone-eroding orchid is not a highly toxic poison, but an extremely insidious chronic toxin. Its biggest feature is the long incubation period, and the initial symptoms are very mild.
It can easily be misjudged as ordinary indigestion, adapting to new environments, or occasional energy stagnation during training.
Its toxicity slowly permeates, primarily affecting the pet's bones and energy core. In the early stages, it may only cause slight lethargy, a slight decrease in appetite, and minor instability in skill control. But as the toxin accumulates, it will gradually erode bone strength, making the pet weak while contaminating the energy core, resulting in a significant slowdown in training speed, or even complete stagnation, and in severe cases, the root foundation will be destroyed, with no possibility of advancement. The most troublesome part is that this toxin is colorless and odorless, mixed in high-grade pet food and very difficult to detect with conventional methods. By the time obvious symptoms appear, the toxicity is often deep, making it hard to eradicate.
The Zhang family chose this thing because they valued its concealment and destructive effect on the foundation.
Lu Ming listened quietly, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table, his gaze growing brighter. Long incubation period, mild initial symptoms easy to misjudge.
Isn't this a perfect opportunity for retaliation? A bold plan instantly took shape in his mind. Xiaoqi, do you have anything that can simulate a state similar to being poisoned? For example, energy circulation is not smooth, and the spirit is low, but it won't really harm the dog?
Lu Ming asked, his tone tinged with a hint of excitement.
Yes. Little Seven answered quickly, seemingly guessing Lu Ming's plan.
In the system mall, there is a type of mimicry potion, low-grade spiritual item, and its effect is to simulate various abnormal states, including poisoning, weakness, energy disorder, etc. The duration is controllable, harmless to the body, specifically used for tactical deception or, in situations like this now.
It requires 500 points to exchange. 500 points? Exchange.
Lu Ming said without hesitation.
Points can be earned back, this opportunity must not be missed. Points minus 500. Remaining points, 9,500.
Obtained, mimicry potion, weakness/energy disorder type, X1. A small crystal vial containing light gray liquid appeared in Lu Ming's hand. He walked in front of the Hellhound, crouched down, and looked seriously into its 6 eyes.
Dog, listen, Lu Ming lowered his voice, his eyes serious. The box of stuff just now was poison sent by the Zhang family, meant to harm you. But now, we have a chance to turn the tables and trick them.
The 3 heads of the Hellhound tilted simultaneously, showing confusion, but more trust and obedience.
Drink this, Lu Ming shook the potion in his hand.
It will make you temporarily look poisoned, low in spirit, and unstable in strength control.
We have to put on a show for those hidden eyes. Understand?
The Hellhound growled softly, the middle head leaned forward, sniffed the potion, and then opened its mouth without hesitation, allowing Lu Ming to drop the potion into its mouth. The potion took effect quickly.
After a brief moment, the Hellhound's originally bright 6 eyes visibly dimmed, appearing somewhat listless.
Its huge body seemed heavier, and its steps were less spry than before. It even occasionally swayed its head slightly, as if feeling a bit dizzy.
Very good. Just like that.
Lu Ming observed closely, silently praising the realism of the potion produced by Little Seven.
In the following days, a carefully planned performance quietly took place in Lu Ming's small courtyard. During the day, when the Hellhound moved in the courtyard, it no longer looked fierce and agile as before. Instead, it appeared somewhat unsteady, often lying down in a corner. The 3 heads drooped, showing little interest in its favorite, magma core, and its appetite noticeably decreased. During skill training, its performance was full of flaws.
The spewing, hellfire, was inconsistent, sometimes the flames were fierce, other times it was just flickering sparks, and even once there was a control mistake. The azure flame column swept crookedly across a corner of the courtyard wall, burning a small patch of newly grown grass to charred black, causing Lu Ming to anxiously shout loudly, quickly throwing water to extinguish the fire. Lu Ming also played his part well. He frequently frowned, wearing a deeply worried expression. He ran back and forth to the city's pharmacy, buying some common, calm heart pills, detoxifying powder, and other usual medicines. Although he knew these things were completely ineffective against the soul-eating orchid root, the performance had to be complete. He also coincidentally encountered Wang Tao and Li Hao, who came to play at his home. Taozi, Haozi, you guys are here. Lu Ming opened the door, forcing a smile, his voice rough and tired. As soon as Wang Tao and Li Hao entered, they felt something was off. Seeing the Hellhound lying in the courtyard, listless and even too lazy to wag its tail, both were taken aback.
Brother Ming, what's wrong with the dog? Wang Tao leaned closer, concerned, and asked, looks low in spirit? Is it sick? Li Hao furrowed his brow as well. Yeah, Brother Ming, your face doesn't look good either. What happened?
Lu Ming sighed, letting his acting show through, filled with deep concern.
Sigh, I don't know what's going on either. Just started a few days ago.
The dog suddenly became low in spirit. His appetite was poor, and he kept running into problems during training.
Look over there, he pointed to the scorched lawn.
The control of the flames has gotten out of hand. I'm worried, could it be that last time in the Ghost Valley when fighting that shadow leopard? Did it leave some hidden injury untreated? Or did it eat something unclean? His tone was filled with worry and uncertainty, clearly displayed. Wang Tao and Li Hao exchanged glances, both believing him completely. Wang Tao patted Lu Ming's shoulder and comforted him. Ming brother, don't worry too much. It might just be tired or have a little issue. The dog is so powerful, it will be fine. Li Hao nodded as well. Yeah, Ming brother, you bought so much medicine, take good care of it, it will surely get better. Lu Ming smiled bitterly, I hope so. The mock exam is coming up soon, and with it like this, I really fear. His words were left unfinished, but the anxiety and helplessness within were clearly conveyed to his two close friends. Sure enough, after Wang Tao and Li Hao left, out of concern for their friend and a habit of not being able to keep secrets, during casual chats with other classmates, they inevitably let it slip. Sigh, Ming brother has been so worried lately. His 3 divine dogs don't know what's wrong, looking sick, even the flames can't spray properly. Yeah, I heard it might be residual effects from the injuries in the secret realm. Ming brother runs to the pharmacy every day. I hope the dog gets better soon, otherwise what will happen to the mock exam? Such news, like stones thrown into a lake, quickly created ripples in the small community of the class. Naturally, it was no surprise that it reached Zhang Hao and his informants, who were always paying attention to Lu Ming's movements. At the Zhang family's mansion, in Zhang Hao's courtyard. Ha ha ha. Great. That bastard's dog really has a problem. Zhang Hao exclaimed in excitement when he received the report from his confidant, slapping the table, his face full of glee and triumph. I knew it. With Uncle San's move, how could it possibly fail? What mutated pet beast, in the face of the Zhang family's methods, is just a joke? He immediately ran to report to Zhang Mingyuan, filled with sense of rights. In the quiet contemplation hall, after hearing Zhang Hao's embellished description, Zhang Mingyuan still had little expression on his face, only faintly asking, is the news reliable? Seen with their own eyes? Absolutely reliable. Zhang Hao affirmed, thumping his chest, my arranged people saw those 3 dogs swaying while walking in the courtyard. That kid Lu Ming runs to the pharmacy every day, looking as miserable as if his father just died. It must be the gift we gave taking effect. Zhang Mingyuan lightly tapped the armrest with his fingertips, pondering for a moment, his mouth finally curling into a barely noticeable cold arc. It seems that the effect of the bone-corroding orchid is better than expected. He murmured to himself, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. After all, he is just a lucky poor boy, with too shallow background, unable to withstand even this little wave. He looked up at the excited Zhang Hao and blandly instructed. Since the opponent is already sick, let's keep things quiet on our end for now. No need to waste energy on him anymore. Pass down the order, all actions against Lu Ming are to be paused. Let's watch how it changes. Once his pet beast is completely crippled, it will naturally pose no threat. At that time, whether it is to flatten or to squeeze, isn't it all up to us? Yes. Uncle San. Zhang Hao respectfully responded, feeling elated, as if he could already see Lu Ming turning back into that poor kid who could be bullied after losing his pet beast. Zhang family's spies received the orders, and while the surveillance on Lu Ming's house continued, their vigilance had clearly relaxed a lot. In their view, a poor student whose pet beast was about to be ruined and whose future was bleak was no longer worth focusing too much attention on. And all of this was clearly felt by Lu Ming and Xiaoqi. In the courtyard, Lu Ming watched the still listless performance. But in his eyes, the cunning light flickered in the 3-headed Hellhound. A cold, confident smile slowly lifted the corners of his mouth. The fish is already hooked. Chapter 85, Investigation and Countermeasure. The Zhang family thought their malicious plan had succeeded, quietly retracting their probing hand, waiting for Lu Ming and his pet to wither away under the erosion of bone-eating orchid. However, they could never have imagined that the seemingly troubled boy. Not only was he not in the slightest bit flustered, but beneath the calm surface, he was launching a more precise and fierce counterattack. In the small courtyard, Lu Ming appeared to be anxiously tending to his listless 3-headed Hellhound. He still made daily trips between home and the pharmacy, playing the role of an ordinary student troubled by his pet's ailments. But in his mind, a silent investigation had already fully unfolded. Xiaoqi, in the dead of night, Lu Ming commanded silently in his heart. The person who delivered the gift that day cannot simply disappear. I want to know who he is and who is pulling the strings behind him. Can you do it? Don't worry, Lu Ming. Xiaoqi's voice immediately rang in Lu Ming's mind, filled with eager excitement and absolute confidence. I've recorded everything about that guy, his appearance, energy fluctuations, even his subtle muscle habits when he speaks. As long as he's in Qingshi City, he can't escape my senses. Just give me some time, and I'll turn this city upside down to unearth him. In the following days, Xiaoqi displayed its terrifying information processing ability. Found it.
On the evening of the third day, Xiaoqi's voice sounded with a hint of pride in Lu Ming's mind. That guy is Zhao Wu, and he's not a mercenary at all. He's a thug leader raised by the Zhang family at the Golden Hook Casino in the West District, responsible for handling some dirty work. This guy is an old hand. He has several past cases of crippling others that have been suppressed by the Zhang family using money and connections. With Xiaoqi's pinpointing, more related information was dug up. It even intercepted a few complex encrypted command fragments, passed between different secret nodes. And a sum of money flowing from a secretly disguised account linked to the Zhang family's overseas business. Ultimately, it was recorded as funds arriving under the name of Zhao Wu's distant cousin. Although this evidence couldn't directly point to Zhang Mingshan himself, the clues leading to the Zhang family were as clear as a lighthouse in the night. Indeed, it's them. Cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, and his fists instinctively clenched tight. Though he had expected it, confirming that the Zhang family was behind such a vicious scheme made the suppressed anger hard to contain. But he quickly calmed down. To rush up to confront them? That would be a foolish act of suicide. To expose the evidence to the public? Setting aside whether such indirect evidence could topple the deeply rooted Zhang family, even if it could, it would totally expose his own special circumstances, drawing greater trouble. He must take advantage of their strength, and it must be fast, accurate, and ruthless. Xiaoqi, is there any department in Qingshi City that is relatively independent, doesn't readily listen to the Zhang family, and specifically deals with such matters? Lu Ming thought quickly about a countermeasure. Yes. Xiaoqi replied swiftly, the discipline inspection team directly under the city lord's mansion. The captain is Taizhan, a well-known hard-nosed type, with peak intermediate beastmaster's strength. He is strict and impartial, and it's said that he sometimes doesn't even give the city lord face. He detests the dirty dealings of these big families behind the scenes. The Zhang family has suffered a lot at his hands. Good. That's the one. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Xiaoqi, carefully process Zhao Wu's criminal record, and the directives and financial flow leads we intercepted. Erase all traces related to us but ensure the intent is clear enough that Taizhan can immediately see who we should investigate. Then, anonymously use absolute anonymity to deliver this big gift to the door of the discipline inspection team. Understood. Watch me. Little Qi replied excitedly, like a child about to pull off a prank. It quickly sprang into action. The case files about Zhao Wu's injuries were organized clearly. The fragments of encrypted instructions cleverly restored some key contents, pointing to a peripheral industry of the Zhang family. The flow of funds was clearly labeled, and although the endpoint account was disguised, the origin, a secret account related to the Zhang family, was faintly highlighted. The entire evidence package was flawless, revealing nothing about Lu Ming, while like a sharp thorn, it directly targeted the Zhang family's pain. In the deep night, outside the sturdy, rugged building of the discipline inspection team, adorned with a mythical stone sculpture at the entrance. An ordinary messenger bird, a type of domesticated flying pet used to deliver small items, landed quietly. It dropped a tightly wrapped envelope covered in special waterproof paper into the mail slot at the entrance, then quickly vanished into the night. The next morning, this anonymous tip-off letter was placed on Captain Taizhan's desk, which was piled high with case files. Taizhan was a middle-aged man with a stern face and sharp eagle-like eyes. He opened the envelope and carefully read the contents, his brow furrowing tighter. When he saw the vague but highly suggestive clues pointing to the Zhang family, a cold, hard smirk crept onto his lips. Zhang family, it's you again, he snorted coldly, slamming his hand on the table. Zhao Wu? The thug from the Jingo casino? Good. Truly outrageous. Without a hint of hesitation, he immediately assembled a team of capable personnel, leading them himself straight to the Jingo casino in the West District. The casino had just opened, and Zhao Wu was leisurely sipping morning tea in a private room on the second floor, calculating how much he could rake in from the casino this month. He had no idea that the small matter he did for the Zhang family would provoke the fury of the discipline inspection team. When the door of the private room was kicked open violently, and Taizhan's cold face appeared, Zhao Wu was so frightened that his teacup fell to the floor. Zhao Wu. You are suspected of multiple serious assault charges and involved in a malicious attempted poisoning case. Come with us. Taizhan's voice was like cold iron clashing, undeniable. Zhao Wu wanted to argue, but when Taizhan slapped part of the evidence from the anonymous tip-off on his face, especially seeing his previous crimes, which he thought he had covered up, clearly listed out, along with the suspicious financial records, his psychological defenses collapsed in an instant. Under the specific interrogation methods of the inspection team and Taizhan's oppressive gaze, Zhao Wu confessed a lot of things for self-preservation, like bamboo shoots pouring out of a bamboo tube. Though he did not dare to directly implicate the core figures of the Zhang family. But he vaguely admitted he was acting under orders, getting paid for the job, and hinted that the instigator had significant power, connected to certain big families. These testimonies were enough for Taizhan to more clearly direct the investigation toward the Zhang family. The inspection team immediately mobilized to investigate accounts related to that fund,
tracing the leads to several not-so-clean peripheral industries of the Zhang family.
Zhang family mansion, reflection hall. Bang!
A delicate blue and white porcelain teacup was violently smashed to the ground, shards scattering everywhere.
Zhang Mingyuan's face turned pale, his chest heaving violently, unable to maintain his usual composure. Useless. That fool Zhao Wu.
How could he fall into Tai Zhan's hands? He growled, his voice filled with anger and disbelief. He never expected Lu Ming's reaction to be so swift, with methods so cunning and ruthless. Not only had they traced the executor Zhao Wu, but they also managed to bypass the Zhang family and directly used the discipline inspection team from the city lord's mansion to counterattack. This was like a heavy slap on his face.
Third brother, what should we do now?
That guy Tai Zhan is a madman, impossible to deal with. He has already begun investigating our few businesses. Elder Zhang Mingfu spoke anxiously, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Although those businesses were not core, they still brought in a good amount of gray income every year, and if they were dug deep, it could lead to even more trouble. Elder Zhang Mingyuan, same name, looked serious. This person is meticulous, cunning, and absolutely not ordinary.
We must re-evaluate his threat.
Zhang Mingyuan forced himself to calm down, taking a few deep breaths.
He knew it wasn't the time to lose his temper.
The priority was to stop the losses. Immediately cut off all contact with Zhao Wu and those accounts.
Do it cleanly.
He grit his teeth and commanded, also, notify below that those businesses under scrutiny, temporarily closed down, clean up all the accounts, it's time to sacrifice a pawn to protect the king, we cannot hesitate. This was a drastic measure, a significant loss, but to avoid igniting a bigger fire, he had no choice but to do so. After a series of emergency operations, the Zhang family's influence quickly retracted, with several peripheral businesses decisively sacrificed, finally blocking the inspection team's further investigation for the time being.
But after this battle, the Zhang family not only lost manpower and industries, but more importantly, they left an even worse impression at the lord's residence, exposing their desperation toward Lu Ming and a hint of helplessness.
Zhang Mingyuan stood by the window, watching the heavy night outside, his face dark enough to drip water. For the first time, he truly felt that the boy named Lu Ming was far more troublesome than he had imagined. In this confrontation, he not only failed to achieve his goal but also suffered a setback, losing manpower and businesses, and attracting official attention.
Lu Ming. He whispered this name.
His eyes no longer held the previous disdain and calculations, but were instead filled with deep apprehension and a hint of chilling unease that even he himself was reluctant to admit. This boy was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, the ripples he created had already begun to exceed his control. At this moment, in a little courtyard, Lu Ming received Shao Qi's report about Zhao Wu's arrest and the setbacks of the Zhang family's industries. There was no hint of gloating on his face, just a calm stroke of the increasingly solid scales of the three-headed hellhound beside him. This is just the beginning, he said quietly, his gaze seemingly piercing through the walls, looking towards the prosperous and stern mansion area in the city center. Zhang family, we will settle our accounts slowly.
Chapter 86, A Storm Approaches. The news of Zhao Wu's arrest and the setbacks in the Zhang family's peripheral industries.
Like a stone thrown into a deep pond, it created ripples in certain circles of Qingshi city, then quickly returned to calm. Ordinary people continued to live their own lives, students in the academy were nervously preparing for the upcoming simulation test, and the streets bustled as usual. But in Lu Ming's newly renovated courtyard, which had been arranged with a spirit-gathering formation, the atmosphere was at odds with this surface tranquility. The night was deep, the oil lamp's glow cast the silhouette of the boy deep and thought onto the window paper. Lu Ming did not practice or rest, he simply sat quietly at the table. His fingers unconsciously tapped on the table, his gaze sharp as an eagle, as if he wanted to pierce through the thick night and see the turbulent undercurrents hidden beneath. The poison of bone-eating orchid, the hypocrisy of the repayment mercenaries, the iron-faced intervention of the disciplinary inspection team. The Zhang family's decisive cuts, a series of events washed over Lu Ming's cognitive bottom line like cold tides, again and again.
He fully understood.
His conflict with the Zhang family was no longer a clash of student bravado or simple resource competition. From Zhang Hao's initial humiliation to the ambush of the venomous fawn team. In this direct confrontation targeting the foundation of the hellish three-headed dog.
This is a life and death struggle, with no room for retreat. The Zhang family, in order to maintain their position and eliminate potential threats, they can use any underhanded means without bottom lines. Reconciliation? Compromise?
That's just a fantasy of the weak. Beneath the calm appearance of the campus and life lies a dark undercurrent and whirlpool that could swallow people whole. If he wants to survive, if he wants to protect his sister, if he wants to have a future, he can no longer hold any naive fantasies and must confront this cruel reality.
Shao Qi.
Lu Ming called softly in his heart, his tone unusually serious.
I'm here, Lu Ming.
Shao Qi's voice immediately responded, no longer carefree but filled with a sense of shared seriousness.
I know what you're thinking.
The Zhang family will not let this go, having suffered a loss this time. Next time, their tactics will only be more concealed and ruthless.
Exactly.
Lu Ming took a deep breath, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. We can't keep passively getting hit. We must take the initiative. At the very least, we need to see the full picture of our opponent.
Xiaoqi, I need as detailed information as possible on the Zhang family.
Got it.
I've already started organizing.
Xiaoqi's voice carried a hint of excitement, as if saying, I've been waiting for you to say this, watch me. In the next moment, an invisible, extremely complex tapestry of information seemed to unfold in Lu Ming's mind. Xiaoqi's voice was like that of the most professional analyst, breaking it down and reporting. The Zhang family, one of the three major families of Qingshi City, has stood for over 100 years with deep roots. The current head of the family, Zhang Yuanshan, has a cultivation level of Advanced Beast Master mid-stage, and his pet beast is believed to be a Tier 5 intermediate iron-armored Earth Dragon. His combat power is formidable, often stationed in the family's core mining area, rarely directly intervening in city matters. The actual daily manager of the family is the third steward, Zhang Mingyuan, who is Zhang Hao's uncle, with a cultivation level of Intermediate Beastmaster Peak. Skilled in calculation and ruthless in methods, the last poisoning scheme likely originated from him.
The details of his pet beast are unknown, but it's certainly not weak.
The family's main core industries are three. First is the obsidian ore mine, in the north of the city, which is the lifeblood of the Zhang family, producing energy-rich obsidian, with huge profits, guarded by trusted subordinates of the head. Second is the largest herbal medicine workshop in the city, monopolizing nearly 30% of the low to mid-tier medicine market in Qingshi City, cooperating with many beast masters and mercenary groups. Third is a mercenary group called Black Wolf that they secretly control, which on the surface appears independent, but actually deals with dirty work for the Zhang family. Its strength cannot be underestimated. In terms of influence, the mining area in the north of the city is their stronghold, and the entertainment industry, casinos, taverns, in the west of the city also hold significant influence. Their relationship with the city lord's mansion is subtle, with both cooperation and checks and balances. Their relationship with the Lin family, also one of the three major families, is tense, mainly competing in the medicine business. Their relationship with the Wang family is relatively calm, with occasional marriages. Lu Ming listened quietly, firmly engraving this information in his mind. The obsidian ore mine is a money bag, the herbal medicine workshop is a network of connections, and the Black Wolf mercenary group is a hand of power. The influence of the Zhang family is indeed intricate, far beyond what he, a mere student, could compare. At the same time, he also scrutinized himself more calmly. The hellish three-headed dog, with a medium-tier bloodline, holds endless potential, but currently only stands at Tier 3 lower intermediate peak. With its skill advantage and bloodline strength, it might be able to contend with ordinary, Tier 3 intermediate, or even Tier 3 upper intermediate, beasts. But faced with the Zhang family's likely dispatched experts, possessing pets at Tier 4, or even higher,
the odds are extremely slim. The absolute gap in levels and energy cannot be easily bridged solely by bloodline and techniques.
As for himself, with a cultivation level of Apprentice Beast Master mid-stage, he may not be considered weak among the younger generation in Qingshi City, but before true strong opponents, he is indeed unfit to withstand a single blow. His personal strength and the forces he can mobilize are both at an absolute disadvantage.
A heavy pressure, like an invisible mountain, pressed on his shoulders.
However, the pressure did not bring him despair. Instead, it awakened the fierce determination and extraordinary calm that lay deep within him.
Going head-to-head is seeking death.
Lu Ming muttered softly, his eyes shimmering with the light of wisdom. Individual bravery is indeed small in the face of a powerful family force. But it doesn't mean there is no chance to break the situation. He began to think rapidly about all the possible forces he could leverage. The school. He first thought of Qingshi No. 3 High School. If I can show enough brilliant value in this mock exam, and in the upcoming college entrance examination, crushing all my opponents and even setting records.
Would the school, for the sake of reputation and future returns, offer me some degree of protection? At least, the Zhang family on the surface wouldn't dare to be too excessive in the school, right? The Mercenary Guild. He thought of his identity as a low-ranked mercenary.
By upgrading my mercenary rank and completing higher difficulty tasks, I would not only gain more resources and money but also access to a broader network and information. The guild itself is also a relatively neutral and powerful force.
His gaze even turned further away.
Also, other forces with conflicts against the Zhang family.
For example, the Lin family? The enemy's enemy is not necessarily a friend, but at least, it is an opportunity that can be utilized.
Thoughts collided, combined, and elaborated in his mind. He was no longer just a student burying himself in practice and passively responding. He began to attempt to view this complicated game board from the perspective of a player. Although he was currently just a seemingly insignificant piece, what he needed to do was to see the entire board clearly and find the gap that could shift the situation.
Xiaoqi, Lu Ming spoke again, his tone firm. Keep monitoring the movements of the core members of the Zhang family, especially Zhang Mingyuan and Zhang Hao. Focus on collecting the activity patterns and personnel composition of the Black Wolf mercenary group. Also, pay attention to how the Lin family and Wang family react to the recent movements of the Zhang family. No problem. Leave it to me. Shao Qi responded vigorously, I will be like an invisible net, enveloping them. Any stir or move won't escape my senses. Lu Ming stood up and walked to the window, pushing it open. The night breeze, carrying a chill, blew in, making his heated mind even clearer. He looked towards the brightly lit area at the center of the city, which concealed hidden dangers, his gaze sharp as a knife. Storm clouds gathered, there was no way to avoid it. But he was no longer the boy who could only curl up in a corner, praying for the storm to pass quickly. He aimed to see the direction amidst the storm, gather strength, and then seek opportunities to break the situation. Dog, he softly called. The Hellhound silently came to his side, its 3 heads raised, 6 eyes burning with a ghostly blue flame in the night, loyal and determined. Lu Ming patted its hard, warm scales, feeling the growing power within. Our journey is still long, he whispered, both to his partner and himself. The current predicament is merely a sharpening stone. The mock exam is our first opportunity. Let them see what kind of brilliance can explode from someone whom they see as an ant. The night grew deeper, the small courtyard returned to silence. But beneath this silence, a stronger, more hidden power was quietly brewing. Mountains bring rain, and winds fill the building. Yet, the person in the building has already grasped the sword in hand. Chapter 87, The Desire for Strength. After recognizing the harsh reality and feeling the heavy pressure of the Zhang family, like mountains, Lu Ming's heart was not crushed, instead, it ignited an unprecedented, extreme desire for power. He needed to grow stronger. Immediately. Right now. At all costs. This desire was not an empty shout but turned into a very specific, even somewhat crazy investment of resources. He almost used up the remaining 80,000 gold crystals in liquid assets. Without hesitation, he dedicated himself entirely to enhancing his own strength and that of the hellish 3-headed dog. In the west area of Qingstone City, at the herb-gathering herbal market. It is far from the elegant sophistication of this spirit drug pavilion. Instead, it resembles a bustling marketplace, filled with mixed scents of various herbs, some fragrant and some strange. Beast Tamers, alchemy apprentices, and herbal merchants in diverse clothing weave through the crowd, haggling and calling out to one another. Lu Ming, dressed in plain, worn-out clothes, navigated through the dense flow of people, his sharp eyes scanning each stall. No longer was he a poor student daunted by high-tier resources, but a determined buyer with significant funds and a clear goal. He headed straight to a larger store with a wide variety of herbs, 10,000 herbs haul. Boss, how much for the spirit concentration pill? Lu Ming asked, picking up a jade bottle containing 5 pill-sized orbs exuding a refreshing medicinal fragrance. The boss behind the counter, a lean middle-aged man, glanced at Lu Ming and, seeing his ordinary attire, lazily quoted a price. This is a quality normal spirit concentration pill. 5 in a bottle, good for aiding concentration, 300 gold crystals. Lu Ming frowned slightly. Boss, your price is too high, right? The branch of Revival Hall on East Street sells it for only 280. The boss scoffed. Young man, Revival Hall makes them in bulk, can the effects be the same? This is made by Master Zhang from Herb Pavilion, with pure potency and fewer impurities. You get what you pay for. Lu Ming didn't argue, he put down the bottle and picked up another slightly larger one. What about this, vein expanding liquid? This is an excellent quality normal vein expanding liquid, gently expands veins, enhances the speed of beast power operation, 10 drops in a bottle, 500 gold crystals. The boss raised his eyelid. 450, Lu Ming countered directly. Young man, your bargaining is too aggressive. The boss shook his head repeatedly. No, I can't sell at that price. The most I can do is 10 gold crystals off. Lu Ming kept a straight face and began his performance. He sighed, showing a hint of embarrassment and struggle. Boss, to be honest, I'm a student from Qingstone High School No. 3. I have a simulation exam coming up. My family gathered a bit of money for me to buy some herbs to boost my studies. I really don't have the budget. Let me buy more, 3 bottles of spirit concentration pill, and 2 bottles of vein expanding liquid. Can you give me a real price? Just consider it supporting a poor student. His tone was sincere, with just the right amount of urgency and helplessness in his eyes, portraying a struggling student fighting for his future. The boss examined him for a few moments, seemingly moved, and pondered. 3 bottles of pills, 2 bottles of liquid. How about this? I'll give you the spirit concentration pill at 280 per bottle, and the vein expanding liquid at 480 per bottle, totaling 1,800 gold crystals. This is really the lowest price. Lu Ming quickly calculated in his mind, it was a bit higher than the market average, but he had no time to waste. He showed an expression of pain on his face, gritting his teeth. Okay. That's the price. Boss, can you throw in 10 pieces of calm heart leaf as a bonus? I want to use it for evening practice.
The boss chuckled at his penny-pinching attitude and helplessly shook his head. Alright, I'll give you 10 pieces. The young fellows these days really know how to bargain. Funds 1800 gold crystals. Acquired, Spirit Concentration Pill X15, Vein Expanding Liquid X20 drops, Calm Heart Leaf X10. Little Cheese silently reported the account. Then, Ming moved to several other stalls, using the same playing poor plus bulk purchase plus requesting bonuses strategy to buy a large amount of Soul Crystal Fragment, a crystal fragment containing weak spiritual energy, relatively expensive, but it directly nourishes mental strength. Another 1,000 gold crystals were spent. Finally, he arrived at the area dedicated to pet resources. The scent here was wilder, mixed with blood and the odor of various energy ores. Boss, how much for the Earthfire Crystal Core and Shadow Essence? Ming stepped into a shop called Beast King's Altar. The shopkeeper was a stout man with strong arms and a round waist. A loud-voiced bald man was polishing a huge meat cleaver. Fire Crystal Core, first-class top-grade fire-type beast food, 50 gold crystals each. Shadow Essence, first-class superb dark-type beast food, 80 gold crystals per portion. The man's voice was like a thunderclap. Ming's eyelids twitched. This price. The Hellhound had a huge appetite, able to devour several crystal cores and portions of essence in a day. Boss, can I get a discount for a large quantity? Ming took a deep breath and asked. How many do you want? The man showed interest. Fire crystal cores, let's start with 100. Shadow Essence, I'll take 50 portions. Ming quoted a figure that stunned even the man. The man put down his meat cleaver and carefully sized up Ming, a smile spreading across his face. Wow. Brother, you are generous. Your pet must be something else, eating this much. Alright, seeing as you're buying a lot, I'll give you the Fire Crystal Core for 48 each, and the Shadow Essence for 75 per portion. How about that? Ming's mind raced, he could save a lot. He nodded, okay. Also, boss, do you have anything higher quality? Like second class? The man shook his head. Second class? You'd have to go to the big shops in the inner city for that. I occasionally get some goods, but they get booked immediately, and the prices are several times higher. It's not worth it. Young man, if your pet hasn't reached third class yet, first class superb is enough. Too much energy can actually be bad. Ming thought about it and stopped pushing for more. After paying over 8,000 gold crystals, he exchanged them for a large heavy bag filled with beast food radiating two completely different intense energies, heat and chill. Funds 8,350 gold crystals. Acquired, Fire Crystal Core X100, Shadow Essence X50. Looking at the quickly shrinking funds, Ming felt painful regret, but his resolve only grew stronger. Once home, his closed-door training officially began. Focus Pill was eaten like a candy, Meridian Liquid was dripped into his drinking water for absorption, Soul Crystal Fragments were held in his palm for meditation. Ming nearly squeezed out every moment of time. He frantically enhanced his spiritual power and beast control. Shao Qi's optimized meditation method operated at full strength, far surpassing ordinary efficiency. The Hellhound received an unprecedented luxury package treatment. High-quality fire crystal cores and shadow essences were plentiful. Its three heads took turns devouring them, and its energy waves visibly surged and condensed. The dark red scales grew more profound in luster, steadily advancing toward the threshold of medium third class. The skill training was even more rigorous, with the control of Hellfire becoming increasingly precise and fierce, and the mental impact range and intensity of intimidation growing wider and stronger. The new skill Shadow Cage was released with increased proficiency, the twisted light of the shadow field expanded, and its binding power significantly enhanced. With such an endless investment and relentless training, the results were remarkable. One deep night, Ming sat cross-legged at the center of the spirit-gathering array, his beast control power surging like rivers, his spiritual power highly concentrated. He swallowed the last focus pill, bit down on several soul crystal fragments, and suddenly gritted his teeth. Guiding that surge of power, he launched a final assault on the barrier of beginner beast master. Boom! A sound like an invisible roar echoed in his mind. The long-standing obstruction shattered. A tide of beast control power, far purer and more robust than before, surged out, coursing through his body, nourishing his meridians and flesh. His spiritual power unfolded like a butterfly breaking free from its cocoon, suddenly expanding its perception range and raising the precision of energy control to a new level. Lower section of beginner beast master. Successfully broke through. Ming slowly opened his eyes, his gaze bright and radiant, his entire body filled with a sense of power. He felt that now he could easily crush his former self before the breakthrough. The significant boost in total beast control and control precision meant he could better support the Hellhound for longer and more intense battles. Great! Ming! You did it! Shao Qi's excited voice rang in his mind, as if happier than himself. Yeah! Ming nodded heavily. Feeling the surging power inside him, he felt somewhat at ease. But this sense of security was soon replaced by a greater desire. After his strength increased, his vision also rose higher. He began browsing the catalogs of Beast Master equipment stores, only daring to look at the catalogs and not enter the physical stores. When he saw the cheapest first-class common-grade Beast Master combat suit, which only provided weak physical defense and power enhancement, priced at 5,000 gold crystals. When he saw the first-class common-grade Beast Attack Claw set, which slightly increased claw damage, priced at 8,000 gold crystals, he felt a deep suffocation again. With the remaining thousands of gold crystals, he couldn't even afford a single equipment part. On the path of cultivation, the resources consumed become astronomical numbers as he goes further. Without a large force to support him, it is as hard as climbing to the sky for an individual to rise. Just as he felt urgency and helplessness, Shao Qi's voice sounded again, this time with a hint of guidance. Lu Ming, relying solely on closing our doors to innovate and spending money to buy resources is ultimately limited. To fight against a local power like the Zheng family, we need more assistance. What ideas do you have? Lu Ming asked. Ding. Shao Qi imitated a crisp prompt sound and earnestly issued a task, long-term task released, emergence of forces. Task requirements: before the college entrance examination, initially establish at least one non-hostile effective networking relationship that needs to be certified by the system. Or gain recognition from an official/semi-official organization. For example, raise the mercenary guild level to bronze level. Task rewards: depending on completion and method, the minimum reward is 5,000 points and a random common grade equipment treasure chest. No upper limit. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. Points. Equipment treasure chest. This reward is so timely. Moreover, the task requirements pointed to his previous thoughts, leveraging external power. Raise the mercenary guild level to bronze level? Lu Ming rubbed his chin. This is indeed a clear goal. I need to complete a certain number and difficulty of tasks to accumulate points. Good. After the mock exam, I'll take on the tasks. The increase in strength brought a brief sense of security and confidence, but looking at the bottomless resource consumption and the huge shadow of the Zheng family, Lu Ming took a deep breath. Chapter 88, Sister's Worry. As night deepened, the small courtyard appeared particularly tranquil under the dual effects of the spirit-gathering array and the constant temperature array. Moonlight streamed through the newly changed crystal glass window, casting a soft glow on the clean, flat bluestone floor. Lu Ming had just finished a round of intense training and slowly exited his meditation state. The feeling of abundant power from breaking through to Junior Beast Master lower stage had not fully faded, but a deep fatigue could not be hidden on his brow. This exhaustion came not only from his body but also from his mind, the threat of the Zheng family hanging over him like a sword. The planning for the future and the anxiety over his still insufficient strength felt like an invisible boulder pressing on his heart. He walked to the window and gazed at the calm night outside, unconsciously letting out a soft sigh. At this moment, the door was gently pushed open a crack. A little head cautiously peeked in. It was his younger sister, Lu Xiaoyu. She was wearing a brand new sleepwear made of soft warm fabric, and her little face still looked a bit pale in the moonlight. But compared to before, there was more color and vitality on her face. She held a warm ceramic cup in her hand, with steam rising and a faint herbal aroma drifting from it. Brother? Lu Xiaoyu's voice was soft, with a hint of timid inquiry. Did you finish your training? I made you a cup of calming tea, taught by Aunt Zhang, saying it is good for the body when drunk at night. Lu Ming quickly gathered the seriousness on his face, turned around, and instantly broke into a warm smile as if the worries just moments ago had never existed. He quickly walked over, took the cup from his sister's hands, feeling its warm touch. Thank you, Xiaoyu. Brother is just a little thirsty. He touched his sister's soft hair, speaking casually, why aren't you asleep so late? Didn't Aunt Zhang say you need more rest? Lu Xiaoyu didn't answer immediately, but looked up at Lu Ming. Her clear big eyes blinked without pause, filled with worries and sensitivities not typical for her age. She gently tugged at Lu Ming's clothes, whispering, Brother, I can't sleep. I always feel, you seem different lately. Lu Ming's heart tightened slightly, but his face remained calm as he took a sip of calming tea, saying, Oh? Where am I different? Do you think I'm even more handsome? But Lu Xiaoyu didn't laugh like usual, her little brows furrowed slightly, her voice even lower. Brother, don't lie to me. I know, you've been home more, but your brows are always furrowed, and you're training even harder than before. Sometimes when I look at you, I feel tired, and that uncle who came to thank you a few days ago, I haven't seen him since. Brother, are you facing some trouble? Her voice carried a barely noticeable quiver, her small hands tightly gripping Lu Ming's clothes. Is it because of my illness? Is it that the medical costs aren't enough? Or is someone bullying you? Brother, my illness is really not urgent. I can take less medicine, and wearing old clothes is fine, you don't have to work too hard, I don't want something to happen to you. By the end, her eyes were slightly red, holding back tears that almost fell. Although she was young and had been bedridden for a long time, her thoughts were much more delicate and sensitive than her peers. She could faintly sense the recent changes in her brother and the subtle atmosphere at home. A huge sense of unease shrouded her, making her unable to sleep at night. Her understanding words, so thoughtful and heartbreaking, felt like the softest needle gently piercing into Lu Ming's most tender place. A warm current mixed with sorrow surged to his heart instantly, making his throat feel a bit tight. He set down his teacup, squatted down to meet his sister's eyes, and gently held her frail shoulders with both hands. "Silly girl," Lu Ming's voice was exceptionally gentle, filled with affection. "What are you thinking all day? What trouble could I possibly have?" He reached out his index finger and lightly scratched his sister's nose, trying to dispel the heavy atmosphere. "Brother has been a bit tired lately, but that's because the mock exams and college entrance exams are coming soon. Think about it, this is a crucial moment that will determine whether your brother will wear gold and silver or just drink the northwestern wind. How can the pressure not be huge?" He purposely made an exaggerated bitter face. "I'm determined to get into Qianlong Mansion, to take you to the capital to eat well and live richly. If I don't work hard now and can't get in later, wouldn't I be laughed at by my precious sister?" Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help but smile slightly at her brother's exaggerated expression. But the worry in her eyes still hadn't completely faded. Is it really just the pressure of exams? But of course it's true, Lu Ming said firmly, his gaze steady and reliable. "Xiaoyu, trust your brother. I'm much stronger now, and with Guzi helping me, no one can bully us easily. As for your illness..." He paused, his tone becoming softer and filled with hope. "Recently I took on a big task and earned a lot of money. Your medicine is the best. See, your color has improved, hasn't it? When I get into a good school and gain more resources, I'll definitely find a way to cure you. By then, I'll buy you a big mansion, filled with your favorite flowers, and raise a few gentle little pets to play with you, buying you the prettiest clothes and the tastiest snacks every day. Let those who used to look down on us be envious to death." The future he described was so beautiful, his tone so determined, as if all difficulties were trivial before him. Lu Xiaoyu looked at the shining light of confidence in her brother's eyes, and listened to him describing a warm future. The unease and darkness in her heart were finally swept away for the most part. She had almost blind trust and dependence on her brother. If brother said it would be fine, then it would definitely be fine. If brother said there would be a beautiful future, then there definitely would be. She stopped crying and started smiling, a flush of happiness spreading across her pale cheeks. She nodded her little head hard, and "I believe in brother. Brother is the best. The best brother in the whole world." She stretched out her little pinky finger. "Pinky swear. Brother must get into Qianlong Mansion. Take Xiaoyu to the imperial capital. Pinky swear." Lu Ming also smiled and stretched out his pinky, hooking it tightly with his sister's. "For 100 years, we are not allowed to break it." After calming his sister, he watched her fall asleep peacefully, hugging her blanket with a satisfied smile on her face. With that sweet smile still at the corner of her lips, Lu Ming gently closed the door. The smile on his own face faded away like the tide withdrawing from the shore. He went back to his room, leaned against the cold door panel, and slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 89: The News of the Mock Exam. Qingshi No. 3 High School, School Bulletin Board. This place, which usually already gathered people, was now so crowded that not even a drop of water could pass through. A dark mass of heads surged and the noise was so loud it almost overturned the heavy summer air. A freshly posted official announcement, stamped with the school's bright red seal, was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, stirring up stormy waves in the hearts of all senior students instantly. Official notice of the Qingshi No. 3 High School Senior Graduation Mock Test. The title was striking, and the content pulled tightly at everyone's nerves. Test time, 1 week later, lasting a full 3 days. Test contents and weight. 1. Theoretical written test, covering pet beast knowledge, combat theory, secret realm ecology, and languages of all races, accounting for 30% of total score. 2. Pet beast combat match, single elimination system until final ranking, accounting for 50% of total score. 3. Secret realm survival challenge, held in the school-controlled micro-secret realm Qingshi Mirage, requiring independent survival and completion of specific tasks, accounting for 20% of total score. At the bottom of the announcement, the few bold lines were what truly ignited the flames in everyone's eyes. Those ranked in the top 20 will receive focused resource support from the school over the next 2 months, including but not limited to high-level energy potions, customized skill tutoring, and access to special training rooms. Those ranked in the top 10 will receive additional college entrance exam bonus points, up to 10 points, and rare cultivation resources. Wow! The news spread like wildfire, and the entire senior grade was completely boiling with excitement. Not only students, even some lower-grade students and teachers who happened to pass by could feel that almost tangible tension and excitement. It's here! Finally here! The most important rehearsal before the college exam.
Damn it, I'll fight for it. If I can rush into the top 20 this time, maybe the college exam will change my fate.
I'm not afraid of theory, but the combat in secret realm parts, my iron arm or rhino speed is a big weakness.
Bonus points. College exam bonus points. This is practically a direct path to the top Beast Tamer universities. In the crowd, reactions were mixed. Students from ordinary families had faces full of tension, expectation, and desperate determination.
This was the key battle to change their destiny, the leap of the carp over the dragon gate. But for those well-dressed youths backed by families large or small, the meaning of this mock exam went far beyond that. This was the stage to establish their position in the grade and even within their families, a showcase of family strength and foundation. Several boys, obviously led by Zhang Hao, stood together with open arrogance and confidence on their faces. "Brother Hao, this time the first place must be yours," one tall and thin boy flattered. Zhang Hao crossed his arms, raised his chin slightly, his gaze sweeping over the announcement board, and the corner of his mouth curved into a cold smile. A whole year of preparation, wasn't it all for this moment? Not only will I take first place, we must win beautifully. His voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable meaning, and several followers around him nodded in agreement. However, anyone with insight could feel that beneath this boiling chaos, a cold undercurrent was surging. Many people's eyes, either bright or dim, glanced towards a relatively quiet figure on the edge of the crowd, Lu Ming. A sycophant beside Zhang Hao lowered his voice and said sinisterly, "Brother Hao, don't worry. Within the rules, we have plenty of ways to make certain ignorant people unable to even enter the top 100. There are many accidents in the secret realm." Zhang Hao snorted coldly, without responding, but the ruthlessness in his eyes said it all. He had already declared that he would take revenge in this exam by completely stepping on Lu Ming, making sure he would never rise again. The Zhang family's influence was deeply rooted, and even within the framework of school rules, they could create numerous obstacles for Lu Ming, ensuring he could barely move. This was not only a competition among students but also a struggle of family powers behind the scenes. To them, Lu Ming, a lone wolf with no background, was merely a pawn on the board that could be erased at any time. On the edge of the crowd, Lu Ming stood quietly, as if the noise around him was completely isolated. His black eyes calmly scanned every word on the announcement, his face showing no waves, neither the excitement of an ordinary student nor the arrogance of a family heir. His goal was as clear from the beginning as if carved in stone. First. Not just first, but to seize the first place with absolute advantage and overwhelming force. He needed the best resources to support himself and his younger sister, Lu Shui, on their even tougher training journey ahead. He needed the halo and deterrence that came with this first place to make those like Zhang Hao, who coveted him for various reasons, weigh the consequences. He even wanted to prove to all the watchful, indifferent, or condescending gazes. He, Lu Ming, with himself and little Qi, could also stand at this pinnacle, earning greater survival space and respect for himself and his sister. 1 week time. Lu Ming silently murmured, then turned and left the still noisy crowd. His silhouette was tall and straight, like a sword about to be unsheathed, hidden yet radiating a cold light. The news of the mock test was like the thunderous drumbeats before a battle, announcing the arrival of the final sprint phase. The atmosphere in the senior class of Qingshi No. 3 High School instantly became incredibly tense, the air filled with an invisible gunpowder scent, waiting for a spark to ignite the whole situation. Returning to the simple but clean rented room, Lu Ming locked the door and finally let a flicker of worry show on his face. "Little Qi," he called in his heart. "Here, here." A lively female voice immediately rang in his mind, filled with a hint of excitement. It sounded completely genuine, like a real partner existed. "Did you see the announcement? Wow, quite a spectacle. How does it feel? Are you feeling the overwhelming pressure, my beast master?" Lu Ming walked to the window, looking at the bustling street below, and said solemnly, "Of course there's pressure. Zhang Hao will not let this opportunity slip away. The Zhang family will not miss out on little tricks within the rules. They might manipulate the draw for the real combat test, and there are many accidents in the survival of the secret realm that are hard to guard against. Relax, relax." Little Qi's tone was light and carefree, even carrying a bit of excitement as if she were enjoying the show. "When the soldiers come, we will block them. When the water comes, I'll help you drown them. With me here, those petty plots are just adding some spice to our dull exam preparation. Are you frowning because you're worried that little Black, the Hellhound, won't be strong enough, or are you afraid you'll fail the theory test?" Lu Ming shook his head, a rare trace of a barely noticeable smile tugging at his lips. "With Xiao He around, I'm not worried about actual combat or secret realms. Its mid-grade bloodline may not be top-notch, but after your energy purification and skill optimization, within the same tier, it has few rivals. As for theory, I've hardly had a full night's sleep this year. I can't say I can recite it perfectly, but I definitely won't hold you back." "Then that's settled," Xiao Qi said cheerfully. "What you need to do now is make good use of this last week and adjust your state to the peak. I'll also give Xiaohei some extra training on a few small tricks. I guarantee it will leave those who think they have figured it out completely surprised. By the way, how's your shadow stealth coming along? Don't mess up at the crucial moment. I can initially hide my aura now, it's no problem for 10 minutes. Lu Ming replied. This was a special stealth technique of a non-contract pet skill that Xiaoqi had recommended to him based on his physique and affinity for shadows. Similar to an ancient body technique, it might work wonders in the secret realms. Not bad, my child is teachable, Xiaoqi commented in a wise tone, then suddenly shifted her tone, adding a hint of cunning. However, just burying yourself in practice won't do. We need to add some more interesting pizzazz to this simulated exam. Oh? What are your ideas? Lu Ming was already accustomed to Xiaoqi's seemingly erratic yet deeply meaningful style. I have plenty of ideas. Xiaoqi's voice became lively. Zhang Hao and his group want to rely on family resources and play tricks on you, right? Let's play along with them. They think they are the ones playing chess, not knowing that in this bigger game, they themselves are merely pieces being manipulated by fate. First, you need to show weakness. Xiaoqi began to elaborate on her calculation. During this last week, do not show any signs of tension or special training. Attend class as usual, go to the library as usual, you can even accidentally let people see you frowning over your theory exam. Make them misjudge your preparation situation and mindset. Lu Ming's eyes flickered, and he immediately understood Xiaoqi's intention. Confound them, let them relax their vigilance, and perhaps make even more wrong judgments and arrangements. Bingo! Xiaoqi praised, next, about survival in the secret realms. I've already studied the data on the Qing stone illusion, and there are several interesting places in it. We could do this, and then that, who knows, we might get to see a dramatic scene of dogs biting dogs. Her voice carried a mischievous flair, as if she had already envisioned certain people getting there just deserts. Finally, and most importantly, Xiaoqi's tone became slightly serious. This simulated exam, for you, taking first place is the obvious goal. But there's also a hidden agenda, which is to find out who the significant players are watching you in the school. Zhang Hao is just a pawn on the surface, who else is behind him? The principal, some directors, or even seemingly neutral teachers. During this major exam, all factions will surface. We should take this opportunity to stir the waters and see clearly who the real opponents are. Listening to Xiaoqi's clear and even somewhat calculative plan, Lu Ming's last trace of doubt vanished. He took a deep breath, and his gaze became sharp. Xiaoqi's plan had long exceeded the scope of a simple simulated exam. She was using this exam as a chessboard, with all participants as pieces, playing a much larger game. And the goal of this game was not only to win the immediate resources but to carve out space for initiative and survival in the more complicated situations to come. This feeling was amazing, as if every step he took was being guided towards a grander scheme. And Little Key is the core of this arrangement. She knows everything and can do anything, yet she is like a real human partner, with her own emotions and preferences. Alright, let's do it your way. Lu Ming nodded without a hint of hesitation. He has absolute trust in Little Key. Then let's get to work, my Beast Tamer. Little Key's voice turned lively again. First, go to the library and frown while studying for a day, putting on a good show for our friends. When I come back at night, I'll give Little Black some special training to ensure it dazzles that group of simpletons. A glint of amusement flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he turned to pick up his backpack, a hint of worry about the theoretical exam hanging on his face, and he pushed the door open to leave. On campus, the sun shone brightly but could not penetrate the tension and calculations that filled the air among the third-year students. Chapter 90: The Final Preparation. In the week after the announcement was posted, the atmosphere in the senior class of Qingshi No. 3 High School was as tense as a drawn bowstring. Everyone was racing against time, making the final push. The training field was packed from dawn till dusk, the booming sounds of energy collisions, the roars of beast pets, and the shouts of Beast Tamers echoing endlessly. The library was filled to capacity, suffused with the fragrance of books and the heavy breaths of stress, the rustle of turning pages resembling some kind of countdown notes. Yet amid all this noise, Lu Ming seemed to have vanished. He strictly followed the low-profile strategy set by Little Key, avoiding public appearances except for necessary classes. This made many who were secretly watching his movements, especially Zhang Hao's group, more convinced that he was retreating due to his lack of strength and confidence. Look, that kid is scared. He doesn't even dare to come to the training field, probably can't even bring out his pet, the tall and thinly Kuan flattered beside Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao scoffed, stroking the majestic mane of his fierce flame lion, 5th grade low-level, top-quality bloodline, radiating strong energy, feeling quite triumphant. Just a clown. Even if he came, it would only be self-humiliation. Pass it down. When we draw lots for the actual battle, make sure to arrange things. I hope to coincidentally encounter him before the top 8 battle, so I can send him home early. Don't worry, Hao-gu. It has been arranged. Li Kuan patted his chest confidently. They did not know that Lu Ming was not retreating, but rather entering a higher intensity, more targeted closed-door training state. That shabby rented room had become a mini tactical command center and training base. Inside the room, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes slightly closed. A seemingly ordinary white jade pendant on his chest emitted a faint cool aura, helping him calm his mind and focus. Clear Mind Jade Pendant, common top grade, which cost him a significant amount of savings, but the effect was indeed good, allowing him to maintain clarity during intense mental activity. His mind was not empty, instead, a vast network of knowledge constructed by Little Key was rapidly operating, sorting, and memorizing. Countless insights about pet attributes, skill pairing timing, common dangerous plants and minerals in secret realms, and even the basic syllables of various races. Like a tide, they surged over him, accurately captured, understood, and imprinted by his mental strength. Chapter 3, Section 7 of A Century of Simulated Exam Questions Analysis. Concerning the 3 theoretical models of spiritual resonance and its enhancement of pet skills, restate them and point out the potential flaws in the one-way overflow model. Little Key's voice resonated in his mind, serious and strict, like a meticulous tutor. Lu Ming's lips moved slightly, his voice steady and clear as he recited the knowledge points. And pointed out the key issue that the model did not consider regarding the pet's feedback on the pressure on Beast Tamer's mental strength. Not bad. Little Key commented, her tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible satisfaction. The theoretical written exam weighs 30%. Not a single point can be lost. Zhang Hao and his bunch of useless fools are definitely counting on practical combat to score points. We will crush them in the fields they think they excel in, that's what slapping the face means. Understood. Lu Ming opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance flashing in his gaze. During this week's theoretical review, under the guidance of Xiaoqi, this human-shaped super database, he confidently conquered more than 80% of the textbook and expanded knowledge. Alright, let's put the theory aside for now. It's time to move our muscles, Xiaohei can't hold back anymore. Xiaoqi's voice changed, full of excitement. The room was small, but it was enough for Lu Ming and Xiaohei to conduct some tactical drills. The 3-headed Hellhound crouched down, its 3 heads low, emitting a deep, threatening whimper from its throat, shadow energy swirling around it. With a gesture from Lu Ming, it suddenly lunged forward, targeting a phantom target simulated by Xiaoqi's mental force, not a real object. Feint attack on the left, the middle head gathers the shadow ball, the right prepares to bite. Change direction. Yes. Follow up with shadow step. Don't rush in a straight line. Xiaoqi's voice was quick and urgent, like the most demanding coach. Xiaohei's massive body displayed astonishing agility, leaving behind traces of afterimages in the small space. Suddenly, all 3 of its heads lifted simultaneously, a rich shadow power surged out, instantly weaving into a black cage about 2 meters square in the void. New skill, Shadow Cage. This cage was not a physical entity but emitted a breath of imprisoning energy, disrupting perception. Though its duration was short and the consumption was high, in actual combat, whether trapping an opponent's pet for an instant or interrupting a crucial skill, it could become the key to victory. Not bad, the proficiency is improving quickly. But the energy output can be refined further to save consumption. Let's simulate a scenario where we are surrounded by 2 fast pets. Xiaoqi eagerly adjusted the training content. Besides skill calibration, Xiaoqi's intelligence analysis never stopped. Zhang Hao's Flame Lion has powerful signature skills, Explosive Flame, and Flame Charge. It has great power but is a linear attack, with obvious predictability. Its weak points are in the abdomen and rear leg joints. It is afraid of extreme cold and water energy. Of course, Xiaohei is not water type, but we can utilize the environment. For example, if there is a water area or rainy weather in the exam room. Li Kuan's Poison Vine Demon is control type, where the vines entangle and bring paralysis poison. Really annoying. But the body is weak, afraid of fire. We can have Xiaohei use Shadow Ball for long-distance harassment, forcing it to expose its flaw. Wang Meng's Rock-Armored Bear has incredible defense and great strength, but its speed is a hard injury. We can move around while attacking, using Shadow Cage to limit movement, slowly chipping away. Xiaoqi detailed the potential strong opponents as if reciting a treasure list. Especially the information on Zhang Hao's subordinates' pets, skill characteristics, habitual tactics, and even personality weaknesses, were analyzed one by one for Lu Ming, devising several counterplans. She had even acquired part of the maps and resource point information from previous years' Bluestone illusions from who knows where. Though incomplete, it was enough for Lu Ming to have a preliminary concept for the challenges of survival in the secret realm. Remember, in the secret realm, the greatest danger may not come from monsters but from human hearts. Xiaoqi said meaningfully, Zhang Hao and the others are definitely preparing a surprise for us. We will play along and let them know who the true hunters are. Under high-intensity training and the occasional sponsored pure energy from Xiaoqi. Lu Ming's junior Beast Master's second stage had completely stabilized, his mental force full and solid, faintly touching the threshold of mid-stage.
Meanwhile, the Hellhound Xiaohei benefited immensely, its aura growing increasingly fierce and imposing.
The shadow energy was almost ready to burst forth, and it had successfully reached the third-level intermediate threshold, only needing a suitable opportunity to break through. The potential of the mid-grade bloodline was being gradually unleashed. Chapter 91: The Wind Rises in Blue Stone. Qingstone City, this provincial city located on the edge of the empire. In the past, although there were bustling crowds, there was always a sense of tranquility tucked away in one corner. However, recently, an invisible undercurrent has begun to surge deep within the city, like low pressure before a storm. This has caused some sharp-minded bigwigs in the city to unconsciously hold their breath, turning their eyes toward that seemingly ordinary Qingshi No. 3 middle school.
City Lord's Mansion, Conference Hall.
On the large table made of rosewood, a document printed on special paper, sealed with the bright red emblem of the Empire's Ministry of Education and the Master Beast Masters Association, lies quietly there. The handwriting on the document seems to contain some kind of power, making the air in the conference hall slightly heavier. About the supervisory order for the simulated tests in the Qingshi City exam area for this year's higher-level Beastmaster Academy selection examination. The city lord, a sophisticated-looking middle-aged man with eyes like lightning, who does not need to be angry to command respect, lightly taps his fingers on the smooth table, producing a rhythmic tap-tap sound. He is the highest authority in Qingshi City, an imperial-level beastmaster with unfathomable strength. Every collision of his knuckles against the table seems to resonate in the hearts of the aides standing below. It seems that the bigwigs in the imperial capital have finally turned their attention to us marginal lands. The city lord's voice is steady, but carries a hint of undetectable sharpness. Shanlong Mansion and those top academies have been intensifying their competition for candidates in recent years. Even the talents from our small place have caught their eyes.
He raises his eyes, scanning the aides below.
This simulated test is no longer just about one school, but also concerns whether Qingshi City can secure a better share of resources in the Empire's distribution over the coming years.
Convey my orders. First, during the testing period, the city guards must strengthen patrols, especially around Qingshi No. 3 middle school. Any disturbances or fights are strictly forbidden, and anyone daring to provoke trouble will be punished severely, regardless of their background. Second, in my name, send invitations to the president of the Beastmaster Association's Qingshi branch and the heads of various families, asking them to attend and observe on the first day of testing. Tell them to see how our younger generation in Qingshi City truly measures up. Yes, City Lord. The aides bow in response, quickly retreating.
In the empty conference hall, only the city lord remains. He stands up and walks to the window, overlooking the buildings below that are piled one atop another, his gaze profound. When the water gets murky, it's the best time to catch fish.
I just wonder how many real dragons I can catch this time.
At the same time, in the president's office on the top floor of the Beastmaster Association's Qingshi branch. The president of the branch is an old man with white hair and beard, yet a rosy complexion and spirited demeanor. He holds a copy of the supervisory order in one hand while rubbing a gilt invitation sent by the city lord's mansion in the other. The city lord seems to want to stage a grand event. The president chuckles lightly, instructing the servant standing beside him, since the supervisory order has come from above, we as an association must show our presence. Send the order down. For this simulated test, those who rank in the top 10 will not need additional assessments and can directly obtain the Commission Bronze level certification from the association, enjoying a 10% increase in task points.
Additionally,
he pauses, a glint flashing in his eyes, we should pay special attention to those who do not have family backgrounds and have risen purely by their own talent and effort. For those with outstanding potential, the association may consider providing some resource support early on, as a way to build good connections. Remember, the purpose of our association's existence is not only to supply talent for the Empire but also to gather future pillars for the association itself. The servant understands, replying respectfully, understood, I will make arrangements right away. The news spread like it had grown wings, quickly flying into the core of various families in Qingshi City. The city lord's invitation to observe felt like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples upon ripples.
In the Zhang family, the atmosphere in the conference hall is more solemn than ever before.
The head of the family, Zhang Yuanshan, sat upright in the main seat, with the core elders of the family below him. The city lord's mansion and the general association have both intervened. Zhang Yuanshan's voice was deep, carrying an unprecedented seriousness. This means that the conflict between Howard and that Luming's Jr. has turned into a stage for various forces to flex their muscles and fight for future power.
Howard must not only win but win decisively and cleanly, leaving no room for criticism.
At such a time, we cannot afford to leave any excuse of bullying by power or disgraceful means. An elder frowned and said, head of the family, that Luming's Hellhound seems a bit strange. Although Howard's Thunderhorn Rhino is already at the peak of the third rank.
Zhang Yuanshan waved his hand, interrupting him, it's fine.
Howard has made progress recently, and although the Thunderhorn Rhino's bloodline is only of low quality, he has stacked resources to bring it close to the peak, it only lacks a chance to try for the fourth rank.
Moreover, our Zhang family's foundation is not something a ruthless little guy can compare to.
What we need to guard against is not Lu Ming, but other families. The girl from the Li family, the boy from the Wang family, I've heard they have also had breakthroughs recently.
During this observation, they will undoubtedly go all out.
Our goal is for Howard to overpower all his competitors, take the top spot, and let the important figures from the imperial capital see that our Zhang family has successors. Similar conversations unfolded in families like the Li and Wang families. Each family's strategy was quickly adjusted, shifting from initially suppressing a specific target
to how to maximize the display of their young generation's strength and potential in the official view.
In Qingstone City, the chessboard had expanded, the players had increased, and the weight of the chess pieces seemed to have grown heavier.
Every small action could trigger a chain reaction. In a simple yet tidy small courtyard in the north of the city,
Lu Ming had just finished a round of cultivation, the faint energy around him slowly absorbed into his body. The Hellhound lay in the courtyard, its three heads drooping, seeming a bit tired, yet its gaze was sharper than ever.
Its aura subtly emanating had firmly stabilized at the 4th rank, continually digging deeper into the mid-quality bloodline.
At this moment, a voice with a hint of laziness and some faux solemnity echoed in Lu Ming's mind. It was his system partner, Xiaoqi. "Hey, Lu Ming, stop cultivating, there's big news." Xiaoqi's voice sounded a bit like a child who had discovered an interesting toy. "I just saw a lot of strong energy fluctuations focusing on your school's simulation test. The City Lord's mansion has spoken. They will implement a security lockdown on the test day and invite a bunch of important figures to watch you fight. The Beast Master Association seems to have prepared some rewards."
TSK, they are really making it a big deal. Lu Ming opened his eyes, raising an eyebrow. Higher level attention? Is it because of the situation in the imperial capital? Smart.
Xiaoqi said with a chuckle, "Looks like you're not dumb after all." "That's right, it said that the potential Dragon Mansion and several top academies are expanding their recruitment in the peripheral provinces. Now, your small simulation test has suddenly become a hot topic. You are now like the sesame filling in that hot little snack being watched."
Lu Ming ignored Xiaoqi's teasing, pondering. Risks and opportunities coexist. A good performance might catapult me to unimaginable resources.
But equally, it may completely expose me under the spotlight, leaving no secrets.
Afraid? Xiaoqi's tone was playful. It's too late to want to be low-key now. Since you contracted this silly dog, it's destined you won't be low-key anymore. But speaking of which, this is a good opportunity.
As long as you trample Zhang Hao and that kind of guy underfoot in front of those important figures, then resources and status will be easily within reach.
Isn't that better than you huffing and puffing on your cultivation now?
Lu Ming looked towards the Hellhound in the courtyard, which was unpleased and spitting sparks because it was called a silly dog. The corner of his mouth lifted in a cold arc.
Of course, I want to step on them. And I want to do it beautifully. Since I can't avoid it, I won't hide.
This just lets some people see clearly that I, Lu Ming, am not some soft persimmon they can easily handle."
He paused and asked, "Xiaoqi, can you sense the specific strength of those spectators? Like the city lord and the guild president?"
Xiaoqi's voice carried a hint of pride but also restraint.
"I can roughly sense the range.
That old man, the city lord, has a very strong energy response, probably at the mid to late stage of the emperor level. The old man of the guild isn't weak either. As for the heads of the major families, they are basically at the peak of the king level or just entering the emperor level. As for the specifics, it's a bit too far and somewhat blurry. After all, they aren't decorations, they have sensory shielding." She cleverly avoided the possible logical loophole of being omnipotent, making her seem more real. Emperor level, king level. Lu Ming silently felt the vast gap between his primary beast master's spiritual power and the strength of his three-headed Hellhound at level 5, like a chasm.
"Xiaoqi, how much time do we have before the simulation test?" "Counting fully, just under a week." 7 days? That's enough. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. "Help me make the most extreme training plan. Both I and Xiao He, the Hellhound, need to push further." "Wow, going all out? But I like it." Xiaoqi became excited. "Leave it to me. I guarantee that you and that silly dog will dazzle everyone on test day." The wind had already begun to rise from the edge of the green. Chapter 92, The Zhang Family's Investment. While Lu Ming and Xiaoqi were formulating their hellish special training plan, at the other end of Qingshi City, deep inside the Zhang family mansion, in a secret chamber where even light struggled to penetrate, the atmosphere was so heavy it could almost drip with water. The family head, Zhang Yuanshan, had a face as dark as water, his fingers unconsciously tapping the cold iron table, creating a dull thunk sound. Each tap struck the hearts of the several core elders present. These were the absolute core of the Zhang family, the real decision-makers who held the family's lifeblood. The simulation test in 5 days. I need not say more about its significance. Zhang Yuanshan's voice echoed in the enclosed space, carrying an undeniable authority.
The City Lord's Mansion, the Beast Master Association, and possibly even eyes from the Imperial capital are all watching. This is no longer just about Howard's victory or defeat, it concerns the Zhang family's rise or fall in Qingshi City over the next 10 years. One elder in a brocade robe responsible for family resource allocation, Zhang Yuanhai, knitted his brows tightly, hesitating to speak, his tone pained.
Family head, we all know Howard's talent and the foundation of the Fireclaw Mongoose. But that Lu Ming's Hellhound is truly strange.
Last time we clashed, although not using all his strength, it was already clear his bloodline and potential are extraordinary.
To ensure there are no mistakes and to achieve a crushing advantage, Howard's Fireclaw Mongoose must undergo a thorough transformation, and the resources needed for that will be astronomical.
He paused and listed a series of names that sent chills down spines.
If we want to force the evolution and ensure its success,
we will at least need the Earthfire Lotus Heart, a heavenly material that condenses the fire essence of the Earth's veins, as well as enough lava essence to stabilize the foundation. These two items do exist in the storeroom, but they are among the family's most treasured resources, reserved for when a potential king or even emperor appears in the family.
Another elder, with a worn face but sharp eyes like an eagle, sneered.
Yuanhai, it's fine to manage resources carefully, but you must also understand the balance of pros and cons.
If not now, then when?
If Howard can excel this time and catch the eye of the powerful forces in the Imperial capital, the returns will far exceed the mere Earthfire Lotus Heart and lava essence.
That will be an opportunity for the entire family to leap forward. What the second elder said is absolutely correct.
Zhang Yuanshan abruptly stopped his tapping fingers. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes, like a gambler betting all his chips.
Face, opportunity, and future, the power of words in Qingshi City, all depend on this one move. No matter the cost, we must invest.
Farhai, immediately open the family treasury, and take the Earthfire Lotus Heart, and high-quality, lava essence. Also, please invite the third elder to come out and personally oversee Howard's evolution ceremony. Before the test, ensure Howard's beast completes its evolution and stabilizes its realm.
Invite the third elder?
Zhang Farhai was slightly startled. The third elder, Zhang Yuanhong, was one of the most skilled beast masters in the family. Having entered the master level years ago, he usually remained in seclusion, focusing on breaking through to the grandmaster level. He could rarely be disturbed for trivial matters.
Yes.
Only the third elder's superb control can maximize the absorption of the spirit material's effects and minimize the risk of evolution. Zhang Farshan affirmed decisively, I will personally repay this kindness.
Now, go and do it.
With the head of the family's orders given, the entire Zhang family, a massive machine, immediately began to operate at full speed.
That night, in the Zhang family's most secure secret technique training ground.
The ground was inscribed with complex and ancient array patterns, now radiating a fiery red light, illuminating the entire secret room as if it were a lava cave. In the center of the array, Zhang Hao's Fireclaw Weasel appeared restless, letting out low whimpers as it instinctively sensed the impending immense pain and transformation. The third elder, Zhang Yuanhong, an old man with white hair but a ruddy complexion and clear, childlike eyes, stood outside the core of the array. His aura was profound, with a faint flow of energy around him, the hallmark of a master beast master. He looked expressionless at the Fireclaw Weasel in the array and Zhang Hao, who was both nervous and excited beside him. Howard, focus your mind and calm yourself, operate the family's blazing original formula to closely connect your beast space and your innate beast power with the Fireclaw Weasel. The evolution process is a rebirth for it, and a tempering for you. Whether you can get through this depends on your will. The third elder's voice was not loud, but it had a peculiar penetrating power, shaking Zhang Hao's heart. He quickly collected his thoughts and focused all his energy on the technique. Go, the third elder commanded, as the Earthfire Lotus Heart and a massive liquid flame-like lava essence already floated before him. They transformed into two streams of incredibly pure fire energy, slowly pouring into the Fireclaw Weasel at the center of the array under his precise guidance.
Whoa!
The moment the energy entered its body, the Fireclaw Weasel let out a wailing scream of despair. Its body twitched violently, the one soft fur standing on end, as if flames were about to erupt from within it. Its size was expanding and twisting at a visible speed, skin cracking to reveal the searing energy flowing beneath.
Zhang Hao's face turned pale instantly, veins bulging on his forehead.
He could clearly feel the boundless pain coming from his beast, as well as the frenzied depletion of his mental and beast powers. He bit his teeth tightly, a trace of blood even seeping from the corner of his mouth, desperately maintaining the connection with his beast.
Hold steady. Guide the energy, break through the bloodline barriers. Shatter and then rise.
The third elder's voice resonated like a mighty bell in Zhang Hao's mind as he formed hand seals, and the array's light grew more brilliant. Even more immense cosmic energy was forcibly gathered, suppressing the violent energy within the Fireclaw Weasel, guiding it to strike in the right direction. This was a race against time, and a gamble that brushed against death. The Fireclaw Weasel was on the verge of collapse several times, its body almost exploding.
But under the Third Elder's masterful control and Zhang Hao's desperate drain of his innate beast powers, it was pulled back again and again. Outside the secret room, Zhang Farshan and others, observing the situation inside through the water mirror technique, also broke into a sweat. The precious resources invested, along with the Third Elder's personal help, would be a heavy blow to the Zhang family if they failed. Time passed second by second, and the roar in the secret room gradually deepened, mixed with a trace of majesty amidst the pain. Finally, in the darkest moment before dawn, a blinding crimson gold light erupted suddenly from the center of the formation. A powerful and violent aura spread out like a shockwave. As the light dimmed, the Fireclaw Marten had already disappeared. In its place stood a lion, large as a strong calf, with powerful limbs. Its entire body was covered in fiery red fur, resembling burning flames, and its pupils were pure gold, flashing with a mix of ferocity and authority with every blink. The energy waves radiating from it had clearly reached the lower segment of the fourth rank. And the oppressive feeling emanating from its bloodline had evidently surpassed low-grade, reaching a higher level, mid-grade. Flame Lion. Successfully evolved. It worked. Zhang Hao collapsed to the ground, completely drained, his body soaked in sweat, his face pale as paper. But looking at the imposing and powerful new partner before him, his eyes were filled with endless joy and confidence that was about to overflow. The Third Elder slowly withdrew his energy, his face also slightly pale, clearly exhausted. He glanced at the successfully evolved Flame Lion, slightly nodded, and said to Zhang Yuanshan, "I did not fail my duty. Howard still has spirit, this evolution turned out even better than expected. This Flame Lion has great potential, with good training, it may reach Lord level in the future." Zhang Yuanshan sighed in relief, a beaming smile appearing on his face. He deeply bowed to the Third Elder. "Thank you, Third Elder. This favor, Yuanshan will remember." Looking at the Flame Lion, which was easily melting a trial giant stone into magma under Zhang Hao's command, a cold light flickered in Zhang Yuanshan's eyes. Lu Ming? Hellhound? In the face of absolute power and resources, any talent and peculiarity would be a joke. He seemed to already see, days later, Zhang Hao riding the majestic Flame Lion. Under everyone's gaze, crushing the damned Hellhound and its master beneath his feet. At that time, the lost face of the Zhang family would be reclaimed 100-fold. And the future of the Zhang family would soar to new heights with Howard. Chapter 93, The Inflation of Confidence. The morning light was faint, covering the Qingshi Third Middle School. But the peace of the academy today was shattered by an undeniable wave of heat and commotion. Zhang Hao walked proudly along the main path of the academy. His steps were deliberately slowed, each step carrying an unprecedented flamboyance. No longer by his side was the previously ordinary Fireclaw Marten, but a towering giant beast, the successfully evolved Flame Lion. This lion stood almost 2 meters high at the shoulder, its muscles bulging, and its fire-red mane flickering like dancing flames, emanating an astonishing heat. The air around it slightly distorted due to the high temperature, the golden pupils looked down upon everything, filled with a natural disdain of a high bloodline towards lower beings. With every massive paw that landed, it left behind a clear, singed claw mark on the specially designed training ground that could withstand regular attacks. It emanated a faint burnt smell. Look! It's Zhang Hao. His Fireclaw Marten evolved. My god, this is the Flame Lion. Look at this size, this energy wave, it's definitely mid-grade, right? Not just that. This aura has likely firmly stepped into the 4th rank. Just a few days? The resources of the Zhang family are incredible. What a strong pressure, even my water spirit turtle is trembling. Brother Hao is amazing. This simulated exam will surely shine like never before. Exclamations of awe, envy, and discussion surged like a tide, countless gazes focused on Zhang Hao and the Flame Lion. Zhang Hao thoroughly enjoyed this feeling of being the center of attention, raising his chin even higher, a proud smile blooming on his face. He deliberately guided the Flame Lion to release an even stronger heat wave, forcing the surrounding students to muster their soul power to resist or retreat, which highlighted his uniqueness. This attention brought by his powerful pet completely swept away the lingering frustration from his previous defeat to Lu Ming, and his confidence soared immensely. His goal for today was very clear, showing off was just an appetizer, the real aim was to find that guy who had once beaten him, Lu Ming. With this mindset, Zhang Hao boldly made his way to a high-end training area in the northeastern corner of the academy. He knew this was the place where Lu Ming often trained. Sure enough, at the edge of the training ground, he saw that familiar figure. Lu Ming was focused on directing his pet, the Hellhound. However, in Zhang Hao's eyes at this moment, the Hellhound was worlds apart from his Flame Lion. In order to conduct some kind of precise coordinated training, the Hellhound seemed to be deliberately restraining most of its breath. It maintained only the most basic two-headed form, looking even more ordinary than before evolving. It seemed like a slightly odd black dog, practicing boring left and right dodges and steps in coordination. Seeing this scene, Zhang Hao's sense of superiority surged even more. He scoffed, his voice suddenly rising, carrying unabashed mockery, instantly breaking the tranquility at the edge of the training ground. Oh! Isn't this our famous hell brother Lu Ming? What's wrong, with the mock exam approaching, still training this, This seems not very smart strange dog's basic steps? Is it that resources are scarce, and the pet can't keep up? He patted the restless, growling flame lion beside him, which cooperatively exhaled a gust of scorching white air, leaving another charred mark on the ground. Looks like the last spar didn't let you fully understand the gap. Zhang Hao continued to speak loudly, deliberately making sure the surrounding students attracted by the noise could hear clearly. In the mock exam, I won't hold back anymore. I will have my new partner tear your two-headed strange dog into pieces. Let you, and everyone, see what true family heritage looks like. Loose cultivators should have the awareness of loose cultivators. The malicious provoking words echoed in the venue. Some nearby students stopped their actions, whispering among themselves, some sympathizing with Lu Ming, some eager to watch the fun, and others thinking Zhang Hao was too arrogant. However, faced with this sharp provocation and the various gazes around, Lu Ming in the arena didn't even lift his eyelids. His whole mind seemed to be immersed in the tacit communication with the Hellhound. He issued short and clear commands, his fingers moving slightly, guiding the Hellhound to perform seemingly simple yet embedded with a peculiar rhythm of synchronized steps. Though the three heads of the Hellhound only revealed two, their gazes were sharp, and their movements precise, executing Lu Ming's commands flawlessly. As for the external noise, including the ferocious flame lion, it simply glanced over with indifference from the corner of its eyes, then returned its focus. Lu Ming's reaction was not a forced calm, but a deep-seated, complete disregard. As if Zhang Hao and his radiant flame lion, along with those provoking words, were merely a gust of unimportant wind brushing past his ears, not even worthy of his slightest distraction. This total indifference made Zhang Hao feel more embarrassed and humiliated than any angry rebuttal or sharp sarcasm would have. He felt his power-packed punch land on nothing, making him look like a jumping clown instead. His cheeks instantly flushed red, a surge of wrath rushing straight to his head. At that moment, a voice filled with a hint of laziness and mockery rang in Lu Ming's mind, a youthful voice that was clear and pleasant, full of human warmth, without a trace of mechanical sound. TSK, host, that red-haired kid across from you is about to blow up like a pufferfish. That big cat beside him sure knows how to pose, it's main-styled like popcorn, but this energy fluctuation, all show and no substance, incredibly hollow. Clearly, it has been pumped up with wolf and tiger medicine or forcibly infused with energy by a high-level expert. It looks scary, yet its foundation is unstable, lacking strength. I guess the old man of the Zhang family has spent quite a bit, but what a pity, pulling seedlings to help them grow, it's bound to be ineffective. So, do you need your all-knowing little QI to help you make a list of this popcorn lion's weaknesses? I can guarantee it won't last 3 rounds in front of your little dog. This was the system little Chi that was bound to Lu Ming's soul. It was not a cold, ice-cold program, but a special existence with complete emotions, as knowledgeable as the ocean. Its abilities were nearly omnipotent, and communication with Lu Ming was like that of the closest partners. Lu Ming replied calmly in his heart, while keeping his gaze focused on the movements of the Hellhound. Little Chi, keep calm. Why bother arguing with a barking wild dog? As for this flaming lion, it's all bark and no bite, how could I not see that? The more Zhang's family rushes for results, the less it should be a concern. Our target is not this kind of thing. Ah, well said. Host, your mindset is increasingly that of a chess player. Little Chi chuckled, but the show must go on. Up in those treetops, around the corner, there are several pairs of observers' eyes watching. Zhang family, Li family, city lord's mansion, even a couple of guys with hidden auras. It seems your Hellhound is attracting a lot of attention. This Zhang Hao is just a fool being used as a pawn without even realizing it. Lu Ming's heart stirred slightly, but his surface remained calm. He could naturally feel the hidden gazes lurking in the shadows. This seemingly simple student conflict might, to thoughtful individuals, be an excellent opportunity to probe Lu Ming and the Hellhound's true nature. The calmer he was, the deeper his depths, and the more those behind the scenes would have doubts. Fools have their uses. Lu Ming thought coldly, just right to use Zhang Hao as a sharpening stone, letting some people see clearly what kind of existence they want to test. He gently moved his finger, and the Hellhound understood, suddenly changing its originally monotonous synchronous steps, with very small movements. But in a certain moment, the unmanifested head's phantom seemed to blur exceptionally briefly. A trace of barely perceptible yet pure and deep fluctuations appeared around, causing several hidden observers in the distance to suddenly contract their pupils. But it quickly returned to normal, so fast that one would think it was an illusion. This movement was not even noticed by the nearby Zhang Hao. Yet those hidden masters froze in expression, quickly jotting down a few more notes on their recording tools. Seeing Lu Ming still unresponsive, with a slight, almost mocking curve at the corner of his mouth, Zhang Hao's anger was about to explode. However, he ultimately did not dare to strike in a non-combat situation, only able to glare at Lu Ming fiercely and squeeze out words through clenched teeth. Humph. Pretending. Lu Ming, in the simulated exam, let's see if you can keep this up. Let's go.
After saying that, he angrily led the flaming lion to turn and leave, filled with resentment and humiliation. The flaming lion seemed to sense its master's anger, unwillingly letting out a low roar towards the Hellhound before leaving. But it received an extremely indifferent glance from the Hellhound, as if looking at a stone by the roadside.
The conflict seemed to have temporarily calmed down. Not far away, under the shadow of an ancient tree,
a middle-aged man in a plain teacher's uniform closed the book in his hands, the cover shimmering faintly beneath its surface. He murmured to himself.
Common nature, skillful in controlling beasts. Unmoved by provocation or pressure, even, seems to be testing? This Lu Ming is more complicated than the information shows.
That Zhang family boy is completely unaware he's being used as a tool for testing.
Interesting.
In another corner, an old man who seemed to be cleaning slowly waved his broom, but a flicker of sharp light flashed from the depths of his murky eyes.
Cerberus, that fleeting aura just now, is definitely more than just a mid-tier bloodline. Lu Ming, who exactly is behind you? The waters of Qingstone City seem to be murky.
At the edge of the training ground, Lu Ming only raised his head slowly after Zhang Hao's figure completely disappeared, calmly scanning the general direction of those hidden observation points. The wind gently blew across the training ground, stirring a few fallen leaves, but it couldn't disperse the invisible smoke lingering in the air.
Chapter 94, Lu Ming's Preparation.
The turmoil in the training ground did not leave many ripples in Lu Ming's heart. He returned to a small rented room that was not spacious but tidy and clean with the Cerberus. The afterglow of the setting sun painted the last warm colors on the window frame. Inside the room, there were only him and his quiet companions, along with that omnipresent partner in his mind.
Tisk, host, did you enjoy today's young master flaunting his pet show?
Xiao Qi's voice carried a hint of mockery, as if just watching an interesting street performance. That Zhang Hao, his acting was exaggerated, emotions were on point, but his line delivery was lacking, repeating tear into pieces and family heritage over and over, lacking originality. But that popcorn lion beside him had energy as flimsy as an inflatable doll, one poke and it would burst, what a shame for its looks. As Lu Ming took out the high-quality beast food prepared for the Cerberus from his storage ring, he watched the three heads share the food in harmony. He calmly replied in his heart, just a jumping clown, not worth wasting emotions on. However, his performance was indeed seen by many concerned individuals. He gently stroked the head of the Cerberus in the middle, feeling the immense power contained within, far stronger than what appeared on the surface.
Xiao Qi, we need more precise data. That blazing lion, besides being flimsy, what other details are worth noting? For example, its flame attributes, claw-striking habits, or those unnatural nodes in its energy operation? That's right. Underestimate strategically, but pay attention tactically.
Xiao Qi's tone became lively, like a little partner sharing secrets.
I can see it very clearly.
The lion's flames appeared fierce but lacked purity, mixed with many violent impurities, likely a side effect of forcibly enhancing its bloodline and cultivation. When its left front limb touches the ground, there's an extremely slight pause, not exceeding 0.1 seconds, but in a high-speed battle, if caught, it would be a flaw. Also, when it roars, the energy fluctuations deep in its throat have 3 irregular jumps. I suspect it has mastered an unstable high-level fire skill, but its control is insufficient, and forced use could likely backfire on itself.
Xiao Qi's description was meticulous, as if dissecting the blazing lion from inside out. This was not cold data scanning, but an insight akin to the Tao. Lu Ming pondered, forcibly enhanced lower-tier bloodline, 4th-tier early-stage cultivation, but with an unstable foundation. The Zhang family really is willing to invest for this simulation test.
It seems they want to use Zhang Hao and this lion to establish a certain momentum before the exam, suppressing all potential opponents, including me.
It's not just about suppressing you, host.
Xiao Qi's voice carried a hint of amusement.
You are a very good touchstone.
The Zhang family wants to use you as a whetstone to test the quality of their quick-made sword. At the same time, they are also showing off to other families. And those eyes hidden in the shadows want to assess the Zhang family's hidden cards through your collision with Zhang Hao. To see just how hard this suddenly emerged stone really is.
Hee, it's an interesting game of cat and mouse, isn't it?
Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He walked to the desk, spread out a simulation test venue layout, and his eyes were sharp. Since everyone is waiting to watch the show, we cannot let them down. Xiao Qi, simulate the best battle plan, with the smallest cost and the most coincidental method, to defeat that lion, while hiding the true strength of the hell three-headed dog as much as possible.
Understood.
Xiao Qi replied, and immediately, a three-dimensional virtual battlefield seemed to unfold in Lu Ming's mind. The figures of the hell three-headed dog and the blazing lion quickly crossed within it, various tactics, skill combinations, and possible uses of the environment were rapidly deduced and optimized. The simulation lasted nearly an hour. Only then did Lu Ming slowly open his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing in them. The plan was set, and next came the precise investment of resources. He did not blindly purchase the most expensive and violently energetic advanced resources like some beastmasters. Doing so would do more harm than good for the Hell three-headed dog, which needed to consolidate its foundation, purify its power, and improve its control. The next day, Lu Ming arrived at the largest Beastmaster shop in Qingshi City, 10,000 Beasts Pavilion, but he did not go to the shiny high-level area, but directly walked toward the attribute enhancement and energy purification section. "Excuse me, give me 3 portions of Shadow Essence and 2 vials of Hellfire Mushroom Extract," Lu Ming said to the attendant behind the counter. These 2 resources, the former can further condense the Hell three-headed dog's shadow power, making its shadow cage tougher and harder to detect. The latter can purify Hellfire, enhancing the burning efficiency and penetration of the Hellfire skill, which is just right against the not-so-pure flames of the blazing lion. The price was quite high, but it was all within Lu Ming's budget and highly targeted. Just as he finished paying and was about to leave, a slightly surprised voice sounded beside him. "Oh? Lu Ming? You are here to buy resources too?" Lu Ming turned his head and saw a somewhat familiar classmate, seemingly named Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming looked at the Shadow Essence and Hellfire Mushroom Extract in his hands, a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. "Lu Ming, you're buying these. Zhang Hao's blazing lion is so fierce. Aren't you considering buying something stronger, like Explosive Flame Core or Berserk Potion to fight back? These purification types work slowly." Lu Ming chuckled, his tone calm. "The foundation of the Hell three-headed dog is more important, a steady approach is best. Shallow strength will not last in the long run." His words were somewhat pointed. Zhao Ming scratched his head, seemingly understanding yet not quite. "That's true, Sai, you really keep your cool. I can't, I need to enhance my Wind Wolf speed a bit more, otherwise, I'm afraid I'll struggle in the simulation test." He hurried off to pick his resources. Lu Ming watched his back and said to Shao Qi in his heart. "You see, for most people, when facing strong appearances, the first reaction is to stack on stronger power to fight back. But they forget that sometimes, finding the right weakness and using a light touch can be far more effective." "Exactly, host. The resources you bought, while appearing conservative, are actually sharp. It's just like expert sparring, it's not about who has the heavier sword, but about who can find the opponent's vital points better." Shao Qi praised, "However, just improving the beast isn't enough. What about you, host? You can't lag on the written portion, those theoretical questions, though dull, carry significant points." "Don't worry." Lu Ming turned to the pill area and bought a bottle of high-quality, calming pill. This pill can help calm the mind. Quick thinking is most suitable for coping with the complicated questions in the written test and enduring long mental exhaustion. Back home, Lu Ming immediately began his intense preparation for battle. He carefully fed the Hellhound the Shadow Essence and Hellfire Mushroom Extract. As energy entered its body, the 3 heads of the Hellhound let out a comfortable low growl. Surrounded by shadows and hellfire, its aura became visibly more refined and pure. Its original level 4 cultivation was further solidified like a rock. Its control over its own power had obviously improved by a level. At night, Lu Ming swallowed a tranquil heart pill, a cool sensation flowed through his body, and his mind became exceptionally clear. He did not continue to memorize the beast taming theory, but instead combined it with Shao Qi's tactical analysis from the day. In his mind, he repeatedly simulated the details of the battle with the blazing lion. He exhaustively analyzed every possible change in each response of the Hellhound. At the same time, his own beast master training did not fall behind. With the aid of the elixir and the deep resonance of the contract with the Hellhound, his cultivation was completely stabilized, and his mental power became as tough and full as well-forged iron. He could clearly feel that his connection with the Hellhound had grown tighter, responding to his thoughts like an extension of his own body. Chapter 95, Old Joe's Warning. On the first day of the mock test, the atmosphere at the 3rd middle school was tense. Outside the huge written exam venue, the academy auditorium, there was a crowd of candidates waiting to enter. The air was filled with tension, anxiety, and a bit of restless excitement. Lu Ming stood in a corner of the crowd where there were fewer people, and the Hellhound had shrunk in size, quietly crouching at his feet. Its 3 heads scanned the surroundings warily, aware of the probing gazes that flickered in the air. They revealed an instinctual ferocity, but under Lu Ming's calming presence, did not react violently. He himself appeared unusually calm, as if all the noise around him had nothing to do with him, only engaging in a final exchange with Shao Qi in his mind. "Host, the person in gray clothes behind the tree on the left is a spy sent by the Zhang family, who has been watching you since you got to the exam venue. The female teacher in front, pretending to enjoy the scenery, has a special aura, like someone from the Lord's mansion. TSK, you really are in the spotlight." Shao Qi's voice carried a teasing tone that hinted at her amusement. "As expected." Lu Ming replied calmly in his heart, "Let them watch, the longer they look and the more they guess, the more beneficial it will be for us." At that moment, a slightly hurried figure cut through the crowd and walked straight towards Lu Ming. It was his homeroom teacher, Old Joe. Today, old Joe wore a somewhat faded formal teacher's robe, his brows furrowed, and his face showed unmistakable worry and a hint of fatigue. He quickly approached Lu Ming, first scanning the surroundings with caution, then lowered his voice, urgency clear in his tone. Lu Ming, come with me. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He obediently followed old Joe to a relatively secluded corridor on the side of the auditorium. Lu Ming, old Joe confirmed that no one was paying attention before turning to face Lu Ming, his voice lowering further, now filled with unprecedented seriousness. There are some things I shouldn't say, but I can't stand by and watch my students suffer, or even get into trouble. He took a deep breath, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes seemed to deepen a bit. I've received some not-so-good news. The Zhang family is determined to use this mock exam to make a name for themselves and pave the way for Zhang Hao. The resources they are investing far exceed what you and I can imagine. That blazing lion is definitely not just a level 4 lower stage beast as it appears. Old Joe's eyes revealed a mix of helplessness and anger. I suspect they might pull some tricks during the actual drawing of lots in the combat segment. The purpose is clear, to make you meet Zhang Hao in advance, or arrange some more troublesome opponents. It might even be possible, within the rules, to create some accidents to wear you down to the maximum, even heavily injure your Hellhound. These words carried a lot of weight, confirming some of Lu Ming and Xiaoqi's previous guesses. It was evident that old Joe took a significant risk to say these things, and this sense of protectiveness warmed Lu Ming's heart. Teacher Zhou, thank you for telling me this. Lu Ming looked into old Joe's eyes, filled with genuine care, and said seriously. What is there to thank? I am your teacher. Old Joe waved his hand irritably, then sighed deeply, his tone becoming extremely serious, even with a hint of urgency. Lu Ming, listen carefully. For today's written test, just follow the routine and perform normally. I trust your theoretical foundation. The key is tomorrow's practical. He stepped forward slightly, almost whispering, his sharp gaze fixed on Lu Ming. Remember. Safety first. Grades, rankings, even that 170,000, they are all secondary. Never be overconfident. If things do not feel right, give up. Surrender immediately. This is not shameful. Old Joe's gaze turned to the Hellhound quietly sitting by Lu Ming's feet, his voice filled with a kind of affection from an elder to a younger. Take care of yourself, and also protect your partner. It is not just your fighting power, it is your comrade. As long as the Green Mountains remain, you won't worry about running out of firewood. As long as both you and your pet are there, the future holds infinite possibilities. There's no need to clash head-on with those unscrupulous people at this time. Do you understand? Old Joe's words were filled with love for his student and a deep sense of helplessness about certain hidden rules and dark methods within the academy. He was just an ordinary teacher, and his ability to help was limited. This reminder, given at risk to himself, was the greatest protection he could offer. Lu Ming could clearly feel old Joe's heavy concern. He gathered all his casualness, met old Joe's worried gaze, and nodded firmly, his eyes clear and resolute. Teacher Zhou, I will remember your words. Don't worry, I know what to do and where the boundaries are. He did not guarantee anything passionately, nor did he show any fear. But this calm uncertainty eased old Joe's long-held anxiety just a bit. He understood Lu Ming. This boy usually kept a low profile, but his resilience was far beyond his peers. Since he said so, he must have his own considerations. Good, just be sure in your heart. Old Joe patted Lu Ming on the shoulder and reminded him, do well on the test. Only then did he turn and hurriedly leave, his back slightly hunched, filled with the helplessness of an adult facing reality. Watching old Joe leave, Lu Ming stood in place, his gaze slightly focused. Host, this teacher Joe is a genuine person. Xiaoqi's voice had less sarcasm and more seriousness. The information he revealed confirmed our judgment. The Zhang family indeed wants to play tricks within the rules. Lu Ming sneered inwardly, manipulating the drawing? Creating accidents? It seems the Zhang family's confidence in Zhang Hao and that rapid growth lion isn't that strong. Relying on such underhanded tricks to secure victory shows their own insecurity. Exactly. This is what we call trying to cover up what is obvious. Xiaoqi echoed, but they probably can't even imagine. That accidents they carefully designed could very well turn into the surprises we give to everyone. Hee, I'm already looking forward to the day after tomorrow. At that moment, the entrance bell rang, long and solemn. Lu Ming took a deep breath, cast aside distracting thoughts, and his gaze returned to calmness. He gently kicked the Hellhound at his feet. Let's go, Xiaosan, let's deal with this first challenge. Stepping into the spacious and grand auditorium, a serious and solemn atmosphere rushed towards him. The examination hall, capable of holding thousands of people, was as silent as a grave. Only the heavy footsteps of the supervising teacher and the rustling sound of test papers being handed out could be heard. The huge crystal chandeliers lit the entire examination hall as bright as day, also reflecting the expressions of each student, whether tense, confident, or confused. Lu Ming found his seat and sat down, the hellish three-headed dog quietly lying beside him in the designated area. With the papers distributed, the thick exam included a wide range of topics, from basic physiology of pet beasts to advanced energy application principles. From ancient bloodline legends to modern tactical ratios, the difficulty was indeed not small. Many students, upon a cursory glance at the papers, turned pale instantly. However, Lu Ming's expression remained unchanged. The effects of the calming pill he took last night were still present, and his mind was unusually clear. He picked up his pen, pondered briefly, and began answering the questions. The pen tip glided over the paper, producing a steady and even rustling sound, his thoughts clear and his writing filled with spirit. Those questions that seemed profound and obscure to others. They broke apart easily in his mind, confirmed by the vast knowledge instilled by Shaoqi and his own solid foundation. Time passed second by second, leaving only the sound of pen tips skimming across paper and the occasional labored breaths in the examination hall. Lu Ming focused on his exam paper, devoid of distractions, as if everything from the outside world had been cut off. When the bell for the end of the time rang again, Lu Ming happened to put down his final stroke. He gently placed his pen down and rubbed his slightly sore wrist. Feeling the still abundant mental strength within him, he made a rough judgment about his exam performance. Should be good, passing should be worry-free. Chapter 96, Pre-Competition Warm-Up. As the dust settled on the written exam, a bigger storm was brewing in the central martial arts arena. The next morning, when the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, the vast martial arts arena was already filled with the sound of people, a sea of black heads stretching from the bottom of the stands to the highest point, the roar nearly shaking the sky. The college's real combat competition, which gathered all eyes, determining the fate of 170,000 gold coins and many lives, was about to begin. In the center of the massive arena stood 10 platforms constructed from hard azure stone, engraved with protective runes, glinting coldly in the sunlight. In front of all the platforms, there was a stage elevated several meters off the ground. At this moment, college leaders and special guests were already seated, creating a solemn atmosphere. The most eye-catching was the massive crystal ball in the center of the stage, needing to be embraced by two people. Its interior glowed, with light swirling as if containing countless stars. This was the battle drawing device that would decide the fate of all contestants today, random star track. Controlled personally by the dean to showcase absolute fairness, at least on the surface like this. Silence. A loud voice spread across the venue through the amplification array, and the noise gradually quieted down. The elderly dean with silver hair, yet full of spirit, stood up without any unnecessary words and directly placed both hands on the crystal ball. A tremendous amount of mental power was injected, and the light spots inside the crystal ball instantly began to move wildly at an unprecedented speed, as if a chaotic galaxy was stirred up. The venue fell silent, with tens of thousands of gazes fixed on the enormous light screen projected above the crystal ball. Every flicker of names and pairings tugged at the heartstrings of countless people. In the tense atmosphere where one could hear each other's heartbeats, there was only the faint buzz of light points flowing. Lu Ming stood near the front of the waiting area, acutely aware of the gazes from all directions. Curiosity, scrutiny, jealousy, disdain, everything was present. His expression was calm, seeming to be an outsider. The hellish three-headed dog at his feet appeared to dislike this feeling of being watched. The three heads were lowered impatiently, rumbling in their throats, 6 eyes blinking alternately, feeling the pressure of the surrounding gazes. The deep blue light made those who occasionally made eye contact with it feel a chill in their hearts. Host, look to the left side, third row of the stands. That old man in the purple robe is the elder of the Li family. His eyes are like an eagle's. Over in the right corner, that person wearing a hood carries a faint smell of blood. He might be from the mercenary guild. Tisk, TSK, the one in the white robe on the main stage must be a recruiting teacher from Xinghue City. Wow, your arena hasn't even started yet, and the audience area has already turned into a show of fame and fortune. Shaoqi's voice echoed in Lu Ming's mind, carrying a playful tone that seemed to see through everything. As expected, Lu Ming responded in his heart, yet his gaze remained fixed on the glowing screen. Finally, the light of the crystal ball dimmed, and the characters on the screen stabilized. The first round's matchups clearly appeared. A wave of enormous uproar swept through the entire martial arts arena like a tsunami. Look! Lu Ming is up against Wang Meng. Wang Meng? That fierce guy who was contracted with a Tier 3 mid-level ironback rhino? His defense is in the top 5 of our grade. Zhang Hao really has good luck, facing a Tier 2 opponent. It's like being assured victory. Indeed. Lu Ming and Zhang Hao didn't clash in the first round. Of course, this must be arranged. They want to keep the good drama for later. The focus of the discussions quickly converged on Lu Ming and Zhang Hao. Although the two had not directly confronted each other, the ultimate suspense of Cerberus versus Flame Lion had already become the biggest topic overshadowing the entire venue. Various analyses and predictions filled the air. These matchups are interesting. Shaoqi chuckled, they're clearly giving you a hard nut to crack with the Ironback Rhino to test your little dog's offensive capacity, while Zhang Hao's easy matchup is to ensure he advances smoothly, maintaining his momentum and prestige. The mastermind behind this has quite the finesse.
Lu Ming's lips curled ever so slightly, just to test. The more they want to see, the more I won't let them see through me easily. Just then, a wave of scorching heat rushed toward him. Zhang Hao swaggered into the waiting area with his magnificent flame lion, whose mane blazed like fire, striding directly toward Lu Ming. Where he passed, other students hurriedly moved aside, both due to the searing heat and out of respect for Zhang Hao's identity and strength. Wow, lucky you, Lu Ming, facing that big dummy Wang Meng in the first round. Zhang Hao stood before Lu Ming, lifting his chin slightly, his tone filled with mockery and provocation. Just don't trip in the first round, or I will be very disappointed. I'm still waiting to roast your little monster dog on the arena. The flame lion beside him growled in response, spewing out scorching breath that distorted the nearby air, full of intimidating intent. The surroundings instantly fell silent, everyone holding their breath, watching for Lu Ming's reaction. Even some influential figures in the stands turned their gaze toward him. However, Lu Ming didn't even raise an eyelid, as if he hadn't heard Zhang Hao's words at all. He simply bent down slightly, gently stroking the middle head of Cerberus, whispering, "Little 3, be quiet, it's just noise." The 3 heads of Cerberus nudged against his palm. Sure enough, it grew even quieter, the impatient grumbling vanished, and all 6 eyes closed completely, as if they had truly fallen asleep. This utter disregard was more lethal than any verbal retort. Zhang Hao's face turned bright red in an instant, his fists clenched so tightly they turned white. He felt that the heavy punch he had been holding back had once again struck empty air, especially in front of so many people, making him lose all face. He snorted heavily. Pretend. Keep pretending. I want to see how long you can keep it up. Let's go. Finished, he turned angrily and left, simmering with rage. As he walked away, a few seemingly ordinary students gathered around Lu Ming. As they all spoke at once. Lu Ming, don't listen to him. He's just jealous of you. Exactly, his lion looks fierce, but maybe it's just for show. Lu Ming, how confident are you in beating Wang Meng? His iron-backed rhino is too tough. By the way, have you heard? Outside, someone has opened a betting pool on the final rankings of this mock exam. The odds of Zhang Hao taking first place are pitifully low, 1 to 1.1, while your odds of winning are 1 to 5. As soon as these words were spoken, the people around were even more amazed. Clearly, in the eyes of most, Zhang Hao, with his family's strong support and formidable pet, had a much greater chance of winning than Lu Ming, who seemed to be fighting alone with a somewhat strange pet. These betting odds reflect the public opinion directly. Lu Ming just smiled without saying much, his silence perhaps making others feel he lacked confidence. However, in the eyes of those truly discerning observers, it was a different scene. On the podium, the white-robed recruitment teacher from Starry City quietly said to the dean beside him. This student Lu Ming from your academy is remarkably composed, not like a young person. Facing such provocation and public pressure, to remain so calm must be either extreme confidence or a strong backing. The dean stroked his beard and smiled, not responding, his gaze profound. The old man in the purple robe from the Li family frowned slightly, looking at the seemingly sleeping Hellhound by Lu Ming's feet, his mind pondering. Mid-grade bloodline, mid-stage level 4 aura, but this calmness seems a bit unusual. The Zhang family boy may not get what he wants. In the waiting area, Lu Ming closed his eyes again, seemingly entering a state of rest. Only Shao Qi's voice echoed in his mind. Host, this preheating effect is quite good. The fish are all staring at the bait. Tomorrow, it's time to reel them in. After the drawing ceremony was over, the first round of the competition was scheduled for the next day. A whole day was left for all participants to prepare. Chapter 97, Sister's Encouragement. On the morning of the actual competition, just as dawn broke, Lu Ming had already gotten ready to leave. After a night of rest, his mental state was at its best, his gaze sharp and calm. The Hellhound walked quietly beside him, its 3 heads swaying slightly, as if adapting to the morning air, its restrained murderous aura hiding a power ready to strike. Just as Lu Ming was about to touch the latch of the door, a small hand gently tugged at the corner of his clothes. Lu Ming turned around and saw his sister, Lu Xiaoyu, standing behind him. Today, the little girl looked much better than usual, a faint, healthy blush on her cheeks. This was thanks to Lu Ming, who had recently earned some money to buy her better nourishing medicine and food. She looked up with her little face, her eyes sparkling like they held stars. Brother, Lu Xiaoyu's voice carried a soft, sleepy tone, but mostly it was serious. She carefully took out a small charm pouch from behind her and presented it to Lu Ming. The charm pouch was sewn from ordinary blue cloth, but the stitches were exceptionally neat and tight, showing the care of the maker. On it, a cute little dog was embroidered with colorful threads. Although simple in design, it somewhat resembled a common landrace dog. Yet, it radiated an innocent cuteness, beside which the words peace were embroidered in a crooked but clear manner. This is for you. Lu Xiaoyu stuffed the charm pouch into Lu Ming's hand, her small hand warm. I secretly embroidered it last night, and inside is the safety charm I asked for with old lady Wang when we went to the little temple outside the city the other day. Brother, take it with you to the competition, and you will definitely win. Win safely. Her tone was filled with undeniable trust and hope, as if this small charm pouch truly held immense power. Lu Ming held the charm pouch still carrying his sister's warmth. The intricate stitches seemed to pierce into his heart. A surge of indescribable warmth instantly spread throughout his entire body. It washed away the last trace of possible tension and pressure completely. Before he could speak, Lu Xiaoyu magically pulled out a small paper bag from her pocket, and when she opened it, there were several exquisite candies wrapped in beautiful sugar paper inside. "This is for you too," she said softly, a bit shy. "It's a reward from Dr. Lin last time when he came to see me for being good and taking my medicine. I can't bear to eat them, I'll save them. Brother can have one after the competition to regain strength. It's so sweet." Looking into his sister's pure eyes, without a trace of impurities, and seeing her offering her most precious possession, Lu Ming felt a lump rise in his throat. He squatted down, looked his sister in the eye, and took the heavy bag of candies, along with the fragrance pouch, and carefully placed them in his close-fitting pocket. "Thank you, Xiaoyu." Lu Ming's voice was countless times softer than usual, and he reached out to gently ruffle his sister's hair. "Brother promises you, I will definitely win. Win beautifully. Then I will buy you more and sweeter candies, buy new clothes, and make our home better. MHM. Lu Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, her face blooming with a big smile. "I believe in brother. Brother is the best." Lu Ming stood up, took one last glance at his sister, imprinting this warm and determined strength deeply in his heart. He opened the door, and the morning light flooded in. The Hellhound seemed to sense its little master's pure heart. All three heads turned towards Lu Xiaoyu simultaneously, letting out a low growl that was no longer terrifying, as if bidding farewell. "Let's go." Lu Ming's voice regained its usual calmness, but his determination was unprecedentedly firm. At Qingshi Third Middle School, in the center martial arts arena. Today's martial arts arena was completely different from the quietness during yesterday's written test. The sound of people was booming, and the atmosphere was at its peak. The stands were already full, not only with all the teachers and students from the school but also with many townspeople who had come to watch after hearing the news. And some elegantly dressed figures with extraordinary presence, clearly from powerful families and factions. The City Lord's Mansion and the Beastmaster Association occupied the best viewing seats. When Lu Ming entered the contestants' waiting area with the Hellhound, the originally noisy venue instantly fell into a brief, eerie silence as if someone had choked it. Immediately after, there were sounds of large intakes of breath and suppressed gasps. "He's here. It's him. Lu Ming. That's the Hellhound? God, it looks even more terrifying than the rumors. What a strong sense of oppression. I feel my little fire mouse shaking." Although some had seen it from a distance or heard the rumors before. But to see this robust beast, with glossy black fur and three fierce heads, at such close range, in a place where countless gazes were focused, the visual and psychological impact was unmatched. Today, the Hellhound did not completely contain its presence like usual. The pressure of mid-level fourth stage emanated faintly, as it followed Lu Ming with steady and rhythmic steps. The three heads lifted slightly, their dark blue eyes coldly scanning the surroundings. Wherever their gaze landed, many students' low-level summoned beasts nearby began to stir uneasily, some even whimpering in fear, trembling and dared not confront it. As it passed, the crowd instinctively parted to make a wide path, various complex gazes, fear, curiosity, jealousy, scrutiny landing on this man and beast. Lu Ming seemed oblivious to all this, his expression calm, striding straight towards the waiting area. The Hellhound kept pace, its invisible aura seemingly forming its own domain. Surrounding noise was completely shut out. On the enormous screen, the first round of battle roster was already displayed. Platform A3, first match, Lu Ming vs. Zhao Meng. Zhao Meng's pet beast is a mid-stage tier 3, rock gorilla, known for its defense. What's the use of strong defense? The level difference is more than one tier. And that Hellhound looks really tough. Let's see how Lu Ming will fight. A quick win, or? The discussions erupted again, all focus turned to Lu Ming. Lu Ming merely glanced at the screen and calmly walked toward platform A3. The little black dog followed behind him, its heavy footsteps seemed to echo in everyone's heartbeat. Chapter 98, Crushing First Battle. In the martial arts arena of Qingshi Secondary School, the crowd roared, the massive circular stands filled with people, the sound waves almost overturning the roof. Today was the opening match of the Beast Master League at Qingshi City High School, where countless young Beast Masters and their partners would show their skills for the first time. Lu Ming stood in the contestant preparation area on platform A3, his expression calm, completely out of place amidst the surrounding noise. Beside him, the Hellhound Afu, three heads hanging low, six crimson eyes half open and half closed. Seemingly uninterested in everything before it, only when scanning its surroundings occasionally, a hint of pride and indifference from its bloodline would flash in its deep-set eyes. After a period of growth and resource allocation, Afu's cultivation was firmly at the peak of Tier 3. Only one step away from the Tier 4 Lord level, and its pressure, being of a mid-quality bloodline, was becoming more solid. Hey, you are Lu Ming?
A clearly provocative voice emerged from the front. Lu Ming looked up and saw a tall student wearing the uniform of Qingshi's first high school, arrogance written all over his face. He was leaning against a gigantic ape, almost the size of a small truck, with bulging muscles and skin resembling rocky textures, looking down upon Lu Ming with disdain. This was his first battle opponent, named Zhao Kuwei. The giant ape was his pet beast, mid-stage tier 3, rock gorilla. I heard that your school has a so-called Hellhound, making all the noise.
I see, it's nothing special. Zhao Kuwei slapped the hard-as-iron arm of the rock gorilla.
It let out a deep bang-bang sound, prompting the rock gorilla to roar in agreement, showcasing its immense power and defense.
Mid-quality bloodline? Ha! Bloodline grade doesn't mean everything. My rock, although a peak ordinary bloodline. But its cultivation is solid, and its defense is rarely matched among peers. It's not something those relying on bloodline can compare to. The rock gorilla seemed to understand its owner's praise, pounding its rock-like chest even harder. It produced booming sounds like war drums, nostrils expelling 2 plumes of white steam, its fierce gaze locking onto Afu, filled with battle intent. The surrounding audience was also drawn to the commotion, turning to look. It's Zhao Kuwei from the first high school and his rock gorilla. I heard this guy has crazy defense. In the last school selection, he took a full-force hit from a tier 3 upper-level beast and didn't fall. The pet beast of this guy from the third high school looks pretty intimidating with 3 heads, but their levels seem similar. Higher bloodline may not mean a victory in battle. Zhao Kuwei is clearly provoking him. This is going to be entertaining.
Listening to Zhao Kuwei's taunts, Lu Ming showed not a hint of anger, instead revealing a slightly amused smile, like watching a clown perform.
He gently stroked the fur of the middle head of Afu and spoke in a flat tone. Are you done? Zhao Kuwei was taken aback, not expecting Lu Ming to react this way. The anger or nervousness he anticipated didn't show up. This gave him the feeling of punching into cotton, making him even more displeased. What are you acting calm for? Later, when we get on stage, I hope your pet beast won't be smashed to pieces by my big rock with one slap.
Don't start crying then. Oh? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. It seems you have a lot of confidence in your rock lump.
However, I suggest that once the match starts, you'd better let your big guy defend with all its might right away. Maybe it can lose fewer people. What do you mean? Zhao Kuwei shouted angrily.
What I mean is, Lu Ming's voice remained calm, but it carried an undeniable certainty. Your rock monkey might not even withstand a single bark from Afu.
Arrogant. Zhao Kuwei laughed in anger. Big rock, did you hear? Someone says you can't take a single dog bark. Give it your all later. Make this ignorant guy know that real combat isn't about bragging.
The rock monkey let out an angry roar, exposing its fangs, staring intently at Afu, bursting with fighting spirit. At that moment, the referee's voice came through the loudspeaker. On Arena 3, Lu Ming from Qingshu number 3 faces Zhao Kuwei from Qingshu number 1. Please both competitors and their beasts take their positions. The two stopped talking and each brought their pet beast onto the spacious alloy arena.
A transparent energy shield lit up around the arena, isolating the inside from the outside.
The referee stood in the center of the arena, looked left and right to confirm both sides were ready, and simply announced, "Match, start."
Big rock. Rock armor.
Then charge in with, mountain crushing fist. Zhao Kuwei almost issued the command the moment the referee's words fell. The tactic was clear, he aimed to rely on defense and strength to charge head-on. The rock monkey was instantly covered with a thick layer of rock energy armor, making it look even more like a moving small hill. It roared and stomped its strong hind legs against the ground, a gust of fierce wind following as its massive body charged towards the seemingly unguarded Hellhound. Facing this fierce charge, Lu Ming didn't even make any commanding gestures. He simply said softly, in a voice only he and Afu could hear, "Take it a bit more seriously, don't overdo it." Just as the rock monkey crossed half the arena, its gigantic fist about to swing out. The head of the Hellhound that had seemed a bit lazy lifted slightly. Its expression changed, no longer indifferent, but filled with coldness and authority as it looked down upon ants. It didn't roar but let out an extremely low hum from deep within its throat. This hum didn't initially sound loud, yet it seemed to penetrate space, directly resonating within the very souls of every creature present. Especially the rock monkey who was in the front line. Intimidation, skill unleashed. But it wasn't a simple energy shock, it was infused with the Hellhound's bloodline that held absolute dominance over lower life forms. Ah, whoa. The rock monkey's furious charge stance froze instantly. In its eyes, the image of the Hellhound was no longer reflected, but a terrifying demonic shadow from the depths of the underworld commanding death. The ancient fear of top predators erupted from deep within its bloodline like a volcano, instantly overwhelming all its will. The roar that hadn't finished suddenly ceased, replaced by a strange sound squeezed from its throat, similar to a whimper from extreme fear. Its momentum turned into a puddle of mush, collapsing like it had all its bones taken away. Thud, its massive body slammed onto the arena floor, prostrating flat. What was even more jaw-dropping was that this giant ape known for its strength and defense actually hugged its own head tightly with both hands, trembling violently as if it were sifting flour. A foul smell spread, and beneath it, a puddle quickly formed. It was so scared that it lost control and urinated. It completely lost the courage to even look up at the Hellhound. Only the most primal, instinctual fear and submission remained. From the start to the end of the match, the whole process might have only lasted 2 seconds. The entire arena around Ring 3 instantly fell into a dead silence. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. Everyone's eyes were wide open, mouths agape, watching the shocking scene on the stage in disbelief. What happened? How did Zhao Kuei's seemingly powerful rock gorilla suddenly collapse? Did it wet itself out of fear? There were no flashy skills clashing, no intense physical collisions, and even the Hellhound seemed to have barely moved. It just lifted its head? The referee was also completely dumbfounded. He had officiated many matches, seen instant kills, but had never witnessed such a bizarre instant kill. This wasn't just a matter of strength difference, this was a crushing blow on the level of life. He struggled to swallow hard and confirmed that the rock gorilla had completely lost its will to fight and even its ability to move. With a trembling voice, he finally announced, the winner, Lu Ming from Qingstone number 3. Wow! After a brief silence, there was an explosion of uproar like a tsunami. What the heck? What happened? Didn't even make a sound? Just collapsed? And wet itself? Was that a deterrent skill? You must be kidding. Can a deterrent skill be that powerful? Mid-stage of Tier 3 against peak of Tier 3, the peak of low-grade against mid-grade. This gap is terrifying. The Hellhound, is this the power of a rare evolutionary form? So scary. Zhao Kuei was completely stunned, his face turning from red to white, then from white to green. He looked at his collapsed and urinated partner on the stage, then at Lu Ming, who appeared calm and composed, alongside that Hellhound, which seemed as if it had only done something trivial. A wave of immense shame and disbelief surged in his heart, nearly causing him to faint. Lu Ming ignored the gasps around him and Zhao Kuei's ashen face. He patted Ah Fu's shoulder, his tone still flat. Let's go, Ah Fu, warm-up is over. The Hellhound yawned lazily with its 3 heads. As if the terrifying deterrent just moments ago was merely a casual burp. Then it walked elegantly and steadily, following behind Lu Ming, calmly stepping down from the stage. As they passed, the crowd automatically parted to create a path, their eyes filled with awe, shock, and a hint of indescribable fear towards Lu Ming and Ah Fu. This battle, rather than a competition, was a one-sided, thorough crushing. It announced a fact to everyone. In the face of absolute bloodline and strength differences, so-called defense and power were nothing but a joke. In Lu Ming's mind, a lazy and teasing voice, which only he could hear, echoed, it was his system Little Chi. TSK, Little Ming, your ability to show off without any effort has really grown. Look how scared that big fool and his stone monkey are. Their psychological trauma must be an apartment of 3 rooms and a hall, right? Lu Ming calmly replied in his heart, he provoked me first. Besides, I just ended the battle in the most efficient way to save energy. Humph, sounds so grand. But, well done. This princess loves to watch such simple and brutal face-slapping scenes. Next, probably no fool will dare to provoke you so easily. But... Little Chi's voice carried a hint of playful mischief, did you sense it? There are a few old friends in the stands, seemingly very interested in your performance. Lu Ming didn't stop walking, but a cold light flickered in his eyes, fools, nothing more. His figure disappeared into the shadows of the contestant passage, leaving behind a storm of discussions and countless complex, perplexing gazes. The crushing victory in the first battle was just the beginning. Lu Ming returned to the quietest corner of the waiting area with the Hellhound. As if the shocking instant kill just moments ago was merely brushing away a speck of dust. He took out a piece of shadow crystal, glimmering with a dim light, and lazily passed it to the middle head of the Hellhound. Like chewing jelly beans, it started to munch with a crunch-crunch sound, replenishing the almost negligible consumption. Lu Ming's gaze was like the most precise radar, calmly scanning the other arenas where fierce battles were taking place. His attention finally landed on the 3rd arena. There, the scene he was particularly focused on was about to unfold. Zhang Hao, along with the fiery maned lion that the Zhang family had spared no expense in creating. Look! It's Zhang Hao showing up. Wow! Is that the fiery maned lion? What overwhelming pressure! It feels even scarier than what the material said. I heard it has already broken through to the 4th stage. His opponent is in big trouble now. Amid the rising cheers and discussions from the audience, Zhang Hao stepped onto the ring with great spirit. He enjoyed the envious and odd gazes around him, deliberately slowing down his movements, and flicked his hand elegantly. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening lion's roar, an incredibly majestic giant lion appeared on the stage. Its size far surpassed ordinary lions, covered in burning crimson fur, with strong limbs and claws that glinted coldly. What caught the most attention was the scorching and powerful aura radiating from it. The pressure of the lower fourth stage spread openly, making the audience near the ring feel a rush in their breathing. Zhang Hao's opponent was a robust student from Qingshi No. 2 High School, named Lu Meng. Lu Meng looked solemnly at the fiery-maned lion in front of him, and then glanced at his equally massive partner beside him. The rock-armored bear, which was covered in heavy rocky armor, was at the third stage's upper level, with peak ordinary bloodline. The rock-armored bear let out a low growl, seeming to boost its own morale and that of its master. But if you listen closely, there was a faint tremor in that roar. Lu Meng took a deep breath, trying to encourage himself. "Big bear, don't be afraid. We have strong defense and great power, we might still have a chance. Steady and steady." Hearing this, Zhang Hao sneered, his voice not loud but clearly echoing throughout the arena. "Chance? Lu Meng, do you have some misunderstanding about the word chance?" He patted the agitated fiery-maned lion beside him. "To deal with an opponent like you, my little fire only needs 3 seconds. 3 seconds? Lu Meng's face instantly turned red. This was a blatant humiliation. "Zhang Hao, don't be so arrogant. My rock-armored bear's defense is among the best in the same rank." "Among the best?" Zhang Hao exaggeratedly dug at his ears. "Are you referring to counting down? Fine, today I will let you, and some others hiding in the corners acting profound, see what true strength disparity is." As he spoke, his gaze pointedly glanced in the direction where Lu Meng was, full of provocation. The referee, watching the charged atmosphere between the two, no longer hesitated and announced loudly, "The match begins. Big bear. Full defense. Unmoving rock pile." Lu Meng almost shouted the moment the referee's voice fell, adopting the most conservative strategy. The rock-armored bear roared angrily and slammed its paws forcefully against the ground. The heavy yellow energy burst forth instantly. In front of it, a nearly half-meter-thick energy barrier flickered with a rocky sheen, firmly protecting most of its body behind it. This was the rock-armored bear's defensive ultimate move, which had successfully withstood the fierce attacks of several peak third-stage beasts. However, Zhang Hao's lips curled into a cruel sneer, not even bothering to give a complete command. "Little fire, crush it." Roar! The fiery-maned lion unleashed its limbs with great force, its massive body surprisingly bursting forth with astonishing speed that did not match its size. Its flames surged with a boom, turning into a crimson shooting star, trailing a scorching wave of air. Almost leaving an afterimage on the audience's retina, it instantly crossed more than half of the arena, appearing right before the rock-armored bear's rock pile. There are no extra tricks, no fancy moves, just the simplest, most brutal, direct crushing. The giant claw, burning with fierce flames, brought a piercing scream that tore through the air, striking like a glowing iron brand against the seemingly indestructible rock barrier. "Stop it for me." Lu Meng's eyes were bloodshot, crazily urging his mental power to enhance his attack. Boom! The deafening explosion echoed across the arena. The expected stalemate never appeared. The unmoving rock wall, which gathered all the power of the rock armor bear. In the face of the flame-maned lion's claw strike, it was as fragile as a sun-dried mud brick. At the moment of contact, the surface of the wall was covered in spiderweb-like cracks, and the next moment, it erupted, shattering into countless flying dust and stone fragments. The force of the claw strike remained unabated, slamming firmly into the crossed arms of the rock armor bear, which was stunned in place from the backlash of its own broken skill. Crack! The sharp sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. Roar! The rock armor bear let out a heart-wrenching howl, its massive body struck helplessly into the air by an irresistible great force. Deep claw marks, visible to the bone and with charred edges, were left on its chest and abdomen. The blood had yet to spray out before it was burned and solidified by the intense heat. But that's not all. The flame-maned lion seemed to have anticipated this scene long ago. Almost the moment the rock armor bear flew backwards, its giant mouth opened, and a concentrated, bright red, almost white-hot pillar of fire shot out like a laser. It hit the helpless rock armor bear in the chest with perfect accuracy. Boom! Another muffled sound echoed, and the rock armor bear was like a bag of rag, ignited. Falling heavily at the edge of the stage, its entire body was charred, emitting wisps of bluish smoke, completely losing consciousness, only its body still twitched involuntarily. From the start of the match to the end, the whole process lasted less than 10 seconds. A bit longer than the 3 seconds claimed by Zhang Hao, but still a crushing swift victory. The entire area around Ring 3 fell into a brief silence, then erupted with an even more enthusiastic uproar than the previous match with Lu Ming. My god! It directly exploded the unmoving rock wall? Stage 4 Lord level. Is this the power of a Lord level? So terrifying. The rock armor bear is known for its defense. Yet it couldn't even withstand one attack. Zhang Hao is too strong. Is there still any suspense over the championship now? Who just said that kid from Class 3 was impressive? In front of Zhang Hao's absolute strength, his intimidation skills seem like a joke. The wind changed direction instantly. Zhang Hao proudly recalled the only slightly panting flame-maned lion, reveling in the admiration and awe focused on him from the crowd.
He turned his gaze back to Lu Ming, no longer just a glance,
but one filled with undisguised contempt and a victorious stance, chin held high, mouthing silently, "Trash, it's your turn now." On the stage, Lu Ming slumped to the ground, watching his seriously injured partner, the color drained from his face, only immense defeat and disbelief left. His proud defense was so utterly fragile in the face of true power. In the shadow of a corner, Lu Ming calmly withdrew his gaze, as if the crushing battle and Zhang Hao's provocation were merely an insignificant noise. In his mind, the voice of Shao Qi rang out, like a deity overlooking the struggles of the mortal world. "Ha, the speed was a bit faster than expected. It seems the Zhang family has been feeding gust pills or such things. As for the attack power, it's okay, the fire energy release is a bit intimidating, but unfortunately, the control is terrible, wasting at least 30% of its power on useless light and shadow effects. The low base is a hard hit. Just now, that sudden stop and turn, the left rear leg was clearly sluggish by 0.3 seconds, probably a side effect of forcefully boosting its level leading to energy flow issues. It has the facade of stage 4, but inside it's still a hollow fatso. Xiao Ming, how long do you plan to play with this kind of trash?" Lu Ming's lips curled into a barely noticeable arc, and he silently replied, "The higher you jump, the harder you fall. Let him bask in his glory a little longer." Chapter 100, Attribute Test. The second round of the draw is about to begin. Lu Ming's mind stirred. Xiao Qi's voice carried a hint of laziness and all-knowing awareness. "Just now, while you were observing Zhang Hao, several guys' gazes never left you. It seems your overly smooth victory in the first match has made some people uneasy. In this second round, they're likely going to arrange some surprises for you." Sure enough, when the second round matchup list rolled out on the big screen, behind Lu Ming's name was a striking match against a girl named Lin Wan. And in her pet information column, it clearly stated, Emerald Wave Python, peak level 3, water attribute.
Emerald Wave Python? Peak level 3. Water attribute. Now this is interesting.
The hell three-headed dog sounds like it must be fire-based or dark-based, right?
Water is the natural counter to fire. This is definitely intentional. What a coincidence. Just after Zhang Hao showcased absolute power, they're now testing Lu Ming with an attribute counter. It seems the organizing committee or some people don't want the competition to lose suspense too early.
Now we'll see how Lu Ming handles it.
If his hellfire is completely countered by water, then it's going to be tough.
Instantly, the audience began to murmur, many gazes turning towards Lu Ming, filled with schadenfreude or curious inquiry. Zhang Hao even smiled openly at those around him.
Looks like luck doesn't always stand on the side of the show-off.
Attribute counter?
Let's see if that three-headed dog can even bark.
When Lin Wan saw her opponent was Lu Ming, she first flickered with a hint of nervousness, but upon seeing her pet's attributes, hope sparked in her eyes.
She walked to the preparation area, took a deep breath, and said to Lu Ming,
"Lu Ming, I know your hell three-headed dog is very strong.
But my little bite isn't easy to deal with either.
With this attribute counter, today might just be my chance." Lu Ming opened his eyes and glanced at Lin Wan. The girl's face bore a mix of stubbornness and a hint of anxiety at being pushed to the front. He sneered coldly in his heart, she was indeed being pushed out to test him. Yet he revealed a perfectly timed seriousness, nodding slightly, attribute counters can indeed be troublesome. Please guide me. This performance further solidified everyone's speculation Lu Ming was feeling insecure.
On the ring,
Lin Wan was the first to summon the Emerald Wave Python. It was a giant python as thick as a water barrel, stretching 7 to 8 meters long, covered all over with jade-like scales. A dense mist surrounded it, and as the python flicked its tongue, the humidity in the air increased significantly. The energy fluctuations of peak level 3 were unmistakable, showing that the opponent had made full preparations for this counter, perhaps even temporarily boosting its strength.
Little Bai, let them witness our might.
Lin Wan shouted playfully, her confidence seemingly boosted further.
The referee waved his hand, the match begins.
Little Bai, unleash, high-pressure water arrow, continuously.
Lin Wan launched the attack first.
The Emerald Wave Python opened its huge mouth, and several condensed, arrow-like streams of water shot towards the Hell three-headed dog with a piercing sound. Lu Ming issued an instruction through the contract, Hell three-headed dog, put on a show for them. Diminish 3/10 of your firepower, no, diminish 4/10. Pretend to be countered by water, make the scene look difficult, but in the end, barely win, showing some signs of fatigue. Left head, prepare weakened dread, right head, prepare a lucky strike.
Middle head, control the intensity well.
A hint of human-like mockery flashed in the three heads of Afu, only to be quickly replaced by seriousness. Facing the incoming water arrows, the middle head hastily exhaled a blue hellfire. Hiss, hiss. The flames collided with the water arrows, erupting a significant amount of white steam. However, this time, the area of the hellfire was clearly compressed, not as wildly destructive as in the first match. It even appeared somewhat weaker in the confrontation against the water arrows, showing signs of lack of follow-up effort. The edges of the flames flickered and receded continuously. Afuz's massive body was even pushed back forcibly 2 steps by the impact, letting out a low whine. It's working! Lin Wan's beautiful eyes brightened, feeling reassured in her heart. Indeed, attribute restraint is effective. Xiaobai, continue, use, water wave impact, suppress it. The Baibo python received the order, its enormous body writhing as vapor surged around it, transforming into a torrent, crashing toward Afuz. Afuz appeared even more awkward, with 3 heads simultaneously spitting flames, but the flames were nothing against the gigantic wave. Like a firefly against the bright moon, they barely protected its body, forced to constantly dodge and weave, and even the occasional small flame counterattack was easily extinguished by the water. The scene made it seem that the 3-headed Hellhound was completely at a disadvantage, suppressed by the Baibo python's water-based skills with no chance to fight back. There was even a moment when it failed to dodge in time and got clipped by the edge of a wave, leaving a beautiful strand of fur drenched, looking quite awkward. Ha ha ha. I told you. Attribute restraint is the way to go. Look, its true form has been revealed. Without that strange intimidation, this 3-headed Hellhound is just like this. Lin Wan, go for it. Take it down. It seems the Dark Horse Trio's journey will stop at the second round. Supporters of Zhang Hao and onlookers began to cheer. Zhang Hao in the audience, the corners of his mouth curling into a sneer, nearly reaching his earlobes. Trash is still trash, with no ability to adapt. Lin Wan grew more confident as she fought, her commands becoming increasingly smooth. Xiaobai, don't give it a chance to breathe, use water bind tangle to trap it. The Baibo python's long tail slammed the ground, with streams of water leaping up like agile snakes from the earth, attempting to wrap around Afuz's limbs. Afuz jumped and dodged in panic, its movements appearing somewhat distorted, and its flames spewed more chaotically, as if truly trapped in a desperate situation. Lu Ming's face showed a fitting urgency as he shouted, Afuz, hold on. Find a chance to fight back. The battle continued intensely for about 3 minutes. Although the Baibo python held the advantage in attributes, continuously unleashing large-scale water-based skills also took a considerable toll on Lin Wan and the Baibo python's mental and physical strength. Lin Wan's smooth forehead was beading with sweat, her breathing slightly hurried. The Baibo python's onslaught was no longer as fierce as it had been at the start. Lu Ming felt the time was almost right. A gleam flashed in his eyes, and a look of determination suddenly appeared on his face as he shouted, Afuz, give it your all. Hellfire, unleash. With his shout, the head in the middle of the 3-headed Hellhound seemed to overdraw all its power. Letting out a heroic roar, it spewed a beam of eerie blue fire that looked just slightly larger than before. This fire beam struggled to break through layers of water, narrowly hitting the Baibo python, which had grown slightly impatient from the prolonged attack and was slower to dodge. Hiss. The Baibo python let out a painful hiss, with the scales at the burn spot turning black. Its massive body was knocked back rolling. Meanwhile, the left head of Afuz timely raised up, giving a roar that sounded obviously weak, filled with a sense of frailty. Intimidation, activated. But its effect seemed to be greatly reduced. Far less chilling than in the first round, it merely made the injured Baibo python's movement stiffen for a moment, a flash of fear passing in its eyes. But just that moment of stiffness determined the course of the battle. The right head of the 3-headed Hellhound had been waiting for the perfect opportunity, and now seemed to seize this once-in-a-lifetime chance. By luck, it struck out a claw, accurately hitting the gap exposed on the Baibo python due to pain and intimidation. Bang! The Baibo python was sent rolling away, though not heavily injured. But the previous burns along with this claw strike, plus the psychological shock, caused it to lose the ability to continue fighting for a short period of time. The referee froze for a moment, seemingly caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. He quickly announced, the winner, from Qingshi Sanzhong, is Lu Ming. The entire arena fell silent for a moment, then erupted into even louder chaos. 1. This is winning? It seems like, just a lucky win? Look at that hellish Cerberus, it seems really worn out. Yeah, its intimidation skill was much weaker, and the flames were heavily restrained. Looks like it's really a case of elemental weakness. The win was very hard fought. But at least he won. Lu Ming was quite lucky to seize the only chance. Lin Wan stared blankly at her fallen teammate, then looked up at the arena where the out-of-breath Cerberus had 3 heads all sagging. The exhausted hellish Cerberus, and Lu Ming hurriedly approached, his face full of concern as he checked his beast's condition. He hurriedly took out the most common energy supplements from his storage ring and fed them to the hellish Cerberus. She bit her lip, her face filled with unwillingness and disappointment. How could it be? Clearly it had an elemental advantage, just a little more. She thought it was due to her and her teammates' exhaustion that a mistake occurred at the last moment, leading to the opponent's lucky comeback. Lu Ming gently stroked the hellish Cerberus, whose eyes were comfortably closed, but to outsiders, it looked tired. He gave Lin Wan a tired yet forced smile. Thank you for the match, Lin Wan. Your Azure Wave Python is very strong, the elemental advantage was too great, we won by sheer luck. This performance, along with the hard-fought victory, successfully misled the vast majority of spectators and contestants. Many believed that although Lu Ming's strength was decent, the hellish Cerberus seemed severely restrained by the water element. Moreover, its endurance might be an issue. It seemed they had reached the end of their cards. The expectations that had built up after his first victory quickly dissipated by more than half. Zhang Hao snorted coldly, he just got lucky. Next time we meet, let's see how his fire burns. In his mind, Shaoqi's voice was tinged with mockery and condescension. TSK, the acting is mediocre, but it's enough to fool these little ones. The control of flame temperature is decent, the retreat was a bit exaggerated, but it's no big deal. That weakened intimidation had the energy fluctuation that looked about 70 to 80% real. Overall, it's a pass, he completed the script of lucky and tragic victory. Lu Ming calmly responded in his heart, as long as the effect is achieved. Shaoqi's voice carried a hint of subtle warning. But, don't be too proud too early. The audience has been deceived, but that old guy in the gray cloak, hiding at the top of the observation platform. He has never had much presence, since you started clumsily dodging, he's had a faint smile on his lips. He might have seen something interesting. Lu Ming's heart stirred slightly, and he discreetly glanced up at the high observation platform and indeed saw a vague gray figure. However, he didn't show any unusualness on his face, still maintaining the weariness and relief after the hard-fought victory, slowly leading the exhausted hellish Cerberus down from the arena. Chapter 101, Zhang Hao's Contempt. Lu Ming returned to the resting area with the tired hellish Cerberus. Just as he sat down to regain his energy, a loud commotion came from not far away, completely unhidden. Zhang Hao strode over, boasting with great confidence and flanked by a crowd of followers. He had just finished his second round of matches, and the outcome was certain, another quick kill. His opponent was a beast master with a tier 3 upper-level wind blade wolf. Under the terrifying pressure of the 4th tier fire main lion and its lightning-fast attack, his opponent lasted less than 5 seconds before being defeated. The Windblade Wolf didn't even have time to unleash a few decent wind blades. Zhang Hao deliberately stopped at a distance neither too far nor too close from Lu Ming, seemingly wanting to speak just for this side to hear. His voice was not loud, but it was clear enough for Lu Ming to hear, dripping with condescension. TSK, some people just can't recognize reality. Beast mutation? It looks strange, but ultimately it's a side path, not fit for the stage. Once it encounters a true element counter, its true form will be revealed immediately, beaten to a miserable state, winning by sheer luck. A sharp-faced follower beside him immediately chimed in, his voice sycophantic. Brother Hao, your words hit the nail on the head. That hellish 3-headed dog, it's just 3 heads looking scary, but actually it's just a silver-plated fake. Compared to your fiery main lion, which has been personally trained by your family master with a solid foundation, it's just worlds apart. Another chubby follower quickly added, exactly. Brother Hao's fiery main lion is a solid 4th rank. Bloodline potential is limitless. How can a freak evolved by unknown luck compare? I reckon next round when it meets someone slightly stronger, it'll completely reveal its true form. Exactly, Zhang Hao was quite satisfied with his followers' flattery, lifting his chin slightly, his gaze slightly directed at Lu Ming, who seemed to be resting with his eyes closed, continuing, in beast taming, after all, it's about foundation and inheritance. The gap in family heritage can't be made up for by a little cleverness or luck. Like our Zhang family, we have been studying fire-type beast cultivation for generations, with masters personally guiding energy and refining physiques, every step done steadily. This is the right way. Some people probably haven't even seen a master a few times, right? His words exuded superiority and disdain for Lu Ming's background, almost overflowing with condescension. Many competitors and spectators around also heard this, and quite a few nodded secretly, feeling Zhang Hao was right. After all, the strength of the Zhang family is recognized as powerful in Qing Stone City, while Lu Ming was just an unknown student from Qing Stone No. 3 until then. Young Master Zhang is right, mutated beasts have too much uncertainty, traditional cultivation is more reliable. It seems Lu Ming's win last round was indeed based more on luck, his attributes were countered too hard. If he faces Zhang Hao next round, there probably won't be any suspense, he'll be crushed directly. Faced with such pointed ridicule and the whispering agreement around him, Lu Ming still had his eyes slightly closed, breathing steadily, as if he was outside of it all, completely unaware of the noise. He even raised his hand to gently stroke the fur of a Fu, who lay at his feet with its eyes closed, his movements calm, showing no sign of anger at all. However, in his mind, the communication with Shaoqi was exceptionally clear. Shaoqi, did any of those big shots in the observation stand have a special reaction to my earlier performance? Lu Ming's thoughts flowed. Shaoqi's voice carried a hint of laziness and insight, as if critiquing a drama that had nothing to do with her. That old guy from the Zhang family, he smirked slightly, his eyes somewhat playful. He probably saw through your little tricks but didn't expose it, maybe he finds it interesting or has other plans. The representative sent by the city lord's office kept taking notes on a clipboard, showing no change in expression, looking very official. The old man with the white beard from the Beastmaster Association, who likes to smooth things over, indeed glanced at your hellish three-headed dog a few more times, his gaze curious, but that's all. After a pause, Shao Qi's tone slightly lifted with interest. However, there is one guy who is a bit interesting. Dressed in very ordinary grey casual clothes, sitting at the far corner of the observation stand, his aura is so restrained he seems almost like an ordinary person. But from your first match, when a fool's low growl scared that rock monkey, his eyes have been unintentionally sweeping over your side. When you struggled to win just now, although he had no expression, the light in his eyes was unlike those fools who were tricked. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Can you investigate his background? He was not worried about Shao Qi's ability, just curious about the other person's identity. Shao Qi chuckled lightly, carrying a hint of rightful pride. He has a nice little gadget on him that shields against mental probes, quite clever, with a touch of an academic researcher's meticulousness. But, in front of me, this kind of concealment is like a layer of thin gauze. Deep within the energy fluctuation, there was a subtle mark unique to several top Beast Master academies from the capital. Although faint, it was unmistakable. It was most likely an observer sent by a university to scout for information in various local competitions in advance. How about it, Ming? Would you like me to help you perform a bit more stunningly? For example, let a Fu accidentally leak a hint of true imperial aura or let you have a breakthrough moment in mental strength. I guarantee it will make this observer's eyes light up, and who knows, you might even get a special admission notice directly? Shao Qi's tone was full of temptation, as if she were encouraging a child to play a prank. No need. Lu Ming responded almost without hesitation, his heart coldly calm. It was too early to reveal all his strength now. The tree that stands out will be destroyed by the wind. Although the waters of Qingstone City are not deep, there are plenty of hidden things beneath. The advance attention from a university does not necessarily bring opportunities, but more likely unpredictable troubles. The most important thing at the moment is to firmly secure a top rank in this simulation exam and get the substantial resource rewards promised by the school and the Education Bureau. With resources, the Hellhound can grow faster. Everything else is just empty talk. Lu Ming understood deeply that before having enough strength to handle the possible envy and challenges that might come, excessive attention and fame are often a death warrant. What he needed were real resources to enhance his strength, not the illusory title of genius. Steadily advancing, step by step, is the true way to success. Whether the observer notices him or not will not affect his established plans. Zhang Hao saw Lu Ming's complete indifference to his provocation, not even raising an eyelid, as if he were talking to the air, and a surge of nameless anger welled up in his heart. This feeling of being utterly ignored was more uncomfortable than he had expected with angry retorts. He felt like he was punching a cotton ball. How frustrating it was. Putting on a show. Zhang Hao thought it was boring, and since he didn't want to continue standing there playing a solo, he could only huff coldly and leave with a group of followers. Chapter 102 Strong Opponent in the Semifinals. As soon as the semifinal matchups lit up on the big screen, a wave of unrest rose in the audience. Most people thought Lu Ming would face another tester or blocker put in place by Zhang Hao in the semifinals, but the result was unexpected. Lu Ming's opponent was surprisingly Qin Feng, a quiet yet always top 5 student from the neighboring class. Even more surprising was Qin Feng's pet beast information, low tier 4 lightning-winged cloud falcon with a mid-range bloodline. Qin Feng? It's actually him. Lightning-winged cloud falcon. This is a rare flying-type pet beast, and it has a mid-range bloodline. A level 4 versus a level 3 peak, not to mention aerial versus ground, the advantage is too great. I didn't expect Qin Feng to hide himself so well. I always thought he was just good at theory, I didn't know he was so strong in practice. Now Lu Ming is in big trouble. No matter how powerful the Hellhound is, it's useless if it can't fly. Attribute restraint can be compensated with skill, but with full control of the air, how can he fight? The public opinion shifted instantly. Those who had previously thought Lu Ming had stumbled into the semifinals now felt that his luck had run out. Zhang Hao, seeing the matchup from a distance, was first stunned, then revealed a gloating smile. It's fine, let this bookworm Qin Feng test his skills first, so I don't have to make a move myself. The lightning-winged cloud falcon might be a bit troublesome. But in the end, my little fire is not a match for him. Before the match started, Qin Feng took the initiative to walk into Lu Ming's preparation area. Unlike Zhang Hao's arrogant demeanor, Qin Feng's expression was calm, and his eyes were clear, carrying a literary calmness. He looked at Lu Ming, with no hostility at all, but rather a hint of sincere appreciation. Lu Ming, classmate, Qin Feng began, his voice steady, I know that in your last 2 matches, especially the last one, you have hidden most of your strength. Lu Ming's gaze stirred slightly, neither acknowledging nor denying it, only quietly looking at him. Qin Feng continued, people like Zhang Hao are arrogant and unworthy of fear. But this battle between you and me is very important to me. He paused, his tone serious. I need this victory to secure a special recruitment spot into the Feng Yun Academy in the imperial capital.
This is my goal. So, in the upcoming match, I will hold nothing back and give my all. He looked directly into Lu Ming's eyes. I hope you can take this seriously too. Let me see just how strong your Hellhound really is. This frank exchange instantly elevated Lu Ming's impression of Chen Feng. He was a pragmatic man with a clear goal, showing respect for his opponent, completely different from the likes of Zhang Hao. Lu Ming nodded and responded with equal seriousness, alright, as you wish. I will compete seriously. This simple dialogue added a layer of seriousness to the upcoming match, unlike the previous rounds, tinged with a sense of mutual respect. On the platform, the two stood facing each other. With the referee's command, the match began. Chen Feng wasted no words. With a wave of his hand, a flash of lightning appeared. A majestic giant bird appeared in the air. Its wingspan was nearly 5 meters, its feathers showing a streamlined silver-gray color, with cobalt blue lightning patterns at the edges as its wings flapped. With crackling electrical arcs, it turned out to be a level 4 lower stage Lord Pet Lightning Wing Cloud Phoenix. Caw! The Lightning Wing Cloud Phoenix let out a high and clear cry, its wings flaring, lightning flashing, instantly soaring up, easily securing absolute air supremacy over the arena. It did not rush to dive and attack like ordinary flying pets but began to circle gracefully in the high sky, full of pressure. Smart tactics, Lu Ming thought silently. Using air supremacy for long-range consumption was the most reliable and troubling method against ground pets. Thundercloud, thunderstorm arrow rain. Chen Feng calmly ordered. The Lightning Wing Cloud Phoenix, circling in the air, suddenly flapped its wings forward. In an instant, countless streaks of lightning energy condensed into arrows, slender yet incredibly fast. Like torrential rain, accompanied by a piercing crackle, it rained down onto the Hellhound on the stage. The attack range was enormous, almost covering all of a Fu's possible evasion spaces. It's begun. It's a range attack. It's over. How can we dodge this? The Hellhound is so large. It looks like it's going to end. Lu Ming might not even have a chance to counter. Facing this dense thunderstorm attack, Lu Ming's eyes were sharp but calm. Hellhound, move. Be careful to avoid concentrated points. Middle head, Hellfire, the target is not above, but the air in front of its flight path. Create a thermal disturbance. Left head, intimidate and pressure continuously. The commands were instantaneously conveyed through the contract. The 3 heads of the Hellhound acted simultaneously. The massive body displayed agility that belied its size, its limbs pushing off quickly across the arena, dodging the falling lightning arrows just in time. Lightning struck the specially made arena floor, leaving behind a series of charred small pits. At the same time, the middle head raised high, and a stream of eerie blue hellfire was not aimed at the Lightning Wing Cloud Phoenix soaring high above, it was too far to hit. But it precisely sprayed towards the air in front of the Lightning Wing Cloud Phoenix's flight path. The flames exploded, and although they could not directly harm the opponent, but it instantly created a small area of high temperature and air distortion, severely disturbing the smooth flight path and visual judgment of the Thunderwing Yunкong, forcing it to frequently adjust direction, affecting the rhythm of its attacks significantly. The left head continued to emit a deep, low growl. With a roar carrying mental oppression, the dissuasion skill, although greatly diminished in effectiveness against a high-speed moving target in the sky, it could not directly intimidate like it did with the rock gorilla. But that invisible mental wave, like a maggot, kept trying to infiltrate, making the Thunderwing Yunкong feel a strange irritation and pressure, unable to fully concentrate. For a moment, a peculiar scene appeared on the arena. Lightning poured from the sky like rain, ghostly fire flickered on the ground, and the Hellhound weaved through the thunderstorm. Seemingly dangerous, yet it always managed to dodge fatal blows at the last moment. And through this strange airborne method, it barely maintained the situation, not collapsing instantly as everyone had expected. It actually held on? Is he using flames to interfere with the flight trajectory? Such a unique idea. But this consumes a lot, right? Moreover, it's only passive defense, holding on too long will lead to defeat. Chen Feng frowned, clearly not expecting Lu Ming to respond this way. He focused his mind and changed the command, Thundercloud, speed up dive, Thunderclaw test. In the sky, the Thunderwing Yunкong suddenly folded its wings, transforming into a streak of lightning. With astonishing speed, it dove down, its claws gathering dazzling lightning, targeting a flaw exposed by the Hellhound as it avoided the lightning arrows. However, just as it reached the peak of its dive speed and was about to make contact, Lu Ming, who had been calmly observing, his eyes sparkled. Now's the time. Right head, shadow piercing, anticipate its wing root shadow moving 3 points to the left. Dissuasion, full power. The right head, which had been waiting to strike, silently gathered an extremely refined dark energy. Upon hearing, a slender shadow energy shot out, almost blending with the light and dark of the environment. The target was not the current position of the Thunderwing Yunкong, but it anticipated the instinctive lateral evasion route it would take to avoid possible counterattacks directly at the shadow of its left wing root. At the same time, the dissuasion maintained by the left head suddenly reached its peak. Though it couldn't immobilize, that terrifying mental shock from the mid-tier bloodline caused the Thunderwing Yunкong, diving at high speed, to experience a slight yet fatal momentary pause. At that instant, the Spear of Darkness brushed past the edge of the Thunderwing Yunкong's left wing, although it didn't directly hit, the chilling aura of death and distorted energy made the Thunderwing Yunкong's flight posture lose balance in an instant. Meanwhile, the middle head of the Hellhound spewed forth hellfire as an opportunity arose. Though the Thunderwing Yunкong managed to twist its body and avoid most of it, a flicker of flame still grazed the tips of its left wing feathers, leaving a charred mark. Screech! The Thunderwing Yunкong let out a cry filled with pain and rage, struggling to gain altitude, but its posture appeared awkward. Chen Feng's expression changed, and he immediately raised his hand. Stop. We concede. The referee instantly halted the match. The Thunderwing Yunкong fell back beside Chen Feng, the charred mark on its wing clearly visible. Chen Feng checked his partner and confirmed it was just a light injury, letting out a sigh of relief. He looked up at Lu Ming, who still appeared steady, and the Hellhound, all three heads observing him, revealing a complex and bittersweet smile. He clasped his fists and said, "Impressive. Lu Ming, you truly have hidden talents. I lost, and I accept it sincerely." He lost cleanly and understood that Lu Ming had indeed not exerted full power before. The precise anticipation, the grasp of timing, and the multi-attribute cooperative combat ability demonstrated by the Hellhound far exceeded his expectations. Lu Ming reciprocated the gesture, speaking calmly. "Thank you. Chen Feng, your Thunder Wing Cloud Falcon is very strong, and your air supremacy tactics are impressive. I just happened to seize the opportunity." This statement was not entirely modest. Chen Feng and the Thunder Wing Cloud Falcon really did put a lot of pressure on him, forcing him to bring out more of his strength. After a brief silence, the audience erupted into enthusiastic discussions. The excitement and twists of this battle far exceeded any previous match. He actually won? He won under absolute air supremacy disadvantage? That prediction, that shadow attack was so crucial. The Hellhound still has dark-type abilities? Isn't it primarily fire-type? Lu Ming's tactical command is amazing. He doesn't seem like a student at all. It seems he really did hide his strength before. He definitely has the qualifications to compete for the championship. Zhang Hao's smile had long disappeared, replaced by a gloomy expression. The adaptability Lu Ming displayed in this battle, along with the Hellhound's hidden tactics, made him put away his last shred of disdain. Lu Ming calmly walked off the stage. In his mind, Xiaoqi's voice echoed with a hint of approval. Not bad, little Ming. This performance, oh no, this battle was still okay. Knowing to take advantage of strengths and avoid weaknesses, and understanding to hide flaws, that last prediction had some essence. This Chen Feng is quite a genuine person, much more agreeable than that Zhang kid. However, coming up next, it will be a tough battle. That Zhang kid is probably thinking about how to tear you apart right now. Lu Ming calmly responded in his heart, when soldiers come, I will block, when water comes, I will cover. Just right, I also want to see how capable the orthodox trained by the master really is. Chapter 103 Pre-Final. The result of another semi-final did not surprise anyone. Zhang Hao and his blazing mane lion forcefully advanced with an even more violent and crushing victory. The opponent was a defensive beast master with a peak 3rd rank iron armor rhinoceros. But in front of the 4th rank lord level blazing mane lion, that heavy armor was as fragile as paper, just one encounter. It was torn open by claws wrapped in explosive flames. The iron armor rhinoceros howled as it was slapped off the stage, losing instantly. The whole process took less than 10 seconds. When the final matchup was set, Lu Ming from Qingshi No. 3 versus Zhang Hao from Qingshi No. 1. The martial arts arena of Qingshi No. 3 exploded like it had been hit by a depth charge. The final. It's Lu Ming versus Zhang Hao. The Dark Horse versus the Overlord. A fateful showdown. I knew these two would clash in the final. This is going to be great. The odds changed. Zhang Hao's odds dropped to 1 to 1.2, while Lu Ming's rose to 1 to 3.5. But those betting on Zhang Hao to win are still in the majority. No kidding. Zhang Hao's blazing mane lion is a solid 4th rank. Hasn't every match so far been a one-hit kill? Lu Ming is strong, but he struggled so much against Chen Feng that he almost lost. How can he compare to Zhang Hao? The noise nearly lifted the roof. The confrontation that had been faintly present since the beginning of the league was finally about to be settled on the highest stage. Almost all the students, regardless of grade or class, fell into a frenzy of discussion, and even many teachers got involved. The betting amounts surged wildly at the last moment. Despite Lu Ming's higher odds, most people still placed their bets on the seemingly steadier, more powerful Zhang Hao. In the observation stand, the atmosphere was much subtler. The elder leading Zhang's team, with white hair and an expression as calm as a still pond, gently sipped his tea, as if he had already foreseen the outcome of the final.
Only those familiar with him might notice a faint, imperceptible sharpness and determination flickering beneath his eyes. This final was about more than Zhang Hao's personal honor, it was also about the Zhang family's reputation among the younger generation in Qingshi City. The representative sent by the Lord's mansion was a serious-looking middle-aged man. He lightly tapped his fingers on the armrest. His gaze scanned the two combatants preparing below, revealing a businesslike curiosity. Regardless of who wins or loses, for the Lord's mansion, they are talents that need attention for the future of Qingshi City. The white-bearded president of the Beast Master Guild smiled cheerfully while stroking his beard, his eyes filled with pure curiosity and admiration. Interesting, really interesting. A young master from a powerful family. A hidden dark horse from the academy. This fierce battle between dragons and tigers might just bring out something real. In the corner of the observation platform, a modest man dressed in plain gray clothes, with a restrained presence, still had little sense of existence. Yet, the speed at which he flipped through his notebook had obviously increased, the tip of his pen quickly gliding across the pages, leaving behind symbols and notes only he could understand. His gaze lingered more on the seemingly meditating Lu Ming, occasionally flashing with an elusive spark. On this side, the homeroom teacher, old Zhou, was so nervous that his palms were sweating, constantly rubbing his hands together. He looked at Lu Ming, who was overly calm below, with complex feelings. He hoped for his class to produce a champion, to create history, yet worried that Lu Ming would be severely injured against the merciless Zhang Hao in the finals, affecting his future. This kid, please don't push yourself too hard. At this moment, Zhang Hao was in a family-prepared lounge. An elder, clearly a master-level beast master, pressed his palm against the forehead of the flame mane lion, helping it regulate its somewhat violent energy. Just moments ago, the flame mane lion had swallowed a red dragon-sized pill, explosion pill. This pill could greatly enhance the energy activity and aggression of fire-type beasts for a short time, but after the effect wore off, there would be a period of weakness. Flames around the flame mane lion moved uncontrollably, hot white vapor spewed from its nostrils, its eyes red, appearing even more furious and fierce, its deep growls filled with destructive desire. Zhang Hao felt the surging, nearly boiling power from his partner, his face filled with absolute confidence. The family elder had just imparted instructive words to him, brief and cold. However, this battle concerns the family's reputation. Hold nothing back, crush your opponent with the fastest and most powerful stance, and raise the Zhang family's name. Let everyone understand, in Qingshi City, no one can rival the younger generation of my Zhang family. Yes, elder. Zhang Hao bowed to accept the order, a cruel curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. He seemed to already see Lu Ming and his Cerberus wailing in defeat amidst the flames. Unlike the fiery preparations on Zhang Hao's side, Lu Ming chose to distance himself from the chaos. He sat cross-legged in a quiet lounge provided by the organizing committee, eyes closed, calming his breathing. He did not give his Cerberus any potions to stimulate potential or overdraw its abilities. The Cerberus quietly lay beside him, its three heads drooping, seemingly asleep. But with careful sensing, one could detect subtle energy fluctuations around it, slowly circulating, absorbing and digesting insights from the previous battle with the thunder-winged Cloud Pang. Though battling Qin Feng seemed difficult, it greatly honed a Fu's adaptability to different fighting styles. Especially in dealing with fast and agile opponents in the air. Its aura, after battle, instead became more refined, with the mid-stage level 4 cultivation subtly stabilizing and trending toward a higher level. Lu Ming himself was practicing the unique meditation method he learned from Shaoqi, his mental strength like a clear stream. Flowing slowly in his mind, washing away the mixed thoughts produced by continuous battles, adjusting his state to a realm of clarity. The beast power within him also gently circulated, reaching a state of harmony and fullness. His calmness sharply contrasted with the excitement of the outside world and Zhang Hao's restlessness. In his mind, the voice of Shaoqi rang out, this time with less of the usual teasing and laziness, and more of a rare seriousness. It's the finals, kid. Lu Ming felt a stirring in his heart. It's not just the students and teachers watching from below. Shaoqi's voice carried a hint of subtle warning, that old guy from the Zhang family, no matter how deeply he hides his intentions, he can't fool me. The city lord's mansion is watching, the old man from the guild is watching, and even that observer from the imperial capital, all sorts of forces, each with their own intentions. She paused and continued, if you win this battle, it would be like taking a giant leap forward. Not only will you establish your position among the youth in Qingshi City, gaining the best resources, but more importantly, you may enter the sights of some big shots, the future is boundless. But similarly, the taller the tree, the more it draws attention, and with that attention comes more troubles and coveting. If you lose. Shaoqi didn't finish, but her meaning was clear. All the fame and expectation that had been built up could be diminished by a single loss in the finals, even becoming fodder for some people's ridicule. This was both an opportunity and a risk. Lu Ming slowly opened his eyes, his gaze unwavering and determined, shining with the sharp light of resolute conviction. He looked at the reflection of his steadfast self on the wall of the resting room, each word clearly resonating in his heart, as if declaring to himself. Since I've stepped onto this stage, my goal has always been one.
Win. Chapter 104, the finals begin.
At the center of Qingshi Third Middle School's martial arts arena, the largest main stage. A sea of people filled the space, the sound crashing like waves, almost tangible, assaulting everyone's eardrums. All eyes were focused on the two young figures in the center of the stage, both already exuding a sharp momentum. Lu Ming, wearing a simple uniform of the Third Middle School, stood tall and upright like a pine tree on one side of the stage. His gaze was calm and unperturbed, as if the surrounding roar of the crowd had nothing to do with him. Beside him, the three-headed Hellhound lay low to the ground, its three fearsome heads bowed. Its 6 eerie blue eyes burned like ghostly flames from the depths of an abyss, locking onto the enemy across the way. A deep, suppressed roar emanated from its throat, like thunder rolling through clouds, with shadowy energy swirling around it, causing the light nearby to slightly distort. On the other end, Zhang Hao, dressed in fine clothes, raised his chin slightly, his face revealing unfiltered arrogance and disdain.
At his feet, the blazing-maned lion was impatiently clawing at the specially made rocky ground.
Its hardened, fire-clawed paws scorched black trails across the stone surface, making a shrill scratching sound. Its fiery red pupils burned with ferocity and a near-tangible killing intent. Surrounded by flames, the intense heat wave made the skin of nearby spectators feel scorched. In the air, two utterly different energies, eerie, chilling shadows and raging, blazing flames, were already colliding invisibly. A faint yet heart-wrenching crackling sound of energy dissipating echoed, as if twisting the very space around them. Zhang Hao took a deep breath, channeling his power, and his voice suddenly overpowered the chaos of the crowd like a loudspeaker, each word dripping with deep-rooted contempt and provocation.
Lu Ming.
He pointed a finger at Lu Ming, his posture incredibly arrogant.
Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Now, kneel down, right now.
In front of everyone, bow 3 times, admit you are a waste, and that your pet beast is a monster that should be eliminated. Then swear to never return to Qingshi City, and never let me see you again. The corner of his mouth curled into a cruel arc, his gaze sweeping over the Hellhound as if it were a lifeless object. In that case, in my mercy, I might consider sparing this 3-headed mutt in the upcoming match. Otherwise. His voice suddenly rose, filled with killing intent.
Today, let's see. It is its death date. I will let little fire tear it into pieces and burn it to ashes by hand.
The malicious words splashed like icy water, instantly silencing the boiling scene, only to erupt into an even louder uproar.
Hiss. Zhang Hao is too ruthless. Kneeling publicly to admit mistakes? And to forever leave Qingshi City?
This is wanting to stomp Lu Ming to death completely.
And even kill the pet beast? Isn't there a rule against deliberately causing death in the competition?
Rules? To the Zhang family, rules are nothing.
Moreover, in the arena, pet beasts fighting, having an accident is very normal.
It's over. If Lu Ming can't stand this provocation and breaks down, he's completely finished.
Almost everyone turned their eyes towards Lu Ming, wanting to see how he would respond to this extremely malicious psychological attack. Would it be anger and loss of composure? Or fear and retreat?
Lu Ming slowly raised his eyelids. His gaze was frighteningly calm, without a ripple, as if Zhang Hao's vicious words were just a light breeze passing by his ear. But when he looked at Zhang Hao, that calm gaze seemed to transform into tangible ice spikes, carrying a piercing coldness, precisely stabbing into Zhang Hao's eyes. He spoke, his voice not loud, without using any force to amplify it, yet strangely penetrating through the remaining noise. It clearly reached everyone's ears, with a tone filled with extreme indifference and mockery.
Zhang Hao.
Your nonsense is more than the fluff on your lion, and even more nauseating.
If you want to fight, then come.
He paused slightly, with even more sarcasm in his tone.
Chattering, are you trying to buy time, to let that explosion flame pill in your arms digest a bit more?
Or are you afraid?
Come on, trash.
Let me see, this lion that your Zhang family boastfully produced with resources, what real weight does it have besides bluster? Once those words came out, the whole arena was shocked. Not only did he accurately retort all of Zhang Hao's provocations, but he also directly pointed out the secret of Zhang Hao taking medicine before the match. He even counterattacked, calling him trash. This calmness, this sharpness, this fearless imposing manner ignited the whole place instantly.
Wow! Lu Ming is awesome. How did he know Zhang Hao took the explosion flame pill? That counterattack is so cool. No cursing while scolding. Saying Zhang Hao's lion's fur is too fluffy? So vivid. Now it really can't be avoided.
Zhang Hao was hit where it hurt, especially the word trash, which made his blood pressure surge instantly, turning his face to the color of pork liver. His taking the explosion flame pill was supposed to be a secret, intending to astonish everyone during the match, but was publicly exposed by Lu Ming. Plus that extreme scorn, all his superiority and pretense collapsed in an instant, leaving only sky-high rage.
You're seeking death. Zhang Hao almost lost his reason in anger, roaring out loud. The referee sensed the killing intent between the two was almost tangible.
With the killing aura ready to erupt, he didn't dare to delay, using all his strength to shout loudly, fearing that if he was a second late, the two would get into a bloody fight on the stage. Final, start. Roar. Ow. Almost at the moment when the referee's start sounded, two suppressed, fierce roars tore through the sky. The Hellhound and fiery mane lion, like two torrents of destructive energy released after being suppressed to the extreme, transformed into one bluish and one reddish shadow. One carrying scorching heat that burns everything, the other rising to devour light and shadow, crashing violently at the center of the arena. Boom! The energy of shadow and flame collided, like two meteors crashing, producing a deafening thunderous sound. The terrifying shockwave mixed with chaotic energy fragments suddenly spread out in all directions. Crashing against the heavy energy barrier rising at the edge of the arena, it stirred up intense ripples. Chapter 105, Fiery Tide. Boom! The first direct collision between Hellfire and Fiery Claws was like setting off a bomb on the arena. A wild energy shockwave mixed with azure and crimson light shards exploded madly, violently crashing into the surrounding energy shield, producing a sour buzzing sound. The result of this hard collision surprised many. The enormous body of the Hellhound slid back several meters, its paws plowing deep furrows in the specially made rocky ground, and the dark energy swirling around it churned violently. Meanwhile, the blazing lion was also forced back half a step by the recoil, its burning flames dimming for a moment, but instantly flaring up even more ferociously. A draw? No. To be precise, in a pure clash of power. The flaming lion, having consumed the explosive flame pill and reached the peak of the lower fourth rank, seemed to hold a slight edge. Yet the Hellhound was remarkably able to take the hit without collapsing, far exceeding everyone's expectations. Did it really withstand that? Such strong power. Isn't that Hellhound only at the peak of the third rank? How can it withstand a fourth rank attack? It's the bloodline. It compensates for the gap in cultivation to a certain extent. It could also be that the Hellhound has advanced to the fourth rank. Impossible, it just barely entered the third rank, how could it advance to the fourth so quickly? Not even using pills would be this fast, right? But Zhang Hao's lion consumed the explosive flame pill. Just what is this Lu Ming's pet beast? Gasps of astonishment arose from the audience. Zhang Hao's sinister smile stiffened slightly, clearly dissatisfied with this outcome. What he wanted was to crush. To annihilate. A bit of brute force. But in the face of absolute strength, it's all in vain. Zhang Hao roared, driven by a strong desire to win, he immediately went all out, adopting the most aggressive tactics. Little fire. Flames burn the city. Crush it. He wanted to completely destroy his opponent with the most violent, overwhelming stance. Roar. The blazing lion howled at the sky, its surging fire energy erupting like a long-suppressed volcano. The crimson flames were no longer wrapping around its body but transformed into a torrential sea of fire that covered nearly half the arena. With an overwhelming momentum, it engulfed the Hellhound. Where the flames passed, the air twisted, even light was consumed, and the terrifying heat made the spectators far from the arena feel dry and parched. At the same time, the blazing lion's body resembled a king among flames. Walking on fire, its speed surged, turning into a streak of red lightning, shooting straight at the Hellhound ahead. Its giant claws, burning with fierce flames hot enough to melt gold and stone, carried a tearing shriek. With precision, it aimed for the center of the Hellhound, seemingly the core of its head. The attack was incredibly violent, aiming to secure victory with a triple advantage of attributes, cultivation, and skills in one swift blow. The sea of fire covered and restricted the escape space. The body moved forward to execute the lethal strike. This was the standard execution strategy. It's over. Area attack. There's no escaping. Zhang Hao is too ruthless. There's not a shred of mercy. No matter how strong the Hellhound is, trapped by the sea of fire, it can only endure. How could it withstand a fourth-rank lord's assault? The supporters of Lu Ming felt their hearts leap to their throats. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao's supporters had already begun to cheer. However, faced with a combined attack that could instantly crush an ordinary third-rank beast, Lu Ming's gaze remained as calm as ice. Through the bond, commands were transmitted instantly. A head-on clash? That's the act of a fool. Just as the fiery claw was about to strike and the scorching waves were about to engulf. Retreat! The Hellhound's muscular limbs suddenly expanded, bursting forth with amazing strength, its massive body not moving forward or upward, but instead lunged backward fiercely. The motion was so swift, it was entirely unexpected for its size. The three heads simultaneously took evasive action, the central head leaning back, while the heads on the sides tilted away. Sizzle! The burning lion's claw nearly grazed the tip of the central head's nose, the heated air instantly carbonizing several strands of fur. And at the edge of the raging sea of fire, the hellish three-headed dog barely escaped the flames. It left behind several glaring black marks, accompanied by the sound of burnt fur sizzling and a stinging sensation. So close to danger. But in the end, it avoided the most lethal frontal impact. Want to run? Chase. Don't give it a chance to breathe. Tear it apart. Zhang Hao saw that the attack had missed and grew increasingly anxious, shouting out in anger. The gaze of the family elders on the observation platform felt like a tangible weight, leaving him under immense pressure. He couldn't tolerate any delay. The flaming lion charged with flaming hooves, relentless in pursuit, its fiery claws creating a red storm of death. The claw wind was fierce, flames splashing. The assault came like a raging storm, giving the hellish three-headed dog no chance to distance itself and regroup. Lu Ming remained calm, directing the hellish three-headed dog to twist and turn in the arena. Its massive body occasionally slid to the side, abruptly stopping and changing direction, skillfully dodging within the limited space of the arena. When it was impossible to completely evade a claw strike, it used parts of its body covered in hard scales and shadow energy, like its shoulders and back, to block, producing a dull crash and the booming sound of energy dispersing. At the same time, the left head of the hellish three-headed dog continuously growled, activating the intimidate skill. That invisible mental shock was like an unending tide, constantly assaulting the flaming lion's mind. Although it couldn't crush as it did with the rock giant, it severely disrupted its attack rhythm and accuracy, causing many originally fatal attacks to miss slightly or be delayed. The right head occasionally looked for a chance to breathe out small bursts of hellfire in retaliation. But often, as soon as it appeared, it was extinguished by the more vigorous flames around the flaming lion or swatted away by a paw, failing to form any effective threat. On the surface, the flaming lion's assault surged like a tide, flames soaring, relentlessly battering the hellish three-headed dog, gaining the upper hand. The hellish three-headed dog appeared quite miserable, constantly dodging and blocking, with its occasional counterattacks feeling weak and powerless. It seemed like it could be completely engulfed by that raging flame at any moment. Good. Brother, how is mighty? Burn that three-headed dog to death. Yes. Just like that. Keep up the pressure. It can't hold on for long. Did you see? In the face of absolute power, any technique is just flashy. Lu Ming really isn't capable. That last hit was probably his limit. The audience supporting Zhang Hao cheered, believing victory was secured. Some neutral observers also began to shake their heads, feeling that Lu Ming had shown signs of defeat. However, some truly perceptive individuals, such as the guild leader, the representative from the city lord's office, and that low-key observer from the imperial capital, gradually furrowed their brows. Strange. The guild leader stroked his beard. The Zhang family kid's offensive is fierce, but is the speed of energy consumption a bit too fast? The potency of the explosive flame pill shouldn't be squandered like this. The city lord's office representative's gaze was sharp. The hellish three-headed dog's evasions seemed frantic, but every step is perfectly timed, always avoiding critical hits at the last moment. Its aura actually becomes steadier with movement. The observer from the imperial capital quickly scribbled on his notebook, noting terms like tactical defense, energy control, and psychological warfare. On the arena, Zhang Hao grew increasingly anxious after failing to secure a victory. He felt that no matter how fierce the attacks were, the other side always seemed like a slippery eel, managing to evade at the least cost. And the energy within the flaming lion, as those keen-eyed observers noted, was consuming at an unprecedented speed. The violent power brought by the explosive flame pill seemed to be gradually becoming a burden. Waste. Truly waste. Can't even take down a dog that just knows how to dodge. Zhang Hao's forehead throbbed with veins, the elder's seemingly calm but deeply pressured gaze felt like a thorn in his back. He let out an angry roar at the flaming lion through their bond. Stop playing. Use that move. End it quickly. Annihilate it completely. As if receiving the final command, the fierce flame lion's eyes, filled with violent red light, suddenly shrank, transforming into an extreme danger, coldness, and focus. It violently stopped its endless chase, its massive body standing upright. Roar. A roar erupted from its mouth, more mighty and filled with destructive meaning than any before. On its front limbs, that pair of burning giant claws. Horrifying fire energy crazily gathered and compressed at unprecedented speed. No longer was it a spreading flame, but condensed into two fireballs only the size of fists, radiating blinding light like miniature suns. Inside contained a heart-pounding wave of destruction, a crimson fireball. The space around the fireball began to slightly twist, as if unable to bear the terrifying energy within. The temperature of the arena soared again. Flame Tide's ultimate killing move, Dual Suns Falling. The audience was in an uproar. Everyone felt the lethal threat contained within those two little fireballs. It's the Zhang family's secret killing move. Dual Suns Falling. It is said this move can instantly evaporate defenses of the same rank. It's over. The Hellhound is doomed. Lu Ming, quickly admit defeat. You will die. Zhang Hao's face revealed a cruel and delighted smile, as if he could already see his opponent turn to ashes. Meanwhile, Lu Ming, who had been in a state of passive defense, finally lifted his head at this moment. On his face, there was not a trace of fear, instead, the corner of his mouth curled into a barely noticeable, cold arc.
Finally, can't hold back anymore?
What he had been waiting for was precisely this moment, when the opponent's momentum reached its peak, yet their old power had just run out, and their new power was yet to be born, the most rigid and unchangeable instant. The three heads of the Hellhound, with their 6 eyes, simultaneously locked onto the rising, flame lion, gathering its ultimate killing move. In the deep blue pupils, for the first time, an ice-cold, palpable killing intent erupted. Flame dual-star explosion. Zhang Hao's roar echoed throughout the arena, filled with all-consuming madness and a desperate resolve. He pressed his hands down as if pouring all his power into those 2 spheres of destructive energy. Suspended above the fierce flame lion's giant claws, the 2 crimson fireballs. The volume compressed again, but the brilliance became even more blinding, and the energy fluctuations within made the arena's air cry out in unbearable pain. One to the left, one to the right, tracing paths of death, not in straight lines but drawing bizarre arcs, sealing off almost all possible escape routes for the Hellhound. Like 2 falling stars of death, they surged forth with a thunderous roar. This was one of the Zhang family's ultimate combination techniques, unrivaled in power, capable of severely injuring or even killing stronger opponents in an instant. In Zhang Hao's eyes, Lu Ming and his Hellhound were already fish in a barrel, with no chance of escape. A victorious, cruel smile had even appeared on his face, as if he could already visualize his opponent disintegrating in the explosion.
It's over.
Zhang Hao's supporters erupted in excited cheers.
Get away. On the side of Team 3, Old Zhou and many students were horrified, not wanting to look any further.
However, faced with this deadly situation, Lu Ming, who had been on defense and appeared to be in a tight spot, not only showed no signs of panic, but instead erupted with an unprecedented sharpness. It was the calm and sharpness of a hunter finally waiting for its prey to fall into the trap. He had been waiting for this moment. The opponent's old strength had been exhausted, and new energy had not yet been born, dedicating all their focus to controlling this ultimate killing move, the instant when their own defenses were the weakest.
Now's the time.
Lu Ming's command, through the contract, shot into the Hellhound's consciousness like cold lightning. Shadow stealth.
Nether ambush.
Those that had been lurking around the Hellhound, faint and elusive. Like living creatures, dark shadow energy surged, boiling and exploding at this moment. Its massive body, under the gazes of all the terrified eyes, instantly became blurry and twisted, as if merging into the shadows it cast, almost transforming into formless darkness. Not retreating in a straight line, nor leaping upward, but in a bizarre stance that defied logic, almost like teleportation, it moved through the tiny, nearly non-existent gap between those 2 fiery orbs of death,
forcefully weaving through. Fast. Faster than what the naked eye could capture. Only a faint black afterimage remained. What? How is that possible? That is, a high-level shadow evasion skill?
Before the exclamations could fade, the figure of the hellish 3-headed dog solidified beside the flame-maned lion, whose defenses were wide open due to its full power attack.
The counterattack began.
The head on the right, which had been silent yet had the sharpest fangs, exuded a fierce light from its eyes, the shadow energy already wrapping around it. No longer was it an illusory energy attack, but rather formed into a tangible dark bite, bringing a chilling aura that could tear apart the soul.
It fiercely bit into the relatively soft abdomen of the flame-maned lion. Shadow bite.
The left head opened its massive mouth in anger, spewing forth not just pure hellfire and haunting blue, mixed within that flame were threads of shadow energy as deep as ink, exuding an aura of death and decay.
Nether fire.
This flame mixed with shadow characteristics not only possessed burning heat, but also terrifying corrosive and soul-burning properties, accurately enveloping the surrounding fur and muscle of the flame-maned lion where it had just been torn open.
And most crucially, the middle head that always radiated an aura of authority.
A low, deep roar erupted from its throat, striking directly at the soul. The intimidation skill was no longer a broad-range psychological pressure,
but concentrated all its power, as if forming into an invisible spiritual spike.
With full force, it brutally struck into the flame-maned lion's unprotected mental world, due to its own powerful spell.
Physical biting. Energy burning. Soul impact.
The triple assault, almost in the same instant, perfectly landed on the flame-maned lion, which had just lost its old strength and newly gained none.
The timing was impeccable. Aru! A howl filled with extreme pain, horror, and disbelief erupted from the flame-maned lion, instantly overpowering the noise of the entire arena. Its massive body suddenly froze, a deep, hideous wound was torn open at its abdomen, exposing the bone.
The shadow energy, like a venomous snake with life, crazily burrowed deep into the wound, frantically eroding its vitality. And following closely behind, the nether fire, like a maggot at the bone, burned its fur, muscles, and even spread toward its insides. That mid-grade bloodline pressure unique to the hellish three-headed dog mixed with a concentrated soul impact was like a heavy hammer. It smashed heavily onto its consciousness, making it instantly fall into intense pain, confusion, and deep fear. The double fatal blow to both the mind and body caused it to completely lose control over the two highly compressed fireballs. No! Zhang Hao's wild laughter froze in an instant, turning into endless terror. He tried to stabilize it forcefully through the contract, but it was too late. Those two crimson fireballs, which had lost precise control and contained destructive energy, trembled fiercely in midair, and then... boom! Boom! They exploded one after the other. And they exploded in midair, extremely close to the flame-maned lion. The terrifying wave of flames first rebounded against the caster itself. The flame-maned lion was hit head-on by an erupting volcano, its massive body was blown away from the ground. Its entire being charred black. The hair instantly carbonized and fell off, the wound on its waist and abdomen was further torn apart in the explosion, the blood had not yet sprayed out before it was evaporated by the high temperature. It crashed heavily at the edge of the arena, more than 10 meters away, twitching all over, the black gas intertwining with charred marks at the wound. Its breath was like a candle flickering in the wind, wilted to the extreme, unable to let out a single howl, only the unconscious spasms of its body proved it was still alive. The aftershocks of the explosion also impacted the hellish three-headed dog that had just completed its fatal strike. It was pushed back by the shockwave, now with several charred marks burned by the fiery shrapnel. One of its front paws was scraped by the lion's tail, which had swung wildly in agony during its extreme dodge. At this moment, it appeared a bit limp, its movements slightly impaired. But it still stood firmly upright. The three heads raised high, though injured, still radiated a fierce aura. 6 ghostly blue eyes coldly stared at the fallen opponent, the dark shadows and hellfire energy, although greatly consumed. They still flowed slowly, emitting a chilling fierceness and the stance of a victor. The flames from the explosion and the lingering smoke slowly dissipated. The scene in the arena was clearly presented before the deathly silent audience. On one side, the flaming main lion lay limp like mud, entirely blackened, its life unknown. On the other side, the hellish three-headed dog stood proud despite its injuries, its gaze filled with disdain. This stark contrast, this sudden reversal of the battle, plunged the entire arena into an unprecedented, hair-pin-drop silence. Everyone's eyes widened, mouths agape, as if an invisible hand had seized their throats, making it impossible to utter a sound. Just moments ago, Zhang Hao was in the upper hand, showcasing earth-shattering attacks with the flaming main lion. In the blink of an eye, they had actually lost? And lost so thoroughly, so tragically? This reversal came too fast, too violently, too unbelievably. Those who supported Lu Ming felt their minds go blank, overwhelmed by this incredible shock, unable to think. Supporters of Zhang Hao had their smiles frozen, turning into expressions of disbelief, terror, and confusion. Zhang Hao himself, as if struck by a thunderbolt, stood frozen in place. The color drained from his face, leaving only stark paleness and an unbearable horror. He stared blankly at his fallen, gasping partner. Then he looked at the three-headed giant dog standing like a demon from hell, and behind it, the black-haired boy who had remained astonishingly calm from the beginning. No. Impossible, this can't be, he muttered in despair, as if the entire world crumbled before his eyes. Chapter 107, The Price of a Pyrrhic Victory. The silence in the arena lasted only a brief moment. Then, it was shattered by a heart-wrenching, desperate, and mad roar. No! Zhang Hao's eyes turned blood red, filled with veins, his whole face twisted in extreme anger, fear, and denial. He watched his proud flaming main lion, which his family had high hopes for, lie on the ground like a tattered bag, gasping for breath, the brutal sight almost shattering his sanity. Get up! Little fire! Get up for me! He frantically urged his own power, recklessly channeling energy to his partner through their contract, even showing signs of exhausting his own mental strength. He couldn't lose. How could he lose to a commoner, a waste relying on a mutated freak? The hopes of his family, his own pride, would not allow him to accept such an ending. Perhaps it was the owner's collapsing will that stimulated it. Perhaps it was the residual ferocity of the beast being awakened, the flaming main lion, which was already losing consciousness and on the edge of fainting. Its body suddenly twitched, and somehow, it truly seemed to come back to life. With the last breath and deep-seated resentment, it suddenly lifted its bloodied head. Its crimson pupils had already become vacant. But it still locked onto the injured, limping front leg of the hellish three-headed dog, which was so close. Inside that leg, lay the wounds it had just inflicted. Roar! A low, hoarse roar, as if squeezed from the depths of its throat, filled with endless hatred, was all the flame-maned lion could muster. It opened its massive mouth, covered in burn marks and blood foam, biting fiercely at the hellish three-headed dog's front leg, which was already broken. This bite was fast, accurate, and fierce. It completely surprised everyone. Who would have thought that such a seriously injured beast, seemingly out of combat power, could unleash such a venomous retaliation? Be careful, came the astonished cries from the audience. Lu Ming's pupils constricted sharply, the warning sent through the contract almost synchronized with the opponent's attack. But the distance was too close. The hellish three-headed dog, on the brink of victory, had let down its guard. Plus, its injured front leg affected its reaction speed, and though it tried desperately to dodge, it still came a beat too late. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing, so horrific it sent shivers down the spine, echoed clearly across the silent arena. A whoa! The middle head of the hellish three-headed dog let out an utterly painful roar, as its already injured front leg was bitten by the flame-maned lion in a final desperate attempt, the bone producing a sound of collapse under pressure. Clearly, it was a further injury, possibly a complete fracture. In that instant, intense pain swept through its entire body. However, the agony did not make this hellish beast retreat. Instead, it ignited the brutality and ferocity hidden deep within its bloodline. The eyes of the other two heads instantly turned blood red with murderous intent. Almost at the same moment the leg bone was bitten, the left head twisted violently, its massive mouth filled with fangs brimming with rage. It lunged fiercely to bite the exposed neck of the flame-maned lion. The right head came crashing down like a hammer, its fangs deeply sinking into the relatively weaker part of its spine. Shadow energy bubbled like boiling ink, frantically pouring into the bite, eroding its vitality. Hellfire unleashed without reservation, burning its fur, flesh, and even bones. The middle head, enduring the pain of the shattered leg, no longer emitted intimidation but a raw, primal roar filled with the will to destroy. Exchange one injury for another? No. It was at the cost of a leg that you would completely lose any ability to resist. Roar! The flame-maned lion let out a more mournful yet much shorter cry than before when it was heavily wounded. Its neck was bitten through, the shadow energy crazily destroying its nerves and blood vessels. Its back was torn apart, hellfire scorching its very marrow. The fleeting power it had was retreating like a receding tide, its massive body convulsing violently a few times, the fierce light in its eyes fading away. Its head tilted to the side, completely unconscious, its breath weak as a flickering candle in the wind, clearly suffering from severe injuries that could affect its very foundation. Without months, or even longer, of careful treatment and recovery, there was no possibility of recovery at all. Beast! Stop it! The Zhang family elder, who had been calmly sitting above, could no longer maintain his composure. He suddenly stood up, his hair standing on end, shouting angrily. His voice was like thunder, carrying the pressure of a master Beast Tamer, making the entire arena buzz with sound. His face was ashen, his eyes filled with pain, anger, and a hint of disbelief. He never expected that not only would they lose, but their carefully cultivated flame-maned lion would end up in such a state. Almost at the same time as the Zhang elder's roar, the referee finally snapped out of extreme shock, his face pale as he desperately rushed towards the stage, gathering his beast-taming power into a protective barrier in his hands, forcing between two pet beasts that were already bloodthirsty. Stop! The match is over. Immediately stop. The referee's voice trembled, fearing that if he was late, Zhang's precious flame-maned lion would truly be killed on the spot. The consequences were unimaginable. The two heads of the Hellhound lifted, its blood-stained fangs bared. It let out a threatening low growl towards the referee and the rushing members of the Zhang family, but ultimately did not continue the attack. It slowly released its massive jaws from its opponent, all three heads panting heavily, especially the middle one. Due to the sharp pain in its front leg, its body trembled slightly, but it still stood defiantly. Three pairs of eyes were filled with the arrogance and coldness of a victor, glaring fiercely at their limp opponent, as if declaring who the ultimate king was. The scene in the arena was utterly tragic. On one side, the flame-maned lion lay completely unconscious, its neck and back a bloody mess, with deep wounds exposing bone, a mixture of charred skin and blood. Dark energy spread like a black spider web around its wounds. Its breath was weak to the extreme, clearly having suffered severe injuries that could leave permanent repercussions. On the other side, the Hellhound was in no better condition. Its right front leg was bent unnaturally, blood oozed from the torn wound, staining the ground beneath it. Clearly, the bone had suffered severe trauma. Its body was covered in various burns and claw marks, patches of its fur scorched and curled. Due to the intense consumption of energy and injuries, the energy fluctuations appeared somewhat unstable, its breaths coming out heavy like a bellows. This was a true and tragic victory. A victory earned through blood and pain. Lu Ming had his heart in his throat the moment Zhang He let out a scream and the flame-maned lion fought back wildly. When the clear sound of bones cracking reached his ears, it felt as if his own heart was harshly tugged. At the moment the match was declared halted, he immediately dashed to the arena at the fastest speed, even ignoring the side where Zhang He sat dazed, limp on the ground. Lu Ming rushed to the side of the Hellhound, his voice laced with unmistakable heartache and urgency. He first crouched down, carefully examining the heavily injured right front leg. His fingers gently touched it, clearly feeling the dislocation and fracture of the bones. The wound was deep enough to see the bone, blood gushing out. A flicker of sorrow and icy anger flashed in his eyes. The price of this victory was too great. The Hellhound's leg injury, he did not know how long it would take to heal or if it would leave hidden dangers.
Zhang Hao, the Zhang family. I will remember this debt.
He immediately took out the best quality external injury medicine and bandages that he had prepared from his storage ring. Swift and gentle, he first stopped the bleeding and stabilized the injured leg of the Hellhound. His movements were professional and steady, but his slightly trembling fingers betrayed the unrest within his heart. At this moment, the audience finally seemed to slowly awaken from a shocking nightmare.
Looking at the tragic scene in the arena.
Seeing the standing yet heavily injured Hellhound, the unconscious and dying flame mane lion, the busy Lu Ming stopping the bleeding, and the limp Zhang Hao. The silence was shattered, replaced by a complex uproar and discussion that rolled through the crowd like a tsunami.
Won? Lu Ming really won? My god. It was so tragic. That last counterattack was too scary. The Hellhound's leg, it won't be broken, right? Zhang Hao lost, the Zhang family lost. This Lu Ming, too ruthless. Also too strong. This is the real dark horse. A reversal. A victory from below. Supporters of Lu Ming erupted in ecstatic cheers as if they had survived a disaster, many so excited they were in tears. Supporters of Zhang Hao were ashen-faced, unable to accept this reality. Neutral spectators were filled with shock. They cast a gaze of awe at Lu Ming and his fierce, powerful Hellhound. The referee took several deep breaths, barely calming the turbulent waves in his heart. He glanced at the dazed Zhang Hao, then at Lu Ming, who was urgently treating his pet's injuries, his expression serious. Finally, his gaze swept over the chaotic arena and the two heavily injured pets. Struggling to swallow, he exerted all his strength to project his voice to every corner of the martial arts arena. Final winner. Class 3, 7, Lu Ming. Chapter 108, Aftermath and Suspicion.
The referee's announcement resounded like a single drop of water thrown into a pot of boiling oil, instantly igniting the entire venue. After a brief, almost suffocating silence, the central martial arts arena of Qingshi No. 3 erupted with a roar like a tsunami. This sound was no longer mere cheers or gasps, it was a massive rumble filled with disbelief, extreme shock, and a complex mix of emotions.
He won. Oh my god. Lu Ming really won. Dark horse. This is a true super dark horse. Counterattack. Overthrowing the powerful. Zhang Hao lost, the Zhang family actually lost. This is simply unbelievable. The Hellhound is so strong. That last counterattack was brutal. But it's also heavily injured, its leg is broken. A tragic victory. But a win is a win. The champion is Lu Ming. Countless gazes, like spotlights, focused sharply on the slightly thin but standing tall and straight black-haired boy in the center of the arena. In those gazes, there was shock, admiration, fervor, jealousy, and deep-seated fear and disbelief. Who could have imagined that just over a month ago, Lu Ming was unknown, even regarded as a discarded pet? Yet he managed to carve a path, ultimately beating the resource-rich and well-connected Zhang Hao in the finals. In such a fierce yet undeniable manner, he reached the pinnacle of the Beastmaster of Qingshi City High School. This was not only a victory of strength but felt like the beginning of a legend. A common genius, breaking the monopoly of elite families on top resources. Such a story is enough to make countless ordinary students blood boil and feel a connection. In sharp contrast to the excitement of the crowd was the deathly silence on the other side of the arena. Zhang Hao slumped on the cold ground, his eyes vacant and lifeless, his face devoid of color, his lips trembling slightly, as if his soul had been extracted. He could not accept this reality, could not accept that he had lost, especially to a discarded one he had never taken seriously. The expectations of his family, his personal pride, completely collapsed at this moment, turning into endless shame and confusion. He didn't even dare to look at the expressions of his elders in the audience area, that would undoubtedly bring thunderous wrath. In the area where the Zhang family members sat, the atmosphere dropped to freezing point. A few accompanying family members looked extremely grim, as if covered in frost. Especially the elder with white hair and beard, who did not immediately check the injuries of the flaming lion, as other family doctors rushed to the stage for treatment. Instead, he fixed his hawk-like, sharp eyes on Lu Ming, who was carefully supporting the Hellhound. And on that three-headed giant dog, which was heavily injured yet maintained its intimidating aura. His gaze lingered especially on the deep shadow energy swirling around the Hellhound's wounds, not yet dissipated. A trace of barely perceptible surprise and solemnity flickered in his pupils. That shadow energy refined, profound, carrying a pure domination and destruction quality. This is definitely not the power of an ordinary Hellhound bloodline. It doesn't even seem to be at the level of a typical dark-type pet. The elder's heart was in turmoil. This kid, where did he get this mutated beast? Behind him, could there be some unknown adventure or a master? He couldn't help but doubt it. Lu Ming's background had already been investigated thoroughly by the Zhang family. Both of his parents were ordinary explorers, off and away, and their family was average. How could a boy like this possibly raise such a terrifying beast with rare and high-purity shadow power? The potential and displayed combat strength of this Hellhound far exceeded what an ordinary student could possess. There must be an issue behind this. The Zhang family's tragic defeat cannot be dismissed just like that. Lu Ming must be investigated.
In the central area of the observation platform, the serious-looking representative from the City Lord's mansion exchanged a subtle glance with the white-bearded president of the Beastmaster Association. Both saw the same emotion in each other's eyes, importance, along with a hint of surprise.
The City Lord's representative slightly nodded and whispered.
This boy is resilient in character, has sharp tactical vision, and immense beast potential.
Qingstone City has truly produced a real talent that deserves close observation and cultivation.
The association president chuckled while stroking his beard, his eyes shining brightly. Not just a talent, but a piece of unpolished jade. Especially that Hellhound, TSK, that shadow attribute is something I've rarely seen in my lifetime.
It seems that this year's City Alliance New Generation Cultivation Plan finally has a capable candidate from Qingstone City.
And in the farthest corner of the observation platform, the low-profile man in gray clothes, who had barely been noticed, slowly closed the notebook he had densely filled with notes. The corners of his mouth curled into a very faint yet genuine arc, almost unnoticed.
Breaking limits in battle? Or hiding most of his strength from the start?
He murmured softly to himself, the sound so quiet that only he could hear it. Whichever it is, it proves his potential far exceeds that of his peers. His precise control over power, the decisive ruthlessness at critical moments, and that tactical quality far beyond his own cultivation level. This Lu Ming is rather interesting. To find such a talent in a small place like Qingstone City is quite a surprise. It seems I need to write a good report when I return.
His gaze swept over Lu Ming again, with a look as if appraising a treasure. Then he quietly stood up, like a shadow blending into the crowd, leaving the noisy observation platform without a sound.
His mission had been completed. On the other side of Class 3, the scene was entirely different.
Class teacher Old Joe was so excited that he trembled all over, tears streaming down his face, and he couldn't care less about wiping them away, just continuously slapping his thighs.
Good.
Good boy. Well done. I knew it. I knew this kid could do it.
He had watched Lu Ming rise from being a waste pet that was mocked for 3 years to now soaring to the sky, winning the championship. The sense of achievement was beyond words. The principal was even more radiant, excitedly rubbing his hands, already thinking rapidly.
Champion. How many years has it been since our Class 3 had a league champion? And he defeated Zhang Hao to get the championship. Really enriching. He must be heavily rewarded. The highest scholarship.
The best beast training resources. Also, we must strengthen protection for Lu Ming.
The Zhang family will probably not let this go easily. This is a precious treasure that must not be harmed. For Lu Ming, this bloody victory.
Its significance had long surpassed just being the title of a high school league champion and those tangible resource rewards. It was more like a stepping stone, an immensely heavy stepping stone. It had earned him extreme importance and preferential resources from the school leadership. This would enable him and his dog to recover and grow faster in a short period. It established his authority among the younger generation in Qingstone City, earning him respect. And also gained him a certain degree of self-protection capital, at least. On the surface, to move him, one must weigh public opinion and the government's attitude.
And most importantly, it successfully attracted the attention of the Lord's Mansion, the Beastmaster Guild, and perhaps even some forces in the imperial capital. This opened a window for him to a broader world. Of course, fortune may conceal disaster. Immense attention also means greater risks and hostility from the Zhang family.
But Lu Ming had no choice. He needed resources, he needed to grow stronger, and this path was destined to be rocky. On the stage, a simple award ceremony was hurriedly conducted. The trophy and symbolic rewards were handed to Lu Ming, but he was completely uninterested at that moment. He carefully supported the heavy-breathing, severely injured Hellhound. The 3 heads of the dog hung low, but its gaze remained sharp, enduring intense pain, stepping down the stage slowly but steadily with its master's support. Each step captured the attention of countless people. That staggering silhouette, that bloodied fur, that unyielding gaze left a deep imprint in the minds of everyone present.
Pain is temporary.
Everyone understood that this youth named Lu Ming and his Hellhound, after this battle, would be like a dragon emerging from the abyss, no longer to be ignored. The sky over Bluestone City seemed to begin to change. And as Lu Ming walked down the stage, in a corner where no one saw, a cold sharp glint flashed deep in his eyes.
Chapter 109, Undercurrents and Homeward Journey.
The clamor of the finals surged like the tide after a flood, grandly rolling in, then inevitably fading away. In the central martial arena of Bluestone Third High, the boiling voices gradually gave way to the sounds of departing footsteps and lingering discussions. The air was filled with shock, excitement, disbelief, and various complex emotions that lingered for a long time. Lu Ming paid no attention to any gaze directed at him, whether filled with admiration, curious exploration, or veiled jealousy and hostility. All his focus was on the battered companion beside him. The Hellhound had its right front leg unnaturally bent, and beneath the makeshift splint, blood oozed through. Its massive body trembled slightly, each step taken with evident pain, 3 heads hanging low, heavy gasps revealing its current weakness and exhaustion. The afterglow of the setting sun extended the shadows of both man and dog, cast on the cold ground. That figure bore the glory of victory but also exuded a solitude and heaviness born from fierce combat.
Lu Ming! Lu Ming! Wait up!
Principal Zhou panted heavily, quickly catching up, his face a mixture of uncontrollable excitement and deep worry. He looked at Ah Fu's shocking injured leg and hurriedly said, "You, child, why are you walking so fast? The Hellhound is so badly hurt, we must get to the Academy's Beast Hospital quickly. I've already contacted the best physician." Lu Ming stopped, turned around, his face showing the fatigue of battle, but his eyes were remarkably calm, even a bit too calm. He gently shook his head, interrupting Principal Zhou, "Thank you, Teacher Zhou. But it's unnecessary." Principal Zhou was startled. Unnecessary? How can that be? This is a bone injury. Delaying treatment will leave permanent risks. Lu Ming's gaze fell on Ah Fu, filled with an undeniable determination. "I know what I am doing." The Hellhound's injuries are somewhat special and require some unique methods of treatment, not convenient for outsiders to handle. His tone was calm, yet carried a resoluteness far beyond his years, as if an invisible barrier isolated the goodwill and inquiries from the outside. Principal Zhou opened his mouth, looking at the hidden weariness and decisiveness in the boy's eyes, and finally let out a heavy sigh. He patted Lu Ming's shoulder, his tone filled with concern. "Alas you, child. You're always so full of ideas. Okay, since you say so, the teacher believes you. But remember, if you need anything, be sure to find me right away. Don't try to push through. You're our treasure in the 3rd class." "I will, Teacher Zhou." "Thank you." Lu Ming nodded, his tone sincere, but his decision was firm. After saying goodbye to the worried homeroom teacher, Lu Ming continued to support Ah Fu, walking towards the relatively quiet slums at the edge of the city. The noise was left far behind, and the streets gradually became desolate. Fatigue from his body and the sharp pain from Ah Fu's injuries constantly overwhelmed him, but Lu Ming's thoughts had already flown to a much farther place. This victory brought far more than just a champion trophy and brief glory. "Little Chi," he silently murmured in his heart, his voice carrying a hint of invisible tension. "How's the dog's injury? Will it leave hidden dangers?" This was the most concerning issue for him at this moment. The Hellhound was his most important partner and the cornerstone of his future plans. There must be no mistakes. A lazy female voice immediately echoed in the depths of his mind. It was the system, Little Chi. Her tone was flat, as if stating an unimportant detail. "TSK, now you know to be nervous? What happened to the fierce energy you had in the arena just now?" Little Chi first teased him habitually before getting to the point, her tone becoming professional and certain. "Don't worry, it won't die. 3 fractures, mainly tearing of the weight-bearing tendons, shadow energy overdraft consumption, internal organs shaken by the explosion shockwave, slight internal bleeding." To sum it up, in the hands of an ordinary beastmaster, this dog would be basically useless for the rest of its life. Being able to survive would be considered good luck. Lu Ming's heart sank suddenly. But Little Chi's tone immediately shifted, carrying a sense of natural pride. "But with me around, what's a little injury?" Before Lu Ming could ask further, she listed the treatment plan like a family heirloom. "Listen, for external use, apply the 9 revolutions reviving ointment, take 3 parts of the ointment, dissolve it in rootless water, and apply it evenly to the wounds, especially the fractured gaps, once in the morning and once in the evening. For internal use, take the dragon blood solidifying pill, half a pill each time, taken with nurturing flower honey, once in the morning and once in the evening. Most importantly, you need to guide the medicinal power to seep into the injuries with your purest beastmaster force every day, nurturing its bones and tendons, without interruption." Her tone was unarguable. Following this method, within 10 days, it will be lively and bouncing back, fully restored. Moreover, taking this opportunity, the medicinal effect will refine its bones, and the strength of the healed injuries will surpass the previous level. It's a blessing in disguise. Hearing this, a huge weight finally lifted from Lu Ming's heart, and he quickly asked. *** 9 revolutions reviving ointment ** and dragon blood solidifying pill? Where can I get these? How many points do I need to exchange?" He remembered that there were various rare items in Little Chi's system store, but the prices were often high. Little Chi laughed lightly, with a hint of banter. "Look at your little expectations. Don't worry, although the raw materials for these 2 pills are rare, they won't leave you broke. The reward points you receive from completing the hidden mission, overcoming adversity to win, are just enough to exchange for the required amount for a treatment. This system has been prepared for you a long time ago, just waiting for you to ask. Lu Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief, gratefully saying, "Thank you, Little Chi."
"Don't be in such a hurry to thank me."
Little Chi's voice suddenly carried a hint of playfulness and warning. The injury issue is easy to solve.
"But some troubles cannot be smoothed over with just a few bottles of ointment." Lu Ming frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" "What do you mean?" Little Chi's tone carried an insightful overview.
In the end, to completely defeat that fire lion, you forcibly activated the high-purity shadow energy within the dog that hadn't been completely refined, which belongs to its bloodline origin. Although you did it very discreetly, the energy fluctuation flashed by and fooled most students and teachers. She paused for a moment, her voice lowered, carrying a hint of coldness.
"But that kind of energy quality is too special and pure. It doesn't belong to this stage at all. Do you think those old foxes in the stands, especially that elder from the Zhang family named Zhang Lai, are just sitting there with their master-level perception?" Lu Ming's heart tightened suddenly, the final moment of the competition.
To ensure victory, he indeed took the risk to use a trace of deeper source power from the bloodline of the Hellhound, which surpassed the ordinary mid-grade Hellhound category. Xiaoqi continued, "From the moment you used that trace of source power, the killing intent and suspicion in Zhang Lai's eyes never faded. He may not be sure what it specifically is, but he absolutely can sense something unusual. This time, it's not just winning a competition or slapping Zhang Hao's face. You have stirred up a much bigger hornet's nest. The Zhang family will never let this go. They will definitely find a way to uncover the truth about you and the Hell three-headed dog, and even go to any lengths to eliminate the threat."
Lu Ming walked silently on the dark street.
The last ray of sunset disappeared below the horizon, and night began to fall. Xiaoqi's words were like a bucket of cold water, waking him from the slight relaxation brought on by victory. Indeed, winning the game was just the beginning. The real storm had probably just begun. He glanced at Afu beside him, who was whimpering softly due to pain, and his gaze became sharp and resolute again. "When the soldiers come, we will fight. When the water comes, we will hide the earth." He whispered to himself, as if speaking to the Hell three-headed dog, also as a vow to himself and Xiaoqi.
"Since we cannot avoid it, then let it come. Let's see in the end, who can laugh last." Chapter 110, A Chance Encounter in the Black Market.
Supporting the heavily injured dog, Lu Ming chose not to return directly to the relatively safe home. He turned his steps toward the area in Qingshi City that was the most mixed and chaotic, but also where special items could be found, the underground black market. The sunset completely sank below the horizon, and the dim sky added a touch of gloom and danger to this already chaotic area. The air was a mix of low-quality tobacco, rotten garbage, and some indescribable stench. On both sides of the narrow street, shop signs hung askew, lights were dim, shadows flickered, and whispers along with occasional loud curses filled the air.
The dog's heavy breaths and limping footsteps did not seem out of place here.
Lu Ming's goal was very clear. The 9 transformations resurrection ointment and dragon blood solid essence pill that Xiaoqi mentioned were both low-grade spiritual pills, powerful and difficult to refine, extremely expensive.
Ordinary pharmacies would never sell them.
Even if they did have them, it would be impossible for a background-less student like him to easily buy them. Only in the black market, which is not governed by official authority and is filled with all sorts of dubious goods, could there be a chance to find clues quickly, even directly obtain them. He needed to get the medicine quickly, the dog's injuries couldn't be delayed. He lowered his head, trying to minimize his presence, carefully supporting the dog while avoiding the filthy puddles in the center of the street, swiftly moving along the shadows near the walls.
The dog seemed to sense the special environment, its 3 heads turning slightly in vigilance.
6 eyes glimmered with faint light in the darkness, suppressing the low whines caused by pain. Just as they were about to pass through a particularly dark alley piled with old wooden boxes and discarded metal, a familiar and exaggeratedly enthusiastic voice rang out. It sounded like it had been waiting for a long time, coming from a store beside them with a blurry sign that read groceries.
"Aya! Look who it is! Isn't this our newly famous person in Qingshi City, young Master Lu Ming?"
Lu Ming paused, lifting his head. He saw a short and stout man wearing a satin jacket. A middle-aged man with a big smile was skillfully emerging from that shop. With quick steps, he approached. It was one of the most well-informed brokers in the black market, Boss Lu. His small eyes squinted, shining brightly, openly sizing up Lu Ming and the severely injured Cerberus beside him.
"Congratulations! You defeated Zhang Hao and won the championship.
What a remarkable feat for someone so young." Boss Lu rubbed his chubby hands, his tone overly enthusiastic and almost flattering, his voice not loud but enough to catch the attention of a few sneaky figures nearby.
Lu Ming smirked internally, showing no expression on his face but simply nodded faintly. "Boss Lu." Boss Lu seemed unfazed by Lu Ming's indifference and stepped closer. His gaze fell on the dog's injured leg, hastily bandaged with torn cloth and still oozing blood, and his face immediately took on a pained expression. "Oh dear. Look at this injury. That Zhang family kid was too harsh. For such a strong and majestic pet to be hurt like this, it truly breaks one's heart. He shifted his tone, lowering his voice and speaking with all the sincerity he could muster. Little brother Lu, you seem to be in a hurry. You must urgently need good medicine for the wounds, right? Hee, you have come to the right place and the right person. To be honest, old Lu, just happened to get a batch of hot goods a few days ago. He looked around mysteriously before continuing. Authentic, black jade healing balm. And the matching internal medicine, beast blood essence pills. These are great for treating bone injuries and internal damage. The effect may not compare to those legendary elixirs, but for emergency healing, this is definitely it. He gave a thumbs up. As for the price, Boss Lu observed Lu Ming's expression, grinning. It's negotiable. I'll definitely give our new champion a friendly price. Lu Ming felt as if he had a clear mirror in his heart. Boss Lu was a seasoned player in the black market, thoroughly informed beyond normal. As soon as he won the championship and appeared in the black market with a severely injured pet, Boss Lu just happened to meet him. What a coincidence. He never mentioned the superior 9-turn resurrection bomb and dragon blood essence pill. He only brought out the second-rate black jade healing bomb and beast blood essence pills. It was clearly a test of his financial limits and whether he knew what the truly suitable medicine was. If he eagerly accepted, it would mean he either had limited financial resources or didn't recognize valuable goods at all. Seeing Lu Ming's indifferent expression and calm eyes, he showed no interest in his pitch. Even without any indication of bargaining, a hint of barely noticeable surprise flashed in Boss Lu's eyes. This kid was more composed than he had imagined. He rolled his eyes, maintaining his smile, leaned in closer, and lowered his voice even further, with a warm tone as if sharing a secret. But speaking of which, little brother Lu, after your stunning victory, the cultivating resources you need. It's definitely not a small amount. Just relying on the Academy's rewards would barely amount to a drop in the bucket, right? He paused, observing Lu Ming's reaction, seeing that the other remained unperturbed. He continued to dangle the bait. Old Lu, have some news. I wonder if you're interested? Oh? What news? Lu Ming finally spoke, his tone flat, revealing no emotion. A mysterious smile spread across Boss Lu's face. I heard that the night after tomorrow, over at the abandoned mine in the west of the city, the Shadow Pavilion will hold a small private exchange meeting. Those who can get an entrance pass are not ordinary people. Some of the things that will appear have special origins but are definitely amazing relics or ancient texts. He deliberately emphasized. There are even whispers that this time, there might be treasures that can accelerate pet growth or awaken hidden potential. Little brother, your Cerberus has boundless potential, if you can seize an opportunity. The future truly has no limits. He smiled, looking at Lu Ming. If the young man is interested, old Lu, might be able to think of a way to help you get an admission ticket. Of course, there will be a handling fee. Lu Ming's heart sneered even more. The Shadow Pavilion? He had heard of it. It was a mysterious organization in the black market that occasionally held exchange meetings where good things might appear, but they were always accompanied by high risks. Boss Lu tossed out this news at this moment, clearly eyeing the rewards Lu Ming might gain from just winning the championship. And his eagerness to enhance his strength, wanting to profit from him again, or had a deeper purpose. Boss Lu, your information is indeed well informed. I admire that. Lu Ming's face remained calm, his tone distant yet polite. About the healing medicine, I'll remember it for now. I will come back to bother you if needed. As for the auction. He pondered briefly and said lightly, allow me to think about it. After saying this, he no longer gave Boss Lu the chance to persuade him further, gave a slight nod, and supported the dog. He walked straight toward the direction of Herb Pavilion, a store that specifically sold high-end medicinal materials and rare items, his step steady, without a hint of hesitation. Boss Lu stood in place, his enthusiastic smile gradually faded as he watched Lu Ming disappear at the end of the dim alley. A flicker of light sparkled in his small eyes, replaced by a thoughtful and slightly serious look. Hey, this kid is slippery, and his thoughts are deep. He murmured softly, his short and fat fingers stroking his chin. It seems he is not so easy to fool. He knows the grade of healing medicine well and can remain calm in the face of the Shadow Pavilion's temptation. Quite interesting. He narrowed his eyes, a calculating curve appearing at the corners of his mouth. However, the tougher the nut to crack, the more flavorful it will be once bitten. It seems I need to add some fuel, throw in some heavier chips. Under the dim light, Boss Lu's figure merged into the shadows, as if becoming one with the black market. On the other side, Lu Ming supported the dog, his thoughts racing as well. Boss Lu's appearance was certainly not coincidental. The waters of this black market seemed deeper than expected. Chapter 111, Shaoqi's Insight and Guidance. After leaving Boss Lu's probing and calculating enthusiasm, Lu Ming did not linger around the black market. He supported the increasingly weak dog, his steps steady, ignoring the shouts and curious stares from the shops on both sides.
He walked straight toward a more secluded alley, paved even with some bluestone slabs, deeper into the black market. Turn left, the third shop, the sign says Mo Xianjai. In his mind, Xiaoqi's voice rang out clearly and directly, with no unnecessary words. Lu Ming followed the instructions. Soon, a shop with a small facade, ancient decorations, and even a bit outdated appeared before him. The black wooden plaque bore the words Mo Xianjai with impressive brushwork. Yet it exuded a calmness settled by the years, sharply contrasting with the flashy and dimly lit shops around it. He pushed open the slightly heavy wooden door, the hinges let out a soft creak. The light inside was soft, filled with a faint, strange aroma mixed with medicinal materials and old books. Behind the counter, an old man with white hair and beard, dressed in a grey robe, sat quietly reading a yellowed ancient book, seemingly unaware of Lu Ming's arrival. Lu Ming did not waste time looking around. He walked directly to the counter, getting straight to the point, his voice calm. "Boss, I need 9-turn resurrection ointment and dragon blood solidifying elixir." The old man's flipping motion paused slightly, and he slowly raised his head. His eyes were cloudy but carried a detached insight into the world, lingering momentarily on Lu Ming's young yet steady face. Then his gaze fell upon the heavy injured Cerberus behind him, 3 heads drooping low, yet still exuding a faintly ferocious aura. The old man's face showed no surprise or curiosity, only a faint expression as he spoke, his voice hoarse but clear. "The 9-turn revitalization ointment, 8,000 gold crystals. The dragon blood solidifying pill, 12,000 gold crystals." No bargaining. This price was enough to bankrupt many ordinary Beast Tamers. But Lu Ming didn't even blink. He had already learned the approximate market price of these 2 low-grade spiritual pills from Xiaoqi when he was younger. Although this quote was on the higher side, in a black market like this, it was rare to get the real thing right away. "Okay." Lu Ming nodded decisively, taking out an anonymous crystal card from his chest. This was all the wealth he had accumulated from completing system tasks and some rewards from the academy, plus part of the prize money he had just advanced for winning the championship. A faint surprise flashed in the old man's murky eyes. It seemed that he didn't expect this young, plain-looking student to take out such a large sum of 20,000 gold crystals so readily. Moreover, his goal was clear, without any hesitation or negotiation. But he soon returned to his calm state, silently accepting the crystal card and swiping it on a small device. After confirming the amount was correct, he bent down and took out 2 jade boxes, which were smooth and engraved with simple sealing runes, from a locked drawer beneath the counter. He gently pushed them in front of Lu Ming. "The ointment is for external use, the pill for internal consumption. The method is clear. No responsibility after leaving the counter." The old man said briefly, then lowered his head again, picking up the ancient scroll, as if the transaction had never happened. Lu Ming carefully put away the 2 jade boxes, feeling the faint energy fluctuations coming from within, and his heart settled a little. He didn't say any polite words, nodded slightly, helped the dog, and turned to leave the strange Mo Xianjai shop. After leaving the shop and returning to the dimly lit and noisy alley, Lu Ming remained alert, scanning his surroundings as he asked in his mind. "Xiaoqi, what do you think of that boss Lu in the shadow pavilion he mentioned?" Xiaoqi's voice immediately sounded, with a tone of detached superiority and a precise judgment. "Fat Lu?" Her tone carried a trace of undisguised contempt. "Just a bug crawling in the mud of low-level information, making a profit by selling hard-to-distinguish fake news and low-grade scraps that can't even be shown in public. He approached you on his own, and his purpose is clear. He must have seen the potential and value you showed in the league far beyond expectations. He wants to make a small investment in advance, or more likely, he wants to use you to achieve some of his hidden goals." She paused for a moment before continuing her calm analysis. "Listen to only 3 parts of his words, and ignore the other 7. The auction of the Shadow Pavilion may be real, such shady private deals are not uncommon in the black market. But the treasures he mentioned that accelerate beast growth and unlock potential. Most of them are things with dubious origins, hard to identify, and possibly defective or even dangerous. Participating in such auctions is extremely risky. You could lose everything, or even get into trouble." Lu Ming nodded silently, which was basically consistent with his own judgment. People like Boss Lu only act when there's profit, and his intentions were clearly questionable. "But..." Xiaoqi suddenly changed the topic, her tone now carrying a trace of barely noticeable interest, as if she had discovered something intriguing. "That shadow pavilion itself isn't entirely the empty shell that Fat Lu exaggerated." "Oh?" Lu Ming raised an eyebrow, slowing his pace slightly. Xiaoqi's voice carried a sense of superiority in terms of information. "According to the scattered information flow and energy marks analyzed by this system, it seems that behind this shadow pavilion, there is a faint connection to an ancient organization called the Ghost Shadow Society. This organization has a very long history. Mysterious in actions, hovering on the edge of imperial law, with tentacles spread across many gray areas." "The Shadow Society?" Lu Ming's heart stirred. He had never heard this name before. "Yes," Xiaoqi confirmed.
This organization is both just and evil. It occasionally indeed uses channels like Shadow Pavilion.
It flows out some truly rare items, even those obtained from ancient ruins or forbidden places. These items often have peculiar effects but also come with great unknowns and risks. It takes sharp eyes, profound knowledge, and quite a bit of luck to sift through and find treasure instead of stepping on a landmine. Her tone carried a hint of playfulness, so Lou Fatty this time might be hitting the nail on the head. The bait he threw out could, for you, be both an opportunity to access resources beyond the ordinary or undoubtedly a huge, dangerous trap filled with unknowns.
Lu Ming's gaze flickered uncertainly in the dim alley, digesting the information Shao Qi provided.
Opportunity and risk coexisted, which was very much in line with the situation he often faced.
Trap, he repeated softly, his tone probing. What specifically do you mean? Aside from buying fakes or being scammed?
Shao Qi's voice became slightly serious. Deeper traps. First, the risk of identity exposure.
This kind of private auction.
Participants are mixed. There could very well be spies from the Zhang family, or even the Shadow Society itself secretly observing and recording every participant. Once you show up, it's like exposing yourself to even more complex eyes.
Second, wealth entices.
If you really gain something at the auction, especially if you obtain true treasures, whether you can safely leave the black market area is another question. Killing and looting are commonplace in places like this. Third, and the most dangerous, Shao Qi's tone became grave, are the items passed down by the Shadow Society. Sometimes, they carry secret marks, curses, or are entangled with certain troublesome causes. If you take their things, you might unknowingly get caught in a bigger whirlpool, making it hard to escape. Lu Ming walked in silence, his fingers unconsciously brushing over the jade box that held the elixirs. The cold touch made his mind clearer.
Shao Qi's analysis clearly revealed the surging undercurrents beneath the seemingly opportunistic surface. Chapter 112, Sister's Warmth.
Carefully supporting the dog, avoiding the malicious eyes and potential troubles of the slums at night, Lu Ming finally returned to that simple yet neat little house at the end of the narrow alley. Pushing open the creaking wooden door, a familiar scent with a faint soap aroma rushed toward him, allowing his tense nerves to relax a little.
"Brother!"
A crisp voice filled with anxious worry rang out. A little girl wearing a faded but tidy little dress appeared. Braid pigtails framing her face, she rushed out from the inner room like a frightened little rabbit. It was Lu Ming's younger sister, Lu Xiaoyu. She had just turned 6 this year, her little face still holding some baby fat. A pair of big, round eyes were now filled with tears, reflecting fear and heartache. When she saw the huge 3-headed dog behind Lu Ming, covered in wounds, its right front leg in a splint, and breathing weakly, her tears streamed down like pearls falling from a broken string. She didn't dare to come too close, gripping her dress tightly, her voice breaking with a sob, timidly asking,
"Brother, is the dog, is it very painful?"
"It's lost a lot of blood, will it die?" The little girl's voice was soft and tender, yet it pricked Lu Ming's heart like a needle, touching the softest part within. He had just experienced a life-and-death struggle, facing Zhang Hao's provocation and Boss Lu's schemes. He was as hard as iron. But at this moment, facing his sister's innocent worry, all his armor seemed to melt away in an instant. He immediately squatted down, forcibly suppressing the usual coldness and fatigue on his face. He put on a gentle smile that was even a bit awkward, reaching out to gently wipe away the tears on his sister's face.
"Silly little fish, don't talk nonsense, and don't be afraid."
Lu Ming's voice was very soft, carrying a comforting power.
"Look, brother didn't bring the dog back safely? It just got a little hurt and is a bit tired. I've already bought the best medicine, and it will heal soon." He pointed at the dog, trying to make his tone sound light. "Once the dog's injuries are healed, it will be stronger and more impressive than before. When that time comes, brother will let it take you to fly in the sky, okay?"
"Really?" Lu Xiaoyu looked up with her little face, tears still in her big eyes, but a hint of hopeful light sparkled because of her brother's words. She had unconditional trust in her brother.
"Of course it's true, when has brother ever lied to you?"
Lu Ming ruffled his sister's hair, his tone firm. After calming his sister, Lu Ming did not dare to delay and immediately began to treat the dog's injuries. He first fetched clean water, using a soft cloth to gently clean the blood and charred marks around the dog's wounds. The dog's middle head let out a low whimper, seeming to hurt from the touch. But the other 2 heads slightly nuzzled Lu Ming's hand, showing submission and trust. Lu Xiaoyu quietly brought over a small stool, sitting not far away with her hands propping up her chin, her big eyes fixed on her brother's busy figure, her small face filled with tension and concern. After cleaning the wounds, Lu Ming opened the jade box that contained the 9-turn revitalizing ointment. A refreshing medicinal fragrance immediately wafted into the air, making the atmosphere feel a bit fresher.
The ointment appeared a deep ink green, faintly glowing with light.
Lu Ming took out an appropriate amount with a special jade spoon, carefully and evenly applying it to the dog's fractured right foreleg and other deeper wounds. The ointment was cold to the touch, and the muscles that had twitched slightly from the pain seemed to relax instantly. All 3 of the dog's heads let out low, comfortable whimpers, and its tense body gradually relaxed.
Then, Lu Ming took out the dragon's blood solidifying pill, the size of a longan, bright red like blood, radiating a fiery aura. Dissolving it in warm water, he patiently fed it to the dog's mouth. The dog seemed to sense the overwhelming vitality contained in the pill and obediently began to lick it. The medicinal power quickly spread, and a gentle yet powerful warm current began to flow within the three-headed hellhound's body, nurturing the damaged meridians and organs, replenishing the excessive consumption of its essence. The wounds on its body began to close at a visibly fast rate, with bleeding ceasing. Even the broken bones felt a slight itching sensation, a sign that the bones were beginning to heal rapidly under the powerful effect of the medicine. The dog's breathing gradually became steady and long, all three heads slowly resting on their forepaws. Its eyes closed, falling into a deep state of healing and recovery. There was a faint shimmer of dark energy intertwined with a crimson glow surrounding its body. Though its breath was still weak, it no longer resembled a candle flickering in the wind, but carried a sense of solid vitality. Seeing the dog finally stabilize and no longer appear in such pain, Lu Ming let out a long sigh, his tightly strung heart finally relaxing a bit. This scene made him feel more exhausted than winning a final match. Lu Xiaoyu, who had been nervously watching, saw that the dog seemed to be much more comfortable and was no longer bleeding, and she finally dared to cautiously shuffle a little closer. She looked at the middle head of the dog, where the singed fur appeared a bit patchy. The small face was full of heartache. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something important. Little Hand searched in her clothing pocket and quickly pulled out a piece woven from red silk thread. Though the technique was clumsy and somewhat wrinkled, it was clear it was a simple safety knot-styled hair tie. "Doggy," Lu Xiaoyu called in a tender voice, standing on her tiptoes, stretching out her small hand, awkwardly and gently tying that red hair tie. She tied it on a tuft of smoother fur at the top of the dog's head and even made a crooked bow. After doing all this, her small face flushed slightly from the effort, and looking at her masterpiece, she seriously said to the dog that was healing with eyes closed, "Doggy, this is for you. It's a safety knot that I learned to weave from Grandma Lin next door, who can embroider, after asking her for a long time. Grandma Lin said that wearing this will let the Bodhisattva bless you to be safe and sound. You need to get better soon." This naive, clumsy but incredibly sincere action was like a warm current, instantly breaking through all of Lu Ming's psychological defenses. He looked at his sister's innocent and hopeful little face. Looking at that crooked yet meaningful red safety knot on the dog's head, his nose suddenly felt sour, and his eyes couldn't help but become warm. He quickly turned his head, took a deep breath, and forcibly suppressed those surging emotions. But the warmth and sense of responsibility rising in his heart were stronger than ever before. This was what he needed to protect. No matter what, he had to become stronger to safeguard this hard-won warmth. He turned around and smiled again, saying to his sister, "Xiaoyu is amazing. Doggy will definitely feel your intentions and will get better soon. It's late now, you should go sleep, and I'll stay with Doggy for a while more." "Okay." Lu Xiaoyu nodded vigorously and obediently ran off to wash up and sleep. The small room returned to quiet, leaving only the steady breathing of the dog and the occasional sound of the wind outside the window. Lu Ming sat beside the dog, his palm gently resting on its body that was still absorbing the power of the medicine. Feeling the gradually recovering vitality, his gaze looked toward the night outside, becoming deeper and more determined. Chapter 113, The Zhang Family's Conspiracy. In the depths of the eastern district of Qingshi City, within the Zhang family's mansion, there was a brightly lit, luxuriously decorated meeting hall, but the atmosphere was as heavy as lead. The air seemed to have frozen, with only the faint humming of the healing array operating and a heavy, painful breathing sound. In the center of the hall, a small gathering spirit array, made at great cost and engraved with complex runes, was operating at full power, with pure energy swirling like fog. At the core of the array was the once mighty, flame-wreathed fire main lion, Little Fire. At this moment, it was wrapped all over with bandages soaked in medicine. Its breath was weak as it lay down, its crimson fur lost its luster, and its huge body twitched slightly due to excruciating pain. Its body, which had been carefully trained by the family master and was once a source of pride, was now covered with claw marks deep enough to see the bones and charred burns. Especially the wound on its waist and abdomen, corroded by shadow energy, still had ominous black edges that healed extremely slowly. Zhang Hao, the legitimate heir of the younger generation of the Zhang family. At this moment, he knelt in despair on the cold, hard diamond floor, his head deeply bowed, not daring to look at anyone's face in the hall. His splendid robes were covered in dust and dried blood. His hair was disheveled, and there was no trace of his usual arrogance on his face, only a pale fear and deep defeat. He could feel a gaze from above that almost burned him to ashes. The clan leader, Zhang Lai, sat in the main position on a mahogany armchair, his face ashen, with a hawk-like glare burning with suppressed rage in his eyes. The invisible pressure radiating from him made the temperature in the entire hall seem to drop by a few degrees. Several elders of the Zhang family, who held real power and could shake the entire blue stone city with a stomp, stood on either side, each with a face so gloomy it seemed capable of dripping water. The Zhang family's reputation had been rubbed into the ground this time. Waste.
The dead silence was shattered by a thunderous roar filled with rage. Zhang Lai suddenly slammed his palm on the nearby rosewood table. Boom! With a muffled sound, that priceless, incredibly hard rosewood table suddenly shattered into pieces, like tofu being struck by a giant hammer, turning into a pile of powder on the ground. Wood shavings flew about, revealing the owner's fury that was crashing inside. How many resources has the family invested in you? A grandmaster personally taught you. Rare pills were fed to you like candy. And what did we get in return? Zhang Lai suddenly rose, pointing at Zhang Hao, who was kneeling on the ground, his voice as chilling as ice scraping against bones. You actually lost to a poor kid who has no background and seemingly popped up from some corner. And lost so miserably. My Zhang family's face has been thrown into a dung pit by you. Zhang Hao trembled violently, burying his head lower, his lips quivering, yet he dared not utter a single word of defense. Zhang Lai's chest heaved fiercely, suppressing the impulse to kill this useless son with a single palm. Taking a deep breath, his cold gaze shifted to the elder on the left side, the one responsible for family intelligence, with a thin and stern face. Jiang Su. Zhang Lai's voice contained a brewing storm. What have you found out? That kid's power in the final match, what on earth was it? It cannot possibly be some ordinary hellfire. Elder Zhang Su, being called out, immediately stood up, his expression grave, clasping his hands in response, reporting to the family master, we have already employed secret methods to carefully analyze the energy traces remaining on the arena. He paused slightly, organizing his words, his tone tinged with disbelief, that energy is extremely strange. It is by no means ordinary shadow-type skill energy fluctuations. Its purity is far beyond our understanding, and, within it contains a hint of an extremely ancient, obscure, even slightly, primordial aura. He lifted his head, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Based on sporadic records in ancient texts, it is suspected to be some kind of long-lost, primal-level shadow power. Primal shadow power, another hot-tempered elder gasped in shock, how is that possible? What qualifications does that kid have? Jiang Su nodded heavily, although it is merely an extremely faint trace, its rank is exceptionally high. This is also why the little fire's flame domain was instantly corroded and collapsed. The energy level gap is too great. He looked at Zhang Lai, his tone serious, family master, this child either had incredible luck in gaining some earth-shattering ancient inheritance. Or, behind him, there is likely a powerful force we are unaware of supporting him. No matter which it is, if we allow him to grow, in due time, he will inevitably become a major threat to our Zhang family. These words made all the elders present turn even more sullen. An enemy with unknown potential and possible background is far more terrifying than a simple genius from the common folk. Major threat? Sitting on the right side, an elder with a sinister face and snake-like eyes, Zhang Xiao, let out a cold sneer. Since we can't move against him openly for now, and the city lord's office and those old fellows from the guild seem to have some interest in him, then let's take another approach and make him disappear unexpectedly. His cold gaze scanned the crowd, finally landing on Zhang Lai, family master. The auction at Shadow Pavilion tomorrow night is a perfect opportunity. In that chaotic environment where anything goes, it's completely normal for a few people to die. Zhang Lai's eyes flashed with a cold light, be more specific. Zhang Zhao's lips curled into a cruel arc, send in the shadow guards to blend in. No need for many, 2 elite ones will suffice. If that kid really has interest in the Shadow Pavilion's auction and goes there, let's find an opportunity inside to create some accidents. For example, being attacked by a mysterious person while fighting over treasures, or accidentally triggering a dangerous restriction from a relic fragment. In short, we need to make his death seem unrelated to the Zhang family, as if it's an internal conflict of the black market or his own doing. The Shadow Guards are a secret force cultivated by the Zhang family, skilled in lurking, assassination, and tracking, all with bloodstained hands as deadly assassins. Zhang Lai thought for a moment, a killing intent appearing in his eyes, and he slowly nodded, feasible. We'll do it as you say. His gaze fell back onto Zhang Hao, who was kneeling, his tone chillingly cold, Howard. Zhang Hao suddenly jolted, quickly raising his head, Father. Father. Zhang Lai stared at him, speaking each word clearly, this time, you will go as well. Follow the Shadow Guards and watch with your own eyes. This is your last chance to redeem yourself. If you fail this small task. He didn't finish his sentence, but the icy implication made Zhang Hao feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his back instantly drenched in cold sweat. He understood his father's meaning, if he failed again, then his position as the direct heir would likely change hands. Yes. Father. I will definitely do it well. I will not let you down again. Zhang Hao hurriedly kowtowed, his voice trembling with fear yet carrying a hint of frantic determination. Zhang Lai waved his hand as if swatting away a fly, get out and prepare. Remember, keep your hands clean and neat, leave no traces. I only want results. Yes. Zhang Hao felt as if granted a reprieve, hastily crawling out of the conference hall. The hall fell silent again, only the humming of the healing formation and the painful gasps of the fiery maned lion could be heard. Zhang Lai gazed out at the heavy night, his eyes deep and thoughtful. Lu Ming, no matter what adventures or background you have, since you obstructed the Zhang family, you can only disappear. The Shadow Pavilion will be your burial place. Chapter 114, Raising Money and Decisions. The night was deep, and in the simple little room, only a dim oil lamp was lit. Lu Ming sat at the table, his brow furrowed, fingers unconsciously tapping on the tabletop. On the table lay a crystal card and several scattered gold crystal coins. This was all he had. 53,000 gold crystals. He murmured softly, his tone carrying a weight. This amount of money could provide a family in the slums with a few years of carefree living. But at this moment, it felt so tight and insufficient in Lu Ming's eyes. He had just paid a hefty fee for the 9-turn rebirth ointment and dragon blood solidifying pill, almost exhausting all his savings and a part of his bonus from the mock exam. The dog's injuries were stabilizing and recovering, the medicine was effective, which offered him some comfort. Yet, thinking of the upcoming Shadow Pavilion auction made his heart sink again. Xiaoqi, he silently thought, with a hint of helplessness. With our little money, going to a place like Shadow Pavilion, we probably can't even buy anything decent, let alone any objects that help the dog with its dark source. In his mind, he recalled Boss Lu's tempting yet treacherous words. And Xiaoqi's mention of the Shadow Society behind the Shadow Pavilion. Opportunities come with risks, but first, you need the capital to participate in this game. Tisk, Xiaoqi's voice, always a bit lazy and condescending, rang out immediately, as if she had been waiting for him to speak. Now you realize that money is scarce when needed? Wasn't it quite easy to spend when buying medicine before? She habitually teased him first, then switched her tone to a charitable one. Alright, seeing that you've done decently lately, and for the sake of the dog's effort, this system will generously show you a clear path. Lu Ming's spirit lifted, focusing his attention to listen. I just scanned the internal emergency mission board of the City Defense Division has been updated. Xiaoqi's voice was clear and fast, like a broadcasting order. Eliminate the corroding bone wolf pack that has strayed into the abandoned mine area in the northern city. The wolf pack consists of about 30 to 40 wolves, with individual strength ranging from level 2 to level 3, and the wolf king is suspected to reach the lower level of level 4. Mission requirements: eliminate the threat within 24 hours. Official reward: 50,000 gold crystals. 50,000 gold crystals. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. This could nearly double his current funds. But immediately, his heart sank again. The corroding bone wolf, he knew it well. This ferocious beast is vicious and cunning, excelling in group combat. Its claws and teeth possess a strange corrosive energy, capable of easily piercing steel, causing significant damage to bones and muscles. And a level 4 lower wolf king, its strength should not be underestimated, comparable to some newly promoted lord-level pet beasts. The most crucial point is that this is an elimination mission, meaning he needs to confront the entire wolf pack, not just a single fight. A level 4 wolf king, and dozens of wolves. Lu Ming pondered, his fingers tapping the table faster. The dog needs rest, absolutely cannot be used. This means I can only rely on myself. He instinctively clenched his fist, feeling the power flowing within him. Through the relentless battles during simulated tests, especially the life and death struggle with Zhang Hao in the finals, he felt his mental strength and mastery of that power had reached an unprecedented height. The peak bottleneck of a trainee beast master had loosened. He was on the verge of breaking through to a junior beast master. It seemed like he just needed an opportunity. Perhaps this battle against the wolf pack would be that opportunity? What's wrong? Are you afraid? Xiaoqi's voice carried a hint of provocation. A mere pack of wild dogs and a little wolf pup that has just touched the threshold of level 4. Are we going to let the newly crowned champion be scared off? Don't forget, you're the man who went head-to-head and defeated the Zhang family's drugged fire lion. She paused, her tone taking on a subtly serious note. There is indeed risk, but the reward is worth the risk. 50,000 gold crystals is solid. Also, completing this task, the system can give you an extra 1,000 points. These points might be exchanged for some useful little gadgets in the system shop at a crucial moment. Risk and opportunity were once again laid before him. Facing a fierce wolf pack alone, especially with a level 4 wolf king, just a slight misstep could lead to disaster. But the 50,000 gold crystals and 1,000 system points were crucial for his upcoming plans. He had to attend the Shadow Pavilion's auction, and he needed enough capital to seize the potential opportunities that might arise. Lu Ming's gaze gradually sharpened. He was never a wishy-washy person. Opportunities are often hidden within great risks. To rise quickly, to have the power to protect his sister and dog. Simply accumulating resources step by step is too slow. He must seize every possible opportunity. With almost no more hesitation, Lu Ming suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with determination. I accept it. He immediately took out his identity crystal card, pouring his mental strength into it. Connecting to the public task network of Qingstone City, he quickly found the urgent mission posted by the City Defense Division, choosing to accept it without hesitation. The crystal card flashed brightly, showing that the acceptance was successful, and the task countdown began.
That's quite some guts.
Xiaoqi's voice seemed to carry a hint of unnoticed approval. The mission location coordinates and the known wolfpack activity range have been marked on your crystal map.
Just a reminder, the corroding bone wolf's corrosive wolf venom is quite troublesome, so prepare some common antidotes and protective ointments in advance.
Also, the Wolf King is usually quite cunning, don't be fooled by its tricks to lure you deep. Understood, Lu Ming replied briefly. In his heart, he already had a plan.
He no longer hesitated and immediately took action.
He first walked to the door of the inner room, gently pushing it open a crack, and saw his sister, Lu Xiaoyu, sleeping soundly with an old cloth doll in her arms, a serene smile on her little face. His heart softened, and he quietly stepped back to find paper and pen, quickly writing a note. Xiaoyu, brother is going out to do something, I will bring you sweet cakes when I come back tomorrow morning. Sleep well and lock the door. He placed the note prominently on the table. Then, he walked to the corner, looking at the three-headed hellhound that had fallen into a deep sleep due to the effect of the medicine, its breathing steady. On the middle head of the dog, there was still a crooked red safety knot that his sister had given him. He gently stroked the dog's cold, hard scales and whispered, rest well and recover quickly. I'll be back. After doing all this, Lu Ming took a deep breath, his gaze becoming as sharp as a blade. He quickly changed into a tight black outfit.
He packed necessary healing medicine, antidotes, stamina-restoring elixirs, and some simple trapping tools into an inconspicuous military backpack.
Finally, he checked the steel short blade and a few low-level control talismans he carried. Everything was ready.
Lu Ming blew out the oil lamp, and the entire small room fell into darkness.
He was like a cheetah ready to spring in the night, silently opening the door and merging into the deeper night outside. The moonlight was like water, pouring down on the messy alleys of the slums. Lu Ming's figure darted through the shadows, rushing towards the abandoned mine in the north of the city. The night wind brushed across his face, bringing a hint of coolness, but could not disperse the burning fighting spirit and determination in his eyes. Tonight, he would step alone into the wolf's den.
For resources, for strength. Chapter 115, Thunderbolt Night Raid. The abandoned mine in the north of the city, under the dim moonlight.
Like the carcass of a lurking giant beast, it exuded an aura of desolation, silence, and danger. The collapsed entrance to the mine looked like a dark, gaping mouth. Twisted iron tracks and scattered ores piled like mountains. The air was thick with a strong, disgusting stench, a mix of rot and the unique smell of a wolf pack, making one feel nauseous. Lu Ming was like a ghost, silently lurking in the shadow of a half-collapsed brick wall, his breathing nearly silent, blending almost perfectly with the night. His sharp eyes scanned the complex and dangerous mine area ahead.
Scan complete.
Xiaoqi's voice sounded calm and emotionless, constructing a clear three-dimensional map in Lu Ming's mind. The structure of the mine, possible trap areas, and red dots representing living beings were precisely marked. 7 patrolling sentinels are wandering around the perimeter, scattered on the high ground on both the east and west sides. The main wolf pack is gathered deep in the largest cave in the center, with a number of about 25 to 30 heads. The target with the strongest energy reaction is located in the innermost part of the cave, identified as the Wolf King, with energy level confirmed at stage 4 lower segment. On the map, the red dot representing the Wolf King was particularly striking, exuding a dangerous glow. The Wolf King is confirmed to possess range attack capabilities with corrosive breath and the command talent of summon wolf pack. A direct strong attack will result in being instantly overwhelmed by the wolf pack, leaving no bones behind. Xiaoqi's analysis was cold and objective, devoid of any emotional tone.
Understood.
Lu Ming mentally responded, his eyes sharp like a hawk, quickly analyzing the map.
I can't fight head-on.
I must eliminate the perimeter sentinels one by one, create chaos, and lure the wolves out of their den.
Correct.
Xiaoqi affirmed, use the abandoned mine carts and the collapsed passages as cover, prioritize eliminating the sentinels on the east and west sides.
Move quickly and quietly.
After dealing with the sentinels, deliberately expose your location to lure part of the wolf pack into the narrow abandoned number 3 mine tunnel. That tunnel is less than 3 meters wide, limiting the Wolf King's group attack advantage. It's your only chance.
The tactics were instantly set.
Lu Ming took a deep breath, gathering all his power to the extreme, lowering his body, like a cheetah ready to hunt, moving along the shadows. His movements were light and swift, each step landing precisely in a spot that wouldn't make a sound. Little Chi's real-time guidance was like the most precise navigation, allowing him to always avoid the blind spots of the wolf pack's patrols. Soon, he approached a bone-eating wolf dozing on the high ground in the east. This wolf was robust, its fur a grayish color, with corrosive drool dripping from its mouth, its power at about the peak of level 2. Lu Ming did not use much power. Instead, he took a small but powerful crossbow from his back. The arrowhead was smeared with a mixed poison that could quickly paralyze nerves. He held his breath, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A barely audible sound of air breaking. The poison arrow accurately struck the vital neck of the bone-eating wolf. The wolf didn't even have time to whimper. Its body suddenly stiffened and then fell limply to the ground, its forelimbs still twitching involuntarily. Clean and swift. Lu Ming did not hesitate, quickly shifting, using the cover of the ruins. Following the same method, soon, 4 outer sentinels on both sides were silently dealt with by him. The entire process did not alert the wolf pack deep in the mine. However, just as he was about to strike the 5th sentinel, that wolf seemed to sense the absence of its companion, raising its head warily, its nostrils flaring. Found out. Move. Little Chi's warning came almost simultaneously with the wolf's alertness. Lu Ming reacted quickly, no longer hiding. His figure shot up, power bursting from within, his right hand pointing like a sword. A condensed shock wave of power hit the head of that bone-eating wolf like an invisible arrow. Bang! As the muffled sound erupted, the bone-eating wolf was sent flying, crashing against the rock, letting out a short painful howl. It wasn't dead but was completely exposed. A whoa! This howl broke the silence of the mine like a stone thrown into a still lake. Immediately, more howls filled with ferocity echoed from deep within the mine. The entire wolf pack was stirred. Change of plans. Expose ourselves, lead them over. Little Chi's voice remained calm. Lu Ming did not hesitate, turning to retreat towards the planned narrow third abandoned mine tunnel. At the same time, he deliberately made a larger noise to attract the wolves' attention. Soon, over a dozen bone-eating wolves with red eyes and bared fangs surged out from the cave, roaring while chasing Lu Ming. The stench struck him. Lu Ming fought and retreated, constantly using the terrain to dodge the wolves' attacks. He occasionally turned back to fight back with power-concentrated stones or flying knives, injuring a few of the foremost wolves, further enraging them. His movements were incredibly nimble. Under the assault of the wolf pack, he faced life-threatening situations but always managed to evade deadly strikes at crucial moments. Only his arms and thighs were grazed by wolf claws, leaving a few fiery wounds. The corrosive wolf poison began to throb with pain, but he endured it, swallowing the antidote he had prepared in advance. Most of the wolf pack has been let out, but the Wolf King is still in the den. It's observing. Little Chi reported in real time. Lu Ming gritted his teeth, charging into the narrow entrance of the third mine tunnel. At the same time, he suddenly unleashed his inner power outward, a strong aura erupting. This was a provocation. Roar! Finally, a roar filled with authority and rage exploded from the deepest part of the cave. This roar surpassed that of an ordinary bone-eating wolf, carrying a powerful sense of oppression. A huge shadow burst out of the cave like lightning. It was the Wolf King. It was a whole circle larger than an ordinary bone-eating wolf, its fur a metallic dark gray. Its wolf eyes glimmered with cruel and cunning green light, emanating the fierce aura of a level 4 lord. It glanced at its subordinate being led into the narrow mine tunnel, let out a low growl, and surprisingly did not rush in immediately, but cautiously lingered at the entrance. Definitely cunning, Lu Ming thought to himself, stopping at a relatively open curve in the middle of the tunnel, ready for action. The Wolf King seemed to have lost patience or thought it was no problem to deal with a human in such a confined space. Finally, it let out a low growl, and its huge body abruptly squeezed into the mine tunnel. The tunnel felt a bit cramped for it, restricting its movements. The decisive battle began. The Wolf King moved with lightning speed, opening its mouth to unleash a dark green corrosive breath toward Lu Ming. The foul-smelling liquid, with a strong corrosive effect, made a sizzling sound in the air. Lu Ming was already prepared, quickly retreating while swinging his hands, using his power to pull the fragments of stone on the ground to form a simple shield in front of him. ZZZT. The stone shield was instantly corroded away by more than half. But Lu Ming dodged the main attack because of this. He seized the opportunity to counterattack, gathering his power into a blade, slashing at the Wolf King's limbs. The Wolf King nimbly leaped and dodged, its sharp claws swiping, creating gusts of wind that collided with Lu Ming's power blade, producing the sound of metal clashing. In the narrow mine tunnel, a fierce close-range battle unfolded between one man and one wolf. Relying on his agile movements and precise control of his power, Lu Ming kept maneuvering around the Wolf King, constantly adding new wounds to his body. Blood stained his clothes, but his eyes grew brighter, filled with fighting spirit. He was adapting to the Wolf King's attack rhythm, searching for that one opportunity for a fatal strike. The Wolf King, frustrated by its inability to overpower him, became increasingly agitated. After a failed pounce, its forepaws heavily struck the ground, revealing an extremely brief moment of vulnerability. Now is the time. A bright light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. This was the moment he had been waiting for. All his power surged toward his right arm at an unprecedented speed, pouring into the steel short blade he had yet to use easily. The short blade instantly vibrated, shimmering with a dazzling cold light. His body shot out like a taut bowstring, as if he and the blade had become one. Transforming into a bolt of lightning that tore through the darkness, aimed straight at the Wolf King's right eye, which flickered with a cruel green light. This strike condensed all his spirit, will, and strength. Fast. Accurate. Fierce. Chapter 116, A Heavy Victory. Concentrating all of Lu Ming's energy and nearly 90% of his power into this deadly blow, he precisely seized that fleeting chance. The steel short blade transformed into a cold gleam. With unstoppable force, it brutally pierced into the relatively weak eye socket of the corrosive bone Wolf King's right eye. Thud. The dull sound of the blade entering flesh accompanied by the subtle sound of bones shattering. The short blade almost buried itself entirely, penetrating straight into the brain. Awah! The corrosive bone Wolf King let out a heart-wrenching howl filled with immense pain and unwillingness. Its massive body froze as if all its bones had been removed, and then it began to convulse violently, rolling around. Dark green, highly corrosive blood mixed with brain matter sprayed wildly from the eye socket wound. It splattered against the tunnel walls, emitting a painful sizzling sound, releasing acrid white smoke. The Wolf King's limbs desperately clawed at the ground, its sharp claws scratching deep marks in the hard rock, but its life force quickly drained away like a deflated balloon. The struggle lasted less than 10 seconds before it completely went limp, leaving only the unconscious twitching of its muscles, its cruel green eyes entirely devoid of light. Huff. Huff. Lu Ming released his grip on the short blade, staggering back a few steps as if drained of all energy, leaning against the cold rock wall to slide down to the ground, his chest heaving violently. Breathing heavily, sweat rolled down his forehead like a stream, instantly soaking the back of his clothes, already drenched with wolf blood and sweat. That last blow had nearly drained all his physical and mental energy. Relax at this moment. A strong feeling of fatigue and the sharp pain of multiple fiery wounds surged like a tide, causing darkness to swirl before his eyes. The Wolf King has been confirmed dead, vital signs have disappeared. Shao Qi's calm voice echoed in his mind. Almost at the moment the Wolf King fell, the bone-eroding wolf pack outside the mine, which had been restless and howling, seemed to have their throats grasped, their cries suddenly cut off. They sensed the leader's life fading, and instinctive fear instantly replacing their ferocity. After a brief silence, it was unclear which wolf was the first to emit a terrified whimper, and soon the entire pack erupted like a disturbed hornet's nest. Howling and tucking their tails, they fled without looking back, vanishing into the darkness of the mine in the blink of an eye, leaving only chaos and a strong smell of blood behind. The crisis was temporarily resolved. Lu Ming gritted his teeth against the dizziness and intense pain, struggling to stand up. He quickly checked the wounds on his body, mostly scratches from wolf claws and burns from corrosive wolf venom, although painful. Fortunately, they did not injure his bones, and the antidote he took earlier had suppressed the spread of the poison. He took out the hemostatic powder and detoxifying ointment he carried with him and treated the most serious wounds simply. Then, he walked to the corpse of the Wolf King. Enduring the pungent stench and the burning sensation from its corrosive blood, he drew out his dagger, washed it with clean water, and put it away. Next, he skillfully used the small knife to cut off the Wolf King's most representative left ear as the core proof of completing the mission. Again, he carefully pried out the pair of gleaming, valuable Wolf King's fangs. Finally, from the shattered skull of the Wolf King, he extracted a dark yellow crystal core, about the size of a pigeon's egg, round and containing pure earth and corrosive energy. This was the most precious material from a Tier 4 Lord-level fierce beast. As for the other ordinary bone-eroding wolves' bodies and materials, although Lu Ming knew he could sell them for some money, he had consumed a lot of energy, needed to treat his injuries quickly, and time was pressing, so he could only choose to give up. He carefully put away the Wolf King's left ear, fangs, and crystal core, not daring to linger any longer. Dragging his exhausted and wounded body, he staggered back along the path, heading towards the mine's exit. Each step pulled at his wounds, bringing sharp pain. But Lu Ming gritted his teeth, his gaze still determined. He knew he had to return to the city defense division quickly to submit the task and receive his reward. When he finally walked out of the dark mine and saw the sparse starlight in the sky again, he almost felt a sense of rebirth. He did not rest, forcing himself to focus, orienting himself, and then rushed towards the city defense division of Qingshi City. The fatigue and pain in his body were forcibly suppressed by the anticipation of the reward he was about to receive. In the middle of the night, there were still officers on duty at the city defense division. When Lu Ming placed the bloodstained left ear of the Wolf King, along with the fierce fangs and the visibly energizing crystal core on the counter, the middle-aged officer, originally a bit drowsy, instantly woke up, his face showing a look of disbelief and shock. The bone-eroding Wolf King? You took it down by yourself? The officer's voice trembled slightly. The bone-eroding wolf pack in the northern mine had recently been a headache for the city defense division. Who would have thought that it was solved by such a young, injured boy alone? Lu Ming had no extra words, he simply nodded, showing his identity crystal card and task record. Once the officer confirmed everything was correct, his attitude immediately became extremely respectful as he quickly processed the handover.
With a flash of light on the crystal card, a huge reward of 50,000 gold crystals was instantly deposited. The officer also gave Lu Ming some official contribution points as an extra reward.
Mission completed, rewards have been issued, the officer said respectfully. Almost at the same time, Lu Ming heard Shao Qi's signature voice in his mind, carrying a hint of faint approval.
Ding! The temporary urgent mission Exterminate the Bone-Eating Wolf Pack has been completed. Completion rate, 100%. Mission evaluation, excellent. With minimal cost, the leader was accurately killed, leading to the wolf pack's collapse, highly efficient. Mission reward, 1,000 points have been issued to the system account. Extra reward, in light of the host's outstanding performance, reward, random common equipment chest, *1.
It's been stored in the system space and can be extracted and opened at any time. Listening to Shao Qi's prompt and feeling the massive funds added to his crystal card and the new points in his system account, Lu Ming's previously tense heartstrings finally relaxed completely. An indescribable sense of achievement mixed with exhaustion swept through his body. Over 200,000 gold crystals. Plus 1,000 system points and a random chest. This gain far exceeded his expectations. Not only did it solve his urgent financial problem, but the system points could also be exchanged for unexpected support in critical moments.
Well done, kid. Shao Qi's voice rarely lacked sarcasm, instead carrying a hint of subtle recognition. Though the process was a bit messy, the result is quite good. Quickly go back to treat your wounds and rest well. The Shadow Pavilion's auction doesn't leave you much time to prepare. Lu Ming took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement.
He didn't linger at the city defense department, immediately turning away after receiving his rewards, blending into the night as he hurried back towards the slums where his home was. His wounds still throbbed and his spirit was extremely fatigued, but Lu Ming's gaze was brighter and more determined than when he had come. These resources earned at the cost of his life would be crucial capital for him in the Shadow Pavilion and in facing the Zhang family's bigger challenges ahead. As he dragged his weary body and finally saw the outline of that familiar small house, the eastern horizon had begun to faintly brighten with a fish belly white.
Chapter 117, Entering the Shadow Pavilion. At the end of the most remote dead-end alley in the western district of Qingshi City,
a seemingly abandoned courtyard with peeling walls quietly stood, blending into the surrounding broken environment, hardly noticeable. Lu Ming was dressed in an unremarkable gray cloak, his hood pulled low to cover most of his face, alone arriving at the rusty iron door of the courtyard. According to the subtle information provided by Boss Lu, he curled his fingers and knocked 3 times on the door with a specific rhythm, varying in strength. Creak. After a moment of silence, the iron door was opened a crack from the inside. 2 guards, enveloped in black tight-fitting clothing and wearing pale, expressionless masks, appeared like ghosts behind the door. Their eyes peered through the eye holes of the masks, cold and vigilant as they scrutinized Lu Ming. They exuded a vaguely chilling aura, clearly well-trained experts. One of the guards extended a hand, his palm thin, and his voice as hoarse as sandpaper rubbing together, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, credential, or proof of funds. Lu Ming said nothing more and directly handed over his anonymous crystal card. He knew in such a place, strength and wealth were the only tickets of passage. The other guard took the crystal card, pulled out a palm-sized, strangely shaped dark golden device, and gently pressed the crystal card onto it. A series of flowing complex runes flashed across the surface of the device, then a faint number appeared, just over 200,000 gold crystals. The guard looked up and exchanged a glance with his companion, and nodded almost imperceptibly. The guard with the hoarse voice returned the crystal card to Lu Ming. He stepped aside to clear the way while casually pressing a certain spot on the nearby mottled wall. Click. A slight mechanical sound echoed, and the seemingly solid wall actually slid inward silently, revealing a dim tunnel that could only fit one person. A mixed scent of mustiness, coldness, and faint incense wafted from the tunnel. Please enter, the auction is about to begin. Remember the rules, stay quiet, do not pry into others' identities, and the highest bidder wins. The guard's voice remained icy. Lu Ming took the crystal card, nodded silently, and stepped into the tunnel. The wall behind him immediately and quietly closed, seamless, as if it had never opened. Behind the door was a steep stone staircase leading down, extremely dim, with only a few far-apart pieces of glowing fluorite embedded in the walls. Footsteps echoed in the narrow passage, adding a touch of mystery and oppression. After descending about dozens of steps, the view suddenly opened up. A huge underground hall appeared before him. The hall's decoration was strange and ancient, with walls carved with incomprehensible twisted patterns, and the dome was very high. Several chandeliers, burning with eerie blue flames, hung down, casting a mottled light and shadow across the space, like a realm of ghosts. The air was filled with that special incense, soothing yet vaguely stirring unease. A few dozen people were already sparsely seated in the hall. Everyone, like Lu Ming, wore large cloaks or various masks, concealing themselves tightly. They kept their distance from each other, rarely communicating, and if they did, it was in hushed whispers. The entire hall felt oppressive and mysterious, as if everyone was an isolated island, harboring unspeakable secrets. Lu Ming's gaze quickly and cautiously swept across the room, like the sharpest radar. He tried to discern possible dangers from these blurred figures and the occasionally leaking scents, especially any spies or assassins sent by the Zhang family. He indeed felt a few subtle gazes brush over him as he entered, but they were fleeting and did not linger. In such a place, it's common to observe one another, but excessive attention often meant trouble. He remained calm and chose a seat close to the corner, with a solid wall behind him, but a view that covered most of the auction platform. This position was not easily ambushed from behind, and allowed him to observe the entire room's happenings. He slightly adjusted his sitting posture, blending into the shadows as much as possible, like a patient hunter, quietly waiting. Time passed slowly, and a few more silhouettes quietly entered the hall and took their seats. When the last grain of sand in an hourglass on the side of the hall fell, a small door behind the auction platform silently opened. A figure dressed in a large black robe, hiding even their head deep in the shadow of the hood, slowly walked onto the platform. Their form showed no distinct features, making it hard to distinguish between male or female. There was no opening line, no warm-up, only a cold, neutral voice that seemed emotionless resonated from some amplification device, clearly spreading throughout the entire hall. Shadow Pavilion, the auction begins. The first item for auction, a fine ordinary battle blade, Rift Wind, enchanted with sharpness, starting bid is 3,000 gold crystals, and each raise must not be less than 100. Brevity's the soul of wit, diving directly into the topic. A conservatively dressed maid carried a long wooden box onto the stage, opened the lid, and displayed a shimmering long knife. Bidding began sparse and low, mostly completed through gestures or a small bidding device in front of them, the process quiet and swift. The first few auction items were mostly untraceable but quality weapons, rare materials, or special effect elixirs. For ordinary Beast Tamers or low-level cultivators, these were considered good items. But the bidding is not particularly fierce. Clearly, many people's goals here are not these conventional items. Lu Ming patiently waits, steady as a rock. The more than 200,000 gold crystals in his crystal card were earned by risking his life in a wolf pack, and must be used wisely. These appetizers are not enough to move him. His goal is the old object that Xiaoqi mentioned vaguely before, which may play a key role in the shadow source of the Hellhound of Fu. The auction proceeds steadily, albeit somewhat dull. Item after item is presented and then gradually bid away. Lu Ming remains highly vigilant, keeping an eye on the auction items. And observing those seemingly calm bidders in the room, trying to catch any unusual fluctuations. Finally, after another pill is sold, the black-robed auctioneer's voice rings out again, with a hint of subtle change in tone. The next item up for bid has an unknown source. The specific effects are unclear. As soon as these words are spoken, several focused gazes converge in the originally dull hall. Even Lu Ming sits up a little straighter. A maid walks onto the stage holding a tray covered with black velvet. On the velvet lies a necklace. The chain of the necklace seems to be made of some dull black metal, with a simple and ancient style, even a bit rough. The pendant is a piece of unknown stone, about the size of a fingernail, completely black, without any luster, its surface even bearing a few fine cracks. The whole necklace looks unremarkable, and could even be said to be broken. Rather than an auction item, it looks more like a piece of junk dug up from some ancient tomb corner. The auctioneer's voice remains flat. The only special thing about this item is that it cannot be detected by conventional mental power. And it has a weak affinity reaction to shadow-type energy. Starting price, 5,000 gold crystals. Each increase must be no less than 500. This introduction drew low chuckles from many people in the audience. An item of unknown origin, unclear effects, that looks shabby, actually dares to be sold for 5,000 gold crystals? Has the Shadow Pavilion made a mistake this time? However, at the very moment this necklace is displayed. In Lu Ming's mind, Xiaoqi's voice, which had always remained flat and even somewhat lazy, suddenly rings out. This time. Her voice carries an unprecedented seriousness, even revealing a hint of longing that seems hard for her to suppress. Kid. It's it. No matter what, get it. The auctioneer's cold and neutral voice. Like a drop of ink falling into still water, it spreads slowly in the hall, pulling everyone's attention back to the auction stage. He extends a gloved hand, pointing to the unremarkable item in the center of the maid's tray. The next auction item, number 73. The auctioneer's voice contains no fluctuations, as if stating a fact unrelated to him. An ancient relic pendant, specific origin unknown. Material unclear, dating back extremely far. Known characteristics, cannot be detected by conventional mental power and has a weak affinity reaction to shadow-type energy. Specific effects, usage methods, and potential risks, all unclear. The maid tilts the tray slightly forward, allowing the bluish light to illuminate the item better. It is a necklace, the chain seemingly made of some dull black metal. Woven a bit coarsely, showing slight signs of wear. The pendant is a black stone about the size of a fingernail, completely devoid of luster, covered in fine spiderweb-like cracks, the overall appearance gray and old, broken. Not even remotely related to the word treasure, looking more like a piece of junk casually picked up from some ruined corner. This introduction, combined with the shabby appearance of the item, made the audience, who were initially intrigued by the unknown, suddenly lose their enthusiasm. Some even let out undisguised sneers and whispers. Is that it? Unearthed from ancient ruins? It must be some guy casually picked up a rock to fool people, right? 5,000 gold crystals? Has the Shadow Pavilion lowered the bar this much? They dare to auction this kind of junk? A weak affinity for shadow energy? Ha, my black iron has stronger affinity than that. Scheduled to be passed, anyone who buys it must be a fool. The scene appeared somewhat desolate, with voices of doubt and ridicule clearly audible, albeit lowered. Even the auctioneer seemed to have little hope for this item, preparing to go through the motions. However, just at the moment when the necklace was fully revealed, Lu Ming's mind was like a calm lake suddenly struck by a massive stone. Shao Qi's voice exploded, no longer the previous laziness. No longer indifferent or mocking comments, but filled with an almost commanding, undeniable authority, and a hint of urgency that even she seemed unable to completely suppress. Lu Ming. Shao Qi's voice seemed to carry a strange vibration, directly branding itself into Lu Ming's soul. Listen. Focus all your attention. At all costs, get it. Right now. Immediately. Lu Ming's heart suddenly contracted, all his muscles tensed up in an instant. He had never heard Shao Qi speak with such seriousness, even with a hint of greed. What is this necklace? Lu Ming forced down the surging blood in questions, urgently asking in his heart. No time for detailed explanation. You just need to know, inside this necklace, lies a trace of extremely pure, nearly primordial ancient shadow power. Its level is far beyond your current understanding. Its significance to you and Guzi is not merely a simple power boost or evolution. This is the supreme foundation for you to reach the peak of true kings. A treasure that can provoke a battle among the top powers of the entire continent. Shao Qi spoke quickly, her information dense. I sense that the Zhang family is also eyeing this thing. They may not know its true value, but they have definitely caught some wind, or simply want to annoy you. But no matter what, you must get it. Even if it means bankruptcy, even if it exposes all your cards, you have to snatch it. Otherwise, you will regret it for life. Ancient Shadow Origin. The foundation of a king's peak. Shao Qi's words were like thunder, stirring up monstrous waves in Lu Ming's heart. Though he could not fully understand the meaning of these words. From Shao Qi's unprecedented excitement and seriousness, he understood that the importance of this necklace was probably far beyond what he had previously imagined. At that moment, the auctioneer's bland voice echoed again. Lot number 73, starting price, 5,000 gold crystals. Each bid must increase by no less than 500 gold crystals. Now starting. Perhaps due to the words ancient ruins and shadow affinity still sparking a bit of curiosity. Perhaps someone wanted to pick up a bargain, hesitant bidding voices arose from the audience. 5,005. 6,000. 6,005. 7,000. The price slowly crept up, seeming feeble. When the price reached 8,000 gold crystals, the bidding clearly paused for a moment, as if approaching the junk price limit in most people's hearts. Lu Ming took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He did not rush to bid, his gaze scanning the room like a hawk. Especially the several directions where he felt subtle gazes earlier, and, possibly the location of the Zhang family. He waited and observed, searching for the best moment to strike in potential competitors. Sure enough, when the auctioneer asked for the second time 8,000 gold crystals. Is there a higher bid? A voice came from the right side of the front row, carrying a hint of deliberate calmness. 12,000. The bidder was a middle-aged man in a brocade robe, who did not intentionally cover his face with a cloak or mask. Lu Ming's pupil shrank slightly. He recognized this person, Zhang Lu, one of Zhang family's foreign affairs managers. He often represented the Zhang family in external matters, known for being shrewd but deeply calculating. After making his bid, Zhang Lu deliberately turned his head. His gaze seemed to casually sweep over the corner where Lu Ming sat, with a hint of faint mockery at the corner of his mouth. His intention was obvious. As expected, he's here. Lu Ming sneered coldly inwardly. The Zhang family would not allow him to win easily, even if they might not be aware of the true value of this necklace. The price was immediately raised to 12,000. This made the previous bidders furrow their brows, shaking their heads and giving up. It was clearly not worth offending the Zhang family for a piece of junk of uncertain value. The auctioneer scanned the room. 12,000, first time. He knew there was no more time to wait. Lu Ming no longer hesitated, he directly raised his bidding card, his voice clear and steady, cutting through the auctioneer's words. 20,000. Wow.
This bid was like a giant stone dropped into a calm lake. It catapulted the price from 12,000 to 20,000. The drastic increase showed a determination to win at all costs. The hall fell silent in an instant, almost all gazes were filled with surprise, curiosity, and scrutiny, all focused on the young figure sitting in the corner, cloaked in a grey cape. Even the auctioneer in the black robe seemed to slightly shift under the hood. Zhang Lu's calm smile froze, quickly turning into a dark frown. He clearly did not expect Lu Ming to be so decisive, and his increase so fierce. He snorted coldly and raised his card again. 25,000. 30,000. Lu Ming showed no hesitation, almost instantly calling out the new price as Zhang Lu finished speaking. His tone remained calm but carried an undeniable firmness. 35,000. Zhang Lu's voice carried a hint of anger. 40,000. Lu Ming sat steady as a mountain. The price soared like a wild horse, rapidly breaking through the 50,000 gold crystal barrier in just a few exchanges between the two. This price had far exceeded what an item of uncertain efficacy should be worth on the surface. It was even enough to buy a great quality weapon or elixir. The hall buzzed with more whispers. Who is this young man? So extravagant? Going head to head with the Zhang family? Interesting. Could that broken necklace really have some secret? Maybe the Zhang family knows some inside information. This young man is not simple. Zhang Lu's expression became extremely unpleasant. The instructions he received were to create as much trouble for Lu Ming as possible, raising the price, and even seizing the item if the opportunity arose. But the budget provided by the family was not unlimited. To spend over 50,000 gold crystals for something uncertain. It had already exceeded his authority and expectations. He bit his teeth and made another bid. 55,000. Lu Ming showed no change in expression, his eyes sharp as a knife under the hood. 60,000. Zhang Lu gasped, the veins on his forehead pulsating slightly. He stared fiercely at Lu Ming, seemingly wanting to read something from the shadowed face. Ultimately, it seemed he made some sort of decision, almost gritting his teeth as he called out a number. 65,000. Kid, know when to stop. Some things are beyond your reach. This was an outright threat. Lu Ming, however, seemed not to hear, calmly raising his card again, calling out another number that caused an uproar in the hall again. 70,000. 70,000 gold crystals. The auctioneer promptly confirmed loudly. Zhang Lu's face turned completely black like a bottom of a pot. He clenched his fists tightly, shooting an ominous glance at Lu Ming, ultimately sinking heavily back into his seat. No longer continued to follow him. 70,000 gold crystals have already exceeded the bottom line of his mission, and he cannot be sure if Lu Ming is deliberately driving up the price to trick him. 70,000 gold crystals, first time. 70,000 gold crystals, second time. 70,000 gold crystals, third time. Deal. The auctioneer's hammer fell, making a crisp sound. Congratulations to this guest for winning the item number 73. The necklace finally belongs to Lu Ming. However, at the moment the auctioneer's hammer fell, Lu Ming could clearly feel. Not only from Zhang Lu of the Zhang family, but also from several dark corners in the room. Several icy, greedy, even murderous gazes seemed to project onto him like material. Bidding for the necklace was just the first step. The real storm would only begin after he obtained the necklace and walked out of the Shadow Pavilion. Chapter 119: The Mystery of the Necklace. Getting rid of those prying eyes behind him, which were like maggots. Lu Ming, relying on his familiarity with the terrain of the slums, weaved through the complex alleys. After confirming that no one was following, he quietly returned to the small house at the end of the alley like a ghost. Inside, his younger sister, Lu Xiaoyu, was already fast asleep, breathing evenly. In the corner, the three-headed hell dog was still sleeping under the influence of the medicine, breathing steadily. The injured foreleg had already started to heal with the help of the 9 turns reviving ointment, no longer oozing blood. Everything was well. Lu Ming gently locked the door behind him, then moved an old table to block the door. He wasn't satisfied yet, taking out a few low-level warning talismans. He carefully stuck them on the windows and the gaps of the door where intrusions might occur. After completing these simple security measures, he let out a long sigh, his tightly strung nerves slightly relaxed. He walked to the only relatively intact wooden table in the room. By the weak moonlight that came through the window and the small oil lamp on the table, Lu Ming carefully took out the object wrapped in thick cloth from his bosom. One layer after another was unveiled, revealing the necklace that cost 70,000 gold crystals. The seemingly inconspicuous ancient black necklace lay quietly on the rough wooden table. The chain was dull and cold to the touch, neither metal nor stone, carrying an indescribable heaviness. The central black stone pendant, covered in fine cracks. Under the dim light, it still looked like a dead object, showing no signs of any mysterious features. Lu Ming laid it flat in the palm of his hand, focusing his mind and observing closely.
He gently rubbed his fingertips over the surface of the chain and pendant, feeling its rough and cold texture.
He tried to probe a faint trace of mental energy into it.
But it sank like a stone into the ocean, with no feedback at all. Indeed, as the auctioneer said, it could not be detected by conventional mental energy.
Little Chi.
After studying for a while, still without any gain, Lu Ming stopped his blind attempts. He silently recited in his heart, his tone filled with exploration and a hint of barely noticeable anticipation.
I have got this necklace.
But it looks right now no different from an ordinary black stone.
What secrets does it hold? How can I activate its internal power? Should I pour in my energy directly? He knew well that items emerging from ancient ruins often hid secrets and even unknown dangers.
Acting recklessly could easily lead to not gaining the treasure and instead harming oneself. A woman's voice, carrying a hint of laziness but seemingly piercing through time itself with supreme authority,
slowly echoed in his consciousness.
Little Chi's tone was calm, yet carried a sense of condescension and guidance. Humph, at least you have some brains, not like a reckless fool pouring in energy haphazardly. Otherwise, if you are backfired by that residual ancient seal, lightly you may suffer mental injuries, heavily you may turn into an idiot. Don't say that this young lady didn't remind you.
She habitually gave a warning.
Suddenly, he cut to the chase, his tone turning serious and precise. This object, if we talk about its name, was referred to as the Heart of Shadows, a fragment, in the records of an ancient civilization that has long since vanished. Inside it, indeed lies a trace of the power of shadow origins from ancient times, but it has been almost completely eroded by endless time.
Power of origins?
Lu Ming's heart jolted. He had heard this term from Shao Qi before and knew its weight.
Exactly.
The seal on its surface is transformed from ancient laws, incredibly mysterious. How could your mere mental strength and power possibly shake it?
Shao Qi's voice carried a hint of disdain, yet she clearly laid out the method. To draw even a tiny bit of its power, specific conditions must be met.
First, it is necessary to use the heart's essence blood that contains the vitality of life as a guide, to drop it onto the core gem, establishing an initial life connection. Secondly, and most importantly, you need to use the most solid and pure contract bond between you and that three-headed hellhound as a bridge. At the moment you drop the essence blood, you must operate all your power to resonate deeply with the soul of that little dog through the contract. Only this resonance from the soul level could possibly pry open a tiny gap in the seal, allowing a trace of original breath to be drawn out for it to absorb and nurture. The method sounded quite mysterious, but Lu Ming had no hesitation. He had absolute trust in Shao Qi's judgment.
Understood. He replied and immediately took action.
His right hand's index and middle fingers came together as his inner power surged towards his fingertips. Soon, a drop of blood, bright red with a hint of golden light, rich with vital life force, slowly seeped from his fingertips.
Lu Ming's eyes focused as he precisely dripped this precious essence blood onto the dull black gem pendant at the center of the necklace. An extraordinary thing happened. That drop of essence blood did not slide off the surface of the gem.
Instead, at the moment of contact, it seemed to drop into an extremely dry sponge and was swiftly and completely absorbed.
Immediately after, inside that originally lifeless black gem,
there seemed to be a very faint, almost imperceptible ghostly light, flickering like a dying candle in the wind, and then it quickly vanished.
Now is the time.
Lu Ming didn't dare to delay. He immediately closed his eyes, concentrating, and operated his inner power to the fullest. He no longer tried to probe the necklace but instead sank all his mind into his body, through the invisible contract bond tightly connected to Afu. He adjusted his will, breath, and the soul fluctuations of the sleeping Afu to the same frequency. He seemed to be able to see a warm light bridge connecting him to the dog in the corner. He guided that icy breath from the necklace, seemingly activated by the drop of essence blood, slowly flowing along this contract light bridge towards the dog. The process was slow and subtle. Lu Ming could clearly feel a weak yet extraordinarily pure icy breath, as if originating from the primeval ancient times. Like a tiny stream, nourishing Afu's soul and body through their contract connection. At the same time, there was also an extremely subtle feedback, flowing upstream and merging into his spiritual world. Woof! The three-headed hellhound in the corner let out a low, comfortable whine as if soaking in a hot spring during its sleep. The shadow energy surrounding its massive body, which was initially scattered, seemed to be attracted by this source breath.
It became slightly more solid, and its flow became smoother.
Its gigantic body slightly stretched, even its breathing became longer and stronger. And Lu Ming felt as if his mental power had been washed clean by a spring. It became more transparent and refined. Even the mental fatigue from previously dealing with the wolf pack was swept away, leaving him feeling unprecedentedly well. It's really effective. Lu Ming's heart was elated. He slowly opened his eyes, looking at the necklace in his palm that still seemed ancient and unadorned. His eyes were filled with surprise.
The 70,000 gold crystals were worth every penny. Don't get too happy too soon. Shao Qi's usual tone of pouring cold water sounded at the right moment, interrupting his excitement. This is merely using essence blood and contract resonance to forcefully pry open a tiny crack in the outermost seal. The energy drawn out is less than 1/10,000th of what's contained within its source. At most, it's just a master recognition ceremony completed, establishing a preliminary connection. Her tone carried a hint of warning. Want to truly refine this strand of ancient shadow source and use it for yourself? With your and that little dog's current pathetic cultivation, it's just wishful thinking. Any forced attempt will only result in being assimilated by the source, leading to the complete destruction of your soul. For now, its role is just to use the contract link to continuously and very slowly release a hint of source aura, nurturing the dog's shadow bloodline, subtly enhancing its potential limit. For you, it can also slightly refine your mental strength through feedback. But this will be an extremely long process. Shao-Chi finally concluded. So, don't think you can become fat in one bite. Keep it close, or place it next to the dog, and let it nurture slowly. The road ahead is long, kid. Ming took a deep breath upon hearing this, suppressing the excitement in his heart, his eyes regaining calmness and determination. He cautiously picked up the necklace, feeling the faint and cool aura faintly connected to himself. He knew Shao-Chi was right, this was just the beginning. But regardless, he had already paved a potential road for the dog and for himself towards a stronger realm. He solemnly wore the necklace around his neck, letting the black stone pendant hang close to him. The icy sensation flowed through his skin, reminding him of this opportunity and responsibility. Chapter 120, Energy Resonance. Since returning from the Shadow Pavilion auction. After wearing that seemingly inconspicuous Heart of Shadows fragment necklace close to him, Ming's life entered an unprecedentedly orderly state. He clearly understood the truth of holding a gem brings trouble, and he knew the improvement of strength could not be delayed. In the next few days, he rarely went out, except for necessary eating, resting, and taking care of his younger sister, Lu Xiaoyu. He invested almost all his time and energy into nurturing the necklace and deeply resonating with the dog. This process was far slower and more tedious than he had imagined. Every morning and late at night, when all was quiet, Ming would sit cross-legged beside the dog, adjusting his breathing and calming his mind. He first cautiously forced out a drop of precious essence blood from within himself, letting it fall onto the cool black stone pendant on his chest. Watching the essence blood rapidly absorbed, a nearly imperceptible dim light flashed within the pendant. Then, he fully channeled his inner energy, entirely sinking his mind into the invisible yet incredibly strong contract bond between him and the dog. He no longer tried to command or control, but attempted to feel and resonate. He adjusted his mental fluctuations to align with the rhythm of the dog's sleeping soul. Each resonance felt like capturing a faint breeze in endless darkness. He could only sense a wisp of energy that was finer than a strand of hair, yet incredibly pure and chilling. It was slowly seeping from the necklace, flowing along the bridge of the contract. Like a trickle of water, it nourished the core of the dog's soul and the depths of its bloodline extremely slowly. At the same time, there was a tiny feedback energy, almost imperceptible, that seemed to cleanse the impurities in his soul, flowing back into his mental world. Too slow. At this rate, how long will it take to see a significant effect? After a nurturing session that lasted nearly 2 hours, Ming slowly opened his eyes, feeling the mental exhaustion, unable to resist complaining to Shao-Chi in his heart. The slow progress was unbearable. He felt a bit restless. Humph, ignorant. Shao-Chi's voice, filled with her usual sarcasm, immediately rang out. Do you think the power of the ancient source is like a cabbage by the roadside? To draw even a trace is a stroke of luck. Though this trace of source energy is weak, its essence is extremely high. For low-tier beings like you, its nourishing effect comes from a subtle level of life. If you can't stand it, then give up early. Don't waste my time trying to point you in the right direction. Doused with cold water by Shao-Chi, Ming took a deep breath to suppress his restlessness. He knew Shao-Chi was right, opportunities are rare, and he had to stay calm. However, despite the slow process, the effects gradually began to show. The first noticeable change was in the dog's recovery. The fractured bones, which were expected to take 10 days or longer to heal initially, were recovering at an astonishing speed under the dual effect of the 9 turns life revival ointment, and this trace of ancient shadow source energy. In just 3 days, the severely injured right front leg of the dog had begun to reconnect. The healing area even faintly glowed with a layer of subtle light, nearly invisible to the naked eye, and touching it revealed a hardness that far exceeded ordinary bones. Brother, is the dog's leg getting better? Even young Lu Xiaoyu saw the change, pointing at the dog's less swollen front leg, her big eyes full of curiosity. Yes, it's getting better. The dog is very strong. Ming patted his sister's head, feeling a wave of comfort in his heart. What surprised Ming even more was the dog's control over the shadow energy. As the trace of source energy continued to nourish it, the shadow energy naturally radiating from the dog seemed to become more refined and obedient. In a simple test, Ming had the dog, which had recovered considerably, attempt to unleash intimidation. Although due to its injuries, the power could not be fully realized, the mental pressure that burst forth in that moment was purer and more penetrating to the soul than before, less wild and more chillingly profound in authority. The hellfire it unleashed also seemed to have a deeper color, with the edges of the dark blue flames faintly adorned with barely noticeable black patterns. The hissing sound produced while burning the air sounded even sharper, clearly indicating an increase in both temperature and control precision. Shao-Chi, did you see that? The dog's hellfire seems a bit different. Lu Ming thought excitedly. Of course. Shao-Chi's voice remained flat, yet surprisingly, she did not dampen his spirits. The ancient shadow source is the beginning of all shadows, even a mere breath makes the purification and sublimation effects of its corresponding power obvious. This is just the start. Once it fully absorbs and digests these benefits, the changes will be even greater. But don't get too proud, this level of improvement is still not enough in front of true experts. Lu Ming automatically filtered out the latter half of Shao-Chi's reminder, immersing himself in the joy of the dog's progress. At the same time, he also genuinely felt his own changes. The weak source energy that continuously feed back to him, though in small amounts. Every time it merged into his mental world, it felt like a fine spring rain, silently washing and tempering his mental strength. He felt his perception becoming sharper. His thoughts became clearer, and parts that had been obscure in his cultivation were now much smoother to think about. That sense of stagnation, having been stuck at the peak of an apprentice beast master for too long, was gradually dissipating, replaced by a natural sense of fulfillment. The beast power within him, under the indirect nourishment of this pure energy and his unflagging efforts, also grew more robust and pure. Like 100 forged steel that had been repeatedly tempered, it surged and flowed smoothly through his meridians. Finally, on the 5th night after the auction ended, Lu Ming, as usual, completed a deep nurturing session, but did not immediately rest. Instead, a sudden inspiration struck him, feeling the power within him surge and fill him up. His spirit was full and transparent, in an unprecedented good state. A thought crossed his mind, deciding to attempt breaking through the troublesome bottleneck that had plagued him for a long time. He cast aside all distractions, fully sinking his mind into his body, guiding the torrent of power that rushed like a river, launching an assault against that invisible but tough barrier. There was no difficulty or obstruction as he had imagined, nor was there any earth-shattering noise. Everything felt so natural, so inevitable. It was as if the spring water that had accumulated enough power finally broke through the last blocking stone. Buzz, a faint buzz that only Lu Ming could feel resonated within him. The barrier that had obstructed him for so long shattered. In an instant, the aura around him suddenly surged upward. His perception expanded several times outward, and the tiny sounds of buzzing insects and dust settling within a dozen meters around him became clear. The meridians within him seemed to widen, and the total amount of power he could hold and circulate surged dramatically. The precision in his control over the power also reached a brand new level. A slight thought could command the power like his own limbs. He broke through. After a long time, he finally stepped from the peak of Apprentice Beast Tamer into the Junior Beast Tamer lower segment. A powerful sense of strength filled his entire body. Lu Ming couldn't help but clench his fists, his eyes flashing with sharp light. This step forward was of great significance. It meant he officially stepped away from the lowest level of Beast Tamers, gaining stronger self-protection abilities and a broader future. Not bad, I guess I didn't waste these days of effort. I can barely say I've stepped into the threshold of Beast Tamers. Shao-Chi's voice chimed in at the right moment, her tone still holding that condescending critique. In this Qingstone city, a junior beast tamer can indeed lay some foundation, not to be easily crushed by others. She shifted her tone, mercilessly pouring cold water. But don't get too happy too soon. Don't forget, the Zhang family's patriarch, Zhang Lai, is a real, master-level, beast tamer. In front of him, your power as a junior beast tamer is no different from that of a slightly stronger bug. The road ahead is still long, kid, keep your head down and work hard. The excitement in Lu Ming's eyes gradually receded, replaced by a more determined calm. Shao-Chi's words, though sharp, were facts. While the breakthrough was certainly delightful, the enemies ahead remained overwhelmingly powerful. He glanced at the dog beside him, breathing steadily, its injuries noticeably improving, then felt the faint, cool sensation coming from the necklace on his chest. Master level, huh? He murmured, a cold arc forming at the corners of his mouth. One day, I will catch up to that. Chapter 121, The Invitation of a Close Friend. Time quietly passed. It had been several days since the Shadow Pavilion auction. Lu Ming had secluded himself, almost pouring all his energy into cultivating, nurturing the necklace, and taking care of the dog's recovery from injuries. Life passed in peace and fullness, and his strength steadily improved, which allowed his tense nerves to relax a bit. That afternoon, Lu Ming had just finished a round of power operation, feeling the energy in his body becoming increasingly pure and strong. Just as he was about to continue deep resonance with the dog through their contract, nurturing the fragment of Shadow Heart as usual. At that moment, a familiar uproar accompanied by loud knocking on the door shattered the tranquility of the small yard. Brother Ming. Brother Ming. Open the door. We know you're home. Come out quickly.
Don't hide inside to cultivate. If you keep this up, you'll really turn into a wooden block.
It was Wang Tao and Li Hao.
Lu Ming revealed a helpless yet warm smile. These two guys were among the few true friends he could call his close buddies at Qing Stone No. 3 after his arrival in this world. Wang Tao was lively and righteous, while Li Hao was relatively calm and meticulous. Both of them came from fairly good families. During his most difficult times, they often helped him out. Although the original owner had a bad temper and often wore a cold face, these two always treated him like a brother.
Lu Ming walked over and opened the door.
There stood Wang Tao in a flashy satin robe, his face glowing with excitement, while Li Hao stood a bit behind, wearing a gentle smile. As soon as the door opened, Wang Tao dashed up, unceremoniously hooking his arm around Lu Ming's neck and shaking him vigorously.
Good for you, Lu Ming. Finally willing to come out.
After closing yourself in for so many days, we almost thought you were going to go mad from cultivation and we had to prepare for your funeral. Lu Ming was nearly out of breath, feeling annoyed as he brushed off Wang Tao's arm.
Stop talking nonsense, I'm just fine.
Li Hao also stepped forward with a smile, giving Lu Ming a look over and nodding. Your complexion is indeed much better than a few days ago, it seems you're recovering well.
Ming, I know you've been working hard, but in cultivation, balance is key. Always being tense isn't good.
Wang Tao immediately chimed in, making exaggerated expressions.
Exactly. Haozi is right. You aced the mock exam, taking first place. Isn't that a huge celebration? We must celebrate it properly.
Let's go, go, the brothers have everything arranged.
Today, we'll take you to a great place, guaranteed to help you relax and leave all your worries behind.
Upon hearing this, Lu Ming instinctively wanted to refuse. He indeed needed time to solidify his beginner beast master level. He required more practice with his dog's improved abilities, and the remaining Shadow Heartshard also needed continuous nurturing.
Going out to have fun?
It seemed a bit wasteful.
I think I'll pass, the dog's injury isn't fully healed yet, and I need to. He tried to come up with an excuse to decline. Oh my Minggu.
Wang Tao immediately interrupted him, wearing an exaggerated expression. The dog brother's injury is almost healed.
We've all heard it's recovering super fast. Besides, it's just one night of celebration, how much effort could that possibly take? You can't look down on us brothers just because you're the champion now.
Li Hao also encouraged him, Minggu, although Taozi may speak without sense, he does have a point. You had too much pressure recently, and now that you finally have some relief, a little relaxation is beneficial for both body and mind.
We're all ready, just waiting for you.
He looked at Lu Ming with sincere eyes. Seeing the genuine enthusiasm and concern in the eyes of his two close friends, Lu Ming felt a warmth in his heart. Since he had crossed over, he had been busy dealing with various crises, his nerves were indeed too tight. Perhaps, relaxing a bit and changing his mood wouldn't be a bad thing after all. Moreover, he could sense that deep down, the original owner cherished these two friends quite a lot. After pondering for a moment, he finally nodded and smiled slightly.
All right, I'll listen to you. But it's agreed, don't take me to a too noisy place. He was indeed a bit worried about Wang Tao's so-called great place.
Seeing Lu Ming agreed, Wang Tao instantly beamed, giving Lu Ming's shoulder a hearty pat.
That's more like it. Don't worry, it's definitely a good place, very classy.
He leaned close to Lu Ming's ear, lowering his voice with a hint of mystery and a sly grin. We're going to Baihua Tower today.
Baihua Tower? Lu Ming paused, the name sounding a bit inappropriate. Wang Tao continued with a wink. That's right. Baihua Tower.
I heard they recently got a new courtesan named Lu Dijia.
She's truly wow, skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting.
Especially with the Guqin, it's said she can draw the essence of heaven and earth. The key is her aura, cold and ethereal, just a glance feels like blasphemy. Today, we'll also appreciate the arts, listen to some tunes, sip tea, it'll definitely not be noisy. A courtesan? Listening to tunes and drinking tea? Lu Ming's lips twitched slightly. In his 2 lives, he had decades of experience but had never stepped foot in such a place of pleasure. In the memories of the original owner, there seemed to be no interest in such locations, but rather a sense of rejection.
Baihua building? This isn't very good, right? Lu Ming hesitated.
He didn't have moral scruples, he simply thought such places were fraught with troubles. At that moment, a teasing voice from Shaoqi echoed in his mind, laced with mockery and a hint of excitement.
Oh my! Our little host is finally stepping into the adult's flower-filled world? This is a historical moment. So, are you nervous? Excited? Do you need this system to temporarily load some survival guides for the world of pleasure? How to recognize green tea quotes or 100 elegant pickup lines? Given our good relationship, I can give you a discount. Oh no, I'll offer it for free. Lu Ming's face darkened instantly, and he replied inwardly, shut up. I don't need your meddling.
Shao Qi laughed like a silver bell, falling silent, but the excitement of anticipation nearly overflowed from Lu Ming's mind. Wang Tao, seeing Lu Ming hesitate, immediately pulled out his trump card, half seriously and half playfully wrapping an arm around his shoulder and dragging him towards the door.
Come on, Ming Gu. Don't dawdle. We're just going to listen to some music and broaden our horizons. It's not like you'll lose a piece of meat. We've already booked a spot and paid. If you don't go, that money will go down the drain. Let's go, let's go.
Li Hao chimed in cheerfully beside him. Ming Gu, don't worry, it's just an ordinary arts venue, just music, nothing dramatic. Unable to withstand the enthusiastic pulling and dragging from his two close buddies, Lu Ming ultimately conceded defeat. He sighed helplessly, quickly tidying up his clothes and confirming that his dog was sleeping soundly and his sister was playing at the neighbor's house. Then he was half pushed, half pulled by Wang Tao and Li Hao towards the famous den of treasures in the west district of Qingshi City, the Baihua building. Walking on the bustling street, Lu Ming watched Wang Tao, who was excitedly describing how extraordinary Master Lu was beside him. And beside him, Li Hao smiled silently, leaving Lu Ming with a mix of helplessness towards the unknown and a subtle curiosity he wasn't even aware of. What kind of place was this so-called Baihua building? Was the rumored Master Lu really as remarkable as Wang Tao said? Chapter 122, Entering Baihua Building. In the grip of Wang Tao and Li Hao, Lu Ming was half pushed, half dragged to the most bustling area in the west district of Qingshi City. In the distance, a dazzling three-story pavilion came into view, vibrant with lights and intricately carved beams, even in the evening. It was already full of lively voices, the sounds of silk and bamboo instruments playing melodiously, contrasting starkly with the quiet surrounding shops. Above the main entrance, a huge golden plaque hung, inscribed with the three grand characters, Baihua Building. The closer he got, the clearer the noise became. The entrance was bustling with carriages, many lavishly decorated, and guests were coming and going, all dressed in splendid attire, either rich or noble. Some waved folding fans, chatting and laughing. Some had steady-bodied bodyguards beside them, gazing straight ahead. And others were greeted at the door by splendidly dressed women with cheerful smiles. The air was thick with the rich fragrance of perfumes and the scent of alcohol, mingling into a lavish atmosphere. Standing in front of that magnificently elegant, brightly lit entrance, Lu Ming, the young man who had faced a Tier 4 Lord-level flame-maned lion head-on in a mock exam finals, felt an unprecedented awkwardness and helplessness at that moment. He looked down at his own set of ordinary clothes, which had faded a bit from washing. Amidst this crowd of elegantly dressed guests, he felt completely out of place. Like a chick that accidentally wandered into a flock of cranes. Minggu, what are you dazing about? Hurry up, hurry up. Wang Tao clearly didn't notice Lu Ming's awkwardness, or maybe he simply didn't care, still dragging him along carelessly. Li Hao was a bit more observant, he seemed to sense Lu Ming's hesitation and comforted him softly with a smile. Minggu, don't be nervous, we're just here to listen to some music. The private room inside is quiet, no one will notice what we're wearing. Lu Ming took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress the unease in his heart. Since we are here, we might as well make ourselves comfortable. He adjusted his breathing and tried to make his expression appear calm and natural, stepping forward with Wang Tao and Li Hao onto the brightly lit steps of Baihua Tower. At the entrance stood a few male attendants dressed in matching uniforms, all smiles on their faces. Wang Tao was clearly a regular here and walked up the familiar path. He casually tossed a few shining silver coins to one of the head attendants and said with a smile, "Manager Zhang, long time no see, business is booming. Please arrange a quiet private room for us on the second floor." The attendant called Manager Zhang received the coins, his smile shining even brighter, bending lower. "Oh, it's young Master Wang and young Master Li. And this, unfamiliar young master. At a glance, you're a young talent. Please come in, please come in. The Tingyu Xian on the second floor is just empty, quiet and elegant, I assure you will be satisfied." Saying this, he bowed and led the three of them inside. Lu Ming followed behind, stepping into the threshold of Baihua Tower. A warm breeze mixed with high-end incense, thick powder, and strong alcohol came rushing towards him. The temperature seemed a few degrees higher than outside, making him frown slightly. Inside the tower, there was a surprising beauty. The hall was extremely spacious, decorated in gold and brilliant colors, with a huge crystal chandelier above, exquisite murals on the walls, and soft animal skin carpets on the floor. In the center was a massive stage, where several graceful dancers were dancing gracefully to the music. Tables and chairs filled the space below, packed with guests, toasting and chatting in a clamorous uproar. The lightly dressed, beautiful attendants fluttered through the crowd like colorful butterflies, serving wine and dishes. Wang Tao and Li Hao seemed used to all of this, walking straight ahead without looking around, following the attendant up the stairs. Lu Ming, unable to help himself, glanced around a few more times, inwardly sighing at the luxury of the place. At the same time, he became more certain that this was absolutely not a place for someone like him, coming from a poor background. Climbing the red-carpeted stairs to the second floor, the environment became much quieter. A long corridor stretched out, with private rooms labeled on either side. The soundproofing seemed quite good, allowing only faint sounds of silk and bamboo instruments and laughter to be heard, much better than the noisy hall below. The attendant led the three to a private room called Ting Yuxian and pushed open the intricately carved wooden door. The room was indeed elegantly decorated, with screens, calligraphy, and potted plants, featuring a sandalwood round table and several chairs by the window. From the window, they had a perfect view of the stage and the hall below.
A faint sandalwood fragrance filled the air, dissipating some of the noise from downstairs.
Please sit, gentlemen, the drinks and snacks will be here shortly.
If you need anything, just call. The attendant said respectfully and then stepped back, gently closing the door.
Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat down in a chair by the window.
Soon, two pretty attendants entered with trays.
They set down several plates of exquisite snacks and a pot of warm clear wine, then quietly retreated outside to wait. Wang Tao eagerly poured himself a glass of wine, downing it in one gulp, and then leaned towards Ming, grinning and whispering.
Minggu, how is it? The environment isn't bad, right? The main event is still to come.
As soon as he finished speaking, there was a gentle knock at the door of the private room. The same manager Zhang returned, wearing a mysterious smile. Wang Tao immediately understood and slipped him a few silver dollars, lowering his voice to ask.
Manager Zhang, I heard that Miss Lu Su is available today? Could we invite her to play a song for us?
Manager Zhang skillfully accepted the silver dollars and smiled, saying.
Young Master Wang has very good news.
Miss Lu is indeed in a good mood today, she just sent off a group of guests. I will ask her right away, but Miss Lu has a cold nature, so whether we can invite her depends on her own willingness.
Understood, understood. Thank you for your trouble, Manager Zhang. Wang Tao nodded repeatedly.
Manager Zhang turned to leave. Ming curiously asked.
Lu Su? Is she the courtesan you mentioned? That's right. Wang Tao looked excited.
Miss Lu Su is the most popular courtesan at Baohua Tower recently, selling her art but not her body. She excels in all manners of arts, especially the guqin, it's extraordinary. Many people spend lavishly just to listen to her play a song.
We are quite lucky today.
Li Hao nodded, saying, indeed, Miss Lu is different from other women, her elegance is ethereal, and listening to her play can calm the heart.
The wait was not long.
About the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the elegant room door was gently pushed open again. A woman in a pale blue elegant long dress, cradling an ancient seven-stringed guqin, walked in slowly. She looked about 18, with a beautiful face, unadorned, fair skin, and delicate features like a fairy from a painting. Her long black hair was simply tied up with a jade hairpin, accentuating her graceful neck. Her gaze was clear and calm, with a faint sense of detachment. Her elegance was like an orchid in a secluded valley, which felt out of place with the luxury and clamor of Baohua Tower. After entering, she slightly bowed to the three and greeted in a crisp, pleasant voice, like pearls falling on a jade plate, devoid of any flirtation. This little girl, Lu Su, has met the three young masters. Ming, who originally felt a bit nervous and uncomfortable, oddly calmed down at the sight of this woman. This was completely different from the woman he had envisioned in a whorish brothel. Lu Su before him resembled a talented woman from a scholarly family or a hermit living in the mountains. After greeting, Lu Su walked straight to the prepared guqin table in the room and gently placed the guqin down. She did not look at Ming and the others, focusing instead on tuning the strings, as if the world only consisted of her and her guqin. Wang Tao and Li Hao also withdrew their previous laughter, becoming serious, quietly sitting in their seats with expectant gazes towards Lu Su.
Soon, Lu Su finished tuning.
Her delicate fingers gently plucked the strings.
Zhen.
A clear and distant sound of the guqin rang out, like mountain springs dripping on rocks, instantly dispelling the last bit of unease in the elegant room. Immediately, the melodious and graceful guqin sounds poured out like flowing water. The music would sometimes rise high like a crane calling in the sky, sometimes fall low like water flowing through a quiet ravine, sometimes quick like rain on banana leaves, sometimes gentle like a breeze brushing the willows. The melody was beautiful and moving, imbued with a unique charm. It seemed to wash away the dust in one's heart, making one involuntarily immersed in it, forgetting worries. Ming unconsciously relaxed, leaning against the chair, gently lifting the wine cup and sipping a bit of clear wine. The wine was sweet and mellow, combined with this ethereal guqin sound, truly refreshing the heart. He had to admit that occasionally coming out like this to relax seemed really nice. However, just as he began to lose himself in this exquisite guqin sound, in his mind, Shaoqi's voice, tinged with curiosity, softly rang out, like a tiny stone thrown into a calm lake.
This woman is quite interesting. Ming's heart stirred, responding mentally, what's the matter?
Shaoqi's voice carried a hint of playfulness.
She has a faint energy fluctuation about her. It's very subtle, but it cannot escape my system's perception. It's not the kind of power fluctuation generated by a beast master's bond with their pet. It feels like practicing some special kind of foundational skill leaning towards spiritual cultivation or musical harmony. It seems that this 100 Flowers Pavilion is not as simple as it appears on the surface. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's heart, which had just begun to relax, involuntarily tightened slightly again. He looked again at the girl Lu Su, who was focused on playing the qin, her demeanor ethereal, with a trace of subtle scrutiny in his gaze. This 100 Flowers Pavilion is evidently more than just a simple place of pleasure. Chapter 123, The Sudden Turmoil. Lu Su's qin skills are indeed unparalleled. She sat gracefully in front of the qin table, her slender fingers lightly plucking the ancient seven-stringed instrument. A piece of pure heart universal benefit chant flowed like clear spring water, the ethereal, melodious tune lingering in the elegant room. This sound from the qin seemed to possess a peculiar magic, capable of soothing the restlessness in people's hearts and washing away the dust of their souls. Even Wang Tao, who usually was lively and boisterous, found it rare to become quiet at this moment. Holding a wine cup in his hand, he forgot to drink it, simply staring blankly, his face showing a rare look of immersion. Li Hao even gently closed his eyes, his fingers lightly tapping on his knee, clearly enjoying it immensely. Lu Ming's feelings were even deeper. The days of hard training, the deep resonance with Doxy's consuming energy, and the pressure of dealing with the Zhang family's potential threats. All this accumulated fatigue and tension were gradually smoothed and relaxed in the cleansing sounds of the qin. He felt as if his mental strength was being gently soaked by a spring, becoming more transparent and harmonious. In his heart, he couldn't help but secretly praise, this Lu Su girl truly lives up to her reputation, achieving such effects solely through music. It's no wonder Wang Tao and Li Hao admire her so much. This 100 Flowers Pavilion, to hire such a talented courtesan, truly possesses its own unique qualities. He relaxed his body, leaned back in his chair, and slightly closed his eyes. Completely immersing himself in the wonderful world of qin music, he temporarily threw the disturbances of the outside world behind his mind. However, this rare tranquility and peace did not last too long. Just when the qin piece reached its most soothing and melodious section, a sudden cacophony, extremely harsh and entirely out of place with the current atmosphere, erupted from the next room. Bang! Crash! First came the sharp sound of cups and plates being smashed to the ground. Then, a man's coarse and arrogant curse followed, loud enough to overpower Lu Su's qin sound. Damn it! You shameless bitch, giving me face but not respecting it. A singer just selling her voice, thinking she is a pure and noble young lady? I spent a lot of money hiring you, is this trash you play for me? This angry scolding broke the tranquil atmosphere in the listening to rain pavilion like a clap of thunder. Lu Su's qin sound came to an abrupt halt. Her delicate brows slightly furrowed, and a flicker of unmistakable disgust and helplessness flashed in her clear eyes. But she quickly returned to her previous calm indifference, as if she was already used to such scenes, silently moving her hands away from the qin strings. Damn! This is so annoying. Wang Tao slammed the table angrily, his face full of indignation. Which blind young master is causing a ruckus here? Can't we listen to a piece of music in peace? Li Hao also frowned, lowering his voice. From the sound, it seems like the guests from the next drunken immortal pavilion. Probably another drunken troublemaker. Why doesn't the 100 Flowers Pavilion do anything? Lu Ming's previously relaxed mood also sank in an instant. The thing he hated most in his life was this kind of bullying, ruining others' enjoyment. Especially the insults spoken towards the artists made him feel increasingly unhappy. He did not want to meddle, after all, such places are rife with disputes, and his current identity also did not suit easily attracting trouble. But just as he was about to signal Wang Tao and Li Hao to calm down, to continue listening to the music or simply leave this troublesome place, suddenly, in his mind, Xiao Qi's unexpected and serious voice rang out. Host, don't be in a hurry to get angry or leave. Focus and listen carefully to the noise next door. Lu Ming's heart stirred. What's wrong? Is something off? Xiao Qi's voice was sharp with a sense of gathered information. The troublemakers are talking, mixed with some fragmented information. I caught a few key phrases: West City Goods Store, Night of the New Moon, and Passage. She paused, her tone becoming more serious. These words are connected to some rumors about black market smuggling that leaked from the Shadow Pavilion's auction before. And the unusual energy flows and gatherings of people I've sensed from the underground of Qingstone City during this time. They seem to connect together faintly. This may not just be simple drunken trouble, but rather, cover for a secret meeting or an accidental slip of the tongue. West City Goods Store? Night of the New Moon? Passage? Lu Ming's eyes instantly sharpened. These phrases combined exuded an unusual aura. He absolutely trusted Xiao Qi's perception and analytical ability. If she said there was a problem, then there was most likely a big problem. He immediately held his breath and focused.
He maximized his heightened hearing from upgrading to a junior Beast Tamer, listening intently to the sounds from the next-door drunken immortal residence. The shouting and chaos next door continued. But besides the raucous man's howling, there were faintly mixed voices, as if trying to mediate or whispering to each other. "Lou old 3, shut up. If you're drunk, go sleep it off. Hey, brother Wine, why get angry with a singer? The proper business is more important. Damn, what bad luck, forget it, let's talk business. The group at the Lord's mansion is useless, their patrol strength is just mediocre. Exactly, the night of the new moon has the heaviest energy, it's just the right time to conceal our actions. West City Goods Store number 3, the old place, the passage is already arranged. As long as we successfully ship that batch of goods, you guys will definitely receive your rewards. Don't worry, it's foolproof." Disjointed words and fragments entered Lu Ming's ears, albeit vague. But combined with Xiao Qi's hints, a fuzzy outline began to form in his mind. This seemed to be a group using Baihua building as cover, discussing a plan to smuggle a key batch of goods through a certain passage at the West City Goods Store on the night of the new moon. Moreover, they seemed to know a lot about the patrols from the Lord's mansion, even showing some disdain. This was definitely more than just ordinary trouble. It likely involved a bigger conspiracy, possibly threatening the stability of Qingstone City. Lu Ming's heartbeat quickened slightly. He glanced at Wang Tao and Li Hao, who were equally indignant but clearly hadn't grasped the deeper meaning, and then at the calm-faced but cold-eyed Lu Su. He quickly made a shushing gesture to Wang Tao and Li Hao, signaling them to stay quiet. Although both were confused. Upon seeing Lu Ming's suddenly serious and sharp gaze, they realized something might be happening, and immediately closed their mouths, looking at him nervously. Lu Ming stealthily stood up from his seat, moving slowly like a cat, making not a single sound. He moved to the intricately carved wooden door of the private room. He pressed his ear against the door seam while cautiously peering out through the crack, trying to see the situation at the entrance of the next-door drunken immortal residence, and whether any suspicious individuals were coming in or out. His gaze had shifted from relaxation to the vigilance and focus of a hawk. A simple moment of relaxing while listening to music seemed to have led him to a hidden undercurrent beneath the surface of prosperity. Chapter 124, Observing in the Shadows. Lu Ming held his breath, concentrating his exceptionally sharp perception from his upgrade to junior Beast Tamer to the utmost. He carefully peered through the gaps in the door panels to look outside. The scene in the corridor came into clear view. He saw the entrance to next door, the private room named Drunken Immortal Residence. At this moment, 4 or 5 burly, strong men were standing. They wore ordinary, rough cloth short robes, which at first glance looked like the attendants of a wealthy family, but upon closer inspection, these men had exceptionally fierce and sharp gazes, their temples slightly bulging, and their breath steady and restrained. Their standing posture hinted at a readiness both for attack and defense. They were certainly not ordinary servants guarding a house, they looked more like seasoned fighters who had experienced life and death battles. The one at the front was tall and strong, with a scar from his left brow bone to his right cheek. The scar was diagonal and looked like a menacing centipede coiling around. It made his already fierce face seem even more sinister. At this moment, he was pointing his finger at a young female attendant who had fallen on the carpet, trembling in fear. He was spitting with rage as he scolded her. "You blind little wretch. You can even drop a drink while serving? Do you have any idea how much this drunken immortal brew is worth? Selling you wouldn't be enough to cover it. I think you did this on purpose." The maiden looked no older than 15 or 16, tightly holding a shattered white jade wine pot in her arms. Pieces of the pot and spilled wine splattered all over her face was pale with fright, tears streaming down her cheeks, but she didn't dare to cry out loud, she just kept sobbing softly and begging for mercy. Sorry. Please spare me, sir. I didn't do it on purpose, really not on purpose." But the scar-faced man was in no way moved, instead, he became even angrier, raising his foot as if about to kick. "Spare you? Today I..." At this moment, Lu Ming's gaze was fixed on the side profile of the scar-faced man, and his pupils suddenly contracted. This face, he had seen it before. Memories surged like waves. Not long ago, while going to the black market to buy healing herbs, he had caught a glimpse of this scar-faced man in a secluded alley. At that time, the scar-faced man was whispering to a person dressed in satin garments, who seemed to be a manager, with a very respectful attitude. And that person who looked like a manager. Lu Ming would never mistake it, it was a steward from the Zhang family's outer court. Although it was just a fleeting glance, the scar's grotesque mark in his fierce eyes left a deep impression on Lu Ming. People from the Zhang family. This scar-faced man was actually connected to the Zhang family. And now he appeared in the 100 Flowers building, participating in what seemed like a disturbance, but could actually be a cover for some secret meeting. This was definitely not a coincidence. Lu Ming's heart sank heavily. Things seemed more complicated and dangerous than he had imagined. The involvement of the Zhang family meant there might be a bigger conspiracy hidden behind. Their schemes were likely far beyond ordinary smuggling activities. A strong impulse surged in his heart. He wanted to rush out and stop the scar-faced man from bullying the maid, and even more, to seize this opportunity to uncover the Zhang family's conspiracy. But in the next second, reason doused his impulse like icy water. He quickly and calmly analyzed the current situation. The enemy was numerous and each one was skilled. The scar-faced man's aura gave him a sense of pressure. His strength was at least that of a mid-level beast master, though he had just broken through to a novice beast master. But two fists could not fight four hands, especially since the other party's background was likely the powerful Zhang family. Acting rashly would not only fail to save anyone, but it would also expose him, alert the enemy, and might even lead to his own death. It didn't matter if he died, but what about his sister Xiao Yu and the severely injured Guzi? He couldn't act impulsively. He had to stay calm. Lu Ming took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging anger and blood, and quietly retreated, swiftly returning to his seat. Wang Tao and Li Hao saw him come back with a serious expression, and immediately came forward, lowering their voices to ask urgently. Minggu, what's wrong? What's going on outside? Lu Ming didn't have time to explain in detail. In an extremely serious tone, he whispered. Something is wrong, the group outside has a complicated background and may be involved in trouble. It's unsafe here, we must leave immediately. Wang Tao and Li Hao, although they loved to play around, were not ignorant of weighty matters. Seeing Lu Ming's unprecedented solemn expression and recalling the unusual noise from next door mixed with sensitive words they faintly heard, they immediately realized they might truly be in trouble. Without any hesitation, they nodded right away. Okay, we'll listen to you, Minggu. Which way do we go? Lu Ming quickly scanned the private room. He remembered noticing that besides the front door, there was an inconspicuous side door on the other side of the room, which seemed to lead to an internal corridor or a backup staircase. He pointed in that direction. Let's go that way, move quietly, and don't draw attention. After saying that, he swiftly took out a pouch from his pocket, counted out enough gold coins to pay for drinks and snacks as well as for Lu Su's performance, and gently placed them on the table. Then, he slightly nodded to Lu Su, who had been quietly sitting at the piano table with a calm expression yet slightly shifting gaze, as a farewell. Lu Su looked at them, a flicker of understanding flashing in her clear eyes, and slightly nodded in return, remaining silent. The three did not delay any longer, with Lu Ming taking the lead. Wang Tao and Li Hao followed closely behind, carefully opening the side door and slipping out. Outside the door was a dimly lit, narrow corridor leading to the back staircase, and indeed there was no guard. They took advantage of the shouting and noise still echoing from next door, drunken fairy residence, as cover. Like three shadows, they moved silently and quickly down the stairs, crossing the backyard of the 100 Flowers building. They slipped out through an inconspicuous small door, returning to the cold, silent street. The cool night air swept over them, forming a stark contrast to the indulgent and warm atmosphere inside the 100 Flowers building. Lu Ming took a deep breath, feeling his tense nerves relax a little, but the doubts in his heart grew heavier. On the way back to the slums, Wang Tao and Li Hao finally couldn't help but ask softly. Minggu, what was going on just now? Who were those people? Lu Ming shook his head, not revealing any information about the Zhang family, only saying in a deep voice. I'm not too clear either, but it feels like those people are not ordinary guests, and the things they discussed were somewhat sensitive. It's better to avoid trouble, we don't need to get involved. Wang Tao and Li Hao, hearing this, still curious. But they also knew that Lu Ming meant well for them, so they didn't ask more, leaving a deep impression of the earlier experience in their hearts. Lu Ming fell into deep thought alone. Scar-faced man, Zhang family, the West City warehouse, the night of the moon's shadow, secret passage. These clues spun around in his mind like fragments. What exactly is the Zhang family plotting? What is that so-called goods? Could this matter pose a threat to himself and the people around him? Xiao Qi, Lu Ming silently called in his heart. What do you think about what happened just now? Those bits and pieces we heard, and that scar-faced man's identity. Xiao Qi's voice, tinged with playful insight, soon echoed in his mind, like a stone thrown into a calm lake. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. It seems the seemingly tranquil surface of Qingshi City hides currents far more turbulent and complex than we imagined. She paused for a moment, her tone carrying a hint of tempting mockery. Host, how about it? Are you interested in being the lurking oriole? Perhaps, you could reap unexpected benefits. Chapter 125, The Layout. After safely returning to the dim yet reassuring small room in the slum, Lu Ming first carefully checked the dog's recovery from its injuries. Thanks to the powerful effects of 9 turns rebirth ointment and dragon blood solidifying pill, and the continuous nurturing of the origin energy from the Heart of Shadows fragments in these past few days, the dog's recovery speed is astonishingly fast. The originally fractured right front leg bone has basically healed. The newly formed bone seems tougher than before, faintly glowing with a subtle light. Most of the other wounds on its body have scabbed and fallen off, growing new fur. Although it still cannot engage in intense fighting. Normal walking and running are no longer a problem, and its breath has stabilized much, even more refined and thick than before the injury. Sister Lu Xiaoyu has already fallen asleep, her small face wearing a peaceful smile. Lu Ming gently tucked her blanket, then walked to the corner of the room, sitting cross-legged, but he did not begin to cultivate immediately. He needed time to digest the unexpected discoveries from tonight at Baihua Tower. The room was silent, with only the occasional faint crackle of the oil lamp's wick and the dog's steady breathing. Lu Ming closed his eyes, letting tonight's sights and sounds surface in his mind like puzzle pieces, piecing together and arranging them. The scarred face man, confirmed to have ties to the Zhang family. The noise in the Drunken Immortals Pavilion private room seemed like a bunch of rich kids causing a ruckus, but it could actually be a carefully disguised cover for a secret meeting. Key phrases heard: City's West Warehouse, Night of the New Moon, Passage, Goods, City Lord's House Trash. There's definitely benefits from above. The vague information about the undercurrents in Qingstone City that Xiaoqi had occasionally mentioned before. These fragments of information, viewed alone, might not mean much, but when connected, they sketch out a disturbing outline. Night of the New Moon. Lu Ming silently calculated the days in his heart. It's in 3 days. With a dark moon and strong winds, it's indeed the best time for secret actions, the best time to conceal one's intentions. City's West Warehouse area, that is the distribution center for goods in Qingstone City. A mix of dragons and snakes, people from all walks of life gather there, with countless warehouses and storage facilities, relatively chaotic management, making it an ideal place for grey transactions and hiding stolen goods. A guess gradually became clearer. At that moment, Xiaoqi's voice, calm as ever, and seemingly all-knowing, resonated in his mind. Just in time, like a strategist analyzing the situation, she began to assess. Host, based on the existing fragments of information, logic deduction and probability assessment lead to the following conclusion. Her tone was flat yet certain. The Zhang family, or a secret force deeply bound to the Zhang family's interests, is very likely planning a secret operation. The operation time is locked on the night of the new moon in 3 days. The operation location points to the city's West Warehouse area. The operation content is likely to use a certain unknown secret passage in that area to transport a batch of goods that are of a special nature, of huge value, or crucial for the Zhang family. She paused, adding, from their conversations, showing disdain for the city lord's house patrols. These goods are likely to be contraband, or their method of transport itself is shady. Otherwise, there's no need to go through such trouble, choosing to use a secret passage on the night of the new moon. After analyzing the situation, Xiaoqi's tone turned serious, presenting a critical choice. Now, host, there are 2 paths before you. The first path, keeping a low profile, staying out of it. Pretend you didn't hear or see anything tonight. Continue to cultivate step by step, nurture the dog, and enhance your strength. Wait for this unknown storm to pass on its own. This path is relatively safe, with the lowest risk. With your current strength as a novice beast master, as long as you don't take the initiative to get involved, the Zhang family will not likely expend much effort to deal with you, a small character in the short term. But, Xiaoqi's voice held a sharp chill, choosing this path means giving up your initiative. If the Zhang family's action succeeds, their strength may be further enhanced, and the gap between you and the Zhang family will widen. In the future, if they want to deal with you, you will be even more passive, and you may not even have the chance to resist. The second option, Xiaoqi's tone carried a hint of temptation. Take the initiative, get the benefits from the fire. Use the advantage we have to secretly investigate, understand the other party's specific plans, cargo details, transportation routes, and guard strength. If the timing is right, maybe, wait for the right moment to act. Her voice lowered, carrying a dangerous allure. The risk is extremely high. What you will face may be a trap carefully laid by the Zhang family, it may be a master guard far stronger than you. It may even involve a much larger force behind the Zhang family. A single misstep, and it's total ruin, leaving no trace. But, Xiaoqi emphasized again, high risk often comes with high rewards. If you can successfully intercept this batch of goods, the resources you gain may far exceed your imagination, enough for you and dog to rapidly increase your strength in a short time. More importantly, you may catch a major weak spot of the Zhang family. This will be a very valuable trump card, perhaps giving you a chance to turn the tables at a critical moment. 2 paths, 2 completely different futures, clearly laid out before Lu Ming. Safe, but passively waiting to die? Or take a risk for a glimmer of hope and a chance to rise? Lu Ming remained silent. He was not a reckless person and knew well that the risks Xiaoqi spoke of were not empty threats. The Zhang family was a giant in Qingshi City, and Patriarch Zhang Lai was a master beast tamer with unfathomable strength. To oppose such a force, a small mistake could lead to disaster. But, thinking of Zhang Hao's ruthlessness in the arena, and Zhang Lai's cold gaze, thinking of the fact that the other side would never let him off, could passive defense really wait for the day when everything is safe? It was likely to only let the other side gather more strength, ultimately crushing him completely. Rather than sit and wait for death, it was better to seek victory and risk. Lu Ming has never been one to settle for being beneath others, to be slaughtered. A decisive flame ignited in his eyes. He took a deep breath, as if making a certain decision, his gaze becoming unusually firm and sharp. Shao-Chi, he said quietly in his heart, his tone resolute, I choose the second path. I will wade through this muddy water. Rather than cower and seek comfort, better to fight boldly. For himself, for his sister Xiaoyu, and for Dog who followed him, he had to seize every possible opportunity, grow stronger, and retaliate. Let's do it. Shao-Chi seemed to have anticipated his choice, letting out an ambiguous light laugh, filled with approval, and a hint of I thought so. Very good, now that's interesting. No wonder you were chosen by this system, you finally have some courage and guts. She immediately shifted her tone, becoming serious and authoritative. However, since you have decided to play this dangerous game, all actions must follow this system's command and planning. No unauthorized actions, no emotional decisions, and no disobeying my orders. Otherwise, if anything goes wrong and you fall into a dead end, don't blame this young lady for not reminding you. Lu Ming nodded heavily, understood. I will strictly follow your plan. Then, first, Shao-Chi's voice returned to the calm control of the entire situation. We need more detailed information. The urgent task is to determine which warehouse in the west side of the city is mentioned in the Zhang family's plans. And where exactly is the entrance of that so-called secret passage. Without this key information, all plans are mere talk. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with brilliance, exactly. We need to figure out these key points before the night of the new moon. Do you have any suggestions? Shao-Chi chuckled lightly, speaking as if she held all the cards. Don't worry, now that you have made a choice. This system will naturally pave the way for you. I already have a preliminary plan for the specific investigation. However, you need to carry it out personally. You will be busy for the next 3 days. Chapter 126, Covert Investigation. After making the decision, Lu Ming did not take immediate action. He knew well that recklessness against a giant like the Zhang family would be akin to suicide. For the next 2 days, he remained unusually calm. As usual, he went to class and practiced at Qing Stone No. 3 on time during the day, even winning first place in the mock exam. He also had to deal with classmates and teachers who came to congratulate or probe for information. With a perfectly balanced expression of youthful excitement and modesty, he hid the turbulence in his heart flawlessly. Only when he was alone would he communicate with Shao-Chi through his thoughts, planning nervously. Shao-Chi, the Western City goods storage area is quite large, we cannot search blindly like headless flies. Do you have any way to lock onto a target? In the dead of night, Lu Ming quietly asked in his small room. Humph, do you think this system is just for show? Shao-Chi's voice carried a hint of pride. Although most of my functions cannot be fully activated due to your current strength, I can still perform large-scale, low-precision energy perception scans. She explained, any hidden formations, powerful energy sources, or places gathering many practitioners will generate energy fluctuations different from ordinary areas. As long as we scan the entire goods storage area, identify those points with abnormal energy, and then filter them, we can greatly narrow down the range. Great. Then let's get started. Lu Ming felt a surge of spirit. What's the rush? Energy scanning takes time and cannot be disturbed. Find a quiet place, focus, and act as my energy transfer station and anchor point, Shao-Chi commanded. Following her instructions, Lu Ming sat cross-legged, calming his mind and emptying his thoughts. Soon, he felt a cool and vast consciousness. It seemed to expand quietly in all directions from him, like ripples on water, covering the distant western city area. This feeling was very marvelous. He felt as if he had become a radar station, while Shao-Chi was the one controlling the radar and analyzing the data. This process lasted for about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. During this time, Lu Ming could vaguely sense some blurry light spots flickering in his perception, representing energy sources of varying intensities. When the scan ended, Shao-Chi's voice came again, carrying a hint of understanding. Indeed, there are findings. In the Western City goods storage area, there are 3 places with distinctly abnormal energy fluctuations that far exceed typical warehouses. Which 3? Lu Ming quickly pressed for details. The first is the 3rd warehouse of sea-high freight, with energy fluctuations leaning towards earth element, heavy and stable. It is surrounded by defensive and alert formations, likely storing some precious earth spiritual materials or heavy cargo. The second is a private warehouse of the Golden Blade Chamber of Commerce, with sharp energy fluctuations. It carries the aura of metal, heavily guarded, with formations that combine defense and offense, possibly storing high-level weapons or rare metals. The third, Shao-Chi's tone grew slightly serious, is a small warehouse disguising itself as Chen's General Store. This warehouse appears the most unremarkable, located relatively remote, yet the energy fluctuations coming from within are the most subtle and complex. Not only is there a shielding formation against detection, but also faint remnants of spatial fluctuations. More importantly, I sensed at least 3 presences inside, their strength not weaker than yours, which means they are at the level of junior Beast Tamers, and their auras are cold and carry a killing intent.
Chen's general store?
Lu Ming furrowed his brows tightly. The name is very ordinary, but it sounds the most suspicious.
That's right.
Shao Qi affirmed, the first 2 places have strong energy fluctuations, but their nature is relatively simple. It fits the characteristic of a proper merchant association storing valuable items. And the Chen's grocery is complex in energy, with decent protective power but deliberately low-key, plus there are spatial fluctuations that perfectly matches the characteristics of a secret activity base. I estimate that the probability of this place being the target exceeds 70%.
70%, that's already very high.
The cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, but we still need more concrete evidence. Just relying on long-distance scans cannot determine the specific situation inside, especially where that passage entrance is. So, you need to go personally for close-range reconnaissance.
Shao Qi interjected, the night of the new moon is tomorrow night, so the best time for reconnaissance is tonight.
Take advantage of the fact that they might still be making final preparations to figure out the layout of the warehouse and the guarding situation. Lu Ming took a deep breath, knowing this was the most critical and dangerous step. But he did not hesitate.
Alright, let's go meet this Chen's grocery.
That night, the moon was dark, and the wind was high, with clouds blocking the starlight, making it a perfect time for sneaking. Lu Ming changed into the deep gray night outfit he had prepared, covering his mouth and nose with black cloth, exposing only a pair of sharp eyes. He checked his belongings, a few smoke bombs, a packet of confusion powder, a low-level potion that has limited effects on low-level cultivators but can create chaos, and a dagger coated with paralysis poison. He didn't bring the dog, as it was still injured, and the target was too big, making it easy to expose.
Ready?
Shao Qi's voice echoed in his mind.
Lu Ming nodded. Let's go. Remember, all actions follow my command.
My perception range is greater than yours, able to detect danger in advance. Like a ghost in the dark night, Lu Ming left the slums silently, blending into the black streets. His movements were agile, his footsteps light, making full use of shadows and corners for cover, rapidly heading towards the west cargo area of the city. The closer he got to the cargo area, the more intense the noise and chaos in the air became. Even in the deep of night, many places were lit, with sounds of goods being moved and the clatter of carts and horses. But the location of Chen's grocery was relatively quiet. With the enhanced physical qualities and 5 senses from being a beginner beast master, and Shao Qi's real-time warnings like radar, Lu Ming moved like an experienced infiltrator, cleverly avoiding several patrol guards and the occasional passing cart, gradually approaching the target. Turn left, avoid that lit intersection, go through the alley piled with wooden boxes. There is a lookout on the right rooftop, the presence is weak, probably an ordinary warrior, bypass him.
20 meters ahead, there are 2 guards chatting. Wait for them to leave before moving.
Under Shao Qi's precise guidance, Lu Ming safely reached the outer wall of the courtyard of Chen's grocery warehouse. It was a nearly 3-meter-high dirt and stone wall, covered in moss, showing some age.
There is no direct life aura behind the wall, you can climb over. Be careful where you land, there is a pile of hay in front to the right. Shao Qi reminded.
Lu Ming took a deep breath, his inner energy subtly circulating, and with a powerful push from his legs, his toes lightly tapped on the wall.
Like a cat, he silently climbed over the wall, landing lightly on the haystack in the courtyard without making a sound.
The backyard was small, filled with some clutter and discarded cargo boxes. Right in front was a row of dark warehouses. One of the warehouses had a faint light seeping through the window gap, along with the sounds of hushed voices and heavy objects being moved.
That's the one. Shao Qi confirmed.
Lu Ming held his breath, carefully approaching the warehouse using the shadows of the clutter. He found a ventilation opening near the roof on the side of the warehouse. The gap was small but enough for him to peek inside. He cautiously leaned closer, looking through the gap to see the situation inside. A few lanterns were lit inside the warehouse, the light was not bright, but enough to see the situation clearly. There were 4 or 5 figures dressed in tight black clothing, with their faces covered. They were busy moving black metal boxes, about half a person tall, sealed with yellow tape, from one corner of the warehouse to a position near the center. The material of those boxes looked special, with a smooth surface and faint traces of flowing runes, clearly meant to block detection. Lu Ming quickly scanned the entire warehouse, finally fixing his gaze on a corner deep inside. There, some old burlap sacks and canvas were piled up. It looked messy, but under Shao Qi's hint, Lu Ming keenly sensed that something seemed hidden behind that pile of junk.
A faint but definitely existing spatial fluctuation was quietly emanating from there. Do you see that corner?
Shao Qi's voice carried a hint of excitement. The source of the spatial fluctuation is right there. There must be a secret door or a passage behind that pile of junk. Moreover, based on the analysis of the fluctuation characteristics, what connects behind there is very likely a small directional teleportation array. They want to use the teleportation array to secretly transport the goods to a predetermined location outside the city.
Lu Ming's heart jolted. A teleportation array. This is an extremely advanced and expensive thing. How could the Zhang family use this? It seems this batch of goods is worth far beyond his imagination. On the night of the new moon, the yin energy between heaven and earth is at its peak, and the spatial energy is the most active and chaotic. Shao Qi continued to analyze.
At that time, starting the teleportation array, the spatial fluctuations generated are most easily blended into the environmental background noise, extremely hard to be detected by conventional monitoring methods.
They chose this timing, truly calculating.
At this point, the intelligence was basically confirmed.
Target warehouse, Chen's general store. Action time, tomorrow night on the night of the new moon.
Action method, transporting specially sealed boxes through the hidden short-range teleportation array in the warehouse. Guard strength, at least 3 black-clothed individuals at the primary beast master level, possibly more ambushes. Lu Ming firmly memorized the internal layout of the warehouse, the positions where the boxes were stacked, the rough location of the secret door, and the patterns of guard activity. He did not dare to stay long, fearing that the longer he lingered, the more dreams would multiply.
Intelligence obtained, retreat. Shao Qi decisively ordered.
Lu Ming immediately nodded, just like he had arrived, using the shadows for cover, silently returned the way he came, climbed over the wall, and quickly distanced himself from this trouble spot. The entire reconnaissance process was clean and swift, leaving no trace behind. Back in his safe little room, Lu Ming finally let out a long sigh, tearing off the black cloth covering his face, his back already soaked with cold sweat. Although everything had seemed smooth just now, every step was like treading on the edge of a knife, his mind was highly tense.
How was it, host? Was my navigation and early warning service up to par?
Shao Qi's teasing voice rang out.
Absolutely on point.
Lu Ming praised sincerely, and his faith in Shao Qi's abilities grew even stronger. Without her comprehensive perception and early warning, he would never have been able to carry out this dangerous reconnaissance so smoothly. Now, the target, time, and method are all basically clear. Lu Ming's gaze became sharp, sparkling with the light of determination. Next, we need to formulate a specific action plan.
Tomorrow night on the new moon is when we make our move. The intelligence is confirmed, only waiting for tomorrow night on the new moon to seize the opportunity. Chapter 127, Night of the New Moon.
The decisive night of the new moon finally arrived. As dawn broke lightly, Lu Ming rose and carefully checked on his sister, Lu Xiaoyu. After confirming that she was safe, he requested a sick leave from the academy, citing physical discomfort. He knew that today he must conserve his energy and adjust his state to the best for the night's action. All day long, he stayed in the shabby little room at home, without engaging in any intense cultivation. Instead of focusing on external distractions, he centered on adjusting his inner breath, calming his mind. He sat cross-legged, guiding the power within him to flow gently like a trickling stream, nourishing the meridians, solidifying the realm of a beginner beast master. Each breath was long and profound. He gradually dispelled the tension and fatigue of recent days, achieving an unprecedented state of clarity and harmony in both spirit and body. At the same time, he carefully checked and prepared all the equipment he might need for the last time. He took out a finely crafted steel dagger, coated with paralyzing poison, and repeatedly wiped it with a soft cloth to ensure the blade was sharp and the poison evenly applied. He placed several smoke bombs, simple tripwire traps, and explosive talismans in an organized manner in his waist bag and sleeve pockets to ensure he could grab them instantly when needed.
For each item, he repeatedly confirmed its condition and activation method, striving for absolute certainty. Doggy, how are you feeling? Lu Ming walked to the corner and gently stroked the large head of the Hellhound of Fu.
After several days of careful treatment and continuous nourishment from the essence energy of the Heart of Shadow, the dog's injuries had restored to about 80%. The broken bones had mostly healed, though the right front leg still had some inconvenience and could not perform intense pounces or long-distance runs. But normal walking, short-distance sprints, and executing some innate skills were no longer issues. The 3 heads of the Hellhound also regained their former fierceness and agility, the shadow energy surrounding it more refined and profound than before its injury.
Wu, the central head of the dog, let out a low whine. It nudged Lu Ming's palm with its head, indicating it was ready for battle. The heads on either side also emitted threatening low growls, their eyes gleaming with a combative light. Lu Ming nodded, feeling slightly reassured.
Through the contract, he temporarily returned the dog to the contract space to rest. This was both to allow it to continue recovering and to serve as a crucial ace up his sleeve at a critical moment. Once the situation became urgent, summoning back the Hellhound, which was already mostly restored, would definitely catch them off guard. Just as he completed all the preparations and calmed his mind, a serious and solemn voice sounded in his mind from Shao Qi.
Host, listen carefully. This is the last confirmation before action. Her tone was indisputable. What is the core goal of tonight's operation?
Lu Ming replied solemnly in his heart, investigate the details of the cargo secretly transported by the Zhang family, and seek opportunities to sabotage, hinder, or delay their plans. Correct, Shao-Chi affirmed. Remember, it's investigate and sabotage. It's not launch an attack or seize. Our greatest advantage lies in the information gap and your stealth in the dark. Their numbers, strength, and setup may exceed our imagination. Once discovered and caught in a direct conflict, our chances of winning are almost non-existent. She emphasized her words, carrying a hint of warning. Thus, the first rule of action: prioritize concealment. Unless you are absolutely certain of a successful strike and can retreat safely, do not expose yourself lightly. Second rule: assess the situation. If the situation becomes untenable or you find the enemy far stronger than expected, abandon the action immediately and withdraw at the fastest speed. Preserve your life, that is the pathway to a future. Your life is much more precious than those unknown cargo. Do you understand? Understood. Lu Ming nodded heavily. Shao-Chi's analysis was calm yet brutal, striking at the heart of the matter. He was not reckless, he understood that surviving was the key to making an impact. Very good, Shao-Chi's voice softened slightly. Remember your advantages. You are now a beginner beast master, with perception, speed, and strength significantly improved from before. More importantly, you have me. My all-around perception and real-time alerts are your best eyes in the darkness. Make full use of these, we may still have a chance. Time slowly passed in the tense wait. The sky gradually darkened, thick dark clouds piled up in the sky, completely covering the moonlight and starlight, marking the new moon's appearance. The entire Qingshi city seemed to feel this oppressive atmosphere, quieting down early, with few pedestrians on the streets. Only scattered lights and the distant sound of the watchman's dull clanging added more silence and eeriness. As the hour approached midnight, when the city fell into absolute silence, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was sharp like a hawk, all distracting thoughts banished, leaving only cold calmness and firm determination. He quickly changed into a deep gray night outfit, covered his mouth and nose with black cloth, and checked his equipment one last time. How's the status? Shao-Chi asked. Peak. Lu Ming replied succinctly. Let's go. Like a ghost merging into the night, Lu Ming quietly left the small house, once again stealthily heading towards the western cargo area of the city. The night breeze brushed against his cheeks, carrying a damp chill, yet it made his mind clearer. The closer he got to the western cargo area, the more the tension in the air became obvious. Compared to the previous night, tonight's Chen's General Store cargo area had clearly strengthened its defenses. The number of guards in plain sight increased by more than double, each armed with weapons, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings. In the shadows, Shao-Chi sensed at least 3 hidden lookout spots, their presence solid, all skilled hands. The entire cargo area was filled with an oppressive atmosphere as if a storm were about to break. The guards have increased by at least 3 times, the lookout positions are beneath the eaves in the southeast corner, in the shadows of the cargo piles to the west, and on the old locust tree opposite the main entrance. Shao-Chi's voice was like the most accurate radar, reporting the enemy situation in real time. The patrols are crisscrossing, with intervals shortened to 30 breaths. A bit of trouble, but not invincible. Find the route. Lu Ming calmly responded. Under Shao-Chi's pinpoint guidance, as if having full map vision, Lu Ming pushed his early beast master's agility and perception to the extreme. He sometimes moved along the wall like a gecko, sometimes leaped onto rooftops like a raccoon, and sometimes used the shadows of cargo boxes to move instantly. He always narrowly avoided the guard sight and patrol routes. Amidst the intertwined watchful net of visible and hidden sentinels, he found fleeting gaps and blind spots. The process could be described as thrilling yet safe, nearly colliding with the patrols several times, all thanks to Shao-Chi's early warning and Lu Ming's instant adaptability turning danger into safety. In the end, he successfully sneaked into the rear courtyard of the cargo area, silently arriving at the predetermined location, a long abandoned 2-story loft piled with clutter across from the warehouse. He chose a corner on the second floor with an excellent view, thoroughly covered by shadows. Carefully hiding his figure, he held his breath and reduced his own presence to the lowest possible level. From this angle, he could clearly see most of the situation inside the warehouse through the gaps in the windows. Inside the warehouse, lights were bright. Figures flitted about, several times more than the previous night. In addition to a few black-clothed masked individuals, there were several others in different clothing. But their auras were equally strong, seemingly responsible for command and coordination. The special boxes sealed with tape had all been concentrated and piled in the center of the warehouse, numbering about a dozen. Everyone was nervously conducting final counts and preparations, the atmosphere heavy and urgent. Lu Ming crouched in the shadows like a stone statue, his sharp gaze locked onto the movements inside the warehouse, missing not a single detail. He tightened his grip on the poisoned dagger in his hand, the cold sensation keeping him absolutely calm. His heartbeat slightly accelerated due to tension, but more so it was a thrill and anticipation before battle. Time, at this moment, seemed to slow down extraordinarily. Every second of waiting is filled with unknown variables. Chapter 128, The Calm Before the Storm. Time ticked away in suffocating silence. The black-clad figures in the warehouse moved more urgently, and the atmosphere grew heavier, as if in the deadly stillness before a storm. Looming lurked in the shadows of the abandoned attic, as still as a stone statue. Only a pair of sharp eyes peered through the gaps, locking onto the movements in the warehouse. Just as the hour of midnight approached, at the peak of the night with the most malevolent energy, a faint yet exceptionally clear sound of hoofbeats and rolling wheels suddenly broke the silence outside the loading dock's backyard. The sound came closer, and soon a pitch-black carriage, devoid of any family crest or trade emblem, appeared. Driven by a similarly dressed black-clad coachman with a hat, it silently glided into the backyard, stopping at the warehouse door. This carriage had an ancient design, crafted from a special material, making it almost soundless as it moved, clearly specially treated. As the carriage came to a halt, all black-clad figures in the warehouse, including a few leaders with the aura not weaker than a junior beast master, immediately halted all their activities, turned to the entrance in unison, slightly bowed, their posture unusually respectful, even tinged with a hint of fear. The carriage curtain was lifted by a hand clad in black leather gloves. A tall and thin man, draped in a wide black cloak, bent down and emerged from the carriage. His entire face was shrouded in the shadow of the cloak's hood, making it impossible to see his features, only a slightly pointed chin was visible. But the moment his feet touched the ground, an invisible yet bone-chilling oppressive force spread like a tide, causing the surrounding air temperature to seem to drop a few degrees. Behind him followed two more black-clad guards, their auras deeper and more restrained, their gazes sharp like those of hawks. Just their presence gave an unshakable feeling like a mountain. Their power absolutely far exceeded that of the other black-clad figures in the warehouse. The tall cloaked man ignored the bowing black-clad figures around him, striding straight into the warehouse. Wherever he passed, the black-clad individuals dared not even breathe, their heads bowed even lower. At the moment this cloaked man appeared, Lu Ming's mind suddenly echoed with Shao Qi's voice, unprecedentedly grave and urgent, even carrying a rare alertness. Host. Be careful. Suppress all your auras. Conceal yourself to the maximum. Lu Ming's heart jolted, instinctively. He pushed the Qigong technique to its ultimate limit, his heartbeat and breath almost stopping, feeling as if he had merged into the shadows. What is happening? He urgently queried through thought. Danger. Extreme danger. Shao Qi's voice was tense. The newly arrived cloaked man, his energy level is extremely high. Although he is intentionally suppressing it, that essence of life suppressive sensation is unmistakable, at least a master level, beast master. It might even be higher. Master level. Lu Ming's heart felt like it was being squeezed by an invisible hand. A master-level beast master could foundation a sect in Qingshi City, becoming a major figure. In the entire Qingshi City, the publicly known master-level beast masters are few and far between. The patriarch of the Zhang family, Zhang Lai, is one of them. Could this mysterious person be Zhang Lai? Or some other expert invited by the Zhang family? But that's not all. Shao Qi's voice grew more serious. I sense that he has an extremely dense and pure shadow energy swirling around him. But this energy is completely wrong. It is filled with death, decay, and resentment. The technique he practices is definitely not of the righteous path. It is likely some long-lost or strictly forbidden evil secret technique. Extremely sinister and bizarre. Host, our previous estimations were severely insufficient. The risk level of this operation. It must be escalated to the highest level. Once he discovers us, we might not even have a chance to escape. Lu Ming's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. Master level. Evil techniques. Each word represented a definite threat of death. He originally thought he would face opponents at most at the senior beast master level, but he never expected to encounter such a terrifying existence. How grand is the Zhang family's scheme? At that moment, a change occurred in the warehouse. Under the silent gaze of the tall, cloaked figure, the black-clad individuals moved even more swiftly. They began to open the corners of the special boxes, each sealed with tape, stacked in the center for final inspection and counting. Using the flickering light of the gas lantern in the warehouse, Lu Ming strained his eyes, staring intently at the opened boxes inside. When he saw what was inside the boxes, his pupils suddenly constricted to the size of pinheads, a chill rushed from his feet straight to the crown of his head. What was inside those boxes was not ordinary goods at all. Among them was a type of crystal, about the size of a fist, with a color as dark as coagulated blood. The surface of these crystals was not smooth, instead, it was somewhat coarse, entwined with faint, vein-like patterns. They emitted an extremely uncomfortable aura, mixed with the stench of blood and faint energy fluctuations. The other type was even more bizarre. It was a group of continuously twisting, rolling, and struggling black energy forms enclosed within a transparent crystal container. These energy forms had no fixed shape, sometimes forming vague, painful human faces. At times, they would disintegrate into a mist, emitting silent screams filled with endless resentment, hatred, and despair. Just from looking at it from this distance, Lu Ming felt as if his soul was about to be eroded by that negative emotion.
What is this?
Lu Ming asked in horror within his heart. Xiao Qi's voice also carried a hint of disbelief, speaking extremely quickly. Blood soul crystals.
And grievance aggregates.
She paused, explaining in a heavy tone. Blood soul crystals are an extremely evil or rumored to require long-term nurturing with the blood and souls of many living beings in a place of extreme darkness. They are the core materials for refining certain evil puppets and casting forbidden blood sacrificial spells.
And grievance aggregates are even more malicious.
These forcibly extract the strongest grievances, fears, and pain of living beings at the moment of death, using secret methods to confine and merge them. They are terrifying mediums for practicing certain soul-devouring sorcery or creating wide-ranging curses. Both of these things are absolutely prohibited by imperial decree from being refined, traded, or used. Once discovered, all related families will face dire consequences. The Zhang family, or the forces behind them, actually dare to secretly collect such things.
What do they really want to do? To forge an army of the undead?
Or prepare to cast some evil curse covering the entire city? Lu Ming's heart sank completely, like falling into an ice cellar. The nature of the situation had completely changed. This was no longer a simple gray area of smuggling or family benefit disputes. This was a thoroughly evil plot capable of overturning Qingstone City and causing devastation to countless lives. The Zhang family had actually become this crazed. The sense of crisis surged to its peak at once. But at the same time, a thought struck Lu Ming's mind like lightning: this was also a huge opportunity. If he could grasp evidence of the Zhang family engaging in this forbidden trade, that would be enough to send the entire Zhang family into an irreversible abyss. However, behind this opportunity lay unprecedented life-threatening risks. Facing at least a master-level, terrifying existence who practiced evil techniques, along with numerous experts under him. He was just a junior beast master.
Is there really a possibility of snatching food from the tiger's mouth?
Once exposed, it is definitely a fate of utter destruction. At this moment, it was exactly 1/4 past the hour. In the warehouse, the tall, lean-cloaked man seemed to sense something, raised his head to look at the pitch-black night sky outside, and slightly nodded. One of the black-clad leaders beside him immediately understood, waving his hand to signal. The black-clad figures immediately sprang into action, pairing up to lift those boxes that had been checked, which contained blood soul crystals and resentment aggregates. They moved towards the direction of the hidden door behind a pile of clutter in the corner of the warehouse. The tall, lean-cloaked man slowly walked up to the hidden door, raised his hands, and began forming complex and mysterious hand signs. As his hand signs changed, a subtle yet powerful spatial fluctuation began to spread from behind the hidden door, creating ripples in the air that were nearly invisible to the naked eye. He was activating the short-distance teleportation array.
The action began.
Lu Ming's breathing suddenly quickened, his palm, which held the poison dagger, was soaked with sweat.
Should he continue to lurk, waiting for a better opportunity? Or should he strike immediately, at all costs, to destroy the teleportation array and prevent this batch of evil goods from being transported away? In a critical moment, he had to make a decision right away. Chapter 129, The Warmth of Going Home. The night was deep.
Lu Ming moved like a true ghost, swiftly navigating the intricate and shadowy alleys. His movements were quick and silent, each step precisely avoiding potentially noisy debris. Every turn was perfectly concealed by the shadows of walls or stacked goods. The enhanced physical quality of a primary beast master and the exquisite control over his body were fully displayed at this moment. In his mind, Xiao Qi's voice was like the most accurate navigation system, calmly guiding the way while reporting in real time about the situation behind him. Turn left, enter that alley piled with discarded wood.
There's a lookout on the roof to your right, peering in this direction.
Lower your head, stick close to the wall, and utilize the shadow of the eaves.
Good, continue forward, at the third intersection, turn left, and you'll be entering the slum area.
Though Lu Ming's heartbeat had quickened from the high-speed movement and previous tension, his mind remained extremely calm.
He strictly followed Xiao Qi's instructions without any hesitation.
Only after completely leaving the dangerous area of the city's western storage zone and stepping into the familiar but chaotic slum alley that brought him a sense of relief. Did he slowly slow down, finally stopping in a corner filled with old baskets, leaning against the cold earth wall, breathing slightly heavier. Have you confirmed safety? He asked within his heart, simultaneously scanning his surroundings warily. Within 100 meters radius, no energy fluctuations of pursuers detected. Xiao Qi's voice carried a hint of relaxed confirmation. Your earlier retreat was very decisive, and your route choice was clever.
For now, you are safe.
Hearing Xiao Qi's confirmation, Lu Ming's tightly strung nerves finally relaxed as if all strength had been drawn away. He let out a long, silent breath, feeling his muscles aching from the prolonged tension. Just now in the storage area, especially when facing the terrifying cloaked figure who was at least a master level. That oppressive feeling of being an ant against a mountain still made his heart race at the thought. He adjusted his breathing, tore off the mask of black cloth, feeling the cool night air brush against his face, bringing a bit of clarity. He didn't head home immediately, but stood quietly in the shadows for a moment. To ensure that no one was truly following him, and to allow his mood to completely settle down. He didn't want to bring any outside tension and danger back home to his sister. Only after he felt his heartbeat completely return to normal and his expression adjust back to its usual state. Lu Ming stepped forward again, walking towards the small courtyard at the end of the alley, where a dim light flickered. The closer he got to home, the lighter his steps became, and the heaviness and chill in his heart, caused by glimpsing a huge conspiracy, gradually changed into a warm expectation. Pushing open the simple yet incredibly familiar courtyard door, a faint familiar smell mixed with the scent of dried herbs and earth rushed toward him. It instantly dispersed the last trace of coldness and fatigue lingering on his brow. The yard was very quiet, and the dog in the corner seemed to sense his return. The head in the middle lifted slightly, letting out a low, soothing whimper. Then it lay back down to continue resting. Its injuries had clearly improved, which gave Lu Ming a greater sense of relief. The door to the house was slightly ajar, and warm orange light spilled out from the crack, casting a small warm halo in the dim courtyard. A gentle smile unconsciously appeared on Lu Ming's face as he gently pushed the door open. He saw his sister Lu Xiaoyu leaning on the only wooden table in the room, her small head nodding slightly, clearly dozing off. Next to her little hand lay an old beginner's herb guide, with several dried ordinary herbs beside it. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Xiaoyu immediately woke up, rubbed her drowsy eyes, and looked up to see Lu Ming. Her little face instantly blossomed into a sweet, sleepy smile as she softly called out, "Brother, you're back." Seeing his sister's obedient appearance touched the softest part of Lu Ming's heart. He walked over, unconsciously lowering his voice, I'm back." He reached out, gently taking the book from her side, his fingers accidentally brushing against her forehead. It felt slightly cool, but much better than when she was ill, which gave him a slight sense of reassurance. "It's so late, why aren't you sleeping? Didn't I say you don't have to wait for me?" Xiaoyu looked up, her eyes slightly watery from sleep, but her smile remained bright. "I wanted to wait for you, brother. And Teacher Zhou came in the afternoon, bringing a few new herb books, saying they would help me recognize herbs. I wanted to read a bit longer and learn more so that in the future I could help you, brother, and not make you work so hard all the time." Her voice carried the unique innocence and sincerity of a child, making Lu Ming's nose slightly sting. He ruffled his sister's hair, smiling, "Silly girl, brother isn't working hard. If you can take good care of yourself, that's the best way to help me. Reading is good, but you must also pay attention to rest, got it?" "Got it." Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, then yawned again. At that moment, in Lu Ming's mind, Shao Qi's voice rang out with an almost detached tone, as if commenting on a drama unrelated to herself. "TSK, the fragile and fleeting bonds of affection. Humans are always easily entangled by such subtle emotions. However, for you, the host, struggling in the quagmire, about to be stained with blood and conspiracy, these seemingly useless bonds can serve as a decent mental anchor. At least they will keep you from completely losing yourself in the future's slaughter and darkness, turning into a shell that only knows to pursue power." Her tone was neither praise nor condemnation, more like an objective statement from a higher perspective, carrying a sense of detachment like a deity overlooking the joys and sorrows of mortals. Lu Ming silently responded, with undeniable determination, "This is not a bond, it's a responsibility, and it's one of my reasons to grow stronger." "You don't understand." Shao Qi snorted lightly and fell silent, seemingly losing interest in discussing such low-level emotions. Lu Ming didn't think too much more, he cherished the tranquility and warmth of the moment. He got up, went to the stove to heat a cup of calming herbal tea that had been prepared for his sister long ago. Watching her sip it slowly until it was finished, he then urged her to wash up and go to bed to rest. Seeing his sister snuggle under the covers, he soon heard her even and steady breathing, a peaceful smile still on her little face. Lu Ming stood by the bed, filled with an indescribable sense of calm and satisfaction in his heart. No matter how dangerous the outside world was or how huge the conspiracies may be, at least at this moment, this small home was warm and safe. All his adventures and efforts to protect this warmth were worth it. He gently blew out the oil lamp, leaving only a small flicker of light, and then walked to the corner of the room, sitting cross-legged to begin his daily practice. But this time, his state of mind was particularly peaceful, and the operation of his energy seemed smoother and more natural than usual. However, deep within this rare tranquility, Lu Ming knew better than anyone that this was just a brief calm before the storm. The huge shadow of the Zhang family lurked, and the evil conspiracy spotted in the western city's warehouse awaited. And the threat from that master-level terrifying presence hung like a sword over his head, ready to strike at any moment. Chapter 130, The Growth of My Sister. The morning sunlight filtered through the thin paper windows, casting speckled patches of light inside the humble little room. Lu Ming slowly opened his eyes after a night of quiet cultivation, feeling the abundant flow of energy within him, mentally refreshed.
Out of habit, he first looked towards his sister's bed, only to find the blanket neatly folded, and she was not in the room. Surprised, he thought that his little sister, Lu Xiaoyu, usually weak, would sleep a little longer. He got up and walked outside to the small yard. The sight before him momentarily stunned him. He saw his sister crouched in a corner of the yard. There were several kinds of ordinary herbs that Lu Ming collected before, used to assist in cultivation or heal the dog's injuries, drying in the sunlight. Her tiny figure was carefully reorganizing those herbs, which were originally a bit messy, categorizing them by type and drying degree. Her actions were still a bit clumsy and awkward. As she picked up each herb, she appeared particularly focused and serious, her little brows slightly furrowed, as if she was trying to recall something. Concentration flower needs to be placed in a cool, ventilated area. Blood-stopping vine leaves can't be pressed. She organized, murmuring the words softly to herself, as if reciting what she had just learned. The morning light outlined her slender figure, still weak. But her face visibly had a bit more healthy redness than before, the long-term sickly pallor faded a lot. Lu Ming stood at the door, quietly watching this scene, a complex warm wave rising in his heart. He felt gratified by his sister's improvement in health and maturity, yet also pained that at her age, she should be carefree but was dealing with these things. Xiao Yu. Lu Ming gently called out. Xiao Yu looked up at the sound, and upon seeing her brother, her face immediately lit up with a bright smile, warm like the morning light. Brother, you're awake. Look, I've organized the herbs. Teacher Zhou said that this way, the medicinal effect can be better preserved. Her tone carried a hint of pride and expectation for praise. Lu Ming walked over, gently patting her head, sincerely praising her. Well done, Xiao Yu, you've done great, you're getting more capable. He looked at his sister's visibly improved complexion, feeling gratified by the conditioning prescription from Teacher Zhou and Xiao Yu's own efforts. Are you hungry? I'll go make breakfast. Lu Ming said, turning to the simple stove. Breakfast was simple, congee with a bit of pickled vegetables. The brother and sister sat around the small wooden table. Xiao Yu sipped her congee slowly. Her big eyes occasionally stole glances at Lu Ming, her gaze seemingly hiding something, on the verge of speaking but hesitant. Lu Ming sensed her unusualness, put down his chopsticks, and asked gently. What's wrong, Xiao Yu? Is there something you want to tell me, brother? Little fish bit her lip, hesitating for a moment, then softly and timidly spoke up with some worry. Brother. I heard Aunt Wang from next door yesterday afternoon, and several aunties chatting at the alley saying. She paused, as if gathering courage, they said you got into a fight at school? And lost to someone very strong? Brother, are you hurt? They said it was really scary. Her big eyes were filled with undeniable worry and fear, and her small hands instinctively clenched the corner of her clothes. Lu Ming's heart suddenly tightened. The news spread so fast? Even the slums heard the whispers? It seemed that winning the mock exam championship and the conflict with Zhang Hao indeed drew quite a bit of attention. However, he maintained his calm facade and instead revealed a relaxed smile, gently flicking his sister's smooth forehead. Ouch! Little fish covered her forehead and pouted. Silly girl, don't listen to their wild gossip. Lu Ming spoke lightly, with a hint of teasing. That wasn't a fight. It was just a normal competition at school, like how you study and learn about herbs. It's me honing my skills and improving myself. Look. He deliberately moved his arm and stretched his body, see? Brother is perfectly fine. Not a scratch on me. Little fish was still skeptical, examining Lu Ming from head to toe. After closely observing that his complexion was rosy and his movements were agile, he really didn't seem hurt, which eased her worries a little, but her little brows were still slightly furrowed. Really? But Aunt Wang sounded very dangerous. Aunt Wang loves to exaggerate, you should know that. Lu Ming interrupted her with a smile, picking up a piece of pickled vegetable for her. Don't worry, brother knows what he's doing. Hurry up and eat, the porridge will get cold. Seeing her brother's relaxed and confident demeanor, little fish finally set her heart at ease. A smile returned to her little face as she began to focus on her meal. She eagerly spoke about several herbal effects she had just learned from her books. Brother, the book says moonlight moss can be ground and applied to wounds to speed up healing. And there's 3-leaf green, boiling it can calm the mind. When I learn more kinds later, I can help you prepare herbal baths when you're tired from training. Listening to his sister's innocent yet caring words, watching her desperately trying to be useful. Lu Ming felt a warm current flowing in his heart, but at the same time, a deeper sadness and weight rose up. His sister was far more sensitive and understanding at her age than she should be. She seemed to vaguely sense that the world her brother was in was not as calm as it appeared. She was trying in her own way to get closer, to share some of the burden. This innocent reliance and effort made Lu Ming's sense of responsibility feel even more concrete and heavy. Just then, a familiar mocking yet piercing voice echoed in his mind, recounting the words of Shao Qi. Like a stone thrown into a calm lake. TSK, it seems your precious sister is not as naive and ignorant as she appears. She is more aware of the undercurrents and storms surrounding you than you think. Host, the harbor you've woven that seems so tranquil and peaceful is actually pitifully fragile. Those kind lies of yours probably won't hold up for long. Her tone carried a brutal sort of clarity. When the real storm arrives and the Zhang family's fangs are laid bare without disguise, how do you plan to protect the fragile warmth you desperately want to safeguard? Is it relying on your current level of novice beast master skills? Or on that injured puppy? Xiao Qi's words pierced like a cold needle, breaking the calm facade Lu Ming had tried to maintain and pulling him back to the cruel reality. Lu Ming unconsciously tightened his grip on the chopsticks, his knuckles turning slightly white. He did not immediately respond to Xiao Qi. But instead, he looked at his younger sister across from him, who was sipping porridge, her face full of small hopes for the future. A sharp, icy light flickered deep within his eyes. How to protect her? He silently repeated this question in his heart, yet the answer was clearer and more resolute than ever. At all costs. Get stronger. Become strong enough. Strong enough to crush all threats. He did not answer Xiao Qi, but the determination and coldness burning in his eyes, once raised and gazing out the window, said everything. Chapter 131 Guidance. After calming his sister down, he watched her seriously read the herbal guide, her small figure focused. The heavy feeling in Lu Ming's heart, caused by catching a glimpse of the great conspiracy, did not completely dissipate, rather, it transformed into a more urgent sense of pressing need. He stepped into the narrow courtyard, took a deep breath of the cool morning air, and began his routine training. Sitting cross-legged, he guided the energy within his body to flow slowly, while also resonating deeply with the dog in the corner through their contract connection. He could clearly feel the heart of Shadow's fragment worn on his chest. It continuously released a faint but pure breath of ancient shadow essence. Like a trickling stream, it nourished the dog's shadow bloodline and indirectly tempered his mental strength. However, this step-by-step improvement seemed so slow in the face of the approaching storm. The Zhang family, the mysterious hand of chaos, terrifying masters-level enemies, forbidden goods. These shadows weighed heavily on his heart like a solid mass. He had to be faster. Stronger. Xiao Qi. Lu Ming called out in his heart, his tone carrying an unprecedented boldness and determination. The college entrance exam preliminaries are coming soon, the Zhang family and that hand of chaos are lurking in the dark, waiting. We can no longer passively wait. What should we do next? How can we improve our strength the fastest? In his mind, Xiao Qi's voice sounded with a hint of laziness, as if she had been waiting for a long time, her tone laced with a sense of bestowal. Oh? Finally decided to come and ask this system? No longer thinking hard on your own? She snorted lightly, with a playful tone. Given that you've been working reasonably hard lately and haven't stupidly tried to confront that master's-level fool head-on. Today, I'm in a good mood and will show you a clear path. Her voice suddenly turned serious and penetrating. With your current strength, relying on that little bit of meager essence and the foundation of a beginner beast master, you barely count among the younger generation in Qingshi City. But looking at the overall situation, facing a local power like the Zhang family, especially with the forces they may be hiding behind, you are still weak, like a bug that can be easily crushed. Lu Ming remained silent, not retorting. He knew Xiao Qi was speaking the truth. So, the urgent task is not to elevate your half-baked beast master level. Xiao Qi pointed out the core directly, but to raise the bloodline quality of this little dog by one level, from mid-grade to high-grade. High-grade bloodline? Lu Ming's heart jolted. The bloodline quality of a pet directly determines its potential limit and fighting power of the same level. The dog currently had a mid-grade bloodline, which already granted its strength far surpassing its peers and the fierce talent of a Hellhound. If it could advance to a high-grade bloodline, its fighting power would undoubtedly experience a qualitative leap. It might even awaken new powerful talents. But how difficult is it to advance a bloodline? That requires incredible fortune and vast resources to possibly achieve. High-grade bloodline? Is that even possible? Lu Ming's voice shook with a hint of disbelief and excitement. If it's the usual methods, it would naturally be incredibly difficult. Even selling the entire Qingshi city might not be enough. Xiao Qi's tone carried a sense of calm control over everything. But now, you have fortunately obtained a trace of the Heart of Shadow shard as a pull, giving you a slight possibility to change your fate. She no longer teased, speaking clearly. Listen, you need to find 3 auxiliary materials, to combine with the primordial power of the Heart of Shadows, to hold the bloodline advancement ceremony. The first one is the 100-year-old Een Soul grass. This grass grows in places of extreme darkness, absorbing the aura of souls to thrive, and can neutralize the fierceness in the primordial shadow, making it easier to absorb. Although this item is rare, it is not extinct. You might find traces of it in some large auctions or black markets. The second one is a lotus seed from the Corefire lotus.
The fire lotus grows in the molten lava of the Earth's core, containing pure young firepower. Its lotus seed holds the purest energy of the sun to balance the coldness of the shadow's origin, achieving the effect of yin and yang harmonizing.
This item is even rarer and very difficult to obtain. As for the third one,
Shao Qi's voice paused slightly, carrying a hint of significance. It requires a drop of pure blood dragonkin's essence.
Essence from pure blood dragonkin? Lu Ming gasped.
The dragon race is one of the beings standing at the peak of the beast bloodline. A pure blood dragonkin, even having just a trace of true dragon bloodline, possesses terrifying strength, at least above the lord level, corresponding to human master level. Their essence contains the powerful life origin and fragments of laws from the dragon race. It is a treasure sought by countless beast masters. The difficulty of obtaining it is like climbing to the sky. That's right, Shao Qi affirmed, the dominating life force and supreme laws contained in dragon blood are the best catalysts for stimulating bloodline evolution and enhancing ranks. The first two materials might still be found or purchased by luck or wealth, but this pure blood dragonkin's essence. Her tone carried a hint of provocation. It just depends on your chance, or whether you have the enough courage and ability to seize it. As soon as her voice fell, a cold and authoritative notification sound rang as if echoing in Lu Ming's soul.
Ding! System Advancement Mission released. Mission name, Bloodline Sublimation. Mission objective, collect the following materials: 100 Yurine Soul Grass X1, Core Fire Lotus Seed X1, Pure Blood Dragonkin Essence X1 drop. Mission deadline, before the official start of the Beast Master High School entrance exam in Qingshi City. Mission reward, system points 50,000.
One guidance for the Bloodline Advancement Ceremony ensures the Hell three-headed dog bloodline successfully advances to superior grade.
Failure penalty, randomly deprive the host of one learned skill or talent ability.
Shao Qi's voice then rang out, carrying an undeniable determination. The mission has been released, whether to accept it is your decision. But the system reminds you, this is currently the fastest and most likely way to contend against the Zheng family capital before the exam.
Risks and opportunities have always coexisted. Lu Ming's heart raced violently.
The difficulty of the mission is huge, especially obtaining pure blood dragonkin essence, which is almost an impossible target. The failure penalty is terrifyingly severe. Depriving a skill or talent would be a fatal blow to him.
But 50,000 points. A guaranteed bloodline advancement ceremony. Once successful, the dog will be reborn, its power soaring.
This will be his greatest trump card against all crises. The enormous risk comes with an unprecedented tempting reward. Lu Ming suddenly raised his head, the hesitation and heaviness in his eyes swept away. What replaced it was an almost burning fighting spirit and a sharp light like a knife. He took a deep breath as if to crush all difficulties and fears in his lungs.
I accept.
There were no grand words, just two words, but they were filled with unwavering determination. The road ahead is perilous, but since it has been chosen, one can only march forward.
Chapter 132, Fooling Around.
Lu Ming had just finished a round of cultivation, guiding the dog to absorb the weak primordial energy released by the Heart of Shadow's shard. Just as he was about to get up and stretch his muscles, he heard a familiar, loud shouting from outside the courtyard gate.
Ming Gu! Ming Gu! Open the door! Major news! Huge news! As soon as the voice fell, the courtyard door was pushed open with a loud bang.
Wang Tao's round figure squeezed in first, his face glowing red with excitement.
Li Hao followed closely behind. Although he wasn't as exaggerated as Wang Tao, he too wore an unmistakable look of excitement on his face.
You two guys are going to break the door at this rate. Lu Ming looked at these two lively friends and shook his head helplessly, but a smile crept onto his lips. With these two friends around, he always felt a little more relaxed, despite the tension.
Oh, Minggu, what time is it? Who cares about doors now? Wang Tao rushed up to Lu Ming, almost spitting on him as he spoke. Guess what we just heard at the academy? It's about this year's college entrance examination preliminary competition. Li Hao stepped forward as well, his tone steadier than Wang Tao's but equally filled with excitement.
Minggu, this time the lord of the city has really invested heavily to motivate us candidates.
Oh? What heavy investment?
Lu Ming's interest was piqued. The preliminary competition was a critical step toward a higher stage, and any news was vital. Wang Tao hurriedly replied, I heard that this time the ultimate winner of the preliminary competition will not only qualify for direct admission to the imperial capital's Qingyun Academy. That's one of the top Beastmaster academies in the empire. He excitedly waved his plump hands. And also, the lord of the city has specially approved that the winner can enter the city lord's treasury, and freely pick one treasure as a reward.
A treasury? There must be good stuff in there. Directly admitted to Qingyun Academy? And able to enter the city lord's treasury? Lu Ming's heart stirred.
He naturally knew the reputation of Qingyun Academy, a holy place that countless beastmasters longed for. And the city lord's treasury was rumored to hold all kinds of rare treasures and skill manuals accumulated over the years in Qingshi City.
These two rewards were indeed impressive. Enough to drive all candidates crazy.
Li Hao continued, adding more crucial information. And also, Ming, the format of this preliminary competition is said to be completely different from previous years.
It's no longer a simple one-on-one ring battle. What format is it? Lu Ming asked eagerly.
I heard they will throw all candidates who pass the preliminary selection into the trial forest outside the city. Li Hao's tone became more serious. There will be a survival competition lasting 3 days there. Not only will we have to deal with competition from other candidates, but the forest itself will have various magical beasts placed in advance by the city lord's office, ranging from level 1 to level 3, and maybe even more dangerous ones. It's said that the ranking will be based on the quantity and quality of magical beast crystals obtained, as well as the amount of time endured. The danger level is definitely much higher than that of the ring matches, but the opportunities are also greater, as there might be wild spiritual herbs and such in the forest.
A trial forest? Survival competition?
Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. This kind of competition format had more variables and tested overall ability more rigorously, not just raw strength, but also survival skills, scouting, stealth, and even luck. For him, it was both a challenge and a potential opportunity. A chance to showcase his skills in a relatively chaotic environment and even to look for materials needed to complete the bloodline elevation task.
So, what do you think, Ming? Exciting, right?
Wang Tao nudged Lu Ming with his elbow, a flattering smile on his face.
Now you are the true star of Qingshi No. 3 Middle School. The champion of the mock exam. Once we enter that trial forest, you've got to look out for the brothers. I'm not asking for much, just sticking with you. I want to make it into the top 10 and get a decent college spot. Li Hao chuckled in agreement. Yeah, Ming. In the future, you will soar to greatness, going to the prestigious Qingyun Academy in the capital, becoming a big shot, but don't forget about us, your poor brothers still struggling at the bottom. When that time comes, just offer a bit of guidance, leak some resources, and it will be enough for us to benefit for a lifetime. Watching his two close friends joking back and forth, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a mix of laughter and tears, and he playfully punched Wang Tao on the shoulder. Cut it out with that. You two guys, usually slacking off in your training, and now you're daydreaming. If we really enter the trial forest, who knows where we'll be randomly dropped. When that time comes, it's every man for himself. I can't be bothered to carry you two deadweights. He paused, noticing that although the two were still smiling, there was a flicker of worry about the unknown dangers in their eyes. His tone softened a bit as he spoke earnestly. But, if you really encounter trouble you can't solve in the forest, like being surrounded by powerful magical beasts, or being beaten up by a hostile crowd, and sending a distress signal. As long as I receive it and it's within my power, I will definitely do my best to rush over. Hearing this, the playful smiles faded from Wang Tao and Li Hao's faces, replaced by sincere emotion and seriousness. They exchanged glances and then heavily patted Lu Ming on the shoulder. You're the best. Ming brother. Wang Tao's voice lost some jest, replaced by heartfelt admiration. I knew you were a true brother. Don't worry, we won't really hold you back. We will definitely work hard to improve ourselves. Right, Li Hao nodded too. We will also take advantage of the last bit of time to train, aiming to protect ourselves in the forest and not add to your troubles. But with your words, we feel much more at ease. The three shared a smile. The tension brought on by the heavy news was alleviated by their genuine banter and promises. After teasing each other for a little longer, they exchanged the latest bits of gossip about the trial forest and their preparations. Wang Tao and Li Hao then bid farewell, as they also needed to hurry to make their final preparations. After sending off his two friends, the small courtyard returned to quietness. Lu Ming's smile slowly faded, and his eyes became deep. Trial forest, survival competition. He whispered to himself, this is indeed an opportunity. Shadow soulgrass likes the shade, often growing in the hidden corners or valleys of old forests. The earthfire lotus is rare, but certain special environments near regions of active lava might also exist. Perhaps, while competing, I can pay attention to clues about these materials. In his mind, a teasing voice of Shao Qi echoed. Good idea. However, host, don't get so caught up in finding materials that you forget the competition itself. If you can't even get through the preliminaries, and fail to qualify for a bigger stage, everything you seek is meaningless. Moreover, in the forest, it's not just magical beasts and materials, there's also your old friends from the Zhang family. They probably won't let you collect materials or compete peacefully. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold. I know. It's just right, new grudges and old enmities, perhaps I can settle them all there. The support of friends warmed him, but he was clearer than anyone about the dangers ahead. He was not fighting alone, but the real battle ultimately depended on himself. Chapter 133, Conspiracy. While Lu Ming and his friends were discussing the preliminaries,
and secretly planning how to find the materials needed for the Bloodline Ascension task in the trial forest. In another deep courtyard of the Qingshi city, a more insidious and ruthless conspiracy against him was quietly brewing. Zhang family, in a brightly lit, grandly decorated but slightly cold secret chamber. The clan leader, Zhang Lai, sat in the main position on a mahogany armchair, his face as heavy as water. He listened to a trusted subordinate giving a detailed report on the latest rules announced by the city lord's office for the college entrance exam preliminaries. Especially upon hearing the news of the survival competition in the trial forest. The winner may enter the treasure vault and choose one treasure. His fingers, gripping the teacup, turned slightly white from the pressure, the joints making a faint click sound. Trial forest. Treasure vault selection. Zhang Lai's voice was deep, filled with suppressed anger and cold killing intent. Humph. This time, the city lord's mansion is really extravagant. This role seems tailor-made for that little bastard with the surname Liu. Let him enter that complex environment, where the rules are vague, with his ruthlessness and luck, wouldn't it be like a fish in water? If he stands out and enters the Qingyun Academy, then obtains treasures from the treasure vault, what face would my Zhang family have left? How can I take revenge for Howard? He slammed the teacup onto the table, creating a dull thud, and tea splashed everywhere. He must not succeed. He must not leave that forest alive. In the shadowy corner of the secret chamber, a vague figure stirred slightly, seemingly melding with the darkness. The figure did not fully reveal itself, one could only vaguely see a human shape, exuding an unsettling, chaotic, and cold aura. Zhang Lai took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his boiling anger, his gaze turning to the shadow, his tone becoming serious with a hint of unnoticeable negotiation. Friend of the Hand of Chaos. What you proposed before, to create some interesting chaos in Qingshi City to divert the attention of certain powers, now, the opportunity has come. From the shadow, a strange voice, rough like sandpaper and seemingly made up of several overlapping voices, slowly emerged. Without any emotion, are you referring to the upcoming preliminary exam? Exactly. Zhang Lai's eyes flashed with a cold light. Trial forest, complex terrain, loose rules, each person's life or death is left to fate. It is the best place to strike. I will provide you with the most detailed internal map of the forest, including several hidden paths and locations of dangerous areas. At the same time, my Zhang family will arrange for a few absolutely reliable and clean assassins to infiltrate the exam candidates or the escort team, as insiders, to provide you with necessary information and support. He leaned slightly forward, his tone laced with naked killing intent. What I want you to do is very simple. Make that kid named Lu Ming. Have an accident in the forest, and stay there forever. The corpse should preferably be devoured beyond recognition by the magical beasts, leaving no proof of death. The presence in the shadow let out a low, chilling laugh. He. Creating chaos, enjoying the fall of so-called geniuses, is indeed the art we love to see. A simulated exam champion dying unexpectedly in the preliminary exam could stir quite a wave in this dull city, enough to attract many people's attention. This deal sounds very interesting. But immediately, the rough voice shifted, carrying a hint of undeniable greed. However, Zhang clan leader, you should know that asking us, the Hand of Chaos, to act comes at a great cost. The previously agreed sacrifices. 50 strong, healthy living people, and 3/10 of the blood soul crystals that leaked from the Shadow Pavilion must be delivered in full after the job is done. One less, or lacking purity, you should understand the consequences. Zhang Lai's eyelid twitched violently, a trace of pain and struggle flashed across his face. 50 living sacrifices, this was a taboo that violated the Empire's iron laws. And that batch of precious blood soul crystals was something he had procured at a huge cost. But thinking of the threat Lu Ming might grow into, and the hatred for his son Zhang Hao being crippled, the hesitation in his eyes was instantly replaced by ruthlessness. Rest assured. Zhang Lai gritted his teeth, what I promised you will not be one bit less. As long as Lu Ming dies. Very well. The voice in the shadow appeared satisfied, pleasure to cooperate. We will make that trial forest, the eternal grave for that kid. At almost the same time, in the Lord's mansion at the power center of Qingstone City, in a grand, elegantly arranged study that exuded authority. Lord Ming was examining the final planning proposal regarding the new rules for the college entrance examination preliminary competition on the desk. He was in his 40s, with a refined appearance, but his deep-set eyes held a profound depth, occasionally flashing with a wise and sharp light. An old man dressed in a plain gray robe, his presence almost blending into the surroundings, stood silently to the side like a statue. Ming put down the proposal, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, his tone calm, yet tinged with a sense of control over the situation. This change in rules will turn the arena competition into a survival contest in the trial forest. The first purpose is to select those who truly possess adaptability, survival skills, and real combat potential. Not just those who can talk big or perform on the stage like decorative pillows. Secondly, he smirked slightly, the curve of his lips carrying a deep meaning. Only by stirring this muddy water can we see clearly what kinds of monsters hide beneath and how many people will jump out to create chaos.
The Zhang family, and the mice hiding in the shadows, should take action this time, right?
He turned to the gray-robed old man beside him, his tone still calm, but with a chilling, murderous vibe. Elder Ring, issue orders for the shadow guards to secretly enter the trial forest and disperse to lie in wait. Their only task is to ensure basic fairness in the competition and monitor all unusual movements. If anyone or any force tries to use underhanded methods outside the rules, especially targeting promising candidates, no matter the background, those with solid evidence shall be killed without mercy. The gray-robed old man slightly bowed, his voice low and undisturbed. Understood, my lord. A storm of monumental proportions surrounding the college entrance examination preliminary competition had quietly begun, intertwining personal vendettas, power struggles, and wicked conspiracies. With several major forces in Qingstone City driving it forward, this storm had already been set in motion. Yet, Lu Ming, still actively preparing for battle, was completely unaware of it all. He had already become the focal point at the center of this storm.
Chapter 134, Procurement.
The information was clear, and the target had been locked on. Lu Ming did not hesitate at all and immediately began intense preparations. Time was of the essence, only a few days remained until the start of the college entrance examination preliminary competition. He needed to prepare comprehensively for the upcoming journey into the trial forest. And for that daunting task of bloodline sublimation. His first stop was still the mixed, chaotic black market where he could find many items hard to obtain through official channels. This time, his target was very clear: first, to gather reliable clues or sources about the Earthscale grass and Heartfire lotus seeds. Second, to procure enough supplies to sustain him for 3 days of survival and combat in the perilous trial forest. The black market buzzed with noise and chaos. Lu Ming wove through the crowded flow of people, his sharp gaze scanning each stall as he listened intently for snippets of conversation around him.
He walked straight to a few well-known information traders, famous for their intelligence but notorious for their high fees. I need some information.
Lu Ming discreetly pushed a small bag filled with gold crystals towards a shrewd-looking, thin middle-aged man.
Where can I find clues about the century-old Earthscale grass and the Heartfire lotus seeds?
The middle-aged man weighed the bag in his hands, revealing a satisfied smile as he lowered his voice. Brother, you're straightforward. Earthscale grass thrives in places with heavy Earth energy. In the vicinity of Qingstone City, the most likely place to find century-old specimens would be deep in the gloomy marsh 100 miles north of the city. However, that place is quite treacherous, filled with poison and miasma. There are also many vicious beasts that love the damp environment lurking around, and danger is everywhere. Ordinary people do not dare to go deep inside.
The Dark Swamp.
Lu Ming noted this name. He knew the place and it truly was a dangerous area. As for the Heartfire lotus seed, the middle-aged man continued, this thing is even rarer and grows in areas where the Earth's fire is active. Recently, I heard that the treasure pavilion in the west of the city will hold a medium-sized auction in 3 days, and it seems that one of the final items is a Heartfire lotus seed. If you're interested, young man, you can go and try your luck, but the price will probably not be a small amount.
The treasure pavilion auction. This is indeed a clear goal.
Lu Ming felt a bit more settled. At least he now had a relatively reliable way to obtain it, although the cost would definitely be significant.
There's one more thing, Lu Ming asked, is there any news about the pure-blood Dragonborn's essence blood?
Hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression changed slightly, and he quickly shook his head.
Young man, you're joking. Dragonborn essence blood? That is a legendary thing.
Not to mention Qingstone City, even the entire province may not be able to find a drop. This thing requires a heavenly opportunity to encounter, relying on just inquiries is useless.
Indeed.
Lu Ming sighed inwardly, this was the most difficult item, and it really was without a clue. He no longer asked further, paid the information fee in full, and turned to walk towards the area selling various adventure supplies. Next was a large-scale purchase. Lu Ming knew well the dangers of the trial forest and didn't hesitate to spend the little remaining savings on his crystal card. First, he stocked up on a large quantity of healing and recovery potions. The more effective, intermediate hemostasis powder, strong detoxification agent, and essence pills that can quickly recover stamina and energy. Each type was carefully selected for the best quality possible. Next were auxiliary items, several breath concealment talismans that can weakly obscure one's presence for a certain time, lowering the chances of being detected by beasts. Smoke bombs and flash bombs used to create chaos and escape opportunities when encountering strong enemies. Well-made steel wire trip traps and explosive talismans capable of trapping second-class beasts, and several sets. And most importantly, several specially made signal flares for requesting external help when encountering insurmountable danger. He also bought a relatively detailed map of the outer area of the trial forest. Deeper areas were classified as confidential and could not be purchased, along with some compressed rations and clean water.
After this round of shopping, the balance on Lu Ming's crystal card shrank drastically again, almost hitting rock bottom.
But looking at the dazzling array of well-prepared supplies in his storage bag, Lu Ming felt a little more at ease. The preparations have certainly been done quite thoroughly. In his mind, the voice of Shao Qi sounded, rare this time without ridicule, instead carrying a hint of faint affirmation. The variety of supplies is complete, and the quantity is enough to deal with general consumption. It seems you value your life, host, and finally did not make a mistake in this matter. While sorting through the items, Lu Ming responded in his heart. Life is only one, of course, it must be cherished. The more thorough the preparations, the greater the chance of survival. The reasoning is correct. Shao Qi's tone shifted, becoming slightly serious. However, host, you must understand that what you are going to face this time may not just be the inherent beasts of the forest in competition from other candidates. The conspiracy of the Zhang family and the Hand of Chaos has already begun. They may very well prepare some surprises for you in the forest. You better pray not to encounter those mutated beasts tainted by chaotic power. Those things are insane, bloodthirsty, and often possess strange abilities, much more troublesome than ordinary beasts of the same level. Your standard preparations may greatly reduce their effectiveness against them. Mutated beasts tainted by chaotic pollution? Lu Ming furrowed his brow. This indeed was an unknown variable. I'll remember that and be extra careful. After completing his purchases, Lu Ming quickly returned home. He did not pause at all and immediately began the final adjustments and checks. First, he took out all the purchased supplies one by one and carefully checked to confirm there were no flaws. Then he classified and placed them into a specially made backpack that had some space expansion effects. He ensured that he could access them at the first moment when needed. Next, he went to the corner of the yard and carefully checked the dog's condition. After several days of continuous warmth, the dog's injuries had recovered around 85%, breathing steady, and shadow energy more condensed. The three-headed beast's eyes were sharp, filled with fighting spirit. Lu Ming communicated deeply with it through their bond, ensuring they were both in their best states. Finally, he spread out the map of the trial forest. He combined it with the scattered information he had previously heard from Wang Tao and Li Hao. He repeatedly memorized the known terrain, possible resource points, and potential danger zones. Although the map was incomplete, every bit of understanding increased his chances of survival. As night fell, the lights in the cabin shimmered like stars. Lu Ming finished organizing all his equipment, and the dog lay quietly beside him. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and carried out his final meditation to adjust his state to the peak. Everything was ready, they were just waiting for the pre-selection to start tomorrow, stepping into that unknown and dangerous trial forest. Chapter 135, The Pre-Selection Begins. The high school pre-selection finally arrived. On this day, the central square of Qingshi City was bustling with voices, the atmosphere exceptionally lively. In the center of the square, flags of the City Lord's Office and the Beastmaster Association fluttered in the wind on the temporary platform. Below the stage, a sea of black filled the area, consisting of all the senior students from Qingshi City's Beastmaster classes. They stood in line according to their respective academies, young faces filled with tension, anticipation, excitement, and a hint of barely perceptible fear. Lu Ming stood at the front of the Qingshi No. 3 team, his posture tall and demeanor calm. Beside him, the Hellhound, now shrunk to the size of an ordinary wolf, scanned the surroundings warily with its three heads. It exuded a chilling fierceness, drawing the attention of many students nearby, filled with envy and apprehension. Wang Tao and Li Hao stood not far behind him, both trying hard to stand upright. But their slightly trembling calves betrayed their inner unease. Silence! A voice, filled with authority, boomed like a bell, instantly silencing all noise in the square. The crowd automatically parted to make way as City Lord Ming, accompanied by officials and representatives from the Beastmaster Association, walked slowly onto the platform. His gaze was sharp, sweeping across the audience, the invisible pressure making all the young students hold their breath. Future pillars of Qingshi City. Ming's voice was clear and powerful, reaching everyone's ears. Today, the high school pre-selection officially begins. The rules, you should have already known. No longer a boring arena competition, but instead, you will be thrown into the trial forest outside the city for a 10-day survival competition. He paused, his tone becoming heavier. Remember 3 points. First, points will be calculated based on the level and quantity of the magic beast crystal cores you hunt, as well as any specific tokens you find. Second, it is strictly forbidden to intentionally injure or kill classmates. Violators will not only lose their qualifications but will also face severe punishment according to imperial law. Third, if you cannot hold on or encounter deadly danger, immediately fire a distress signal flare, and a referee and rescue team will respond. But this also means you abandon the competition. His gaze seemed to rest meaningfully on a few directions, including where Lu Ming stood, with a tone rich in meaning. This forest tests not only your strength but also your wisdom, courage, survival skill, and your choices when facing unknown dangers. I hope you all return safely. Show the style of the young generation from Qingshi City. Now, in order, enter the teleportation array. As soon as the words fell, a gigantic light circle, carved with countless mysterious runes, suddenly lit up in the center of the square, emitting a strong spatial fluctuation. This was the directed teleportation array leading to the trial forest. Students from various schools, guided by their teachers, began to step into the light gate in batches. With each step in, their figures were instantly swallowed by the light, disappearing without a trace. The atmosphere had reached a peak of tension. When it was the turn of Qingshi No. 3 Middle School, Ming took a deep breath and looked back one last time. In the stands, Wang Tao and Li Hao were frantically waving at him, their faces showing undisguised encouragement and worry. Further away, the homeroom teacher, Old Zhou, held his hands tightly, his brow furrowed, his eyes full of concern. "Let's go, Dogsy," Ming whispered, no longer hesitating, stepping forward with Dogsy into the dazzling light gate. In an instant, the world spun, a strong sense of weightlessness and the pull of space came over him. Fortunately, this feeling lasted only a few breaths, and as the light dissipated, his feet landed on solid ground. A rich, damp air filled with the stench of decaying leaves and soil rushed into his nostrils. The sound of unknown insects chirping filled his ears, while distant roars of beasts could be heard faintly. Before him were towering ancient trees, their thick vines coiling around them like giant pythons, sunlight filtering through layers of leaves. Only scattering mottled light spots, making the entire interior of the forest appear deep and dark. The trial forest. He had arrived. Almost as soon as Ming landed, his body instinctively crouched slightly. Like a cheetah, he entered a state of alert. He quickly scanned the surroundings, confirming there was no immediate danger. At the same time, he issued a command to Dogsy through their contract, "Alert!" Dogsy's 3 heads immediately looked in different directions. Its nostrils flared, ears perked up, cold light flickering in its dark pupils, shadow energy subtly rippling around, protecting Ming in the center. "Shao Qi, scan the surrounding environment," Ming urged in his mind. In this unknown and dangerous environment, Shao Qi's all-around perception ability was his greatest reliance. "Received." Shao Qi's voice immediately rang out, carrying an efficient and calm tone. "Preliminary scan completed. Host, you are currently in the southeastern area of the trial forest, relatively on the outskirts. Within a radius of 3 miles, life fluctuations detected, 17 human candidates, scattered in different positions. 31 first to third rank magical beasts, mostly wandering or lying in ambush." She paused, her tone slightly serious. "Additionally, an abnormal energy fluctuation has been detected. To your southeast, about 2 miles away at a valley entrance. There is weak, non-naturally occurring energy residue, intricately structured, with a triggering mechanism suspected to be a trap set by humans. Energy attributes tend towards the cold and have concealing characteristics." "A trap?" Ming's eyes sharpened instantly. The competition had just begun, and someone was eager to set a trap? Was it aimed at anyone passing by, or a specific target? "Can you determine who set it?" Ming asked eagerly. "The energy characteristics are too blurred, unable to lock onto identity directly," Shao Qi replied, "but this method doesn't seem to be something an ordinary student could master. I suggest the host proceed with caution and temporarily avoid that area." "Understood." Ming hesitated not at all. Until the situation was clearer, avoiding obvious dangers was the best choice. He immediately changed his original plan to explore deeper into the forest. Choosing to head in the opposite direction of the trap valley, which was northwest, he began to move cautiously. He used thick tree trunks and dense bushes as cover, moving lightly, making almost no sound. Dogsy followed closely behind, its massive body moving in the shadows, surprisingly agile and quiet. However, the dangers of the trial forest were far more than just human traps. Just as Ming had stealthily traveled about a mile, passing through a dense thicket, an unexpected change occurred. Roar! A deep, violent roar suddenly erupted. The bushes beside him exploded, and a lightning-fast yellow figure, carrying a bloody wind, lunged out, aiming directly at Ming's throat. It was a live, fur-patterned leopard beast, a third-tier venomous fawn leopard. It was clear it had been lying in wait, ready for its prey to come. The sharp poisonous fangs glinted with a deadly glow in the dim light. The fight had unexpectedly begun within a mere quarter-hour of stepping into the forest. The venomous fawn leopard's surprise attack was as quick as lightning, its bloody claws and glowing fangs instantly closing in on Ming's throat. However, Ming reacted even faster. Almost the instant he caught a glimpse of the yellow shadow in his peripheral vision, his thoughts had already conveyed through the bond. Dog! Intimidation! Roar! The main head of the Hellhound shot up, letting out a low growl that seemed to penetrate the soul. An invisible, cold, and imposing psychic shockwave surged forth. Like ripples, it spread out, precisely enveloping the approaching venomous fawn leopard. The leopard's eyes, filled with rage, suddenly constricted. Its forward motion froze for a fleeting moment, barely noticeable. It was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over it. Fear surged from its bloodline deep within, making it shudder instinctively.
This brief moment of freeze was enough for Lu Ming and the dog. Left side. Hellfire. Right side. Tear it apart. Lu Ming's commands were concise and precise. The left head of the dog opened its mouth wide. A thick, sulfur-smelling blue flame, like magma, erupted. It did not attack the venomous fawn leopard directly, but precisely blocked its escape route. The high temperature twisted the air itself. At the same time, the right head of the dog's eyes shone with fierce light. Strong front limb claws sprang out, accompanied by a shriek that tore through the air. Taking advantage of the moment when the venomous fawn leopard was affected by intimidation and momentarily frozen. Like a black lightning bolt, it fiercely slashed across the leopard's relatively weak throat. Put. The sound of claws sinking into flesh was clear. Blood immediately spurted out. The venomous fawn leopard let out a short, piercing howl of despair. Its massive body crashed heavily to the ground, twitching a few times. Then it fell silent. A deep wound at its throat gushed with blood bubbles. From surprise attack to death, the whole process had taken only a few seconds. Clean, swift, and efficient. It fully showcased Lu Ming and the dog's growing tacit understanding. And the dog's powerful combat ability after the combination of mid-tier bloodline and shadow essence. Lu Ming's expression remained calm, as if he had merely done a trivial task. He stepped forward, drew a sharp dagger from his waist, and skillfully opened the leopard's skull. He extracted a crystal core about the size of a pigeon's egg, emitting faint energy waves. Third-tier crystal core, worth 30 points. He wiped the crystal clean and placed it into a special storage bag that could isolate energy fluctuations. This was his first harvest in this preliminary round. Just as he was about to put the crystal core away and continue forward, rustling sounds emanated from the bushes behind him, accompanied by stealthy footsteps. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed, and he quickly turned around. The dog also immediately adjusted its direction. All three heads simultaneously locked onto the source of the sound, letting out threatening low growls. Two boys wearing uniforms from other schools cautiously peeked out from behind the bushes. One tall and one short, they had obviously been attracted by the brief sounds of the fight. When their gaze fell upon the corpse of the venomous fawn leopard on the ground, and the fierce presence beside it. The moment he saw the three-headed hellhound with its ferocious face, his expression changed instantly. The tall boy instinctively took a half-step back. His hand pressed against a beast pouch at his waist. The short boy swallowed hard, his eyes filled with vigilance and a hint of fear. Is that Lu Ming from Qingshi Sanzhong? The tall boy recognized Lu Ming, his voice a bit dry. After winning the mock exam, Lu Ming had already gained some fame among the young generation in Qingshi City. Lu Ming did not respond, only coldly stared at them. His gaze was calm and still, yet carried an invisible pressure. The low growl from the dog grew increasingly clear, as if it could pounce at any moment. The two students looked at each other and saw the caution in each other's eyes. Their own beast was merely a common second-level wolf. Faced with the hellhound that could instantaneously kill a third-level venomous leopard, they had no chance of winning. We mean no harm. The short boy quickly waved his hand, forcing a strained smile. We just heard the noise and came to take a look. We'll leave right now. After saying that, the two did not dare to linger. They carefully retreated quickly in another direction. Soon, they disappeared into the dense forest. In this trial forest, where rules were blurred and dangers lurked everywhere, encounters between unfamiliar candidates often meant potential danger and competition. No one would easily trust others. The choice of those two students was undoubtedly wise. Lu Ming watched their disappearing figures, his gaze flickering slightly. He did not chase after them, nor did he relax his vigilance. In such a place, any careless mistake could be fatal. He turned around, preparing to continue exploring deeper into the forest. However, in his mind, Xiaoqi's voice, tinged with a sense of playfulness and caution, rang out at the right moment. Host, don't be in such a rush to leave. Look to your left front, about 10 meters away, at that crooked tree. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming immediately shifted his gaze in the direction Xiaoqi mentioned. It was an ancient tree that looked like it had been around for a while, with a thick trunk, but the crown was noticeably tilted to one side, its bark mottled. Look closely at the middle section of the trunk, that area with a slightly darker color and unusual bark texture. Xiaoqi guided him. Lu Ming focused and indeed found something off. The bark in that area seemed darker than the surrounding area. And the direction of the texture was slightly different, as if something had been cleverly affixed over it. What is that? A sense of alertness rose in Lu Ming's heart. It's a trace of a micro-monitoring formation. Xiaoqi's voice carried a hint of coldness. The technique is very concealed, the energy fluctuations are extremely weak, almost blending with the environment. If it were not for the system scanning carefully, it would be hard to detect. This thing is not set up by the official organizers of the competition. It seems someone has already laid out a plan in this area, and the purpose is probably not as simple as fair competition. A monitoring formation? Someone set up in advance? Lu Ming's heart sank suddenly. He immediately thought of the man-made traps detected by Shao Qi earlier, and the possible conspiracy involving the Zhang family and Chaos Hand. Could it be that these monitoring points were set up to serve them? To track the movements of candidates, or, specifically target certain individuals? This trial forest, which seemed merely to test survival and combat abilities, had secrets hidden beneath the surface that were far more turbulent and dangerous than he imagined. Taking a deep breath, his eyes became incredibly sharp. It seemed this preliminary round was destined not to be peaceful. Chapter 137, An Unexpected Alliance? Lu Ming, accompanied by the dog, continued to sneak through the dark trial forest. He deliberately avoided the monitoring formations and trap areas detected by Shao Qi earlier, choosing a relatively remote path that might have special herbs growing along the way. Along the way, he encountered and swiftly dealt with 3 low-level beasts that had no sense of awareness. The number of crystal cores in the storage bag slowly increased. However, the level of danger in the testing forest was clearly far beyond his previous estimations. As he advanced along a stream covered with slippery moss, an extremely wild and oppressive aura, like a tangible substance, it rushed from the dense forest ahead. Roar! A deafening roar echoed, shaking the surrounding leaves to the ground. Immediately after, a massive creature crashed through several small trees and appeared thunderously before Lu Ming. It was a giant bear over 3 meters tall, covered in steel needle-like black fur. Its eyes were blood-red, drool dripping continuously from its fierce fangs, exuding a frenzied and savage aura. 4th-tier mid-level monster, frenzied giant bear. Lu Ming's pupils shrank, and alarms blared in his heart. This type of monster was known for its terrifying strength and astonishing defense. Once it fell into a frenzied state, it would charge fearlessly, making it extremely difficult to deal with. Dog! Be careful! Intimidation! Lu Ming immediately issued the command. Dog's head let out a low roar, as an invisible wave of mental shock spread out. However, the frenzied giant bear merely paused slightly. Its blood-red eyes flashed with a trace of confusion, then became even more furious. The effect of intimidation was greatly reduced against its already chaotic mind. Roar! The giant bear stood up, its massive paw creating a howling wind as it slammed down toward Dog. The speed was completely inconsistent with its huge size. Dodge! Lu Ming shouted loudly. Dog agilely leaped to the side. Boom! The bear's paw struck the ground, leaving a deep pit and scattering shattered stones. To the left. Hellfire! Lu Ming attempted to attack its relatively weak abdomen. Dog's left head sprayed a pillar of ghostly blue fire. However, the flames hit the giant bear's thick fur. It only produced a sizzling sound, leaving large charred marks, but failed to truly break through its defenses. The giant bear let out a pained roar and charged even more wildly. To the right. Disrupt! Dog's right head continuously spewed weaker but more disruptive shadow breath. It hit the giant bear's face, trying to affect its vision. But the giant bear completely ignored it, relying on its brute strength and defense to charge ahead. Though Dog was agile, each dodge was perilous, its claws merely left shallow white marks on the giant bear's body. They barely caused any effective damage. For a time, Lu Ming and Dog were caught in a bitter struggle. A hard fight would definitely end poorly, long-range attacks were difficult to breach defense, and intimidation wasn't effective. The situation became tricky. Lu Ming's mind raced rapidly, thinking about countermeasures. Weakness eyes? Throat? Or does it need stronger explosive power to concentrate it? Just as he focused on finding an opportunity, an unexpected change occurred. Swish! A sharp sound of slicing air rang out from the side. A light blue wind blade, thin as a cicada's wing but with edges glinting coldly, shot at an incredibly tricky angle, aiming precisely at the frenzied giant bear's right eye, which was wide open from roaring. Puff! The sound of the blade entering flesh was particularly clear. The wind blade easily pierced into the giant bear's eyeball. Ow! The frenzied giant bear let out an unprecedented, mournful howl. The immense pain sent it into complete madness in an instant. Its massive body crashed wildly, knocking the surrounding trees askew. Lu Ming was stunned, quickly looking in the direction from which the wind blade had come. He saw a young man standing on a branch of an ancient tree nearby, having appeared there without notice. He wore a deep blue uniform embroidered with flowing cloud patterns, standing tall, with a stern face, and his eyes calm as a still pool. Beside him stood an extraordinary, majestic eagle with feathers gleaming metallically. Its gaze sharp as a hawk, the blue eagle slowly folded its wings. Clearly, that wind blade was its masterpiece. The boy's gaze swept over the frenzied giant bear and the poised Lu Ming and Dog Z. His voice was cold, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, straightforward and concise. Join forces, quick battle, quick resolution. His words were simple and direct, without any pleasantries or explanations. But his eyes were clear, carrying a pure focus, with no trace of malice or calculation. The Wind Eagle also raised its head again, locking onto the giant bear, ready to launch the next attack at any moment. Lu Ming quickly scanned the stern boy and his Wind Eagle. A Tier 4 lower-level Wind Eagle, with precise attacks and incredible speed, perfectly compensated for Dog Z's shortcomings in offense and defense. Especially for long-range harassment and attacking weaknesses. And the wounded, frenzied giant bear in front of them was the best opportunity to work together. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming made a judgment. Rather than fight alone and exhaust himself, it was better to accept this seemingly reliable temporary partnership. He nodded, equally crisp and clean. Good. I will take the lead to attract, you provide long-range support, aim for the vital points. Understood. The cold boy succinctly agreed. The tactic was instantly established. Lu Ming immediately ordered Dog Z, engage head-on. Watch for evasion. Dog Z understood, and its central head let out a provocative roar again. At the same time, the three heads alternately breathed flames and shadow breaths, actively confronting the frenzied giant bear, attracting most of its attention. Sure enough, the giant bear was enraged, disregarding the intense pain in its eyes, madly pouncing towards Dog Z. At that moment, whoosh, 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 several wind blades shot out again from the Wind Eagle. They accurately struck the giant bear's other intact eye, as well as the relatively weak abdominal area that had previously been scorched by hellfire. The giant bear had to divert its attention to wave its massive paws to block the wind blades, causing its offensive momentum to stall. Now's the time. Lu Ming saw the opportunity, his eyes gleaming. Dog Z. Right side. Full force, shadow tier. Dog Z's right head's eyes glowed with fierce light, the accumulated shadow energy condensing on its claws. Taking advantage of the moment when the giant bear was distracted by the wind blades and exposed a flaw. Like a ghost, the shimmering claws tore fiercely at the relatively soft throat area of the giant bear. Phew! This time, the claws finally broke through the defense. Blood gushed like a fountain. At the same time, the Wind Eagle's wind blades surged in again, focusing on attacking the giant bear's joints and wounds. With the seamless cooperation of the two and the dog and eagle, the originally fierce and violent giant bear quickly became slow due to excessive blood loss and injuries to its vital spots. It finally let out a reluctant mournful cry and crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The battle was over. Lu Ming breathed slightly, looking at the cold boy on the branch. The boy nimbly leaped down and walked to the giant bear's corpse. With practiced movements, he took away the crystal core corresponding to the damage caused by the Wind Eagle, not taking anything extra. He stood up, looking at Lu Ming, still wearing that icy demeanor. But his tone carried a hint of approval, good cooperation. He paused and introduced himself, Cold Foam. Lu Ming. Lu Ming also introduced himself. Cold Foam nodded, seemingly unwilling to continue the conversation, directly turning to give a signal to the Wind Eagle in the sky. Hope to see you in the finals. After saying this, he took the Wind Eagle and, with a few leaps, his figure disappeared into the depths of the dense forest, swift and decisive, without any hesitation. Lu Ming watched the direction he vanished, lost in thought. This boy named Cold Foam was powerful and cold-tempered, but his actions were principled, not taking advantage of others or being greedy. It seems that in this trial, not all are schemers. Lu Ming murmured to himself. He stored the giant bear's main crystal core, feeling the increased weight in his storage bag. At least, the brief cooperation just now made him understand. In this perilous forest, there might exist possibilities for temporary and pure cooperation based on strength and principles. This made him add a unique consideration to the subsequent journey. Chapter 138, The Conspiracy Begins. The night fell like a huge black curtain, slowly enveloping the entire trial forest. The daytime clamor and beast roars gradually faded away. In their place were the rustling sounds of various nocturnal creatures and the long howls of unknown wild beasts in the distance. The air was thick with moisture and an indescribable sense of danger lurking in the darkness. Lu Ming, with his dog, luckily found a natural cave deep in the crack of the mountain wall before complete darkness fell. The cave entrance was narrow, covered by dense vines, and the internal space was small. But it was enough for one person and one dog to take refuge, relatively dry and concealed, making it an ideal place to spend the night. He carefully sprinkled some insect repellent and scent masking powder near the cave entrance, then lit a small bonfire deep inside the cave. The flickering firelight drove away the chill and darkness of the cave, also bringing a hint of weak security. He took out the dry food he carried and chewed it slowly with warm water, replenishing the day's consumption. The dog lay quietly near the entrance, with three heads taking turns to guard against the sounds from outside. Its dark, piercing eyes flickered with faint light in the darkness, while its ears moved gently, catching any strange noise in the forest night.
A whole day of heightened vigilance and battle had left Lu Ming feeling a bit exhausted. He leaned against the cave wall, closed his eyes to rest, and began to circulate his internal energy to gradually recover his state. In his mind, he replayed the day's experiences. The unexpected cooperation with Lang Feng, the discovered surveillance formation, and Shao Qi's warning about the Hand of Chaos. All of this foreshadowed that this preliminary competition was far from as simple as it seemed.
Host, there's a situation.
Suddenly, Shao Qi's voice, heavy and urgent, exploded like a warning bell in Lu Ming's mind.
Lu Ming opened his eyes wide, instantly springing up, all fatigue swept away, his gaze sharp like an eagle.
At almost the same time, he kicked the bonfire apart, swiftly burying the embers with dirt, plunging the cave back into darkness.
The entire process was silent, quick as lightning.
What's going on? He urgently questioned in his mind, his body tense, like a cheetah poised to spring.
The dog also sensed his tension and the unusual atmosphere in the air.
All three heads raised simultaneously, letting out suppressed low growls, while dark energy began to stir around them.
Something is approaching quickly.
Shao Qi's voice was incredibly fast, carrying strong warning notes, not a few. Very fast. The energy reaction, very strange. Chaotic, violent, filled with dark corrosive properties.
And mixed with a nauseating, unique filthy aura belonging to the Hand of Chaos. They are coming in this direction. Their target is clear, it's you.
Hand of Chaos?
Lu Ming's heart sank sharply.
The worst guess turned out to be true. The Zhang family's conspiracy had actually started on the first night of the preliminary competition. And they had even involved creatures contaminated by chaotic power. He held his breath and silently moved to the cave entrance, peering out through the gaps in the vines. Outside the cave, the moonlight was shredded by the dense tree canopies, the depths of the forest dark as pitch, as if hiding countless devouring monsters. However, just in that profound darkness, 1 point, 2 points, 3 points, 10 points of scarlet light flickered on. Like the ghost fires of hell, filled with madness and bloodthirsty energy. Following that, a low rumbling, like a growl being squeezed from deep in the throat, came closer and clearer. That sound was unlike normal wolf howls, but carried a twisted and painful flavor, sending chills down the spine.
In the faint light,
Lu Ming saw clearly the shadows gradually emerging from the darkness. There was a group of wolf-shaped monsters. But their forms are extremely twisted and strange. Their bodies are larger than ordinary shadow wolves, with a sickly gray-black fur. The surface is covered with dark red patterns, bulging and crawling like blood vessels. Their eyes are pure blood red, showing no signs of reason, only a mad desire for slaughter. Drops of corrosive saliva constantly fall from their mouths, making a sizzling sound as they hit the ground.
They move quickly and oddly, silently shifting.
Slowly closing in from all directions, completely sealing off the cave entrance where Lu Ming is hiding.
The intense malice and chaotic aura almost become tangible, making it hard to breathe.
These are shadow wolves deeply contaminated and mutated by the power of chaos. Their strength has been forcibly raised to the peak of level 3, and even some are close to level 4. Be careful. Their minion attacks not only deal physical damage but also contain mental pollution and dark corrosion effects.
Once injured, it will be troublesome.
She paused, her tone growing more serious. It seems that the Zhang family and the people of Chaos Hand have locked onto your position through those surveillance magic arrays.
This is a meticulously planned ambush. The purpose is to make you accidentally fall in this forest.
Lu Ming looked at the increasingly close red eyes outside the cave. Feeling the heart-pounding chaotic energy field, his gaze turned icy to the extreme. He slowly drew out the poisoned dagger from his waist, while his other hand firmly grasped a smoke bomb and an explosion talisman.
Want me dead?
Not so easy, he sneered in his heart, a killing intent rising from his depths. The dog sensed its master's fighting spirit, and all three heads lowered simultaneously,
letting out an even louder, more provocative and violent roar.
Shadow energy boiled around it, as if it were a demon from the abyss, ready to tear apart any invading enemy.
Inside the small cave, surrounded by strong enemies outside. A long-planned life-and-death ambush against Lu Ming.
In the deepest night of this trial forest, a bloody curtain suddenly rises. Outside the cave, the pressure was suffocating.
Dozens of pairs of blood-red eyes flashed with a mad and bloodthirsty glow in the night.
Deep, twisted roars echoed from all directions,
surrounding the small cave entrance so tightly that not a drop could escape. These mutated shadow wolves are clearly larger than ordinary shadow wolves. Their fur has a morbid grayish hue, covered in grotesque dark red patterns that seem to crawl and emit an ominous air.
The energy fluctuations they emit are extremely chaotic and powerful. Each one has reached the peak of level 3, even faintly touching the threshold of level 4's lower tier. Among them, the leading wolf king is even larger, with bulging muscles. An irregular dark crystal on its forehead flickers with strange light in the dimness. Its energy fluctuations have terrifyingly reached the mid-tier of level 4.
A strong mix of darkness, corrosion, and mental pollution fills the air,
creating a suffocating spiritual pressure that seems to twist the space. Poof. In this despairing encirclement, a voice with a hint of scorn echoed in Lu Ming's mind.
It's indeed the dirty trick of the Chaos Hand Rats.
Using low-level and violent chaotic energy to forcibly contaminate these beasts' bloodlines, boosting their power like pulling seedlings to help them grow. The cost is the complete destruction of their reason, turning them into puppets that only know killing and destruction. They seem fierce, their auras intimidating, yet their foundation is weak, full of flaws. Her tone was filled with a sense of high-level analysis, quick and clear. Host, listen carefully, don't be frightened by their momentum. The Wolf King's weakness is about 3 inches below the new dark crystal on its forehead. That is the weak point where the chaotic energy core was forcibly implanted and connected to its very life source. It is both the source of its power and a deadly flaw. If a single blow can break it, it will definitely be severely injured or even killed. As for those other minions, attack the third section of their spines. There is a secondary hub where chaotic energy circulates within them, and a heavy blow there can temporarily paralyze their movements. Make them lose their threat, but cannot kill them, because they are essentially living corpses driven by chaotic power. Little Seven spoke with absolute confidence and calmness. Remember, your dog has the bloodline of the Hellhound Cerberus. Although its rank has not yet improved, its essence is far nobler than these polluted inferior products. Use your brain, don't fight hard. This clear and precise analysis of weaknesses was like suddenly lighting a lighthouse in the dark abyss. Lu Ming, who was originally tense and surrounded by numerous fierce enemies, was instantly calmed. All hesitation and fear were forcibly suppressed. His eyes became sharp as knives, icy and piercing, and a clear tactical thought quickly formed in his mind. Dog. Lu Ming used the soul contract to send a message almost like lightning, with no hesitation whatsoever. Activate intimidation fully, suppress their movements. Prioritize attacking the third section of ordinary shadow wolf spines, paralyze them. That Wolf King, leave it to me. Be careful to dodge, their attacks are corrosive. Roar. The 3 heads of the Hellhound suddenly lifted up together. The hair on their necks stood on end, emitting a deafening roar, as if it came from the depths of a 9-hued abyss. The epic bloodline's intimidation ability was unleashed to the fullest. An invisible, fierce psychic pressure surged like a tidal wave, rapidly spreading outwards. Those previously restless, snarling, and screaming mutated shadow wolves. A flash of primal fear and trembling instinct red from the depths of their crimson pupils appeared. The forward pouncing biting actions were obviously delayed and stiff for a moment. Even the strongest Wolf King showed a slight halt in its charge, a flicker of violent suspicion in its crimson eyes. Now is the moment. Battle opportunities are fleeting. Lu Ming moved. The basic Beast Tamer's beast control power surged into his legs in an instant, his feet stomped down heavily, bursting forth with amazing speed. He shot out of the shadows like a ghost. His form was low, and a dagger smeared with paralyzing poison traced a cold arc of death in the dim light. With pinpoint precision, ruthlessly and decisively stabbing towards the nearest mutated shadow wolf, which was affected by intimidation and stiffened in movement at its spine's third section. At the same time, the left head of the dog opened its mouth wide. Thick, like lava and exuding a sulphurous stench, blue-black hellfire gushed forth. It did not directly attack the Wolf King, instead, it precisely ignited a blazing firewall on the path it took to charge at Lu Ming, trying to block its attack route. The right head struck like a poised venomous snake. Aiming at an opening of another shadow wolf, its sharp teeth gleaming coldly, it fiercely bit down on its spine's crucial point in a flash. Crack. Puff. The horrible sound of the spine breaking and the flesh being torn by sharp teeth almost simultaneous. The mutated shadow wolf, precisely struck by Lu Ming's dagger at its spinal hub, emitted a heartbreaking wail, losing all sensation in its hindquarters instantly. It collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, clawing desperately at the earth to struggle but could no longer stand, its threat greatly reduced. As for the shadow wolf bitten by the right head of the dog on its spine, its fate was even worse. The powerful biting force paired with the erosion of shadow energy. Directly biting off and tearing apart its spine, the massive body twitched violently a few times, then fell silent, dead on the spot. In an instant, in the blink of an eye, 2 mutated shadow wolves, both close to 4th rank in strength, one collapsed and the other died. The battle outcome was remarkable. Awooh! Seeing its underlings instantly severely wounded and killed, the Wolf King was utterly enraged. Its scarlet eyes were instantly filled with blood vessels. Uncontrolled, violent chaotic energy overflowed from its surface, forming a black gas stream. It completely ignored the burning, high-temperature hellfire before it. The massive body forcefully crashed through the rolling ghostly blue flames. Its fur sizzled from the burns, producing a charred smell, yet it paid no attention. Carrying a hot and corrosive stench, it transformed into a raging black shadow. With terrifying speed, it launched straight at Lu Ming, who had just completed a precise attack and was still regaining balance. Sharp wolf claws wrapped in thick, substantial black gas tore through the air, creating a piercing sound explosion.
Aimed directly at Lu Ming's head and heart.
This pounce carried all its strength from the midsection of 4th rank, fast.
Ruthless. Accurate.
It meant to tear Lu Ming into pieces.
Danger. Extreme danger. Lu Ming's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinpoints.
The speed unleashed by the enraged Wolf King far exceeded his previous expectations. At this moment, his old strength was exhausted, and new strength had not yet emerged, and his body was in a brief moment of rigidity after an explosion. Trying to completely dodge was nearly impossible.
Taking it head-on? With his novice Beast Tamer's physical quality and hurried defense, it was definitely life or death. At the edge of life and death. In the critical moment. Powerful survival instincts and the combat awareness honed from days of fierce battles kicked in.
Lu Ming almost relied on muscle memory, with his waist bursting forth with astonishing strength. He forcibly shifted his center of gravity, executing an incredibly awkward, ungraceful, yet decisive and effective sideways roll. He rolled toward the corner of the firewall, the blind spot of the Wolf King's attack trajectory.
SZZ.
The Wolf King's sharp claws, entwined with corrosive black gas, nearly grazed his back and shoulder blades. The sharp claw tips easily tore through his back clothing. On his sturdy back, a few deep, bone-exposed, flesh-revealing blood marks were left. A cold, filthy, intensely corrosive chaotic energy tried to invade his body through the wound, rampaging and destroying. Lu Ming groaned softly, his internal energy running wildly. He barely managed to keep this invading energy outside the main meridians. But the piercing pain from the wound and the strange corrosive sensation still made cold sweat instantly bead on his forehead. Just being grazed nearly resulted in severe injury.
The terror of the mid-rank 4th level mutated Wolf King could be seen. Chapter 140 Blood Battle and Breaking the Deadlock. The Wolf King's speed was beyond imagination. With one strike missing, the bloody wind raised by its claws had yet to dissipate. Its massive body unexpectedly twisted with agility completely at odds with its size. The wide-open mouth emitted an overwhelming stench. Like lightning, it lunged again, targeting Lu Ming's neck. If it bit down, Lu Ming would surely be torn apart. There was no way to avoid it. The distance was too close, and the Wolf King's speed was simply too fast. Lu Ming's pupils tightened, and in that moment, he made an extremely bold and ruthless decision: do not evade, exchange injury for injury. With fierce light in his eyes, Lu Ming not only did not retreat but instead delivered power from his waist. His body leaned slightly forward, pouring all his strength into his right arm. The dagger in his hand, steeped in paralysis toxin, no longer sought clever angles. Instead, in a nearly mutual destruction manner, he viciously stabbed toward the Wolf King's relatively soft belly. Pooch. SZZ. The two sounds followed each other almost simultaneously. Lu Ming's dagger successfully penetrated the Wolf King's abdomen. Although the sudden attack lacked precision, the paralysis toxin on the dagger instantly injected, and the Wolf King's fangs grazed fiercely across his left shoulder blade. A large chunk of flesh was taken, blood gushing out instantly, staining his clothes red. A wave of cold, corrosive energy rushed into the wound, causing excruciating pain. Humph. Lu Ming let out a muffled grunt, his face turning pale in an instant. But he gritted his teeth, using the recoil of the attack to stumble back a few steps, creating some distance from the Wolf King again. The fiery pain in his left shoulder and the strange corrosive sensation made cold sweat pour from his forehead. Yet the fierce look in his eyes grew even stronger. Dog! Lu Ming gritted his teeth against the intense pain, shouting hoarsely. The moment was slipping away. The Hellhound, already poised to strike, had the central head, which had been silent and cold-eyed, suddenly open its mouth wide. This time, it unleashed not the widespread hellfire, but a concentrated blast, almost deep purple in color. This beam, containing terrifying heat and destructive energy, shot out as a dark blue flame column. The target was not the Wolf King's massive body, but precisely directed. It aimed straight for the spot 3 inches below the ominous black crystal on the Wolf King's forehead, the deadly weakness previously pointed out by Shao Qi. The Wolf King, feeling the dagger pierce its abdomen, was momentarily stunned by the intense pain and toxin. In that split second, its crimson pupils suddenly contracted. An instinctive warning from chaos alerted it to the fatal threat from the purple flame column. It attempted to dodge, to turn and counterattack. However, Lu Ming would not give it that chance. Although his shoulder was injured, Lu Ming's gaze was icy as iron. He summoned his strength, and instead of retreating, advanced with a sudden push of his feet. He charged forward recklessly, wielding the dagger without a care for his own exposed vulnerabilities. With all his might, he attacked the Wolf King's limbs and abdomen, creating chaos and drawing its attention. His goal was simple: to bind it, even if just for a moment. Awah! The Wolf King was desperately entangled by Lu Ming's reckless tactics, its evasive movements slowed for a moment. That moment decided its fate. Boom! The condensed purple hellfire column struck solidly at the weak point 3 inches below the Wolf King's black crystal. A scream so piercing that it hardly resembled a howl erupted from deep within the Wolf King's throat, sounding like a wail from the depths of hell. The black crystal on its forehead instantly cracked with spiderweb-like fissures. Raging, chaotic energy burst forth from the cracks like a flood with no dam to hold it back. The once powerful energy fluctuations around its body became extremely unstable. Its massive body twitched violently, convulsing, with movements becoming incredibly stiff and slow. Even standing became immensely difficult. Shao Qi's pointed out weakness had struck home. Now! Tear it apart! Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes erupted with astonishing killing intent, roaring out loud. He endured the intense pain in his left shoulder and the encroaching chaotic energy. His internal force surged wildly, firmly suppressing his injury, creating an opportunity for the dog to land a fatal blow. Roar! The Hellhound, dog, unleashed a deafening roar from all three heads simultaneously. Its huge body transformed into a streak of black lightning, pouncing fiercely. The left head spat hellfire, continuously scorching the Wolf King's injured head. The right head's sharp teeth viciously bit at the Wolf King's throat, weakened by the chaos of energy. The central head gathered shadow energy, slamming into the Wolf King's chest like a heavy hammer. Shadow energy and hellfire intertwined, completely enveloping the Wolf King, which was suffering heavy damage and unstable energy. The sound of teeth shredding flesh and bone echoed. The dull sound of energy colliding. And the desperate and painful howl of the Wolf King before its death intertwined on this bloody battlefield. At the same time, Lu Ming was not idle. His gaze was like lightning, sweeping towards the surrounding mutated shadow wolves that were in chaos because of the Wolf King's injuries. The energy core collapse caused their roars to become disordered and their movements noticeably sluggish. These puppets, having lost unified command and the chaotic energy supporting stability, posed much less of a threat. He moved his body, like a ghost, weaving between the wolf corpses and the remaining shadow wolves. Although his left shoulder injury affected his movements, the speed and strength of a junior beast master were still formidable. The dagger in his hand transformed into a deadly cold light. Every swing precisely pierced the third segment of a shadow wolf's spine, the energy pivot that could temporarily paralyze its movements. Crack! Crack! The ear-shattering sound of cracking bones continued to ring. One mutated shadow wolf after another howled in pain and collapsed to the ground. Though not dead, they completely lost the ability to move, only able to struggle and howl helplessly on the ground. The battle, after experiencing the initial tension and the bloody exchange of injuries, suddenly reversed when the Wolf King's weakness was accurately hit, and ended rapidly in just a few minutes. The Wolf King was completely torn to pieces by the Hellhound, and the remaining chaotic energy dissipated into black smoke. The other dozen mutated shadow wolves were either dead or injured, lying all over the ground, no longer posing a threat. In front of the cave, the heavy, unshakable smell of blood and charred flesh lingered. The ground was in disarray, covered in wolf corpses, bloodstains, and signs of battle. Lu Ming knelt on one knee, supporting his body with his uninjured right hand, breathing heavily, his face as pale as paper. The intense pain from his left shoulder wound and the sensation of chaotic energy's erosion were still strong. The beast inside him was drained of much of its power after the high-intensity battle and the suppression of his injuries. The Hellhound was also injured, its fur cut open by the Wolf King's sharp claws. Though its breathing was a bit weak, its 3 pairs of eyes still sparkled with fierce and unyielding light, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Lu Ming quickly took out hemostatic powder and detoxification pills from his storage bag, biting open the bottle cap. He sprinkled the medication powder on his left shoulder's terrifying wound, and a sharp pain surged. But following that was a hint of coolness that temporarily suppressed the worsening of his injuries. He then fed the Hellhound several restorative pills. After doing this, he cast a cold glance over the ground covered with wolf corpses. Especially at the broken body of the Wolf King, his gaze held no joy of victory, only deep coldness and killing intent. Chaos Hand. Zheng family. He murmured softly, his voice hoarse yet imbued with ironclad determination. I, Lu Ming, will remember this blood debt. Just wait, sooner or later, I will come back and demand it with interest. Chapter 141, Harvest. The embers of the battle had not completely cooled down, and the air was thick with the smell of blood and charred flesh. Lu Ming gritted his teeth through the sharp pains of his left shoulder and the discomfort from the chaotic energy's erosion, moving swiftly. He knew that the noise from the previous battle had been quite significant, and it was not safe to linger here. First, he carefully checked the Hellhound's injuries, confirming that they were merely surface wounds. Although they looked fierce, they did not harm its core. With the Hellhound's robust physique and recovery ability, it would heal quickly. He fed the Hellhound a few healing and stamina-restoring pills. The Hellhound gave a low growl, nudging its head against his palm to show it was fine. Then, Lu Ming began to clean up the battlefield, collecting the spoils of war. He skillfully used his dagger to extract the crystals from the mutated shadow wolves.
These crystals were cold to the touch, their colors dim, with ominous black streams swirling around their surfaces. Clearly, they had been deeply contaminated by chaotic energy. Tisk, these crystals are too severely polluted. Shao Qi's voice carried a clear disdain. The energy is mixed and impure, and the chaotic aura contained will interfere with normal cultivation, drastically reducing its value. Selling it to the black market might yield some small change, but it's basically useless to you, the host.
Lu Ming nodded and placed these contaminated crystal cores into a specially marked bag. Though not highly valuable, even mosquito legs are still neat. As he walked to the shattered body of the Wolf King, his gaze fell upon the black crystal on its forehead, now covered in cracks and dull in luster. He carefully pried it off with his dagger. Oh? Shao Qi's voice suddenly took on a hint of interest. Host, keep this thing safe. Though it has been struck by hellfire and its internal structure is severely damaged, most of the chaotic energy has dissipated. But, at its core, there seems to remain a trace of extremely weak, original aura belonging to the Chaos Source. Chaos Source aura? Lu Ming held the icy crystal. The fragmented crystal faintly carried a slight feeling of repulsion, and curiously asked, what is this thing useful for? Can it still absorb? He certainly did not want to turn into that kind of mindless monster. Absorb? Of course not. Shao Qi's tone carried a touch of scorn, as if saying, have you lost your mind? Chaotic energy is violent and disorderly, direct absorption means certain death. However, this trace of residual source aura is very thin and inert, perhaps, it has some research value. Or, in certain specific occasions, it could be used to, frame others. For example, faking a scene and blaming it on those who are in the grasp of chaos? Anyway, keep it for now, who knows when it might come in handy. Lu Ming pondered, carefully placing this special shattered crystal into a jade box with better isolation effects. Shao Qi's thoughts were always so unconventional. After finishing these tasks, he subconsciously glanced at the score recorder strapped to his wrist, a small magical device similar to a watch. It could automatically record points earned by candidates and display real-time rankings. At a glance, even Lu Ming himself was slightly stunned. The numbers on the score recorder were jumping wildly. He had killed the level 4 mid-tier mutated Wolf King. Adding in the more than 10 mutated Shadow Wolves, whose power was close to level 4, the points earned were astronomical. His total points skyrocketed like a rocket, instantly breaking through a staggering height. What was even more eye-catching was that on the tiny light screen projected above the score recorder, it showed the real-time ranking of all candidates. Lu Ming, Qingshi No. 3 Middle School, shone like a brilliant star. From its original mid-range position, it surged with unstoppable momentum, charging straight to the top of the leaderboard, first place. Moreover, the gap between his points and the second place was vast, forming a desperate chasm of lead. Even with Lu Ming's steadfast mind, he couldn't help but gasp at this moment. This point total was simply terrifying. This meant that in just this battle, he had achieved results far exceeding what other candidates had struggled to accumulate over several days. However, after a brief shock, Lu Ming's heart immediately sank. Not only did he not feel joy, but instead, a strong sense of vigilance surged within him. Host, it seems you've realized it too. Shao Qi's voice rose just in time, carrying a hint of mockery and excitement for the show. Right now, you are like a huge bonfire suddenly lit in a dark forest, or like a fat fish illuminated by a spotlight in the depths of the sea, too conspicuous. Every candidate in the trial forest, just by glancing at the rankings, will know your illustrious name, Lu Ming, and the massive points you represent that are so tempting. She slowly analyzed, as if stating an interesting fact. Shock, jealousy, greed, various emotions must be fermenting in the minds of the other candidates right now. Those confident lone warriors may see you as a necessary target to surpass, the best prey. And those slightly weaker guys who prefer to form groups have probably started to connect in secret. They are discussing how to team up and slaughter you, this super fatty lamb, to divide your points. Next, what you will face is probably not just the beasts inherent to the forest, but more of your kind driven by greed. Shao Qi's words fell like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing any excitement that might come from soaring points. Lu Ming's gaze instantly turned cold and sharp. He understood that Shao Qi was absolutely right. Great rewards often come with great risks. He had now become a target for everyone. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, his brain racing rapidly. Passive defense, hiding? That would only make him like a fish in a barrel, sooner or later found by those who had banded together. He must take the initiative. A clear strategy quickly formed in his mind. He could no longer hold his ground, he must fully utilize the complex and changing terrain of the trial forest to turn passivity into activity. He would transform from the prey into the hunter. Move actively. Use the environment and his own advantages to maneuver, turning the tables to hunt down those who dared to set their sights on him. This was not only self-preservation but also an excellent opportunity to sharpen both his and the dog's combat abilities. He needed more battles to unleash his potential and needed to establish enough reputation with thunderous means to intimidate those with covetous eyes. Let's go! Lu Ming no longer hesitated, quickly rebandaging the wound on his left shoulder with a clean cloth strip. He swallowed a few pills to restore his power and suppress the chaotic energy, then fed the dog enough jerky. His gaze was firm as he patted the middle head of the dog. Next, it's time for us to take the initiative. Let those who dare to trouble us have no return. The three-headed dog let out a deep, battle-ready roar simultaneously, fierce glints flashing in its dark pupils. No longer cherishing this bloody battlefield, Lu Ming led the Hellhound, and his figure flashed. Like a hunter merging into the shadows, he actively disappeared into the deeper, denser darkness of the trial forest. The game of hunting and counter-hunting had just begun. Chapter 142, The Beginning of Counter-Hunting. Lu Ming, with the dog, moved like two shadows blending into the night, swiftly traversing the dense woods of the trial forest. He purposely chose a complex terrain, avoiding open areas, fully alert to any rustle in the grass. Shao Qi's warnings were like the most precise radar, continuously whispering in his mind. 300 meters to the left front, there's a slight energy fluctuation in the treetops, very weak, like a small scouting pet. On the right side, there's the sound of crushed dry branches. 200 meters away, moving slowly, it might be a student acting alone. Attention, 500 meters ahead, the terrain consists of a narrow valley flanked by two steep slopes. The energy reaction is a bit unusual, there's a weak hidden formation fluctuation. It seems someone is lying in ambush. Hearing Shao Qi's last reminder, Lu Ming's gaze instantly sharpened. He slowed his pace, fully hiding his figure using the shadow of a giant tree. His sharp gaze focused on the narrow valley known as One Line Sky. The valley was flanked by steep slopes, densely covered with shrubs, indeed an ideal place for an ambush. Can you discern the specific situation? Lu Ming asked calmly in his heart. On the slopes, on the left side, there's one hiding in the bushes, with a cold aura. Its pet is a tier 3 mid-level, shadow leopard, adept at ambushes. Behind the rocks on the right side, there are two, one is close, its pet is a tier 3 upper level, wind feather eagle, circling in the air for vigilance, but flying very low, hiding in the shadow of the treetops. The other pet is a tier 3 peak level, earth split bear, its aura steady, likely the main attacker. 3 Beast Tamers, all at the beginner to intermediate level, working together in perfect sync, set up a simple concealment formation, just waiting for you, the big fat sheep, to walk into their trap. Shao Qi's voice held a hint of playfulness, as if commenting on an interesting drama. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold, mocking smile. 3 beginner Beast Tamers, 3 reasonably matched tier 3 beasts. Lying in wait in this kind of terrain, they could indeed pose a lethal threat to most isolated candidates. Unfortunately, they had picked the wrong target. Dogsy, Lu Ming conveyed his thoughts through their bond. Do you feel it? There are friends waiting for us ahead. When we go in, act a bit tired and cowardly, let them think we're already at our wits' end. Dogsy's 3 heads moved slightly, a low, rumbling whine emerging from its throat to show understanding, yet a glint of cunning and ferocity flashed in its eyes. With a plan decided, Lu Ming took a deep breath, adjusting his breathing. He deliberately made his steps seem a bit unsteady. At the wound on his left shoulder, faint bloodstains seeped through. He intentionally didn't stop the bleeding, and his face showed signs of fatigue and lack of vigilance. Dogsy also cooperated by lowering its head and slowing its pace. It even pretended to limp slightly on one of its hind legs, appearing as if it had sustained a serious injury. The man and the dog, just like this, stumbling and lowering their alertness, slowly walked into the narrow valley. As they reached the middle of the valley, at its narrowest point. Attack! A sharp whistle pierced the air from the right slopetop. In an instant, the ambush was unleashed. From behind the right side rocks, a wind feather eagle that had been circling low suddenly shot out from the shadow of the treetops. With a flap of its wings, dozens of pale blue wind blades surged toward Lu Ming and Dogsy like a torrential storm. Fast, wide in coverage, aimed at interference and suppression. Almost simultaneously, from the left thicket, a pitch-black shadow darted out like a ghost, silent and swift. It was the shadow leopard. It used the noise and light effects created by the wind blades as cover. Straight for Lu Ming's back, its claws glinted with a ghostly light, targeting a deadly surprise attack. Meanwhile, from the front, a large earthshatter bear let out a deafening roar. It charged down from the slope, gigantic paws glowing with a yellowish light, slamming down toward Dogsy. The force was overwhelming, it was a pure frontal assault. A sneak attack, long-range suppression, a frontal strong attack. The 3 worked together seamlessly, timing their actions perfectly. Evidently, it wasn't their first time doing such a thing. Their faces bore the grim smiles of certain victory, as if they could already see the large amount of points headed their way. However, just as their attacks were unleashed, all of Lu Ming's fatigue and panic vanished instantly from his face. What replaced it was a bone-chilling killing intent and absolute calm. Dogsy! Attack! Roar! The 3-headed Hellhound Dogsy suddenly lifted its head, its 3 pairs of eyes flashing with terrifying ferocity. the long-suppressed epic bloodline intimidation erupted with full force. A wave of mental shock, far stronger and more concentrated than when dealing with the mutated wolf pack, surged forth. Like an invisible tsunami, it instantly swept across the entire narrow valley. First to feel the impact were the wind feather eagle diving from the air and the shadow leopard launching a side attack. These two beasts, known for their agility and sneak attacks, had their souls struck as if by a hammer. They let out a piercing shriek or wail, their movements suddenly freezing, the ferocity in their eyes replaced by overwhelming fear. The accuracy of the wind blades was drastically off, and the trajectory of the shadow leopard's strike completely warped. At the same time, Dogsy's left head opened wide. But this time what spewed forth was not fire, but a dense and inky shadow prison. The black shadow energy spread quickly like a living thing. It accurately enveloped the out-of-control wind feather eagle and the paralyzed shadow leopard within. The shadow energy was like thick glue, greatly restricting their ability to move. What? Impossible. Two horrified screams echoed from the top of the slope. The faces of the two students controlling the wind feather eagle and shadow leopard turned pale in an instant. They never expected the other side to be so prepared, and to counterattack so fiercely. At this moment, Ming moved. As Dog used intimidation and shadow cage at the same time, the power within Ming exploded. The speed and strength of a beginner beast master were displayed vividly. He did not rush towards the massive cracking bear, but slipped sideways like a ghost. He avoided the area covered by the wind blades and the charging path of the cracking bear. His target was the student commanding the cracking bear at the top right of the slope. This student was clearly the backbone of the three. But at this moment, he was also stunned by the sudden counterattack. He had just wanted to order the cracking bear to return, and Ming had already dashed down the slope like a cheetah. "Stop him," that student shouted in panic. The cracking bear roared and turned around, its massive paw sweeping toward him. But Ming did not confront it head-on. He stepped in an unusual way, his body twisting at an unbelievable angle as if it had no bones. With a narrow escape, he dodged the bear's paw swipe, while his feet pushed off, leaping instantly to the slope top. "You?" The student looked at Ming, who suddenly appeared before him like a god of death. Scared out of his wits, he was about to draw his weapon. But Ming's hand knife had already sliced through the air, precisely striking the side of his neck. "Ugh!" That student rolled his eyes, collapsing softly to the ground, unconscious. With its master losing consciousness, the cracking bear, roaring at the slope, froze momentarily. Confusion filled its eyes, then it was pushed back by dogs, hellfire, and dared not advance again. Everything happened too quickly. From the ambush launching to the mastermind being knocked out, it was merely a few breaths of time. The other two students watched helplessly as their pet was trapped and struggling in the shadow cage. Their backbone had been instantly taken down, leaving them terrified beyond belief. "We surrender. Take our points token. Spare us." The two cried out almost in tears. In a hurry, they took off their points tokens and threw them over, their faces pale and bodies shaking. Ming coldly glanced at them, showing no intention to kill. He picked up the points tokens and unceremoniously looted most of their useful supplies, pills, food, water. "Get lost. If I see you again, I won't be so polite." Ming's voice was icy, void of any emotion. The two students felt like they had received a reprieve. They scrambled down the slope, gathering their terrified pets the dog had released. They helped their unconscious companion up and fled in disarray without looking back, not daring to utter a single harsh word. The numbers on Ming's points recorder jumped up again. He didn't even look at it, his gaze sharply sweeping towards the shadows in the distant forest on either side of the valley. He clearly sensed that several watching eyes had disappeared in an instant, accompanied by hurried footsteps and suppressed gasps. "Is there anyone else who wants to try?" Ming's voice wasn't loud, but it was like a cold blade, clearly penetrating the silent forest. The killing intent and strong confidence behind his words made those lurking eyes lose their nerve instantly. In an instant, the area around him fell into a deadly silence. All the eyes hidden in the dark quietly retreated. In a clean and overwhelming counterattack, Ming had initially established his ruthless reputation. Chapter 143, Alliance Invitation. In the Battle of the Valley, Ming counterattacked three ambushers with thunderous force. And without courtesy, he took their points tokens and most of their supplies. He did not linger, quickly leaving this bloodstained area with Dog. Continue moving deeper into the forest. He needed to stay mobile, not giving those potential allied forces a chance to encircle him. However, the segmented lead on his score recorder, like the most dazzling lighthouse in the night, attracting countless greedy or cautious gazes. Just half an hour later, Ming, through Shao Qi's warning and his own keen senses, noticed at least 3 different groups were tracking them from a distance, appearing and disappearing. It was as if they were waiting for the best opportunity to strike, or gathering more hands. "Host, it seems your previous show of strength wasn't thorough enough."
Shao Qi's voice carried a hint of teasing. These guys are like hyenas smelling blood, although afraid, they are reluctant to give up on your big piece of meat. They are waiting for an opportunity they think they can take advantage of, or for more companions to gather, hoping to drown you with sheer numbers. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He understood this logic perfectly. Although he wasn't afraid, being continuously harassed and spied on would seriously slow down his progress, wasting his energy, and he might even fall into a true encirclement. He had to find a way to break this situation. Just as he was thinking of a strategy, preparing to take the initiative to attack and intimidate another group of followers, a figure appeared unexpectedly from behind a giant tree that required several people to hug, blocking his path. The newcomer was dressed in deep blue cloud-patterned battle attire, tall and upright, with a stern face. It was Cold Edge, who he had collaborated with once before. His 4-tier low-class Swift-Winged Eagle was circling close overhead. The sharp-eyed eagle vigilantly scanned the surroundings, clearly on guard duty. Lu Ming paused, his eyes instantly sharp, and his inner energy quietly began to operate. The dog also immediately crouched down, 3 heads simultaneously locking onto Cold Edge, issuing a threatening low growl. Lu Ming remained highly vigilant towards this familiar figure with strong abilities and unclear intentions. Cold Edge looked at Lu Ming, his eyes like a cold pond still lacking warmth. But compared to the previous pure iciness, there seemed to be less hostility, more scrutiny, and some indescribable seriousness. His gaze swept over the still bleeding bandage on Lu Ming's shoulder, then glanced at the fierce 3-headed Hellhound, finally settling on Lu Ming's face. Your score, Cold Edge began, his voice, like his presence, lacking fluctuations, yet carrying a coldness that stated facts. It's too eye-catching. Right now, in the entire trial forest, almost all the remaining candidates know your name and that enviable score. Lu Ming's brows raised slightly, his tone holding a trace of barely noticeable sarcasm. So, Cold Edge, are you finally unable to hold back and also want to take a piece of the pie? He tightened the dagger in his hand, slightly adjusting his body, ready to fight at any moment. If Cold Edge was also after the score, then this would be a far tougher battle than any he had faced before. Cold Edge shook his head, the motion slight but exceedingly certain. No. I'm not interested in taking advantage of chaos. He paused, locking his gaze on Lu Ming, his tone still flat but laced with seriousness. I'm here to propose temporary alliance. Alliance? Lu Ming's eyes flashed with surprise. This truly caught him off guard. He didn't expect the seemingly solitary and stern guy would actively propose cooperation. That's right. Cold Edge, seeming not to be good at long speeches, succinctly explained, the current situation is clear. Because your exaggerated score has made you the target of everyone. Many candidates, especially those lacking strength who like to gather in groups, have secretly united, with you as their primary goal. Fighting alone, even if our strengths are decent, sooner or later, we will be slowly worn down by their numerical advantage. Or be worn down by the wheel of war. He glanced at Lu Ming and continued. By joining forces, we can actively clear out those annoying small fish, saving time and energy. And he suddenly shifted his tone, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. I suspect that there may be some malicious things mixed into this preliminary competition. Facing them together is more stable than alone. Lu Ming fell silent, his brain rapidly weighing the pros and cons. Cold Fang's strength was unquestionable, his 4th-tier lower-level Gale Eagle attacked with precision and sharpness, and his own combat skills were also very high. Though his personality was cold, it was clear from their last cooperation that he was principled and trustworthy, at least more reliable than those backstabbers. Temporarily allying with him would indeed greatly relieve the pressure of continuous harassment. This would allow for more focus on real threats, like the Zhang family and the ongoing schemes of the Chaos Hand. But, one must guard against others. Host, this guy analyzes quite well. Shao Qi's voice echoed in his mind, carrying a hint of objective evaluation. He is a clear-minded person, meticulous, knows how to adapt to situations. A temporary partnership has more benefits than drawbacks. We can use his strength to clear obstacles and take care of each other. However, collaboration is collaboration, we must keep some backhand. After all, you can know a person's face but not their heart. Shao Qi's analysis coincided with Lu Ming's own thoughts. At present, forming an alliance was indeed the optimal solution. Lu Ming raised his head, his gaze sharp as he looked at Cold Foam, no longer hesitating, and laid it all on the table. All right. I agree to temporarily form an alliance. He extended his right hand, his tone serious. During the cooperation, spoils and points will be divided according to actual contributions. Intelligence will be shared, enemies will be faced together. He paused, his eyes suddenly turning icy cold, and his words carried an unmistakable warning. However, if anyone pulls tricks behind the scenes or stabs in the back, don't blame me for being merciless, you'll bear the consequences. Cold Foam looked at Lu Ming's outstretched hand, then met his eyes filled with warning and resolve. His face remained expressionless, but deep within his gaze seemed to flash a faint, almost imperceptible glow of acknowledgement, as if saying, it should be this way. He reached out his own hand, and they clapped firmly in the air. It's a deal. Cold Fang's voice was still concise and cold, but the force of the clap was very solid. With a simple ritual completed, the two most powerful and unique lone wolves in this preliminary competition. Driven together by a common crisis and practical benefits, they temporarily joined forces. So, ally, Lu Ming withdrew his hand, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold arc. Let's start by clearing away those pesky tails trailing behind us, shall we? Cold Foam nodded, saying nothing. But the Gale Eagle by his side let out a clear cry. It locked onto the direction of a group of pursuers in the distance. Chapter 144, The First Battle of the Alliance. After the temporary alliance between Lu Ming and Cold Foam was formed, the two exchanged few words, quickly deciding on their action strategy. To take the initiative, eliminate threats, and continue hunting monsters for points. Cold Fang's Gale Eagle scouted from above, providing visibility. Lu Ming and Dogsy were responsible for ground alert and main attack. The two, along with the eagle, maintained a silent understanding as they swiftly moved through the dense forest. However, they wanted to keep a low profile, but their strength did not allow it. Lu Ming's overwhelming lead in points was like a campfire in the night, attracting moths. Just half a day later, the Gale Eagle let out a sharp cry, and Cold Foam immediately raised his hand to signal a stop. 800 meters ahead, at the valley exit, 5 people blocking the road. Cold Fang's voice remained concise and cold, but his eyes sharpened. 2 4th-tier lower-level pets, 3 pinnacle 3rd-tier. They came prepared, in formation. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed, and he activated Dogsy into combat mode through their contract. Looks like it's the Slayer Ming Alliance specifically targeting us? Quite efficient. It should be. Cold Foam nodded. How do we proceed? A cold smile appeared at the corners of Lu Ming's mouth. Since it's delivered to our door, let's not be polite. Old rules, I will suppress head-on with the dog, and your eagle will find opportunities to strike, prioritizing the Beast Tamers for the weaknesses of their pets. Okay. Cold Foam gave a concise answer, and the two quickly reached a tactical consensus. They no longer hid and walked straight toward the valley exit. Sure enough, at the exit, 5 candidates wearing different school uniforms formed a fan shape, standing guard. In the forefront was a rock-armored rhinoceros, 4th rank lower level, covered entirely in dirt-colored shell-like armor. Next to it was a flame lion, 4th rank lower level, completely red and surrounded by scorching heat, exuding a fierce momentum. The 3 individuals behind them each commanded a poison pattern python, 3rd rank peak, a wind spirit wolf, 3rd rank peak, and an ironback ape, 3rd rank peak. The 5 of them wore expressions of greed mixed with a bit of tension, staring intently at Lu Ming and Cold Foam as they approached. Lu Ming. Cold Foam. If you're smart, just hand over the points token, and we might consider letting you go. The candidate commanding the rock-armored rhinoceros shouted loudly, trying to overpower them with his aura. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to waste words, directly issuing orders through his contract. Dog. Unleash intimidation. Cover with hellfire. Roar. The 3 heads of the Hellhound dog erupted together in an earth-shattering roar. The epic bloodline's pressure surged forward like a real tsunami. At the same time, the left head exhaled a wide range of ghostly blue hellfire, the intense heat instantly enveloping a large area ahead. The 5 opposing beasts, especially the 3 at the 3rd rank peak, visibly slowed down under the influence of intimidation, fear appearing in their eyes. The scorching of the hellfire created chaos in their formation. Now's the time. Cold Foam whispered urgently. In the air, the swirling wind eagle moved. It dashed down like a blue lightning bolt. Its target was not the 2 sturdy 4th rank beasts but rather the poison pattern python, at the back, which was trying to spit venom. Several extremely refined wind blades accurately shot toward the vulnerable 7 inches and eyes of the poison pattern python. Puff! Puff! The poison pattern python let out a shrill howl, its vital points injured, immediately losing its combat ability. Almost simultaneously, Lu Ming sprang into action. His figure moved like lightning, the speed of a novice Beast Tamer exploding as he bypassed the powerful defenses of the rock-armored rhinoceros and flame lion. He rushed straight toward the candidate commanding the python, who was now in a panic from the injury of his beast. Before the person could react, Lu Ming struck him down with a hand chop to the neck, making him collapse softly to the ground. Bastard! Stop him! The candidate commanding the flame lion shouted angrily, as the flame lion shot a fireball towards Lu Ming. But the dog had already prepped its right head, intercepting the fireball with a shadow breath, causing it to explode mid-air. Meanwhile, Cold Fang's wind eagle, after dealing with the poison pattern python, turned without pause. The wind blades struck like surgical knives targeting the joints of the wind spirit wolf and the relatively soft eyes of the ironback ape. A perfect coordination between the air and ground. Lu Ming and the dog charged forward like a raging war chariot, forcefully crushing from the front under the cover of intimidation and hellfire. Coldfang's Wind Eagle acted like a ghostly assassin, using speed and precision to constantly harass, take out targets, and dismantle the enemy's long-range and supportive power.
The 5 candidates originally thought that with their numerical and beast level advantage, they could easily take down their opponents.
But they never expected such excellent cooperation and a sharply tactical response from the other side. Their formation was completely disrupted, with each fighting separately, unable to form an effective power together. The rock-armored rhinoceros, though strong in defense, was led around by the dog. The flame lion's frenzied attacks were evaded deftly by Lu Ming and constantly disrupted by the dog's shadow breath. The remaining wind spirit wolf and ironback ape soon became riddled with injuries under the precise wind blade attacks from the wind eagle, their movements becoming deformed.
The battle presented an overwhelming crush. In less than 10 minutes, all 5 candidates were defeated.
Their pet beasts were either dead or injured, losing their ability to fight. The 5 of them collapsed on the ground, their faces pale, their eyes filled with fear and disbelief. Lu Ming and Langfeng did not kill them, but coldly confiscated their points tokens and some valuable supplies. While counting the loot, the two divided the points according to their contributions in battle, mainly based on kills and key controls. The whole process was straightforward and clean, without a hint of hesitation. Langfeng watched Lu Ming skillfully handle the spoils, and a faint, almost imperceptible acknowledgement flickered in his eyes.
He put away the points token, looked at Lu Ming, and briefly said, "Pleasant cooperation." Lu Ming looked up, met his gaze, and nodded, equally succinct, "Yeah."
After this clean victory against a larger group, a preliminary trust based on strength and efficiency quietly established between the two. News of Lu Ming and Langfeng forming an alliance, easily defeating the 5-man elite team, spread quickly among the surviving candidates, like it had grown wings. Some who had originally harbored fantasies about Lu Ming's huge points were completely extinguished.
The terrifying combat power displayed by this duo made all potential challengers feel deep fear.
In the following days, Lu Ming and Langfeng's partnership could almost walk through the trial forest unchallenged. They actively sought out monsters to hunt, steadily increasing their points, continuing to widen the gap with everyone else. Occasionally, when they encountered some careless candidates attempting sneak attacks or peeking from afar, they swiftly dealt with them using overwhelming force. Their fierce reputation was fully established, and no one dared to provoke them lightly again.
Chapter 145, The Opening of the Final Trial. On the 9th day of the trial, dusk fell. The setting sun was like blood, dyeing the treetops of the trial forest with a layer of miserable red light. The air was thick with the lingering stench of blood, the smell of burnt flesh, and an intensely oppressive tension. 9 days of brutal survival competition. From nearly 200 candidates at the start, now only less than 30 remained, struggling in this perilous forest. Everyone was exhausted, bearing injuries to varying degrees, but their spirits were tight as a bowstring, not daring to relax for a moment. Everyone knew that the last day was often the most dangerous, the moment of greatest uncertainty. Lu Ming and Langfeng had just teamed up to eliminate a small group of candidates trying to ambush them. They were taking a short break by a relatively secluded stream, tending to their wounds and replenishing water. The dog lay beside Lu Ming, its 3 heads vigilantly scanning the surroundings, while the Gale Eagle kept watch from the treetops above. 1 day left.
Langfeng cleaned a shallow scratch on his arm with the stream water, his voice still monotone. But his gaze was sharper than usual. According to custom, the last day always has some new tricks from the city's lord's office. Lu Ming nodded, popped a restorative pill into his mouth, feeling the medicine spreading through his body. When soldiers come, we block. When water comes, we cover. We are so far ahead in points, as long as we hold steady to the end, being first or second should be fine. Despite saying this, he felt an ominous premonition that things would not end simply like this. The shadow of the Zhang family and the hand of chaos loomed over him constantly.
At that moment,
buzz. The identity tokens hanging at their waists, as well as those of all surviving candidates, suddenly shook violently. A clear and authoritative voice directly entered everyone's minds through the tokens.
"Attention all surviving candidates. The final trial of the pre-qualifying exam is about to begin."
The voice paused, as if giving everyone time to digest the information, then continued to announce the rules. In the central area of the forest, the energy projection of the Lord-level beast, Thornland Dragon, 5th tier lower stage, has been deployed. This projection possesses a part of its body's power and combat awareness, and the strength far surpasses the usual tier for magical beast. The rules for the final trial are as follows. First, candidates can decide whether to challenge the Earth Dragon projection in the central area.
Successful killing of the projection will earn a huge points reward.
If unable to kill it, as long as one can endure the attacks of the Earth Dragon projection until its energy naturally dissipates, estimated to be 1 hour, they will also receive a considerable points bonus. Second, to ensure the fairness of the final trial, from this moment on, the central area of the forest is designated as an absolute safe zone. Any personal fights, sneak attacks, or thefts between candidates are prohibited. Violators will immediately be disqualified and held accountable. The final trial starts now.
As the announcement concluded, the identity cards returned to calm. But the surviving candidates in the trial forest erupted in an uproar. A Lord-level magic beast projection? Tier 5 lower section? What a joke! Is that something we can handle? A huge points reward. If we can get it, our rankings will absolutely skyrocket. No private fights in the central area? Fantastic. At least we don't have to worry about being stabbed in the back. Should we go? The risk is too great, but the opportunity is too tempting. Various sounds of exclamations, discussions, hesitations, and struggles echoed throughout the forest. The enormous risk and the huge opportunity stood before them, forcing all survivors to face a difficult choice. Lu Ming and Lang Feng exchanged a glance, both seeing shock in each other's eyes, but moreover, a spark of ignited battle intent and sharp light. The Tier 5 lower section projection. Lang Feng slightly squinted, looking towards the center of the forest. The Gale Eagle on his shoulder let out a high-pitched cry, full of desire for a challenge. Even if it's a projection, its power is definitely terrifying. But this rule of no private fights is very interesting. Lu Ming grinned, revealing a row of white teeth, excitement burning in his eyes. Interesting. I was just thinking these past few days haven't been thrilling enough. A Tier 5 opponent is just right for practice. Let's see just how capable this Lord-level magic beast really is. He patted the eager dog beside him. Dog, are you confident to make a big score? The dog raised all three heads simultaneously, letting out a deep, battle-filled roar. Shadow energy boiled around it, clearly eager to challenge a strong opponent. Looks like we all agree. Lang Feng stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes, succinctly saying, "Shall we go?" "Let's go." Lu Ming responded without hesitation, confidence and expectation shining in his eyes. The two no longer hesitated, immediately setting off, with the Gale Eagle guiding them from the sky, racing towards the very center of the forest. Their figures swiftly darted through the dimming forest, creating a gust of wind. At the same time, in other corners of the forest, figures quietly emerged from their hiding places. Surviving until now were all elites, their spirit and strength far exceeding ordinary people. After experiencing initial shock and weighing their options, the majority made the same decision: head to the central area. Fortune favors the brave. Moreover, there's the rule against private fights as a safety net. At least they didn't have to be on guard against treachery from their peers. In an instant, the center of the trial forest. Like a giant vortex, it drew all remaining strong ones together. The stage for the final battle had already been set. When Lu Ming and Lang Feng broke through a thicket. Arriving at the center of the forest, the scene before them made their pupils suddenly shrink. Before them was a relatively open area, but the ground was covered with cracks and the chaotic traces of battle. In the center of the open space, a massive shadow was roaring towards the sky with an earth-shattering roar. It was a shadow of an earth dragon over 15 meters long and overwhelmingly huge. Its whole body displayed a dirt yellow color, as if composed of solidified soil and rock. Yet it was covered with countless sharp, the thorns shining with a cold light. On the giant head, a fierce single horn grew. A pair of lantern-sized eyes burned with earthy yellow light, filled with brutality and the scent of destruction. Although it was just an energy projection, the pressure it emitted felt as heavy as a real mountain. It enveloped the entire central area, making the few candidates who arrived first turn pale, their breathing becoming difficult. 5th rank lower lord-level magical beast, Thorn Earth Dragon projection. The final trial's guarding boss makes its appearance. Chapter 146, Team up to fight the Lord. When Lu Ming and Cold Edge reached the center of the forest. In this relatively open space, a dozen candidates had already gathered. Those who could survive until now were none other than the elite among the elite. Each one was steady in breath, with sharp eyes, and most of their accompanying pets had reached the peak of rank 3 or even the lower end of rank 4. Among them, Lu Ming spotted a young man dressed in the unique attire of the Zhang family, with a magnificent golden feathered eagle swirling around him. The other party also glanced coldly at him, with eyes filled with undisguised hostility and wariness. But at this moment, everyone's attention was firmly drawn to the massive creature at the center of the clearing. The projection of the Thorn Earth Dragon was 5 meters tall and over 15 meters long. Its entire body was formed from solid earthy yellow energy, covered with fierce and sharp thorn spikes, radiating a chilling 5th rank lord-level pressure. Each breath it took caused the ground to tremble, its earthy yellow pupils scanning the surrounding tiny humans, full of violence and disdain. No candidate dared to advance lightly, the air was filled with a heavy and oppressive atmosphere. This is not the way to go. A tall boy with a loud voice broke the silence, standing next to a rank 4 lower-level rock-armored bear. This Earth Dragon projection is too strong, anyone who goes solo would be seeking death. We must join forces. We need someone to give commands and unify our actions. His words resonated with everyone, but who would give the orders?
Everyone looked at each other, their gazes drifting to the few candidates recognized as the strongest. In the end, most people's eyes fell on Lu Ming and Cold Edge, who were leading the score chart. Their recently displayed astonishing strength made their combination the currently acknowledged strongest combat power. Lu Ming felt the gaze of the crowd and exchanged a look with Cold Edge.
Cold Edge slightly nodded, signaling him to come.
Lu Ming did not decline, this was not the time for courtesy. He stepped forward, scanning all present, his voice clear and calm.
Time is tight, let me lay down our tactics.
This Earth Dragon is highly defensive, but it has weaknesses.
Its abdomen is relatively soft, and its eyes are vital. Cold Edge and I will be the main attackers, responsible for drawing its main fire.
All pets with ranged attack capabilities, wind blades, fireballs, ice arrows, thunder strikes, focus attacks on its eyes and the joints of its abdomen.
Do not scatter, concentrate fire.
Defensive or agile pets will guard the ranged attackers, intercepting the Earth Dragon's ranged skills, like its possible rock or thorn spit. His arrangement was concise and clear, directly addressing key points, instantly gaining the agreement of most people. Even that young man from the Zhang family, though his face was gloomy, knew this was not the time for infighting, giving a cold snort his acceptance.
Action.
Lu Ming wasted no breath and gave the command.
Dog. Go.
Lu Ming ordered through the pact. The three heads of the Hellhound let out a thunderous roar simultaneously. With a massive body carrying a fearless momentum, it was the first to charge at the Thorn Earth Dragon. The left head spat a wide area of hellfire to scorch the Earth Dragon's body, drawing its attention. While the right head gathered shadow energy, ready to launch a deadly strike at any moment. Almost simultaneously, Cold Edge's Gale Eagle let out a clear eagle cry.
Transformed into a streak of blue lightning.
It hovered in the air, and blades of wind shot precisely toward the thorny Earth Dragon's relatively weak eyes.
Attack, shouted the other candidates in unison. In an instant, fireballs, ice spikes, lightning strikes, and wind blades.
Various types of ranged attacks poured like raindrops from all directions toward the head and belly of the thorny Earth Dragon. Defensive pets like the rock-armored bear and iron-armored rhino braced up front, vigilantly guarding against the Earth Dragon's counterattack.
Roar.
The thorny Earth Dragon was enraged by the sudden onslaught. It let out a deafening roar, its massive body suddenly rearing up, its forelimbs stomping heavily on the ground.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
The ground trembled violently, and countless sharp spikes shot up from underground, covering a vast area. Several candidates and pets who were caught off guard almost got pierced, breaking into a cold sweat. At the same time, the Earth Dragon opened its mouth, spewing out massive boulders burning with yellowish energy, roaring as they crashed toward the area where the ranged attackers gathered.
Defense!
Lu Ming shouted loudly. The rock-armored bear and other pets immediately moved forward, using their bodies to withstand the boulders, producing a dull thud. The Wind Hawk, utilizing its speed, skillfully guided and shattered some of the boulders. The battle erupted into a fever pitch instantly. Both the defense and attack of the Earth Dragon were extremely fierce, with spikes, boulders, and occasional whips of its thorn-covered tail sweeping, putting the candidates in constant peril. Pets were getting injured continuously, and the candidates dodged desperately, creating a scene that was chaotic and perilous. Lu Ming and Dogsy were under the most pressure. Though hellfire could burn the Earth Dragon, it was hard to deal fatal damage. Most of the dragon's attention was drawn to them, and the attacks came like a storm.
We can't keep this up. The consumption is too great.
Lung Feng maneuvered the Wind Hawk, narrowly dodging a spike, shouting to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's gaze sharpened, he too had noticed the problem. After an extended assault with no success, the candidates' coordination started to falter, and morale was declining. At that moment, the thorny Earth Dragon suddenly stopped its crazy attacks. Its massive body leaned back slightly, and the yellow-brown energy around it began to gather frantically toward its giant mouth. A wave of devastating energy fluctuations instantly enveloped the whole area.
Not good.
It's about to unleash a big move, a candidate shouted in terror. The energy ball forming in the dragon's mouth grew larger and emitted a suffocating pressure.
Once released, it would definitely be a widespread destructive strike. We must interrupt it. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with determination.
Regular attacks were unlikely to work, he needed a stronger force.
Dogsy.
Lu Ming sent a long-prepared command through their soul bond, use that skill. Triple Hellfire Impact.
Target, its mouth.
This was a powerful move they had recently developed under the nurturing of the Shadow Heartshard. Merging the energy of the three heads briefly would explode with power far beyond a single attack. But it placed a huge burden on Dogsy, he couldn't use it lightly.
Roar. Dogsy's three heads simultaneously erupted with a world-shaking roar.
Shadow energy, hellfire energy, and a fierce aura derived from the bloodline thrummed together. They frantically gathered, compressed, and fused between the three heads. Finally, a thick beam of energy, deep black in color, with edges entwined in airy blue flames, emanating a sense of destruction and death, surged forth. Like a spear of judgment from the underworld, it tore through the air at a speed that was difficult to catch with the naked eye. It accurately shot toward the thorny Earth Dragon's gaping mouth, which was accumulating the terrifying energy ball. At that moment, all the candidates, including Leng Feng, were stunned, gazing at that dark beam that seemingly could devour all light. Even the air screamed with a tearing cry, as wild energy erupted inside the Earth Dragon's phantom. Now! Everyone! Attack its core! Lu Ming fought against the dizziness caused by the intense exhaustion of his mental energy and shouted hoarsely. Almost at the same instant, Cold Fang's Storm Eagle let out a piercing cry that split the clouds and rocks. With a powerful flap of its wings, it compressed all its wind energy to the extreme. It transformed into an incredibly condensed blue wind diamond, following the dark beam and piercing deep into the Earth Dragon's throat. Attack! Use all your strength. The other candidates reacted too. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Despite being shocked by Lu Ming and Dogsy's earth-shattering strike in their hearts, their hands did not slow down at all. The remaining fireballs, ice arrows, lightning strikes, rock spikes, every possible attack they could muster. Like rivers rushing to the sea, they crazily poured towards the Earth Dragon Illusion's chest, where energy was wildly fluctuating. This was where its energy core was. My rock-armored bear, use the rock hammer, a sturdy boy shouted. Wind Spirit Wolf, continuous wind blades, aim for its eyes, another girl commanded sharply. Poison Ivy Python, bind its movements. In an instant, various commands and the roars of pets filled the air, the final attack pouring down like a storm onto the Thorn Earth Dragon Phantom. Boom! 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 Gathering the strength of all surviving candidates, especially Lu Ming's decisive strike. This became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The Thorn Earth Dragon's Phantom let out a cry of despair that shook the entire forest, filled with rage and disbelief. No, it's impossible, a candidate muttered as they watched the collapsing Earth Dragon Phantom. Did we really do it? Another candidate's face was filled with incredible joy. Its massive body shattered like broken glass. It began to flicker and twist violently, the yellowish energy became extremely unstable, cracks spread all over its body in an instant. In the next moment, under everyone's tense and expectant gaze, this powerful Tier 5 Lord-level projection could no longer maintain its form and collapsed with a loud bang, transforming into countless yellow energy light spots. Like a splendid yet brief light rain, they drifted down and ultimately disappeared into the air. The suffocating, terrifying pressure also vanished without a trace. The open ground fell silent, only the heavy breathing of the candidates and the tired low moans of their pets remained. After a brief silence. Buzz. 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 All candidates who participated in the final attack felt their identity tags glow with dazzling light, and their scores began to jump and soar wildly. My God! My score, it jumped by 500, a candidate shouted excitedly at their identity tag. I gained 800. I moved into the top 15, another candidate jumped up happily. Ha ha ha. I made it into the top 20. Exclamations and joyous shouts echoed endlessly. Each person received generous score rewards based on their contributions. Look at Lu Ming's score, someone suddenly pointed at the enormous scoreboard in the air, exclaiming. All eyes focused on the very top of the scoreboard. As the core force and tactical commander of this kill, Lu Ming's score jumped dramatically. It shot up by a full 2,000 points, making his total score soar to a height that left all other candidates feeling despair and awe, like an insurmountable chasm. How is this possible? 2,000 points? Too insane. How can those behind catch up with this score gap? As expected of someone who could lead to the defeat of a Tier 5 Earth Dragon, Cold Fang, as the second main force, also increased by 1,500 points, firmly holding second place. The final ranking of the Beast Taming College Entrance Examination preliminaries in Qingshi City. In this moment, as the Thorn Earth Dragon's Phantom disintegrated, everything was settled completely. No more suspense. At this moment, a familiar and authoritative voice rang out in the sky, spreading throughout the trial forest. The preliminary exam for the Beast Master's High School Entrance Exam of Qingshi City is now officially over. All surviving candidates, immediately cease all actions. The teleportation array will soon activate, sending you back to the assembly square. As soon as the voice fell, gentle white lights descended from the sky, precisely enveloping each surviving candidate. Finally, it's over. A candidate sighed deeply, collapsing onto the ground. I made it out alive, I'm still alive, another candidate exclaimed, tears of excitement welling up in their eyes. As the light flickered, everyone's figures began to blur. After a brief feeling of weightlessness, Lu Ming found himself standing in the central square where they had started. White light continued to flash around him. Candidates in tattered clothes, bearing wounds yet with sharp gazes appeared in the square. Look! It's Lu Ming! And Cold Peak! They really teamed up.
Relief from surviving, thrill from rising scores, frustration from low rankings, and complex looks directed at certain individuals, various emotions filled the square. Many people's gazes involuntarily turned to the giant light screen in the center of the square, specifically to the very top. The brightest name, Lu Ming, Qingshi No. 3 Middle School. And the one right after, Cold Peak, Qingshi No. 1 Middle School. Their scores were far ahead, illustrating what absolute strength meant. This guy is really a monster. A leading candidate smiled bitterly and shook his head. But he truly has this strength, someone nearby sighed in admiration. Lu Ming felt waves of weakness from within his body. It was a sign of mental exhaustion and unhealed injuries, yet his heart was filled with joy and fulfillment. He glanced at Cold Peak beside him, who also wore a weary expression yet had clear, sharp eyes. Cold Peak just happened to look at him, still keeping that cold demeanor. But the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, revealing an extremely rare, almost imperceptible arc. "Pleasure working together," Cold Peak said briefly. "Yeah, pleasure working together," Lu Ming nodded in response. The two exchanged glances, and without more words, a tacit understanding and recognition born from fighting side by side flowed silently between them. "Oomph, finally didn't embarrass my system." A voice rang in Lu Ming's mind, carrying a hint of barely noticeable satisfaction. "But don't celebrate too early. The preliminary round is just an appetizer, the real challenge is yet to come. The accounts with the Zhang family and Chaos Hand should slowly be settled." Lu Ming nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping to the Zhang family disciple in the square who was glaring at him, a trace of cold light flashing in his eyes. Wait for it, the real show is just beginning, Lu Ming thought coldly in his heart. The preliminary round was over, but his journey was just beginning. He patted the dog beside him, who though weary, stood proud, its three sets of fierce eyes unwavering, facing the gazes from the square, straightening his back. Sunlight poured down on the boy, outlining his determined and confident silhouette. Chapter 148, The Dark Horse Coronation. When the last beam of teleportation light faded in the central square. As all surviving candidates' figures came into clear view, the entire square erupted instantly. Nearly 1,000 spectators' gazes almost unanimously focused on the boy standing at the forefront, accompanied by the formidable Cerberus. Lu Ming. It's Lu Ming. My god. He's first on the leaderboard. He really did it. A dark horse. A true super dark horse. From obscurity to the champion of the preliminary round. Did you see? That's Cerberus. So majestic. 3 heads. Qingshi No. 3 Middle School is famous now. Gasps, praises, and discussions surged through the square like a tsunami. Numerous gazes filled with shock, envy, admiration, and even a hint of jealousy. Lu Ming's name, once perhaps known only to a small circle in No. 3 Middle School. But at this moment, it had already echoed throughout the entire Qingshi city. The area of teachers and students in Qingshi No. 3 was particularly immersed in a sea of joy. The homeroom teacher, Old Zhou, was so excited that tears streamed down his face as he vigorously patted his colleague's shoulder, repeating incoherently. "Good boy. Good boy. I knew it. I knew he would succeed." Wang Tao and Li Hao were even more excited, jumping and shouting, "Minggu! Awesome! Champion!" Lu Ming stood in the center of the square, feeling the scorching gazes coming from all directions, the deafening cheers ringing in his ears. He took a deep breath, calming the slight discomfort in his body from the fierce battle and teleportation. Beside him, the dog stood tall and proud, 3 heads glaring around, a fierce aura emanating naturally, adding to his might. At this moment, the city lord, Sita Ming, ascended the high platform, surrounded by officials and representatives from the Beast Master Association. The square gradually quieted down as everyone knew the most important award ceremony was about to begin. Sita Ming's gaze swept over the 10 finalists standing below. His eyes lingered on Lu Ming for a moment, revealing undisguised admiration. His voice boomed, resonating throughout the venue. The preliminaries for the Beast Master College entrance examination in Qingshi City have officially concluded. Congratulations to the 10 of you, who have reached the end with outstanding strength, resilient will, and extraordinary wisdom. You are the pride of our Qingshi City. He first awarded the students from 10th place to 4th place with rewards, a generous amount of crystal coins and precious training resources. Every time a name was announced, warm applause erupted from the crowd. Next were the 3rd and 2nd places. When the name Lang Feng was called, the cold-faced young man stepped forward expressionlessly. Receiving the award from the city lord's hand, he merely nodded in acknowledgement and stepped to the side, his gaze still calm. Finally, everyone in the audience held their breath. Sita Ming wore a warm smile, his gaze settled on Lu Ming. Now, please welcome the champion of this preliminaries, Lu Ming. Wow! The applause and cheers instantly reached a peak, like thunder. Lu Ming stepped forward steadily, walking up to the city lord. Sita Ming solemnly handed Lu Ming a shimmering crystal card, which stored a huge amount of points and rewards. and a dark iron token engraved with a dragon pattern, with 4 powerful characters Qingshi Champion engraved on the front.
Young talent, a bright future awaits. Sita Ming patted Lu Ming's shoulder firmly, his tone filled with anticipation.
This Qingshi Champion token represents not only honor but also means you will represent our Qingshi city. Participate in the upcoming provincial examination.
I hope you will continue to work hard and shine for our Qingshi city on a bigger stage.
Thank you, Lord of the City.
Lu Ming will do his best. Lu Ming took the token and crystal card, feeling the coldness, yet sensing the heavy weight within. He straightened his back, his voice clear and firm. At this moment, adorned with glory, the young man was full of vigor.
However, in the crowd below, the Zhang family head, Zhang Lai's face was so dark it seemed to drip water.
He stared fiercely at Lu Ming, who was basking in glory on the stage. Especially at the hellish 3-headed dog beside him, its eyes filled with resentment and murderous intent. The teacup in his hand had already been crushed unknowingly, tea mixed with porcelain shards dripping from his fingers.
Little bastard, he actually made it this far.
Zhang Lai squeezed out cold words between his teeth, whispering to a trusted aide beside him, send a message to the provincial city, use all connections. The provincial exam, he must not leave alive to reach the imperial capital. I want him to fail as a genius.
Understood, Patriarch.
The aide whispered in reply, quietly retreating into the shadows.
The glory on stage and the scheming below formed a stark contrast.
Just as Lu Ming felt this hard-earned honor, in his mind, Shao Qi's voice, distant yet warning, quietly echoed. Host, under the spotlight of honor, often hide the most dangerous shadows. The stage of Qingshi City is already too small for you, but the waters in the provincial capital are 100 times deeper, with forces intertwined. The Zhang family and the Hand of Chaos suffered great losses in this preliminary round, and they will definitely not let it go easily. The road ahead is the real test. Your title of Qingshi champion may, in the eyes of some, resemble a death warrant. Lu Ming felt a chill in his heart, his smile unchanged, but a sharp light flashed in the depths of his eyes. He tightened his grip on the Qingshi champion token, the cold touch keeping him alert. As the award ceremony ended, the crowd began to slowly disperse. Under the countless envious, admiring, and complex gazes, Lu Ming stepped down from the platform.
Wang Tao and Li Hao rushed over, excitedly surrounding him. Brother Ming. You are amazing. Champion.
From now on, our school will rely on you to make a name for itself. Lu Ming smiled and high-fived them, but his gaze involuntarily crossed the cheering crowd, looking towards the distant sky, which was in the direction of the provincial capital.
The champion of Qingshi City was just a starting point.
A broader sky, stronger opponents, and more dangerous schemes were waiting for him ahead.
Provincial exam.
Lu Ming murmured to himself, the corners of his mouth curling into a battle-ready arc, I am coming.
A new journey, the tumultuous provincial exam competition, officially began. Chapter 149, heading to the provincial capital.
The noise and glory of the Qingshi City preliminary round were quickly left behind as the wheels turned.
In the morning, under the personal escort of an envoy from the Lord's house,
Lu Ming, Lung Feng, and 3 other seed players selected from Qingshi City boarded a special beast cart to the eastern provincial capital, Sky City. The cart was pulled by 3 exceptionally fine 4th-tier lower-level wind-walking beasts that resembled horses but had scales. Their hooves pounded the wind, moving at incredible speed. The vehicle itself was etched with lightness and defense runes, luxurious yet sturdy. With a light shout from the driver, the wind-walking beasts began to gallop. The vehicle smoothly and swiftly drove out of the gates of Qingshi City, leaving the familiar streets and the farewell crowd far behind. The scenery outside the window rushed backwards, signaling the start of a new, grander journey. The inside of the car was spacious, elegantly decorated, able to accommodate 10 people without feeling crowded. At this moment, only 5 young men and women were seated inside, the atmosphere a bit subtle. Lung Feng sat alone in a corner by the window, holding a long knife in its sheath. His eyes were half closed, seemingly taking a nap, or perhaps recovering his spirit. Cold and taciturn as ever, exuding an air of do not approach. The other 2 boys came from the Li family and Wang family in the city, named Li Wei and Wang Hao. Both had considerable strength, their pets being peak 3rd tier, and they performed quite well in the preliminary round. But at this moment, their attention was clearly focused on another girl traveling with them. The girl named Su Wan was the most outstanding descendant of the Su family in Qingshi City this generation. She wore a light purple outfit that outlined her developing beautiful figure. She had a lovely face, fair skin, and her demeanor carried a unique elegance and reserve of a noble family member. Her pet, a rainbow spirit butterfly whose wings shimmered with brilliant colors, was quietly resting on her fingertip. The butterfly's wings gently fluttered, emitting a soothing, weak energy fluctuation. This spirit butterfly possessed a top-quality bloodline, with a cultivation level surprisingly reaching mid-4th tier. It was the strongest pet among the 5, aside from Lu Ming and Lung Feng.
Su Wan's gaze casually swept across the carriage, eventually landing on Lu Ming, who was sitting opposite her. That gaze contained curiosity, scrutiny,
and a hint of undeniable superiority from being a noble family member, along with a slight dissatisfaction towards Lu Ming, the commoner dark horse who won the title of Qingshi champion. Li Wei and Wang Hao clearly looked up to her, occasionally whispering to her. Their occasional glances at Lu Ming held some complexity. Lu Ming naturally felt these gazes, but he didn't mind. He also sat by the window, closing his eyes to rest, his right hand gently stroking the small dog curled up at his feet. The dog's 3 heads drooped, appearing to doze off, but the slight opening and closing of its eyes showed it was always alert. Ah, in this tiny compartment, it's like a reflection of all lives. Xiao Qi's voice, tinged with insight and light sarcasm, echoed in Lu Ming's mind. That girl named Su Wan, her talent and pet are quite good, but sadly, she's too proud and spoiled by her family. Her view is still limited to the small patch of land within Qingshi City. She thinks having a high-quality bloodline tier 4 pet makes her special and feels a bit discontented with you, the lucky commoner champion. With this mindset, when she reaches the provincial city, she'll surely face setbacks. No need to worry. She paused briefly, her tone shifting. But that Lang Feng, he's calm and resilient, has clear goals, unaffected by outside distractions, he's a character who can achieve great things. Host, the provincial city is a mix of dragons and snakes, with dangers everywhere, these fellow townsfolk. When facing external pressure, they might provide temporary support, but one must always guard against potential hidden threats. Human hearts are often harder to predict than magical beasts. Lu Ming silently responded, I understand. Our goal has never been to compete with these peers for a moment of glory. The provincial exam is just a stepping stone, we aim for a broader world. Xiao Qi, how much do you know about Tianqiong City? What forces and figures should we pay special attention to? How strong is the Zheng family in the main city? He needed to gather as much information as possible to prepare in advance. Tianqiong City, as the capital of the eastern province of the empire, is deeper than you can imagine. Xiao Qi's voice grew serious, beginning to pour information into him like a database. On the surface, the city lord's mansion is supreme, controlling military and political power. There are 3 major families standing firm beneath it, their influence intertwined, penetrating all industries. The first family, the Zhao family, controls nearly half of the province's mineral resources and high-end forging industry. Most of the family's descendants rely on contract power type and defense type pets, with a strong and domineering style. In their generation, there's a direct descendant named Zhao Cheng Tian, known as Little Overlord, with extraordinary talent. It is said he has contracted a tier 5, earth-splitting demon ape, with royal bloodline, whose personality is arrogant and overbearing. Extremely powerful, he is one of the strong contenders for this year's provincial exam champion. The second family, the Mu family, has been proficient in pharmacology and spirit plant cultivation for generations, closely related to the Beast Master Guild, with extensive connections. In this generation of the Mu family, there's a genius girl named Mu Qingya, known as Medicine Fairy, not only with outstanding beast mastery talent. She also has incredible expertise in pharmacology. Her pet is a rare royal bloodline support type, Holy Lightlingji. Although it isn't good at strong attacks, its support and healing abilities are exceptional and extremely troublesome. The third family. Xiao Qi's voice became slightly cold. Is the main family of the Zheng family, which has some fate with us. The Zheng family in Qingshi City is just one of its branches. The Zheng family in Tianqiong City mainly covers commerce and intelligence networks, with extensive reach, deep foundations, and operates more secretly and ruthlessly. In this generation of the Zheng family, there is also a genius named Zhang Yunxi, the direct daughter of the family head. It is said her talent surpasses that of Zhang Hao, but specific information is scarce, yet she should not be underestimated. Apart from these 3 major families, the Beast Master Guild, Mercenary Guild, and Refiners Association also have tremendous influence in Tianqiong City. Host, your trip this time is both an opportunity and a den of danger. Your Qingshi champion title may not mean much in the eyes of those true geniuses in Tianqiong City, instead, it could attract more attention and trouble. Lu Ming calmly digested this information, a ripple stirring in his heart. The pattern of Tianqiong City was indeed complicated, with strong fighters like clouds. Zhao Qingtian, Mu Qingya, Zhang Yunxi, these names would undoubtedly be the powerful opponents he would soon face. And the Zheng family's main house was like a lurking fierce tiger. He opened his eyes, his gaze passing through the car window, looking towards the distant horizon where a more magnificent, continuous mountain range was vaguely visible. There was the direction of Tianqiong City. The beast car sped forward, kicking up dust. Leaving Qingstone City far behind, carrying the boy's ambition and determination, it drove towards unknown challenges and opportunities. Chapter 150, Arriving at Tianqiong. After several days of rapid travel, the wind-running beast car finally reached its destination. As the vehicle passed through the Grand City Gate, towering over 100 meters and engraved with huge and intricate defensive runes, it truly entered Tianqiong City. Inside the carriage, besides Ling Feng, who remained expressionless as he wiped his long knife, the other few people, including Lu Ming, couldn't help but be shocked by the sight of this giant city through the car window. The streets were wide beyond imagination, accommodating 10 beast cars to travel side by side without crowding. The buildings flanked on both sides were in intricate arrangement, with various styles, and many towers soared into the clouds, reflecting the shine of metal or crystal under the sunlight. The air was filled with rich spiritual energy that was almost tangible. Taking a deep breath, he felt refreshed, thinking that the speed of cultivation here might be several times faster than in Qingstone City. Looking up, strong Beast Tamers occasionally flew by on flying beasts of various shapes in the sky. They moved at high speed, leaving behind dazzling trails of light in the air, showcasing the prosperity and strength of this city.
"Oh my, is this the provincial city?" Li Wei exclaimed, mouth agape, murmuring to himself. "So rich in spiritual energy. Cultivating here for a day is worth 3 days in Qingstone City." Wang Hao also looked astonished. Although Suwan tried to maintain her composure, the shock and a hint of barely noticeable longing in her eyes still exposed her inner turmoil. Her colorful spirit butterfly seemed to sense the superior environment as it joyfully flapped its wings. Lu Ming silently felt all of this, a ripple stirring in his heart.
Tianqiong City, indeed lived up to its name. Compared to here, Qingstone City could really only be considered a small border town. This further strengthened his determination to carve out a space for himself on this broader stage. The beast car finally stopped in front of a wide, elegant building complex, with 3 golden characters reading Welcome Garden on the signboard. This was a place specially designated by Tianqiong City to receive contestants from various cities coming to participate in the provincial competition. However, even the reception area clearly showed a distinction in status. A middle-aged man dressed in Tianqiong City official attire, polite but with a hint of detachment, received them and assigned accommodations. Lu Ming, first place in the Qingstone City preliminaries, assigned to Room A7, a private courtyard with a basic gathering spirit array. The official stated perfunctorily while looking at the roster. "Suwan, Li Wei, Wang Hao, you 3 are assigned to Area C, Suite 3, sharing a room." The official continued to announce. Ling Feng, as the second place, was assigned to a single room in Area B, with conditions in between those of Lu Ming and Suwan and the others. This subtle difference made Suwan's pretty face tighten slightly, her pearly teeth lightly biting her lip. She glanced at the calm-faced Lu Ming, feeling that sense of superiority arising from their backgrounds and the bloodlines of their beasts. And her dissatisfaction with Lu Ming taking the top spot seemed to be provoked again. Living quarters were even divided by grades, which was a bit hard for her to accept. After assigning the accommodations, the official expressionlessly read out the rules and precautions for the provincial competition. During the provincial competition, private fighting among contestants is strictly prohibited. If confirmed, the contestant will be immediately disqualified. Serious cases will be handed over to the city guard for legal action. You all can move around the city within limits, get familiar with the environment, but remember not to provoke trouble. 3 days later, there will be an opening ceremony and drawing for the preliminary round in the central square. Do not be late. Finally, he swept his gaze over the 5 young boys and girls from Qingshi City, his tone plain yet tinged with a hint of warning. Skyvault City hides dragons and crouching tigers, the waters are very deep. You all are talents who have emerged from Qingshi City, but here, you must speak and act cautiously, take care of yourselves. After saying this, he turned and left. The 5 of them went to their respective residences. Lu Ming's number 7 Jiazi courtyard was indeed good, a small yard, a quiet room, though simple, it was clean and tidy. More importantly, there was a small gathering spirit array, making the spiritual energy in the courtyard richer than outside. As soon as the dog entered the courtyard, it comfortably rolled over and lay on the ground, absorbing the spiritual energy. Not long after settling down, a voice came from outside the courtyard, Lu Ming. Lu Ming opened the door and saw Cold Edge standing outside. "What's up?" Lu Ming asked. Cold Edge was concise and directly stated his intention. Skyvault City is complicated, with intertwined forces. We come from the same city, so we are natural allies. Acting alone makes it easy to be targeted or to encounter trouble. If we face tricky situations, we can work together. His suggestion was straightforward, without any twists, clearly well thought out. This also showed that he recognized Lu Ming's strength and had a clear understanding of the potential risks in Skyvault City. Lu Ming looked at Cold Edge's calm and honest eyes, nodding his head. He also understood that in this unfamiliar and complex environment, having a reliable temporary ally was very important. Cold Edge's strength and character were trustworthy. "All right," Lu Ming replied just as decisively, "if trouble arises, we watch each other's backs." Cold Edge nodded, said no more, and turned to leave. With the intention of cooperation established, there was no need for excessive politeness. As night fell slowly, the lights began to shine brightly in Skyvault City. Countless illuminating runes and special crystal stones lit up the whole city, making it shine like daytime, yet adding a more dreamlike brilliance compared to daylight.
From Lu Ming's small courtyard, he could see the distant layered and brightly lit building outlines. Like a huge and prosperous whirlpool, attracting countless people to throw themselves into it. Lu Ming stood in the courtyard, feeling the overwhelming and vibrant atmosphere of the giant city at night. His heart was filled with anticipation for the future, while also maintaining high vigilance. He knew that the real challenge was about to begin. Chapter 151: The Observations of Baiwan Pavilion. On the second day after arriving in Skyvault City, Lu Ming did not wander aimlessly through the bustling streets like Su Wan and Li Wei, satisfying himself with superficial novelty. He understood the importance of information, especially in such a completely unfamiliar environment filled with powerful figures. His goal was very clear: one of the largest information hubs in Skyvault City, known as Baiwan Pavilion, which is said to be omniscient. Baiwan Pavilion was an imposing 9-story tower with flying eaves and angled beams. The entire structure was made of a dark gold metal and glass, shining brilliantly in the sunlight, exuding a mysterious and ancient aura. Stepping into the first floor, a cacophony of voices and an invisible stream of informational pressure rushed at him. The hall was exceptionally vast, capable of accommodating thousands of people, with a high dome ceiling and several large light screens suspended in midair. On them, various task postings, purchasing information, reward announcements, and public news summaries rolled densely. All sorts of people mingled within, from hurried mercenaries to extraordinary beast tamers and wealthy merchants. The air was filled with a tense and efficient atmosphere. Lu Ming did not linger too long in front of the light screens and walked directly to a consultation desk on one side of the hall. Behind the desk sat a few uniformed staff, expressionless. "I need an analysis report on the popular competitors of this provincial competition, the more detailed the better," Lu Ming said straightforwardly. A staff member glanced up at him, speaking in a flat tone. The popular competitor analysis report comes in 3 versions: brief, detailed, and confidential. The brief version costs 100 gold crystals and includes basic information on 50 key competitors. The detailed version costs 500 gold crystals and includes detailed data on 100 competitors, pet analysis, and an assessment of past performance. The confidential version costs 5,000 gold crystals and includes in-depth backgrounds of all competitors, weakness analysis, potential network connections, and 3 targeted strategy suggestions. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. The prices of information at the 100 News Pavilion were indeed expensive. After a moment's thought, while he still had enough funds, he couldn't waste them recklessly. The detailed and confidential versions were unnecessary for now. The brief version should be enough for a preliminary understanding of the main opponents. "I'll take the brief version." Lu Ming pulled out 100 shiny gold crystal coins from his storage bag and placed them on the counter. This amount of money was already a huge sum for an ordinary family. The staff member accepted the gold crystals and handed over a jade slip that was as thin as a cicada's wing and felt cool to the touch. "The information has been recorded. You can read it by probing with your mental strength. The jade slip will be burned after reading." Lu Ming took the jade slip and walked to a relatively quiet corner of the hall, immersing his mental strength into it. Instantly, a flood of information surged into his mind. Preliminary analysis report on the popular competitors of the Eastern Province Beastmaster Entrance Examination, brief version. The report began with a summary, stating that the overall level of this provincial competition was higher than in previous years, with many geniuses emerging, and competition would be exceptionally fierce. Next, it listed 50 names, each followed by a simple introduction. Birthplace, main pet type, cultivation level, estimated bloodline grade, and 1 or 2 notable achievements. Lu Ming's gaze quickly scanned and soon focused on the first few names. Zhao Qingtian, a direct descendant of the Zhao family from Tianqiang City, pet, Earthshaker giant ape, peak bloodline of rank, 5th stage upper level. Record, once single-handedly killed a raging 5th stage lower level lord class beast, cracked mountain rhinoceros. Comment, power and defense are extreme, personality is violent, extremely dangerous. Mu Qingya, a genius from the Mu family in Tianqiang City, pet, holy light spirit mushroom, lower grade royal bloodline, 5th stage middle level. Record, once assisted the team in achieving a flawless victory against a 5th stage middle level lord class beast, shadow demon spider. Comment, top tier support, with strong healing and enhancement abilities, wide network connections, extremely dangerous. Zhang Yunxi, the legitimate daughter of the Zhang family in Tianqiang City, pet, night demon fox, upper grade king bloodline, 5th stage middle level. Record, unknown, but easily defeated several challengers with 5th stage lower level pets. Comment, strange techniques, extremely fast, deep background, extremely dangerous. After these 3, there were a dozen or so names marked as highly dangerous. Among them were several geniuses from other big cities, with pets generally at the peak of 4th stage to the lower level of 5th stage. Most of their bloodlines were also upper grade or even peak grade. Looking at this report, Lu Ming frowned slightly. The geniuses from Tianqiang City indeed far exceeded the level of Qingstone City. 5th stage pets, peak grade or even royal grade bloodlines, this was indeed a considerable pressure. Although the dog had enormous potential, its current cultivation was still at the middle level of 4th stage, and its bloodline was only of medium quality. While there was nourishment from the shadow source, it had not formally elevated its grade. Confronting these top-tier geniuses head-on, the odds of victory were not high. Just as Lu Ming was deeply analyzing the report, a somewhat arrogant and mocking voice rang out beside him. "Oh, look who it is. Isn't this the kid who ran over from some corner of Chingstone City, lucky enough to get a slot? What's the matter, here to buy intelligence at the 100 News Pavilion? Isn't it a bit too late to be putting in effort now?" Lu Ming raised his head and saw several well-dressed, extraordinary-looking young men and women unexpectedly surrounding him. The leader was exceptionally tall and robust. He was a whole head taller than Lu Ming. Dressed in tight black athletic gear, muscles bulging, with an unmistakable look of arrogance and provocation on his face. He was looking at him with the gaze of someone staring at a country bumpkin. It was Zhao Qingtian of the Zhao family, who ranked first on the report. A few people followed him, each exuding an uncommon grace, clearly the offspring of prominent families in Tianqiong City. "Host, the main character has arrived." Xiao Qi's voice immediately resonated in Lu Ming's mind, carrying a touch of cold analysis. Zhao Qingtian, with a hot temper, bullies others with family power and his own strength, dominating the young generation in Tianqiong City. His provocation can mean two things: 1, he has been instigated by someone from the Zhang family, intentionally coming to cause you trouble. 2, he simply dislikes you and wants to give this outsider a show of authority, to establish his own dominance. Whichever it is, now is not the time for a direct confrontation. A small tolerance can protect a grand plan. Lu Ming's gaze was calm as he quickly weighed the pros and cons in his heart. Taking action here would violate the rules, and he would instantly be disqualified, just as certain people wanted. Moreover, Zhao Qingtian's strength was indeed formidable, a conflict now would be unwise. He glanced faintly at Zhao Qingtian, ignoring his sharp question as if he were merely seeing a buzzing fly. He calmly put away the jade slip, the information had been noted, then turned around and walked straight towards the entrance of Baimen Pavilion, completely disregarding Zhao Qingtian and his group. This utter disregard was more insulting than any verbal retort. Zhao Qingtian's arrogant expression instantly froze, turning ashen. He never expected this guy from a small place would dare to look down on him like this. Humph. Acting so high and mighty. Zhao Qingtian raised his voice with anger, sneering at Lu Ming's back. A country bumpkin thinks it's impressive to take the first place in a tiny little city? The provincial competition is not a child's play. I hope I don't run into you on the stage, otherwise, I'll make you and your three-headed monster dog crawl out. Threatening words echoed in the main hall of Baimen Pavilion, drawing many curious glances. Yet Lu Ming's footsteps did not stall even slightly, as if he hadn't heard anything, and soon his figure vanished outside the door. Zhao Qingtian clenched his fists, feeling frustrated as if he had punched into empty space. He glared fiercely in the direction Lu Ming had disappeared, a flicker of harshness in his eyes. "Brother Qingtian, it's not worth getting angry over such a person, you can deal with him at the preliminary competition later," a young man beside him advised. Zhao Qingtian snorted coldly, "Just wait and see. I must make him understand that Tianqiong City is not a place where someone like him can act wildly." A potential conflict had been temporarily avoided due to Lu Ming's restraint, but the seed had already been planted, waiting to explode on the stage of the provincial competition. Chapter 152, The Auction Incident. Not long after returning to the reception pavilion from Baimen Pavilion, Lu Ming received an unexpected but exquisitely crafted golden invitation. The invitation stated that the famous Wan Bailu in the city would hold a special auction in the evening for the young talents of this provincial competition, specifically inviting Lu Ming to attend. The wording of the invitation was polite, but it was unsigned. An anonymous invitation? Lu Ming pondered as he held the invitation. Hiding their name, Xiao Qi's voice carried a hint of understanding and light sarcasm. The energy fluctuations in the invitation carry a faint scent of plants and medicine, it's clearly the handiwork of the Mu family. It's probably an idea from that girl, Mu Qingya. This kind of auction, titled as providing resources, is actually aimed at observing the strength and wealth of contestants from various cities, and even testing their character. Of course, we also can't rule out the possibility that the Mu family wants to take this opportunity to win over or befriend some potential talents. Host, will you go? Lu Ming pondered for a moment. The Mu family's intentions were not hard to guess, but the auction itself might indeed have good items. Get a glimpse of other competitors in advance, especially that medicine fairy Mu Qingya wouldn't hurt. Go. Lu Ming made the decision, it's just right to see if there are suitable resources for the dog. In the evening, the Wanbao auction hall. The hall was elegantly decorated without losing its luxury, and the soft crystal light illuminated the entire space. Most of those attending were young talents from various cities, accompanied mostly by family elders or bodyguards, gathered in groups of 3 or 5, whispering to each other. Lu Ming spotted Zhao Qingtian and his group of followers sitting in the front row on the right, exuding a strong presence.
He also saw Su Wan and Li Wei, who were seated a bit further back and looked somewhat reserved. Cold Fong sat alone in the corner, still appearing unapproachable. But the most eye-catching was a girl seated slightly left of the center in the front row. She wore a light green long dress, her temperament calm and elegant. Like an orchid in a secluded valley, her beauty was exceptionally striking. She was Mu Qingya from the Mu family. Only a steady-breathing old woman accompanied her, quietly sitting there, as if isolated from the surrounding noise. Zhang family's Zhang Yunqi indeed did not show up as Shao Qi had predicted. The auction quickly began. The auction was hosted by a smooth-talking, experienced auctioneer. The first few auction items were mostly decent weapons, armor, or common cultivation resources. This stirred some bidding, but the atmosphere remained quite peaceful. Zhao Qingtian occasionally placed bids. Every time, he did so with a posture of undeniable dominance, showing off the Zhao family's wealth. When the auctioneer presented a jade box and opened it, revealing a lotus seed the size of a longan, bright red throughout, with golden patterns on its surface, emitting pure fire and earth energy. The atmosphere in the room noticeably heated up. The next auction item, Earthfire Lotus Seed. The auctioneer's voice soared. This item is produced deep within volcanic veins and contains pure earth fire essence, which is highly effective for solidifying the foundation and refining the bloodline of fire and earth-type beasts. Starting price, 500 gold crystals. This Earthfire Lotus Seed was indeed impressive. Lu Ming could feel a trace of desire coming from the dog through their contract. But he didn't act immediately, he observed instead. After all, the price was hefty, and sure enough, as soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, Zhao Qingtian in the front row bellowed. 800 gold crystals. He glanced at the lotus seed on the platform, determined to win it. His earth-shaking giant ape was mainly earth-type, also focused on strength. This Earthfire Lotus Seed would greatly benefit it. Several others who were interested in the lotus seed hesitated upon seeing Zhao Qingtian act. The price slowly climbed to around 1,000 gold crystals and then gradually met a dead end with no one else willing to bid. After all, offending the Zhao family's direct line over a lotus seed was not worth it. The auctioneer was about to bring down the hammer when Lu Ming heard Shao Qi's voice in his mind. "Host, bid on it." Lu Ming was taken aback and wondered. This lotus seed is indeed good, but the price is already high, and Zhao Qingtian clearly wants it. Isn't competing for it now? Trust me. Shao Qi's tone was firm. This lotus seed is somewhat special. Its core contains a very thin but pure earth fire sap. It has subtle benefits for stabilizing the dog's newly enhanced power and awakening potential from the shadow origin, far from being as simple as it seems. Moreover, Zhao Qingtian is arrogant and tyrannical. You offended him at Baiwan Pavilion today, and he will find trouble sooner or later. In that case, why not be proactive? Use this opportunity to gain benefits while further aggravating him, making him lose his composure. Causing the opponent to become chaotic within the allowed rules is a good thing. A flash of clarity sparkled in Lu Ming's eyes as he quickly understood Shao Qi's intention. This was not merely a matter of contesting bids, but a strategy. Just as the auctioneer was about to bring down the hammer, Lu Ming raised his bidding paddle, his voice calm. 1,100 gold crystals. The entire room fell silent, all eyes turned in surprise towards Lu Ming in the back row. No one expected. This boy from Qingshi City actually dared to compete with Zhao Qingtian for something. Zhao Qingtian suddenly turned his head, and upon seeing Lu Ming, his face instantly darkened, turning anger into a mocking smile. Good. Very good. Kid, you have guts. 1,500 gold crystals. 1,006. Lu Ming's tone remained calm. 2,000. Zhao Qingtian nearly shouted, his eyes turning slightly red. This price far exceeded the normal value of the Earthfire Lotus Seed. 2,001. Lu Ming remained unfazed, only adding 100 each time, his attitude extremely firm. The price quickly climbed to 3,000 gold crystals with their back and forth. This number made many geniuses present gasp in shock. This was already a huge sum. Zhao Qingtian's chest heaved violently. Although he had money, he wasn't one to squander it so carelessly. More importantly, he felt that his authority was severely provoked. He fixed his gaze on Lu Ming. If looks could kill, Lu Ming would have died countless times already. 3,100 gold crystals. Lu Ming quoted again, his expression unchanged. Zhao Qingtian gritted his teeth, and one of his followers whispered. Qingtian, forget it, this lotus seed isn't worth that price, let him have it, there are more good things ahead. Shut up. Zhao Qingtian growled lowly, but in the end, he didn't continue to raise the price. He wasn't a fool. Spending a fortune to buy a lotus seed just to save face would surely get him scolded by his family elders when he returned. Bang! The auctioneer's hammer fell. Congratulations to this young man for winning the Earthfire Lotus Seed for 3,100 gold crystals. The staff brought the jade box containing the lotus seed to Lu Ming. Lu Ming paid the gold crystals and calmly accepted the jade box. The entire process was composed and unhurried. Zhao Qingtian's face was ashen, staring at Lu Ming, his anger nearly bursting forth. He felt not only did he fail to get the item, but he was also thoroughly embarrassed in front of everyone. This enmity had become huge. The normally quiet Mu Qingyao also slightly turned her head at this moment. Her gaze fell on Lu Ming, and a hint of subtle curiosity and contemplation flashed in her bright eyes. This boy from Qingshi City seemed far more complicated than he appeared on the surface. After the auction ended, Lu Ming, carrying the Earthfire Lotus Seed, calmly left Wanbao Building amidst the varied gazes of the crowd. He could clearly feel that Zhao Qingtian's cold, venomous gaze, full of murderous intent, was locked on him tightly from behind. A single lotus seed has sparked a powder keg early and even caught that girl from the Mu family's interest. Shao Qi's voice carried a light-hearted laugh. This deal is worth it. Host, get ready. At the provincial competition, Zhao Qingtian will definitely be the first to come looking for trouble with you. Lu Ming's lips curved slightly, his eyes sharp. Trouble? He was never afraid. Since he couldn't avoid it, he would face it head-on. Chapter 153, Ambush in the Dark Alley. After the auction ended, Lu Ming did not linger. Carefully storing the jade box containing the Earthfire Lotus Seed, he walked out of Wanbao Building with the crowd. He did not choose the brightly lit, bustling main road. Instead, he turned into a relatively secluded shortcut leading to the back alley of the Welcome Garden. Although Tianqiong City's night was prosperous, fierce waves stirred in the shadows, he was well aware. The alley was deep, with towering courtyard walls on both sides, only a few sparse streetlights casting dim yellow light, stretching the shadows long. The air was filled with a damp and faint mustiness, contrasting sharply with the noise from the main street not far away. Just as he walked to the middle of the alley, soft footsteps and the sound of clothes brushing through the wind came from both ends of the alley almost simultaneously. Then, four figures dressed in black stealth clothing and masked faces appeared silently like ghosts, blocking off all escape routes. They moved in perfect unison, their breaths subdued and gloomy, their eyes sharp as eagles. In their hands were short blades glinting with cold light or fist daggers. Clearly not an ordinary street thug, but rather well-trained, skilled guardians or assassins. Lu Ming's footsteps paused, his eyes instantly turning cold. As expected, what was coming has arrived. Host, 4 people, all of them are intermediate beast masters, and their mental strength is not weak. Their pets are hiding in the shadows, their auras locked onto you, 2 grade 4 lower stage Shadowclaw leopards. 1 grade 4 middle stage Ironback wolf, and another is a grade 4 lower stage poison striped scorpion that excels at ambush. Shao Qi's voice rang in Lu Ming's mind, cold and precise, like the most advanced scanner. They are sent by Zhao Qingtian. Their movements are clean and efficient. They want to teach you a lesson or disable you, preventing you from participating in the provincial competition. It seems that the lotus seed from this afternoon has completely angered him. Her tone carried a hint of disdain and murderous intent. No need to hold back, finish it quickly. It's just right to use them to test how much your combat ability has improved since you became a junior beast master. Let those who are hiding in the shadows see clearly that you, Lu Ming, are not an easily squeezed soft persimmon. Lu Ming's heart grew cold, and a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. Since they took the initiative to come and brought murderous intent, there is no need to be polite. Dogsy! Lu Ming shouted through the soul contract. Roar! A shadow instantly swelled out from beside Lu Ming. The Hellhound Dogsy revealed its battle form, its 3 vicious heads raised in unison, letting out a deep and violent roar. The epic Bloodline's intimidation ability erupted without reservation. An invisible, savage mental shockwave surged outward like a tide. The 4 masked figures clearly did not expect Lu Ming to react so quickly. They were even more surprised by the terrifying aura of this Hellhound. Caught off guard, the 4 paused their movements, a hint of horror flashing in their eyes. Even their hidden pets let out uneasy growls, their assault faltering. Now's the time. Lu Ming thought. Dogsy's left head suddenly opened wide, thick dark blue hellfire erupting like a fire dragon. It charged towards the 2 black-clothed figures at the alley's entrance and their recently revealed Shadowclaw leopards. The intense heat distorted the air. At the same time, Dogsy's right head glimmered with a chill as Shadow Prison was instantly unleashed. 2 black shackles made of shadow energy suddenly shot out from the shadows on the ground. They precisely wrapped around the black-clothed figure commanding the Ironback wolf and its pet at the back alley entrance, restricting their movements. As for Lu Ming himself, at the same moment Dogsy launched the attack, his power as a junior beast master exploded. He pushed off the ground fiercely, causing the stone slabs to crack slightly, his figure shooting forward like a launched arrow, accompanied by a breaking sound. He charged towards the black-clothed figure in the back alley who had not yet been fully restrained by the shadow prison and was holding a poison fist weapon. What? Such speed! The 4 black-clothed figures were filled with shock. Lu Ming and the Hellhound had a perfect cooperation, their counterattack fierce beyond imagination. It completely disrupted their preset formation for combined attacks. Shadowclaw Leopard, tear it apart. The front black-clothed figure barely snapped out of the intimidation and shouted sharply. The two Shadowclaw Leopards transformed into shadows, trying to bypass the Hellfire to pounce on Dogsy. But Dogsy's middle head was ready to unleash its full power. Seeing this, it immediately unleashed a wide area of shadow breath. It enveloped the front like a black smoke bomb, greatly disrupting the vision and perception of the Shadowclaw Leopards. Behind, the Ironback Wolf, temporarily trapped by the shadow prison, howled and struggled. And the black-clothed figure holding the fist weapon saw Ming charging at him. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes, and instead of retreating, he charged forward, his fist weapon piercing towards Ming's chest with a bloody wind. Looking for death. Ming's gaze was icy. He did not dodge or evade, just as the fist weapon was about to reach him. He slid sideways at an incredible angle. The right hand, with fingers pointed like a knife, gathered the power of a novice beast master, wrapping around his palm. With a fierce gust of wind, it precisely struck the wrist of the black-clad man holding the weapon. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking rang out. Ah! The black-clad man let out a miserable scream as the punch dagger flew from his hand. Ming moved without hesitation, delivering a vicious knee strike to the man's abdomen. Thud! The black-clad man hunched over like a shrimp, spitting blood, and flew back, crashing heavily into the wall, losing consciousness. The entire process was as quick as lightning. From summoning to taking down a person, it took only a few breaths. On the other side, the dog was causing chaos with hellfire and shadow breaths, along with continuous suppression from intimidation. It had already burned one Shadowclaw Leopard to a charred black, making it howl endlessly. While the other one had its neck firmly bitten by the dog, which madly tore at it. Meanwhile, the Ironback Wolf in the back, though powerful, barely broke free from the shadow prison. However, it was forced to retreat continuously by the corrosive shadow breath spewing from the dog's middle head. Its body showed large areas of rot. The remaining two black-clad men, seeing their companion incapacitated in an instant and their pets in danger, felt a surge of fear in their hearts. What were they? Not soft persimmons. They were clearly an iron plate. A red-hot iron plate. Retreat, one of them yelled hoarsely, turning to run. Want to leave? Ming snorted coldly, and the dog understood, activating the shadow prison again, briefly trapping the two men and their pets. Ming's figure flickered, fists and feet like wind, working together with the dog's finishing blows. In just a few moves, he toppled the last two men to the ground, bones broken and tendons severed, losing their combat ability. In just 2 or 3 minutes, a carefully planned ambush ended with the ambushers completely wiped out. The alley was left with only painful groans and the low whimpering of pets. Ming stood in the alley, breathing steadily, his cold gaze sweeping over the sprawled black-clad men. He did not kill them out of mercy but did not want to create trouble before the provincial competition and get involved in a case of taking lives. He walked up to the black-clad leader he had initially knocked out, kicked him with his foot, and coldly said, "Go back and tell Zhao Qingtian that if he wants trouble, I'll be ready to meet him anytime at the provincial competition arena. If you dare to use such lowly methods to scheme against me again." He paused, his voice as cold as ice. "Next time, it won't be scum like you who comes, and I will personally go to visit him. Get lost." The few remaining black-clad men felt like they had been granted amnesty, enduring the excruciating pain. Struggling to stand up, they helped their unconscious companions. They took back their injured pets, fleeing the alley in disarray, not daring to look back. Ming watched them disappear, his eyes deep and thoughtful. He knew this was just the beginning. Zhao Qingtian's revenge would not stop here. There would definitely be a fierce battle at the provincial competition. The cleanup is fairly thorough. A voice rang out from Shao Qi. Now, this should make some small-time rascals think twice. But, host, the real storm is still to come. Ming took a deep breath, calming his churning blood in power. Ignoring the mess in the alley, he brought the dog and quickly blended into the night, walking towards the welcome pavilion. The dim alley returned to silence, with only the lingering smell of blood and energy fluctuations proving that everything had just happened. And in the shadow of a distant tall building, a slender figure stood quietly. She had witnessed the entire battle in the alley, and it was Mu Qingya. She looked at the direction in which Ming disappeared, a glint of unusual interest flashing in her beautiful eyes as she murmured softly, "Ming of Qingshi City, he is indeed somewhat interesting." Chapter 154, Testing. The news of Ming swiftly eliminating 4 intermediate beast masters and their pets in the dark alley spread like a stone thrown into a calm lake, although there were no ripples on the surface. The undercurrents quickly spread in certain small circles in the dark. Zhao Qingtian was in a villa of the Zhao family in the west of the city. Hearing the trembling report from his trusted subordinate, his expression instantly turned ashen, and he slammed his palm down on the nearby rosewood coffee table. Crack! The hard coffee table shattered in response, with splinters flying everywhere. Useless. A bunch of useless people. Zhao Qingtian's forehead bulged with veins as his roar shook the room, for intermediate Beast Tamers, bringing 4 level 4 pet beasts.
To ambush a rookie just coming from the countryside, and they ended up being completely killed? Not even leaving a scratch on him? What were you all doing?
The reporting subordinate trembled in fear, crouching on the ground, not daring to raise his head.
Master, please don't be angry.
That kid Cerberus is truly too formidable. Its intimidation is outrageous, and its attacks are ferocious, coordinating seamlessly. Our people didn't even have time to react before. Cerberus, it's that damned 3-headed dog again. Zhao Qingtian gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with anger, but deep inside, there was also an involuntary flash of horror.
He had originally thought that Lu Ming was just lucky.
Contracting a rare pet beast, no matter how strong, would have its limits. But this time's ambush result was like a bucket of cold water splashed over his head. The reaction speed, combat quality Lu Ming displayed, along with the terrifying power of that Cerberus, far exceeded his expectations.
This kid is surprisingly deep.
Amidst his anger, a strong sense of dread began to grow in his heart. Meanwhile, in a quiet courtyard in the East City's Mu family,
Mu Qingya was sitting beneath an ancient spirit plant, lightly tapping her fingertips,
guiding streams of vibrant green energy to nourish the holy light spirit mushroom in her palm. An old woman appeared silently behind her, reporting softly on the details of the alley incident.
Mu Qingya's movements paused slightly, a thoughtful expression appearing on her stunning face.
She gently gathered the energy and sent the holy light spirit mushroom back to the contract space. 4 people attacking together, instantly countering, without a scratch on themselves. Mu Qingya softly repeated the key information, her beautiful brow slightly furrowed, then slowly relaxed, the corners of her lips curling into a faint, curious arc.
It seems we all underestimated this top scholar from Qingshi City.
Not only is his pet special, but his own combat awareness and decisiveness are not something an ordinary junior Beast Tamer can compare to. Zhao Qingtian, this time, is likely to kick a hard board. She picked up the tea beside her, took a sip, her eyes shining. This makes the provincial competition even more interesting. Pass the word down, let our people avoid actively approaching or testing Lu Ming for now, and watch the changes.
Yes, Mississippi.
The old woman bowed and answered, retreating quietly. And among other well-informed forces in Tiancong City, discussions about Lu Ming quietly started increasing.
Have you heard?
That reckless man from the Zhao family sent someone to ambush that kid from Qingshi City, and ended up being counter-killed.
Is that true? That kid is that strong?
I thought he was just from a small place. Hey, even a small place can produce true dragons. It seems this provincial competition will have more variables than just a few. We need to reassess this Lu Ming. Being able to make Zhao Qingtian suffer, he is definitely not simple. Lu Ming, of course, remained unaware of these discussions. The next morning, he was exercising in the small courtyard of the Welcome Courtyard, while the dog lay in the center of the gathering spirit array. Absorbing the pure earth fire essence from the heavenly fire lotus seed, the shadowy aura on its body seemed to become even more condensed. At this moment, a middle-aged man, wearing the management attire of the Welcome Courtyard, with a friendly face but hawk-like sharp eyes, appeared. Seemingly casually strolling, he walked to the vicinity of Lu Ming's small courtyard. "Good morning, young friend Lu Ming," the manager greeted with a smile, his tone warm. Lu Ming stopped his movements and politely responded, "Good morning, manager."
"Did you rest well last night?"
The manager casually asked. "I heard that the back alley of this Welcome Courtyard is occasionally a bit unsettled. Did you encounter any troubles?" Lu Ming's heart stirred, and he replied calmly, "Thank you for your concern, everything is fine." The steward glanced meaningfully at Lu Ming, smiled and said, "That's good. It's a good thing for young people to have sharpness, but Tianqiong City is not a small place. With dragons and snakes mixed together, one must be more cautious. The city lord's mansion values you talented individuals from various cities very much. They have ordered increased patrols around to ensure you can prepare for the provincial competition with peace of mind." He paused, his tone slightly meaningful. "Of course, I hope you all can abide by the city rules and not cause any trouble that would make things difficult for the city lord's mansion." This sounded like concern and protection, but Lu Ming heard the warning in those words. The city lord's mansion knew about last night's incident and did not wish for the situation to escalate and affect the provincial competition. "Don't worry, steward, I understand," Lu Ming nodded in response. The steward nodded in satisfaction, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then left with his hands behind his back. Back in his quiet room, Lu Ming pondered for a moment. Shao Qi's voice timely echoed in his mind, carrying a hint of cold mockery. "Host, did you see? The city lord's mansion is warning you, and also showing it to others. However, things are not as simple as they appear. Zhao Qingtian is just a spoiled fool. Last night's ambush seemed like his angry revenge, but behind it, there might not be no prompting from the Zhang family. They are using Zhao Qingtian's knife to test your depth and limits. Even, that girl from the Mu family, distributing auction invitations, probably also has the intention to watch the tiger fight, observing the reactions of all parties.
Tianqiang City is very murky, various forces are intertwined, each calculating for their own interests. Lu Ming's gaze sharpened, and he took a deep breath.
Shao Qi's analysis gave him a clearer understanding of the current situation. He clenched his fist, the joints making a slight cracking sound. When enemies come, the soldiers will block them. When water comes, the earth will cover it. Lu Ming's voice was deep and firm, carrying an undeniable decisiveness.
Since I cannot avoid these open and secret arrows, let them see clearly. The me from Qingshi City, and my little dog, how capable are we really? If you want to bite me, be prepared to get your teeth knocked out. He looked out the window. The towering buildings of Tianqiang City outlined a massive silhouette in the morning light, as if it were a slumbering giant beast. The provincial competition was about to open, and this great city had already opened its invisible jaws, waiting for the young talents to pour in. And Lu Ming's small boat from Qingshi City had inevitably sailed into the core area where the storm was about to rise. Chapter 155, Drawing Lots. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The day for the provincial competition finally arrived.
In the morning, the central square of Tianqiang City was already a sea of people, with a roaring sound. The huge square was surrounded by fluttering flags, adorned with the emblems of various cities from the eastern province and the insignia of the Beast Masters Guild.
On the towering viewing platform, high-ranking officials from the provincial government filled the seats.
The lords of various cities, the heads of big families, and the leaders of major guilds were all present, creating a solemn and warm atmosphere. In the air, a scorching mixture of anticipation, tension, and excitement lingered. In the center of the square stood hundreds of young and talented beast masters who emerged from the preliminary rounds of the various provinces. They stood in neat rows according to their respective cities. Each of them appeared spirited, their eyes glimmering with confidence and fighting spirit, like sharp swords about to be unsheathed. Lu Ming stood at the front of the Qingshi City team, accompanied by his smaller, yet still eye-catching dog. He could feel the gazes from all directions, some curious, some scrutinizing, and some openly hostile. Lung Feng still stood silently not far from him, like a rock. Su Wan, Li Wei, and others seemed a bit nervous, constantly sizing up their surrounding opponents. The grand opening ceremony began with cannon fire and soaring music. A provincial official with deep presence and an imposing demeanor gave a brief speech. Encourage all contestants to showcase their style and skill, selecting the pillars of the empire. The ceremony was grand, but the process was simple, clearly to quickly get to the main topic.
As soon as the opening ceremony ended, the atmosphere on site instantly became tenser.
Everyone's gaze was directed at the sky above the square where a massive, crystalline curtain of pure energy slowly rose. Below the curtain was a giant crystal ball, slowly rotating and radiating colorful light within. This was the draw that would determine the fate of all contestants in the first round. An elderly man in a Beastmaster Guild uniform stepped in front of the crystal ball and loudly announced. The elimination round of the Eastern Province Beastmaster exam, the draw for the preliminary round, now begins. The crystal ball will randomly generate the match list, which will be displayed on the curtain above. The square fell into silence, only the faint hum of the rotating crystal ball could be heard. Eyes fixed on the curtain, hearts were pounding almost out of their chests. Buzz. The crystal ball blazed with light, countless small streams of energy collided and intertwined, eventually forming clear names. Quickly arranged on the curtain into a battle list. Zhao Qingtian from Tianqiang City vs Sun Miao from Lufeng City. Mu Qingya from Tianqiang City vs Lu Feng from Bishui City. Zhang Meng from Qingyan City vs Zhou Tong from Haishi City. Names appeared one after another, causing gasps or sighs from the crowd. Lu Ming's calm gaze swept over the curtain, searching for his name. Suddenly, the curtain froze on a line of new match information. Lu Ming from Qingshi City vs Wang Yan from Liang City. The moment the names appeared, a wave of discussion erupted from the audience. Lu Ming? Is that the Dark Horse champion from Qingshi City? Wang Yan? The genius from the Wang family in Liang City? I heard his flame tiger is very strong. This will be a good show. I heard these two have had issues before. Wang Yan ranked second in the Liang City preliminaries, his strength is not to be underestimated. Lu Ming encountered a tough opponent right away. And in the contested lineup, from Liang City, there was a young man dressed in gorgeous attire, with an arrogant expression. Seeing the match result, he was momentarily stunned, then a fierce smile of delight spread across his face. It was Wang Yan, who had previously provoked Lu Ming in the restaurant, only to be ignored. He abruptly turned his head, his gaze piercing through the crowd. He locked onto Lu Ming's position and raised his right hand, making an extremely arrogant throat-cutting gesture at his neck. His lips moved, although no sound came out, the shape of his mouth clearly said, "Kid, you're dead." The other Liang City contestants around him shot him gloating and provocative looks. Not far away in the Tianqiang City lineup, Zhao Qingtian saw the result and snorted coldly, a hint of displeasure flashing across his face as he muttered. This kid just got lucky. He didn't run into me in the first round.
Let Wang Yan's useless self try the waters first. On the observation platform, some bigwigs who knew the inside story also showed a look of interest.
The lord of Qingshi City, Sita Ming, frowned slightly, but seeing Lu Ming's calm expression, he felt a bit more at ease. At that moment, Lu Ming's mind echoed with Xiao Qi's voice, carrying a tone of precise analysis.
Wang Yan, direct line of the Wang family in Liang City, a junior mid-level beastmaster.
His pet beast is a mid-level, high-quality bloodline flame tiger, known for its explosive power and fire attacks. He has an impatient and irritable personality, with a simple strategy, favoring aggressive attacks. His weakness is a poor sustained combat ability, and he has average resistance to mental attacks.
Host, the first battle is crucial. Winning cleanly will not only ensure your smooth advancement but also further establish your authority.
It will fiercely slap the face of those who doubt you, making potential rivals like Zhao Qingtian more wary.
This is a great opportunity to establish your reputation.
After listening to Xiao Qi's analysis, Lu Ming's calm gaze continued to fix on the curtain, where his name stood side by side with Wang Yan's provocative name.
His heart was as calm as still water, he even found it somewhat boring. Wang Yan? Just a clown, really.
After experiencing ambushes in dark alleys and witnessing the strength of Zhao Qingtian and others, an opponent of this level was already unable to ignite any real fighting spirit within him. He lazily withdrew his gaze, even too indifferent to respond to Wang Yan's childish provocation, as if the other person did not exist at all. This complete disregard was more lethal than any verbal retort. Wang Yan saw that Lu Ming didn't even glance at him, as if he were air. The cruel smile on his face instantly froze, turning into a dark shade, his fists cracking ominously, feeling deeply insulted.
Bastard! You dare to ignore me! On the stage, I will make you kneel and beg for mercy.
The drawing ceremony continued, and all the match lists were unveiled one by one. Some were happy, some were worried, but the fighting spirit had already ignited in each competitor's heart. The huge screen finally fixed in place, all the names shining brightly.
A high official from the provincial government stood up again, and his voice echoed throughout the arena. The draw is complete.
The Eastern Province Beast Tamer College Entrance Elimination Competition, Round 1, is starting immediately. Please, all competitors, head to the designated arenas.
Boom! The atmosphere in the square was instantly ignited. Cheers, shouts of support, and discussions surged like a tsunami.
The great battle was about to break out. Everyone's gaze unconsciously turned to the slowly rising arenas, shimmering with barrier light. And the battle between Lu Ming and Wang Yan undoubtedly became one of the most watched focal points of the first round.
Chapter 156, First Battle, Establishing Authority.
After the drawing ceremony ended, dozens of arenas in the central square simultaneously lit up with barrier light, officially commencing the first round of the provincial competition. And almost all eyes focused on the central main arena, Lu Ming from Qingshi City against Wang Yan from Liang City. This match was already filled with gunpowder due to past grievances between the two and Wang Yan's arrogant provocations before the match. Lu Ming and Wang Yan ascended the wide arena one after another. Wang Yan, dressed in splendid attire, tilted his chin slightly, wearing an undisguised cruel smile and disdain, as if victory was already in his grasp.
He eagerly summoned his beast first. Roar!
A deafening tiger roar erupted, and a massive tiger with fiery red fur and a royal pattern on its forehead appeared on the arena.
It emanated a scorching aura and pressure of the lower fourth rank. It was his main battle pet, the top-quality bloodline flame tiger.
The appearance of the flame tiger immediately drew gasps from the audience.
It's the Wang family's flame tiger. Such strong aura. Fourth rank lower tier. Wang Yan really has the capital to be arrogant.
That kid from Qingshi City is probably going to have bad luck. Hearing the discussions around him, Wang Yan felt even more proud. He cast a sidelong glance at the still calm Lu Ming, deliberately raising his voice to mock.
Lu Ming.
Kneel and admit defeat now, hand over your points token.
I might still consider letting you leave the arena with some dignity. Otherwise, my flame tiger will not show mercy.
Don't blame me if you lose an arm or a leg. His voice echoed throughout the arena through the amplification array, filled with provocation. A buzz of discussion immediately erupted among the audience, with some supporting Wang Yan and others worrying for Lu Ming.
Teachers and students from Qingshi City held their breath anxiously.
Facing Wang Yan's shouts, Lu Ming didn't even lift his eyelids, as if he hadn't heard at all. This complete disregard caused Wang Yan's cruel smile to freeze instantly, turning into an angry shade of fury.
Pretending. I want to see how long you can keep this up. Wang Yan gritted his teeth. Flame tiger, prepare.
However, before he could finish, Lu Ming moved. There were no fancy summoning spells, nor a buildup of energy. Lu Ming simply moved his mind. In an instant, a terrifying aura far more fierce, violent, and profound than the flame tiger descended upon the arena, like a slumbering beast awakening.
Shadow spread, a creature no less impressive than the blazing tiger.
The Hellhound, with 3 fierce heads, its body covered in dark scales, and its eyes burning with hellfire, suddenly appeared. As soon as it emerged, the deterrent power stemming from its epic bloodline swept through like an invisible storm. This was a pressure that struck deep into the soul. Oh whoa! Just moments ago, the blazing tiger had roared mightily and displayed its dominance. Under this terrifying pressure, it instinctively let out a whimper of fear. Its massive body uncontrollably stepped back half a pace, its crimson pupils filled with shock and unease. Animal instinct told it that this 3-headed monster was extremely dangerous. This scene made the whole arena fall into silence in an instant. Wang Yan's expression of pride and anger instantly froze, transforming into a look of unbelievable shock. His blazing tiger, actually completely suppressed in momentum? The audience erupted in greater astonishment. What is that beast? 3 heads? Such terrifying pressure. My pet in the contract space is trembling. Is this really the kind of momentum a Tier 4 beast can have? Where did Qingshi City find such a monster? The referee also showed surprise but quickly reacted, loudly announcing, "The match starts. Blazing Tiger. Tear it apart for me." Blazing impact. Wang Yan snapped back from his shock, roaring angrily as he launched his attack first. The blazing tiger suppressed its fear, opening its mouth to unleash a thick, red fire pillar, rushing toward the Hellhound with scorching heat. However, just at that moment, the Hellhound moved. As fast as lightning. The central head, the calmest and most ferocious, suddenly opened its massive mouth. A condensed, deep black shadow fire pillar, with edges swirling with ghostly blue flames, surged forward. It violently met the blazing tiger's blazing impact. Hiss. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only the unsettling sound of erosion. The black shadow fire pillar pierced through like a red-hot iron rod into ice and snow. It rapidly consumed and obliterated the red flames at a visible speed. Absolute suppression in attributes. The shadow fire pillar crashed into the unprepared blazing tiger. Boom! A muffled sound. Oh whoa! The blazing tiger let out a shrill scream. Its massive body was blasted off the ground, with a charred chest, exuding the stench of burning fur. But that was not the end. The left head of the Hellhound glowed with a ghostly light as Shadow Cage was instantly activated. Several black shadow chains shot out from the arena floor like lightning. They precisely wrapped around the blazing tiger's limbs and neck, which had not yet landed. It was tightly bound in midair, unable to move. At the same time, the right head of the Hellhound let out a low growl. Its massive body surged forward like a ghost, sharp claws glinting coldly, already poised at the blazing tiger's vulnerable throat. With just a slight swipe, it could deliver a fatal blow. The entire process, from the start of the match to the complete subjugation of the blazing tiger, took less than 5 seconds. The entire arena was deathly silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, in disbelief as they watched the scene on the stage. Wang Yan's expression was completely frozen. From anger to shock, and now to utter stupor and fear, he seemed petrified. His prideful Tier 4 blazing tiger was just instantly killed? After a brief silence, the audience erupted like a tidal wave. Instant kill? My god. Did I just see wrong? Wang Yan's blazing tiger was knocked down with one move? What level of monster is this Hellhound? Too strong. A dark horse. This is the true dark horse. Lu Ming from Qingshi City, suddenly famous with this battle. The teachers and students from Qingshi City were even more excited, jumping up and cheering. Old Zhou's eyes filled with tears, vigorously waving his fists. The referee was also stunned for several seconds. Taking a deep breath, he loudly announced, his voice carrying a hint of shock, the winner, Qingshi City, Lu Ming. From beginning to end, Lu Ming's expression showed no change. He casually glanced at Wang Yan, whose face was like dead ash, lost and miserable. With a thought, he called back his dog. Then he turned around and walked calmly down the ring under the countless shocked, awed, and complex gazes of the audience. There was no show of force, no mocking of the opponent, as if he had merely completed a trivial task. But this extreme calm contrasted with his overwhelming strength, creating a more impactful shock than any display of arrogance. In the first battle, a single hit took down the opponent. The name Lu Ming, along with his terrifying Hellhound. Like a thunderclap, it completely echoed throughout the entire Tiancong City arena. Chapter 157, Renown Rises. The news that Lu Ming from Qingshi City had swiftly taken down Wang Yan in the first round spread like wildfire. It was like a drop of water thrown into a boiling pot of oil, instantly stirring up huge waves in Tiancong City. The news spread quickly through various channels, even faster than the official announcements of the matches. Have you heard? That Lu Ming from Qingshi City, 5 seconds. Just 5 seconds. He knocked down Wang Yan from Liang City. Is it true? Isn't Wang Yan's flame tiger a level 4 beast? So weak? Absolutely true.
I saw it with my own eyes. That Hellhound is terrifying, crushing with just one glance. Looks like this provincial competition has truly produced a fierce dragon. I underestimated him before. Similar discussions quietly spread through streets, tea houses, taverns, and even among various families. Lu Ming's name jumped from being seen as a lucky dark horse from a small city to become one of the hottest topics of this provincial competition. He was labeled as unpredictable, strange beast, and not to be underestimated. This change in reputation had the most direct reflection. Various betting houses opened their odds. Lu Ming's championship odds, which were considered dark horse prices just the day before, instantly plummeted and soared to the forefront of popular contenders, alongside traditional strong players like Zhao Qingtian and Mu Qingya. Countless people who previously looked down on him now changed their attitudes, either regretful or amazed. Even the other Qingshi city members in the welcoming courtyard looked at Lu Ming with completely different eyes. Su Wan's initial feeling of superiority due to her background and pet lineage completely vanished in the face of absolute strength, replaced by a complex emotion. A mix of awe, disbelief, and a trace of indescribable loss. Li Wei and Wang Hao had become Lu Ming's devoted followers, their eyes filled with admiration when they saw him. On his way back to the welcoming courtyard, Lu Ming coincidentally ran into Leng Feng, who had also just finished his match. Lang Feng's match was at another arena, and his opponent was no weakling. But he too won with overwhelming advantage, the process clean and neat, showcasing his strong strength and calm mind. When the two met at the courtyard entrance, Leng Feng still wore his usual cold expression. But in his gaze toward Lu Ming, there was less of the initial scrutiny and more genuine recognition. He stopped and simply said, "Well played." Lu Ming felt the sincerity in his words, smiled slightly, and responded simply, "You too." Without excessive chit-chat, the two nodded and returned to their respective accommodations. A subtle understanding based on mutual respect formed quietly between them. After a brief commotion, the lottery ceremony for the second round of matches quickly followed. All advancing contestants gathered again under the glowing screen in the central square. The atmosphere was tenser than the first round, as every remaining opponent was no weakling. The crystal ball shimmered as the new match list appeared one by one. When Lu Ming's name appeared, next to it was Shuiyun City, Chen Tao along with his beast information Xian Waterjiao, mid-level 5. The square buzzed with chatter again as the words high-quality bloodline echoed. Lu Ming against Chen Tao. Xian Shuwei Jiao. This is getting interesting. Xian Shuwei Jiao is a powerful water-type beast, a mid-stage level 5. Its strength is far beyond Wang Yan's fiery tiger. That's right, the water type somewhat restrains fire. I wonder if Lu Ming's Hellhound can still be so dominant this time. This is the real test. Let's see how strong this dark horse really is. Chen Tao, a tall and slender boy with a cold expression, stood in the Water Rhythm City team. He looked sharply at Lu Ming, his eyes filled with fighting spirit, showing no sign of fear. His Xian Shuwei Jiao clearly gave him enough confidence. In the audience, Zhao Qingtian crossed his arms and scoffed. Humph, luck has run out. Chen Tao's Xian Shuwei Jiao is not easy to deal with, let's see how this kid stays arrogant. Although he was unhappy with Lu Ming, he preferred to see Lu Ming eliminated. Mu Qingya also watched this match, curiosity flickering in her beautiful eyes as she murmured. Xian Shuwei Jiao does have some elemental advantage. Lu Ming, how will you respond? Returning to his private courtyard, Lu Ming's calm demeanor remained. He closed the door, shutting out the noise from the outside. The dog shrank in size, lying at his feet, its 3 pairs of eyes shining with excitement and combativeness, clearly invigorated by the recent swift victory. Host, the information about the second round opponent is clear. Xiao Qi's voice emerged, calm and analytical as always. Chen Tao, direct descendant of the Chun family in Water Rhythm City, a beginner peak beast master. His pet beast, Xian Shuwei Jiao, is a mid-stage level 5, high-quality bloodline, skilled in water attacks. Its water tornado covers a large area and has strong impact. Ice breath has slowing and freezing effects. Theoretically, water has resistance to fire, but your hellfire integrates shadow essence. It is not ordinary fire, its corrosion and annihilation properties actually restrain water elements. Xian Shuwei Jiao's weakness lies in its close combat abilities, relatively weaker than dragon-like beasts. And it has average resistance to mental shock and shadow attributes' strange attacks. She paused, her tone tinged with teasing confidence. Overall, its strength is decent, a level above Wang Yan's, but poses no real threat to you and the dog. Tactically, I still suggest a quick fight, using intimidation to seize the initiative. Use shadow skills to break through its defenses, avoiding getting dragged into a war of attrition on its home turf. Just right, use this battle to shut the mouths of those who think they've found your weakness. Lu Ming nodded. Xiao Qi's analysis was largely consistent with his own judgment. He patted the head of the dog, feeling its strong fighting spirit and absolute trust in him. Did you hear that, dog? Lu Ming whispered, another guy who thinks he can stop us. Tomorrow, let them see what true hell looks like.
The three heads of the dog lifted in unison, letting out deep growls filled with combat spirit, its surrounding shadow energy rippling slightly.
No celebration, no relaxation.
Lu Ming sat down cross-legged, entering a meditative state, his mental energy focused, linking more closely with the dog's soul. Together, they adjusted their states, reviewing possible battle details, tuning their spirit to the best level. He knew that in the provincial competition, there were no weak teams, and every fight must be fought with full strength. A stronger opponent meant a greater challenge, but it also meant, defeating him would bring greater fame and recognition. His path to fame was destined to be paved with clean and decisive victories.
Chapter 158, Fierce Battle with Xianshui Jiao.
The second round of the competition arrived as scheduled. When the match between Lu Ming and Chen Tao was announced, it became the focus of the entire venue. Everyone wanted to know just how strong Lu Ming, this dark horse, really was and whether he could overcome a seemingly restrained powerful foe. Therefore, when they stepped onto the central arena, the stands were already packed to capacity, with voices booming, and the atmosphere was even more enthusiastic than in the first round. On the arena, Chen Tao's expression was calm, his gaze sharp, completely different from Wang Yan's arrogance, showing the depth of a big city's youth. He was the first to summon his pet beast.
Aang!
A clear and long cry of a dragon rang out, and the moisture in the air suddenly thickened. A dragon, nearly 10 meters long, covered entirely in deep blue scales, with a single horn on its head and 4 claws on its belly, appeared on the arena. Surrounded by swirling moisture, it emanated a powerful pressure and cold aura of level 5 mid-stage.
It was the high-quality bloodline, Mystic Water Dragon.
The appearance of the Mystic Water Dragon immediately drew gasps of admiration.
It's the Mystic Water Dragon. Such strong water-type pressure. Level 5 mid-stage.
This aura is much stronger than the Flame Tiger.
Water has an advantage over fire, it seems the Hellhound will have a tough battle now.
Chen Tao is also one of the top 5 experts in Water Rhythm City, this match is hard to predict. Chen Tao stared at Lu Ming, saying solemnly, Lu Ming, I have heard of your strength.
But my Mystic Water Dragon is certainly not comparable to that trash Wang Yan. Be careful. Lu Ming's expression was calm as he nodded slightly, please guide me.
His attitude was neither humble nor arrogant.
With the referee's command, the match began. Chen Tao had clearly studied Lu Ming's first battle and immediately adopted the safest strategy. Mystic Water Dragon, Water Tornado.
The Mystic Water Dragon let out a long cry, and water vapor wildly gathered around it, instantly forming a massive, fast-spinning vortex of water on the arena. With strong pulling force and impact, it surged towards the dog. Attempting to limit its movement and use water energy to exhaust and suppress the dog's hellfire. Dog, Shadow Strike, avoid the front.
Lu Ming communicated with his mind.
The dog let out a low growl, and its massive body instantly became blurry. Transforming into a fleeting shadow, it moved sideways with surprising speed.
It narrowly grazed the edge of the water tornado, avoiding being pulled in. Left side, Hellfire, probing attack. Lu Ming continued to command.
From the left head, the dog unleashed a pillar of ghostly blue fire towards the Mystic Water Dragon's body. However, a thick water shield automatically formed on the surface of the Mystic Water Dragon. The hellfire struck against it, emitting a fierce hissing sound of intense evaporation. The water shield rippled violently, its color fading but not immediately breaking, showing a strong resistance to the flames. As expected, ordinary hellfire is greatly weakened. Lu Ming thought to himself.
Host, the Mystic Water Dragon's water-type defense is very strong. But pay attention, it shows obvious fear towards shadow energy, and the water shield is depleting quickly.
Xiao Qi's voice calmly analyzed, changed the main attack strategy, focusing on shadow skills, with Hellfire as support, to interfere and break the shield.
Seeing the Hellfire blocked, Chen Tao's heart tightened and immediately launched a counterattack, Ice Breath. The Mystic Water Dragon opened its mouth and sprayed out a cold white breath.
Wherever it passed, the air crystallized with ice, moving extremely fast, covering a wide area, aiming to slow the dog's speed and create opportunities for follow-up attacks. Dog, to the right front at a 45-degree angle, curved to avoid. At the same time, the middle head, Intimidation, fully strikes the Mystic Water Dragon's head. Lu Ming issued precise commands based on Xiao Qi's predictions and his instant battle intuition. The dog drew power from its limbs and glided in a remarkably agile arc, the cold breath nearly grazing its back. Leaving behind a trail of frost on the ground, at the same time, the dog's middle head, the most imposing one, shone with ghostly light. A solid, tangible wave of mental pressure surged forward, accurately striking the Mystic Water Dragon's consciousness, ignoring physical distance.
Aang?
The Mystic Water Dragon was preparing for its next attack when the sudden Intimidation struck hard. Its massive body froze suddenly, and its consciousness experienced a brief but intense confusion. The icy energy that gathered in his mouth suddenly began to scatter.
Now is the time.
Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with brilliance.
3 heads combined, Shadow Destruction Wave. This was the combination skill that he and the dog had recently developed. By temporarily merging the energy of the three heads, they could unleash a power far beyond a single attack, but the cost was immense. Roar! The three heads of the dog simultaneously let out a thunderous roar, as shadows, hellfire, and a fierce aura from its bloodline crazily gathered. A deep, almost black energy pillar formed in front of it, with dark red lightning swirling around the edges, radiating a destructive wave. In the blink of an eye, it crashed toward the Xianshui Jiao, which had been slowed down by dread. Not good. Xianshui Jiao, full defense. Chen Tao's expression changed dramatically, shouting anxiously. The Xianshui Jiao sensed the lethal threat, forcibly breaking free from the dread, hurriedly forming several heavy water shields and ice walls in front of itself. Boom! The shadow destruction wave violently collided with the defenses. A deafening explosion echoed. The water shields and ice walls shattered like paper. The frenzied energy shockwave spread out, causing the arena barrier to shake violently. On! The Xianshui Jiao let out a painful wail, its massive body was hurled away, crashing heavily at the edge of the arena. Many scales shattered, blue-golden dragon blood oozed out, and its breath instantly became weak. Though it was not dead, it had completely lost its fighting ability. The dog was also panting, covered in a thin layer of frost, a result of being grazed by the edge of the icy breath, as it dodged, clearly exhausted. The entire battle lasted only 2 or 3 minutes, but it was even more thrilling than the first match, filled with tactical strategies and instant decisions. The whole arena was silent, a pin could be heard dropping. Everyone was stunned by this intense and thrilling exchange of offense and defense, as well as the final devastating joint skill that decided victory or defeat. A few seconds later, the deafening cheers and discussions erupted like a volcano. We won. Lu Ming has won again. My god. What kind of skill was that? So terrifying. Even the Xianshui Jiao couldn't withstand it. What kind of monster is this hellish three-headed dog? The tactic was brilliant. The timing of that dread was perfect. This Lu Ming is not only strong with his pet beast, his command and timing are also top-notch. Chen Tao looked at the Xianshui Jiao lying on the ground, his face full of shock and bitterness. He took a deep breath and cupped his fists to Lu Ming in a salute. Impressive. I sincerely admire you. Then he quickly recalled the Xianshui Jiao and left the stage in disappointment. In this battle, he had nothing to say for his loss. The referee announced loudly, the winner, from Qingshi City, Lu Ming. Lu Ming recalled the slightly fatigued but still excited dog and gently patted its head. This victory was hard-won, a victory of strength and strategy combined. He stood on the stage, accepting the countless gazes of the audience. This time, there were no doubts in the gazes, replaced instead by shock, awe, and deep-seated fear. Through this battle, Lu Ming achieved a victory rich in significance. He completely shattered all doubts, establishing his position as a formidable force in the fierce provincial competition. The name of the dark horse was truly deserved. With 2 consecutive strong victories, the name Lu Ming swept through, like a whirlwind, truly capturing the attention of various powerful factions in the provincial city. The upcoming matches would feature even stronger opponents, and the hidden crises lurking in the dark would silently close in as his fame grew. Chapter 159, 32 Strong, The Wall of Rock. The provincial competition was in full swing, and the brutal elimination rounds were like sands being filtered through a sieve, with only the best contestants emerging from the bloody battles in various cities. Each participant was a true elite, excelling in both strength and luck. Every battle tugged at the hearts of countless spectators. The drawing ceremony heightened this tense atmosphere to its peak. Under the massive light curtain, the crowd surged, and when the matchup information of Lu Ming versus Shi Meng clearly appeared, the entire central square fell into a brief silence. Suddenly, it erupted with a much more enthusiastic uproar and discussion than any time before. Shi Meng. He is the stone madman from Rock City. He actually faced Lu Ming so early. My god. The granite rhinoceros. Claimed to be the #1 monster in defense for this provincial competition. Lu Ming is in big trouble this time. It's over, it's over. Although Lu Ming's attacks are strange and fierce, facing such absolute defense, it's like a mouse versus a turtle, he has no way to strike. The ultimate duel of spear and shield. This is a true strong conversation. This ticket is worth it. I favor Shi Meng. In the face of absolute strength, any dark horse must reveal its true form. The defense of granite cannot be broken by trickery. Shi Meng, true to his name, was as stout as an iron tower. Underneath his bronze skin, muscles bulged fiercely, and just standing there, he exuded an unmovable calmness and pressure. He came from Rock City, known for defense and strength. He was recognized as one of the top contenders in this competition, capable of breaking into the top 10 or even higher. Seeing the draw results, there was not the slightest bit of tension on his rugged face. Instead, he flashed a broad smile, showing a mouthful of white teeth.
Toward Lu Ming's direction, he did not hide at all and made a highly disrespectful thumbs-down gesture. His thunderous voice even drowned out the noise of the venue. Lu Ming. Your lucky streak is over. Get ready to be crushed by my giant rhinoceros. Next to him, that moving hill-like granite rhinoceros let out a deep, rumbling sound as if giant stones were grinding against each other. The rich aura of the mid-tier 5th stage mixed with the unique heavy pressure of the peak bloodline. Like a tangible wave, it spread out, causing the front-row spectators to feel a jolt in their hearts and difficulty breathing. Its deep gray skin was covered with deep patterns and lumps like a 1,000-year-old weathered rock, and its limbs were like gigantic pillars. The earth-yellow horn at the tip of its nose flickered with a steady light. Just standing there gave a sense of despair, as if it were one with the earth, utterly unshakable. In the viewing area, Zhao Qingtian stared at this matchup, first stunned. Then his face burst into unabashed joy and schadenfreude, slapping his thigh hard, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha. Retribution. This is truly retribution. Meng, the stone lump, is precisely this kid's nemesis. I wonder how that little hellfire will burn now. How will that shadow trick work? Just wait, he will undoubtedly lose this match. It would be best if the giant rhino turned him into mush. Even the usually calm Mu Qingya frowned slightly at this moment, worry flashing in her clear eyes, as she murmured. Granite rhinoceros, with the innate skill Earth Barrier, its defense is truly invincible at the same level. And its power is terrifying. Lu Ming's Hellhound does not have the advantage in attributes. It may even be somewhat restrained. This battle, for him, is likely the toughest challenge since the competition began. Even her discerning eye found it hard to be optimistic about Lu Ming's prospects at this moment. The teachers and students from the Qingstone City area felt their emotions rollercoaster. The morale that had just peaked due to Lu Ming's 2 consecutive powerful advances was suddenly crushed down to the bottom by this draw result. Old Zhou's tightly clenched fists turned white, and his face was filled with anxiety and worry. Su Wan, Li Wei, and others turned pale. They knew well the great renown of Meng and his granite rhinoceros. Those were tough opponents even among the younger generation in the entire eastern province. On the arena, Lu Ming stood face to face with Meng. The atmosphere was so tense it felt like it could drip with water. Meng folded his arms, chin slightly raised. He looked down at Lu Ming with a condescending gaze. The voice carried undisguised pride and disdain. Lu Ming, I watched your last 2 matches. A bit clever, and your pet beast is somewhat interesting. Unfortunately, flashy things are just a joke in the face of absolute power and defense. Your provincial competition journey ends today, at my hands, Meng. The granite giant rhino beside him snorted in agreement. It spat out 2 yellowish whirlwinds, its heavy hooves slightly stomped the ground. The arena let out a dull sound, filled with provocation. The dog sensed the burdening pressure from the other side like a mountain. The 3 heads slightly lowered, emitting a deep, threatening growl from deep in their throats. In its dark blue eyes sparkled unprecedented vigilance and intense battle intent awakened. Its sharp beast instincts clearly told it that this clumsy giant before it. The defense far exceeded all previous opponents, a tough bone to chew. Lu Ming's face was as calm as water, his gaze sharp as an eagle, carefully scanning the granite rhino's nearly perfect defense body. From the thick rock armor to the sturdy joints, he rapidly communicated with Little Chi in his mind. Host, the situation is a bit trickier than expected. Little Chi's voice remained absolutely calm, but added a rare seriousness. The granite giant rhino has peak bloodline potential, just 1 step away from royal quality. Its talent Earth Barrier is extremely perverse, capable of greatly absorbing and dispersing physical impacts and energy attacks, with very few conventional weaknesses. Its energy core is hidden beneath the central, darkest rock core on its back, which is also its strongest defensive area. Your hellfire temperature is high, but the opponent is a pure earthen body, naturally resistant to flames. Shadow erosion is strange and hard to defend against, but the opponent's energy is as heavy as a mountain. The erosion speed will be very slow, greatly reducing its effectiveness. The faint dragon might that just awakened in the dog. For the granite giant rhino, an elemental being with simple intellect and almost instinctual behavior, the deterrent effect will be far less than on flesh-based lifeforms. However, perhaps it can be tried to disrupt its connection resonance with the Earth's power. Even if it can only sever it for a moment, it might be a crucial opportunity. She quickly provided the strategic analysis. In summary, in this battle, we must avoid a direct confrontation, that would be attacking the enemy's strong points with our weaknesses, a certain defeat. We must make the most of our strengths, using wit to overcome clumsiness and speed to control slowness. We must fully utilize the dog's overwhelming speed advantage and agility. Engage in continuous guerrilla tactics, harassment, patiently seeking that fleeting flaw. Focus attacks on its relatively weak joint connections, eyes, or find a way to create an opportunity. Let it briefly leave the ground, even if just for a moment. As long as we can sever its source of power from the earth, its defense will significantly drop. This will be an incredibly demanding battle of patience, timing, and instant decision-making. Lu Ming's heart was stern, yet his gaze grew even sharper. Little Chee's analysis aligned with his own judgment perfectly. It was unwise to clash head-on with this rock-solid wall. Then, it would be a contest of who could remain more patient, whose tactics were more cunning, who could first seize the opponent's mistakes. Just then, the referee's sharp gaze swept over the two fighters and their beasts in the arena. Confirming both sides were ready, he raised his arm high, then swung down with a whoosh. Round of 32, Ming vs. Meng, begin the match. Almost in the instant the referee's voice fell, Meng took the initiative, launching an aggressive attack. He knew his pet beast's greatest shortcoming was speed, so he had to take the first move. Using area skills to compress the opponent's movement space. Force the opponent to fight back hard. Giant Rhino. Crush it for me. Earth Tremor. Rock Spike Rush. Meng's thunderous roar echoed throughout the arena. Moo. The granite giant rhino emitted a deafening roar, as if it could shake mountains. With front hooves as thick as giant pillars suddenly raised high, bearing immense power, it stomped down fiercely on the specially made alloy arena floor. Boom! The entire arena shook violently, as if a small earthquake had occurred. A visible, concentrated yellow shockwave spread out in a massive fan shape. It rushed forward like a tidal wave, expanding rapidly. Wherever it passed, the solid ground of the arena cracked inch by inch, and debris flew everywhere. At the same time, in a radius of dozens of meters around the dog, the sound of cracking earth erupted in rapid succession. Puff 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 puff. Dozens of stone spikes, thick as a child's arm and sharp at the top, shimmering with a cold light, surged up from the ground instantly. Like a sudden contracted death cage, it blocked most of the dog's escape routes. Meng's tactics were simple and brutal, yet extremely effective. By using a wide area control skill, he limited the dog's ultimate speed for survival, creating an opportunity for the granite giant rhino's subsequent fatal close-up crushing blow. The battle had entered a heated state from the very first second. How would Ming respond to this seemingly desperate onslaught? Everyone's heart raced, their eyes fixated on the central figure on the arena, standing tall yet somewhat slender. Chapter 160, Absolute Defense. Giant Rhino. Earth Tremor. Rock Spike Rush. Meng roared, his voice booming like a bell. The granite giant rhino let out a deafening roar, with front hooves as thick as a battering ram raised high. With immense power, it fiercely stomped down on the arena floor. Boom! The entire alloy arena shook violently, as if a strong earthquake had occurred. A condensed, visible yellow shockwave spread out in a fan shape ahead. Wherever it passed, the solid ground split inch by inch, and debris flew everywhere. At the same time, in a radius of dozens of meters around the dog, the ground boiled as if, puff 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 puff. The sounds of cracking earth merged together, as dozens of stone spikes as thick as a child's arm surged up from the ground. With sharp tops glimmering with cold light, they suddenly burst out of the earth. Like death thorns blooming violently, they completely sealed the dog's escape spaces. Such strong area control. Someone in the stands exclaimed. Facing this overwhelming attack, the dog reacted with incredible speed. Its forelimbs exerted force, and its massive body displayed astonishing agility that belied its size. Like a flash of black lightning, it leaped into the air, narrowly avoiding the ground shockwave and most of the rock spikes between two of them. In midair, the dog's left head had already opened, and scorching azure, hellfire, erupted like an angered dragon. It sliced through the air, striking precisely at the granite giant rhino's shoulder, which was as thick as a mountain. Boom! The flames exploded, and the azure fire engulfed half of the giant rhino's body, emitting a violent burning sound. However, as the light faded, everyone focused their eyes. They saw that the part of the giant rhino that was hit only displayed a large blackened mark. The deepest part merely caused the rock armor to slightly crack, it had not harmed its essence at all. That heavy rock armor seemed to possess infinite vitality, as the surface blackness was being rapidly covered and repaired by newly formed earth and stone. Ha ha ha. Useless. Even a scratch is stronger than your fire. Seeing this, Meng laughed heartily, his face filled with pride and mockery. My giant rhino's defense is invincible. Let's see how long this three-headed monster can evade. Giant rhino, don't give it a chance to breathe. Rock cannon, continuous fire. The deepest rock core in the center of the granite giant rhino's back suddenly glowed with a yellow light. In a flash of brilliance, rock after rock, the size of grinding stones, with sharp edges and incredible hardness, shot forth like they were launched from a giant crossbow. With a piercing whistle, they relentlessly blasted towards the dog that had just landed. These rock projectiles moved at lightning speed and covered a wide area. They forced the dog to continuously dodge, jump, and slide at high speeds, making the scene appear quite passive. With no choice but to evade, it struggled to launch an effective counterattack. Did you see that? This is the gap of absolute power. Meng stood with hands on hips, his voice echoing throughout the arena. Your little tricks are nothing against true strength. The dark horse of Qingshi City? I see it as a three-legged donkey at best. Get out of here. In the audience, those supporting Sherman burst into laughter and cheers, while those backing Luming felt their hearts tighten. Zhao Qingtian laughed so hard he could barely stand. Yes. Just like that. Crush him. Let him go wild. Luming's brow furrowed slightly, but his gaze remained as calm as ice. Through the soul link, he quickly issued a new command: Dog, Shadow Cage. Restrict its movements. A flicker of ghostly light shone from the dog's head, and a thick shadow energy surged forth from the ground's shadow like a living creature. It quickly wrapped around the granite giant rhino's 4 hooves, attempting to bind it. However, when the shadow power touched the giant rhino's body, covered in a rich earthy yellow glow, it fizzed and sizzled as if water met boiling rock, eroding at an extremely slow speed. The granite giant rhino simply flicked its hooves in annoyance, and with a shake of its body, the shadow cage was easily broken apart like a fragile spider's web. Intimidate. Luming commanded again. The dog howled 3 times, sending a powerful mental shockwave towards the giant rhino. The massive figure of the rhino paused slightly, its rock projectile launch faltering for half a second. But a flicker of irritation appeared in its earthy yellow pupils. The light of its back's rock core shone even brighter, and a heavier earthy spiritual glow spread out. It significantly countered the mental influence of intimidate, and soon it regained its action. Ha ha ha. Have you run out of tricks, Qian Donkey? Sherman watched everything with glee, his words becoming even sharper. Mental shock? For my giant rhino, that's just a breeze. Shadow bind? It can't even be called a tickle. What else do you have? Show everything. Let everyone see how this dark horse turns into a dead horse. Giant rhino, put in more effort, use earthquake wave to knock it over. The granite giant rhino lifted its hooves and stomped heavily, sending even more intense tremors through the ground. Twisted shockwaves radiated from the surface, affecting the dog's movement. The scene seemed completely under Shyman's control, and Luming and the dog were obviously at a disadvantage. They could only rely on speed and agility to maneuver, as all attacks were unable to shake that absolute defense. The discussions from the stands grew increasingly noisy, with more and more negative voices. It really isn't working. The granite giant rhino's defense is too abnormal. Luming's attacks can't breach the defense at all. At this rate, he'll be worn out. It's only a matter of time before Sherman wins. However, Luming, in the center of the storm, showed no signs of panic on his face. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, locking tightly onto the granite giant rhino. Especially that flickering rock core on its back. The enemy's defense was indeed beyond imagination, but it was not without flaws. In the intervals of the enemy's powerful attacks, he sharply picked up on subtle patterns in the energy fluctuations. Little 7, Luming quickly and calmly asked in his mind. His tone carried a hint of confirmation. Its energy core, the rock core on its back, has regular fluctuations. Is it true that every time it uses a skill that consumes a lot of energy, like rock projectiles or earthquake wave, the glow will have an extremely brief, a faint stagnation period? In that moment, would its overall energy defense show a barely noticeable crack? Chapter 161, Flaws and Opportunities. Exactly. Shao Qi's voice echoed in Luming's mind. With a calmness that seemed to perceive the essence of everything, it felt as if this fierce battle was merely a game of chess unfolding. The granite giant rhino's earth barrier talent is indeed powerful. But maintaining such an almost absolute defense requires a continuous massive draw of earth energy from the ground beneath. That most prominent rock core on its back is the core hub for energy gathering, conversion, and distribution, like an efficient energy transfer station. Her speech was steady, her analysis precise, each word striking the key points. Every time it uses powerful skills like the rock cannon barrage or earthquake wave, which consume enormous energy, the rock core will instantly operate in overload, crazily extracting vast energy from the earth for replenishment and balance. In that brief moment of intense energy exchange, when old and new forces alternate, the core's defense will drop to its lowest. A slight, extremely subtle, hardly noticeable energy gap will form in the thick earth barrier surrounding it. This flaw lasts for less than half a breath, fleeting. Shao Qi's tone held an undeniable determination, like the calmest commander delivering a final order. Host, you only have one chance, you must seize that moment precisely. Moreover, the attack strength must be sufficient. Gather the strongest power that you and Dogsy can unleash right now, hit it accurately, and directly penetrate its temporarily weakened core defense. Otherwise, if you miss or the force is insufficient, allowing it to recover, finding such an opportunity again will be difficult. Half a breath. Fleeting. This posed nearly harsh requirements on Luming's observation, reaction speed, as well as on the limit of the three-headed hell dog Dogsy's ability to gather and unleash power. Luming's gaze instantly sharpened like a knife, no hesitation remained in his heart. Through the soul contract, a clear and resolute command was instantly transmitted to Dogsy. Dogsy. Give up all ineffective distractions and dodges. Restrain your breath, show weakness to the enemy. Compress and accumulate all your power, shadow, flames, and that sliver of dragon might. Wait for my signal, target the rock core on the giant rhino's back. A powerful strike, determine the outcome. A flash of understanding and extreme excitement shone in the three-headed dog's eyes. It let out a low growl in response, its massive body suddenly changed its movements. The following battle scene appeared to the audience as Lu Ming's side completely falling into a disadvantageous struggling to survive. The three-headed hell dog's evasive maneuvers became increasingly perilous and clumsy, narrowly avoiding howling rock cannonballs several times. Its huge body seemed a bit staggering due to the hasty dodges. Lu Ming deliberately controlled Dogsy's rhythm. In a seemingly unavoidable barrage of rocks, his gaze sharpened and issued a command precise to the millisecond through the contract. Whoosh! A sharp-edged fragment of stone whistled past, accurately grazing the outside of Dogsy's hind leg. It made a shallow but quite glaring cut, causing a stream of bright red blood droplets. Ow! Dogsy cooperatively let out a low moan filled with pain and a hint of panic. The running and jumping movements then showed a slight imperceptible but sufficient stagger to be noticed by the opponent. This realistic performance immediately triggered a chain reaction in the stands. Oh no! Injured! In the Qingshi City area, old Zhou suddenly stood up, his face pale. The speed must be affected, right? This makes it even more passive. Li Wei pounded his chest in frustration. Ah, indeed can't break that shell. It's already impressive to hold on until now. Some neutral spectators began to sigh. At this moment, Shi Meng saw the scene, and a burst of ecstatic light exploded in his eyes. A sinister smile appeared on his face, full of confidence, his voice loud and mocking. Ha ha ha. Can't take it anymore, can you? You can't even hide. How does it feel to bleed? This is just the beginning. Get down. Granite Rhinoceros, don't give it a chance to breathe, use Rock Storm to completely finish it. He seemed to see victory waving at him, and his commands became increasingly frenzied, wishing he could blast Lu Ming off the stage in the next second. The Granite Rhinoceros let out a deep and confident roar, its back core glowing with yellow light, and earth energy surged wildly around it. Clearly, it was preparing for a more powerful skill with greater consumption and wider range, Rockstorm. The rubble on the entire stage began to tremble slightly, floating in mid-air, as a suffocating sense of oppression filled the air. However, in this seemingly desperate passive situation, no one noticed. Inside that seemingly clumsily dodging Hellhound, earth-shaking changes were occurring. Lu Ming's mental power was highly concentrated, like the most precise instrument. While commanding the dog to perform narrow escapes, he was also guiding the energy within the dog through their soul link. The energy cores of the three heads spun like crazy at an unprecedented speed. Shadow power gathered from all directions like a tidal wave from the abyss. In the middle head, it compressed into an extremely dark point. The hellfire of the left head was forcibly restrained and purified, turning into a cluster of pulsating ghostly blue flames. The thin dragon power factor of the right head was fully stimulated, emitting a faint golden halo, blending in like a catalyst. Three completely different energies, even somewhat conflicting in attributes. Under Lu Ming's powerful mental power harmonizing with the dog's own fierce physique, they began a perilously intricate process of compression and initial fusion. A subtle yet terrifying destructive aura silently brewed and accumulated within the dog, like the dormant magma before a volcanic eruption, filled with destructive power. The dog's muscles trembled slightly, not from fear, but from that enormous power nearing loss of control. In the audience, sharp-eyed observers like Mu Qingya frowned slightly. She vaguely sensed that the atmosphere of the Hellhound seemed a bit off. It was not simply weakness, instead, there was a kind of repressed violence, but she couldn't say exactly what it was. Zhao Qingtian was entirely immersed in the delight of witnessing Lu Ming's impending defeat, shouting loudly. Crush him. Shi Meng. Let this country bumpkin know his place. Lu Ming's pupils contracted to the limit. All of his mental power focused on the granite rhinoceros's back, where the light was becoming increasingly dazzling, like a small sun. He could clearly see that the opponent's energy was gathering to a critical point, the rock core's light pulsing violently like a breath. Boom! The granite rhinoceros suddenly erupted. Rockstorm was unleashed. Countless rocks of varying sizes were swept up like a destructive tornado, blotting out the sky as they surged towards the dog. The power was several times stronger than the previous rock cannon. The entire stage was enveloped in flying rubble and violent energy. And just at that shocking moment when the strike was released, the rock core's glow reached its peak and began to pulse fiercely like a heart, crazily drawing energy from the earth. Now is the time. Lu Ming's eyes shot out brilliant light, like lightning breaking through the night sky. Through the soul link, he issued an unquestionable ultimate command. Roar! The Hellhound, which had been clumsily accumulating power and holding back, finally unleashed its strength. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted, enough to shatter eardrums.
Its long-suppressed breath burst forth like a volcano that had been building for 10,000 years, soaring into the sky. Three heads simultaneously raised with all their might, their massive mouths opening to the limit. Darkness, flames, and compressed power fused in that moment, achieving their final convergence. It transformed into an unprecedented beam, as solid as substance, its color deep and nearly black. The edges intertwined with dark red destructive arcs and a hint of faint golden dragon patterns, creating a gloomy light. This beam seemed to come from the Spear of Judgment in the underworld. Carrying the terrifying aura that could obliterate everything, wherever it passed, the air twisted, the light dimmed, ignoring the distance of space. With a speed that surpassed visual capture, it shot towards the granite giant rhinoceros's back, which had just concluded its eruption. In that moment of energy conversion's utmost vulnerability, time seemed to freeze. Everyone's gaze was drawn to that beam of death. Meng's crazed laughter instantly froze, turning into disbelief and horror. Chapter 162, The Spear of the Dark River, One Strike Breaks Defense. The dark beam, condensed with ultimate shadow, destructive fire, and a hint of dragon might, moved faster than anything that could be seen. It seemed as if it was not targeting, but instead directly crossing the distance of space. Wherever the beam went, the light twisted and dimmed, the air screeched as if being torn apart, leaving behind a peculiar vacuum trail, interwoven with both scorching heat and chilling cold. Just a second ago, Meng, who was full of ambition and laughter, now wore an expression as if frozen in an instant. His pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinpricks. A fear like never before, originating from the depths of his soul, washed over his body like ice water. He could clearly see the aura of destruction contained within that beam. It aimed precisely at the brightest core of the giant rhino's back. No! Meng let out a heart-wrenching scream filled with terror and disbelief, his voice cracking. Giant rhinoceros! Quick! Full defensive! Earth barrier, at full blast! His reaction was quick, his order resolute. However, it was all too late. The granite giant rhinoceros was in the most vulnerable moment, with old strength just faded, new strength not yet born, its core overdrawn, extracting energy from the earth. The heavy, earth-colored spiritual light on its surface flickered erratically due to the severe fluctuations of the energy core, its defense strength dropped to the lowest point. At the same time Meng shouted, that dark beam, which Lu Ming and Shao Qi had high hopes for, and Dogzi had poured all his strength into. Like a spear of death from the underworld, without any deviation, it mercilessly hit the very center of the giant rhinoceros's back, where the core flickered violently. There was no earth-shattering explosion, but instead a painfully sharp shattering sound. Crack! This sound was extremely crisp, yet it thundered in everyone's ears like a lightning bolt. Under the incredulous gazes of all the spectators, the deep gray core of the granite giant rhinoceros, said to be indestructible, had withstood attacks from level 6 beasts without damage. From the point of impact, countless spiderweb-like fractures instantly spread across its surface. The cracks expanded and deepened quickly, like shattered glass. Roar! The granite giant rhinoceros let out the most tragic and painful howl since the start of the match. This scream was filled with indescribable pain and a fear of being shaken to the core. The core was its source of power and life, now suffering severe damage. What it brought was not just excruciating pain, but a destructive energy backlash. The thick, solid, despair-inducing earth barrier light surrounding it flashed violently as if burst like a bubble, emitting a strange sound of zzz. Then, like a tidal wave, it quickly faded, dimmed, and ultimately collapsed and dispersed entirely. That mountain-like, steady, and heavy pressure also sharply diminished. What was even more terrifying was the damage to the energy core, causing the energy inside to instantly go out of control, chaotic. The massive body suddenly became stiff as if frozen in place, its limbs trembled violently, but it couldn't move an inch. It could only watch helplessly as its opponent's next action unfolded. Its eyes were filled with pain, confusion, and a hint of unbelievable fear. Its absolute defense was actually broken? The entire arena fell into a dead silence. Everyone's eyes widened, mouths agape, as if they had collectively turned to stone. They stared blankly at the scene on the stage that overturned their understanding. It's over, Lu Ming's calm voice shattered the suffocating silence. There was no hint of victorious ecstasy on his face, only a serene sense of control. Almost simultaneously as his words fell, the Hellhound's three-headed figure flickered like a ghost. In an instant, it crossed a short distance and appeared before the rigid granite giant rhino. Its right head's sharp claws gleamed with a chilling cold light. It gently, yet with deadly threat, pressed against the giant rhino's relatively weak throat. With just a slight exertion, it could easily take the life of this massive creature. However, the hound's claws did not strike down. The three heads coldly watched the struggling opponent before them, eyes flashing with ferocity, yet obeying Lu Ming's will. The winner was already decided, there was no need for unnecessary slaughter. After the silence came a volcanic eruption of noise. It broke the defense? The granite giant rhino's defense was broken? My God! What did I just see? One strike. Just one strike. What kind of skill was that? So terrifying. Even the earth barrier couldn't stop it. The rock core shattered. Energy backlash. The giant rhino is done. A reversal. An astonishing reversal. The stone beast, which was just dominating, lost like this? This Lu Ming is too terrifying. He has been hiding his strength. Just waiting for this moment. A dark horse. This is the true super dark horse. The teachers and students from the Qingstone City area were instantly lifted from extreme worry and despair to the heights of ecstatic joy. Many were so excited they jumped up, hugging each other, tears of joy brimming in their eyes. Old Joe swung his fists vigorously, his face reddening, lips trembling, yet he couldn't utter a word. Zhao Qingtian's wild laughter had long since frozen, replaced by a pale and disbelieving look. He stared intently at Lu Ming on the stage, his eyes filled with jealousy, anger, and a hint of wariness that he could barely admit to himself. How is this possible? How could the rhino's defense be broken? What devilish trick did this bastard use? Mu Qingya's beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance. She gently covered her slightly agape red lips in surprise, murmuring softly, "I can't believe, he really did it." It wasn't brute force, but an extreme precision in timing and tactics. This Lu Ming is incredible. The stone beast seemed to have all its bones pulled out. Sitting limply on the edge of the stage, its face as pale as paper, eyes vacant, chanting repeatedly. "Impossible, this is impossible, my giant rhino, invincible defense." He couldn't accept the reality before him. Just a moment ago, he was standing at the peak of victory. And in the next moment, he fell into the abyss of defeat, the contrast nearly breaking him. The referee stood below the stage, stunned for a while before suddenly coming to his senses. He took several deep breaths, trying to calm the shock in his heart, and with a trembling yet authoritative voice, announced loudly. The winner, Qingstone City, Lu Ming. Chapter 163, Shock and Aftermath. As the referee announced the result, after a brief moment of dead silence, the entire central plaza was like a lake surface struck by a massive boulder. An instant eruption of uproar and discussion swept through the crowd. The roar almost turned the sky upside down. My God! One strike. Just one strike. The granite giant rhino's defense was broken head-on? What exactly is that skill? The color is so eerie. I can feel my soul shaking even from this far away. So terrifying. The penetrating power of that beam is simply unheard of. The rock core shattered. This Lu Ming, did he really come from a small place like Qingshi City? This strength, this beast, definitely qualifies to break into the top 10 or even higher. Who said he relied on luck before? Stand up. Is this what you call luck? This is absolute strength. Dark horse. This is the biggest dark horse of this provincial competition. We all underestimated him before. Shimon lost fairly. It's not that he's weak, but the opponent is too strong. The tactics are too clever. Gasps of awe, doubts, analyses, and sounds of shock mixed together, filling every corner of the square. Lu Ming's clean and decisive victory, defeating the strong with the weak, achieved by breaking through absolute defense. The shock and topic it generated far exceeded any of his previous matches. Everyone was re-evaluating this boy from Qingshi City, along with his strange and powerful Hellhound. On the stage, Shimon seemed not to have heard the referee's announcement, nor did he pay attention to the noise outside. He sat on the cold ground, lost and dazed, his face as pale as paper, his eyes hollow and empty, his lips trembling slightly. He stared blankly at the granite giant rhino not far away, the one that had fought alongside him for many years, proud and majestic, now painfully bowed down. The glaring crack on the rock core of its back was like a scar engraved on his heart. The giant rhino let out a low and weak wail, and the thick layer of earthy spirit light around it had completely vanished, its breath weakened to the extreme. How could this happen, my rhino, the invincible defense? Shimon mumbled to himself, his voice hoarse, filled with unaccepting pain and confusion. His greatest reliance, in the face of the opponent's terrifyingly precise and sharp strike, was utterly powerless. This huge fall from grace left him unable to accept reality for a moment, making him feel completely lost. And at the high viewing platform, those truly in control of the power of Tianqiong City and the eastern provinces. At this moment, they also withdrew their previous casual and indifferent attitudes, their expressions became serious. They exchanged glances, whispering to each other, their content became different. This boy is not simple, an elderly man in luxurious clothes, with deep breath, stroked his beard and pondered. Not only is his beast special, but his own combat qualities and timing grasping ability as well. Especially that restraint and decisiveness, far surpassing his peers. Qingshi City, when did someone like this appear? That strike combined shadow, flame, and even a hint of dragon might? A middle-aged man nearby, with sharp eyes like an eagle, frowned slightly. The energy nature is extremely domineering, with astonishing penetrating power.
It seems our intelligence gathering on him was severely insufficient. Humph, no matter his background, if he breaks the rules, he must pay the price. In another corner, a man with a sinister complexion, wearing clothing adorned with the Zhang family emblem, said coldly, his eyes flashing with a hint of cold light. Lu Ming's strong rise has evidently touched upon the interests of certain forces.
Order this down, reassess all information on Lu Ming,
including his background, the contract process, and all possible sources of that Hellhound. City Lord Sita Ming quietly instructed the attendant beside him, his eyes flickering with complex light. There was admiration, and also a hint of unnoticeable vigilance. The potential Lu Ming displayed had already exceeded the category of genius, worthy of the highest level of attention. While the outside world was in an uproar, Lu Ming had already calmly recalled his dog. The dog consumed a great deal, but the emotions coming through the contract were filled with excitement and satisfaction. It was clear that it felt extremely proud to have broken such a strong defense. Lu Ming gently patted its head to show encouragement, then turned around and walked down the platform with a blank expression. He did not look at the disheartened Shi Meng, nor did he pay attention to the various gazes from the audience, whether they were fanatical, jealous, or inquisitive.
Not bad, you didn't let this system down.
Xiao Qi's voice rang in his mind, carrying a rare hint of delight. Like a teacher seeing a student score well, show weakness to the enemy, gather strength for a strike, and grasp the timing perfectly. This battle was won beautifully. It should make some mice hiding in the dark, who thought they could easily play with you, a little more awake. Let them know that this sudden chess piece they thought they could move is not so easy to handle. Her tone shifted, adding a note of warning, however, host, don't be too happy too soon. A tall tree stands out in the forest, and the wind will surely attack it. The more outstanding you are, the more attention you attract, and there are fewer good intentions and more malicious ones. Before, you may have just been a small hassle in the eyes of some. Now, you are likely to have officially entered the chessboard of top forces in the provincial capital, becoming a variable they have to take seriously. What you will face next may not be a thug like Shi Meng, but real, hidden players behind the scenes.
Every step must be taken with extra caution. Lu Ming nodded slightly, his gaze deep.
He was not dazed by this exhilarating victory, instead, Xiao Qi's words made him more awake and vigilant. The provincial competition, indeed, was deeper than he had imagined. Defeating Shi Meng was only the first genuine challenge he had passed, and there would be stronger opponents and more complex situations awaiting him. After this battle, Lu Ming's fame for breaking through defenses with one strike spread like a whirlwind throughout Tianqiang City and even began to reach further places. He was no longer just the dark horse of Qingshi City, but had truly become a formidable competitor in this year's Eastern Province Beast Master College entrance exam. He had stepped from the edge of the chessboard toward the center, about to face even more thrilling games.
Chapter 164, Top 16 Battle, Encountering Old Friends Again?
The provincial competition was in full swing, and the brutal elimination rounds were like waves sifting through sand. Every contestant that made it to the top 16 was a true elite, shining from fierce battles in their respective cities, excelling in both strength and luck. Every match tugged at the hearts of countless people, and the drawing ceremony heightened this intense atmosphere to its peak. Under the massive light screen, a crowd surged, and when the matchup information of Lu Ming from Qingshi City versus Xue Linger from Bishi City clearly appeared, the entire central square erupted into discussions once again.
Though not as sensational as Lu Ming's matchup with Shi Meng, the name Lu Ming alone,
along with his fame for breaking through defenses with one strike, was already enough to attract a lot of attention. People were curious about what challenges this powerful dark horse would face in the top 16 battle.
Bishi City Xue Linger?
Seems like a pretty strong newcomer too. Her pet beast is the rare Bishi Qilin.
The Bishi Qilin.
A descendant of the holy beast of water, it's said to have strong supporting and purifying powers, and decent attacking abilities too.
This is getting interesting. Lu Ming's hellfire attribute is restrained by the water system. Let's see how he fights this time.
Xue Linger is also quite beautiful, her aura is really good, I wonder what her strength is. Lu Ming just broke absolute defense, he's on a roll, Xue Linger might become the next stepping stone for him.
I'm not so sure.
The Bishi Qilin has a noble bloodline, it might just be able to restrain that strange hellfire. Lu Ming looked at the names on the light screen. His brows slightly furrowed. The name of Shuijing City and the Water Spirit Girl. This name, along with the rare pet beast, the Shuijing Qilin, made him faintly feel it was somewhat familiar. He concentrated for a moment to recall. In his mind emerged the scene from months ago at the black market auction in Qingshi City, the masked girl who competed with him for an ancient necklace and was finally scared away by his trick. At that time, she had held back her breath, not revealing too much, but he never expected she was a genius from Shuijing City. Moreover, she had fought her way into the top 16 of the provincial tournament. So it's her Lu Ming's heart understood, becoming more vigilant. Getting into the top 16 was certainly not by luck. Besides, back at the black market, the feeling she gave him was quite extraordinary, and indeed it turned out to be so.
When both contestants stepped onto the stage, the discussions in the audience grew louder. Today, Shui Linger had removed her previous concealment, revealing a stunningly beautiful face, her skin as white as jade. Her eyes were like a lake, clear and bottomless, her aura ethereal and gentle. Wearing a fitted water blue outfit, she accentuated her graceful figure, resembling a fairy who emerged from an ink painting. This was completely different from the imposing competitors Lu Ming had encountered before, like Zhao Qingtian and Shi Meng. She carried no aggressive aura, instead, she had a tranquil and profound feeling. Yet Lu Ming could sharply sense that beneath this tranquility lay a power that surged like the deep sea, not to be underestimated. Beside her was a pet beast that moved with elegance and grace. It was entirely a crystal-clear sapphire blue, as if carved from the purest sapphire. Its form resembled a deer, taller than ordinary steeds, with smooth and beautiful lines, its head crowned with a pair of crystal-clear, forked jade horns, like branches, and as it moved, faint blue mist lingered about. It seemed to be walking on waves, emitting a pure, powerful, and refreshing wave of water-type energy. It was indeed a Shuijing Qilin beast with a low-rank royal bloodline, its cultivation level reached mid-stage rank 5. Compared to the vague aura he sensed at the black market, this time the Shuijing Qilin was clearly well-raised and possibly had some lucky opportunities. Its aura had grown stronger by several times, and that sacred and peaceful presence brought a sense of tranquility to many spectators. The Shuijing Qilin beast is one of the direct descendants of the water-type sacred beast Qilin. Its talent, pure water, has an exceptionally strong healing, purifying, and dispelling effect. It has a natural restraining and purifying effect against negative states, shadow energy, and curse-like powers. Its attack methods may seem gentle, as formless as water, but they contain vast and boundless water-type divine power, adept at overcoming rigidity with softness, excelling in prolonged battles, and strong in recovery abilities. Shao Qi's voice resounded in Lu Ming's mind at an opportune moment, carrying precise and calm analysis. Host, this fight is different from before. Your Hellfire attribute is restrained by its pure water power. The power of the flames will be greatly reduced, and it may even be directly extinguished by its talent, pure water. Moreover, the bloodline of the Shuijing Qilin is noble, its rank nearing that of a true sacred beast. It will have a very high resistance against the faint dragon might stemming from the mixed bloodline of the dog. The deterrent effect will be extremely limited, almost negligible. A hard clash, striving for explosive force, is by no means a good strategy. She paused, providing a new strategic direction. You need to change your tactical thinking completely. You should win through smart tactics, fully utilizing the dog's speed advantage and the strangeness of the shadow system. Use its stealth ability to engage in fast-moving battles, harass, and seek gaps in its defense or attacks. Perhaps try to use shadow energy to disrupt its perception, or create feints to lure it into revealing flaws, striving for a chance for a decisive strike. Remember, you must avoid being dragged into a consumption battle, which the Shuijing Qilin excels at. Its recovery and endurance are terrifying. Lu Ming's heart felt a jolt. Shao Qi's analysis always strikes to the heart of the matter. It seems this is a tough battle. Tactics must undergo major adjustments, no longer relying on extreme bursts like dealing with Shi Meng. He needs to be more patient and cunning. Shui Linger's eyes, clear as water, fell on Lu Ming, her gaze complex. There was curiosity about the past black market auction. There was scrutiny of Lu Ming's current strength and that hellish three-headed dog. And there was a clearly visible, strong fighting spirit that belonged to a genius beast master. She gently parted her red lips, her voice flowing like a mountain spring, melodious and pleasing, yet carrying undeniable firmness. Lu Ming, we're seeing each other again. She smiled slightly. The smile was light, yet it felt like a refreshing spring breeze. I didn't expect the fate to be so wonderful, that we would meet on this highest-level Beast Master arena in the Eastern Province. Her words carried a hint of emotion, as if recalling the scene of the past black market. It seems that ancient necklace was ultimately fated to be with you. Later, I thought back to that day when you pretended to be profound and suddenly raised the bid. It was probably intentional, meant to make me retreat, right? She shifted her tone, suddenly adding a sharpness to her ethereal aura, her fighting spirit rising. However, past matters are like smoke, let's not mention them for now. Today's match is about the road to the top 16, I will give my all and won't show any mercy or concede just because we know each other. My Azure Water Qilin is also eager to learn what amazing skills your hellish three-headed dog, known for breaking the earth barrier, truly possesses. Her attitude was neither humble nor arrogant, clearly acknowledging their past connection while clearly drawing a line. She showcased good upbringing and pure competitive spirit, garnering affection but making people cautious. Lu Ming, upon hearing this, also bowed in return, his expression calm and undisturbed, making it impossible to see his true thoughts. Miss Shui, it's been a long time. In the auction, the highest bid wins. Everyone uses their own means and need not worry. Today's arena duel is naturally also based on skill, a fair fight. Please. His words were simple and straightforward, yet also conveyed his stance, acknowledging the purity of this duel. Facing this uniquely poised opponent with unknown strength, giving a sense of hidden depths, Lu Ming's caution was heightened a notch.
This woman was far more difficult to deal with than Shi Meng, who was straightforward and forceful.
Her strength lay more in an inner resilience and elusive tactics.
The referee's gaze swept over both sides, and upon confirming that both were ready, he wasted no time, raising his arm high, his loud voice resonated like a bell, spreading throughout the arena.
Provincial match for the top 16, Lu Ming vs Xue Linger, the match begins.
Almost the moment the referee's words fell, Xue Linger moved. She formed a beautiful and intricate seal with her hands before her chest. Mental energy surged like a gentle stream, establishing a deeper connection with the Azure Water Qilin.
Qilin, unleash the realm, water domain.
The Azure Water Qilin let out a clear, melodious cry, resembling celestial music from the heavens. The pair of crystal and jade horns gleamed brightly in the center of its forehead, radiating deep blue light as if two sapphires had been instantly ignited. Pure and vast, the water energy, filled with vibrant life, spread outward gently yet swiftly from it as the center.
In the blink of an eye, the scene on the arena underwent a marvelous transformation.
Rich water vapor spread, the air becoming moist and fresh. The ground seemed transformed into a damp swamp, even though it was not really flooded. Yet it gave a soft, sticky feeling, even the light passing through this area seemed to slightly refract. Faintly, it felt as if the sounds of flowing streams and gentle waves were ringing in the ears, bringing a sense of tranquility while also instilling a slight delay in action. In this area, it seems that temporarily, the power of the Azure Water Qilin beast has transformed it into the most suitable field for aquatic pet beasts to display their strength, Watermarsh Kingdom.
The battle is about to begin. With attributes being restrained and the environment unfavorable, how will Lu Ming respond to this brand new challenge? Can his Hellhound once again create miracles in this watery domain? Chapter 165, The Symphony of Water and Fire.
Water Spirit first took action, her hands forming seals, and her ethereal voice carried an undeniable authority. Qilin, Water Tornado.
Water Blade Slash.
The Azure Water Qilin beast's jade horns glowed, its clear eyes locking onto the Hellhound. Immediately, dense water vapor on the arena frantically gathered. Three gigantic, rapidly spinning whirlpools of water formed around the dog, with powerful pulling force attempting to restrict its movement. At the same time, countless water blades formed, as thin as wings but incredibly sharp, made of highly compressed water elements. Like a storm, they shot towards the dog from various tricky angles.
The attack was dense and fierce, fully utilizing the environmental advantages of the Watermarsh Kingdom.
Dog, avoid the center of the water tornado, Hellfire, try a counterattack.
Lu Ming's thought was urgent.
The dog growled lowly, its massive body showing astonishing agility, pushing off with its limbs.
It narrowly darted out from the gaps of the water tornado.
At the same time, its left head spewed a blazing azure fire pillar, meeting the incoming water blades. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Water and fire clashed, erupting into a large expanse of scalding steam, the sharp sound of evaporation relentless. However, just as Xiaoqi anticipated, the hellfire faced the pure water energy of the Azure Water Qilin beast and its power was greatly weakened. While the fire pillar evaporated some water blades, more water blades penetrated the curtain of flames, forcing the dog to continue dodging. And that seemingly evaporated steam quickly recondensed within the bounds of the Watermarsh Kingdom. It transformed back into tiny droplets of water, returning under the control of the Azure Water Qilin, using minimal energy.
It's useless, Lu Ming. Water Spirit's voice was clear, her tactics understood. Your hellfire only exhibits less than 30% of its power in front of my Qilin. Qilin, gentle rain, continue to drain.
The Azure Water Qilin beast raised its head and let out a long roar, gathering countless fine strands of rain containing a weak purifying force in the air, gently falling down. These rain strands appeared soft, yet were all-pervasive, unceasingly eroding the shadow energy and hellfire aura around the dog.
Although the single effect was weak, the accumulation became quite a burden.
Water Spirit had clearly made up her mind, not rushing for a hard contest, but instead using the advantage of attributes and domain effects to slowly wear down and exhaust her opponent. Indeed troublesome, Lu Ming thought to himself, but his gaze became increasingly calm.
Since fire attacks are ineffective, let's proceed as planned. Dog, switch tactics. Focus on the shadow attributes. Use shadow shuttling to harass and interfere. Attempt to impact its spiritual link with intimidate. Restrict its movements with shadow cage.
With the command given, the dog's fighting style suddenly changed. It no longer sought to clash with the water flow head-on, instead maximizing its shadow energy.
Its massive body would occasionally become blurry.
Like a ghost, it darted in and out between the dense water blades and whirlpools, flashing with the ability of shadow shuttling, making it swim easily in this complex environment. At the same time, its three heads occasionally let out low growls, with the emotional wave of intimidate acting like invisible spikes. Instead of directly attacking the Azure Water Qilin beast, it precisely targeted the soul link node between Water Spirit and the Qilin, attempting to disrupt her commands.
More strangely, dark shadow cages slithered out like poisonous snakes.
They crept out from the shadows on the ground, wrapping around the legs of the Azure Water Qilin beast. Although the pure water glow surrounding the azure water Qilin had a strong purifying effect on shadow energy. The cages were often dispersed or purified by the water flow as soon as they formed. But this constant harassment also successfully diverted part of its attention, preventing it from launching a full-scale attack. The situation once fell into a stalemate. On one side of the arena, the bright blue water ripples gently, the clear waves swirling, full of tranquility and peace. On the other side, dark shadows surged, with low growls of dogs, revealing an eerie and dangerous vibe. The power of water and fire, shadows, intertwined, collided, and vanished, forming a strange scene where movement and stillness, light and darkness intertwined. This Lu Ming, his adaptability is so fast. A spectator with sharp eyesight marveled. Upon realizing the fire attack was ineffective, he immediately switched to shadow control, using speed and strange entanglement. This was the best choice. The purification ability of the azure water Qilin is strong, but shadow energy seems especially troublesome. Look, even the water light is starting to dull. Shui Linger seems a bit passive, dragged into a war of attrition. This is not the pace that the azure water Qilin is best at. Shui Linger frowned slightly, feeling the pressure herself. Lu Ming's tactical switch was extremely decisive, and the Hellhound's control over shadow energy was unexpectedly exquisite and enduring. The power of shadows was like a festering wound, constantly eroding the purity of the water realm. Although it was slow, over time, it would definitely affect the azure water Qilin. She had to break this deadlock. Qilin, Water Mirror Phantom. Shui Linger decided to change tactics, seeking an opportunity for a decisive strike. The azure water Qilin flashed with water light around its body, and its form instantly became blurry. In the next moment, 3 identical azure water Qilin phantoms appeared on the arena. Including the real body, there were 4 figures, indistinguishable from each other, all attacking the dog from different directions. The power of water blades and whirlpools seemed to be dispersed, but their confusing effect increased greatly. Phantoms? A little trick. Lu Ming's sharp eyes instantly sensed the subtle differences in energy fluctuations through the soul link. Dog, the second one on the left side, its energy fluctuation is the most solid, it's the real body. Shadow cage, fully restrain it. Right in front, ghostly flames, prepare. The dog understood immediately, ignoring the attacks of the other 3 phantoms. The left head of the dog's skull glowed with ghostly light, and a beam more solid than any before it shot out. A larger, shadow cage, instantly erupted from the shadow beneath the real azure water Qilin's feet, and dark chains seemed to have life. They tightly entangled its limbs and body. What? Shui Linger was startled, not expecting Lu Ming to see through the illusion so quickly. She immediately urged the azure water Qilin to struggle, as the pure water light fiercely clashed with the shadow chains, making a sizzling corrosive sound. And just as the temporary restraint succeeded, the azure water Qilin froze for a moment. Now's the time. Ghostly flames. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with sharp light. The dog's left head suddenly opened wide, and this time, the flame that was spewed out was no longer the hellfire with a ghostly blue color. Instead, it was a flame dark as near black, almost non-reflective, emitting an eerie and bone-chilling aura, ghostly flames. This flame did not rely on high temperature to burn. Instead, it contained a strong soul-corrupting and negative energy-corroding nature, with a strange penetrating power against living and energy bodies. The black flame was like a venomous snake. It silently penetrated the still disintegrating water barrier, accurately striking toward the shoulder of the azure water Qilin. Shui Linger reacted extremely quickly, shouting sharply, "Qilin, water mirror shift." In a critical moment, the azure water Qilin flashed with intense water light around its body, and its form exchanged places with a nearby phantom. However, the ghostly flames were too fast, and it still skimmed past the edge of its shoulder before the shift. Sizzle! A slight burning sound echoed, and even though the azure water Qilin was only grazed, the bright blue scales at the touched area instantly turned gray. A chilling, soul-piercing coldness and intense pain immediately followed. Even the holy Qilin beast could not help but let out a painful whinny. Its movements noticeably became slower, and a hint of fear flickered in its eyes. The aura of the ghostly flame was so powerful that even its purifying ability struggled to disperse it immediately. Shui Linger's expression changed slightly, she could clearly feel the pain coming from the Qilin and the tricky nature of that strange power. She glanced at Lu Ming, who remained calm and steady, his gaze cool. Then she looked at the injured Qilin on her shoulder, wreathed in faint black smoke, weighing the pros and cons in her heart. If they continued fighting, even if they won, the Qilin would suffer damage that would be hard to recover from quickly, affecting the subsequent matches. Moreover, Lu Ming's tactics were ever-changing, and his shadow abilities were strange and hard to guard against. The potential of that hellish 3-headed dog seemed far from being exhausted. Her strongest attribute advantage had not been able to translate into victory. She took a deep breath, made a quick decision, raised her right hand, and her clear voice echoed across the arena. With a hint of reluctance, but more of reason and decisiveness, she said, "Referee, I concede." The entire area was instantly in an uproar.
She conceded? Shui Linger, who held an advantageous attribute and appeared to be solidly in control, actually chose to concede? The referee was momentarily stunned but quickly responded, announcing loudly, "The winner is Lu Ming from Qingstone City."
Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's thoughts moved, and the dog immediately ceased all attacks, retracting its aura, yet the three pairs of eyes remained alert, watching the opponent. Shui Linger walked over to the injured Qilin, her jade hand gently stroking its wounded shoulder. A wave of soft, pure water light surged in, slowly dispelling the residual energy of the ghostly flames. She lifted her head, looking at Lu Ming with complex eyes. In her gaze, there was a hint of unwillingness to accept defeat, but more so a deep curiosity and exploration. "Lu Ming, you truly are impressive," she said softly. "This time, I was unprepared and underestimated your shadow abilities. We may still have a chance to meet again in the Empire Finals." After saying this, she did not linger, took back the Qilin, and gracefully turned to leave, her back still elegant but with a touch more determination. Lu Ming watched her leave, his gaze deep and thoughtful. Shui Linger's decisive concession raised his evaluation of her, someone who could both bend and stand firm, rational and composed, a tough opponent.
The Empire Finals, huh?
He clenched his fist, that was his goal. After this battle, Lu Ming took another step forward, strongly breaking into the top 8 of the provincial tournament. His reputation, along with each high-stakes victory, grew louder and louder. Chapter 166, Top 8 Battle, Old Rivals Meet. The atmosphere during the draw for the provincial top 8 battles was so tense it could almost drip with water. When the information on the light screen settled on Lu Ming from Qingstone City versus Zhao Qingtian from Skirich City, the entire central square fell into dead silence at first. Then erupted into a chaos far more intense and complex than any previous uproar. Oh my! It's Zhao Qingtian, the madman from the Zhao family. Lu Ming against Zhao Qingtian. What a narrow path for enemies. This is going to be a real show. I heard they had a feud at the auction. Zhao Qingtian even sent someone to ambush Lu Ming. Now it's a case of enemies meeting, especially eyeing each other. Zhao Qingtian is definitely itching for revenge. The earth-shaking demon ape of Zhao Qingtian is a mid-tier royal bloodline, peak level 5. Its strength is even greater than the granite giant rhino of Ming. Especially in close combat, it is incredibly savage. Lu Ming is in danger this time. Zhao Qingtian is not like Shui Linger, who plays a gentle game. He is famously ruthless. A dark horse against the talented heirs of a prestigious family. This is a preview of an epic final. The sound of discussion, gasps, and speculation intertwined as everyone's gaze focused on the two who were about to take the stage. This showdown was not just about the top 8 position, it was mixed with personal grudges. It was destined to be a fierce and possibly bloody clash. Zhao Qingtian stared at the draw result, momentarily stunned. A fierce, almost grotesque joy and hatred twisted across his face. He suddenly turned his head, his gaze locking onto Lu Ming in the distance like a venomous snake, his voice booming yet filled with coldness, resonating throughout the entire square. Lu Ming. Ha ha ha. Finally, the heavens have opened my eyes. I have finally waited for you on the stage. This time, where will you hide? In front of everyone, I will crush you, this country bumpkin, and your 3-headed monster dog. I will grind you to pieces, inch by inch. To vent my hatred. His words were full of arrogance and murderous intent, showing no regard for the rules of the match or the occasion. This made many people frown, but also intensified the tension and excitement in the air. Facing Zhao Qingtian's malicious gaze and provocation, Lu Ming's expression remained calm, but his eyes were icy as frost. He did not respond with any words, merely casting a faint glance at Zhao Qingtian. The calm in his eyes resembled a silent disdain. This made Zhao Qingtian's fury burn even more fiercely. Host, the real hard battle has arrived. Shao Qi's voice echoed in Lu Ming's mind, carrying a rare seriousness. Zhao Qingtian, a standout among the Zhao family's direct descendants, has a violent temper and seeks revenge for any slight. His cherished beast, the ground-shaking magic ape, has a medium-grade royal bloodline and is at the peak of stage 5 cultivation. Once the talent, Rage, is activated, its strength, speed, and defense surge, feeling no pain, fearless of death, and especially skilled in close combat, with devastating destructive power. Its weakness lies in an old injury at its back, a hidden danger left from its last evolution. Although the Zhao family has layered protection with drugs and runes, it is still its relatively weak point. However, attacking that spot is extremely challenging. She paused, solemnly warning, in this battle, Zhao Qingtian will surely spare no effort, and might even use some forbidden means or underhanded tricks. He will never allow himself to be defeated by you again, as it would be a fatal blow to his and the Zhao family's reputation. Host, you must be extremely cautious, and cannot let your guard down in any way. If necessary, don't hold back, deal him a heavy blow, or it will lead to endless troubles. Lu Ming's heart sank. Shao Qi's analysis gave him a clearer understanding of the dangers of this fight. This was not just a match, it could very well be a prelude to a life and death struggle. This focal battle was arranged on the central main stage, and the audience seats were already packed to the brim, even the aisles overflowed with people. People from all factions were present, including Mu Qingya, who had previously been interested in Lu Ming. And several other seated competitors appeared in the viewing area, clearly taking this duel very seriously. When Lu Ming and Zhao Qingtian stepped onto the broad stage one after the other, the noise of the whole square reached a peak. Zhao Qingtian, dressed in black tight clothing, was tall with bulging muscles, his face bearing an undisguised sinister smile and murderous intent, his eyes fixed on Lu Ming like a hungry wolf. Beside him stood a gigantic creature, the ground-shaking magic ape. This magic ape stood nearly 3 meters tall, its entire body covered in pitch-black fur like steel needles. Its muscles bulged like granite, full of explosive power. Its blood-red pupils burned with the flames of brutality and destruction. In its hand, it wielded a massive black iron club, thicker than an adult's thigh, covered in dark red runes that exuded a heart-pounding aura of death. Merely standing there, it radiated a terrifying oppressive force like a primal beast, making it hard to breathe. At the peak of Stage 5 cultivation, with a medium-grade royal bloodline, its strength far surpassed any opponent Lu Ming had faced before. On Lu Ming's side, the hellish three-headed dog felt the immense pressure from its opponent. All three heads lowered simultaneously, issuing a threatening low growl. Its deep blue eyes were filled with vigilance and intense fighting spirit. It too sensed that this opponent was very dangerous. The atmosphere on the stage had reached a near breaking point. It was as if the silence before a storm. The space between the two men and two beasts was slightly distorted due to the powerful clash of their auras. Zhao Qingtian licked his lips, revealing a cruel smile, and made a throat-cutting gesture at Lu Ming. "Kid, are you ready for your last words? Don't worry, I'll make your dog die more painfully than you." Lu Ming still ignored his trash talk. He was completely focused on adjusting his own state, tightly linking his soul with that of his dog. He was ready to respond to a thunderous attack at any moment. The referee felt the tense atmosphere and did not dare to delay for even a moment, taking a deep breath and using all his strength to announce loudly. Provincial Finals Top 8 Battle, Lu Ming vs Zhao Qingtian, begin. Almost as soon as the referee's words fell, Zhao Qingtian erupted like a long-suppressed volcano. He roared, his voice rumbling like thunder. "Demon Ape! Rage, activated! Tear them apart for me! Earth-shatter strike!" The ground-shaking demon ape received the command, and its crimson eyes instantly filled with a mad bloodlust. It let out a deafening roar that could shatter eardrums. Its muscles swelled like they were inflated, and its black fur stood on end. An even more violent and ferocious aura surged into the sky. It entered rage mode. Then, it gripped the heavy dark iron giant club with both arms, raising it high, the runes on the club suddenly glowing with a dazzling bloodlight. With a terrifying force that could shake mountains and shatter rocks, it smashed down towards the direction where Lu Ming and the dog stood, hitting the arena floor hard. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed. The specially made alloy arena shook violently, as if it would collapse. A huge, bottomless crack spread from the point of impact of the ground-shaking demon ape, racing like lightning towards Lu Ming and the dog. Where the crack passed, debris flew, and a wild shockwave mixed with rocks and soil swept in like a tsunami. The battle had entered a fiercely intense stage from the very beginning. Zhao Qingtian had no intention of testing the waters, launching an all-out attack right from the start. Chapter 167, Frenzied Clash. A hard hit? Then bring it on! Lu Ming's eyes flashed with cold light. He did not choose to evade but issued a command for a strong clash through the soul link. "Dog, unleash all three heads. Shadow enhancement, block for me." The dog sensed its master's resolute will to fight, and all three heads let out a thunderous roar simultaneously. The left head entwined its claws with profound shadow energy, the right head ignited with flames, while the middle head pooled all of its strength. It stood firm, claws gripping the ground as its massive body shot forward like a cannonball towards the giant club. 3 pairs of savage claws glimmering with darkness and fire clawed fiercely at the roaring dark iron club. Boom! A thunderous noise erupted on the arena, like 2 small mountains colliding. At the point where the club and claws met, dazzling light and violent energy shockwaves burst forth. The visible shockwave spread like ripples in all directions. It crashed violently against the protective shield surrounding the arena, causing the shield to shake violently, its light flickering unpredictably. For the first time, in a straightforward head-on clash, the result surprised most people. The Hellhound did not get smashed away but fiercely stood its ground against the violent blow. The specially made alloy floor cracked all around its feet, its enormous body sank slightly but ultimately stood firm. Meanwhile, the ground-shaking demon ape was also pushed back half a step by the recoil, a hint of surprise flashing in its crimson eyes. "What? It actually blocked it?" Gasps erupted from the stands. The power of this Hellhound is terrifying. It can clash head-on with the raging ground-shaking demon ape? Incredible! Its physical strength is absolutely beyond the same rank. Zhao Qingtian's expression soured even more. "Ha ha!
Zhao Qingtian's grin on his face instantly froze, turning into an even more furious iron-blue expression. How is this possible? Magic Ape, attack again. Crush it for me.
After the first failed strike, the earth-shaking Magic Ape grew even angrier, letting out a roar that shook the heavens, swinging its giant club and charging again.
The dog showed no fear, roaring in response. In an instant, the arena transformed into the most primal and brutal close-quarters battleground.
The shadows of the club danced like a storm, each swing containing the immense power to split mountains and shatter stones. Claws tore and shadows intertwined with flames, each collision erupted with deafening booms and scattered waves of energy. The invasive shadows clashed wildly with the heavy essence of earth and stone, annihilating everything, causing the entire arena to shake violently. The glow of the protective shield flickered uncertainly, as if it could shatter at any moment.
The scene was incredibly heated, making onlookers' blood boil.
Zhao Qingtian appeared insane, constantly shouting orders for the Magic Ape to launch fierce attacks, using ruthless moves that clearly intended to cripple the dog. Meanwhile, Lu Ming remained calm, his eyes sharp as an eagle, directing with precision through the soul link. Under his direction, the dog perfectly combined the mysterious and stealthy shadow powers with the violent and searing hellfire. At times they clashed head-on, showcasing terrifying power. At other times, utilizing shadow transference to instantly evade fatal attacks and counterattack. Sometimes it spewed hellfire to harass from a distance, wearing down the opponent. The battle was exceptionally intense, with both sides trading blows and finding it hard to gain the upper hand for a short time. This Lu Ming, his commanding ability is too strong. That three-headed Hellhound's execution is terrifyingly high. Yeah, against the rampaging earth-shaking Magic Ape, they are actually exchanging blows. Is Zhao Qingtian going crazy? It's been so long and he still can't take them down. After a prolonged stalemate, Lu Ming's mind shifted, deciding to try breaking the impasse. Dog, Dragon's Roar. The middle head of the dog suddenly lifted, letting out a roar that contained a faint yet pure dragon's might. An invisible mental shockwave spread out, trying to intimidate the heart and spirit of the earth-shaking Magic Ape. However, just as Shao-Chi predicted, the earth-shaking Magic Ape, in a frenzied state, was suppressed by ferocity, showing a high resistance to mental attacks. The dragon's might only caused its enormous body to pause slightly. A flicker of confusion flashed in its crimson pupils, quickly replaced by a more intense fury. It seemed to have been enraged, its attacks becoming even more wild and reckless. Ha ha ha. Useless. Lu Ming. Your little tricks are ineffective against my invincible Magic Ape. Seeing this, Zhao Qingtian burst into wild laughter, but there was an imperceptible hint of anxiety in his laughter. He didn't expect Lu Ming and that strange dog to be so difficult to handle, actually forcing him into a prolonged attack without success. This was a tremendous blow to his and the Zhao family's reputation. I can't delay any longer. Zhao Qingtian's eyes flashed with a ruthless and resolute glint. He bit his tongue sharply, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood, forming a strange seal with both hands, and hoarsely shouted. You forced me to this. Lu Ming. To die under this move is your honor. Magic Ape, blood-burning secret technique. Ultimate secret *** mountain crushing 9 strikes ***. With his roar and the blessing of essence blood, the earth-shaking Magic Ape let out a cry filled with pain and cruelty. Its bloodlight surged once more, with its aura violently increasing on top of its already rampaged state. But the cost was that its needle-like fur became somewhat dim, obviously burning part of its life essence. Gripping its dark iron giant club tightly, the runes on the club glowed to the utmost, as if ready to ignite. In the next moment, the earth-shaking Magic Ape's figure seemed to split into nine solid forms like mountains. Carrying the terrifying power to annihilate everything, the giant club shadows sealed off all escape routes around the dog. Like 9 mountains collapsing at once, bringing with them a destructive aura, they smashed down forcefully. This strike was far more powerful than any previous ones, a true killing move. The stands erupted in exclamations. Everyone held their breath. How could this strike be stopped? Facing this unavoidable, terrifying final blow, Lu Ming's eyes, however, were cold and calm to the extreme, as if he had already anticipated this moment. Through the soul contract, he sent the long-prepared, final command to the dog, his voice calm without the slightest ripple. Dog, now is the time. Give up all defense, merge Shadow and Hellfire with ultimate compression, Fusion Flame Shadow Blast. Target, lock onto its old wound at the back of its heart. Dog, now is the time. Give up all defense, merge Shadow and Hellfire with ultimate compression, Fusion Flame Shadow Blast. Target, lock onto its old wound at the back of its heart. Lu Ming's cold and resolute command instantly entered the depths of the Hellhound dog's consciousness through the soul contract. Without any hesitation, the eyes of the 3 heads of the dog burst forth with wildness and determination. It truly abandoned all energy defenses around its body. All strength, will, and even a trace of dragon might were madly poured and compressed into the energy core at the center of the 3 heads. Roar. The dog emitted a painful yet incredibly furious roar.
Its massive body trembled violently from the overload of energy. The dark blue flames and pitch-black shadow energy crazily converged, intertwined, and compressed at unprecedented speed. Three forces, each distinctly different and even conflicting. Under the forceful harmonization of Lu Ming's powerful spiritual energy and the Hellhound dog's incredibly resilient body, they were forcibly mixed together. A fist-sized energy ball, deep in color and almost black, surrounded by dark red electric light and a hint of golden thread, emitted a heart-pounding wave of destruction. It suddenly took shape between its three heads. This energy ball was extremely unstable, as if it could explode at any moment, and the aura it emitted solidified the air of the entire arena. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the earth-shaking demon ape unleashed its ultimate skill, 9 mountain strikes in 9 shadowy, mountain-like attacks. They bore down with terrifying power upon the dog. It seemed certain to be completely overwhelmed, smashed into a pulp. Now! Launch! Lu Ming's eyes shone with brilliance. Whoosh! That inconspicuous black energy ball, without grandiose momentum, shot out silently like a ghost. Its speed was at the extreme, and its trajectory was exceptionally tricky, not heading towards the shadowy assaults above. Instead, it traced an eerie arc. As if it had a life of its own, it precisely maneuvered around the most violent energy area. It aimed straight for the earth-shaking demon ape's weakest point due to an old injury, the back of its heart. Put! A faint yet chilling sound, like a red-hot iron being plunged into ice and snow, echoed. The black energy ball encountered almost no obstacles. It easily penetrated the old injury defense, which was considered top secret by the Zhao family, layered in protection but ultimately flawed. Silently, it embedded itself into the body of the earth-shaking demon ape. And just at the moment the energy ball sank in. Boom boom boom. Terrifying explosions erupted one after another. At least 4 solid, mountain-like shadow attacks. They struck down upon the Hellhound dog, which had launched its ultimate attack and could not evade, even had actively given up its defense. Ow! The dog let out a heart-wrenching howl, its massive body struck like a kite with a severed string, sent flying away. Blood sprayed everywhere as it plummeted, crashing heavily against the distant arena shield before bouncing back to the ground. Struggling to get up but falling again, its breath instantly weakened to the extreme. Countless bones must have shattered, blood staining the ground. Clearly suffered an extremely serious injury. For this deadly strike, it paid a heavy price. It worked. Ha ha ha. Die for me. Zhao Qingtian saw the dog being heavily injured and knocked away, his face instantly showing a crazy and cruel smile, as if he had already seen victory. He didn't care at all about the energy ball that had shot into the magic ape's body. In his view, that weak energy fluctuation could not cause any fatal injury to the magic ape in its raging state. However, his smile lasted less than half a second before it completely froze. Roar! The hitting earth magic ape's charging attack suddenly froze in midair. In its crimson brutal pupils, the madness faded away like a receding tide, replaced by indescribable extreme pain, fear, and disbelief. It seemed to want to look down at its chest, but it could no longer do so. Boom! A muffled but even more terrifying explosion sound, seeming to come from inside its chest, erupted from the hitting earth magic ape's body. Its body violently inflated, shrank, and inflated again like an overinflated ball. Underneath its skin that was tougher than steel, countless black flames and shadow energies seemed to be rushing, tearing, and annihilating wildly. The terrifying power of melted flame and shadow explosion fully erupted in its weakest inner defenses. Awah! The hitting earth magic ape let out the most tragic, most desperate howl since the start of the match, blood mixed with black energy bursting out from its 7 orifices. Its massive body crashed to the ground like a mountain collapsing. Then it completely collapsed, its violent aura disappearing like a burst balloon. The brilliance in its eyes quickly faded, leaving only painful twitches and weak moans. It was clear that it had completely lost its combat ability. The damage from the internal explosion was 10 times more terrifying than external attacks. The scene turned instantly. It was a case of mutually assured destruction. The entire arena fell into dead silence. Everyone was completely shocked by this flash of lightning, extreme brutality, and the astonishing reversal of results. A moment ago, Lu Ming's Hellhound was heavily injured and sent flying, and defeat seemed imminent. The next moment, however, it was Zhao Qingtian's hitting earth magic ape that exploded inside, howling and falling to the ground. The contrast was just too great. It was so impactful. What happened? The magic ape, how did it fall? It was that black energy ball. It drilled into the magic ape's body and exploded. My god. Internal explosion. This is too ruthless. They actually won? They counterattacked successfully in such a desperate situation? This Lu Ming is too scary. So ruthless to himself and his pet. A wave of gasps and discussions erupted from the stands, causing everyone to feel their scalp tingle.
Lu Ming's tactic of exchanging injury for life, putting himself at the edge of death and then rebounding. And that strange and terrifying internal explosion skill made everyone tremble with fear. Zhao Qingtian was completely petrified. He stared blankly at the twitching, gasping hitting earth magic ape on the ground, then glanced at the distant struggling Hellhound standing up. Even though heavily injured, the Hellhound's gaze remained fierce. His face was filled with extreme shock, confusion, disbelief, and ultimately turned into a tangible resentment. He opened his mouth but couldn't make any sound, as if an invisible hand was gripping his throat. The referee also stood stunned for several seconds before suddenly coming to his senses, quickly rushing to the stage to carefully check the state of the two pets. He confirmed that the hitting earth magic ape had completely lost consciousness, its life signs weak. The Hellhound, although heavily injured, still maintained consciousness and some fighting ability. The referee took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart, and announced aloud in a voice as calm as possible, yet still trembling slightly. The hitting earth magic ape has lost its fighting ability. The winner is Qingstone City, Lu Ming. As the announcement came down, Lu Ming's tense nerves finally relaxed slightly. A strong wave of weakness and excruciating pain surged through him, but he forced himself to hold on and did not fall. With a thought, he called back the injured yet still lowly growling dog, which was covered in wounds, into the contract space to recover. He glanced at Zhao Qingtian, who looked lost, with hollow eyes, as if he had aged several years in an instant. No triumphant declarations were made, nor were there any taunts. He simply turned around silently, dragging his equally battered and exhausted body, step by step, slowly but surely walking down the arena. With every step, the wounds throbbed, sending sharp pain through him. But Lu Ming's eyes were sharper and colder than ever before. In this battle, he had played all his cards, achieving a painful victory to advance to the top 4. But it also meant that he had forged an unending mortal enemy with the massive Zhao family of Tiancong City. The real storm may have just begun. The final battle of the provincial competition was just around the corner, and the upcoming opponents would surely be even more terrifying. Chapter 169, Aftermath of the Battle. Dragging his weary and battered body, Lu Ming slowly walked down the arena under the gaze of countless complex eyes. Although he had successfully defeated Zhao Qingtian and forcefully advanced to the top 4 of the provincial competition, but he and the dog had also paid a heavy price for it. This was definitely a Pyrrhic victory. The Hellhound dog was heavily injured, suffering significant external and internal damage from clashing with Crushing Mountain 9 strikes. Energy within it was nearly exhausted due to forcibly activating Fusion Flame Shadow Explosion. At this moment, it had fallen into a deep self-repairing sleep in the contract space, its breath weak. Lu Ming's condition was not much better. His spiritual power was greatly drained from forcibly harmonizing 3 conflicting energies. His consciousness ocean ached faintly, and there were several wounds on him from violent energy brushes. As soon as the match ended, Lu Ming barely had time to feel the joy of advancing and couldn't pay attention to the various reactions from the outside world. Without hesitation, he rushed with the severely injured dog to the official medical station set up by the competition committee for the contestants. Equipped with high-level healing beastmasters and advanced medical equipment. He knew very well that the pet's injuries must not be delayed, otherwise, it could leave irreparable consequences. "Doctor, please make sure to heal it, use the best medicine, money is not an issue." Lu Ming summoned the barely breathing dog from the contract space. He quickly spoke to a middle-aged healer in a white coat with a gentle demeanor. His tone held an unmistakable urgency. The middle-aged healer carefully examined the dog's injuries, and his expression turned grave. The injuries are severe, especially the internal organs and energy core, which are significantly damaged. Immediate in-depth energy drainage and cell regeneration treatment are required. Combining Fountain of Life and Soul Source Crystal Ointment internally and externally is necessary to ensure no hidden dangers and to recover as quickly as possible. However, the cost will be quite high. The full treatment will likely require 5,000 gold crystals. Hearing the number 5,000 gold crystals, Lu Ming couldn't help but twitch his mouth, feeling a wave of heartache. This was almost half of all his previous savings. The cost level of the provincial competition was indeed not comparable to that of Qingshi City. But he had no hesitation at all and immediately nodded, "Okay. Please treat it right away." After paying this exorbitant amount, the dog was sent into a high-level treatment pod filled with green life energy. Watching the dog's pained expression gradually calm, its breath slowly stabilizing, Lu Ming let out a long sigh of relief, finally putting his anxious heart at ease. This money spent was worth it. Just as Lu Ming anxiously waited outside the medical room, the competition committee's staff found him and brought some heavy news. "Contestant Lu Ming, congratulations on successfully advancing to the top 4. Here is your reward certificate for the top 4. The staff handed him a shimmering crystal card and a token engraved with special runes. With a professional smile on his face. According to the rules, each of the 4 finalists can receive a reward of 50,000 gold crystals. And a chance to enter the outer area of the Sky Vault of Tianqiang City to select one treasure. The prize has been deposited into your identity crystal card, and you can check it at any time.
Access to the treasure vault will be opened uniformly after the finals. 50,000 gold crystals?
Even though Lu Ming was calm by nature and had prepared himself mentally, his heart couldn't help but leap when he heard this number.
He instinctively activated his identity crystal card.
When he saw the balance that had originally been over 300,000 suddenly transform into over 837,000 gold crystals, a surge of indescribable excitement and a sense of security rushed to his heart.
This was a truly enormous amount of money.
In Qingshi City, an ordinary family's yearly expenses are only a few dozen gold crystals.
With this money, he and his sister Luing would no longer worry about food and clothing for a long time.
More importantly, he could purchase many rare cultivation resources that he had previously dared not to dream of. For example, higher-grade beast food, breakthrough elixirs, powerful skill crystals, and so on. Providing solid support for his and Dogsy's rapid growth. Lu Ming took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Wealth can stir the heart, but it can also easily lead one astray.
He gripped the crystal card firmly in his hand, suppressing the excitement within.
TSK, just 50,000 gold crystals, and it stirs such big waves in your heart? Host, your vision and composure still need improvement.
Xiao Qi's voice, laced with a hint of indifference and teasing tone, echoed in Lu Ming's mind.
At just the right moment, it felt like a bucket of cold water, making him instantly more alert.
Real strong people stand at the peak of the world and trade in energy units.
They all use spirit marrow or even higher-level energy crystals as currency. That's real hard currency.
Gold crystals? Just a currency in the realm of mortals.
Xiao Qi's tone carried a sense of transcendence, looking down upon all beings. However, for you at this stage, this is indeed a decent startup fund. It can at least solve many of your urgent needs, allowing you not to quibble over a few resources.
She shifted the topic to another reward. As for that outer area of the sky vault of Tianxiong City,
it's probably just some common goods that the imperial family and several major families look down upon or duplicates put there for show, meant to motivate you geniuses.
But if you're lucky, you might find one or two overlooked little trinkets in the garbage.
At that time, this system will help you identify them, so you won't be fooled. Lu Ming heard this and gave a wry smile in his heart, but he deeply agreed. In the eyes of the mysteriously advanced Xiao Qi, who had vast experiences, the 50,000 gold crystals an opportunity to the treasure vault that he valued so much probably really didn't amount to much. But her reminder also made him alert. He couldn't become complacent due to a moment of gain. The road ahead was still long. News of Lu Ming advancing to the top 4 and receiving a huge reward
spread quickly throughout Tianxiong City like it had grown wings, triggering different reactions from all sides.
The reactions from a few people in Qingshi City were the most direct. Li Wei and Wang Hao were so excited they nearly jumped up, as if they had won a prize themselves, surrounding Lu Ming and speaking incoherently in excitement.
Ming Gu. That's amazing. 50,000 gold crystals.
I've never seen so much money in my life.
Top 4. The best result in Qingshi City's history.
Ming Gu, you've made history. Su Wan stood a bit farther away, watching the surrounded Lu Ming, with extremely complex eyes filled with envy, loss, and a hint of indescribable bitterness. She was originally the most shining genius girl in Qingshi City, her family background, talent, and pet far surpassing her peers.
But now, all the brilliance has been completely overshadowed by this once inconspicuous classmate.
She opened her mouth, but finally just whispered congratulations and turned to leave.
Lung Feng appeared nearby at some point, still wearing his stern expression.
He merely nodded slightly at Lu Ming and simply said, "Well fought.
Don't be careless in the semifinals."
It was a way of expressing acknowledgement and warning. Then he turned to leave, continuing his training.
Meanwhile, the major powers in the provincial capital quietly reassessed Lu Ming.
This boy from a small town has shown potential, strength, and a ruthless determination.
He has far exceeded their expectations. Recruiting? Suppressing? Watching? Various thoughts flowed in the undercurrents. Especially in Zhang family's head, Zhang Lai.
After learning that Zhao Qingtian was actually defeated and seriously injured by Lu Ming, his face darkened to the point it seemed to drip water, and he crushed the precious teacup in his hand.
Waste. Can't even deal with a kid from a small place.
He muttered curses, his eyes gleaming with cold light, clearly brewing new schemes. The semifinals were scheduled for 3 days later. The continuous high-intensity battles, especially the life-and-death struggle against Zhao Qingtian, had pushed Lu Ming's body and mind to a point of exhaustion. He knew that the next opponent would only be stronger, possibly Mu Qingya or another hidden powerhouse, and he had to be in the best condition to fight. Thus, he made a calm decision. For these 3 days, he would not engage in any high-intensity skill training or practical combat.
The main task was to completely relax and recover.
Every day, besides going to the medical center to check on the dog's recovery, He would meditate to nourish the excessively consumed mental energy. He aimed to consolidate his recently broken through basic Beastmaster realm, allowing both his body and soul to enjoy sufficient rest and adjustment. Occasionally, he would stroll around the city of Tianshong, feeling the prosperity of this great city, easing the nerves that had been tense for days. Carrying the heavy fatigue and the burden of over 800,000 crystal coins in his identity card, Lu Ming returned to his own independent courtyard at the reception pavilion. He closed the door, shutting out the noise and prying eyes from the outside. An irresistible wave of drowsiness washed over him like a tide. What he needed most now was not celebration, not planning, but a deep, dreamless sleep. Only through sufficient rest could he face the upcoming, even more brutal semi-final battle with a better attitude. Chapter 170, A Lazy Day of Rest. When Lu Ming naturally woke up from his deep sleep, the sunlight outside the window was already glaringly bright, clearly nearing noon. He lazily stretched a big yawn, and his bones made a crisp cracking sound. The heavy fatigue accumulated from consecutive battles seemed to have been largely dispelled with this sleep. In its place was a long-lost sense of relaxation and comfort. Sunlight streamed through the window and warmed his body, making him not want to move. He turned to look at the carpet beside the bed, where the Hellhound lay quietly, its three heads comfortably resting on its front paws, eyes closed, breathing steady and long. After yesterday's expensive treatment and a night of deep recovery, its wounds had healed almost completely. Its breath was much more stable, although it was not fully recovered, its condition had improved significantly. Sensing its master's awakening, the middle head of the Hellhound lifted slightly. It lazily glanced at Lu Ming, giving a low, satisfied growl. Then it lay back down, continuing to enjoy this rare peace. Looks like you're recovering well. Lu Ming smiled slightly. This peaceful morning felt particularly precious during the tense competition period. It was at this moment. A slightly hurried knocking broke the tranquility of the small courtyard. Ming Gu. Ming Gu. Are you up? The sun is already shining on your backside. Outside the door, Zhao Tao's signature loud voice rang out, filled with excitement. Lu Ming, it's us, Zhao Tao and Li Hao. Li Hao's voice followed closely, sounding a bit steadier. Lu Ming got up and opened the door, only to see Zhao Tao and Li Hao standing at the entrance, their hands full of bags. The moment Zhao Tao saw him, he immediately beamed and pushed his way in, exclaiming, Ming Gu. Congratulations on making it to the top 4. Oh my, 50,000 golden crystals. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. You must be exhausted from yesterday, so we came specially to celebrate and let you relax. Forget about training for now. Li Hao also smiled as he walked in, placing a delicate food box on the stone table in the courtyard. Yes, Lu Ming, it's important to balance work and rest. This is takeout we specially ordered from the #1 restaurant in the provincial capital, Drunken Immortal Pavilion, and these are fresh fruits from the best spirit fruit shop in town. Today, let's have a good meal and not talk about the competition. Looking at the sincere smiles of his two friends and the table full of delicious food, Lu Ming felt a warm surge in his heart. Since coming to Sky City, he had been in a state of high tension and combat, and he really needed this kind of relaxation. He nodded with a smile, okay. Today, I'll listen to you guys. I won't think about the competition, just eat and drink. The three of them gathered in this quiet courtyard, moving tables and benches and opening the food boxes one by one. Suddenly, an enticing aroma filled the air. The dishes from Drunken Immortal Pavilion truly lived up to their reputation, with color, fragrance, and taste all in harmony, featuring many specialty spirit foods that they had never seen before in Qingstone City. Infused with gentle spirit energy, they greatly aided in restoring physical strength. The spirit fruits were also plump and juicy, brimming with spirit energy. Come on, Mingu, try this Dragon Whiskers Fire Carp, they say it's great for fire-type pets. And this 100 treasures soup will greatly replenish your energy. Don't be polite, Li Hao, you eat too. The three friends sat together, devouring the food and laughing heartily. For the time being, they cast aside the pressure of the competition, potential conspiracies, and future strong enemies. The atmosphere was relaxed and joyful. Lu Ming also completely relaxed, enjoying this rare moment of leisure. He even took out some specially prepared spirit meat for pets and handed it in front of his dog. The dog's three heads immediately perked up, racing to get closer. They were all vying to eat the delicious spirit meat, and their comical appearance made Lu Ming burst into laughter, while Zhao Tao and Li Hao also laughed out loud. Tisk, mundane enjoyment, the pleasures of the appetite, what a lowly pleasure. At that warm moment, Xiaoqi's voice, carrying a hint of habitual pride and teasing, echoed in Lu Ming's mind. Looks like a victory and a little bit of money have made you start to indulge in this comfort? Lu Ming couldn't help but smile helplessly, knowing that Xiaoqi had begun her daily critique again. However, Xiaoqi's tone shifted, seemingly softening a little. Considering that you've been working hard in your recent battles and haven't embarrassed this system, I'll permit you to decline 4 today. But, host, remember, the soft and gentle place is the grave of heroes. A short rest is for walking a longer road, never slack off for too long, your opponents won't wait for you to be lazy.
Got it, Shao Qi.
Lu Ming replied in his heart, understanding her reminder was correct. After a hearty meal, Zhao Tao, still unsatisfied, suggested.
Ming, Li Hao, let's go stroll around the city this afternoon.
I heard the spirit beast market in Sky City is super big, with all kinds of strange and rare pets and materials.
How about we go have a look? Anyway, we're not training today.
Li Hao also agreed, it would be good to take a look, who knows what interesting things we might encounter.
Lu Ming thought for a moment and also felt this was a good idea.
It was a perfect opportunity to understand the resource level of the provincial capital.
Zhao Tao nodded and agreed, alright, let's go stroll around the market.
The spirit beast market in Tianqiong City truly lived up to its reputation, grand in scale and bustling with noise. On both sides of the wide streets, shops lined up, and vendors gathered, with all sorts of pets of different shapes and energies visible everywhere. From common wolves, tigers, and eagles to rare elemental spirits, subdragons, and even some strange creatures that couldn't be named, everything could be found here. Various precious materials, ores, herbs, and even ancient beast eggs and broken rune artifacts dazzled the eyes and left one breathless.
Wow! Look over there! Is that a lightning ferret? It's so fast! My god!
Is there a raging giant bear with thin bloodline of the Baiman locked up in that cage over there?
That aura is really frightening.
This moonlight grass looks amazing, much better than what I saw in Qingshi City.
Zhao Tao and Li Hao, like Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden, were filled with curiosity about everything and couldn't help but exclaim.
Lu Ming, however, remained relatively calm, his gaze sweeping over those seemingly unremarkable but with unusual energy fluctuations, old objects, or special materials. Through a subtle sense with Shao Qi, he indeed discovered one or two items that seemed extraordinary but were treated as ordinary by the stall owners. For example, a scrap of metal covered in rust yet faintly exuding a hint of sharp golden aura, and a grayish, unusual seed that seemed to have liquid flowing inside.
However, when he inquired about the price, he couldn't help but click his tongue.
Even if the stall owner didn't recognize the value, in a place like Tianqiong City, the prices of these items were far from comparable to Qingshi City, starting from tens of thousands to even over 100,000 gold crystals. Although Lu Ming was currently wealthy, he believed money should be spent wisely. He wouldn't make a move easily without clarifying the actual value of these items. He just silently marked down the positions of these stalls and the characteristics of the items. As the lights brightened, the three left the bustling market with lingering feelings and returned to the reception garden. This entire day of complete relaxation, without training or scheming, only filled with delicious food, friends, and leisurely wandering, greatly eased and nourished Lu Ming's body and spirit. He felt in an unprecedentedly good state, his sea of knowledge clear, his body light, filled with stronger confidence and anticipation for the upcoming semifinals.
Chapter 171, The Opportunity at the Treasure Pavilion. On the morning of the second day of rest, Lu Ming, led by a serious and stern-faced official from the city lord's mansion, finally passed through layers of fortified checkpoints. He arrived at the renowned location in Tianqiong City and the entire eastern province, the Treasure Pavilion. Despite having prepared himself mentally.
When that massive bronze door, engraved with countless profound runes and exuding an ancient aura, slowly opened. The sight that met his eyes still made Lu Ming's heart tremble slightly.
The so-called outer area was far larger than he imagined, resembling a gigantic indoor plaza.
The dome hung high, with soft and bright light seemingly spilling from nowhere, illuminating the entire space. Rows of huge display racks made of unknown metal were neatly arranged. They extended to the end of his vision, categorizing tens of thousands of items upon them. Various weapons and armor glimmered coldly, brimming with spiritual energy. Rare ores, spiritual herbs, and materials sealed in transparent crystal boxes exuded strange energy fluctuations. And piles of complete or incomplete scrolls and jade slips with ancient covers evidently recorded martial arts secrets.
The treasures shimmered, intertwining to create a dazzling halo that captivated the mind.
The air was filled with a peculiar scent that mixed metal, herbs, and old scrolls. The rich energy aura almost turned into substance.
Competitor Lu Ming, you have 1 hour to select here.
You can only choose one item, and once chosen, it cannot be changed. Before touching any object, it's best to first sense the explanatory jade tablet beside it with your mental strength.
When the time is up, you must leave.
The expressionless official finished explaining the rules and retreated to the entrance, standing still like a statue.
An hour to choose the most suitable and valuable item among tens of thousands of treasures was undoubtedly a test of vision, knowledge, and luck. For an ordinary person, it might already be overwhelming, leaving them at a loss.
But Lu Ming was different. He took a deep breath, calming the slight excitement of entering the treasure house, and his gaze quickly returned to calm. He didn't flail around like a headless fly, but instead walked slowly and seemingly casually along the paths between the display shelves. His eyes swept over each treasure while all his focus was concentrated on the communication in his mind. Shao Qi, I'm counting on you, he silently thought. Let me see what this so-called treasure hall has to offer. Shao Qi's voice carried a hint of interest, as if examining a fascinating toy store. An invisible, intangible, yet vast as the sea of stars, mental perception quietly spread outward from Lu Ming, sweeping over items radiating with treasure light. The speed of this perception was beyond imagination. In just a few breaths, it had scanned thousands of treasures on dozens of display shelves nearby. Lu Ming could clearly feel Shao Qi's consciousness acting like the most efficient scanner. It instantly analyzed the energy structure, material composition, internal inscriptions, and the marks left by time of each item. On the left, the third dark iron rack, the bottom layer, that completely black, rough surface, unremarkable item that looks like a fire stick. Yes, that's it, pick it up and feel it. Shao Qi's voice suddenly held a hint of mild surprise, guiding the way. Lu Ming followed the instructions, crouched down, and picked up the fire stick, which was about the length of an arm and felt cold and heavy. It was pitch black, with no luster, and some spots even had dark red rust. The accompanying jade tablet had only a few simple words. Unknown metal fragment, hard texture, source unknown. Oh. I didn't expect to find such a tiny piece of desolate black iron in a place like this. Shao Qi's tone grew more interesting. Although it's filled with impurities, it's understandable to be considered garbage. But it does contain a trace of extremely weak desolate characteristics. If it can be refined and melded into your little dog's claws or teeth, not to mention sharpness and armor-piercing capabilities. Especially its effect on penetrating energy defenses, it can boost several levels. It's quite an interesting little gadget. Lu Ming felt a stir in his heart, holding the fire stick in his hand, noting this choice. Desolate black iron? It sounded impressive. Keep moving forward, the crystal display cabinet on the right. Counting down from the top, the seventh slot, that crystal core the size of a pigeon egg, with a hazy iridescent glow. Yes, the one that looks like a cat's eye stone. Shao Qi guided him again. Lu Ming walked over and saw a crystal core carefully placed on soft satin. It emitted a faint and ever-changing glow, and the accompanying tablet read. Phantom Cat Demon Crystal Core, Level 6 Lower Tier Lord Level, containing special phantom energy, can be used to create illusion-type treasures or assist in training-related techniques. The Phantom Cat Demon, a little creature good at hiding and creating illusions. This crystal core is of average quality. But it indeed retains a trace of a superficial understanding of spatial fluctuations, more leaning towards visual deception and short-distance blinking. It has some reference value for your current skill, shadow shuttling. Once comprehended fully, it might make your shuttling more mysterious and slightly further. Shao Qi commented, better than nothing. Lu Ming nodded and listed this crystal core as an option. Under Shao Qi's fire eye, Lu Ming appeared to wander aimlessly, but he had a clear goal. Shao Qi occasionally commented. Oh? That low-grade spirit item, Flowing Cloud Inner Armor? SOSO, can block a few ordinary attacks from a beginner master, a bit useful for you now, but not much. It's a life-saving bottom-line item. What about that incomplete dragon swimming technique? It's pretty bold, but half the content is missing. Practicing it easily leads to injury, garbage. How about that piece of crimson flame fine gold? The purity is too low, melting it would be a hassle. And that 1000-year blood ginseng? The age is good, but unfortunately, the picking method was rough, and most of its medicinal power has been lost. What a waste. Time passed second by second, and Lu Ming had already noted a few backup items in hand. Besides the Oblivion Black Iron and the Phantom Cat Demon Crystal Core, there was also the low-grade Flowing Cloud Inner Armor. And a jade slip containing a basic mental power honing method called Concentration Technique. In the end, he stood in front of a few choices, caught in a brief hesitation. The Flowing Cloud Inner Armor could directly enhance survival ability, which is very practical. The Concentration Technique could solidify the foundation, beneficial for future cultivation. While the Oblivion Black Iron and the Phantom Cat Demon Crystal Core felt more like potential investments. The effects may not be obvious in the short term, but in the long run, they might yield greater combat power. Host, an inner armor is ultimately an external object. A basic technique is easily obtainable. But opportunities that can enhance primal combat power and expand skill potential are not something you encounter every day. Shao Qi's voice sounded just in time, carrying a hint of guidance. Your path is to continuously grow stronger and defeat stronger opponents, not just to dodge and survive. Which path allows you to go further? Think it over. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed, and he immediately made a decision. He no longer hesitated, walking directly to the officials waiting at the entrance and an old man in gray who had been resting with closed eyes. He presented the Oblivion Black Iron and the Phantom Cat Demon Crystal Core in his hand. Senior, I choose these two. Lu Ming said respectfully. The old man in gray, who had been seemingly in a deep sleep, slowly opened his eyelids. His gaze was murky but seemed to penetrate into the heart. He first glanced at the two items Lu Ming had chosen, pausing for a moment on that fire stick. A trace of mild surprise flashed in his eyes, then he deeply looked at Lu Ming again, as if trying to see through him. Oblivion Black Iron Fragment, Phantom Cat Demon Crystal Core.
The old man repeated the names of the items in a hoarse voice, his tone flat and calm. Are you sure? Not choosing that flowing cloud inner armor?
It might be more practical for your upcoming matches.
I'm sure, senior. Lu Ming's tone was firm.
The old man in gray said no more. He took the two items, and his fingers traced a few motions in the air. Two streams of light entered the items, completing the registration and some sort of restriction marking.
Take them. Time's up. Thank you, senior.
Lu Ming received the two treasures, bowed, and turned to leave the treasure pavilion. Stepping out of the heavy bronze door, he breathed in the fresh air outside again. Lu Ming looked at these two seemingly ordinary yet containing great potential treasures in his hand, filled with anticipation in his heart.
You do have some insight, knowing what is fundamental.
Xiao Qi's voice sounded again, this time rarely carrying a trace of barely noticeable approval. This piece of black iron, after the finals, I'll teach you a special method to refine it. Although the process may be a bit painful, the benefits are significant. As for the spatial comprehension in that crystal core, spend some time when you're free to connect with it. It should yield some unexpected benefits for your shadow travel skill. Lu Ming tightened his grip on the items in hand, his gaze directed towards the direction of the semifinals arena. A confident smile curved at the corner of his mouth. This visit to the treasure pavilion yielded far more than expected. This made him look forward to the upcoming. The semi-final against Mu Qingya, and possibly the final, added more courage and fearless confidence.
Chapter 172, The Visit of Ling Feng.
The last rays of the setting sun painted the independent courtyard of the welcome garden in a warm golden hue. Lu Ming had just finished a round of gentle meditation, closing his eyes to rest and sorting through the gains from his treasure house visit. However, a steady and rhythmic knocking sound came from outside the door.
Lu Ming, it's me, Ling Feng.
A somewhat cold voice rang out, causing Lu Ming to pause slightly.
Ling Feng? Why would he come?
Though both were competitors from Qingshi City, their interactions were few. Ling Feng had a solitary personality and always acted alone. Lu Ming stood up to open the door and saw Ling Feng still dressed in black, standing upright outside with no expression on his face, but his eyes were as sharp as ever.
Is it convenient to talk inside?
Ling Feng got straight to the point, his tone direct.
Please come in.
Lu Ming stepped aside, letting him in, feeling somewhat puzzled. The two sat down at the stone table in the courtyard, and Ling Feng did not engage in small talk. He got right to the subject, his voice calm as if stating an objective fact.
In tomorrow's semifinal, your opponent is Mu Qingya from the Mu family.
Lu Ming nodded, he already knew the result of this matchup. Her contracted pet beast is the 100 Flower Spirit, a low-tier royal bloodline with peak level 5 cultivation. Ling Feng continued, his tone flat yet carrying an undeniable certainty. This is an extremely special and troublesome pet beast, completely different from Zhao Qingtian's pure brute force and violent earthquake demon ape. It excels at precise control, sustained consumption, and powerful recovery abilities. Its vitality is extremely tenacious. You could say that 10 Zhao Qingtian-like brutes might not be able to wear her down.
Lu Ming's expression grew serious.
He knew that Ling Feng would never make baseless claims, his assessment must have some basis. I have observed her previous matches. Ling Feng took out a thin jade slip from his chest and pushed it in front of Lu Ming. This records several core skills commonly used by her and the 100 Flower Spirit, along with some analyses of her combat habits. You can take a look. Lu Ming took the jade slip and immersed his spiritual power in it. Clear lines of information immediately surged into his mind. Fragrant illusion, the special fragrance emitted by the 100 Flower Spirit can invisibly affect the opponent's mind, create illusions, disturb judgments, and even weaken fighting spirit.
The range is broad and hard to guard against.
Life entwined, summoning life-sustaining vines or flower branches for binding, not only restricting movement but also continuously draining the opponent's stamina and energy to replenish itself. Blossom confusion, creating multiple deceptive energy clones to confuse the opponent, hiding the real body among them, waiting for a chance to launch a fatal strike or group explosion. Life's Tribute, a powerful area healing skill that can quickly restore both oneself and clones' injuries and energy, making it a capital for prolonged battles.
In addition to skill introductions, there were notes on Mu Qingya's commanding style.
Calm, meticulous, good at layout, accustomed to countering and dragging opponents into her rhythm. This intelligence was very detailed and valuable, not something easily obtainable. Lu Ming lifted his head to look at Ling Feng, his eyes filled with sincere gratitude. This information is extremely important.
Thank you.
Ling Feng waved his hand, signaling there was no need for thanks. His gaze remained calm as he began to analyze tactics. Your Hellhound has the advantage of strong explosive attack power, with bizarre attributes, especially the combination of shadow and flame, causing incredible destructive force in an instant. However, its shortcomings are also quite obvious. Its sustained combat ability is relatively average. In response to this kind of control, consumption, and recovery strategy, it lacks effective countermeasures. He paused for a moment, lightly tapping his fingers on the stone table, producing a crisp sound. Against Mu Qingya, you must absolutely not fall into her rhythm. Once you are interfered with by her fragrant illusion and continuously consumed by life entwined, the competition will turn into a long, drawn-out tug of war. And when it comes to endurance and recovery, you and your pet beast are definitely no match for the flower spirit. So, your core strategy has only one goal. Quick battle, quick victory. You must unleash the strongest attack in the shortest time, disrupt her deployment, or even directly crush the core. Lu Ming deeply agreed. This was precisely the issue he had been vaguely concerned about before. Cold Edge's analysis was spot on. As for how to break through, Cold Edge frowned slightly, as if thinking. Mu Qingya's tactical core lies in the vibrant field constructed by the flower spirit. Perhaps, you could try to utilize your unique shadow energy. Shadow attributes have characteristics of corrosion and decay. In some ways, they are antagonistic to life energy. If you can find an opportunity to use a high concentration of shadow energy to erode and corrupt that life field, perhaps it can weaken the flower spirit's recovery and control effects, creating a one-hit opportunity for you. Of course, this is very difficult. Mu Qingya won't easily give you that chance. This tactical advice brightened Lu Ming's eyes. This was indeed a direction worth trying. The corrosive power of shadow energy had already shown its effectiveness in the battle against the granite giant rhino. Perhaps it could truly have miraculous effects on life energy. I understand. Your suggestion is crucial. I will study it carefully and formulate corresponding tactics. Lu Ming expressed his gratitude once again. Cold Edge brought not only intelligence but also invaluable tactical ideas. Cold Edge nodded, stood up, seemingly preparing to leave. He walked to the door, stopped, turned back to look at Lu Ming, and in his cold eyes, a rare flicker of something akin to recognition appeared. I've given you the intelligence and suggestions. Whether you can win depends on your own abilities. His tone remained flat. I hope the opponent I see in the finals is you. After speaking, he turned and left without waiting for Lu Ming to respond, his figure quickly disappearing into the twilight. The confidence in his words seemed to show that he was already certain he could defeat the opponent in the other semifinal and advance to the finals. After seeing Cold Edge off, Lu Ming stood alone in the courtyard, his brows slightly knitted, lost in thought. The moonlight quietly fell, elongating his shadow. Mu Qingya, the flower spirit control, consumption, recovery. She truly was a different kind of opponent compared to Zhao Qingtian, Shi Meng, and Xue Linger. Her strength lies not in instant bursts but in a despairing sense, like boiling a frog in warm water, leaving no place for resistance, ultimately exhausting one to death. Quick battle, quick victory, shadow erosion. Cold Edge's thoughts were clear, but how to implement it? Finding that fleeting opportunity under Mu Qingya's tight defenses and control would be a tremendous challenge. This battle would certainly not be easy. It might even be more perilous than facing the furious Zhao Qingtian. Chapter 173, Preparation. On the last day before the semifinals, Lu Ming declined all visitors, completely isolating himself in the independent courtyard of the reception courtyard. He needed to use this last bit of time to adjust his state to the best, and to conduct a deeper simulation and refinement of the tactical thoughts formed after the exchange with Cold Edge. In the courtyard, Lu Ming sat cross-legged, his eyes slightly closed, his mental power reined in. Like a calm lake, he carefully sensed the flow of every ounce of his strength. In the battle with Zhao Qingtian, his mental power was greatly exhausted. Although he had rested for 2 days, he still needed further nurturing to ensure his sea of consciousness was full and complete. His breathing was long and rhythmic, each exhalation seemed to expel impurities, condensing his spirit. At the same time, through the soul contract, he closely monitored the state of the Hellhound. After expensive treatment and adequate rest, the wounds on the Hellhound had basically healed. Broken bones had healed, and the damaged internal organs had returned to their original state. The breath was even more condensed and powerful than before the injury. It lay quietly beside Lu Ming, 3 heads bowed down, eyes tightly closed. The energy of shadows and flames within surged slowly like a tide, undergoing final sedimentation and adjustment. Both a person and a dog were making their last preparations for the imminent battle. Shao-Chi, Lu Ming silently thought, let's simulate the details of facing Mu Qingya once more. Sure, Shao-Chi's voice held a hint of seriousness. Mu Qingya's tactical core is control and consumption. Your breakthrough lies in speed and explosion. There are several key points. First, how to quickly close in and avoid being affected by flower fragrance maze for too long. Second, how to deal with the restraints and energy siphoning of life entanglement. Third, how to see through the true and false avatars of floral chaos. Fourth, and most importantly, how to make one strike count after getting close to break her recovery cycle. As Shao-Chi spoke, clear images of combat simulations began to emerge in Lu Ming's mind. It was as if he stood on the arena, facing the elegant and dangerous flower spirit. Flower fragrance maze is formless and intangible, with a vast range, and simple evasion has limited effects. Shao-Chi analyzed, your mental strength, after this period of refining, especially the breakthrough to a beginner beast master, has improved its resistance.
But it's still not safe enough. What you need is to forcefully break free at the moment of being affected with willpower, or to cover it with a stronger stimulus. For example, intense pain, or the spatial sensation brought about by rapid movement hitting perception. Lu Ming's heart stirred, shadow shuttling? Exactly, Shao-Chi affirmed. When you previously used shadow shuttling, it was mostly for medium to long distance displacement. Against this kind of control field, what you need is shorter distances, higher frequencies, and more unpredictable instantaneous changes. It's like dancing on the tip of a knife, using ever-changing positions to disrupt the opponent's rhythm, making her control skills hard to lock on. This requires more delicate perception of space and more precise control. Try to feel it, breaking one long distance shuttling into 3, 5, or even more small flickers. Lu Ming followed the advice, focusing his mental energy and guiding the shadow energy. His figure flickered slightly, leaving a faint residual shadow in place, and in the next instant, he appeared 1 meter away, then flickered again, showing up half a meter to the side. Although the total distance moved was not far, the frequency was extremely fast, and the trajectory was elusive, making it hard to grasp. After several attempts, he felt a significant increase in mental energy consumption. But there seemed to be a deeper understanding of using shadow shuttling. Very good, it has taken shape. Keep practicing to form muscle memory. Shao-Chi commented, as for those vines in life entanglement that contain life energy, your hellfire attribute is suppressed, and the burning effect will be greatly reduced. But the corrosive nature of shadow energy might work wonders. You can try to compress the shadow power, adding it to the edge of the hellfire attack, forming a kind of shadow-eroding flame. This composite attack might be able to corrode the vitality of the vines faster, instead of merely burning. Lu Ming had the dog practice in coordination. The dog exhaled a column of ghostly blue flame, while Lu Ming controlled a strand of refined shadow energy, blending it into the edge of the flame like ink. At first, the two had some repulsion, but under Lu Ming's powerful mental force, they were forcefully harmonized. Gradually, a strange, composite flame formed with black patterns at the edges. When it struck the wooden stake set up for practice in the yard, it not only left scorching marks, but the places touched by the black patterns also showed rapid signs of decay and destruction. The effect is good. But this requires high tacit understanding and control between you and the dog, whether or not you can stabilize it in actual combat. It's the key. Shao-Chi reminded. Regarding the clone tactic, Shao-Chi's advice was more direct. The dazzling clone is essentially an energy illusion. Even if it appears realistic, there are subtle differences in energy fluctuations compared to the main body. Your advantage lies in the soul link with the dog and its 3 heads sharp perception. Don't just look with your eyes, sense with your heart. Use the dog's sense of smell and energy perception to distinguish. The true life energy fluctuations of the 100-flower spirit cannot be fully simulated. If you catch that slight difference, you can find the real body. For an entire day, Lu Ming spent his time in intense, targeted simulations and skill-deepening practices. Sweat soaked his clothes, and his mental energy was drained close to the limit, only to be quickly replenished by meditation. The dog also cooperated in practicing various tactical movements, sometimes charging, sometimes flashing, sometimes spitting experimental composite flames. By evening, Lu Ming finally stopped. He let out a long breath, and though his eyes showed fatigue, there was more of a sharp glimmer of control. His mental state had reached an unprecedented peak, his sea of consciousness full, and his perception sharp. His physical body was also filled with vitality, every cell seemed to jump in anticipation of the coming battle. The dog stood beside him, head held high, 3 pairs of deep blue eyes burning with fierce fighting spirit. Shadows and fiery energy converged inward, looking even deeper and more terrifying, like a volcano about to erupt. Its state had also reached the best level since the competition began. The preparation work is basically complete. Lu Ming thought as he felt his own and the dog's condition. Just so. Shao-Chi's voice sounded, with her usual tone, sharpening the sword just before the battle still shines. The tactics that should be considered are mostly covered. However, host, there's something I need to remind you of once more. Her tone grew slightly serious. That girl from the Mu family is the heir carefully trained by the Mu family this generation. Her talent and character are both top-notch. That old woman from the Mu family has high hopes for her. Besides the skills that are apparent, she very likely has a hidden trump card for survival or turning the tide. The most probable is some life energy-related technique, a kind of short-term healing or even a revival effect. You need to be mentally prepared. Even if you succeed in heavily wounding the 100-flower spirit, it may not immediately end the battle. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed, and he nodded. The foundation of a big family was indeed not to be underestimated. He made a note of this. In any case, remember the core. Shao-Chi concluded. To deal with such a control and consumption type opponent, the best tactic is absolute power and speed. Break her rhythm. Don't give her a chance to slowly lay out and consume you. Aim for a decisive strike.
Even if you can't kill her instantly, deal damage that makes it hard for her to recover easily. As night slowly fell, Ming did not engage in any further practice. He calmly ate the dinner served, the dishes exquisite and nutritious. After dinner, he sat in the courtyard, gently stroking the rough yet warm fur of the dog lying beside him. The dog let out a comfortable purring sound, rubbing its middle head against his palm. The night sky was dotted with stars, and the evening breeze was gentle. The courtyard was quiet, only occasionally disturbed by the chirping of insects. Ming's state of mind was as calm and still as the night. All the tension, planning, and simulations had been worn out during the day's preparations. At this moment, his heart was filled only with pure focus and anticipation for the battle. Everything that needed to be done had already been done. What remained was to give it his all on the competition field tomorrow and fight for a result. The next day, as the rising sun cast golden light upon the earth, the arena in the center of the sky was already filled with a thunderous crowd, every seat occupied. There were several times more spectators than at any previous match. The stands were packed, with no room to spare, and the air was filled with intense excitement and anticipation. In the semi-finals of the provincial competition, the first match features the dark horse Ming from Qingshi City, facing off against the proud daughter of the Mu family, Mu Qingya. A clash of vastly different styles is about to unfold.